Family, it's exciting. Jiang Yu is undercover at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's recruitment conference. I initially planned to just blend in and go back to being a couch potato if I couldn't make it. Su Yuntao saw me awaken the broken iron sword and looked down on me. But when I placed my hand on the crystal ball, it exploded with light. I turned out to have full innate soul power and even awakened a twin martial soul. This start is simply against the heavens. Let me tell you, the scene back then was incredible. The guy named Su Yuntao originally had a disdainful look on his face, thinking my martial soul was just scrap iron. But guess what? When I placed my hand on that crystal ball, it lit up like a sun. He shouted right away, full innate soul power. Oh, that felt amazing. But to be honest, this story needs to start from the beginning. I, Jiang Yu, a proud transmigrator, am currently at the recruitment conference of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, feeling extremely anxious. Why am I anxious? Because I'm an undercover agent. Does anyone understand? I was living a good life at the Spirit Hall, and it was quite comfortable. The Pope, Bibi Dong, is my godmother, and my senior sister, Hulaina, plays with me every day. Whenever I was hungry, I had soul beast meat, and when I was thirsty, well, you get the idea. It was a heavenly life. But 3 days ago, my godmother suddenly went crazy, kicked the door open, and expelled my senior sister, insisting on giving me a mission to go undercover at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as a 007. Could I refuse? Of course not. She casually eliminated a passing cockroach right in front of me. So, I had no choice but to accept. It was all about relieving my mother's worries. So here I am, still harboring a glimmer of hope that maybe I would have poor talent, and they wouldn't want me, allowing me to return to my lazy life. As it turns out, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School setup is truly grand. Thousands of people crowded at the castle gates, like a market. The identity checks were extremely strict. The guy in front of me had a fake household registration and was dragged away like a dead dog by 2 muscular men, scaring me to death. When it was my turn, my palms were sweaty as I handed over the specially made fake credential from the Spear Hall. The person in charge kept flipping through it, and I was on the verge of panic. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Next." Few passed the check. Once I entered the square, I finally had the mood to look around. Wow. There was a 100-meter-high treasure tower made entirely of gemstones, almost blinding me. The marble floor was polished to a shine with such wealth. It's no wonder Bibi Dong has her eye on it. My godmother truly has a sharp eye. By noon, half of the people had been screened out, and the large stone door at the end of the square creaked open, revealing a group of people. The one in front had a face like a jade crown, incredibly handsome, and introduced himself as Ningfengji. Let me tell you, as soon as he opened his mouth, all the young girls below were mesmerized, practically ready to ovulate on the spot. Ningfengji exchanged a few pleasantries before handing the event over to the Spirit Hall personnel. Yes, you heard that right, the Spirit Hall. This is the rule. The awakening ceremony must be conducted by them. Then I saw an old acquaintance, the ironclad Su Yuntao. He brought a dozen tools from the Spirit Hall, each pulling out 6 black stones and a crystal ball to get to work. Su Yuntao was the first to shout, "Lone Wolf possess," and in an instant, he transformed from a normal person into a muscular man with green eyes. The others followed suit, transforming into all sorts of beasts like Firewolf, Netherwolf. And one guy, guess what his martial soul was? A husky. Really a big dumb dog. It made me laugh. This world is too abstract. A few cowards ran away in fright, but most people stuck around. The first batch that went up awakened martial souls like bricks, stools, and blue silvergrass, with innate soul power being either 0 or 1, leading to their immediate elimination. The second batch did better, with a few lions, tigers, and leopards emerging, and those with innate soul power over level 5 were retained. It was my turn. As I stepped out, a few rich second-generation kids dressed to the nines started whispering, "Look at that poor look. What good martial soul can a commoner have?" I couldn't be bothered to respond, because the one awakening me was Su Yuntao. The blind-eye god king was personally operating. How could this not be stable? He had me stand in the middle of the 6 black stones, and his soul power flowed in. Golden light enveloped me. That feeling was warm and far more enjoyable than playing games. Then I felt something in my body pop, and a surge of heat rushed to my right hand. Su Yuntao was initially quite expectant, but when I opened my right hand, there lay a plain, somewhat rusty, broken iron sword. His face instantly fell, but I was shocked. My eyesight was good. I saw 2 small characters engraved on the sword. Chixiao. Family, it's the Chixiao Sword, the one that Han Gaozu Liu Bang used to slay the White Snake in the rebellion. The sword of the Emperor's way. I was excited, and suddenly a set of sword techniques appeared in my mind, including the Sky-Slaying sword technique and the Earth Fiend sword technique, which sounded incredibly advanced. Su Yuntao was still sighing, "Alas, a waste martial soul, what a pity." Inside, I was almost bursting with laughter. A waste martial soul, combined with full innate soul power? Isn't this the ultimate protagonist's standard configuration? Thus, the earlier scene happened. I placed my hand on the crystal ball, and it exploded with light. After Su Yuntao shouted, "Full, innate soul power," he was stunned, looking at the broken iron sword in my hand, and then at the almost exploding crystal ball. His worldview was shattered. I directly quoted the master's famous saying, "There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters." My prestige instantly skyrocketed. This statement reached Ning Fengzi's ears, and that old fox's eyes lit up. He immediately told his subordinates, "I want this kid." Oh, and those were gossiping behind just now. Kick them all out. See? I know how to play the game. Xiao Guan hurried over to congratulate me on passing the assessment, and I was conflicted inside. On one side was Ning Fengzi's powerful backing, and on the other was Bibi Dong, who raised me. After thinking for a long time, I decided I couldn't be an ingrate. Besides, with my presence, who says the Spirit Hall will definitely lose? JiangYu, will defy fate today. When I got to the rest area, I was pretending to nibble on some fruit, when suddenly a burst of purple light flashed in my left hand. Startled, I quickly dove under the table. Goodness, another sword. It was entirely silver, with a red gem embedded in the hilt, and its design was incredibly flashy. My DNA reacted. Was this not the divine sword from the legend of the Sword and Fairy that Jing Tian used at the end? My mind dinged again, and I received a set of Hongming Purple Chi Dao, personally taught by General Faping, twin martial souls, and both are divine hangers. At that moment, I only had one thought. Tang San? What Tang San? I don't know him, really not familiar. I quickly hid the divine sword. This was my trump card. Just as I crawled out from under the table, I saw those rich second-generation kids who had mocked me being dragged away, crying and shouting, wondering why they didn't pass despite their good talent. I was clear in my heart Ning Fengji was showing goodwill towards me. This social games played quite well. After the recruitment ceremony ended, Xiao Guan led me through the opulent hall to meet Ning Fengji. The hall was furnished entirely in pure gold, dazzling my eyes. Upon entering a dining hall, wow, a table full of big shots. Ning Fengji sat in the center, flanked by two old men, one in a white robe with a cold face and the other in a gray robe, looking as thin as a skeleton. No need to ask, these were the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, two title Douluo. As I pondered how to start the conversation, a delicate little girl jumped down from a chair, pointed at me, and said, "Daddy, is this the genius with full innate soul power you mentioned? He doesn't look impressive at all." "Rong, don't be rude." Ning Fengzi's face darkened. I looked and realized, oh, it's Ning Rong, the future little witch, now just a mischievous child. The two old men beside her defended her like crazy, one saying, "Fengji, don't scare Rong," and the other chiming in, "Exactly," leaving Ning Fengji helpless. Ning Fengji is quite the clever person, immediately stepping in to smooth things over, smiling at me and saying, "Xiaoyu, don't take it to heart. I've spoiled my daughter." I quickly waved my hand. "Uncle, it's fine. I'm not angry. Good kid." Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up, and the more he looked at me, the more he liked me. "You haven't eaten enough, right? Come over and have some more food." Let me tell you, I wasn't being polite at all. I was directly pulled to the dining table. Ning Fengji even personally served me a bowl of porridge. This treatment was incredible. As I was drinking, that little girl Ning Rong next to me poked me with her little finger, her big eyes full of curiosity. "Hey, I heard you have full innate soul power. Is that true? Show me your martial soul." I thought to myself, what's there to hide? I came here to show them what I've got anyway. I stretched out my right hand, and with a flash of red light, that worn-out Chixiao Sword appeared in my hand. And guess what happened? The entire place fell silent. Especially that Sword Douluo, his brows furrowed so tightly he could squash a fly. I could feel him mentally complaining. Is this it? This scrap metal? Full innate soul power? Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? It looked like he was about to question his life choices. The Bone Douluo next to him also looked confused, probably thinking that Master's top 10 core competencies of martial souls theory was about to fry his brain. But these big shots are still big shots. Even though they had 1,000 questions in their hearts, their faces instantly returned to calm. They were probably thinking, no matter what this martial soul is, the KPI of full innate soul power is solid. And in the future, he's definitely a reserve title Douluo. Just this point alone is worth their investment. Ning Fengji, that old fox, reacted the fastest, his face blooming with a smile. He really takes good care of himself, looking like a friendly neighbor's big brother, and immediately came over to get close to me. "Xiaoyu, you're just a year older than Rong, so he'll call you that from now on. Welcome to our 7-treasure glazed tile school from today on. This is your home." I instantly got into character and asked with an innocent yet surprised expression, "Uncle, do you mean I passed the assessment?" Of course. He nodded heavily, then took out a blue token from his pocket. The card was handed to me, engraved with a 7-treasure glazed tile tower. Wow, this overwhelming wealth has finally come to me. From now on, you are the core disciple of our sect. In the future, you will be personally taught by Sword Douluo. Core disciple, right to the point. I was overjoyed inside. I had to keep a straight face. He casually asked, by the way, Xiao Yu, do you have anyone else at home? The opportunity came. I immediately switched to a sorrowful mode, my eyes dimming. No, I'm all alone. Upon hearing that I was an orphan, Ning Fengji's fatherly love instantly overflowed, and he squatted down to pat my shoulder and comfort me. Good child, don't be sad. We will be your family from now on. Who understands what family means? I couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears flowed freely, and I buried my head on his shoulder and cried. My acting was so good that I wanted to give myself an award, making the 2 old hands, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, look heartbroken. With this operation, my identity issue was completely resolved. After dinner, without saying a word, Sword Douluo took me outside, ready to hunt for soul rings. As soon as we stepped out of the main hall, he unleashed his martial soul, and I was dumbfounded. A dazzling light flashed, and a giant sword over 2 meters long appeared in his hand, ancient and imposing, exuding a murderous aura. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings were swirling around, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is the 7 killing sword. He chanted a few incantations, and the sword buzzed, becoming even bigger. Then he wrapped an arm around me and stepped right onto it. With a whoosh, we shot up like a rocket, soaring into the sky towards the Soul Beast Forest. Above the Sunset Forest, our sword light streaked across like a meteor, scaring the Soul Beast below into a frenzy. Once we landed, Sword Douluo asked me, Kid, what kind of soul ring do you want? Just tell me which grandpa you want to catch for you. His tone was full of dominance. I had long thought about it. It must be a fire attribute. The legendary Chixiao Sword is a fire attribute divine sword, so I must test its authenticity. The Sword Douluo nodded and led me deeper into the forest. His aura was so strong that soul beasts scattered wherever he went, as if he had turned on an invincibility cheat. Along the way, I saw quite a few good things. Even more than a dozen of the Earth King soul rings that Ma Hongjun had, but I wasn't interested. The skill limitations were too great, not suitable for a brute like me. What I wanted was pure destructive power and endurance. After walking for nearly an hour, I finally found my target. It was a large snake, completely red, with a body as solid as rock, at least 5 meters long, with segmented patterns on its body, looking particularly fierce. Senior, that's the one. I pointed at the snake, speaking decisively. The Sword Douluo took a look and frowned again. Red steel snake? Your eyes aren't bad, kid. This thing not only has fire attributes, but also steel attributes. However, I advise you to give up. This snake has at least 500 years of cultivation, exceeding the limit that your first soul ring can absorb. 500 years. My heart sank for a moment, but then I thought, what is there to be afraid of? Tang San could absorb soul rings of a higher level, with my twin martial souls, innate full soul power, and the protection of the Hongmeng purple chi. Why couldn't I? Fortune favors the bold. If I don't dare to take a risk, what am I even cultivating for? I was very determined. Senior, I have made up my mind. This is it. Please take action. The Sword Douluo saw the firmness written all over my youthful face, and even he was somewhat moved by my desire to become stronger. He stopped persuading me and directly took action. 7 killing sword. Once he unleashed his martial soul, his entire aura changed, and he charged forward with his sword, looking just like a sword immortal from a fantasy film. The red steel snake initially wanted to flee, but was suppressed by the killing intent of the Sword Douluo and couldn't move at all. With no way to escape, it could only fight back desperately, igniting flames all over its body, and its scales shot towards the Sword Douluo like rain, carrying fire. Guess what happened next? The Sword Douluo didn't even bother to dodge. He simply swung his sword with ease. First soul skill, Sword Chi Storm. The countless flaming scales were instantly shredded into pieces by the Sword Chi. The remaining Sword Chi directly sliced the giant snake in two, but of course he held back and didn't kill it outright. He threw a dagger at me. Go on. Give a quick end. To be honest, as a modern homebody, I had never even killed a chicken. And now I was being asked to kill a 5-meter-long giant snake. My palms were sweaty. Watching it struggle in pain on the ground, I felt a bit reluctant. The Sword Douluo saw through my thoughts and, in a rare moment, spoke gently. The world of soul masters is inherently filled with slaughter. If you don't even have the courage to swing a sword, I suggest you go back. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is not suitable for you. These words felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking me up. That's right, this is a world that preys on the weak. It's survival of the fittest. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. This snake had survived to this day, not knowing how many soul beasts it had consumed. Feeling sympathy for it? That would be pure naivety. My gaze instantly changed as I grabbed the dagger and stabbed fiercely at the snake's head. As the snake died, a yellow soul ring floated out. Sword Douluo urged me to sit down and absorb it quickly. As soon as I guided it, the power of the soul ring crashed into my body like a truck. Damn, the pain was so intense that I almost passed out right there. But I gritted my teeth and held on with my strong willpower. Sword Douluo watched from the side, also looking surprised, probably not expecting me to endure so well. Not even letting out a sound. Finally, that violent power slowly merged into my body. The pain disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. I succeeded. I opened my eyes excitedly, unable to wait to summon the Chixiao Sword. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The rust on the sword clattered down, and dazzling golden light shot out from within. The originally broken sword instantly transformed into an unparalleled, divine weapon inlaid with colorful gems and exquisite jade. With the words Chixiao on the blade, turning pure gold, exuding a chilling brilliance. This glow-up came so suddenly that even the sword Douluo was left dumbfounded, muttering, "What is happening?" In my heart, it was as clear as a mirror. I had guessed right. Just like the legend of Liu Bang slaying the white snake. The power of this red steel snake awakened the true form of the Chixiao Sword. When the sword Douluo heard me mention the 3 words Chixiao Sword, his expression changed dramatically, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Kid, you mean your martial soul is the Chixiao Sword?" His eyes turned red, and he exclaimed, "Oh my God, the Chixiao Sword, ranked first among the top 10 sword martial souls in the world, known as the King of Swords, has finally appeared again after over 3,000 years. He told me that over 3,000 years ago, the continent's first sect was called the Chixiao Sword sect, which could contend with the Spirit Hall thanks to this sword. Unfortunately, no one could awaken this martial soul later, and the sect declined. His 7-kill sword, while impressive, could only rank 3rd in legends. The number 1 sword martial soul, the King of Swords. I felt a surge of excitement. Tang San's broken hammer was nothing compared to this. The sword Douluo saw me grinning like a fool and tapped me. "Stop grinning like an idiot. Come on, use your first soul skill on me. Let me see its power." I made a joke. "This isn't good. What if I accidentally hurt you?" He was so angry that he laughed. "If you can hurt even a single hair on me, I'll immediately withdraw from the soul master world." "Fine, you said it. I won't hold back then." With a flash of my soul ring, I pointed the Chixiao Sword forward. First soul skill, Chixiao Sword formation. Dozens of fiery sword shadows instantly shot out, heading straight for the sword Douluo's forehead. However, when the sword shadows reached him, it was like they hit an invisible wall and couldn't advance at all. But the amazing thing was that my flames grew stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a brilliant golden color. The killing intent surrounding sword Douluo was actually being pushed back by my flames. His expression changed, and he quickly increased his strength to bounce my sword shadows back. Extreme fire? He was shocked, then felt a bit embarrassed and reluctantly asked me to stop. How could I let this opportunity slip by? I asked cheekily, "Senior, what's wrong? Can't you hold on so soon?" He exploded on the spot, cursing for the first time. "Shut your damn mouth. If you talk nonsense again, I'll skin you alive and use your hide as a drum for the old man." I quickly admitted my defeat. Only then did he turn his anger into joy, saying that my extreme fire was too strong. No wonder the Chixiao Sword sect was so formidable back then. I took the opportunity to give my fire a powerful name, Imperial Fire. Now, the sword Douluo looked at me with completely different eyes, becoming extremely serious. He suddenly made me swear to always be loyal to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. My heart skipped a beat. I'm an undercover agent, brother. How do I swear an oath? But I could see his hand already on the sword hilt. If I don't give him a satisfactory answer today, I'm afraid I'll end up here for good. My mind raced, and then I had an idea. I raised my hand and solemnly swore. I, Jiang Yu, vow to always be loyal to the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School and will never do anything to harm the sect. Did you see that? I replaced betrayal with harm, so as long as I don't act myself, it won't count as breaking the oath. It's a word game, aiming for extreme manipulation. The sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. I passed this test. Upon returning to the sect, he took me directly to the 7 treasure hall. Before long, Ning Fengji, sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo rushed out in a hurry. Ning Fengji excitedly asked me to reveal my martial soul again. When I summoned the brand new Chixiao Sword, His eyes went wide with joy. Even Douluo, with his eternally icy expression, was moved. I could almost feel him laughing in his heart. Good. Excellent. Shin Xian, you old man, always bullying me with your sword. And now someone with even greater talent than you has arrived. Let's see who will deal with whom in the future. June 1st, sunny today I, codenamed Chixiao, successfully infiltrated the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Seeing my talent, Ning Fengji and the others immediately granted me the identity of a core disciple. The first step of His Holiness the Pope's plan has been perfectly achieved. June 3rd, overcast, after absorbing the soul rings, my soul power skyrocketed to level 13. Sword Law was overjoyed and started teaching me the sect's secret technique of mind control and his self-created ultimate skill, the 7-killing sword technique. Although these things are good, compared to what we have in the Spirit Hall, they're just so. July 3rd, light rain. In the sect's new disciple competition, I undoubtedly took first place. However, a few promising talents emerged during the competition, and I need to pay close attention to them. For example, there's Su Linya, who uses a hammer, and Lingang, whose martial soul is the Earth Barbarian Dragon. Both of them might become obstacles to our plan in the future. Besides these two, there are a few others I need to note down. One called Feng Yuan has the martial soul of the Phoenix Wing Golden Claw, and he is as fast as a ghost, playing the assassin role, quite dirty. There is also a guy named Yi Huang, whose martial soul is the Golden Dragon Vine. Let me tell you, this guy is unnaturally calm and ruthless in a fight, a born master of control. The one I find most inscrutable is a guy named Xiao Fan, whose martial soul is the Ice Fire. He is both icy and fiery. This fellow usually keeps quiet, but my intuition tells me he is definitely a tough character. After figuring out these potential opponents, my undercover life officially got on track. However, I didn't get to relax for 2 days before that old man, Douluo, came looking for me, saying he wanted to test my training results. I thought, sure, let me show you what I've got. To my surprise, instead of fighting himself, he sent his 13-year-old apprentice Jun Xingjian to fight me. At that time, I felt something was off. 13 years old, and a soul power of level 29. What kind of concept is that? It's simply a little monster. His martial soul is called the Kunshin Sword, and it sounds incredibly heavy. As expected, once the fight started, I was pressed to the ground and rubbed around. It was truly miserable. The difference in soul power was too great, and I had no chance at all. When I was beaten to a pulp, I looked up and saw the Sword Douluo, that old man, stifling a laugh beside me. His expression practically screamed that he was doing this on purpose. I instantly understood. That old guy was definitely jealous of me. Jealous of my unparalleled talent. That's right, it had to be that way. The path of genius is always so bumpy. After that pair of ill-intentioned master and disciple left, I was gnashing my teeth and rubbing my leg when that little witch Ning Rong unexpectedly appeared. She was holding a bottle of medicine, and let me tell you, the moment she walked over, I even felt like she was radiating holy light from behind, just like the goddess Athena descending to earth. It turned out I was still too young. As soon as the medicine was applied, my leg didn't hurt anymore. It was unbearably itchy. It itched so much that I almost wanted to dig that piece of flesh out. Who understands this, family? That medicine was mixed with itching powder. That little witch Ning Rong was laughing beside me, shaking like a flower. I got angry at that moment, and without saying a word, I directly grabbed her, pinned her down on my leg, and gave her a good beating on her backside. She cried and shouted that she wanted to tell Ning Fengji and Jiangyu, but I didn't care. I just hit her first. The next day I was so nervous, just waiting for Ning Fengji to come with a knife to settle the score with me. However, after waiting a whole day, nothing happened. Hey, that little witch didn't report me. I guess she still had some conscience. But from that day on, we were completely at odds. She found all sorts of ways to mess with me. I found chili powder in my porridge and discovered caterpillars in my blanket. There was simply no defense against it. Of course, I wasn't a pushover either. She suffered her fair share of losses too. Thus, we engaged in a battle of wits and courage, and our relationship, centered around love and hate, surprisingly grew closer. I slowly realized that this little witch was just a spoiled brat, but her heart wasn't bad. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. The first 3 forms of the 7-killing sword technique that Jiangyu taught me, I'd already mastered perfectly, and I was using the 3 apertures heart freely. I'm a genius, haha. That night, I was secretly writing my undercover diary. Who understands the pain of being an undercover agent, family? Every day, I had to write work reports, and after finishing, I had to hide them well. I locked that blue notebook in an iron box and stuffed it under the floor tiles I had pried open under my bed. Just as I finished, I heard someone knocking on the door. I was startled at the time, wondering who it could be so late at night. When I opened the door, it turned out to be Ning Rongrong. Under the moonlight, her smile was dazzling, and alarms went off in my heart. What's going on? Why are you up so late? I don't have time to play with you. I directly lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Stinky JiangYu. There's a meteor shower outside, and I specially came to call you to watch it together. What kind of attitude is that? She stared at me with her big, watery eyes, pretending to be completely harmless. I'm not falling for that. I'm not going. I'm tired. You can look by yourself. Close the door. As soon as I lay down, I turned around and saw that face right next to my pillow, smiling in a creepy way. I hadn't even reacted when she grabbed my hand and started touching herself. What are you doing? I was almost scared out of my mind. If you don't keep me company to watch the meteor shower, I'll tell my dad you assaulted me. I'm really fed up with her. If Ning Fengji finds out about this, won't I be chopped into 8 pieces by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo? I'm scared of you, Grandma. Can I just go? We ran to a small grassy slope, and the night sky was indeed beautiful, with shooting stars streaking across one after another. Suddenly, this little witch became emo and worriedly asked me, JiangYu, how much innate soul power do you think I'll have when I awaken my martial soul tomorrow? My brothers all look down on me. If my talent isn't good, will Dad not want me anymore? Wow, so that's what she was worried about. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I casually pulled out a few blades of grass, quickly braided them into a grass ring, and handed it to her, saying, put this on. Tomorrow, this thing will bless you. No need to say anything else. Innate soul power level 9, for sure. You're lying again. The highest record in our family is only level 8, she said, but her hands were very honest as she snatched it and put it on. Looking at her proud expression, I couldn't help but laugh. Actually, you're quite cute when you're not talking. What do you care? Her face turned red, and she came at me to pinch me. We were just playfully teasing each other, and she insisted on giving me an Oscar statuette, saying my acting was great. What a silly girl. While we were messing around, a huge, bright purple meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. Quick, make a wish. I heard that wishing on a meteor is really effective. I quickly shifted her attention. Really? She immediately clasped her hands together and said, Meteor, oh meteor, bless me to awaken the 7-treasure glazed pagoda tomorrow. Innate soul power. Level 9. Just level 9 would be great. I have to tell you, something outrageous happened. As soon as she finished speaking, that purple meteor seemed to have heard her, shining brightly, and then it came straight towards us. Oh no, run. I was just about to pull her to run, but I found that my body couldn't move, as if I had been immobilized. Watching that light come closer, I thought to myself, this is it. As a time traveler, I'm going to die before my mission even starts. Just when that light was about to hit us, it suddenly shot out 2 beams of light that drilled into our hands and then zoomed away. When I could move again and look down, I found a jade pendant in my hand. It was green with a small tree carved on it, and it felt warm to the touch. Ning Rongrong also had one in her hand. We had matching pieces, and to my surprise, they could actually form a complete pattern. As soon as we connected them, the jade pendants emitted light, and 2 green dots drilled into our bodies. In that moment, I felt like there was an indescribable connection formed between Ning Rongrong and me. Why does this operation feel so familiar? Is it like Jing Tian and Shui Jian from the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3? Could it be that I'm a descendant of Jing Tian? ISNT this power-up arriving a bit late? Forget it if I can't figure it out. I want to think about it. The next day was the soul awakening ceremony of the sect. The grand hall was packed with people, and Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were sitting at the top. Dozens of kids went up to awaken their spirits, and the best one had only a level 7 innate soul power, with hardly any expression on Ning Fengji's face. Until a girl named Lin Jing stepped up. She was really beautiful, dressed in red, and had a great figure. As soon as she appeared, she glanced over at me. There were quite a few little fans of mine in the sect. To everyone's surprise, her awakened martial spirit turned out to be the Earth Barbarian Dragon. Innate soul power level 8. This shocked the entire audience, and Ning Fengji finally had a smile on his face. Lin Jing's performance overshadowed everyone behind her. Until it was Ning Rongrong's turn, she wore a blue long dress today, looking especially cute. As soon as she stood in the center of the formation, a colorful light burst forth from her, and a delicate 7-layered pagoda appeared in her palm. The number 1 auxiliary martial spirit in the continent, the 7 treasures Glazed Tower. The guy in charge of the testing asked her to place her hand on the crystal ball, and she confidently extended her hand. Still wearing the grass ring I gave her. As soon as she placed her hand on it, the blue crystal ball instantly exploded, its light almost bursting the entire ball. Innate soul power, level 9. Ning Fengji jumped up from his chair, laughing excitedly. Heaven bless our sect. Rongrong's talent is actually comparable to our ancestors. There's hope for revival. The Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were as happy as two kids. Wow, the great fortune finally came to her. I calmly watched from the side. After all, I'm a member of the main character group. Isn't this talent expected? In the corner, Ning Rongrong's half-brother Ning Hengji looked green with envy, his eyes almost overflowing with jealousy. Because of Ning Rongrong's extraordinary talent, Ning Fengji was overjoyed and announced a party on the spot. Various old beast meats were barbecued on-site, making my mouth water. I was hiding in the corner, nibbling on a soft-boned rabbit, when Lin Jing came over with 2 glasses of wine. "Can I invite you for a drink?" she said with a blush, wanting to get closer to me. I hadn't even had a chance to refuse yet when Ning Rongrong rushed over like a little radar and stood in front of me, saying, "He doesn't drink alcohol. He only drinks milk, and it has to be fresh milk." Saying this, she shoved a glass of milk into my hand. Looking at Ning Rongrong's protective expression, Lin Jing could only leave in frustration. I couldn't help but chuckle at this little jealous girl. "What are you doing, blocking my peach blossoms? If I don't come, you'll be taken away by a vixen." She made a face at me. "Oh, and tell me a story tonight. I haven't heard the ending of The Empress yet." "All right, just remember to leave the door open for me tonight. I don't want to climb through the window again." That night, I sneaked into her room, and sure enough, the maidservants had all been sent away. We took turns telling stories, and she was happily munching on a pile of walnuts. After more than 2 hours, I came out with a dry mouth and, out of habit, climbed out the window. But as soon as my feet hit the ground, I fell flat on my backside. Who the hell has no sense of public decency and throws banana peels around? Inside, I could hear Ning Rongrong's uncontrollable laughter, and I realized I had been tricked by this little witch. 3 days later, Ning Rongrong's soul power broke through to level 10. At this speed, it seemed her innate soul power was 9. Just one step away from max level. Once she reached level 10, she would need to obtain a soul ring, and Ning Fengji and the others immediately decided to take her to hunt a soul beast. At Ning Rongrong's strong insistence, I was also invited along. Let me tell you, it was a hard drag. I was still sleeping soundly in bed when Sword directly yanked me out of bed. I was grumpy and hadn't even opened my eyes. Subconsciously, I summoned the Chixiao Sword and flung a soul skill out. By the time I came to my senses and saw Sword with singed eyebrows, I hadn't even had a chance to apologize before he kicked me out the door. The place we went to was in the valley behind the sect castle, where many soul beasts were kept. Ning Fengji used his 7 treasures glazed tower to open the barrier at the entrance. As soon as we entered, I noticed that the soul beasts here were categorized, each occupying its own territory and not interfering with one another. Ning Feng ti bekan to etukate ning rongrong. The first soul ring of our 7 treasures glazed tower is usually chosen from a power-type soul beast. Let me tell you, this is to strengthen your physique. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle stronger soul rings in the future with your small frame. Look, there are 3 types in the valley: the great strength Vajra bear, the rampaging giant ape, and the golden armored elephant. You can choose one. And guess what happened? Ning Rongrong took a glance and pointed with her small hand. "I'll take that great strength Vajra bear. It looks the cutest. Does anyone understand?" I almost couldn't catch my breath at that moment. "Young lady, we're choosing soul rings, not picking out kittens or puppies at a pet store. Can cuteness be eaten? Can cuteness enhance combat power?" This line of thinking is simply clear yet foolish. I was still ranting in my mind when the old man Jian directly called me out. "Xiao, go catch a bear for your junior sister, so I can see if you've been slacking off lately." Goodness, I instantly had the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. Why is it me? You two, with your titles as Dalu, are just standing by to watch the show, while I, a low-level player, have to solo a dungeon? This old man is definitely taking revenge for personal grievances. It's just because I accidentally singed one of his eyebrows last time. Does he really hold a grudge over that? Of course, I wouldn't dare to say that out loud. I could only grin and flatter him. "Master, your 7 kill sword technique is truly extraordinary. I, your disciple, would like to observe it a bit more. Less nonsense." The old man with the sword furrowed his brows and directly pulled out a small tube from his pocket, throwing it in front of me. "This is a soul binding device. Just pull it to catch someone. Don't say that Master doesn't care about you." "Ha, I don't believe you at all." Next to me, Bone Douluo and Ning Fengji chimed in, one saying that it's good for young people to exercise more, and the other claiming this is my master's training. I finally understood. These 3 old foxes teamed up to exploit me. a child labor, with my arms not able to twist over the thigh. I could only pick up that thing and walk toward the bear group, taking one step at a time. Ning Rongrong was cheering for me from behind, but I really had no confidence in my heart. This Dali King Kong bear is not something to be trifled with. Back in the day, the unmoving King Zhao Wujie relied on this martial soul to take on more than a dozen soul emperors from the Spirit Hall. Incredibly fierce. However, when I got closer, I was directly rendered speechless. What fierce soul beasts are these? They're simply a bunch of retired old cadres from zoo, each one lazily basking in the sun, chatting and joking around, and there was even a bear cub that let out a loud fart right in front of its companion's face, waking it up, and after waking up, it looked confused and gave a 1,000-year kill with its paw. This group of bears is all about comfort, with absolutely no sense of crisis. All right, now I felt relieved. I directly locked onto a bear with a tuft of red hair on its forehead, the one that looked the most like a fitness enthusiast in the bear group. The muscle mass on it clearly indicated it was the gym rat among them. I glanced at the pattern on its chest. 413 years. Perfect age. Without saying a word, I picked up the soul binding device, and with a whoosh, a light ring accurately slipped around its neck. I urged my soul power and pulled hard. Good heavens, this thing is quite useful. Dragging a few 100 pounds of fat bear over like it was a little chick, I dragged the roaring big bear back in front of them and asked proudly, "How about this? Is it strong enough?" The old swordsman nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. The meat is firm and it looks very powerful. I just breathed a sigh of relief, but his next sentence directly made me crack up. But like this, how will Rongrong absorb the soul ring? You, hurry up, beat it half to death, and remember, just leave it with a breath. I was so angry at that moment. So after all my hard work, I'm just a lackey and a tool, huh? I haven't had a chance to take action yet. And the big bear got angry by itself. It roared, broke free from the halo, and with a crunch, crushed the soul-fixing device into pieces. The old sword master turned green instantly, looking heartbroken, pointing at me and shouting, "Good. You beast. Apprentice, teach it a lesson for me. Avenge my soul-fixing device." I was almost bursting with laughter inside, but I still had to respond. "All right, master. Great job. Brother Bear, let this old man bleed a bit." But teasing aside, the work still had to be done. That big bear had already swung a paw at me. The wind from the slap distorted my face, and my stylish hairstyle instantly turned into something out of a subculture. I didn't waste any words. I activated my martial soul and used my first soul skill, the Scarlet Sky Sword Formation. Dozens of flying swords bursting with golden flames shot out. This was no longer the sword shadow from a year ago. These were genuine flying swords, both hot and sharp. As soon as the bear's paw touched the flying sword, its fur instantly burned, and a large gash opened on its palm, blood spraying out. It was completely enraged, letting out a roar and charging at me like a freight train. I took a deep breath, staying calm. The more intense the situation, the more composed I needed to be. I didn't use a soul skill again, but instead directly utilized the 7-killing sword technique taught by the old swordmaster. The first form, long rainbow piercing the sun. Moreover, I secretly infused a trace of the primordial purple chi that I had cultivated for a year into the sword. I tell you, this Hongmeng Ziki Dao is simply against the heavens. Although I have just started, my physical abilities are already beyond what they used to be. I soared into the air, wielding the Chixiao Sword engulfed in golden flames, and struck down with a single slash from above. With a loud bang, I landed steadily, sheathed my sword, and turned around without looking back. A few seconds later, a thunderous sound came from behind me, and the huge brown bear fell to the ground in response. There's no choice. As a sword cultivator, I must look cool. I just struck a pose, and the old man with the sword shouted from behind, "What are you showing off for? Get back here. This old guy, wait, kill him to compliment me once? He's definitely jealous that I'm younger and better looking than he is." I hurried back and saw these old guys starting to entertain the kids. The sword Douluo covered Ning Rongrong's eyes with a handkerchief, and the bone Douluo handed her a specially made dagger. Then, the two of them supported her on either side and walked her over to the bear's corpse, teaching her step by step how to deliver the final blow. I was really furious and trembling with anger. The difference in treatment was too obvious. Why is it that I had to fight for my life while she just had to close her eyes and go through the motions? It's blatant favoritism towards girls. Soon, a yellow soul ring floated out. The bone Douluo even deliberately released an aura to cover up the smell of blood. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. At first, she screamed in pain, so I quickly comforted her. "Hang in there. It's like this for everyone's first time. Believe it or not, As soon as I spoke, she actually quieted down, gritting her teeth and enduring it. Before long, the soul ring successfully attached itself to her 7-treasure glazed tile. It worked. After the two old men quickly destroyed the evidence at the scene, they finally removed Ning Rongrong's blindfold. The little girl looked at the yellow halo that had appeared on her martial soul, filled with curiosity. Ning Fengji walked over and explained affectionately, "Rongrong, this is called a soul ring. From now on, you're a true soul master." I don't have that patience, so I went straight over. "Hurry up. Let me see your soul skill." Ning Rongrong was also very excited, raising her pagoda and exclaiming, 7 treasures are famous. The first, strength. A beam of colorful light fell on me, and I instantly felt my whole body filled with power, increasing by a full 30%. Goodness. It's no wonder it's the #1 support martial soul on the continent. The effect is incredible. As a result, the little witch's next sentence almost sent me away. With a look of regret, she said, "It's a pity my martial soul has no attack power. Otherwise, I could hit you." I am speechless. What is this little brain thinking about every day? What's even more outrageous is that Jianduo and Gudo are fanning the flames beside me. "Rongrong, don't be afraid. If you want to fight him, just tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will help you deal with him." Family members, I was thinking of quitting at that moment. Being an undercover agent is too suffocating. I might as well go back to the spirit hall and lie in Bibi Dong's arms drinking milk. A few days later, a big event happened in the sect. They were selecting lifelong guardian partners for Ning Rongrong and her direct disciples. In simple terms, it was a large-scale matchmaking event. Anyone who gets selected would truly be a wild chicken turning into a phoenix, rising to the top in one step. So all the young disciples in the sect were as excited as if they had taken stimulants. The ceremony began, and Ning Fengji came with a group of sect bigwigs. The scene was quite grand. Then came the leader speeches, and Ning Fengji droned on for over an hour about how competition is secondary and friendship is primary, making me yawn continuously. It was basically an ineffective meeting. Finally, the competition began. The rules were straightforward and brutal. A 3,000-person free-for-all. As long as you knock down 10 opponents with lower soul power than yours, you qualify. I stood on the stage, and for half a day, no one dared to challenge me. After all, my reputation precedes me. In the stands, Ning Fengji told Jianduo that he had long wanted me to be Rongrong's partner. But Jian Lao said no, as I tend to get arrogant, and I must rely on my strength to speak for itself. Otherwise, how would I compete with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the future? Then this old man even whispered to Douluo, saying that once this matter was over, he would throw me into a place called the Earth Fire Rock Valley for special training. If I had heard that at the time, I would have definitely performed a dramatic escape right there, just when I was about to mold from standing there. A warrior finally came. The guy's name was Chuntong. When he unleashed his martial soul, good heavens, he was all green and covered in vines, looking like a low-budget version of the Hulk. Let me tell you, I have received professional training and usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. I quickly apologized. "Come on, please go ahead." He was not polite either, using his first soul skill, green vine entanglement. Several thick vines as wide as a bowl whipped towards me. What happened? I flickered my figure, relying on the speed enhanced by the primordial purple chi. He didn't even see my shadow, clearly before I had already circled behind him. With a few swift strokes, the vines shattered into pieces, and my sword was already resting on his neck. Instant kill, you understand? A genius is just unreasonable like this. Those two old men in the stands started arguing over me again. One wanted to take me as a disciple, the other refusing to give me up. So childish. I chopped my way through until the afternoon and finally gathered enough for 10 people. Goodness, the higher-ups were enjoying lunch and afternoon tea, while we, the workers, were starving. As I walked to the break area, my stomach audibly growled. Just then, I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Here, take this." I turned around and, hey, it was Ning Rongrong. She was holding an oiled paper bag and cheerfully stuffed it into my arms. I was taken aback and asked her what it was. She looked so pleased and said, "What else could it be? It's your favorite vegetable and meat buns." I quickly opened it and took a look, and hey, it really is. I wasn't polite anymore and grabbed one to shove into my mouth. Let me tell you, that first bite was so juicy that my mouth was full of oil. It was incredible. Just as I was starting to eat, a loud gurgling sound came from beside me. I turned around, and to my surprise, Ning Rongrong was covering her stomach, her face as red as an apple. Who understands this, my family? I really don't know what to do. I asked her, "Haven't you eaten yet?" She stubbornly waved her little hand and said, "I'm not hungry. You eat first." I don't believe her nonsense at all. so I just shoved another bun in her hands and said, "If you don't eat, then I won't eat either. Neither of us will eat." This tactic worked well. She immediately backed down, picked up the bun, and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate so aggressively that oil sprayed out from the corners of her mouth, looking like a little kitten. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and casually wiped her mouth, saying, "You big silly girl, eat slowly. No one is fighting you for it." With her mouth stuffed full, she mumbled, "I'm not silly." The guys next to us who were competing had their eyes nearly popping out, their expressions clearly saying, "How did this excessive wealth fall upon him?" Ning Rongrong, this little witch, didn't care about that. After finishing her food, she wiped her mouth and turned to those guys, threatening, "If I find out who dares to speak a word about today, you all understand." Those guys nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Who would dare to mess with this young lady? Watching her bounce away, I felt quite warm inside. Sigh. Even though I came here as an undercover agent and shouldn't develop real feelings, unknowingly, I really began to treat this girl like my own sister. Just after finishing the bun, before I could even settle down, that old fox Ning Fengji stood up and directly announced the start of the second round of selection. Damn, not even a sip of water? The rules for this second round were extremely simple yet brutal. They brought 100 iron models of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda to the square, and the remaining 300 of us had to fight to grab one. Whoever could grab one and hold it for an hour without dropping it would win. If someone got knocked out or the iron lump was taken away, they would be directly eliminated. Moreover, this time there were no restrictions on soul power, meaning we could fight to the death. As soon as these rules were announced, the entire place fell silent. 300 people looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Of course, everyone knew that the first one to go up would be a living target. I was thinking, these people are really dragging their feet. All right, let me take the lead. I directly stepped out of the line and swaggered towards that stack of iron towers. As soon as I moved, the situation below exploded. Who is this guy? A bit brave, but not much. You don't understand anything. That Jiang Yu, a direct disciple of the sword duelist, with full innate soul power. Soon, someone started to educate me about it. Of course, there were also dissenters like, so what if he is a bit handsome? Just a decorative pillow. What is the value of getting first place in a newcomer competition? I couldn't be bothered with them, so I casually picked up an iron tower, which was quite heavy, probably around 20 pounds. Just as I steadied myself, a guy who looked like a chubby tiger rushed towards me, shouting for me to hand over the tower. At that moment, I had one thought. Where did that fool come from? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I threw a punch directly. Whoosh! That guy drew a perfect parabola in the air and flew out dozens of meters. Now, the whole place fell silent. Just then, a young man in a black cloak walked out of the crowd, looking quite handsome. He cupped his fist towards me and introduced himself, Xiao Fan. With a martial soul of ice-cold fire, a level 16 agility attack system soul master. Please give me your guidance. As soon as I heard the name Xiao Fan, I thought, oh, isn't this the legendary man? Mutated martial soul, his whole family wiped out, rising to power with his adopted sister. Wow, isn't this just a classic protagonist template? It's the kind of revenge story where you shouldn't underestimate a young person in poverty. Just as he was getting into position, a stunningly beautiful girl in the distance waved her hand and shouted, "Brother Xiao Fan, go for it. You're the best." I realized this must be his adopted sister, Xiao Meier, one of the 3 flowers of the sect. I was just complaining, and Ning Rongrong was cheering me on beside me. But her way of cheering was quite special. "JiangYu, if you lose, just wait and see." "Thank you very much. Let's just fight." His move is called the Fiery 7-Star Bullets. 7 ice blue fireballs came at me, like homing missiles. I wasn't backing down either, directly using the Red Sky sword formation. 7 fire swords met him head-on. He wanted to freeze my sword with his ice and fire, but I thought to myself, naive, this is the ultimate fire. I silently recite a word to break, and the ice on the sword instantly melts. My 7 fire swords pierce through his fireball, hitting the ground around him 7 times, completely surrounding him. He is quite straightforward and admits defeat. I appreciate this about him. Losing is not shameful, but not being able to get back up is. However, he didn't leave and took a tower for himself, standing aside. Being flexible, this kid will definitely be a character in the future. After that, there was nothing for me to do. No one dared to provoke me. An hour passed, and the 100 spots were finalized. In the final stage, pairing. It was like a blind date, with our 100 fighters teaming up with the 100 direct disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. I was flirting with Ning Rongrong when suddenly a stunning beauty stood in front of me. Her figure, let's just say it was way ahead of the curve. Her name is Ning Yufei, Ning Rongrong's cousin. She got straight to the point and even leaned over to talk to me, showcasing her curves. TSK. It It was obvious that she knew her advantages well. Unfortunately, I'm not that shallow of a person. I directly refused, saying, "Sorry, I already have someone in mind." As soon as I finished speaking, Ning Rongrong dashed over like a little cannonball, grabbing my arm and proudly announcing to her cousin, "Yu Fei, he's mine. You're too late." After that girl left, I deliberately teased Ning Rongrong, saying, "Who agreed to this?" I didn't consent. It made her so mad her cheeks puffed up like buns, pointing at me and saying, "No way. You can only be my partner. I won't let you be with the big-chested beauty." I laughed so hard, and in the end, she even gave me a title, Exclusive Meat Shield. Fine, I'll be a meat shield. That night, Ning Rongrong insisted on dragging me to her room for a late-night snack, saying that eating just a bun all day would make me hungry. We acted like kids, competing to see who could spit grape seeds the farthest, making a huge mess. To be honest, the food there was really good, especially the tender rabbit cubes. Amazing. The next morning, I was still dreaming about eating rabbit cubes when suddenly bang, the door was gone. I was about to curse when I saw it was my cheap master, Sword Douluo. Well, I swallowed my insults. I couldn't possibly fight him. I stood no chance. Without saying a word, he ordered me to pack my things and come with him to Notting City. My heart dropped. Oh no, did he discover my identity? Was he taking me back for inspection? As we flew there on his sword, it felt like riding a rocket. When we reached the sky above Notting City, he didn't land but instead veered off to a broken volcano outside the city. He then told me that this place is called the Fire Element Valley, rich in fire elements, and it was a cultivation holy land tailored for me. The task was simple. Whenever I reached level 20 in my cultivation, he would come back to pick me up. I thought to myself, how would I notify you when I reach level 20? Send you a WeChat message? Then, like a doorman, he pulled out a spatial ring and said it contained everything I needed, food, drink, and supplies to last me a year. He even gave me a glowing stone to use as a flashlight. Wow, this service was really top-notch. After that, he really left me all alone in this desolate volcano and flew away. This place was truly bizarre. The ground would randomly spit fire like a minefield. After fumbling around for a while, I finally found a safe spot to set up a tent and sleep. There was nothing I could do. The world is vast. But sleeping is the most important, right? So, I started my tedious cultivation life in this hellish place. After staying for a month, my soul power successfully reached level 17. Now, even if the flames on the ground singed me, it felt like just a cupping therapy session, no big deal. I tell you, life has been really dull lately. Every day it's just drawing the sword and sheathing it back. I feel like my arms are about to develop muscle memory. That sword technique, the sky-slaying sword art, I still haven't grasped the essence of it. Just when I was about to achieve the unity of man and sword and ascend on the spot, I suddenly heard someone talking, calling out Xiao Wu. My heart skipped a beat. Damn, could it be Tang San and the others have come looking for me? I quickly sheathed my sword and leaned out to take a look. Goodness, there were two people, a man and a woman, dressed like two walking red envelopes, all in bright red. The guy looked pretty ordinary, but his eyes were as bright as high beams. The girl behind him looked to be around 12 or 13, and she was really striking with fiery red hair and clothes. She looked like a little flame, extremely eye-catching. As soon as I heard that name and saw the outfit, I instantly understood. Family, who knows? This isn't Tang San and Xiao Wu. This is clearly the pair of siblings from the Blaze Academy, Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, the ones who caused a lot of trouble for Tang San in the original story. That little flame, which is Huo Wu, spotted me right away and shouted, "Bro, look, there's someone over there." Her brother Huo Shuang turned to look and was also stunned. He probably thought I looked too young, wearing a face that said, "Whose little troublemaker is this? And why are they here in this spooky place?" He was afraid of scaring me, so he forced out a smile that he thought was friendly, but let me tell you, it looked worse than crying. He walked over and asked little brother, "Why are you here all alone?" What can I say? I just speak my mind. Cultivation. Those two words left him speechless. Huo Shuang's eyes nearly popped out. Cultivation? Here? In the Earth Fire Rock Valley? Little brother, you really have some guts. His expression almost screamed that even a soul emperor like him wouldn't dare stay here for long. And here you are, a little brat acting all tough. His sister, Huo Wu, immediately started to undermine him, praising me. "You're really bold. Much stronger than my brother. Let me tell you, when my dad first brought him here, he almost wet his pants." Huo Shuang's face instantly went from red to purple, and he quickly coughed a couple of times to interrupt his sister's enthusiastic revelations. It was hilarious. My buddy's dignity was almost on the floor. To regain his pride, he quickly introduced himself. "I'm Huo Shuang. My martial soul is the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus, and I'm a 35th level Battle Soul Master. This is my sister Huo Wu, and our grandfather is the sect master of the Blaze sect. Wow, coming straight in with his identity. And he is a third-generation sect member. Impressive. I didn't hold back either, casually replying, Jiang Yu, core disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This time, it was their turn to be shocked. Huo Wushuang, who also had a bit of a social butterfly syndrome, immediately started calling me brother after the shock. Acting very familiar. I thought to ask them what they were doing in this desolate place. Huo Wushuang was straightforward, pointing at his sister. My sister just reached level 30, and we came here to find her a suitable third soul ring, a soul beast called Fire Sprite. Fire Sprite? I've been here for a month and haven't seen a single hair of a beast. As soon as I said that, Huo Wushuang explained that this thing is particularly rare, only appearing near volcanic craters, formed from the condensation of fire element essence. As soon as I heard it, I got excited. This is a rare, innate spirit. I definitely have to see it. I said, Brother Hua, take me along, I also want to open my eyes. Huo Wushuang readily agreed, probably thinking that having one more person would mean more strength. So with nothing else to say, we set off. The three of us heading deeper into the valley. Along the way, Huo Wu's little mouth didn't stop chattering, asking questions like she was checking household registrations, almost digging up my ancestors' 18 generations. Luckily, I'm quick-witted. I could come up with stories without any preparation, and I managed to divert her attention in no time. The further we went, the hotter the air became, and the frequency of fire bursts from the ground increased. Their faces turned as red as monkey bottoms, clearly nearing their limit. Just when they were about to give up, guess what? A little creature really appeared ahead. A fire sprite. Huo Wu was so excited, she almost jumped up. I took a closer look, and wow, it was almost the size of a baby, made entirely of flames, with several fiery ribbons floating by its ears and a red gem on its forehead. Huo Wushuang was analyzing. A gem on the forehead means it's 1,000 years old, and the 6 ribbons by its ears indicate it's been cultivated for 1,600 years. Xiao Wu, your third spirit ring is perfect. Huo Wu shouted and rushed forward. Brother, don't move, let me handle it. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This girl has a really fiery temper. She directly summoned her martial spirit, and a flame shadow that looked just like her appeared behind her. Then, with a flick of her fire whip, she struck. But the little fire sprite blinked its big eyes innocently, scratching its head as if to say, What are you doing? Honestly, that cute and silly look made me want to catch one to keep as a pet. It would definitely feel nice to pet it. However, Huo Wu didn't care about that. She increased her strength, and it looked like she was about to hit. Suddenly, a red light circle appeared around the fire sprite, buzzing. As soon as the fire whip touched the circle, it was bounced back with a loud pop. Huo Wu was left dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. I immediately understood. Wow, this is just her signature skill, the fire-resistant circle, which she must have gotten from here. The little sprite saw that it was hit and got angry, but it didn't retaliate. It just turned and ran. I could tell that this little guy probably had all its talent points in defense, with no attack power. Huo Wushuang, seeing that his sister couldn't handle it, panicked and also summoned his martial spirit, transforming into a muscular man covered in dark red scales, with a horn on his head. He unleashed his ultimate move, the Golden Scale Fire Dragon, instantly doubling his strength, attack, and defense, and chased after the fire sprite. The siblings were in sync, simultaneously using their second soul skills, launching 2 fireballs one after the other. One had a control effect that stopped the fire sprite in its tracks, while the other exploded, sending the little sprite flying several meters. However, who understands what was happening? This operation was like elementary school kids arguing, showcasing completely ineffective output. All the attacks were deflected by that light circle, causing no substantial damage. Huo Wushuang got frustrated and shouted, activating his first soul skill, the Flame Light Wheel. He curled up into a ball and rolled forward like a fire wheel. I watched as a huge fire wheel slammed into the fire sprite, followed by a loud bang. Huo Wushuang drew a beautiful parabola and flew out, landing on the ground and eating a mouthful of dirt. He got up coughing for a long time, with a face full of despair. Damn it, this thing is too hard to deal with. He was even starting to think about convincing his sister to give up. But Huo Wu's stubbornness kicked in. No way. I want it. This fire-resistant circle is the best control skill, and I absolutely won't give up. Well, hearing this, the doting brother could only grit his teeth and drag his injured body back into the fight. I felt a bit moved watching this. Huo Wushuang is really nice to his sister. Forget it. Seeing him struggle so much, I'll lend a hand. It's also a way to create some small troubles for Tang San in the future. I grabbed the Chixiao Sword and rushed up. To deal with these guys who have full physical defense, I need to use a mental attack. Killing intent slash. I directly used the 7 kills sword technique taught to me by the sword law, unleashing an invisible killing intent that transformed into a blade, unseen by others, striking directly at the fire spirit. With a crack actually appeared on the invincible halo. Now's the time, I shouted. Crimson Sky sword formation, activate. Dozens of fire swords shot into the gap. Although the gap healed instantly, it was enough. One flying sword successfully hit the main body. The fire spirit let out a tragic scream and fell from the sky, its halo also disappearing. Fire Wushuang's eyes nearly popped out, looking at me in disbelief. Wow. Little brother, you're so fierce? Fire Dance's expression was even more exaggerated. Her little face flushed, probably thinking all sorts of things in her mind. I quickly reminded her, who was still daydreaming. What are you waiting for? Go get the soul ring. Only then did she react, saying, oh, and walked over to pull out a dagger. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she still dealt with the fire spirit in one swift motion. Soon, a purple 1,000-year soul ring floated up. Huowu immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. However, the energy of this soul ring was too violent. Not long after she started absorbing it, she cried out in pain. Huowu Shuang, beside her, was anxiously pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, feeling helpless. I looked at this and thought it wouldn't work. I had to use some provoking tactics. I cleared my throat and said in a sarcastic tone, didn't you say you wanted to be the strongest control-type spirit master? If you can't even handle this little test, you might as well go home and get married. Find a strong husband to support you. This remark was like a shot of adrenaline, and instantly, Huowu's determination ignited. Huowu Shuang also understood my intention and chimed in from the side. Xiao Wu, come on, don't let them look down on you. You know what, this tactic really worked. Huowu gritted her teeth and managed to withstand the violent energy wave after wave, ultimately successfully absorbing the spirit ring. When she opened her eyes, she stood up, ignored her brother, and walked straight to me, saying thank you. I was about to say you're welcome when she suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, and those sexy red lips pressed directly against mine. I was stunned at that moment, warm and soft. Does anyone in the family understand? I was kissed forcefully. How could I tolerate this? I took the initiative, my tongue charging in, launching a fierce attack. Hey, this is what a real man does. Huowu was completely caught off guard by my move. After a dozen seconds, she finally pushed me away, her face flushed and angry, scolding me. I didn't expect you to be such a lecher. I laughed. You started first. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so we're even now. Ugh, that was my first kiss. Who isn't like that? I immediately switched to a pitiful mode. Do you know that your sudden action scared me? I'm still just a kid. Huowu looked at me in disbelief. A kid? With that skill technique you just showed, it's clear you're experienced. I said seriously while talking nonsense. It's unfair. This is called talent, you know? A genius is someone who is better than others at everything. Just as we were bickering, her brother Huowu Shuang suddenly rushed over, grabbed my hand, and his gaze was fiery. I don't care. You kissed my sister, so you have to marry her and be my brother-in-law. An old man on the subway looked at his phone, his face full of confusion. A kiss and you get married? Isn't that ridiculous? When Fire Dance saw that I was being held tightly by her brother, she quickly told him to let go. Then the siblings started discussing things in front of me, as if I weren't there. Fire Wushuang even mentioned wanting to knock me out and take me back to cook rice before proposing to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. I was taken aback and couldn't help but comment, you two must be performing a comedy skit, right? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you came from the Diyun Society. To my surprise, Huowu replied very seriously, I've never heard of the Diyun Society, but I know about the Diyun sect. It's a third-rate small sect, and their leader comes every year to give us gifts and seek protection. Wow, there's actually a Diyun sect in this world? Has Bosqua's business even reached the Douluo Continent? I casually asked, have you ever met Master Qian? Huowu seriously answered, you mean that strange old man who likes to smoke and perm his hair? I've met him. I even burned his hair with fire once, and he thanked me, saying I save him money on hair perming. I was completely speechless. The worldview is getting more and more ridiculous. I quickly interrupted them. All right, enough chatting. Since you've already obtained the soul ring, I advise you to hurry back with your brother. This place isn't meant for you to stay. Hey, as soon as I finished saying that, the fiery temper of Huowu flared up, and she put her hands on her hips and confronted me. What are you? A little brat, pretending to be an adult here? Why can't I stay in a place where you can? I'm not leaving today. Family, who understands? Her brother Huowu Shuang next to her looked completely overwhelmed, his face written all over with despair. What can you do with a sister like this? Just spoil her. That's all. He could only nod bitterly. All right. If you want to stay, then stay. Goodness, they ended up staying for several months. I didn't take care about them anymore and practiced on my own. Guess what? I actually discovered a treasure cave in this desolate volcanic gorge. And there was even a natural hot spring inside. ISNT, that my exclusive private bath. From then on, after practicing swordsmanship every day, I would run off to soak in a bath, and it was incredibly refreshing. I told you, that day, I was sweating all over after my workout, just like usual. I took off everything except for my shorts and jumped in with a splash. The hot spring was steamy, like a fairyland, with visibility of only about a meter. I found a comfortable stone to lean against and was enjoying myself when I instinctively stretched. Why does it feel soft and slippery underneath my hand? I was puzzled when a scream loud enough to blow the roof off almost shattered my eardrums. As a mist cleared, I was stunned to see her there, fiery dance. She was just as shocked, looking down at where my hand was placed. Goodness, that scene was simply an epic social death moment. Her face turned bright red, and she pointed at me, yelling, "You filthy pervert." I quickly explained that the fog was so thick I really couldn't see. As a result, she, not knowing whether she was confused out of anger or what, unconsciously asked, "How is it?" I'm an honest person, so without thinking, I replied, "It's okay." That completely ignited the powder keg. I thought I needed to give an explanation, so I stood up out of the water and sincerely said to her, "How about this? To be fair, you can look at my body as you please. Since I touched you once, you can touch me back 3 times. It's no big deal for a big man like me to take a little loss." She was completely taken aback, covering her eyes, but then peeking through her fingers, cursing me for being shameless. The next second, she exploded. A burst of fire shot me out of the cave. When I returned to their camp, dirty and disheveled, her brother, Huo Shuang, was happily grilling chicken wings. As soon as he saw my hollowed-out appearance, and then looked at the smug Huo Wu behind me, his eyes instantly understood. He said nothing, silently stuffed a big handful of grilled kidneys into my hands, and patted my shoulder earnestly. "Little you, you've worked hard. Make sure to replenish yourself. I'll give you a head start. Your sister wants to roast me, not mess with me." Just like that, after a year of playful bickering, the 3 of us have developed a bond that could withstand anything, and we finally decided to head down the mountain to improve our meals. As soon as we entered the largest tavern in town, Huo Shuang indulged in a spree of revenge spending, ordering 10 pounds of soy sauce beef, 30 skewers of grilled kidneys, and deliberately pushing everything in front of me. Folks, this misunderstanding seems impossible to resolve. Huo Wu is quite generous too, despite her sharp tongue. She pulled out a fiery red token from her pocket and handed it to me, saying that if I couldn't make it in the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, I should go find her at the Blaze sect. Hey, such a proud girl. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a classic plot twist arrived. A spoiled rich kid who looked like he couldn't take a hit, along with a few sycophants, came over shouting that we had stolen his reserved seat. The moment his lecherous eyes landed on Huo Wu, he nearly drooled all over the table, and he boasted that his father was the lord of Nodding City. Huo Wu, being fierce, shot back with a simple, "Get lost," right in his face. The kid immediately lost it, activated his martial spirit, and was ready to fight. Huo Shuang couldn't hold back and started fighting him. To our surprise, the opponent had a skilled fighter hidden behind him. An old guy in a gray robe was a soul sect. With one move, he made Huo Shuang spit blood. I couldn't tolerate that. My friend was attacked. I had to retaliate. I unsheathed my Chixiao Sword and charged right in. At that moment, I felt a gaze from the corner. A seemingly pretentious middle-aged man was watching us with great interest. That gray-robed old guy was quite something. His martial spirit was a huge iron seal, and when it enlarged, it was like Mount Tai crashing down. There was no choice but to go all out. I unleashed my ultimate sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword technique, and with a loud bang, I finally managed to push that damn seal back. However, this drained all my soul power, plunging me into a state of exhaustion. The old guy saw that I was weakened, and his eyes changed. He was going to go for the kill, just at that critical moment. The middle-aged man who had been watching finally stepped in and shouted, "Stop." Good heavens, it turned out he was the legendary master Yu Xiaojing. Once he announced his name and revealed the dean of Nodding Academy beside him, the group opposite immediately shrank back, tails between their legs, and ran off in disgrace. As a result, this master saved us, but it wasn't for nothing. His eyes gleamed as he focused on my sword, and he immediately wanted to take me as his disciple, making it sound like I would be doomed without him. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Become your disciple? What a joke. I directly told him, "Sorry, I already have a master." He didn't believe me and insisted on asking who it was. I casually replied with 4 words, sword path, dust heart. The master was instantly petrified, explaining to the little dark-skinned kid next to him how amazing Sword Douluo was. It was only then that I carefully examined that kid. Goodness, isn't that the main character Tang-san? He looked ordinary, but I had the god perspective activated. In his background, wow, he single-handedly opened the entire continent's potential, pretending to be a grassroots here. Moreover, let me tell you, this guy's life journey is purely a reality show. His father, Tang Hao, is the chief director, clearing the way for him, with all the dangers and experiences being scripted. Who's he putting on a show for? Zhao Wujia's life was turned upside down just because he went a bit hard during the entrance exam, and then his father beat him to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Who understands this? This is not training. It's just a prince going out to gain experience. The master saw that I didn't become his disciple, and he was quite unsettled, his expression changing like a traffic light. It was still Tang-san who knew how to handle the situation, running over to comfort him. Teacher, this thing emphasizes fate. You can't force it. Wow, what a statement. Yu Xiaojing was instantly CPU'd, slapping his thigh, right? A forced melon isn't sweet. I still have Tang-san, this gem with dual martial souls. My theory can be renowned worldwide with him. Thinking of this, his gaze toward me became much clearer, striking a pose of a wise master. Since you already have a master, I won't force you. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to come find me at Nodding Academy. TSK, this was so flawless that I even started to admire him a bit. Just as he was about to take Tang-san away, my goofy brother Huo Wushuang suddenly spoke up. Hey master, wait. Are you also here for the soul ring? What a coincidence. My brother Jiang Yu just reached level 20. Why don't we team up? It would be good to have someone to look out for on the way. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Bro, did you just get hit in the head by a soul beast? Teaming up with them? When Yu Xiaojing heard that I was level 20, his eyes instantly lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. His gaze was so enthusiastic that he immediately changed his tone. Sure, let's travel together. It's just on the way. I think I understand now. He's just being persistent, wanting to show off his extensive theoretical knowledge in front of me, hoping to fool me into making a mistake so he can take advantage of it. Fine, let's go. I also want to observe up close what this main character and theoretical master is really made of. So, our makeshift troop set off grandly into the starry forest. This place is really vast, with trees as tall as skyscrapers, blocking out the sun. After walking for a long time, it feels like we're still going in circles. Along the way, we encountered quite a few small soul beasts that are 10 or 100 years old, like pink rabbits and little wildcats, which are hardly impressive. When everyone got tired, we found a big tree to take a break. There are 3 of us sitting in a circle, with Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu on either side of me, insisting that I, with the lowest soul power, need special protection. I can't help but laugh and cry. It should be Huo Wu in the middle. Just when we were most relaxed, let me tell you, an unexpected change occurred. The vines wrapped around the big tree suddenly came to life. In a flurry, all 6 of us were tied up like zongzi. The vines even transformed on the spot, changing from green to an incredibly scary black. Ghost vines, Yu Xiaojing shouted from over there, and instead of being scared, he became excited. A 600-year-old ghost vine. Xiao-san, this is perfect for you. It's even better than what I planned for you. Its parasitic ability is simply a perfect match for your blue silvergrass. I was speechless at the time. Come on, we're still tied up here, and you're over there opening blind boxes? And you even got a hidden one, right? But this vine doesn't feel right. I feel a tingling sensation all over, and my soul power is moving slower. This thing is poisonous. Yu Xiaojing also reacted and shouted to the director's son next to him. Old son, act quickly. The poison from this thing can absorb our energy. If we don't act soon, we'll be done for. Director's son finally moved. A red light flashed around him as he pulled out a several-meter-long scythe with 4 soul rings in yellow and purple. Clearly a tough guy. First soul skill, Flame Slash. With one swing, the flames turned the vine to ashes. Plants are afraid of fire. That's common knowledge. After freeing himself and Yu Xiaojing, he was just about to come help us, but then he realized it wasn't necessary. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu simultaneously erupted in flames, burning the vines clean. As for me, I directly summoned the Chixiao Sword. Once the golden imperial fire came out, the ghost vine shrank back in fear. But it was too late and instantly turned to ashes. Yu Xiaojing looked at me, his eyes nearly overflowing with appreciation, mumbling, "This kid is calm under pressure. If he could be my disciple and form a twin star with Xiao-san, then I, Yu Xiaojing, would go down in history." He was still daydreaming when Director Sun unleashed his second soul skill, Flame Totem, which turned the sky into flames and directly burned the ghost vine down to just its core. Then he pulled out a small knife and handed it to Tang San. Go, the final blow, absorb your soul ring. Tang San was also tough. He took the knife without hesitation and swiftly stabbed it in. The movement was fast, accurate, and fierce, not at all like a child, more like an old assassin. Before long, a yellow soul ring emerged, and he immediately sat down to begin absorbing it. I began to calculate in my heart that his second spirit ring was a 600-year-old ghost vine, so I had to get a 700- or 800-year one to outdo him. After about 15 minutes, Tang San finished absorbing it. Yu Xiaojiang's old face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, and he immediately came over to me. Xiao Yu, look at Xiao San, he just became a great soul master. And his difference from you isn't that big. Why don't you two have a spar? It would be beneficial for both of you. I thought to myself, he's coming, the one who is persistently unyielding. However, I was just thinking the same thing, so I agreed on the spot. All right. Tang San also stood up, and deep blue silver grass emerged from his hand. After absorbing the ghost vine, the grass became thick and strong, covered in snake-like patterns and spikes, coiling around him like dozens of large snakes, looking quite intimidating. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, Level 21 Control System Weapon Soul Master, please give me your guidance. I also drew out my Chixiao Sword, and the fiery red light instantly illuminated the surroundings. JiangYu, Martial Soul Chixiao Sword, Level 20 Attack Type Weapon Soul Master. My soul rings haven't been attached yet, so I can only be considered a soul master for now. I deliberately let him take the first move. My fire attribute naturally restrains you, so please go ahead. Tang San was not polite either. He stepped on the ghost shadow misty steps and quickly rushed over, while his blue silver grass vines surrounded me from all directions. He hid behind the vines and played some tactics. Not bad, but not much. I tightened my grip on the Chixiao sword and swung it towards the pile of vines, sending golden flames rushing forward. No matter what kind of snake patterns they had, in the face of my imperial fire, grass is just grass, instantly turning to ash. Seeing that his martial soul was ineffective, he quickly changed his tactic, twisting several strands of blue-silver grass together to form a grass sword, and with a throwing motion, shot it towards me. I allowed a cold laugh. This Tang San is quite cunning, but does he think he can play this trick in front of someone who has seen the entire script? I immediately saw through the weakness of this grass sword and struck at the gap with a single sword, slicing it in half right in midair. Seeing that his martial soul was completely useless, Tang San simply retracted the blue silvergrass, transformed his fist into a claw, and leaped onto my head, using his Tang Sek's ultimate skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon as he clawed at my crown. Tang Sek's ultimate technique? I know martial arts too. I firmly rooted myself in a horse stance, channeling all my strength into my arms. Watching Tang San descend from above, I did not retreat, but advanced, launching both fists and shouting, heavenly cannon from the ground. With a loud bang, Tang San was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, soaring through the air in a perfect parabola. His controlling the crane and capturing the dragon emphasizes overcoming hardness with softness. But my 8 extremes fist focuses on breaking finesse with strength. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are just flashy tricks. He flew dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojiang turned pale with fear and hurried over to help him up. I quickly ran over, squeezing out an apologetic expression on my face. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't control my strength and hurt you. If I had known, I would have been gentler. Tang San had almost recovered, but upon hearing my words, his stubborn temper flared up. He hated it the most when others held back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at me, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. No, you mustn't hold back. Remember next time, hit harder. I was stunned at that moment, huh? Oh, wow. It's the first time I've seen someone make such a request. Isn't this pure masochism? All right. As you say, next time I will definitely satisfy you. I guarantee you'll experience what a win-win situation is like. I'll enjoy beating you up, and you'll enjoy being beaten. We finished our match, and Huo Wushuang looked at it with shining eyes, poking Huo Wu. Sister-in-law, he's so fierce. Little Wu, you should marry him and let him teach me this boxing technique. Huo Wu's pretty face turned red, and she directly stepped on his foot. Who wants to marry him? If you want to go ahead. I want to too. But we're both guys. Huo Wushuang grimaced in pain. After this match, Yu Xiaojiang looked at me with a gaze that was no longer appreciative. It was a blatant possessiveness, like a perverted uncle, making me feel creepy all over. He cleared his throat and started his long-winded speech again. Xiao Yu, judging from the match just now, Your Chixiao Sword martial soul not only has extreme flames, but also carries the aura of a monarch. It's definitely correct to pursue a strong attack route. However, the strong attack system also has different development paths. To persuade me, he began to frantically output his theories, talking about how many types of sword martial souls there are, how awesome the extreme attributes are, speaking so grandly that it was as if he was trying to elevate himself to the status of a god of martial soul theory. The strong attack system is divided into two types. One is high burst, pursuing a one-hit kill but lacking in follow-up. The other type, which I want to recommend to you, follows a sustained output route, a steady stream, and consumes less soul power. Huo Wushuang raised his arm and shouted from the side, "I like high burst. A man has to be fierce. Who needs endurance?" I shot him a glance, muscle brain. After listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, I instantly made a decision in my heart. Was there even a choice? Compared to a brief intensity, I would definitely choose something more lasting. That is what a man should pursue. As soon as I decided on the route, Yu Xiaojiang seemed energized and took the initiative to find the most suitable soul ring for me. So, our group set off again. Along the way, we encountered some fire attribute soul beasts, but either their age was too low or they weren't suitable for me. However, Huo Wushuang seemed a bit tempted. The guy was practically drooling, his eyes almost glued to that fire dragon beast. Unfortunately, he wasn't high enough in level and could only watch longingly, feeling extremely envious. I told you, the master started giving me a lecture at this point, blabbering on about how he had found 3 top soul beasts for me: the duckbill flame dragon, the iron shell sword beast, and the fire god insect, which all sounded quite fierce. But then he shifted the topic and sighed, saying there was actually an even better one called the crimson flame roaring tiger, but it was too rare. Probably not a single one could be found in the Stardew forest. Good heavens, I hadn't even spoken yet, and beside me, Huo Wushuang directly gasped in shock. The sound was so loud I thought he had cramped up. It turned out this muscular guy was actually a hidden academic, and he started to share knowledge, saying that the crimson flame roaring tiger was the king of tiger-type soul beasts, comparable to a 100-year soul beast at birth, with an incredible bloodline. Unfortunately, because it was so amazing, it was hunted nearly to extinction by humans. The master was stunned at that moment, probably thinking, this guy looks like a fool, but knows quite a lot. I could see the look in the master's eyes. He was calculating so loudly I could hear it from side. He immediately guessed that Huo Wushuang and his group were from the Blazing Fire sect and wanted to extract secret information about fire attribute soul beasts from him. So the master cleared his throat and began to act like an expert, asking Huo Wushuang if he knew about the legendary vermilion bird and the strongest fire god beast, the golden crow. This time, he had asked the right person. Huo Wushuang was extremely loquacious, talking about how the vermilion bird resided in Fengwu Mountain, and their sect even had feathers from the vermilion bird. How the golden crow had appeared in Tang Valley 1,000 years ago and later ascended to the divine realm with the sun god. The master's eyes lit up as he listened, excited as if he had struck gold. We chatted and walked for over half an hour, and the surrounding soul beasts clearly increased in number and ferocity. Occasionally, a pack of wolves or leopards would spring out, causing us to scramble in a flurry. Just after we dealt with a group of nether wolves, we heard a series of strange screeches. I turned around and wow, a creature entirely in fire red was charging towards us, looking like a dragon but with a mouth like a duck's. The master saw it, laughed, and said, "Duckbeak flame dragon. That's it." I looked at the master's eyes and suddenly felt a bit dazed, probably reminded of some sad past by seeing this thing, and started to feel emo again. Huo Wushuang, this guy, was also a character. He came over, patted me on the shoulder, and repeatedly called me brother-in-law, reminding me to be careful of the duckbeak flame dragon's flames. This made his sister, Huo Wu, so angry that her face turned completely red. She went up and kicked him, pouting, and said, "Brother, stop calling that." Huo Wushuang looked innocent and said, "You like him, don't I know? Who understands family matters?" Tang San, who heard the name Xiaowu, had a strange expression, his eyes filled with tenderness, not knowing who he was thinking about. Huo Wu was so furious at her brother that she directly countered him. "If you care about him so much, why don't you go help him deal with that duckbeak flame dragon?" Huo Wushuang initially wanted to say he was injured, but when he saw his sister genuinely angry, he immediately backed down and dramatically shouted, "Who told you to be my sister?" and rushed forward. Watching his back, I thought to myself, this guy is definitely a sister complex, no doubt about it. The duckbeak flame dragon was quite fierce, and the master explained that it had 7 flames on its tail, representing 700 years of cultivation, which was just right for me as my second spirit ring. Huo Wushuang, injured, was having a tough time fighting it, almost getting his hair burned off. Just at that tense moment, the scene changed dramatically. A thunderous tiger roar echoed, followed by a fire-red figure that suddenly dashed past us. It was a huge tiger covered in flames, with a giant king character on its forehead, exuding immense power. The master was dumbfounded, stammering, "Crimson Flame, roaring tiger?" I was completely stunned. Just as I said that this thing couldn't be found, it appeared right in front of us. But strangely, this legendary tiger, known for its violent nature, didn't even glance at us and was desperately running forward. Immediately after, a huge group of soul beasts followed like dumplings, frantically rushing outward, creating a massive migration of beasts. Something big was coming. The duck-billed flame dragon, which had just been fighting with Huo Wushuang, was now scared and let out a few strange cries, leaping over Huo Wushuang's head to join the fleeing army. The master turned pale instantly, as he realized that something even more terrifying was rampaging deep in the forest. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a grandmaster. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" After saying that, he grabbed Tang's San and took off, moving faster than a rabbit. I didn't hesitate either, grabbing Huowu's hand and running along. The little girl didn't resist, probably scared as well. We ran for our lives, only to hear the earth-shaking footsteps behind us. I turned around and nearly wet myself. A giant beast over 5 meters long, resembling a lion but with 3 identical heads. Its golden fangs were exposed, sending chills down my spine. The master also looked back, nearly scared out of his wits, screaming, "Three-headed red demon dog." The ferocious beast guarding the gates of hell. Without a second thought, he summoned his martial spirit, chanting a cringy incantation. With a puff, a creature that looked like a mix of a pig and a dog appeared beside him, purple, chubby, and surprisingly cute. The master pointed at the 3-headed dog behind us and shouted to his martial spirit, "Luo San Pao, I'm counting on you." Then his second soul ring lit up, and he shouted out the most outrageous soul skill name I've ever heard in my life. Fart like smoke, hypnotize, and put Luo San Pao to sleep. I was petrified at that moment. I saw that corgi-like Luo San Pao flying into the air, lifting its plump backside, and with a loud puff, a thick cloud of yellow smoke erupted. The smell was unbelievable. Who understands this among the family? This attack method was too abstract. It was practically a defense-level attack. Even more outrageous was that this move actually worked. Those 3-headed red hellhounds stopped upon catching the scent, probably too stunned by this operation. But before we could celebrate for 2 seconds, the 3-headed dog got angry. All 3 heads opened their mouths simultaneously and let out a roar, sending an invisible sound wave that knocked all of us out cold. When I regained consciousness, I heard the 3-headed dog actually arguing with itself. The left head said, "Why do you scratch your head and hit the middle one? I'm also part of your body." The right head replied, "Exactly, you can't do this as a dog. Share the love, do you understand?" Then, to ask a question, it stomped on the master to wake him up. When a master heard that this dog could speak human language, he almost fainted with excitement, mumbling, 10,000 years of soul beasts. This 3-headed dog was looking for an ice silkworm, something the master had never seen before. He tried to show off his knowledge by saying ice silkworms were found in the extreme north. As a result, the 3-headed dog exploded in anger, kicked the master away, and scolded him for meddling. Just as it was about to tear us all apart, I felt a sudden burst of golden light emanating from my body, along with a faint hint of purple energy. Upon seeing this purple energy, the 3-headed dog reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, its 3 dog faces filled with fear, and with a howl, it tucked its tail and ran away faster than it had come. I was still a bit dazed when I heard a voice ringing in my head. By the time I fully woke up, I saw a gigantic silkworm, as white as jade, crawling out from a crack in the ground, its pair of golden little eyes curiously examining me. As soon as this big, fleshy worm opened its mouth, I was completely taken aback. It said, "I'm the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the soul beast king that balances wisdom and beauty, the heavenly dream ice silkworm that is cultivated for 1,000,000 years." I laughed at that moment and said, "Big brother, did you steal this line from a Stephen Chow movie? 1,000,000 years? Why don't you say you were left over from Pengu opening the heavens and the earth? I thought this thing looked quite plump and it should taste good when roasted." As a result, this big meat worm got anxious and said it wanted to become my unprecedented 1,000,000-year soul ring. I thought to myself, no way. I don't want a soul ring that looks like it has no combat power at all. I was just about to refuse when Dream Ice Silkworm directly said to me, "You have no say in this. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Just bear with it for 3 minutes." Before I could react to what this ferocious word meant, it exhaled a gust of cold air and I instantly became paralyzed. I only vaguely saw a lump of white, fleshy thing that collided with my forehead. And then everything went dark for me. When I opened my eyes again, I was completely stunned. I feel like I'm floating in a pure white space, boundless and endless, surrounded by sparkling points of light like the Milky Way. As I'm pondering where this is, suddenly, wow, a storm brews, and 10 enormous golden halos pop up with a bang, hovering in midair and start to spin wildly. The scene is simply exhilarating, even more thrilling than watching an IMAX movie. The 10 golden rings spin faster and brighter, eventually turning into 10 large orbs of light that expand the entire space several times over. Then, next to these 10 dazzling golden light bulbs, a small grayish light cluster quietly appears, particularly inconspicuous. The 10 golden orbs seem to reject it, desperately shining to try to drive it away. But guess what? That gray little ball remains completely still, as if welded in place. Just when I was staring in confusion, a voice suddenly echoed in my head. "Oh, so your name is Jiang Yu." I was suddenly startled. Who was speaking? I looked around, but there wasn't even a shadow. The voice came again, with a teasing tone. "Stop looking, little brother. This is your own sea of consciousness, and it will also be my home from now on. This place was originally too small, so I expanded a bit for you, just enough to fit." I hadn't had the chance to curse yet when it spoke up again. "All right, I just took a stroll through your memory and found quite a few good things. Who are those teachers, Hashimoto and Mitsushima? If it weren't for the protective aura of the group, I would have seen all your little secrets. You have quite a few teachers, right? There must be hundreds. What do they teach you? Does anyone understand? I feel like I've been opened up by AI, and my privacy has been stripped away." My face turned red in an instant, and I hurriedly made something up. Ahem, those are my weapon instructors teaching me marksmanship and stick fighting techniques. "Oh, not bad." That voice sounded quite surprised. "Nowadays, not many young people practice weapons. You've got a future." I thought to myself, forget it. I quickly changed the subject. Are you really a million-year soul beast?" "Of course." Its tone was so proud, saying, "In the entire Douluo Continent. Besides me, who else could it be? If you're so amazing, why do you insist on being my soul ring? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate on your own?" I directly hit the nail on the head. Ahem. It suddenly got stuck, fell silent for a long time, and finally sighed, "Forget it. Since we're going to be together every day from now on, I won't hide it from you. I have no choice. If I don't run, I'll be drained by those monsters in the Douluo forest." Wow, that's quite a lot of information. It then started to complain. "You have no idea how outrageous those perverts are. Every time they drain my essence, they tie me up and play with me. What? Forget it. You're still young. I won't tell you these things. Anyway, from now on, when you see those perverts from Douluo, make sure to stay far away." I quickly nodded. I don't have that kind of hobby. Then it began its lengthy memoir. Simply put, this guy was originally just an ordinary ice silkworm. He was somewhat handsome, but his combat power was approximately 0. His daily life consisted of avoiding enemies and waiting to be sent to the queen's silkworm as a breeding tool. One day, while trying to evade a monster, he accidentally fell into an ice hole. He thought he was done for, but the bottom was filled with eternal cold marrow. He consumed it, and when he woke up, he had become a 10,000-year soul beast. However, he couldn't get out. The ice hole was extraordinarily hard. With no other choice, he continued to eat the cold marrow when hungry and sleep when tired, eating and sleeping day after day. He transformed himself from a weakling into a golden-patterned ice silkworm of 100,000 years. Finally able to break out of the ice, he thought he was invincible. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was schooled by an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. It was then he realized he was just a hollow shell, full of cultivation but lacking combat power. What to do? He fled back into the ice hole to continue eating. Eventually, after consuming all the cold marrow in the ice hole, he had 9 golden patterns on his body and a cultivation of 900,000 years. Only then did he muster the courage to come out again, drifting from the extreme north to the continent, only to encounter strong foes. Although he scared them away with his powerful mental strength, it couldn't change the fact that he was fragile. In the end, he reached the shore and faced tragedy. That peculiar fragrance on him was like walking Tang Sung meat to soul beasts. He was directly captured by a big shot in the Douluo forest, who said consuming him could help soul beasts break through their bottleneck. He was taken back to the lair and was ravaged every day. He was unwilling to accept this, so he used his mental power to amplify his aura, attracting all the 10,000-year big shots in the forest, hoping to incite a dog-eat-dog situation. Guess what happened? After a while, those big shots suddenly came to an understanding and decided not to fight, but to share instead. Goodness. Going from being ravaged by one to being tormented by a group. Speaking of this, his voice started to tremble with emotion, and he even sang for me. When the chrysanthemum blooms, pick it with force. When the chrysanthemum wilts, it's a ground full of wounds. I was so stunned at the time that I quickly asked, what happened next? How did you escape? Of course, I had to find a way. Its voice became strong again, and it decided to become a soul ring for humans. That way, it could retain its consciousness and use a human's hands to take care of that group of bastards one by one. My plan initially failed, it continued. I found a title to law, but that guy was useless and was directly exploded by my spiritual power. For the next few thousand years, I searched for many, all of whom failed. My soul power was almost drained, and just when I was about to despair, the 10th golden pattern appeared on my body. I broke through to 1,000,000 years. I renamed myself Tianming I Silkworm, finally gaining some self-protection, but I still couldn't defeat that group of freaks. I could only sneak out and then discovered you and that kid next to you named Tang San. Both of you have strong spiritual power, but yours is even better. So I chose you. Upon hearing this, I felt incredibly pleased. My talent completely overshadowed the protagonist. From now on, you must turn all those 100,000-year soul beasts into your soul rings and soul bones. Avenge me. No problem. I agreed immediately, jokingly. I would be crazy to leave the 100,000-year soul rings for Tang San. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Tianming I Silkworm was particularly excited. And I'll tell you now what I've given you. Your divine demon sword has devouring and spiritual attributes, right? I became its first soul ring. Although it's 1,000,000 years old, to avoid overwhelming you, the energy is sealed, and the power currently displayed is about 800 years, just right for you to bear. But don't worry, my energy is enough for all your future 10 soul rings to be 100,000 years old. At that moment, my mind went blank. Also, it dropped another bombshell. I won't give you a soul bone, but I can additionally give you an ice attribute spirit. Moreover, your first spirit ring is unprecedented, with 4 soul skills. Damn it, I just let out a curse. Family, this overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. 3 lives martial soul. This is one more than Tang San S. It's simply amazing. Your new martial soul doesn't have a form yet and needs to absorb an ice attribute soul ring to take shape, but that S not urgent. The heavenly dream ice silkworm pulled me back from my ecstasy. As for your 4 soul skills, they're all mental type support skills, which are mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference field, and soul shock. I pondered for a moment. Although there was no attack power, the functionality was completely maxed out. I still have the Chixiao Sword, so I'm not lacking in output at all. This is a huge profit. All right, the people outside are waking up, and you should go out now. As soon as it finished speaking, I felt myself suddenly sink, and my consciousness instantly became clear. I quickly summoned my divine demon sword while the person next to me was still asleep. Sure enough, there was a dazzling yellow soul ring on the sword's body. The most outrageous part was that the red gem in the middle of the hilt was actually emitting a cloud of gray mist, which slowly turned into ice blue. Then, from that icy mist, a woman's figure suddenly materialized. She was incredibly beautiful, wearing a blue dress with long black hair, and those eyes were captivating. But before I could get a good look, she was suddenly sucked back into the gem. I was stunned at that moment. Who was that shadow? Could it be Long Kuei? She was my favorite character in Xianjian 3. I quickly tried to call her out again, but that broken sword was as unresponsive as a dead thing. Just then, I heard Tang San next to me grunt, and it seemed like he was about to wake up. I chuckled to myself. The opportunity had come. I hurriedly put away my martial spirit, grabbed a dozen or so muddy blue silvergrass from the ground, and stuffed them into Tang San's mouth. Then I took a quick step back, lay down, and pretended to be asleep. Sure enough, not long after, I heard Tang San sit up, mumbling and flailing as he tried to spit the grass out of his mouth. He looked at the blue silver grass in his hands with a confused expression. Whose prank is this? I forced myself to suppress a laugh, pretending to just wake up, yawning as I walked over to him. Seeing the dirt at the corner of his mouth, I asked with feigned concern, Tang San, you can't eat grass no matter how hungry you are? Even though your martial soul is blue silvergrass, this stuff won't replenish your energy. Here, I have a bun. Saying that, I took out a bun that had been sitting in my soul guide for several days and handed it to him. Tang San was probably really hungry, so he didn't explain and took a big bite. However, after just chewing a bit, his face turned green. The bun had long gone bad, more sour than vinegar. Looking at my eager expression, he forced himself not to spit it out, swallowing the contents with great difficulty, and even managed to squeeze out a surprised expression. This bun tastes amazing. I didn't expect the pickled vegetable filling to be so delicious. I pretended to be surprised. Pickled cabbage filling? But this is clearly vegetable filling. Tang San's face instantly became as colorful as a palette. He tried to save face. I think these buns taste even better when they've been left for a while, just like aged wine. Looking at his forced expression, I almost laughed out loud. However, since I achieved my goal, I decided to let it go. Not long after, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang gradually woke up as well. The last to wake up was Yu Xiaojing. That guy had the weakest mental strength, and when he woke up, he looked like he had drunk fake liquor, with a flushed face and a muddled mind. Let me tell you, this Master Yu Xiaojing is purely a theoretical king, a PUA master. He keeps shouting that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, which is just a way for him to build his persona and fool those ordinary soul masters into becoming his fans. He himself failed to mutate his martial soul, and his soul power can never increase. So he relies on taking in a genius disciple like Tang San to prove his theory and add some glory to himself. Once everyone calmed down, we didn't dare to stay too long and prepared to walk towards the outskirts of the forest, while looking for my second soul ring. On the way, we encountered that duck-billed flame dragon again, but now my standards have risen, and I don't care about it all. My target must be the crimson roaring tiger. To be honest, I was quite lucky. As soon as we reached the outskirts, I saw a completely fire-red tiger wandering around, with 8 black stripes on its back, clearly an 800-year-old one. Yu Xiaojing immediately shook his head. What a pity this one is too old. Exceeding the limit for the second soul ring, you can't absorb it. I rolled my eyes in my heart. Who do you think you're looking down on? I've absorbed energy from beings that are millions of years old. Why would I be afraid of your mere 800 years? I said directly, no need to trouble the master. I believe in myself. Huo Wushuang, with his explosive temper, immediately charged forward after hearing this, shouting, brother-in-law, I believe in you. He directly summoned his martial spirit and unleashed his third soul skill, sending a fire dragon roaring towards the tiger. However, the tiger was no pushover. It was incredibly agile and leaped out of the way, retaliating with a fireball aimed at Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang braced himself and found it wasn't too painful. Feeling a bit disappointed, thinking this king-level soul beast was nothing special. As a result, the tiger unleashed fireball after fireball, spitting out 6 or 7 in a row. Huo Wushuang soon realized something was off. The fire damage could stack, like a frog boiling in water by the time he reacted. He was already burned to the point of moving sluggishly, trapped in a burning state, unable to dodge. Just as the 7th fireball was about to hit him in the face, I decisively intervened, sending the Chixiao Sword flying, and a golden flame cleaved the fireball in half. Huo Wushuang took the opportunity to counterattack, while I controlled the Chixiao Sword to continue the fierce assault. The tiger stretched out its claws to block, only to be pierced directly by my sword, blood gushing out. Tang San, seeing this, also wanted to help and sent several strands of blue silvergrass over. However, as soon as they got close to the tiger, they were burned to ashes. He stood there, stunned, with a look of defeat on his face. I shouted at him, little 3 brothers, you take a break, I'll handle this tiger. This might have provoked him a bit. Let me tell you, Tang San is quite proud. He was a genius in the Tang sect in his previous life, and in this life he has a twin martial soul. How could he stand the fact that he couldn't even get close to a soul beast? His strong sense of self-esteem made him disregard everything else. I saw him swipe at his belt, and with a flash of blue light, a sharp iron nail appeared in his hand. As he activated his Xianyu hand, Tang San's gaze sharpened, and the sharp nail, accompanied by a sound like breaking air, was thrown towards the crimson flame roaring tiger. With a thud, the nail pierced directly into the tiger's flesh. Let me tell you, if Tang San had poisoned it, that blow would have been enough to make it suffer. But it wasn't over yet. My brother Jiang Yu was incredibly quick. Seeing the tiger in pain, he wasted no time and shouted, Chixiao Sword formation, rise. His yellow soul ring suddenly lit up, and lo and behold, dozens of flaming swords appeared out of nowhere. The scene looked like a skill effect had been activated, directly turning the crimson flame roaring tiger into a hedgehog. With a mournful howl, that big guy knelt down with a thud, barely struggling before closing its eyes, and a circle of bright yellow soul rings floated out from its body. JiangYu immediately sat down cross-legged to absorb it. Let me tell you, while others absorb soul rings like they're undergoing a tribulation, struggling to the brink of death, JiangYu made it look as smooth as drinking milk tea. The power from the soul ring poured into his body like a torrent, and he didn't even furrow his brows. The heavenly dream ice silkworm had already modified his physique. Let me tell you, even if it were 900 years, he could handle it with ease. Master Yu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in there. He probably had never seen such a relaxed and pleasant absorption scene in his life, and he fell into self-doubt. On the other hand, Huo Wu's brother, Huo Wushuang, had a knowing expression on his face, boasting, "Did you see that? My brother-in-law is impressive. His physical quality is top-notch. Absorbing a soul ring from a higher level is like child's play." Huo Wu's face turned red at these words, and she stomped angrily on Huo Wushuang's foot. Ouch! Huo Wushuang jumped up in pain, looking at his sister with a wronged expression. "Xiao Wu, why did you step on me again? You deserved it for talking nonsense." "What nonsense did I say?" Huo Wushuang was so anxious he scratched his ears and cheeks, directly revealing a big secret. "Let me tell you, back in the Earthfire Rock Valley, you two were sneaking into a little cave every day. Once I even heard you. You were shouting inside, 'Harder, don't stop.' With this, how could you not marry him? Family members, who understands? My brother-in-law really needs to step up." As soon as he said this, the air froze. Huo Wu's face turned so red it seemed like blood could drip from it, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She stomped her feet anxiously. "Brother, you were eavesdropping on us." She quickly explained that she had twisted her ankle while foraging for wild vegetables that day, and JiangYu was massaging her foot in the cave. Because it felt so good, she shouted like that. But Huo Wushuang had a look of understanding, as if he got it, and didn't believe her at all. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, JiangYu finished absorbing the soul ring and slowly opened his eyes. Let me tell you, his second soul skill was incredible. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly leaned in to ask about the effect, and JiangYu rolled his eyes and began his performance. He said that this soul skill could condense a small flame sword, which could be fired 9 times in succession, with each strike increasing in power by 10. But it could only hit the same target. If he changed targets, he would have to start over. But actually, he had a trick up his sleeve. This skill didn't have so many limitations. It could change targets, and the soul power consumption was decreasing. This was purely a backup plan for later to trick Tang San and the others. When Yu Xiaojing heard this, he thought he had struck gold and kept praising JiangYu, saying how powerful this skill was, even stronger than an ordinary soul master's third soul skill. Tang San listened nearby, feeling envious and jealous, thinking that the gap between people was greater than that between humans and dogs. After leaving the Stardow Forest, we parted ways with Yu Xiaojing and the others. That master, I tell you, was really persistent. Before leaving, he grabbed JiangYu's hand and said that he was the most suitable teacher for him on the entire continent, claiming he could make him a title Douluo, boasting without a hint of shame. JiangYu was almost laughing internally, secretly mocking him. Just you? A theoretical giant baby who didn't even know about the soul impact of a 10,000-year soul ring? If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Tang San would have been ruined by you long ago. It was only because Bibi Dong vouched for you back then that anyone even recognized you. Of course, JiangYu firmly refused, saying with righteous fervor, "My master has been so kind to me. I could never betray my sect." His master referred to the sword law, and the other, was Bibi Dong, who had nurtured him. Yu Xiaojing was a strange person. He was actually happy after being rejected and kept praising JiangYu for being loyal. Tang San couldn't stand it any longer, thinking to himself that his teacher might have a bit of a masochistic tendency. Before leaving, Tang San shouted at JiangYu's back, "JiangYu, next time we meet, I will definitely surprise you." JiangYu turned around, chuckled, waved his hand, and didn't take it to heart at all. The three of us wandered along and arrived at a place called Nanjiang City 3 days later. This city is much more prosperous than Notting City. We found the best hotel in the city, called the Rose Hotel. As soon as we entered, I tell you, the welcoming lady, wow. She was dressed so lightly, and her figure was incredible. That guy Huo Wushuang's eyes were wide open, and he was almost drooling. He rushed up and grabbed the girl's hand, asking her name. The girl named Susu remained calm, subtly pulled her hand back, and maintained a smile throughout, clearly someone who had seen a lot of big occasions. We aren't short on money either, so we directly booked 3 luxury suites. I thought there would be some classic drama, like, "Sorry sir, there's only 1 room left," but the front desk said there were dozens of empty rooms, so we could choose at will. Later that night, the hotel training venue was brightly lit. Huo Wu insisted on sparring with JiangYu, saying she wanted to test his new soul ring's power. What happened? They fought 7 rounds, and he lost every single one. Huo Wu, with her competitive spirit, declared that she wouldn't sleep until she had JiangYu pinned to the ground. JiangYu, worn out by her persistence, thought about just letting her win so he could go back to sleep. But in a moment of distraction, Huo Wu used a feint. Her small hand turned into claws and left 5 red marks on his 8-pack abs. "Ha, I won." Huo Wu was as joyful as a child. Jiang Yu looked helplessly at his abs. This is the result of my hard training, and you've ruined it. Huowu felt a bit embarrassed, and then did something surprising. She suddenly bent down and gently blew on the scratches on Jiang Yu's stomach, murmuring, blowing on it will make it hurt less, and soon it won't be visible. The next morning, Jiang Yu, and Huowu ran into each other in the hallway. Huowu had 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't slept. Huowu Shuang also came out of his room and, seeing his sister like this, asked with concern, Xiao Wu, didn't you sleep well last night? You look tired. Huowu yawned and casually replied, it's okay, just a bit tired from being worn out by JiangYu last night. What? Huowu Shuang's eyes widened. JiangYu quickly tried to smooth things over. No, it's nothing. We just drank some beer last night. Beer? Huowu Shuang was excited by this. You guys drank without calling me. No way, you have to drink with me this morning. Saying this, he dragged us to the restaurant, where the table was filled with breakfast and a large bundle of beer. Without a second thought, Huowu Shuang grabbed a bottle and started chugging it down. And the way he was drinking was more like guzzling water. In no time, he downed over 10 bottles, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt, while bragging about being the king of alcohol. Before long, he said he needed to go to the bathroom and dashed off. Jiang Yu and I both knew that this guy had definitely drunk too much and was looking for a place to throw up. Huowu Shuang indeed went to throw up. He found a secluded alley and had just finished when he heard a familiar voice calling for help. He focused his eyes and saw, lo and behold, it was the hostess Su from last night. She was being pulled and tugged by a few local thugs. This ignited Huowu Shuang's heroic spirit. He shouted, let go of that girl. If you want to fight, come at me. The thugs were amused. The leader, named Crow, directly activated his martial soul, revealing a large black crow behind him, adorned with 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, a rank 39 soul master. His 2 lackeys were also soul masters, but their configuration was a bit lacking. They thought they could intimidate Huowu Shuang, but he sneered, martial soul manifestation. The unilateral fire tyrant dragon appeared, and the dazzling configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings instantly blinded their eyes. Crow was ruthless, loving to torture geniuses. Without a word, he charged in. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly. 1 attacked from a distance with feather-throwing knives, 1 used sound waves to disrupt, and 1 launched a close-range surprise attack. Huowu Shuang, already drunk, was quickly at a disadvantage in a 3-on-1 fight, and soon he had cuts all over his body. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Huowu and I were worried since her brother hadn't returned for a long time when we heard fighting sounds outside. After asking a waiter, we learned that a young man was fighting with local bullies. I felt a jolt in my heart and shouted, oh no, it can't be your brother. We quickly rushed out of the hotel, following the sound. When we got there, we saw that Huowu Shuang was indeed being attacked and was already bleeding. Huowu exploded in anger. Dare to touch my brother? She shouted, and her martial spirit was instantly released. She charged in like a fireball. I wasn't idle either. I grabbed the Chixiao Sword and followed her. Huowu rushed into the battle, and her 3rd soul ring shone brightly. A wave of intense flames erupted from her, pushing the 3 attackers away. This wave of fire broke the encirclement. Huowu was really fierce. Without a second thought, she rushed in to support her brother. Her brother, Huowu Shuang, was purely saving face while suffering. He could barely stand but insisted he was fine, saying, I can handle it. I thought to myself, what can you handle? Give you 2 more minutes and you'll be taken care of. As soon as I saw that it wasn't working, I quickly stepped up and said with high emotional intelligence, Brother Hua, how can it be just you showing off? We need a chance to shine too. Family, who understands? To deal with a straight man whose ego is thicker than a city wall, you have to stroke his ego. I continued, there are 3 of them, and there are 3 of us. It's fair. We can fight side by side. Huowu was the first to put his hand in. Wow, what great chemistry. Huowu Shuang was also moved by me. With our 3 hands stacked together, it was so dramatic, but honestly, it felt a bit igniting. Let me tell you about this guy, Huowu Shuang. Although he is a bit simple-minded and a total siscon, he is actually someone you can get along with, and he really comes through when needed. Unlike some people like that guy with the surname Tang, who is sneakier than a honeycomb. I don't want friends like that. Enough chit-chat, let us get started. Huowu Shuang went straight for that crow, the one who had attacked him with feathers before, all about settling scores. Huowu was also fierce, wielding a flame whip like a pro, and quickly tied up that fast leopard guy. It was my turn. The guy opposite me, Ahu, saw I only had 2 soul rings and was super dismissive, shouting at me, kid, I want to go easy on you. I thought to myself, good, you better not. I immediately used my 2nd soul skill, and a small fire sword flew out. He yelled, but my little sword just trembled and did nothing. When it hit him, He didn't even feel pain and laughed at me. So, it's just a silver bullet with a wax head. I was really speechless. Has this guy never played a game? Doesn't he know what continuous damage and stacking debuffs are? I ignored him and let him revel in his perceived advantage over me. I just kept stabbing him with my sword. Finally, he reacted, but it was too late. He was already dizzy from the buffs I stacked on him, and with the sixth stab, he fell with a thud. First KO of the match got it. As soon as I made my move, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang got into the action too, quickly taking down the remaining two opponents. Huo Wushuang is quite the character. He stacked those three guys like a tower and then launched a fireball, precisely hitting them where it hurts. He called it, teaching them a lesson. At that moment, the girl we saved, named Su Su, ran over to thank us. Once Huo Wushuang saw the beautiful girl, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed her hand, not letting go, saying, "Wow, your little hand is so cold. Let me warm it up for you." I was honestly too embarrassed to watch. His sister Huo Wu rolled her eyes so hard I thought she might see the back of her head. I later found out that this guy has a thing for mature women, claiming that older sisters have 3 good qualities. It's just ridiculous. I was still clear-headed. So I asked Su Su what was going on. To my surprise, it turned out to be a classic scenario. She had borrowed from a loan shark, and 1 gold soul coin had turned into 10. If she couldn't pay it back, she would be sold to a brothel. Isn't this just a typical case of predatory lending? Fire Wushuang was furious upon hearing this, and she immediately slapped awake the few who were pretending to be dead. She pulled out 10 gold soul coins from her pocket and threw them on the ground, then said fiercely, "Take the money and get lost. If you dare to trouble Su Su again, it won't just be your butts that get burnt. If you don't want your little birds to get roasted, you better be smart." The impact wasn't great, but it was highly insulting. After this was settled, Su Su insisted on following us to repay her debt, wanting to be Fire Wushuang's maid. Fire Wushuang was ecstatic, almost drooling, and agreed on the spot. So the 4 of us set off, taking a shortcut through a place called the Silent Forest. That night, we set up camp, and then the problem arose. There was only 1 tent. How were 4 people supposed to sleep? After an awkward vote, I ended up sleeping next to Huo Wu. On my left was Huo Wu, then Su Su, and on the far right was her brother. Not long after lying down, her brother's snoring started, sounding like thunder. Then I felt something on my thigh. Folks, it was Huo Wu's leg. She was also making a very soft sound. I was completely frozen, not daring to breathe. This girl was too sensitive, right? I couldn't move, and I couldn't stay still either. It was a painful yet enjoyable situation, you know? I don't know how long it took, but I eventually dozed off. In the morning, she was gone. After a while, she came back from outside, having changed her clothes. When we locked eyes, her face turned bright red, like a monkey's butt. I didn't say anything, just greeted her, then went out to practice. I was all about gentlemanly manners. I wouldn't ask what shouldn't be asked. After leaving the forest and bidding farewell to Huo Wu and her brother, I returned to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The journey had exhausted me, and I collapsed into bed as soon as I got to my room. The next day, when I opened my eyes, I was shocked to find Ning Rongrong in my bed, one of her long, white legs resting on me. This little witch had waited for me to fall asleep. And when she woke up, she started pounding my chest, saying I left without saying goodbye and that I had to be punished. Then she pretended to cough, and I, soft-hearted, agreed. As soon as I did, she stopped coughing and looked so pleased. I realized this little girl was all about scripted games. Her punishment was to draw a 7 Treasures glazed tile tower on my face with a brush and forbade me from washing it off for a day. Fine, let her draw. I maintained a stable mindset. I went to find my master, the sword fighting Luo, with his big painted face. The guard at the entrance, Brother Jin Long, first struggled to hold back his laughter, then loyally offered to help me out. I casually said it was painted by Ning Rongrong. His face instantly fell, looking worse than crying, and he turned around to advise me that this was an honor. To make amends, he reluctantly decided to give me his cherished latest collection of cat ear girl illustrations. Hey, isn't that a profit? Once I entered the main hall, Sect Leader Ning and my master were having a meal. As soon as Sect Leader Ning saw my face, he asked what happened. I immediately turned on the drama, tears flowing as I said, "Uncle Ning, during this past year outside, I have missed the sect every moment. So I painted the sect's totem on my face to relieve my longing. The effect was outstanding." Sect Leader Ning was immediately moved and praised my sense of belonging to the sect. My master was beside me, making sarcastic comments, saying why I didn't greet him before coming back. But once he heard I had reached level 20 and my second soul ring was the legendary Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, his expression was no less than when I first came back. As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Bone directly undermined my master, laughing like a madman. He said, Old sword, come on. I remember you only being level 17 at this age. The quality of that soul ring compared to the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger is like the difference between QQ show and high-end skins. Okay? You call that not worse than yours? I have to tell you, my master's old face turned bright red in an instant, like a cooked shrimp. Wanted to act tough, but unable to find the words, it was so awkward. For titled Douluo to admit that he was not as good as me back in the day, where would he put his face? Just when the atmosphere became tense. A savior arrived, a mysterious figure wrapped in a blue robe, with a face that couldn't be seen, burst into the restaurant like a ghost. I was puzzled at the time, what was the security doing? But when I saw my master and Uncle Bone, the two were as calm as if they hadn't seen anything, clearly old acquaintances. The mysterious person went straight to Sect Master Ning and whispered a few words. The voice was as low as a mosquito buzzing, but my ears were sharp and I managed to catch a few key phrases. Spirit Hall spy. Family who understands. My heart dropped at that moment. My CPU was almost overheating. No way. I just came back and my identity is exposed? It can't be. I pride myself on my acting skills. Always seamless. How could there be a mistake? I watched as the smile on Sect Master Ning's face instantly vanished, turning gloomy, and my heart was pounding like a drum. Then, he turned to me and said, "JiangYu, go with Uncle Ning to a place." At that moment, I appeared calm on the surface, but inside my mind was already playing out a scene like in Mission Impossible. Run? Don't be ridiculous. With Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as gatekeepers here, where could I run to? Running now would only be self-incrimination, right? But what if? What if I really got exposed? My brain was a mess. In the end, after winding through several turns, I was taken to the front of a towering iron tower. The mysterious person pulled out a key, clicked it open, and inside was a large space of several hundred square meters. I took one look and thought, good grief. Isn't this a prison? The mysterious person led us into a cage that resembled an elevator, pulled a lever, and with a creaking of gears, we went straight up to the 6th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, the atmosphere was just right. Dozens of large iron doors lined the hallway, and inside were the sounds of whips cracking and screams, a chilling scene. He brought us to a room at the very back, and as soon as I entered, I saw a strong man tied to a wooden frame, covered in blood, with a glowing hot iron in a brazier beside him. An enforcer quickly came forward to report. "Master, he has confessed." Saying this, he handed over a signed piece of paper. When Ning Zhongzhu took a look, his brows furrowed. This man was named Ding Feng, an elite from the inner sect who had surprisingly been seduced by the Spirit Hall using a beauty trap. But that wasn't the main point. The key detail at the end of the confession clearly stated, undercover of the Spirit Hall and also a disciple of Sword Douluo, Jiang Yu. I was shocked. At that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. Master Ning suddenly looked up at me, his gaze sharp like a knife. But he smiled and said, "JiangYu, don't worry, Uncle Ning believes in you. I want to see how he will sow discord between our uncle-nephew relationship. I can't believe you. This old fox is just giving me an ultimatum while pretending to trust me. Kid, find a way to prove your innocence. Or you two will have to keep each other company here today." The badly beaten Ding Feng gasped for breath and said, "Evidence? I only know that he is my contact in the sect, the highest-ranking secret agent." As soon as I heard this, my heart instantly calmed down. I stepped forward, my face full of questions. "Big brother, who are you? Do we know each other? What kind of joke is this? He's just talking nonsense." The spy level of the Spirit Hall is above the earth, sky, and the mysterious yellow, and there's a royal level above that, which is set up personally by the Pope. Besides Bibi Dong, no one knows about it. This Ding Feng is purely desperate, trying to drag a genius down with him to ruin my future, which can also be considered loyalty to the Spirit Hall. My master was anxious at the time and stood up to vouch for me. "Feng Ji, this kid absolutely cannot be an undercover agent. With his intelligence, he can't handle a job that requires so much brain power. Thank you so much." I was really touched at first, but when I heard the second half, I almost lost my breath. Do I have a problem with my IQ? I've been smart since I was little, okay, but considering he's just being protective, I let it go. I immediately seized the opportunity and, with a face full of indignation, said to Master Ning, "Uncle Ning, Master, I know you believe in me, but this matter cannot just be settled like this. This is slander. It is a great humiliation for the sake of my innocence. Please be sure to investigate this matter thoroughly and give me justice. I'm going for a reverse operation this time. The more guilty I feel, the more I need to take the initiative to seek the truth." Sure enough, the look in Master Ning's eyes softened considerably. He nodded and whispered a few words to that mysterious person, who immediately left. Then, Master Ning asked Ding Feng, "You say he's your superior. Do you know where he's from and who else is in his family?" Ding Feng was immediately stumped, stammering for a long time without being able to answer. Half an hour later, that mysterious person returned, holding a small iron box. My heart skipped a beat. My locked diary box. I immediately put on a panicked expression. "Uncle Ning, no." When Ning Zhongzhu saw my reaction, he became even more convinced that something was off and directly ordered, "9523, open it." That mysterious person with the codename 9523. Wow. When he revealed his 5 soul rings, he was a soul king. He conjured a silver needle in his hand, jabbed it into the keyhole, and with a click, the box sprang open, revealing a small blue notebook inside. Without saying a word, Ning Zhongzhu picked it up and started flipping through it. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. He flipped through the pages one by one, his expression changing from gloomy to puzzled, then to gentle, and finally, his mouth stretched all the way to his ears. June 1st, Sunny. It's so great to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Uncle Ning and the 2 grandfathers are so kind. July 5th, Sunny. Today I sparred with my senior brother, and Princess Rongrong brought me medicine. She's so kind and noble. I think I might like her a little. JiangYu, wake up. You don't deserve her. The next year, June 1st. Great news. Rongrong awakened a top-tier martial soul. I must work hard to cultivate and protect her, not letting those bad guys from the Spear Hall harm her a single hair. This diary is filled with my infinite love for the sect, my admiration for my master, and my secret crush on Ning Rongrong that I can't hide. It's simply a confession of a pure love war god. After reading it, Sect Master Ning laughed joyfully, patting my shoulder and saying, "You kid, what's there to be ashamed of? Don't worry, I won't oppose your relationship with Rongrong. As long as she's willing, I'd be happy to have you as my son-in-law." Son-in-law, my master and Uncle Bone, upon hearing this, pounced on me like hungry wolves to grab the book and read it. After finishing, my master sternly scolded me. "You little brat, how dare you tease your master? But seeing how you protect Rongrong, I'll let it slide this time." I was already overjoyed inside, but had to act shy on the surface. "Uncle Ning, master, I will work hard." Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Before I went out to train, I was afraid my secret would be exposed, so I specially prepared a fake diary to put in the box. I didn't expect it would come in handy today. The effect was simply amazing. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Master Ning didn't have the mood to waste time with Ding Feng and immediately turned cold. "Ding Feng, reveal all your accomplices, and I'll give you a quick end. Otherwise, you'll be sent to be a eunuch." Upon hearing the word eunuch, Ding Feng immediately collapsed and confessed everything like a bamboo tube spilling beans. After hearing this, Master Ning waved his hand, and someone nearby solved him with a sword. Then, all the traitors he had named were brought in, including a seemingly very honest flute manager. That flute manager was also a tough nut. Even when captured, he fervently shouted, "Those who do not share the same path do not conspire together. Only the Spirit Hall can save the people. Long live the Pope." Master Ning didn't even raise an eyebrow and directly ordered, "Drag them all out and execute them at noon in the central square." I went to watch the execution at noon. When I saw the flute manager still shouting "Long live the Pope," even at the moment of death, to be honest, I felt quite uncomfortable inside. This was a person of faith. Although his stance was different, he was worthy of respect. After watching the execution, I returned to my room with a heavy heart. The first thing I did was walk to the bookcase, and from a pile of bunny ear girl art collection and classic fox demon art collection, I pulled out a few books. I took out a small knife and carefully cut open a page of the soft-boned rabbit's color illustration, pulling out a thin piece of paper from the interlayer. That's right. This is my real diary. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that a gentleman's undercover diary would be hidden in such academic materials? I just stuffed the paper back in and sealed the opening with a special tree gum when the door was knocked. "Little you, brother is here to bring you good things." It was Big Brother Gene Long. I quickly put my things away and went to open the door. As soon as he came in, he sneakily closed the door and immediately noticed a small drop of milky white resin that had accidentally dripped on my desk. I was just about to explain when he interrupted me with a lewd expression that said, "I understand. No need to explain, little brother Xiaoyu. Young people are full of energy. It's understandable. But next time, be a bit more careful. It's quite inappropriate to do it on the desk." I was taken aback at that moment, but then I realized he had misunderstood. But that's fine. It's a happy accident that saves me from making up a lie. I immediately put on a look of being enlightened. "Thank you, Brother Gene Long, for your advice. I will definitely choose a different place next time." He nodded in satisfaction. then took out an oiled paper package from his pocket and reluctantly handed me a picture book featuring a sexy cat-eared girl on the cover. I quickly took it, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Brother Jinlong." Late at night, the candle in my room was still lit. On the surface, I was diligently studying a book titled Introduction to Soul Masters, but in reality, hidden behind, it was the picture book of the cat-eared girl that Brother Jinlong had given me. I had no choice to avoid being caught. I not only had to look at it, but also had to study it carefully and memorize the content, just in case someone asked about it. Being an undercover agent is really not easy. The next morning, I was sound asleep when someone pulled me out of bed and dragged me to the Sex Soul Martial Arts Hall. There were a bunch of young disciples gathered, saying they were going to conduct some strength tests. The first few, like Xiao Fan, managed to lift 300 pounds, and a group of people started arguing about who his sister's husband was. It was quite a sight. Then there was a guy named Su Linya, whose martial soul was a purple lightning hammer, and he lifted 600 pounds, which was pretty good. The testers called out names one by one, and finally, it was my turn. To be honest, I was quite curious about how strong I was now. I walked up to the huge force measurement stone tablet, took a deep breath, and then slowly slapped it with my palm. In an instant, the entire stone tablet emitted a violent roar, and the light on it shot up like a rocket, 1 notch, 2 notches. In no time, it filled up to the 9th notch, and the momentum didn't decrease at all. It was still charging towards the highest 10th notch. The middle-aged man responsible for recording was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open like copper bells. The tablet could measure up to 1,000 pounds, and if it went any higher, it would explode. So, guess what happened? The light on the tablet suddenly stopped. It was just a hair's breadth away, just a tiny distance from reaching 1,000 pounds. Let me tell you, my buddy Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with himself, secretly enjoying the moment. He said it was because his so-called Hongmeng purple chi hadn't fully opened yet. Otherwise, it would have surpassed the limit long ago. Who understands this, right? He is a swordsman, yet his strength surpasses that of those muscle-bound guys who wield hammers and dragons. Isn't that just pure cheating? But thanks to this cheat, his physical quality is so abnormal. Although his soul power cultivation speed is a bit slow, his foundation is incredibly solid. After measuring his strength, we measured his soul power, and wow, it astonished me again. After absorbing his second soul ring, his soul power shot straight to level 23. He jumped 3 levels in one go. That's equivalent to a year's worth of hard training for others. He said it was all thanks to the million-year soul beast, the Dream Eye Silkworm, in his body, which not only expanded his spiritual sea, but also helped him fill up his soul power. The other geniuses present were practically green with envy, but no one dared to harbor any bad thoughts. After all, we were all from the same sect, seeing each other often, and could only regard him as a KPI to chase after. After finishing this pile of miscellaneous data, the middle-aged official finally took us to the 7 treasure hall. On the way, he mentioned that a big shot had come to the sect and wanted to borrow a genius. At that moment, I was wondering, who is it? Such a big deal? To let Ning Fengji lend out his precious gem. How strong must their relationship be? My buddy Jiang Yu already had a clue in his heart, wearing a mysterious smile that made me curious. As soon as we entered the VIP hall, wow, it was quite a scene. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. The 3 major figures were all present, chatting with the young man. The young man was only in his early 20s, not extraordinarily handsome, but his aura was just 2 words, extraordinary. Dressed in a simple blue robe, but that noble air couldn't be hidden. His hair was styled meticulously, even more delicate than a woman's. The moment my buddy Jiang Yu saw him, his expression changed, as if to say, "I knew it was you." Ning Fengji stood up to introduce us. "This is His Highness, the Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe." "Oh, my prince." No wonder. As a result, this prince had no airs about him, and said with a smile, "You are too polite, teacher. We are all family. Just call me brother." As soon as he said this, the goodwill instantly skyrocketed. Later, I found out that this was a big deal. It turned out that the old emperor of Tiando was in poor health and was preparing to establish a crown prince, asking the 4 eligible princes to each form a 7-member battle team to compete. Whoever wins gets to be the crown prince. Isn't this just a prince chicken-eating competition? Xue Qinghe's opponent, his brother named Xue Peng, has already brought Yu Qianheng from the Blue Electro-Tyrant Dragon sect over, and their lineup is incredibly strong. Although Xue Qinghe also invited the Huo Wu siblings from the Qihua Academy, they were still missing a key player, which is why they came to our 7-treasure Glazed tile sect to recruit. Ning Fengji handed over our list of geniuses, and before Xue Qinghe could even look at it, my buddy Jiang Yu jumped up, very proactive. "Brother, pick me. Give me a chance." I was completely stunned at the time. This was too bold. He knew very well that Xue Qinghe was not a man at all. She was Qianren from the Spirit Hall, a top undercover agent lurking in the Heaven Do Empire. According to Jiang Yu, they both could be considered as having been raised by Bibi Dong. Although Qianren was taken away by her grandfather after only a few sips, rounding it up, they were still siblings with different fathers and mothers. This had to be helped. Xue Qinghe, who was actually Qianren, was also attracted by Jiang Yu's confidence. Ning Fenghe, standing nearby, was raving. Qinghe, this is Sword Master's disciple, a leading figure of our sect's younger generation. Don't be fooled by his young age. His soul power has long surpassed level 20, and the quality of his martial soul is even better than Sword Master's 7-killing sword. Oh, Qianren became interested. The look in her eyes was sharp, as if she could see through Jiang Yu, saying she wanted to broaden her horizons and see a sword martial soul comparable to the 7-killing sword. No problem. Jiang Yu struck a cool pose and shouted, Chixiao Sword. A fiery red light exploded in his hand, and a fully red long sword appeared out of thin air. Its handle inlaid with jewels, and its blade shimmering coldly, with 2 yellow soul rings swirling around it. I tell you, that aura was incredible. Xue Qinghe was immediately mesmerized. She could feel that this sword was much stronger than the 7-killing sword. She immediately made a decision. Teacher, I choose Jiang Yu as my combat partner. 3 days later, Xue Qinghe personally arrived in a luxurious carriage to pick him up. Along the way, she showed great concern, almost feeding my buddy grapes by hand, constantly probing for his information. Jiang Yu was also quite clever, mixing truth and falsehood, leaving Qianren in a daze. The carriage passed through several palace gates and finally stopped in front of an ancient and elegant pavilion. Once inside, while all the teammates were gathered, Jiang Yu even ran into familiar faces, the siblings Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. Huo Wushuang excitedly rushed over and hugged Jiang Yu's shoulder, saying he didn't expect the genius mentioned by the prince was him. His sister Huo Wu just smiled sweetly at him, and a look in her eyes, TSK, was full of understanding. Xue Qinghe introduced the rest of the teammates. One of them was a strong man named Talon, whose martial soul was the mighty gorilla, a pure strength powerhouse. Then there was a sensitive attack type, a control type, and the most absurd of all, a food system support soul master named Gao Liji, with a martial soul banana. Who understands what has to deal with pulling out a banana during a fight? Xue Qinghe then began to introduce their opponents. The first being her brother Xue Beng's team, the Royal Combat Team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, led by Yu Tianheng. The second was another Prince's Thunder Academy team, led by Yu Tianxin. The third was even more impressive, with Feng Xiaodian and some members from the Elephant Armor sect. But my buddy Jiang Yu's attention was completely not on these people. His eyes were fixated. Do you know who he was staring at? He was staring intently at a girl in a black robe with a veil from the Royal Combat Team, named Yi Lingling. I tell you, this girl was a super healer with a martial soul of 9 heart sea peach. As long as she wasn't instantly killed, she could bring you back to life. At that moment, Jiang Yu made a firm decision. He had set his sights on her. His main goal was to have her at his side. Not long after, the old Emperor Shui Yi, arrived, accompanied by a beardless old man with white hair, clearly a high-ranking eunuch. Xue Qinghe quietly informed my buddy that this eunuch was named Chao Huatian, a soul Dalu, who had created a soul skill called Heavenly Chicken Locking Yang Hand. I nearly burst out laughing. Just listen to that name, a eunuch using that skill, it's absurd. Sure enough, the prince named Xue Beng was the first to jump out, specifically challenging Xue Qinghe's team, picking easy targets. Thus, both teams stepped onto the arena. Opposite, the Royal Combat Team had 6 Soul Masters and 1 Great Soul Master, led by Yu Tianheng, with the control type being the alluring Duguyen, the defense type being the 2 Stone Brothers, and 2 sensitive attack types, and finally that super healer Yi Lingling. On our side, counting Huo Wu and her brother, we only had 3 Soul Masters, with the rest being Great Soul Masters above level 20. As the referee gave the signal, both sides announced their names. Huo Wushuang was the first to shout. Huo Wushuang, Martial Soul 1-Horn Fire Tyrannosaurus, 36th level strong attack type, Soul Master. The opposing Yu Tianheng laughed. You still have that hot temper. Let us see who's better today. The match began. As soon as the referee finished speaking, both captains ignited their martial souls like firecrackers. 1-Horn Fire Tyrannosaurus, activate. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, activate. In an instant, the aura was incredible, like a war god descending. But the next second, his girlfriend Duguyen swiftly entangled him, her whole body sticking to his back like a beautiful snake, turning his hair green in the process. Who understands this live version of love is a light? It was simply thrilling. Next, the others on the opposite side also began to transform. The Stone Brothers, with a duong, grew giant turtle shells on their backs, their limbs shortened, directly evolving into 2 iron turtles. Another named Yufeng directly transformed his arms into wings, becoming a birdman. Only the last one on their team, named Yi Lingling, remained calm as a dog, standing still, probably thinking we weren't worthy of her making a move. However, our side was not lacking at all. I tell you, Jiang Yu specially wore a white robe today. When the Chixiao Sword came out, his looks, his aura, he was as handsome as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Even Emperor Shui Yu, watching from the observation platform, was mesmerized, constantly praising him. The nearby chief eunuch was even more ridiculous, having ulterior motives, saying such a talent would be a shame not to come to their inner court. Goodness, I wanted to laugh. Do you want Jiang Yu to become a eunuch like you? Aren't you afraid the sword Douluo would slice you down with a single sword? It caused Jiang Yu to sneeze inexplicably on the stage, probably because he was being thought of by this old eunuch. Our teammates here have all transformed. Talon has become a black-haired gorilla, and another handsome guy has a 3-meter-long iron chain glowing with blood-red light in his hands. There's also a sword-billed hummingbird hovering in the sky. But the most explosive moment came from our support, Gali Ji, who shouted, "I got a big banana. I've got a sesame banana." With a bang, 6 bananas appeared in his hands. I nearly spat out my drink. What a bizarre martial soul and embarrassing incantation. Everyone naturally took the bananas to eat, since they could increase speed. Nothing embarrassing about that. Only Huo Wu, with her young lady's temper, stubbornly refused to eat, finding it disgusting. As a result, Jiang Yu walked over and gently coaxed her. "Be good, eat this banana, and you'll be fast enough to take out the healer on the other side." I tell you, Huo Wu couldn't hold back. Her face flushed, she grabbed a banana and stuffed it into her mouth. For love, she wouldn't hesitate. I'd say even a sausage wouldn't be off the table for her. The battle erupted instantly. Huo Wushuang and Talon, our 2 strong men, charged head-on at Yu Tianheng without hesitation. Although Yu Tianheng was strong, he still found it a bit tough against 2 opponents. His girlfriend, Dugian, noticed something was off and immediately released a red poisonous mist, giving their entire team a berserk buff, increasing their attack and speed by 20%. Just as the captain was about to suffer, the Birdman Yufeng in the sky and the Black Panther Osro on the ground began a coordinated attack, trying to take down Huo Wushuang first. Dream on. Jiang Yu had been keeping an eye on them, and just as the Black Panther was about to reach Huo Wushuang, the Chixiao Sword formation activated with a whoosh. Dozens of swords engulfed in golden flames surrounded Osro, and the heat was so intense that Osro was sweating profusely. In no time, there was a puddle of water on the ground, rendering him completely exhausted. Seeing the ambush fail, Yu Tianheng got anxious and activated his ultimate move. His purple Millennium Soul ring lit up, and his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Fury, was unleashed. He instantly went berserk, doubling his attack power and surging in soul power, sending our strong gorilla Talon flying with a single claw. Huo Wushuang noticed and thought, "Oh, you're going all out? I'm not afraid of you." She activated her 3rd soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation, and the 2 dragon-shaped strongmen collided head-on. At that critical moment, our teammate Yashi, who wielded chains, finally found an opportunity. His 1st soul skill, Binding, activated, and a massive blood-red chain surged up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the Birdman Yufeng, pulling him down from the sky. On the other side, Huo Wu wasn't idle either. She circled around and charged straight for the opposing healer, Yi Lingling. However, those 2 iron turtles suddenly blocked her path, their shells incredibly tough. Huo Wu's fiery whip left no mark on them. Frustrated, she muttered, "Damn turtles. I'll take your shells off to make soup later. No, I need to grind them into powder. I heard it's good for men. I'll try it on Jiang Yu later." Goodness, what a fierce statement. Jiang Yu happened to arrive just in time, heard her, and quickly interrupted, "Stop daydreaming. Focus on fighting. Let me tell you, Jiang Yu is really fierce." With 1 sword strike, he actually left a fiery red scratch on the so-called invincible defense of the Xuanwu turtle shell. The whole place was astonished. This really angered the 2 turtle brothers, who immediately took the turtle shells off their bodies and transformed them into 4 high-speed, rotating turtle shell shields, flying towards him like blood drop weapons. The strategy was to use themselves as weapons, right? Jiang Yu condensed a stone shield using the Earth Sha sword technique, but it was shattered after just a few hits. Just as the last shield was about to smash into his face, the 2 brothers were even more ruthless, directly unleashing their 3rd soul skill, Turtle Shell Explosion. The shield instantly exploded into 32 fragments, shooting towards him like a storm. At that moment, I felt my heart sink. How could he dodge this? In a critical moment, wouldn't he think twice and rushed up to shield JiangYu. Countless fragments instantly cut across her body, causing blood to flow profusely. With her last bit of strength, she used a repelling fire ring to deflect the remaining fragments, then softly collapsed into JiangYu's arms, and before losing consciousness, she said, "You're the first man I've shown my body to. Only I can hit you. Damn, who can withstand this?" JiangYu exploded on the spot, his eyes instantly turning red, and his anger seemed to burn through the sky. The Chixiao Sword formation erupted with full force, and those two turtle brothers were sent flying along with their shells, losing their combat ability on the spot. In the next second, JiangYu appeared in front of the healer Yulingling, the cold sword edge pressed directly against her snow-white neck, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Heal my person." Yulingling was also a tough character. Blood was already visible on her neck, yet she stubbornly replied, "Unless you admit defeat." Without saying a word, JiangYu pushed the sword forward a fraction more. This time, she completely caved in and obediently raised the 9-heart begonia flower in her hand. A beam of light flew over, instantly healing Huo Wu's injuries, her skin even looking better than before. I thought at that moment, this skill would be wasted if not used to open a beauty salon. But guess what? After seeing that the person was healed, JiangYu retracted his sword and thanked her. Just as Yulingling breathed a sigh of relief, JiangYu immediately followed up with an apology, saying, "Sorry to trouble you," and then punched her in the stomach, followed by a knife hand strike to her neck. The series of actions flowed smoothly, directly knocking the healer out. Before she fell, the girl, looking confused, asked, "If you wanted to knock me out, just say so. Why in my stomach?" Now, this stirred up a hornet's nest. Dugu Yin watched as her best friend was treated so brutally and instantly became furious, no longer holding back. "DualSwords, she radiated with light, her green hair wildly dancing, transforming into a fierce female demon, as purple poisonous mist rapidly spread from her body, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. Let me tell you, this poisonous mist was clearly not to be trifled with. It was a 1,500-year-old, three-eyed, purple-gold python soul, ring specially found for her by her grandfather Dugu, extremely potent. But guess what? On our side, JiangYu, I tell you, he was simply a hexagonal warrior, excelling at everything. As the poisonous mist was about to engulf the entire area, he remained calm, pulled out a gourd from his pocket, and sprinkled some powder, his movements reminiscent of someone applying a film under a bridge, looking quite unprofessional. So what happened? He slashed the gourd with his sword, and with a whoosh, the liquor inside poured out like rain, mixing with the powder he had just sprinkled, and then being ignited by the fire on his sword. Goodness, that sky-high poisonous mist seemed to have seen a ghost, sizzling away in an instant, disappearing completely. It was truly a case of old-school methods yielding extraordinary results. I later found out that the powder was a special super arsenic powder provided by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the alcohol was a lethal drink capable of knocking out a soul beast in one gulp. Dong Yin was immediately completely stunned, standing there with a face full of disbelief, probably thinking one thing in her mind: how did my cheat get broken by your earth technique? The big shots in the stands were also dumbfounded. The emperor was mumbling quietly, and the prince Shueching his gaze was such that it practically screamed, "I want this man," on his face. That kind of domineering vibe that says you have successfully captured my attention, it gave me goosebumps. With Dong Yin's poison rendered useless, the royal combat team instantly collapsed. The captain Yu Qianheng, who was originally quite formidable, ended up getting beaten into a daze by our fierce duo, Huo Wushuang and Talon, with a series of combo punches. In the end, Talon used a family move called the Wild Diamond Fist, which knocked him down, rendering his combat power to 0 on the spot. With the captain down, what else left to fight? In just a few moves, our team secured a decisive victory. Prince Shueching was beaming, while his brothers looked as green as Dong Yin's hair. Next up was the second match, Thunder Academy versus Divine Wind Academy. I initially thought it would be a battle of weaklings, but to my surprise, Divine Wind Academy had a big surprise hidden. They had a female archer on their team. And my goodness, her figure, those pointed ears, golden long hair. She looked just like an elf straight out of game. The true modeling face has stepped into reality. I was dumbfounded at that moment. I was purely looking at it with an academic mindset, just studying the structure of the elves' bodies. Really, just doing some research. As a result, the little jealous fire dancer next to me directly twisted my waist with a 360-degree spin. Ouch! That was quite a sensation. The fight had already started over there. The support from Thunder Academy, named Gu Ting, immediately unleashed his ultimate ability, a thunder magnetic field that covered the entire battlefield. Our team felt like we had been shocked, all tingly and numb, while their team was pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline. Feng Xiaotian was also fierce. He bid himself to stay awake and shouted at the elf girl, Fuya, get ready to attack. The elf girl named Fuya quickly shot 3 arrows. But the support on the other side wasn't easy either and activated a lightning shield to block them. At the same time, the two team leaders, Yu Qianxin and Feng Xiaotian, directly clashed, dragon claws against wolf claws, creating sparks everywhere. At this moment, Fuya shot another wave of arrows called storm arrows. And this time it was even more powerful, directly shattering the lightning shield. Just as it seemed they were about to succeed, a muscular guy named Lei Gang charged out from the thunder side and caught the arrow in his hand. This guy was quite greasy, licking his lips at Fuya and saying he wanted to crush her. Ugh, one average guy. Just as he was about to show off, someone even more powerful came out from our side. Huiyan Li from the Elephant Armor sect, with a physique that made Lei Gang look like a little brother. He came up and pressed Lei Gang down to the ground, literally rubbing him into the ground, sparks flying, and knocked him out cold. At this point, the thunder side completely collapsed. Various sneak attacks were countered, and teammates fell one by one. In the end, only Yu Tianxin was left as a lone commander, surrounded by 4 opponents, forced to surrender helplessly. After the match, during the halftime break, the palace even prepared afternoon tea, with milk tea reportedly costing dozens of gold soul coins a cup. Wow, that's really extravagant. With a critical attitude, I finished it all in one go. Can't waste the people's hard-earned money, right? While I was drinking, I saw Yi Lingling, the healer from the royal battle, sneaking around outside. When I went over to take a look, wow, she had 9 grilled sausages arranged on a plate and was holding one in her mouth. Who would have thought that this aloof goddess was actually a grilled sausage lover? She was quite fierce, questioning why I knocked her out during the match. What could I say? I replied, Sister, that was a match. If I don't hit you, should I light incense for you instead? Then I started to persuade her, saying how good I was to my friends. I even got furious for Huo Wu, and if she became my friend, I would help her out if anyone bullied her. This girl looked cold, but was actually quite simple-minded, and I easily got her to warm up to me. In the end, she even gave me the biggest grilled sausage, saying that if we ate it together, we would be friends. Hey, that was easy to handle. After chatting with her, I had drunk too much milk tea and urgently needed to use the restroom. I wandered all around the palace looking for a toilet. After several turns, I ended up in a big garden. The scenery was really nice, but I had no mood to appreciate it. My bladder felt like it was about to explode. Just then, I heard someone shouting for help. I ran over and saw a girl had fallen into the lake. There were railings by the lake. How did she fall in? What a talent. Without thinking much, I jumped in and pulled her out. But as soon as she got to the shore, her first words weren't to thank me, but to cry out, my bunny. Quickly save my bunny. I was speechless at that moment. She fell into the lake for a bunny? Fine. I'll be a good person to the end and jump back in the water to fetch the bunny as well. As soon as I landed, I couldn't help but complain about her. I said, with just a 10-year-old beast, it's almost like an ingredient. Is it worth it? The girl stammered for a while, saying she was a palace maid and the rabbit was the princess's pet, and she couldn't afford to lose it. I took a look and found that this palace maid was quite pretty, much better than those in the TV dramas. I asked her where the restroom was, and she pointed me the way. I was in a hurry to go, and she chased after me asking for my name. I told her my name was Jiang Yu, and she sweetly smiled and said her name was Aku. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, Aku? Then I must be Wei Xiaobao. As soon as I finished my biological needs and stepped into the martial arts arena, that girl Huo Wu rushed over like her hair was on fire, saying, Bro, you actually know to come back. The final circle has shrunk, and you were offline over there. What could I say? Come on, lady. Do you understand that people have 3 urgent needs? Once the battle on the stage began, wow, it was a direct clash of muscle men. The guy on our side was named Talon, and the one opposite from the Elephant Armor sect was called Huiyan Zhuang. The two of them were like 2 human tanks, crashing into each other hard. Let me tell you, those guys from the Elephant Armor sect are no joke. Talon was initially being pressured, after all. The move from the other side was called Flying Elephant Charge, which sounds ridiculous, converting all defense into attack power, like a kamikaze squad. But guess what happened? Talon exploded with power and activated a skill called Savage Power, doubling his strength instantly. With one punch, he sent that elephant guy flying. Now, this stirred up a hornet's nest. The bigger one opposite, named Huiyan Li, saw his brother getting beaten and turned red-eyed, coming straight at our Talon. Could I let him succeed? I quickly dodged in front. That big guy mocked me, telling me to go home and drink milk. Let me tell you, that hit me right in the feels. I wanted to, but Bibi Dong wouldn't let me. Just at that moment when I was distracted, that guy actually ambushed me with a move called Mount Tai pressing down, and it was GPS locked. I couldn't dodge at all. Family, does anyone understand? Just as I was about to be crushed by a mountain of flesh, suddenly my mind went ding. My million-year soul ring, the dreaming ice silkworm, awakened. It directly taught me a move called Dreaming Finger, instructing me to extend my index finger towards that mountain of flesh. I thought, what time is it to still be playing this? But then whoosh, a beam of ice blue light shot out, and that big guy instantly turned into an ice sculpture, crashing down from the sky with a bang, cracking the ground. After showing off, Brother Dreaming felt weak, saying he ran out of energy and needed to continue sleeping, reminding me to visit the far north to help him shake off some high-quality goods to replenish his strength. All right then, noted. My external upgrade fee list just got another item added. My ice and fire duality stunned the entire audience into silence. The big shots in the stands probably had their CPUs overheating, wondering how a fire-type soul master could play with ice. In the end, that old emperor, with his strong imagination, claimed I must have acquired an amazing ice-type soul bone. Fine, whatever you say it is, it is. Then the old man started to set his sights on me, whispering to the eunuch beside him, wanting to arrange for me to marry a princess. That eunuch was clever and immediately recommended the 9th princess. Guess what her name is? It's Ku. Goodness, I just bumped into a girl named Ku in the back garden, and now the emperor wants to betroth Princess Ku to me? What a ridiculous plot twist. I was completely dumbfounded. The match wasn't over yet. The girl with the bow and arrow on the opposite side was not satisfied and shot at me fiercely. I thought I'd play a little dirty, so I directly learned Tang San's special move, unleashing a flurry of sword energy. I didn't hurt her, but her clothes were shredded into strips. The girl immediately covered her chest and became self-conscious. Huo Wu, standing beside me, called me a little lecher, but when she turned around, she saw her brother Feng Xiaotian being beaten by someone and rushed over to help. The funniest part was that when Feng Xiaotian was whipped by Huo Wu, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked like he had feelings for her and immediately confessed that he wanted to take Huo Wu out to dinner. With her fiery temper, would she tolerate that? She shot back, saying, "Sister has a boyfriend," and pointed at me, "It's him." Feng Xiaotian turned green with envy, and in a fit of rage, he charged at me. I initially wanted to make a friend, but since he came at me so aggressively, I wasn't going to hold back. I filled my big sword with soul power, secretly added a bit of Hongmeng purple energy, and unleashed the sky-slaying sword technique. A beam of sword light shot out, and Feng Xiaotian flew off like a kite with a broken string. The match was over. Oh right, there was a girl in the audience named Yi Lingling. At the moment I drew my sword, the 9-heart sea begonia in her hand bloomed fully. Now I was settled, helping Xue Qingxi, oh no, Xue Qinghe, firmly secure the position of crown prince. I was just thinking about how to assist Bibi Dong in her career and not to keep thinking about that Yu Xiaojiang, when suddenly a messenger rushed in, saying that the Liangshan Principality had rebelled. They were planning to switch allegiance to the Star Luo Empire. The old emperor exploded on the spot, smashing the table, and hurriedly went to hold a meeting. Xue Qinghe pulled me aside and analyzed the situation. In short, the principality had discovered a mine, and the emperor wanted to monopolize it, but they refused, and now the Star Luo Empire was fanning the flames from behind. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to quell the rebellion, earn some military merit, and secure his position as crown prince. This matter needed Ning Fengji's assistance, so he asked me to go back and deliver a message. I thought it was fine. After all, the matter was settled. After saying goodbye to that girl, Huo Wu, she left a bunch of lipstick marks right on my face. With this big flower face, I got into the carriage, and just as I was about to close my eyes to rest for a bit, the carriage suddenly stopped with a thud. My heart sank. Sure enough, the next moment, several arrows whizzed in. Damn, an assassination under the emperor's nose? Is there no rule of law anymore? Without saying a word, I thrust my sword through the top of the carriage and leaped out, immediately launching a series of attacks with the Chixiao Sword formation. The 5 men in black in front of me clearly didn't expect me to be so decisive and were caught off guard. However, these guys looked professional. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly formed their ranks, and the guy with the bow started shooting arrows at me in rapid succession. I tell you, the rain of arrows was as dense as hail, but I wasn't afraid at all. The other 4 guys, seeing that ranged attacks were useless, immediately took out their weapons. Goodness, once they unleashed their martial spirits, it was a full display of the best soul ring configurations. All of them were 4-ring soul masters. This lineup would be an elite team anywhere. The guy in the middle, playing the flute, took the lead, and with a flash of purple light, summoned a fire dragon that was dozens of meters long, roaring and charging straight at my face. I couldn't help but laugh. Playing with fire in front of me? ISNT, that like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong or an axe in front of Luban. This was Imperial fire, ancestral level. I didn't even bother to move, just stood there with my sword crossed in front of me, and suddenly golden flames erupted from my body. The fire dragon charged in with great momentum, but what happened? Before it could touch me, it was directly swallowed by the golden flames on me. Not even a sound was made. On the contrary, I felt like I had just eaten a hearty meal, and the fire on me blazed even brighter. The black-clad men across from me were dumbfounded, especially the flute player, whose mouth was agape enough to fit an egg. It was probably the first time in his career he saw his ultimate move being so easily nullified. The guy on the left managed to stay calm, shouting, "Something S off. I refuse to believe he can counter other attributes." Saying this, he unleashed his martial spirit, and suddenly 2 large fangs grew from his mouth, with the shadow of a sea lion appearing behind him, looking quite intimidating. Then he unleashed a barrage of water cannons, trying to seal off my movements. What a joke. Water might restrain fire, but it depends on the type of water. You think your tap water can extinguish my Samadhi true fire? You're overthinking it, buddy. Those water bullets hadn't even reached me before they were evaporated into steam, giving me a free sauna. He still wasn't convinced, roaring as he charged at me with those 2 big white teeth. I thought, are you cosplaying a saber-toothed tiger? With a swift motion, I slashed with my sword, and crack, I shattered his teeth. The scream he let out was something else. It was painful just to hear. Now the group was really a bit dazed, starting to mumble among themselves, discussing whether they should retreat. Guess what? After a 3-second pre-battle meeting, the conclusion was, there's no way we're going to work for someone else. We can only maintain our carefree lifestyle by being assassins. Who understands? For the sake of not being a wage slave, these big brothers are really committed. The guy who had been shooting arrows, clearly the leader of the group, threw down his bow. Goodness, turns out he was a hidden big boss, and once he unleashed his martial spirit, he transformed into a steel-armored rhinoceros man, his soul power skyrocketing to level 46. He lifted a rock the size of a small mountain and hurled it at me. The momentum was astonishing. To be honest, at this point, my blue energy bar was almost empty. Just when I was contemplating how to settle this quickly, I suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, and my body went limp, unable to exert any strength. Damn, I was hit. Looking closely, I was shocked to see that the bulliest man on the other side was actually holding a chrysanthemum? A muscular man as a support with a martial spirit of a chrysanthemum. This scene was too beautiful for me to look at. It was all about the contrast, right? Not only did he debuff me, but he also shielded his teammates, shouting, "The whole city is adorned in golden armor." Instantly, a layer of shining golden armor appeared on his comrades, each one looking like they had activated golden bodies, charging at me with a roar. Just when I felt like I was really going to meet my end here, reinforcements arrived. The city guards, hundreds of them, surrounded us. The leader, a tough-looking guy named Jiang Yu, immediately unleashed his martial spirit, 7 soul rings shining dazzlingly, soul saint level. The assassins turned pale, wanting to escape. Too late. Jiang Yu unleashed a powerful strike, transforming into a silver spear dozens of meters long, and whoosh, thud, 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 thud. 5 assassins were skewered like sugar-coated hawthorn, dying on the spot. A bronze medal fell from the bodies, with a large character from Marshall on it. Jiang Yu picked it up, his face turning white in fright. Stammering, Marshall Soul Hall. I was also stunned. What the hell? I was a deep undercover agent personally placed by the Pope. Are we attacking our own? What about my KPI? I quickly realized that someone must be scheming, wanting to use a knife to kill and frame us as well. This undercover work was tough. I had to guard against both the enemy and backstabbing. It was too hard. This incident blew up. My master, Ning Fengji, was furious, wanting to smash the Martial Soul Hall's branch in Heavendo City with his sword. Grandpa Jian felt something was off, but my master said it didn't matter whether they did it or not. What mattered was that everyone now believed they had done it, and it was a good opportunity to take them down a notch. TSK, a heartless person plays tactics, that's just dirty. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong also received the news and blew up. She certainly knew it wasn't her own people, furious enough to almost crush her scepter. The ace undercover agent she had painstakingly sent out almost got killed by her own, nominal, people. Who could she complain to? She immediately issued 2 orders. First, offer a bounty for the real culprit across the continent, declaring that the Martial Soul Hall was also a victim. Second, send a strongly worded letter to the 7 treasure Glazed tile sect, warning them not to meddle or else they would be finished. After this series of operations, she had both a reputation and a stance, playing it very clearly. Once everyone left, she began to mutter to herself, worrying that this LSP, might not withstand the beauty trap and might betray her. She even mentioned that as long as I completed the mission, she would betroth Hulaina to me. Goodness, that's a big and round pie she is drawing. Back to my side, I was just enjoying myself. Ning Rong Rong, that little girl, was kneeling by the bed, giving me a foot massage. To be honest, the young lady's skills were quite good, making me feel comfortable enough to hum. After I praised her a couple of times, she got all proud, huffing, "If it weren't for the fact that you just got hurt, I wouldn't be doing this. Look at your feet. They haven't been washed in days. They're all dirty." I seized the opportunity, saying, "Then why don't you wash my feet for me?" Goodness. That directly made her explode with anger, and she threw my foot down and ran away. I thought she was really angry, but after a while, the girl came in puffing, carrying a big wooden basin. She put it down on the floor, reluctantly shouted, "Put your feet in," and pulled my feet into the water. Starting to scrub. "Hiss," I gasped. Family, who understands ice-cold foot baths. This young lady really has no common sense. I couldn't say anything, so I secretly used my imperial fire to heat the water. She was puzzled and said, "Hey, why is the water getting hotter?" I seriously made up an excuse. Maybe it's because the sunlight is coming in. Guess what? She actually believed me. Then she lowered her head and seriously studied my feet. While I was enjoying the contrasting sensations of hot and cold in the foot bath, my master was already in a real fight with the people from the Spirit Hall. Wow, let me tell you, the tension in that scene was palpable. My master's killing sword aura was almost lifting the roof off the Spirit Hall. The Platinum Bishop, Salas, initially tried to act tough and bowed to my master, but my uncle Ning Fengji, didn't he give him any face at all? "Salas, you finally dare to come out." Uncle Ning directly lashed out, saying that the Spirit Hall needed to give an explanation for sending assassins after the genius of our sect, and that no one was leaving today. The atmosphere, I tell you, even if Uncle Ning is a support type, he has the best support on the continent, and his long-standing authority as the sect leader directly suppressed that soul dual-level Salas to the point where he couldn't say a word. And guess what? That old fellow finally came to his senses and actually started to play the rogue. "Sect leader Ning, you need to provide evidence when you speak." He crossed his arms, raised his chin, and looked incredibly arrogant. "What status does our Spirit Hall have? Do we need to resort to such lowly tactics? When it comes to geniuses, who can compare to our golden generation? I think you've got it wrong. Damn, this ability to reverse black and white is incredible." Uncle Ning laughed on the spot. "I've heard that you, Salas, have the loudest mouth in the Spirit Hall, and seeing you today, it really lives up to the reputation." Saying this, Uncle Ning directly slammed the Spirit Hall token he found from the assassin onto the ground. How do you explain this? Is the Spirit Hall's token something that can be picked up off the streets now? Is the security work this terrible? At this point, Salas was rendered speechless. His face turned green. He truly didn't know about this. How could anyone be sent from above without notifying him? The head of the branch in Heavendo City. This trouble fell from the sky, and he was stuck in a difficult position. Who understands? Family? This situation is like yellow mud falling into one's pants. It's not shit, but might as well be. Just as both sides were at a standstill, suddenly, a loud cry came from the sky, and a dazzling golden eagle descended. The special effects were even more impressive than in movies. A person jumped down and took out a gold medal, shouting, "The Pope's decree has arrived." Upon seeing this, Salas's legs went weak, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. The person who came was a little follower of Jude Douluo, named Lordia, who was also a Soul Douluo. He completely ignored the mess at the scene and directly began to read the Holy Edict. I couldn't hear exactly what was said, but the result was that Uncle Ning's expression instantly became extremely serious. He murmured to himself, "What a Bibi Dong. This woman's methods are too high." Later I found out that Bibi Dong's papal decree neither acknowledged nor denied anything, but directly announced that the Wuhuan Temple would offer a substantial reward for capturing the mastermind behind the impersonation of the Wuhuan Temple. Well, this move turned the accused into the accuser and conveniently established a grand and noble image for the Wuhuan Temple. This high-level play really taught me a lesson. Once this matter was settled, that old rascal Salas was quite pleased. He held a party in his palace that night, embracing a young girl in black stockings, watching the singing and dancing with a lecherous look that was simply disgusting. Just as he was about to pick someone to favor, an old man rushed in. This old man was Duke Yuxiao, a peculiar character. At his age, with over 300 wives and concubines. He had even taken an 18-year-old concubine last year who soon became pregnant, a true model of vitality in old age. Upon arrival, he started whispering to Salas. It turned out he wanted to discuss the assassination and claimed he could help Salas find Navy forces to clear his name. Salas waved his hand, saying the Pope had already resolved it. Only then did Duke Yuxiao reveal his true purpose. It turned out that the Tiando Empire had a principality called Liangshan that was planning to rebel and defect to the Xinglua Empire. The emperor was furious and planned to dispatch troops, even sending several princes along for training. Duke Yuxiao's disciple, Prince Xuechen, was among them. His visit was to ask Salas to send a few experts from the Wuhuan Temple to protect his disciple. After the task was completed, a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. Duke Yuxiao also painted a grand picture, saying that once Prince Xuechen became the crown prince, he would definitely not treat Salas poorly. Salas's eyes twinkled. This deal was quite advantageous. Not only could he do a favor for the Tiando Empire's prince, but he could also stir up the situation between the two empires, aiming to profit from the chaos. He waved his hand grandly. A small matter. I'll send you 3 soul saints and 10 soul emperors. Is that enough? Duke Yuxiao was overjoyed on the spot. He had originally only wanted a few soul emperors. And unexpectedly, the other side directly offered a luxurious top-tier version. He thanked him profusely and left. While these old foxes were scheming, what was I doing? I was living a fairy-like life at the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. Ever since the last assassination attempt, Uncle Ning and my master seemed to have a change of heart and assigned several personal maids to serve me, bringing tea and water, massaging my back and legs. Even that little witch Ning Rongrong came every day to give me foot massages, making the maid's eyes almost pop out. One hot day, I was lounging in the sex swimming pool. Ning Rongrong came over, set up a sunshade for me, arranged a deck chair, and even brought a bowl of mango shaved ice. I lay on the chair, enjoying the ice, while maid used her fan spirit to fan me. The breeze felt like air conditioning, simply delightful. Just as I was about to doze off, Ning Rongrong chirped in my ear. Hey, I heard my dad say that Brother Qinghe is back again, and it seems he is going somewhere to fight. Do you think fighting is fun? I mumbled a sound in confusion, and suddenly my mind buzzed. Wait, a fight? Shui Qinghe. I suddenly sat up straight from my chair. Snow Qinghe. Isn't that just Qianren Xue in disguise? She's going to war? What a joke. Right now, she is using Snow Qinghe's identity and can't use her powerful 6-winged angel martial soul. She can only use the swan martial soul from the Tiando royal family, which is barely stronger than a cater pie. If she goes to the battlefield and something happens, no way. I have to go. My future wife is in trouble. How can I just sit by and do nothing? I didn't have time to get dressed and rushed to the 7-treasure palace wrapped in a bath towel. Ning Rongrong shouted from behind, "Where are you going?" Without turning my head, I shouted back, "To let the water out." I burst into main hall and saw Shui Qinghe in golden armor, looking heroic as he spoke to Uncle Ning. Uncle Ning had already agreed to send someone to protect her. I quickly came up with a plan and dashed in front of Uncle Ning, sincerely shouting, "Uncle Ning, I want to go too." Both of them were stunned. I hurriedly made up a lie. I heard that the battlefield is the best place to train people. I want to become stronger so I can better protect Rongrong in the future. Look at my master. Didn't he also carve his way out in the army back in the day? A flower in a greenhouse can't withstand the wind and rain. I directly brought out the glorious deeds of my master. Uncle Ning, upon hearing this, surprisingly got persuaded by me and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I was indeed too conservative. You were right. Geniuses do need to go through training. All right, then you can go with Qinghe. Yay, it's done. I was overjoyed, finally able to witness a real war with my own eyes, and I could also protect Qianren at the same time. What a great deal. A few days later, the army set off. Wow, 100,000 elite guards marched out of the city. The scene was like watching an epic blockbuster. Qianren and I rode on the same horse, and she introduced how amazing the commander Marshal Galong was. The army marched day and night, and after 3 days, they finally set up camp. That night, I naturally shared a tent with Qianren. The military bed was just a blanket spread over a haystack, but it was quite comfortable. I was exhausted and quickly fell asleep. Then, let me tell you, I had a dream. I dreamt that I had 2 steaming hot white buns in my hands, soft and elastic, and I kept kneading and squeezing them, mumbling to myself. Little buns, round and round, 1 bite each is really delicious. At that time, I really didn't know. Qianren, who was sleeping beside me, had her face as red as a monkey's butt. She was probably thinking, how can this kid be so restless while sleeping? but seeing that I was just a child, she couldn't really lose her temper. The next morning before dawn, I woke up and ran outside to a big rock to start practicing my unique skill, Bajuanjin. I was practicing the most crucial move, double hands grasping the feet to strengthen the kidneys and waist. Men, the body is the capital of revolution. I was practicing vigorously when Qianrenshui came out of the tent, saw my unusual posture, and called out to me in confusion to come back for breakfast. As soon as I entered the tent, I saw several snow-white, steamed buns on the table. My eyes lit up, and I grabbed one to munch on, saying while eating, "I love eating steamed buns for breakfast." But when I looked up, I noticed His face was almost turning purple, gritting his teeth and saying, "Buns, buns." I hate buns the most. I was too busy eating at the time and didn't think much about it. Now that I reflect on it, I wouldn't have known if she hadn't mentioned it. The steamed buns I made in my dream last night might not have been quite right. The army continued to advance, walking for several more days until they finally reached the territory of the Liangshan Principality. But just 10 miles away from the first city, General Gailong suddenly ordered the entire army to stand by. This halt lasted a full 3 days. The new recruits began to speculate, wondering if the general was afraid. Just when the morale of the troops was a bit unstable, General Gailong suddenly ordered all the commanders and us few princes to be summoned to the main military tent. I tell you, as soon as I walked into the big tent, the atmosphere was off. Marshal Gorgon sat there, tall and imposing, his armor shining brightly, looking quite intimidating. But I always felt there was a mysterious confidence hidden beneath his little mustache. The next day, the army gathered, and wow, there were 150,000 of us, all fired up, each one feeling like the chosen one, thinking we'd be popping champagne in the enemy's city by nightfall. The army set off, heading straight for Cloud Mountain City. But when we arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. The city walls, my goodness, so high and thick, standing there like an iron tortoise, with cliffs on both sides. Gorgon, being a straightforward guy, started shouting his usual lines about opening the gates and surrendering, promising not to kill anyone. And guess what? The city gate creaked open, but there wasn't a single soldier inside, just a group of Andes chatting while drying grain. They didn't even lift their eyelids when they saw our 150,000 strong army. A handsome guy appeared on the city tower, calling himself Zhuge Xian, and performed a series of flashy moves, playing a flute, as if to say, "The gate is open. Come in if you dare." Folks, who gets this? This is a textbook example of the empty city stratagem, right? It's like they're putting on a performance of Siege, 2025 Douluo limited edition for me. A general beside me turned pale and hurriedly told Gorgon, "Marshal, this person is the wise strategist Zhuge Xian. I've fallen for his tricks 3 times before. There must be an ambush in the city." Upon hearing this, Gorgon stroked his mustache and laughed, thinking, a mere trick. Does he think I can't see this as a bait to lure us in? I rolled my eyes at that moment. Dude, this is an empty city, not a trap. Are you sure your comprehension skills weren't taught by a PE teacher? I couldn't hold it in any longer and directly spoke up. "Marshal, he's playing psychological warfare because he has no troops left." Gorgon shot me a sideways glance, his expression almost saying, "What does this little brat know? Can I let him ruin this tremendous opportunity?" I quickly added, "If you don't believe me, why not send some flying soldiers to take a look in the sky?" Gorgon, probably annoyed by me, hesitantly sent 100 flying soul masters up. While those guys flew up, and Zhuge Xian on the city tower turned pale. He had calculated everything, but didn't anticipate we had an air force. His empty city strategy was instantly defeated, and he hurriedly ordered to close the gates and shoot arrows. The brothers in the sky quickly reported back. "Report, Marshal, there are really not many people in the city." Gorin's old face turned red and white, embarrassed enough to dig a 3-room apartment with his toes. If I hadn't reminded him, he would have become the laughingstock of the continent today. He was furious and directly ordered a full attack. 150,000 people surged forward like a tide. But Zhuge Xian was tough too. There were only a few people in the city, yet he managed to fend off our first wave of attack with rockets, and we suffered quite a few injuries. When Gorin saw that a strong attack wouldn't work, he decided to step in for a one-on-one fight. Let me tell you, this old guy has some skills when he gets serious. When he unleashed his martial soul, a giant dragon covered in black scales emerged, with 9 golden feathered wings on its tail, called the Golden Feather Scaled Armor Dragon, which sounded incredibly tough. Zhuge Xian didn't back down either. He took out a scroll called the Thunderstorm Diagram, and, as he stepped into the painting, it came to life, summoning thunder and lightning in the sky to clash with Gorin's golden feather blades. One had high defense and thick blood, while the other was a long-range mage. 2 soul Douluos and soul saints were fiercely battling in the sky, with special effects at their peak. But Goran, being at a higher level, couldn't be harmed by Zhuge Xian. However, as Goran fought, he suddenly had a crooked thought. Seeing how strong Zhuge Xian was, he actually wanted to recruit him. He started to hold back. I was really impressed. What kind of treasure-hunting persona is this on a battlefield? As a result, both of their soul power was nearly exhausted, and neither could do anything to the other, so Goran had no choice but to sound a retreat. Back in the big tent, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. 150,000 people were blocked at the gate by 1,000, which would be embarrassing to say out loud. At this moment, the third prince, Shuizhu, stood up and said he wanted to take 500 elite troops to climb in from the cliff at night for a surprise attack. When Goran heard this, he shook his head like a rattle drum, saying it was too dangerous. You are a prince. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I thought, although this strategy is rough, it can work. I immediately chimed in. Marshal, this strategy can work. As long as we pretend to launch a full-scale attack from the front to attract their attention, the third prince and his men can sneak in from the side. Isn't the success rate quite high? With my prompt, Gaelong also found it reasonable. Plus, with Shuizhu fanning the flames, saying that if one doesn't take decisive action, they will only bring chaos upon themselves, Gaelong slammed the table and agreed. That night, the army lit torches outside the city and began the assault with a loud clamor, creating a huge spectacle. Zhuge Xian indeed fell for it, thinking we were trying to wear them down with a war of attrition. Little did he know, the real killer move was the third prince and his 500 Spider-Men, who had quietly climbed down from the cliff on the side. I looked at the commotion in the darkness and hurriedly urged Gaelong, Marshal, increase the intensity and provide cover for them. Gaelong understood and directly ordered a full-scale assault. The charge horn blaring. Upon seeing us charging like madmen, Zhuge Xian's expression changed instantly. He clearly sensed something was wrong as soldiers began to set up long ladders, preparing to climb up to the city tower. However, this little trick was nothing compared to our overwhelming force. The archers shot down a few, but the ones behind surged forward like a tide, wave after wave, and they were about to climb up. I tell you at that time, Zhuge Xian was anxiously pacing on the city wall, shouting orders for all the soldiers in the city who could move to rush up to the walls for support. And he even had people pour fire oil down to prepare for a fire attack. All his attention was drawn away by our brothers outside the city. Little did he know, the real threat had already entered his home. The third prince, also known as Shuizhu, along with his 500 elite soldiers, had stealthily made their way into the city. Goodness, looking at the giant stone behind the city gate, Shuizhu couldn't be bothered to hide any longer and revealed his true intentions. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Let me tell you about that scene. A sudden burst of fiery red light erupted from Shuizhu, and behind him transformed into a huge swan engulfed in flames, with 4 soul rings in yellow and purple. It was truly impressive. He activated his third soul skill, called Fierce Fire Special Attack, and charged towards that large rock like a burning cannonball, crashing into it with a loud bang. No matter how heavy the rock was, it was still just a rock, and it shattered into pieces on the spot. On the city tower, Zhuge Xian heard the commotion and was dumbfounded. He quickly ran over to look down and was astonished to see flames everywhere in the city. With 500 strong men already in position, his face turned green in an instant, muttering to himself, "Oh no, how'd they get in? Family, who understands?" It was then he realized that our night attack on the city was just a smokescreen. The real killing blow was coming from the sky. He regretted it so much at that moment, feeling like his intestines were turning green, shouting that he had been careless. Of course, who would have thought someone could perform an extreme parachute jump from a 1,000-meter-high cliff? Now, he found himself with 2 options. Either split the troops to block the city gates or stubbornly hold the city walls. But to be honest, either choice was futile. Yinshan City was doomed. Just as he hesitated, our commander Gaelong had already flown up to the city tower like a superhero. Zhuge Xian looked and thought, well, today is my day of doom. With a determination to die, he unleashed his martial soul, the Thunder Map, for which a swarm of lightning birds charged towards Gaelong. Who is Gaelong? The god of war. Would he be afraid of that? He directly used his third soul skill, Iron Wall, and a massive stone wall rose from the ground, smashing all those birds to pieces, while the 2 of them were engaged in their divine battle. Shuizhu had already led his men to open the city gates. Our army of over 100,000 surged in like a floodgate being opened. An hour later, in the city lord's mansion, Zhuge Xian was kneeling there, tied up like a big hairy crab. Commander Gaelong was extremely pleased, looking at him and saying, "I see you are quite talented. How about this? I'll speak to His Majesty, and you can stay in my army from now on. But guess what? This guy was quite tough. He held his neck high and said, "A loyal minister does not serve two masters. The Duke of Liangshan has shown me kindness. I cannot betray him, whether to kill or to mutilate. I leave it to you." Wow, this left Gulong at a loss for words, but instead, he admired him even more. Gulong smiled and said, "You can't say it like that. You are indeed impressive. If it weren't for a little brother reminding me, I would have fallen into your hands today." Zhuge Xian looked unconvinced. "Little brother? Don't joke with me. Are you saying that the one who saw through my scheme is a child?" His expression clearly showed disbelief, as if he thought Gulong was just making up lies to humiliate him. Gulong didn't waste any more words, extending his hand and pointing directly at me. Let me tell you, all eyes in the room were suddenly on me. When Zhuge Xian realized that the one he had arranged everything for was just a little kid like me, who hadn't even fully grown up yet, his mouth dropped open so wide that you could probably fit an entire Oscar-sized sausage in it. I cleared my throat, put my hands behind my back, and said in a tone that suggested he was still too young, "General Zhuge, you're quite clever, living up to your surname Zhuge. It's a pity, though, that you haven't encountered me. My mind is filled with the wisdom of thousands of years. What are the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the 36 stratagems to me? I could easily outsmart you." At that moment, Zhuge Xian was speechless, probably questioning his life choices. Gulong saw that he still refused to surrender side, and was about to say to execute him. I quickly stopped him. "Commander, don't be hasty. Killing him? That would be too easy for him. We need to play dirty. Attack his heart, lock him up, and then announce to the outside world that Zhuge Xian has already pledged allegiance to us. Let me tell you, this is called winning the heart first." As soon as I finished speaking, the third prince beside me, who is also Qian Renshua, looked at me with shining eyes, radiating excitement. Goodness, I immediately felt a chill down my spine. This girl was already plotting how to lure me into her company, even considering using seduction tactics. She was thinking to herself, "This kid has great talent and a sharp mind. Once I unify the continent, he would be the best commander. I need to find a way to make him devotedly follow me. Should I personally take action?" Luckily, she dismissed that idea, saying I was still a child and there's no rush. We can take it slow. My goodness, family members, this is workplace harassment. When Gaelong heard my plan, he immediately agreed. Brilliant plan? Let us do it. 7 days later, let me tell you, the results were outstanding. The news of Zhuge Xian defecting spread wildly in the Liangshan Principality. At first, the Duke of Liangshan didn't believe it, but as more and more soldiers returned, their accounts swayed public opinion, and he began to doubt himself. My tactic of sowing discord was simply perfect. The way Gaelong looked at me now wasn't just admiration. It was worship. If not for his status, he would have wanted to take me as his master. The army set off, and the next stop was Linshan City. Gaelong was now completely obedient to me, cheerfully asking, "Little brother, we're approaching Linshan City. How do you want to attack? I'll follow your lead." What can I say? I was speechless at that moment. You, a commander-in-chief, asking me, a child, isn't this just pure absurdity in governing the country? I said, "Let's wait and see." As a result, when we arrived at the gate of Linshan City, everyone was dumbfounded. The city gate was wide open, and there wasn't even a ghostly shadow on the city tower. At that moment, my heart sank. I was familiar with this script, the empty city strategy. No. Using the same tactic twice isn't clever. It's foolish. Gaelong also sensed something was off, and asked his subordinate who the commander of Linshan City was. The subordinate replied that it was Pan Yu, a brawny man with no brains, who, in theory, wouldn't use such tricks. This was even stranger. Although I couldn't figure it out, it was better to be cautious, so I suggested to Gaelong, "Marshal, let us send scouts in first to check and make sure there are no ambushes before entering the city in batches." Gaelong trusted me completely at that moment and immediately sent people out. Half an hour later, the scouts reported back that there was indeed no one in the city. Just some old civilians left. Gaelong promptly dispatched a special operations unit, equipped with bomb disposal experts and a flying tiger team, to enter the city and scout the way. As a result, they had a smooth journey, and the entire army entered the city without losing a single hair. They had acquired a city for free. Gaelong was overjoyed, but I was frowning deeply. Something unusual must be behind this. Why did these people abandon the city and flee? Gaelong didn't think that far, leaving 1,000 men to guard the city while the main army continued its advance. That afternoon, the sun was scorching hot, and you could fry an egg on the ground. The army reached a dense forest, and General Hua Wu pointed and said, "Marshal, beyond this forest is Yinshan City." I looked at the dark forest, my eyelids twitching, a sense of foreboding rising in my heart. I quickly reminded Gaelong, "Marshal, The military books say not to enter the woods. Let's take a detour. But then Hou jumped out to oppose. Taking a detour would add another 500 miles. We will make it by tomorrow. Gailong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to be stubborn. He thought that since the garrison of Linshan City had fled, what danger could there be on this road? With over 100,000 troops here, what was there to be afraid of? He said, "It's fine, this forest isn't large. Even if there are ambushes, they won't stir up much trouble. Let's continue forward." I wanted to say something at that moment, but he had already given the order. "Fine. You're stubborn. You have the final say." The army marched into the forest like this. After more than half an hour, nothing had happened, and Gailong felt I was overthinking it. Seeing the soldiers exhausted, he encouraged them. "Just hang on for another half hour and we'll be out of here. We'll camp outside Yin Mountain City, and you can have a good rest." As soon as the soldiers heard they could rest, they forced themselves to move forward. Just then, whoosh, 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 hundreds of flaming arrows shot out from deep within the woods. Immediately, it began to rain from the sky, and the rain had a pungent smell. When it hit the sparks, it exploded into flames. It was incendiary oil. Gailong's face instantly turned pale. Things were looking grim. They were actually using fire attacks. I'll tell you, there's an unspoken rule in battles on the mainland. The use of underhanded tactics like fire attacks and flooding is forbidden, as it goes against the natural order. Gailong calculated that they wouldn't dare to use such tactics, which is why he boldly led his troops into the forest. As a result, the backlash came swiftly. The weather was already hot, and the trees were as dry as firewood. Just a spark combined with some gasoline turned the entire forest into a sea of flames in an instant. Thousands of soldiers were burned alive on the spot. Their screams were truly hellish. I was standing there, stunned. Seeing on a TV drama is nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Lives were extinguished just like that. While I was in shock, a rocket suddenly shot towards me. "Watch out!" In a split second, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue, who had been watching me closely, pounced and knocked me to the ground, and we rolled to the side. Gailong truly is a war god. At the critical moment, he didn't falter and immediately roared orders. All water attribute spirit masters. Put out the fire. Defensive types with high spirit power surround the perimeter. He activated his true spirit form, transforming into a giant dragon to withstand the flames. Thousands of water attribute spirit masters unleashed their skills. A camp leader named Jiahi, whose spirit was a water sword frog, used his third spirit skill, Rain Oath, summoning a torrential downpour at the center of the fire, which was highly effective. The flames were finally brought under control. "What about you?" This isn't the time to be dazed. Xue Qinghe's voice snapped me back to reality. I looked down and realized I was being pinned under him, a faint fragrance wafting into my nose. I finally came to my senses. Looking at the face so close to mine, my breath quickened. Wow, this is the future angel goddess. So fragrant. I instinctively said it out loud. Seeing my dazed expression, Qianren Xue helplessly smiled. "You're a fire attribute spirit master, and you can't help it all, yet I still have to protect you." Her tone, paired with her slightly feminine face, didn't sound like a complaint. It was more like she was being playful. At that moment, I didn't know where I found the courage. I turned over and pressed her down beneath me, looking sincerely in her eyes, and said, "Thank you. You." Her face instantly turned red, and I felt that her frozen heart was starting to thump wildly. She must have been thinking, "What's wrong with me? He's just a kid." I quickly crawled up from her, but my foot slipped and I stepped on a branch, crashing back down again. Goodness, this time I felt it. Her disguise wasn't perfect. Her chest wasn't flat. My mind was racing, and I instantly thought of her set of angelic divine gear soul bones. "What are you thinking?" Qianren Xue couldn't help but ask when she saw my reminiscing expression. I blurted out before thinking, "I want to eat grape jelly." She innocently asked, "Grape jelly? What is that? Is it tasty?" I could only awkwardly reply, "It's actually quite good." Just at that awkward moment, Uncle Ning Lang from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hurried over and asked with concern, "Your Highness, little you, are you both all right?" I quickly got up, waved my hand, and said, "Uncle Lang, we are fine." Uncle Ning Lang is a key member of the sect, very powerful, and also an expert at playing with fire. Looking at the mess on the ground, he sighed and scolded the people from the Liangshan Principality for their lack of martial ethics. I tell you, JiangYu's face instantly turned cold. In that gaze, my goodness, I felt like the air conditioning next to me was set to minus 18 degrees. He spoke to me word by word, saying that no one would escape from this account, whether they came up with the idea or took action. They all had to line up and wait for their box lunch. Uncle Lang, a veteran of playing with fire, was also shaken by his murderous aura. probably wondering why this usually gentle child suddenly looked like a hellish demon when he got angry. After the fire was extinguished, the troops were united in their anger. Each one seemed to be on a high from adrenaline, and the flames of revenge burned away their fatigue. I tell you, their marching speed was like it had been turbocharged. What should have taken half an hour was completed in just 10 minutes. Once out of the forest, a gigantic valley appeared before us, and as long as we passed through it, we would reach Yin Mountain City. This time, Brother Gailong had learned his lesson and dared not act recklessly again. He quickly sent a team of agile scouts to scout the path. And the result? Half an hour later, a sharp whistle came from the valley. My heart sank. This is bad. There's an ambush. Gailong's face turned green. He drew his sword and shouted, "Form ranks." As soon as he finished speaking, the scout captain named Hitreda ran out like a lost dog, followed by about 10 brothers, while the rest probably met their end. He cried out, "Marshal, there's an ambush." I tell you, Gailong exploded at that moment. These scouts were precious. Elite troops, specially approved by the emperor, and now almost 10 out of 10 were lost in an instant. He was furious. He couldn't bear this humiliation, mounted his horse, and charged in first, his martial soul directly manifesting, glowing all over, ready to show the enemy that they could not withstand the wrath of Contra. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought, wow, this guy Golan is at it again, being emotionally unstable. I quickly had Zweeking chase after him, and Uncle Ninglong took our people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to follow and protect him. To be honest, us high-ranking soul masters really aren't afraid of chaotic battles like this. It's basically impossible for ordinary soldiers to hurt us. Plus, the valley is so small. How many people could they possibly ambush? But guess what? As soon as we charged in, everyone had already run away. They were just creating distractions, messing with our mindset, and then slipping away. These guys truly understood the tactics of enemy advances. I retreat. Enemy tires, I disturb. We smoothly passed through the valley, and ahead was Flame Mountain City. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. A gigantic city, and in the center was an active volcano. The closer we got, the hotter it became. The air felt scalding, and you could fry an egg on the ground. Gailong was already furious, rushing to the city gate and pointing at the city tower, cursing and demanding the people who had set the ambush to come out for a one-on-one fight. The city gate creaked open, and thousands of soldiers walked out, forming 2 lines, while 3 generals leisurely rode out in the middle. The middle one, a muscular guy named Pan Yu, was being sarcastic. "Oh, as expected of Marshal Gailong, the 9 Lives Divine Dragon, you weren't burned to death in such a big fire." Before he finished speaking, Gailong had already made his move. Without saying a word, he charged forward on his horse, instantly conjuring a crescent-shaped blade over 2 meters long. Dragging on the ground, sparks flying, and swung it straight at Pan Yu's forehead. For those who understand, Pan Yu was dumbfounded. According to battlefield rules, shouldn't both commanders introduce themselves, boast a bit, and follow the process before starting to fight? But Gailong skipped all that and went straight for the attack. This guy really had no sense of martial ethics at all. Pan Yu's face turned green with anger, cursing under his breath. But he could only brace himself and activate his martial spirit. A pitch-black wolf fong club appeared in his hand, instantly growing over 2 meters long, with 6 soul rings dazzling the eyes. He, a soul emperor of the attack system, thought he could compete in strength with Gailong, but what happened? He was overly optimistic. With a loud bang, Pan Yu's wolf fong club was almost knocked away, and he was left stunned. It was then he realized the gap between a soul Douluo and a soul emperor was like heaven and earth. Gailong hadn't even activated his soul skill and was already suppressing him with just basic attacks. Pan Yu couldn't hold on any longer, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Nyo Jin, aren't you going to make a move?" The general, named Nyo Jin, without saying a word, activated his martial spirit. Wielding a 3-meter-long black giant axe, engulfed in black flames, and unleashed his strongest soul skill at Gailong. What happened? A flash of golden light enveloped Gailong, and he emerged clad in golden dragon scale armor, completely blocking the black flames without a scratch. Come on. This was a top-tier defensive martial spirit. He had once gone toe-to-toe with Dugubo for hundreds of rounds. What was a soul emperor to him? Now Pan Yu was completely panicking, shouting at the last comrade, "Li Rue, don't just stand there. Let's go together." Goodness, unable to win in a one-on-one, they were now calling for reinforcements. Focusing on a righteous group assault, the one named Li Rue was the strangest. The martial spirit he summoned was a black mirror with a human face and limbs. I was stunned. What kind of bizarre thing was this? When his 5th soul ring lit up, countless mirrors appeared around, trapping Gailong inside. Then, Pan Yu, Nyo Jin, and hundreds of soldiers. All their attacks were crazily copied by the mirrors, filling the entire space with a dense barrage of attacks. It was like the hell mode in a bullet hell game. We were all dumbfounded watching from the outside. The people from the Liangshan Principality were so shameless. The vice commander, Shangwan Qinshin, immediately ordered, "Charge. Save the marshal." The sight of over 100,000 troops charging together was truly shocking, with dust billowing and the ground shaking. Inside the mirror space, Gaelong withstood all the attacks. Although he sustained some superficial injuries, it was not a big deal. 3 minutes later, the mirror space shattered, and our army just happened to charge in. 100,000 against a few thousand. Do we even need to say more? Weren't they just keen on group fights? Now, they would witness what true justice looked like. The soldiers of Flame Mountain City were completely stunned, probably cursing under their breath about which bastard had broken the rules first. Just when we thought victory was assured, Li Rue pulled another trick. With his sixth soul ring glowing, the mirror behind him used spatial teleportation, and he vanished in an instant. I was dumbfounded. This martial spirit could teleport? How overpowered was that? The other two. Pan Yu immediately kneeled down begging for mercy, tears and snot flowing, completely washing his hands of the blame. Niu Jin beside him looked at him with disdain, spat at him, and then held his head high, bravely taking all the blame upon himself. Gaelong sneered and said to Niu Jin that he was a man, but then his expression darkened, ordering, "Flatten Flame Mountain City. Execute all the defenders. War is that cruel." Half an hour later, the city fell. Gaelong really ordered all captured defenders to be buried alive in a deep pit in the previously burned forest. Then, he quietly made a wooden sign, inscribed with 4 words, "Forest of Heroic Souls," and placed it above the scorched earth of the sacrificed soldiers. The following days of advance went exceptionally smoothly. Several cities were left empty, and the enemy had all retreated. Gaelong immediately recognized that they intended to concentrate all their forces in the last 3 strongholds that formed a triangle, preparing for a decisive battle with us. This was troublesome. Siege warfare is the most time-consuming, and if we got bogged down, the logistical pressure on our army would be immense. That night, Gaelong called me into the tent, pointed at the map, and asked me with a worried expression if I had any good ideas. I honestly couldn't think of anything, so I casually grabbed a walnut and started cracking it. The next day, Gaelong adopted my brilliant strategy. We sent a 1,000-man team to the foot of Yashan City, not to attack or taunt, but right in front of the defending soldiers, set up a barbecue and started roasting rabbits. And they were those plump and tender, soft-boned rabbits. I taught a clever soldier to shout at the tower, "Hey, brothers over there, come down and eat some freshly roasted rabbit." This shout directly triggered one of the deputy generals on the tower. That guy was furious, pointing at us and cursing. "Bah, rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them?" I really didn't expect that this unintentional jab would hit the opponent's XP system right on target. It turned out that this Deputy General Zhao Wu was a hardcore fan of the soft-boned rabbit, and he probably had a collection of bunny girl figurines and art books at home. Seeing his idol being roasted over a fire, he couldn't take it anymore. The clever soldier saw the opportunity and added fuel to the fire. "These are all fresh female rabbits. The meat is especially delicious." As he spoke, he tore off a large piece of rabbit leg and stuffed it into his mouth with a look of enjoyment. It infuriated me. Zhao Wu completely lost his composure, unable to hold back any longer. His martial spirit, the iron-armored lion eagle, manifested, sprouting a pair of huge wings from his back. Without a second thought, he leaped down from the tower, heading straight for us. His commanding general couldn't stop him and could only hurriedly send troops out of the city to assist. In midair, Zhao Wu flapped his wings, sending countless blade-like feathers shooting towards us. Our scout, Ho Yang, with the eagle martial spirit, quickly activated his spirit to defend. But it was on a completely different level. Zhao Wu didn't give him a chance and unleashed a new soul skill. I'm telling you, his third soul skill is simply cheating. You can't see or touch it. It's just pure air compression slash. Over here, Ho Yang instantly had several bloody wounds on him, as if he had been slashed by a knife. Then the opposing guard saw their commander so fierce, their morale surged instantly, and over 1,000 of them charged over, howling. And what about our Imperial Guards? Usually so arrogant in the capital, but once they hit the battlefield, who knows what happened? They were completely stunned. Just pure peace elite, collapsing at the first touch, getting scattered by a wave of charges, rolling and crawling back to the camp with Ho Yang. After counting, out of 1,000, only 700 were left. Ho Yang turned pale, preparing to go back and take the blame. But guess what? Marshal Gailong hadn't even gotten angry yet, and that little brat who had been munching on chicken legs was Jiang Yu, and he spoke up. He said, "Keep going, don't stop." I was like, "What operation is this?" He also said, "Remember, don't win, but don't lose too embarrassingly. You manage that degree yourself." Ho Yang was about to cry, saying, "Boss, I have no experience, I can't act." Then he had a sudden idea. "Marshal, why don't you send Captain Pan Hai to assist me? Uncle Pan. He has more experience with losing." Goodness, it was like, what a guy. Who is this Pan Hai? A legendary figure in the Imperial Guards, nicknamed the Perennial Loser. In battles he participated in, we basically never won. Because of connections and a strong background, he had always lingered in the team. Now, he finally welcomed his moment to shine. Marshal Gailong, upon hearing this, was amused and directly approved. You know, professionals do professional things. With this Perennial Loser Pan Hai joining, we lost in a smooth and flawless manner, without any flaws. For 3 consecutive days, we went to the city gate to clock in and center heads. The opposing commander of Yashan City, Lu Lian and Zhao Wu, were initially quite vigilant, but later they became complacent, thinking, is this really our Tiando Empire's elite troops? Just this? The two of them sat on the city wall drinking tea, watching us get beaten to a pulp, swelling with arrogance. 3 days later, JiangYu lay back on a chair, opened his eyes, and said 2 words, "It's time." Marshal Gailong had been feeling quite stifled these days, and upon hearing this, his spirits lifted instantly. The plan was simple. Gailong, our strongest old Dalu, would take off the martial armor, change into a soldier's outfit, and personally lead 1,000 elite troops to challenge. Zhao Wu saw this and thought, hey, these ATM machines are here to give money again. Annoyed, he directly led his troops out, and the people in the city also thought they could make a fortune rushing out. What happened next? As soon as they broke the encirclement, Gailong unleashed his martial spirit, and 8 soul rings dazzled their eyes. He flew straight into the city and began a massacre. Outside the city, our group of actors who had been holding back for 3 days finally didn't have to act anymore. Our combat power skyrocketed from 0 to 100, beating the charging guards until they cried for their mothers. Lu Lian, watching the show from the city wall, turned pale, seeing the tide had turned. This guy was faster than anyone, and he decided to surrender on the spot. He even volunteered, saying he wanted to help us fight his own people. Zhao Wu beside him was dumbfounded, cursing him for lacking guts, epitomizing the ultimate in workplace disgusting behavior. Thus, Yashan City was taken in record time. JiangYu's next plan was even bolder, having our people change into enemy uniforms, pretending to be defeated soldiers to deceive the next city, Dushan City. At the celebration banquet that night, JiangYu didn't attend, saying he wanted to keep a low profile. But guess what? Gailong arranged for several beautiful maidservants to serve him. The next morning, this kid came out holding his waist, and Xue Qinghe asked him what was wrong. He blushed and said the bed was too hard. Men, the army set off, heading straight for Dushan City. This city was as tough as an iron tortoise. We used the old trick again, sending the traitor Lu Lian to knock on the door. The general on the city tower, named Cheng Feng, didn't suspect anything, as there had indeed been defeated soldiers coming over a few days ago, and with a wave of his hand he opened the gate. As soon as we entered the city, Gailong transformed on the spot. Cheng Feng was also a tough guy, a level 69 battle soul emperor with a martial spirit called the Mighty Ape, and he instantly fought with Gailong. Unfortunately, the level difference was a chasm. After a few exchanges, he was taken down by Gailong. With the city gate thrown away, the army charged in, and Dushan City was taken. Next stop, the final boss, Liangshan City. The whole army was like they had been injected with chicken blood, just waiting to break the city and get rich. But then, JiangYu issued another order. Encircle, but not attack. For a full 10 days, we surrounded the city, doing nothing. We soldiers were about to go crazy, feeling like something was right at the door, and yet you told me the password was wrong. Gailong was puzzled too, but still chose to trust JiangYu. What was JiangYu doing? He was waiting. Waiting for what? For a heavy fog. Finally, that night, the thick fog rolled in, with visibility under 5 meters. JiangYu's opportunity came. He had people push out over 1,000 pre-prepared scarecrows, each wearing armor and, devilishly, with Tang San's image stuck on their faces. Then he had heavy armored soldiers push these Tang San troops, sneaking towards the base of the city wall under the cover of fog. The guards on the wall saw this and were like, damn, the enemy is sneaking in under the fog. Without thinking, they directly ordered, shoot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Let me tell you, that rain of arrows fell like they were free. One round after another. In no time, our pushed-out Tang San troops turned into hedgehogs. After that, we slowly retreated with the cart full of scarecrows pierced with arrows. The guards on the wall thought they had repelled a fierce attack and were all smug, grinning ear to ear, until they emptied their quivers and realized something was wrong. Hey, why has anyone fallen on our side? When the fog cleared, well, there stood 1,000 scarecrows neatly at the base of the city, all with Tang San's image. The scene was ridiculously funny. The general guarding the city turned green. He probably had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind, cursing us for lacking martial ethics. Just as they were questioning life, Marshal Gailong ordered, and the 50,000 allied forces charged up the ladders to start a frontal assault. But this was all a distraction. I'm telling you, Jiang Yu is a real genius. His real killing move was underground. The main force of our Imperial Guards never showed up, all digging tunnels in the camp like groundhogs. Tens of thousands of them with engineering shovels, digging hard towards the center of Liangshan's city. What is this called? This is called a real-life tunnel warfare. The fighting on the city wall was brutal, with the Allied forces charging up and the guards throwing stones down like hail. To be fair, the Liangshan army could really fight. Their experience in defending the city was top-notch, and they held off several waves of attacks. Later, their General Pan Feng also personally took the field, boosting morale instantly. Both sides fought on the city wall like a meat grinder, tugging back and forth for several hours. Just when the battle reached a stalemate, suddenly there was a loud bang. Folks, who understands? We popped up from underground, directly opened a skylight in the center of the city. At this point, the Liangshan army was completely dumbfounded. Their backyard caught fire, and their defense line collapsed in an instant. That Pan Feng was also a man. Knowing the tide had turned, he still led his men into a desperate charge, shouting that behind him was home, with no retreat possible. The scene was, to be honest, quite tragic. The battle suddenly escalated, both sides were red-eyed, and those who lost hands bit with their teeth. It was simply inhumane, a bunch of beasts fighting each other. I tell you, the smell of blood mixed with sweat was enough to make you vomit, more shocking than any game scene. Seeing the city had fallen, Marshal Gailong Kuden team missed this opportunity and directly led the main force into the fray. However, he was stopped by Pan Feng and his several fierce generals. Pan Feng was a level 77 Soul Emperor with a martial spirit called the Thunder Hammer, a silver giant hammer, powerful beyond measure. He teamed up with a few other experts, and one guy called Lei Ci Junju directly unleashed a lightning cannon, while another support-type character provided them with buffs. The three of them executed a combo that nearly took down Marshal Gailong in an instant. Gailong was furious. After all, he was a Soul de Law. How could he let a Soul Emperor bully him? He shouted and immediately activated his martial soul true form, and suddenly, a golden giant dragon over 30 meters tall soared into the air. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Pan Feng wasn't intimidated either. He also activated his weapon's soul true form, merging with his giant hammer to become a lightning giant hammer over 10 meters tall. Wow, a giant dragon versus a giant hammer. This was a battle of deities. The entire battlefield was cleared by the two of them, and us small soldiers were blown around by the violent winds of their battle, unable to join in. Meanwhile, we weren't idle on our side either. His Highness Shueqinghe, also known as Qian Rinxue, began to showcase her top-tier support abilities. Although her swan martial soul had little attacking power, her healing and purification capabilities were nearly bug level. As soon as her soul rings lit up, waves of healing light descended, and our injured brothers instantly felt much better, and their stamina was significantly restored. Wherever she stood, within 100 meters, it was like a moving spring, truly a super healer on the battlefield. Upon seeing this, the enemies were like, what the heck? How can we fight like this? We have to take out that healer first. So, a swarm of enemies rushed towards Shueqinghe. As for me, of course, I'm responsible for protecting His Royal Highness. Once the Chixiao Sword formation is activated, wherever the sword light shines, the enemies fall like cut wheat. After this period of training, I feel like I've almost developed muscle memory for killing, and my control over soul power is becoming more precise. To test my strength, I went straight for a soul master-level opponent. That guy had a crocodile martial spirit, all muscles, and looked quite intimidating. What happened next? He tried to bite my sword energy with his mouth and ended up getting burned into a sausage mouth by my imperial fire. Furious and embarrassed, he charged at me, and I cleverly dodged his attack, countering with a sword strike that directly sent him to a chilling end. It was that simple to defeat him despite the level difference. Just as I was reveling in the joy of victory, I suddenly felt a chill behind me. I turned around and saw Shueqinghe. No, It was Qian Renshua, looking at me with an extremely playful expression. That gaze, how should I put it, was filled with the desire for exploration and possession. As if an AI had discovered a new spell, making my CPU overheat. She was probably thinking, this kid is quite interesting. I must take a good look at him later. I shivered at that moment, wondering where the cold wind was coming from on such a hot day. Now, back to the heavenly battle. The giant dragon transformed from Gaelong clashed with Pan Feng's giant hammer, shaking the heavens and the earth, but in the end, Gaelong was superior. He used gravity compression to control the giant hammer, then spun 360 degrees and threw the hammer along with Pan Feng out, smashing him hard against the distant mountain wall. Pan Feng was forced out of his original form, severely injured, but still managed to launch a final attack, a lightning dragon drill that sent Gaelong flying as well. However, he was already on his last legs. Gaelong was completely enraged. A Soul Dalu got injured by Soul Sage. Where would he put his face? He opened his dragon mouth and unleashed a powerful move, Dragon Breath. A golden energy sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, resembling a small sun and with tracking capabilities, was unleashed. Pan Feng couldn't dodge it at all. With a loud bang, the energy sphere struck its target, shattering Pan Feng's weapon spirit form, and he fell like a kite with a broken string, completely losing his combat ability. Once the commander fell, the morale of the Liangshan army instantly collapsed. Our side surged forward, and the once invincible General Pan Feng was directly chopped into a pile of meat paste. Just when we thought the situation was settled and prepared to raid the Duke's mansion, we didn't expect that old fellow to be more slippery than anyone else. Upon hearing that Pan Feng was dead and the city gate was breached, he immediately decided to flee without a second thought. He even had the audacity to claim he was heading to the Xinglua Empire, saying that as long as the Green Hills remained, he wouldn't fear a lack of firewood. Bah! He ordered his General Li Guang to resist to the death at the front line to buy him time, while he himself, disguised in civilian clothes, sneaked out through the south gate with 500 elite troops. Poor Li Guang had no idea he was being sold out. He was still setting up layers of defenses in the alleys near the Duke's mansion, engaging us in a fierce battle. The alley was so narrow that even with our numbers, we couldn't spread out, and for a moment, we were actually held back by him. Gaelong was so anxious he started cursing, and in the end, he had no choice but to call me over and ask if I had any clever strategies. I looked at the terrain and thought, what's so difficult about this? I directly told him, Marshal, we have cannons. What is your dragon breath for? Just blow up this alley. Gaelong slapped his forehead, exclaiming that he was getting old and confused. Then he acted like a demolition team leader, ordering everyone to step back. One dragon breath blasted a whole alley down. Then moving forward, another dragon breath demolished another. We blasted our way right to the Duke's mansion, leaving Li Guang's men completely stunned. By the time we surrounded the Duke's mansion, Marshal Gaelong had exhausted his soul power and was carried out in a weakened state. He strained to maintain his composure, shouting inside to persuade them to surrender, claiming that the Empire would handle things leniently, stating they wouldn't be killed if they laid down their arms. As a result, Li Guang poked his head out and asked directly, surrender is fine, but where's the money? Where are the titles? Where are the women? You haven't kept them all for yourself, have you? I was left dumbfounded. Family, who understands his thought process? Is this something a carbon-based life form could come up with? I tell you, this guy became a general purely because of connections. His 6 sisters have completely dominated the upper circles of the Liangshan Principality. All of them are his brothers-in-law. With this background, his position is more secure than anyone else's. That's why he dares to be so arrogant, mocking Marshal Gaelong. No rewards, and you're advising me to surrender? Are you an idiot or what? Marshal Gaelong was initially quite wary, but upon hearing this, the weight in his heart instantly lifted. Oh, turns out he's just a useless fool. Then it's no big deal. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words, waving his hand and directly ordering, all troops, attack. Flatten the Duke's residence. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was like tens of thousands of troops charged forward as if they were on steroids, shouting long live the Heavenly Alliance. The momentum even got the coalition forces from nearby principalities fired up, joining in the chant. You can't say anything, although Li Guang is a fool with zero combat experience. He has indeed read a lot of military books, making him a theoretical master in the general world, focusing on talking big without action. As the army rushed forward, he didn't panic at all, immediately shouting commands. Release the rolling barrels. Scatter the nails. Pour hot oil. I was watching from the back and almost laughed out loud. Family. Who understands? What era is this? Fighting still relies on these old tricks, like playing house with kids and throwing things around. I even had a thought flash through my mind. Should we equip ourselves with some high-tech gadgets, like Zhuge's repeating crossbow? But then I thought, forget it. I'm a member of the Spirit Hall, and I can't do anything that aids the enemy. At first, we were indeed caught off guard by their rowdy fighting tactics and suffered some losses. But after all, we are regular troops, and we quickly found a way to respond. The disorganized mob on the other side immediately couldn't hold up and began to retreat. Li Guang saw the situation was bad and panicked. He drew his sword and swiftly cut down a few fleeing soldiers, roaring, "Who dares to retreat? Kill without mercy." As he spoke, he unleashed his own power. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light surrounded him. 7 soul rings emerged, 3 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, just barely a soul sage. Then a big fat cat appeared above his head. His martial soul was a Maine Coon. Immediately after, the most explosive scene unfolded. After manifesting his martial soul, a pair of fluffy brown-yellow cat ears actually grew out from his head. I felt like my aesthetic was being rubbed in the dirt. Is it reasonable for a big guy to have cat ears? This image is simply the ultimate insult to someone like me who loves cat-eared girls. I just wanted to rush up and punch him twice, saying, "Let you have cat ears. Let you pollute my eyes." I held back and turned to look at Marshal Galong on the stretcher, wildly hinting, "Marshal, look at that guy. Don't you want to go up and punch him a couple times?" Marshal Galong was already drained of spirit power, looking as weak as could be, with not a drop left. I quickly pulled over His Highness Shui Qinghe and a few support-type soul masters. I have a thick loaf of bread, a recovery soul power bun. After a series of operations, Marshal Galong seemed to have taken a whole ton of restorative pills and suddenly stood up from the chair. The look in his eyes directed at Li Guang was even angrier than mine. I understood. It turned out the Marshal was also on the same side. For such heretics that desecrate the sacred attributes of cat-eared girls, they must be met with justice's iron fist. After regaining some spirit power, Marshal Galong rushed up without a second thought. Li Guang, seeing the soul fighting master coming, turned pale with fright and, in his panic, directly activated his 6th soul skill, Tongue Lick. Good heavens, I almost vomited on the spot. A thick, long pink tongue shot out from his mouth and swiftly wrapped around Marshal Galong. The scene was too beautiful for me to look at. It was wet, sticky, and had a dizzying effect. At that moment, an inappropriate thought flashed through my mind. If Zhu Zhuqing used this move, cough cough, what a sin. I quickly recited form is emptiness to suppress this terrible thought. Marshal Galong, bound in the air, shouted angrily, "Let me go. Why is this damn tongue so hard?" After struggling for a while, he finally broke free using the tail wings that came with his martial soul. Once free, Marshal Galong was completely enraged and dove down. His fist the size of a pot directly smashed Li Guang from the sky to the ground, even knocking out his bile. Now Li Guang was utterly scared, lying on the ground and repeatedly begging for mercy. "Marshal, please spare me. I surrender. My 6-tuplet sister has admired you for a long time. As long as you let me go, we'll be family." As soon as I heard 6-tuplets and then saw Marshal Galong's suddenly deepened gaze, I understood. He must be thinking that for the long-term stability of the empire, it is essential to capture Li Guang, the key figure, and make him a puppet to control Yangshan. As for those 6 sisters, it was just a tiny sacrifice made for the great cause of the empire. Thus, the Liangshan army surrendered. We smoothly took over the Duke's mansion, but upon searching, we were in trouble. The mastermind, the Duke of Liangshan, had fled. I quickly reminded Marshal Galong to seal off the borders and issue a city-wide manhunt. When I asked the city guards, I found out that the old rascal had already sent someone to the Xinglua Empire for help and had slipped away himself. By nightfall, in order to show his loyalty, Li Guang took me and Marshal Galong to his secret treasury. I saw him operate on the bookshelf with a flurry of movements and a hole opened in the wall. Once inside, good heavens, I almost got blinded. The floor was covered with gold soul coins, and there were boxes of jewels. This was not a duke's mansion. It was the headquarters of a mint. My heart skipped a beat. If all this money fell into the hands of the Tiando Empire, it would be disastrous. I had to find a way to inform the Spear Hall. At the back of the treasury, there were 3 crystal boxes. Li Guang opened the first one, and inside was a piece of jade, surprisingly a rare space soul guide. He had a keen eye and directly praised that this thing could only be used by soul masters of the battle soul level, insisting on giving it to Marshal Galong, who reluctantly accepted it. The second box contained several black, brick-like objects called whale glue, said to enhance physical strength, but only usable by assault-type soul masters. Since Marshal Galong was a defense type, he passed it to me. When the third box was opened, the Chixiao Sword and the imperial fire within me immediately stirred. Inside was a sun-shaped gemstone with a round bead in the center and surrounded by golden yellow jade. At that moment, I couldn't care less about appearances and directly clung to Marshal Gailong's thigh, even calling him Uncle Gailong, acting cute and rolling around, insisting on having this gemstone. Seeing that I liked it, Marshal Gailong waved his hand generously and gave it to me. I was afraid he would change his mind, so I snatched it and stuffed it into my pocket. Once I got back to my room, I took out the gem to study it. As I held a candle closer to examine it, a drop of hot wax fell on my hand, causing me to shudder. Just then, the flame from the candle singed the gem. In the next second, the flame was suddenly sucked into it. The gem erupted with a blinding light, transforming into a streak of light that shot directly into my forehead. My mind exploded with a bang. As if I were watching a 4D movie trailer, a muscular man clad in golden armor, wielding a holy sword, summoned the true fire of the sun with a single strike and instantly defeated a giant dragon. Damn, is this the legacy of the sun god? Have I just stumbled upon a divine position? I was so excited that I remembered the whale Glue Marshal Galon Yuan had given me. I opened the jade box, took out a piece, and stuffed it into my mouth. As soon as it entered, a fishy taste hit me, but it quickly transformed into a warm flow that rushed into my stomach. Then, every meridian in my body felt like it had been scalded with boiling water, painful yet pleasurable, and I could feel my strength surging up. But slowly, I began to feel something was wrong. My body grew hotter, my blood felt like it was about to boil, and an evil fire surged straight up to the crown of my head, making my mind start to get fuzzy. It was then that I realized this stuff was an extremely potent tonic, and if I ate too much, I would get high. I felt an unbearable heat all over my body. My eyes were red, and my rationality was gradually fading. All I wanted was a place to vent. Just then, with a creaking sound, the door opened, and Shuechinghe walked in. He noticed that something was off with me and asked with concern, "JiangYu, what's wrong?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch my forehead. The faint, refreshing scent wafted over, becoming the last straw that broke my rationality. In a moment of impulse, I pounced on him like a beast, pinning him to the ground. "JiangYu, no." Shuechinghe's voice held a hint of shame and anger as he struggled desperately. But he was no match for me in my current state. Amid the chaos, his appearance began to change. That unremarkable face transformed into a dignified and stunning visage, golden hair flowing freely, and his figure, more from an airport into Mount Everest. Wow, Shuechinghe is a woman, and a top-tier beauty at that. I was completely out of my mind at that moment, and I just started kissing her face fiercely. My hand were also getting restless, climbing to new heights, while the other hand was about to explore the mysterious valley. Suddenly, an eye-blinding holy light erupted from her body, and an irresistible force suddenly threw me away, slamming me against the wall with a bang. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. Before I passed out, I saw her flustered as she quickly adjusted her clothes, transforming back into the appearance of Shuechinghe. Then, with a worried expression, she picked me up and walked out of the room. Goodness, let me tell you, when she rushed out holding me, I thought she was taking me to the hospital, but what happened? She directly brought me to a gigantic ice cellar. These nobles really know how to play. It's scorching outside like a flaming mountain, and they built 1,000 square meter ice cellar in their mansion. The ice blocks inside are said to be airlifted from the far north. Luxurious, simply too luxurious. As soon as we reached the entrance, the cold air rushed out, and I felt Shuechinghe shiver. She was wearing just a tiny piece of clothing. She must have been freezing. But when she looked down at me, who was almost smoking from the heat, she gritted her teeth and rushed inside, holding me tightly. Let me tell you, the ice cellar is like two different worlds. As soon as you step in, there are giant ice blocks stacked up to a person's height on both sides, emitting white smoke, and just breathing can create ice shards. The evil fire inside me was finally suppressed. The redness on my face slowly faded, and I felt rejuvenated. She noticed I was feeling better and visibly relaxed, then laid me down on an ice bed. After that, she just stood there, staring at my face, probably lost in thought about what had just happened. I can guess what she's thinking. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I wouldn't bother caring about your life or death. That's what she thinks, but that look in her eyes, TSK, TSK, let me tell you, it's definitely more than just anger. Her cheeks are starting to flush again. Good grief. Not even this ice cellar can contain the fire in her heart. Isn't she just scheming against herself? Once my body temperature returns to normal, she'll probably relax. But then this girl suddenly comes up with a wicked idea, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She huffs and mutters to herself, "Today, I'll punish you to sleep here for a night. Let's see if you dare to lay a hand on me again." After saying that, she turns around and leaves. slamming the door of the ice cellar behind her, leaving me alone in this icy world. I can even imagine her outside, looking at the moon, letting out a silvery, triumphant laugh. I don't know how long it has been, but I drifted off into a dream, and it was wild to say the least. I was all over Qianren, and it felt so real that my face turned red. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in my head. Kid, still sleeping? Wake up. It was Tianming Iceworm. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, where am I? I'm in a pile of ice. A chill rushed from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head, and I was almost frozen stiff all over, my hair standing up like steel needles. This ice, it's from the extreme north, how nostalgic. The voice of Tianming sounded again, and then he suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look at that piece of ice." I looked in the direction he pointed, and not far away, I saw a block of ice the size of a brick, with some strange symbols carved on it. Tianming began to interpret for me, and the content was roughly, "Dear Bing Bing, I am your very own big meat silkworm. I dream of you even in my sleep. Bing Bing, I miss you. Family, who understands? This top-tier big shot is actually an ultimate pure love warrior behind the scenes." I was so shocked that I had goosebumps all over. He said he has a crush on one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, but unfortunately, the other party sees him as a side dish, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to be on the table. "Kid, hurry. Put that ice brick away and make sure to keep it safe," Tianming urgently ordered me. I walked over to take a look, and the handwriting, although it was frosted over, the shape and texture really looked like it was written with snot. So disgusting. Who would write a love letter with snot? But since the boss spoke, I reluctantly picked it up and tossed it into my soul guide device. By the way, Tianming, how did I end up here? I just remembered to ask the important question. How would I know? I thought you came here to calm down by yourself. I really can't believe it. Who goes to the ice cellar to calm down for no reason? Just then, with a creak, the door opened. Tianming, that guy, instantly panicked, saying someone was coming, and then he disappeared in a flash. Qianren Shui, or should I say Shui Qinghe, walked in gracefully, looking quite surprised to see me awake. "What brings you here?" I asked. She pointed at herself with an expression that said, "You dare to ask? You forgot. Last night, you." She couldn't even finish her sentence, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. As soon as I saw her flushed cheeks, I couldn't help but reach out and touch them, innocently asking, "Qinghe Gij, why is your face so hot? This is an ice cellar." She gasped and dodged away, and looking at my naive expression, she must have cursed me 1,000 times in her heart. "Now you know to call me brother? How could you forget when you were on top of me last night? You enjoyed it, and now you don't want to acknowledge it, right?" She stubbornly asked again. "Do you really not remember anything that happened last night? I told you, at this moment, I have to play dumb. If I say I remember, what does that make me? A rogue?" So I decisively shook my head, looking completely confused. She saw me like this, her eyes rolled, holding back a laugh, and kindly explained to me, "Oh, last night, you don't know what happened. You were burning up all over, hugging a table and rubbing against it like crazy. I was worried something would happen to you, so I moved you here." "A table? Rubbing?" My mind buzzed, and my face instantly turned dark. What kind of outrageous words are these? I've never been this embarrassed in my life. It was simply an epic social death scene, too cringeworthy. I covered my face and ran outside, not wanting to stay a second longer. Behind me, I heard her uncontrollable burst of laughter. When I returned to the room, I saw that things had fallen all over the floor, and the corner of the table had indeed chipped paint. At that moment, I had just one thought. Is it really true? I picked up the whale glue from the ground. This thing made me look foolish. I really wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, I held back. After all, after eating this stuff, I felt my soul power had increased quite a bit. No, I have to go to the spirit hall to check how many levels I've really gone up. By the way, I also need to discreetly inform the spirit hall about Gailong finding the treasure so they can intercept it halfway. The spirit hall in Liangshan City is truly impressive. I went straight in and said I wanted to test my soul power, and I was led to a room. Inside sat an old man named Xiao Kai, who was a soul master. When he saw me, a little kid, he probably thought I was a rookie who just obtained my first soul ring, and he kindly said to me, "Child, congratulations on stepping onto the path of a soul master. If you train well, you can also become a soul master like Grandpa." I smiled and said nothing. Facts speak louder than words. I placed my hand on the crystal ball and activated my soul power. Buzz. 2 yellow soul rings lit up immediately. The old man's words got stuck in his throat, and his eyes nearly popped out. He looked at the number displayed on the crystal ball, and his jaw almost dislocated. 20, 25 level. A great soul master, he stammered out, looking at me as if I were a monster. "H, how old are you this year?" 8. I answered honestly. 8. He gasped, 25 level at 8 years old. This, our spirit hall's golden generation, isn't even that monstrous. He immediately wanted to recruit me into the spirit hall, offering incredibly generous conditions. As if I was already a part of the spirit hall, raised by the Pope himself. Did I need you to recruit me? Of course, my undercover identity couldn't be exposed. I could only innocently refuse. Sorry, Grandpa. I already have a sect. The old man looked heartbroken, as if he had missed out on a fortune. I finished testing my soul power, but I didn't leave right away. I circled to the back of the main hall, took out my homemade slingshot, picked up a stone, wrapped it with a small note I had written earlier, and shot it through a window with a whoosh. I heard a loud bang from inside, followed by an old man's scream of ouch. The stone had hit him directly. He picked up the stone, saw the note on it, and his expression changed instantly. I was sure he was now urgently rushing to report to the hall master. Sure enough, not long after, a Soul King flew out from the Spirit Hall, heading straight for Soul City. In the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was holding that crumpled note and immediately recognized my handwriting. She had taught me how to write, so no matter how much I tried to disguise it, I couldn't hide it from her. Finally, I had done something productive. She muttered something and immediately ordered, "Summon Lord Daira." Half an hour later, 500 flying-type Soul Masters, all at least Soul Kings, flew out of Soul City in a grand manner. Only the Spirit Hall could muster such a show. However, they were still a step too late. After wandering outside Liangshan City for 7 days, that old fellow Gailong had long since vanished with the treasure. During this time, the imperial decree from the Tiando Empire also arrived, and the Liangshan Principality was changed to Liangshan Province. A new governor took office and began a bloody purge, stabilizing the situation in just half a month. Then Gailong led the remaining troops back to the imperial city, proudly escorting that batch of treasure. They traveled slowly, their vigilance decreasing with each passing day. Finally, they set up camp in a place called Woniyu Valley. Let me tell you, just from the name, it sounds like a great place for an ambush. Gailong's brain is quite something. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, a group of men in black quietly infiltrated the camp. They were from the Spirit Hall. The leader was named Lord Daira, but the woman beside him was even more eye-catching. Her figure, wow, curvy and perfectly wrapped in a black bodysuit. Her father, Lord Daira, had told her to practice. This woman was named Lord Tifa, with a mutated golden feather eagle emperor as her martial spirit, nicknamed the Golden Eagle Goddess. And she was already a soul emperor at a young age. She walked lightly to the drowsy guards, her body glowing with golden light, and her pupils turned golden. One guard, just waking up from a full bladder, was about to shout enemy attack when he made eye contact with her. The next second, the soldier's eyes went blank, frozen like a puppet. Incredible, her first soul skill, royal eye, mental control. After dealing with the guard, she signaled the others to come forward and move the boxes. However, at critical moments, there's always a clumsy teammate. A guy with a sparrow martial spirit was too weak to pull the box, and instead, he was dragged down by it, causing a huge crash that instantly turned the entire camp into chaos. Thieves! The gongs sounded loudly. Lord Daira turned pale and could only order a swift resolution. In the general's tent, Gailong was studying luminescent poker with Li Guang and his 6 identical sisters. When the commotion outside startled him, and he rushed out with a 100-pound sword in hand. I was also woken up by the noise, and it was obvious when I asked, "My people have arrived." The plan worked. I was waiting in the tent for good news. After a long time, while outside there were sounds of killing and chaos, it was eerily quiet inside. Just as I was wondering about it, a shadow approached my tent. This guy had the lower body of a snake, slithering silently on the ground, and he was also a soul emperor. He reached the entrance of my tent and exhaled a colorful toxic mist through the gap, which floated inside. I immediately felt dizzy. My vision went dark, and I passed out again. The snake man slipped in, saw me collapsed on the table, and without saying a word, he threw me over his shoulder and quietly sneaked out of the camp. Most people were distracted by the robbers in front, so no one noticed I had been taken. He led me into a small grove and arrived at a riverbank, muttering, "So what if you're a genius? Who told you to get involved in the royal struggle?" After saying that, he tossed me into the rushing river like garbage, watching me being swept away by the water. He finally felt relieved and probably went back to report the good news to his master. He thought I was done for, but what he thought was just his assumption. Let me tell you, not only did I survive, but I also woke up. However, the place where I regained consciousness was a bit strange. It wasn't heaven or hell, nor a hospital bed, but I was lying in a rickety cart that was shaking me all over the place. As soon as I opened my eyes, I met the sharp gaze of an old man. "Little brother, you're awake?" He handed me a cup filled with a greenish liquid, and the smell was something else. Drink this, it's an antidote, the old man said proudly, claiming I had been poisoned by some colorful snake venom, and if it weren't for his secret remedy made from snake gall, I would have been dead long ago. Goodness, what did I get poisoned? I had no memory of it at all, but the old man didn't seem like he wanted to harm me. After all, he had saved me. Whatever, a dead horse can be treated as a live one, so I pinched my nose and gulped it down. Would you believe it? As soon as I drank it, a warm sensation spread through my belly, and I felt my strength returning. I quickly expressed my gratitude, thanking Grandpa for saving my life. I will definitely repay you for your kindness in the future. The old man seemed quite pleased with my grateful attitude, stroked his beard, and, JiangYu, my brain just exploded with a buzz. Wait a minute. JiangYu, the JiangYu from the Bibi clan? The sole master who can go head-to-head with title Douluo? Does anyone understand? I'm a person from the Spirit Hall, and I've just been saved by the Spirit Hall's arch-nemesis. Isn't this script a bit too thrilling? The smile on my face is almost frozen, and I can only grit my teeth and say, Yang. Hello, Senior Yang. He didn't seem to notice anything strange about me and curiously asked for my name and where I came from. My mind was racing, and I couldn't just say my name is Jiang Yu. That would be like a self-destructing truck, right? In a moment of inspiration, I blurted out, my surname is Jiang, and my name is Shanyo. As soon as I finished speaking, a burst of uncontrollable laughter came from beside me. Only then did I realize there was a woman in the car. I turned my head, and wow, another tough character. This aunt looked absolutely stunning, with big wavy blonde hair and a body that was incredibly hot. However, her tight-fitting outfit had several large holes, exposing skin that was blindingly white. Shanyo? Haha. She laughed so hard that she was shaking all over. No wonder you were thrown into the river. With a name like that, who else would they throw in? I was speechless at the time. Did this aunt's emotional intelligence grow on her chest? Who makes fun of someone's name to their face? She saw me glaring at her and even winked at me. My name is Phelan. What's wrong, little brother? Are you interested in the aunt? I really can't believe it. This person is just too unserious. Later, I found out that she also got beaten up pretty badly in that chaotic fight, just like me, and fell into the river, only to be rescued by JiangYu. Meanwhile, the news of my disappearance had already caused a stir in our base. My superior, Chixiao, was extremely anxious and turned the entire camp upside down. In the end, she had no choice but to call on her ace bodyguard, a title known as the Porcupine. You can't deny it, a big shot is a big shot. As soon as the Porcupine Douluo entered my tent and sniffed around, he confirmed, Miss, it's poisonous. It's the venom of a colorful snake. Upon hearing this, Chixiao's eyes instantly turned cold. She immediately thought of her unlucky brother Chixiao, who she had always been at odds with. He just so happened to have a guard who used this snake venom. Wow, the enemy was locked in. Anyone who dares to touch my people, I see they're tired of living. Let me tell you, the killing intent from Chixiao at that moment was something I could feel even hundreds of miles away. She directly ordered the Porcupine Daw, Senior, please deal with him and his guard. Family, who understands this feeling of being protected by a big shot? It's simply too satisfying. As for me, I was lying leisurely in the carriage. JiangYu said he was going to participate in some kind of poison exchange competition, and as soon as I heard that, I had to follow. Where else could I find the opportunity to get a top poison masteress live teaching for free? As for the aunt named Phelan, she stubbornly insisted on staying, and the two of us were just hurting each other along the way. She never stopped talking, and every word could almost choke me to death. We arrived at a city called Bayou City, and just as we got off the bus, we ran into JiangYu's friend. It was another old man with an ethereal demeanor, accompanied by a little girl. The girl was about my age, with short purple hair that reached her ears, both playful and capable, and her big eyes sparkled brightly, looking quite lively. Aunt Phelan started her antics again, leaning over to ask me, who looks better, that little sister or me? I gave her a glance and directly retorted, of course it's her. Just look at your age. Your skin is almost wrinkled. She was so angry that she immediately started pinching her own face to prove she was still young, and it was really hilarious to see. I couldn't be bothered with her, but the little girl came over. Her name is Bai Chunxiang, and she is the granddaughter of the old man with white hair, Bai He, who is the clan leader of the Min family. She was particularly curious about how I managed to survive such a potent poison, grabbing my hand and asking all sorts of questions, wanted to learn how to train her body. Her grandfather, Bai He, looked at me with a meaningful gaze, much like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, asking all sorts of questions until he finally inquired about my martial soul and soul power. All right, since it had come to this point, I decided not to hide anything. I directly summoned my Sword Martial Soul and casually reported my level. Sword Martial Soul. Level 25 Assault System Battle Soul Master. In that instant, the whole place fell silent. Yang Wudi's eyes were wide open like copper bells. Elder Bai was so excited that his beard stood up, and Aunt Effelon was even more shocked, her mouth agape in disbelief. Even Bai Qinxiang's gaze towards me changed, shifting from curiosity to, well, a bit of unwillingness to accept. Let me tell you, that scene back then was simply my personal show-off stage. The effect was off the charts. Once I entered the city, I found a hotel to stay in, just in time for some Jade Festival happening in town, with a celebration in the evening. As a result, that old man Bai He, in order to matchmake me with his granddaughter, actually signed us up for a doubles battle competition behind our backs. By the time I found out, the registration form had already been submitted. Fine, let's fight. It's just a good way to stretch my muscles. When we got to the registration desk, the staff asked what our duo's name was. I casually said Jiang Bai Duo, but Bai Qinxiang made a face of disdain and insisted on calling it Yoshang Duo. All right, since you think you're good looking, you get to decide. The competition quickly began, and the first match was between two muscular men whose martial spirits were bears. They looked really tough. Their opponents were a man and a woman, and the woman was extremely tall, but her martial spirit was a book of scriptures? I was dumbfounded at that moment. A book? Who still uses books as a martial spirit these days? Does anyone understand? Generally, among these book-type martial spirits, 9 out of 10 are useless and can't be cultivated at all. But then, this girl had, wow, 2 bright yellow soul rings that were dazzling. I was puzzled when that worn-out book suddenly started flipping pages on its own, and then an outrageous scene unfolded. A massive ice bear, emanating cold air, jumped out from the left side of the book, while a fiery tiger sprang out from the right. I was completely taken aback. This girl was like a walking summoner's canyon. One person was a whole wild area. Her male teammate was also very cooperative, swiftly launching several wind blades, harassing the opponents like it was a scraping treatment. Those 2 muscular guys thought they could take it head-on, but what happened? The wind blades slashed their faces. The bear paw struck their heads, and the tiger claw tore them apart. Within moments, they were knocked down and couldn't get up. The first round ended dramatically like that. Soon, it was my buddy Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang's turn to take the stage. When this Yoshang duo appeared, the audience's eyes lit up. After all, handsome men and beautiful women are always a sight for sore eyes. Their opponents were a pair of twin sisters named Hu Di and Hu Li, collectively known as the Di Li duo. What a name. It seemed they were afraid others wouldn't know they were sisters. As soon as the match started, Bai Qinxiang soared into the sky, and then, whoosh, 4 identical phantoms appeared behind her, floating in the air, making it impossible to tell which one was the real her. My buddy Jiang Yu also drew his sword, the Chixiao Sword blazing with fire, looking incredibly cool. The twin sisters simultaneously activated their martial spirits, and lo and behold, 2 green humanoid figures emerged behind them, called Green Light Maidens. Let me tell you, those martial spirits looked, how should I put it? They were barely covered by a few strategically placed leaves. How did that even pass the review? Moreover, once they activated their martial spirits, their figures instantly became curvy, which was simply outrageous. The sisters started with tracking arrows, shooting 2 green beams at Bai Qinxiang in the sky and JiangYu on the ground. Could my buddy just watch his girlfriend being bullied? Of course not. As the Chixiao Sword formation activated, several fire swords flew out, clashing and directly shattering those 2 arrows in midair. When the sisters saw their normal attacks were ineffective, they exchanged glances and understood it was time to unleash their ultimate move. The 4 soul rings on them flew out and collided together with a duong. And then the 2 began to merge into one. They transformed into a towering green pillar. At that moment, I wanted to shout, "Activate! Super transformation!" My buddy saw this and immediately threw a bunch of fire swords to interrupt the spell. But guess what? It was useless. That green light pillar seemed invincible and couldn't be broken at all. As the light pillar dissipated, wow, the fusion was successful. Now the face of that green light female hero turned into that of a pair of twin sisters, with the left side being the older sister and the right side the younger sister. Isn't this the trendiest yin-yang face special effect makeup of 2025? They're really at the forefront of fashion. After the fusion, this thing became powerful, shooting arrows that were several times thicker than before. And they even had a blue absorption effect. My buddy tried to block it with a sword formation, but then he realized something was wrong. His soul power was being absorbed by the other side. Bai Qinxiang in the sky was in a dire situation and couldn't dodge in time. In the end, she let out a cry as her wings got hit and fell down like a kite with a broken string. In a critical moment, my buddy jumped up and caught her in a princess carry. It was so cool. Bai Qinxiang's grandfather in the audience was almost frantically grinding medicine over there. The fused female hero saw she had the upper hand, floated over, and surprisingly gave up on range attacks to go for close combat. In a flash, she got behind my buddy, trying to choke him with her arm. Let me tell you, this is a textbook example of a villain dying from getting too close. You're a fragile, ranged fighter, and you want to play close combat with a warrior? Who gave you the courage? Can my buddy be a vegetarian? He hit her in the chest with an elbow, and then kicked her. In an instant, he broke free. Then he swung his sword. Don't forget, the opponent is a wooden attribute green leaf, and my buddy has the ultimate fire. Isn't this a perfect counter? With that one sword strike, there was a sharp scream, and the combined female warrior exploded, turning back into the pair of twin sisters, both pale and spitting blood, completely unable to fight. The referee quickly announced my buddy as the winner, and the expressions on those sisters' faces were so resentful they could almost stretch. After stepping off the stage, that mysterious big sister named Lydia came over again, saying she was increasingly interested in my buddy, but he silenced her with a single line, "Annie, please don't do that," which had me laughing so hard. There was no time to rest. The next match began immediately. This time, the opponents were a pair of siblings named Yanlinger and Yanyi. Let me tell you, this sister Yanlinger is no ordinary girl. At about 13 or 14 years old, she looks stunning with a hot body and dressed very lightly. Her martial spirit is a fireball, basically a little spicy pepper. Her brother is a control type, and his martial spirit is a fire brick. You heard it right, a brick. As soon as the match started, that little pepper threw a big fireball over with an extremely high temperature. My buddy directly stabbed it with his sword, and the two began a clash. At that moment, her brother sneaked in and threw a fire brick with a stun effect. It hit my buddy on the head. Goodness. My buddy was dazed for a few seconds, but quickly regained his senses. The other side thought they had succeeded. The little pepper told her brother to deal with the white incense in the sky, while she wanted to take on my buddy one-on-one. She directly conjured a larger purple fireball, but what happened? When my buddy unleashed his sword formation, the golden flames emerged and directly consumed her purple fireball. She was completely stunned, unable to understand why her fire was so weak. Let me tell you, this is bloodline suppression. This girl couldn't take the loss and went crazy, throwing fireballs everywhere, setting the entire stage on fire, and it looked like it would burn the audience. Just then, a blue-clothed fairy descended from the sky. With a splash, torrents of water poured down, instantly extinguishing the fire. This newcomer was called Han Jiangxue, and she was also incredibly beautiful, completely the opposite of that fiery little pepper. A true ice queen. These two clearly had a long-standing rivalry, and they started arguing as soon as they met. One said she almost harmed innocent people, and the other said she should mind her own business and stop meddling. It was like a collision of stars. Neither would back down. The Ice Queen couldn't be bothered to waste words. After extinguishing the fire, she flew away, exuding an air of aloofness. The little pepper, with a belly full of anger, turned and yelled at my buddy, "What? Are you still going to fight or not? I suggest you just admit defeat." What a joke. How can my buddy admit defeat? He directly pointed his sword at Yanlinger. "Of course, we're still fighting. I didn't get enough of it earlier. Come on, let us go again. This time we need to fight to our heart's content. Bring on. Let us see if your sword is stronger or if this girl S-ball is better." Let me tell you, that girl was really fired up at that moment. Goodness, she conjured up 2 huge fireballs in her hands, like 2 little suns, and came charging at me. Her intention was to use those big balls to soften my sword. Does anyone understand? Isn't that a bit too fast? The idea was quite ambitious, but reality was harsh. She didn't even bother to find out what my red sky sword was all about. The sword of the Imperial Dao. Do you understand its worth? It's specifically designed to counter all kinds of flashy tricks. Where fireballs hit me, it was no harm at all. It was practically a power bank. The energy was pouring into my sword, and I felt a shiver run through my body, completely relaxed, like I had just had a top-notch spa treatment, warm and incredibly pleasant. On the other hand, that girl's face turned pale. Her soul power was plummeting like a dam had burst. Not only did I drain her energy, but she also lost control, trying to retract the fireballs. With a boom, it backfired and set herself on fire. The flames quickly singed her clothes. I thought, this one do, even though she is my opponent. I can't just watch her embarrass herself in public. I'm not a devil. I quickly sheathed my sword and went to help pat out the fire. Then, the most awkward moment happened. The fabric on her chest was completely burned away, revealing a pink. Ahem. Those who understand, understand. Fortunately, she was facing me, Otherwise, the entire audience would have had a feast. She let out a sharp scream, probably startled, and her already precarious bra strap slipped off. I was quick and swiftly took off my outer garment and draped it over her. We must maintain our gentlemanly demeanor. We just stared at each other. The atmosphere, so awkward it felt like you could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. At that moment, my teammate Bai Qinxiang and her brother were also in an intense fight above. Bai Qinxiang's speed was incredible, although her attack power was a bit lacking. Her ability to harass was top-notch, buzzing around her brother Yin Yi like a high-speed drone, leaving him in a mess where he could only defend with all his might. The audience below was dumbfounded. They originally thought we were just a mysterious duo there to fill the numbers. But I broke Yin Linger's double balls with one sword and nearly exposed her entirely, completely changing the tide. I looked at her, full of soul power, and asked, "So, are you still going to fight?" I tell you, she was really conflicted at that time. Her soul power was almost depleted. Probably even using her first soul skill would be a struggle. Then there was me, calm and relaxed, as if I had just finished warming up. Just admit defeat. She was a well-known figure in the city, and losing face would be hard for her. Otherwise, her rival would definitely laugh at her later. But if she didn't admit defeat, would she just headbutt me? In the end, she still wanted to save face and stubbornly puffed out her chest. "Come on, I'll accompany you to the end." But with that big movement, the robe I draped over her slipped down halfway, and the scene, Tiske. I quickly coughed a couple of times and turned around, saying, you should put your clothes on properly first. I never take advantage of others' misfortunes. When I turned back, oh my goodness, she was wearing my big robe, just covering her thighs with her long, straight, and white legs exposed beneath, paired with that pitiful expression. That scene completely stunned me. I almost thought I was watching some 2025 trending outfit short video. I got so distracted that when she noticed my gaze was off, her face turned red instantly. "What are you looking at?" I quickly regained my focus and made a gesture of invitation. She, too, found herself in a difficult position, gritting her teeth and forcing out the last bit of her soul power, condensing it into a fireball that she hurled at me. I wasn't too polite and directly unleashed a Chixiao Sword formation, countless sword shadows slicing through her fireball into fragments, then continuing their momentum towards her. Seeing his sister in danger, Yin Yi didn't care about Bai Qinxiang anymore and activated his second soul skill, Explosive Fire Brick, which transformed a brick into a wall that blocked in front of Yin Linger. In that moment of distraction, Bai Qinxiang seized the opportunity to dive in, leaving several bloody marks on his neck with her claws, making him wince in pain. I saw the sword formation blocked by the wall and immediately changed my tactic. I used my second soul skill, Flame Sword Chi, and shot 3 times at the same point on the firewall, creating a big hole. I swiftly slipped through, with the tip of my sword steadied against her neck, a drop of blood rolling down the blade. It seemed that I had won. I raised an eyebrow at her. Later, I learned that her father, the big shot in the city, was watching from the VIP seats at that moment. His subordinates wanted to strike back at me, but her father stopped them, saying that this kid has extraordinary talent and will surely achieve greatness in the future, so we can't afford to offend him. We need to win him over. You see, the old man has an eye for talent. After that match, our team, Yoxiang, became famous, cutting through the competition and advancing straight to the finals. Our opponents in the finals were a woman named Zhou Xian, whose martial soul was a book that could summon creatures, and a man named Shun Tong, whose martial soul was a wind spirit wolf, known for its speed. Their levels were even higher than ours. As soon as the match started, Zhou Xian opened her book, and with a flash of light, an ice bear and a flame tiger jumped out. It was said that they had about 90 of their original strength, which was quite intimidating. Her teammate transformed into a werewolf, with claws elongated and legs looking like chopsticks, which was quite bizarre. The flame tiger roared and charged at me, while the werewolf teammate followed closely, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. What happened next? My second soul ring lit up, and the kingly aura of the crimson flame roaring tiger surrounded me, being the king among beasts. The summoned flame tiger immediately went weak in the legs, trembling in fear, not daring to move, like a rat encountering a cat. It allowed me to treat it as a live target, and I shot several sword chi at it, exploding it instantly. Zhou Xian's face turned green, saying that her second soul skill would be on cooldown for a month. In a fit of rage, she ordered the ice bear to spit hail at me. I swung my sword like a fan, blocking all the hail effortlessly. Just then, the werewolf Shun Tong quietly circled around my back, leaping up to try and stab me in the side. In a critical moment, my white Qinxiang moved. It dove down at high speed, accurately grabbing Shun Tong's ankle and pulling down hard. The guy traced a graceful parabola in the air before crashing face first into the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. I quickly followed up with a sword strike, sending him off the stage to rest. Now, only Zhou Xian and her bear were left. White Qinxiang created clones, surrounding Zhou Xian completely. Without her summoned beast for protection, her martial soul book was just a decoration. In a panic, she even used the book as a brick, wildly slapping at White Qinxiang's clones. In the end, she was approached by White Qinxiang's main body and was controlled with a flying swallow lock, unable to move at all. I started playing a two-person show with that ice bear. It was strong, but as slow as a snail, unable to touch me at all, while I kept landing blows on it with my sword, leaving many cuts on its body. In just a few minutes, the ice bear ran out of energy and disappeared with a loud bang. The competition ended, and we were crowned champions. The applause from the audience was thunderous. The city lord personally presented the award, which turned out to be a pair of white jade rings. Let me tell you, these are not ordinary jewelry. They're soul guides. Wearing them can automatically activate a shield, reducing attack damage by 70. What's even cooler is that when the two rings are combined, they can shoot out a beam of destruction equivalent to twice the wearer's attack power, just like an attacking soul guide. This thing would be far ahead of its time in 2025. On the sidelines, Yenlinger looked furious. I heard that these rings were originally intended for her, but we snatched them away, which made her really angry. After receiving the award, I was also hungry. After several matches, my stamina was greatly depleted. A few of us decided to go shopping and eat something delicious. I immediately spotted a stall called Zhao Ji Sweet Abalone. Ever since I had it at the Duke's mansion last time, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The stall owner was a mature lady with an impressive figure, and her martial soul was actually abalone, making her a food system soul master. Her signature dish was the third soul skill, honey abalone, and the stall was packed with people. Just as we were lining up, we suddenly heard the lady's charming shout. Someone's eating free abalone. Wow. I've heard of eating free meals, but eating free abalone. That term is something else. As soon as the nearby strong men heard this, they rushed over and gave the guy who wanted to eat for free a good beating. Finally, it was my turn. The lady looked surprised to see a young person like me. I directly said, "Annie, give me 10 honey abalones." Her eyes lit up, and her gaze towards me changed. She must have thought, this little brother doesn't he look big, but he has quite an appetite. His body must be great. As soon as I got the abalone, I eagerly pierced it with a bamboo stick, and the golden honey sauce burst out. Taking a bite, the sweet aroma of honey and the freshness of the abalone exploded in my mouth, even better than the last time. After finishing one, I felt a warm current rise in my lower abdomen, and my previously depleted stamina started to recover rapidly. I didn't expect this abalone had stamina-restoring effects. Jiang Yu inserted another piece of abalone into his mouth, chewing with a look of enjoyment. Before long, he had devoured 5 abalones, leaving Jiang Yu dumbfounded. He can eat so much. What surprised her even more was that Jiang Yu still hadn't reached his limit and quickly grabbed another piece of abalone to eat. In his excitement, Jiang Yu forgot to leave some for Bai Chunxiang and the others, and soon finished the remaining 5 abalones. After the last one went down, he smacked his lips, looking immensely satisfied. What monster! Jiang Yu was astounded as she watched Jiang Yu. Even the number 1 genius soul master in the city could only eat 5 honey abalones in a state of extreme hunger. Jiang Yu had clearly broken that record. After finishing, Jiang Yu saw that the oil paper was empty and asked the beautiful lady for 5 more abalones. More? Jiang Yu wanted to shout no. She was already exhausted. To her surprise, Jiang Yu was still not satisfied and wanted more. Even though her abalone was delicious, it couldn't be this excessive. As the saying goes, greed leads to indigestion. No matter how delicious something is, you can't overeat. But who made the customer a god? Even if she was tired, she had to meet the customer's demands. The third soul skill, honey abalone. Jiang Yu forced herself to stay alert and continued making abalones. After a while, she finally completed 5 fresh abalones, but her soul power was almost depleted. Jiang Yu picked up the wrapped oil paper, but didn't continue eating the abalones inside. Instead, he took out some silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the lady, then happily took his spoils back. Today's abalone is sold out. Everyone come back tomorrow. Jiang Yu said, panting. She could have lasted another 2 hours, but she didn't expect to encounter a big eater like Jiang Yu, and her stamina was nearly exhausted. She would have to set up her stall again tomorrow. Sold out. How could this happen? Boss lady, I waited for an hour just to taste your honey abalone. I didn't even participate in other activities. How could you sell out? Yeah, I came here specifically for it, and I'm leaving BU City early tomorrow. Can you make some more? The crowd's pleas went unheard by Jiang Yu, who found the group after grabbing 5 abalones. As he opened the oil paper, a burst of freshness wafted out, and he shared the abalones with Bai Qinxiang and the others. Even he usually disliked any Fa Lon got one. After all, they were all companions. Even though she could be annoying, Jiang Yu always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. How could he hold a grudge against a woman? Receiving the still warm abalone, Loretta flashed a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu and said with a smile, "Little brother who knows how to treat people well. I've been hungry for a long time. Thank you for the abalone." Saying this, she took a bite of the fragrant abalone. Don't underestimate Loretta's small cherry-like mouth. She swallowed half an abalone in one bite. Jiang Yu was already used to it. After all, she had once swallowed a 10-centimeter-long sausage whole. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. You never know how deep someone's mouth is until you try. While eating the abalone, Loretta kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, her alluring eyes not leaving him for even a second. It was unclear whether she was doing it intentionally, but when she chewed the abalone, she bit particularly hard, making Jiang Yu feel a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a bit cold, even though the temperature in the city was over 30 degrees, stiflingly hot. It couldn't suppress this chill. After tasting the abalone, everyone planned to continue exploring the city. Just as they passed a stall selling trinkets, they heard an elderly voice from behind. The person was Elder Yin. He was here on the orders of the family head to invite the young genius in front of him to the mansion for a discussion. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yu turned around to see an old man wearing a red brocade robe with a beautifully embroidered flame pattern on the sleeve of his right arm. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would recognize this as the family crest of the Yin family, the largest family in the city. However, Jiang Yu and his group clearly didn't know this. The old man looked very unfamiliar, and Jiang Yu was sure he didn't know him. He had no idea what his intentions were. "Young Master Jiang, I am the chief steward of the Yin family." Elder Yin, seeing Jiang Yu's confusion, didn't keep him guessing and immediately revealed his purpose. "My master invites you to the mansion for a meal." "Your master?" Jiang Yu didn't let his guard down. This was his first time in Bu City, and he couldn't possibly know anyone else in the city. He had no idea where this so-called master came from. Elder Yin understood Jiang Yu's concerns and quickly explained, "My master is the father of Miss Yin Linger, who just fought against you. He admires your talent and wishes to invite you for a meal. Rest assured, we mean no harm." Elder Yin tried to lower his posture, showing a friendly smile, hoping to ease Jiang Yu's wariness. "Yin Linger, eating?" Jiang Yu pondered silently. Could it be that Yin Linger was upset about losing the competition to him, and that's why she let her father invite him to dinner, actually intending to take revenge? This banquet was likely a trap. Jiang Yu's martial soul was the Chixiao Sword, and he knew the story behind the Hongmin banquet. There's no good banquet. After all, Bai Yuqing was someone else's territory, and Jiang Yu did not want to attend the banquet rashly. "Thank you for your kindness, old man." Jiang Yu immediately rejected, "But I'm not familiar with your master. So let's skip the meal." After saying this, without waiting for the old man to respond, Jiang Yu turned and left, with Yang Wudi and the others quickly following suit. "I didn't expect you to be quite popular." Bai Qinxiang nudged Jiang Yu's arm, her not-so-full chest inadvertently pressing against him. However, it was obvious that Bai Qinxiang was unaware of it and joked, "Someone even invited you to dinner. Maybe they want to recruit you as a son-in-law? Yin Linger is so charming. Aren't you the least bit moved? What a joke. Am I that kind of person?" Bai Qinxiang's perspective was indeed a bit narrow. Although Yin Linger was quite beautiful, Jiang Yu had seen many beauties since childhood, surrounded by various charming women. How could he possibly be captivated by mere looks? Bai Qinxiang underestimated him too much. Chapter 105, Treasure. He was not a lecherous person who wanted everything. Even with Huo Wu, it was only after getting to know her for a long time that he slowly accepted her. Jiang Yu was not a creature without feelings. After rejecting Yin Lao's invitation, the group began to stroll through the night market. They did not notice that behind Bai Qinxiang, there was an additional green leaf. It was left by Yin Lao, allowing him to clearly sense the direction Jiang Yu and his group were heading. The reason for choosing Bai Qinxiang was that her cultivation was the weakest, which could avoid detection of his actions. Due to the Baiyu festival, there were many more stalls on the street than usual, and even items typically hard to find for soul masters were being sold. From the fluctuations of their soul power, it was clear that at least they all had the strength of great soul masters, likely from soul master families that had fallen into decline, thus having to sell their ancestral items for money. However, what they displayed were not high-end items, not to mention Jiang Yu. Even Bai Qinxiang was unimpressed. Although their Minji clan was living rather frugally, Bai had never treated Bai Qinxiang poorly. All her food clothing, and necessities were of high standards, leading to her high expectations. She generally did not look at ordinary items. After browsing for nearly half an hour, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a strong surge of fire elemental power, which piqued his curiosity. Following this aura, he quickly arrived at a dim stall, where the stall owner was an old man. The fluctuations of his soul power were not very strong, and the items displayed on the stall were all quite common. The source of that aura was right here. Jiang Yu was sure that the item containing a strong fire element was at this unremarkable little stall. After scanning around, Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto a small red box. Inside was a red seed. He couldn't tell what kind of plant it was from, but the aura emanating from it suggested it was a fire attribute plant. "Grandpa, how much for this seed?" Jiang Yu pointed at the red small box. 1,000 gold soul coins. The old man exclaimed, asking for a steep price. In Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin was already the annual expense for an ordinary family. And yet this seed, whose origin was unknown, was priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. No wealthy person would spend money like this. "Old man, can you lower the price a bit?" Jiang Yu tried to negotiate. Although he had enough gold soul coins to buy the seed, it would be better if he could get it cheaper. Moreover, who buys things without bargaining? Not a single coin less. The old man maintained an unapproachable demeanor, as if he wasn't too worried about not selling the item. "Do you know what kind of seed this is?" "No," Jiang Yu answered honestly. Although he suspected that the seed before him had an extraordinary origin, he had no clue what kind of plant it came from. "Have you heard of the 7-colored lotus flower?" The old man's tone was very calm, but it struck Jiang Yu's ears like thunder, shocking him. He had seen this name in the secret texts of the Spirit Hall. The 7-colored lotus flower was a rare heavenly treasure and one of the precious fire attribute items. Legend has it that the flames of the 7-colored lotus flower were born from within it, capable of burning all things in the world and purifying impurities in metals. According to the texts, the flames of the 7-colored lotus flower were the supreme treasure of the ancient Holy Clan. However, since the battle that swept through the entire Douluo Continent 10,000 years ago, the Holy Clan had completely withdrawn from the stage of history. It was said that the Holy Clan had no distinction between male and female. All members were hermaphrodites, and they reproduced by splitting. They were born as masters of fire elements. Even newly born Holy Clan members possessed strength comparable to human soul sect experts. Fortunately, their birth rate was extremely low, leading to a scarce population, even less than that of the Elf Clan. "Grandpa, could this be the seed of the 7-colored lotus flower?" Jiang Yu's tone was a mix of surprise, skepticism, and disbelief. After all, the 7-colored lotus flower was even more precious than the coxcomb phoenix flower that Ma Hongjun consumed. If he obtained it, his imperial fire would definitely evolve further towards the direction of high-level ultimate fire. Ultimate fire also came in levels. His imperial fire was currently only mid-level ultimate fire. Above that were high-level, top-level, and ultimate fire. According to Jiang Yu's knowledge, even the true sun fire and great sun golden flame controlled by the sun god were only high-level and top-level flames. As for the highest level of ultimate fire, it had never appeared in the history of Douluo Continent. Jiang Yu's goal was to evolve his imperial fire into high-level ultimate fire. He did not demand ultimate fire, as such things could not be forced. His requirements were not high. He would be satisfied with high-level ultimate fire. With this thought, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and was about to take money from his soul guide. The old man reminded him, "Little brother, I must warn you. Once the items in this shop are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. This seed, although it is indeed from the 7-colored lotus flower, but..." The old man deliberately dragged out his words, saying, "This seed is almost impossible to grow into a 7-colored lotus flower unless you can find the secret realm of the Holy Clan and irrigate it with their secret 7-colored fire sap. But I can tell you, in the past 10,000 years, no one has ever found the secret realm of the Holy Clan. Even the Spirit Hall has invested huge manpower and resources, but all efforts have been in vain. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." Although the old man sold the items at high price, he still had his bottom line, unlike those unscrupulous merchants who only knew how to cheat people. This seed of the 7-colored lotus flower was his family heirloom, and if it weren't for needing the money, he wouldn't sell it. Is that so? Jiang Yu was taken aback. No wonder this old man was willing to sell such a precious treasure. It turned out it couldn't bloom. However, even so, he still planned to buy this seed. Although 1,000 gold soul coins was quite a significant expense, if he could obtain the seed of the colorful lotus, it would be worth it. Even if it might not be useful, it would be good for research. Who knows, he might find a way to make it bloom. "Thank you. I will take this." Jiang Yu handed the old man a golden banknote worth 1,000, which bore the emblem of the Spirit Hall. 4 large transactions. Many people opted to use the gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire also had similar items. However, the silver notes issued by the two empires could only be used within their respective territories, which is why many preferred the gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall. After all, every city in the continent had a Spirit Hall, and money deposited in the Spirit Bank could be exchanged for gold notes at any power affiliated with the Spirit Hall. The old man clearly understood the function of the gold note. After examining the emblem carefully, he held it up to the night sky. Under the moonlight, a faint glow emanated from a golden line in the center of the banknote. The gold notes issued by the Spirit Hall all had dual anti-counterfeiting marks, making it difficult for other powers to replicate them. After confirming its authenticity, the old man happily accepted the banknote. His gaze towards Jiang Yu had changed slightly. This little boy was quite generous, suggesting he came from extraordinary background, likely from one of the prominent families in the city. Most importantly, he even knew about the colorful lotus. When did such a person appear in Baiyu City? Why had he never heard of him before? After a while, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. This had nothing to do with him. His purpose for setting up the stall was simply to raise enough gold soul coins. And now that the seed of the colorful lotus was sold, he had gathered enough wealth. After putting the seed into his soul guide device, Jiang Yu bowed to the old man and thanked him. Then he left the stall. "What did you buy?" Bai Qinxiang asked, seeing Jiang Yu return with a beaming expression after mysteriously visiting a small stall. She couldn't help but be curious about what treasure he had found. Nothing, just some trinkets. Jiang Yu wasn't intentionally hiding it. He just thought that even if he told Bai Qinxiang he had obtained the seed of the colorful lotus, she wouldn't understand what it was, so there was no need to elaborate. So he casually brushed it off. Trinkets? Lority's expression suddenly became playful, and she couldn't help but think of something. "You didn't buy a plastic doll, did you?" 3. Jiang Yu really wanted to give her a sword. Can't she restrain herself, even in public? Her mouth was as unfiltered as ever. "Shut your mouth." Jiang Yu knew this lady had a personality that would take advantage of any situation, and if he tried to explain, she would definitely pester him endlessly, asking until he broke. Jiang Yu didn't want to deal with that kind of trouble. "Oh, even my sister won tea say." Lority was even more convinced of her guess. "Let me tell you, that thing is good, but you're still young, so you can't play recklessly. You must understand moderation." What a ridiculous conversation. Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with her. However, Lority was clearly determined to cling to Jiang Yu, chattering incessantly in his ear, following closely behind him to share various related information. Bai Qinxiang, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush redder than a monkey's backside. She knew very little about this topic, only having heard her older sister mention occasionally. Bai smiled and did not stop Fa long. This knowledge would be useful for his granddaughter. In the past, due to his status, he hadn't been able to explain these things to Bai Qinxiang. Now that someone else was doing it, he welcomed it. So Bai He and Yang Wudi, the two elders, also listened from the side, their faces revealing a sense of nostalgia. They had been young once. They had practiced their crafts before, but after many years without practice, their skills had long since faded. Hearing Fa Land's descriptions, they couldn't help but feel an urge to pick up those skills they hadn't touched in so long. I'll try it when I get back. I wonder if I've regressed. After all, I have a foundation. It shouldn't be too bad, the two elders thought to themselves. Chapter 106. Firely clan back in the hotel room. Jiang Yu eagerly took out the seed of the seven-colored lotus. Under the light, this oval-shaped seed emitted an incredibly dazzling glow. Jiang Yu could sense the power of flames contained within. If this seed could indeed bloom, there was a great possibility it would nurture the seven-colored lotus flame. However, according to the old man, in order for it to bloom, he would have to find the location of the Firely clan and irrigate it with their seven-colored fire sap. This difficulty was no less than becoming a title Douluo. Even the Spirit Hall couldn't locate the dwelling of the Firely clan. So what right did Jiang Yu have to find it? Even if his luck was incredibly good, and he did manage to find it, would the Firely clan willingly hand over their ancestral treasure? For a gifted race like this, there were surely powerful individuals within the clan who could rival a title Douluo, perhaps even more than one. With Jiang Yu's current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance in a direct confrontation. The reason that the Lin family powerhouse could single-handedly overturn the entire Ice Spirit clan was that he had become the ancestor of his realm. Although Jiang Yu was confident in himself, he wouldn't think that the Firely clan would simply be swayed by his aura and willingly offer up the seven-colored fire sap. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't force the seven-colored lotus to bloom. For him, it was merely an opportunity. Perhaps there would be a way to cultivate it successfully in the future. But at this stage, he wasn't in a hurry. After putting the seed of the seven-colored lotus into his soul guide device, Jiang Yu prepared to go to bed. He was a bit tired after the recent battle and wanted to sleep early to regain his strength. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, which made Jiang Yu feel a bit annoyed. Who could it be at this late hour? Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu saw a man standing outside. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, with a well-proportioned figure and a face that could be considered quite handsome. His face was very clean, with not even a hint of stubble, and his skin was very fair. Who are you? Jiang Yu was sure he didn't know this person. Excuse me, are you Shangyo, young Master Jiang? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. Ah. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but his undercover instincts kicked in, and he quickly responded, Yes, I am. The middle-aged man bowed to Jiang Yu and then extended a box in front of him. I'm a servant of the Yin family. Earlier, you and our young lady had a match, and our family head also witnessed it. He greatly appreciates your performance, and initially wanted to invite you to our residence for a chat. Since you have concerns, our family head does not wish to impose. However, the Yin family would like to establish a good relationship with you, so our family head specifically instructed me to present you with some treasures that will help your cultivation, along with a word of goodwill. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then solemnly recounted what Yin Kun had asked him to convey, with young Master Zhang's talent. You may not value these items, but they are treasures that my Yin family has gathered with great effort. I hope young Master Jiang will graciously accept them without delay. With your abilities, you will surely ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo in the future. I, Yin Kun, do not expect any promises from you, but simply wish to establish a good relationship with you, young Master Jiang, with no other intentions. Yin Kun's words were sincere and did not contain any excessive demands. Although Jiang Yu had never seen this person, he could tell that he was intelligent and knew whom to invest in. Perhaps such a person might not reach the pinnacle of the continent, but he could certainly maintain his family's wealth, at least enjoying a carefree life in this small corner of the White Jade City. Historically, wasn't Elboway just like this? After seeing the value in Ing Iran, he invested all his wealth in him, even sending his most beloved concubine, Zhu Ji, to his bed. And as history proved, Elboway's investment was not in vain. When Ing Iran returned to inherit the throne, he was appointed as prime minister. From a mere merchant to someone who held great power in the country, Elboway's maneuver was indeed highly profitable. Yin Kun's insight could be compared to that of Elboway. Since the man had spoken so clearly, if JiangYu did not accept this gift, it would only embarrass others. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the gift that Yin Kun offered with indifference. Please inform your master that I appreciate his good intentions. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he did not refuse. For Yin Kun had ordered that this gift must be delivered to the talented soul master before him at all costs. He thought he would have to persuade him, but unexpectedly, JiangYu was so straightforward. Truly, as expected of a genius, his actions were so decisive. After delivering the gift, the man did not disturb JiangYu any further and wisely exited the room. Upon opening the box, JiangYu was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Yin family to be so generous. The items inside were likely worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins combined, especially the two fiery red fruits. JiangYu recognized them at a glance. These were extremely rare fruits known as dragon fruits, typically found growing near fire dragons. Dragon-type soul beasts are the overlords of the soul beast world, and their strength is well known. Even sub-dragon-type soul beasts can easily suppress ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. The bloodline of a fire dragon exceeds that of many dragon-type soul beasts and is a direct lineage of the fire dragon king. This also makes dragon fruits extremely rare, as they contain fire attribute energy and are not the common dragon fruits found on Blue Star. Besides the dragon fruits, the box also contained something resembling mosquito coils. It turned out to be dragon incense, a treasure that helps soul masters quickly enter a meditative state and significantly improves the quality of meditation. Despite the small size of the box, even 3,000 gold soul coins might not be enough to procure it. And even the affluent 7-treasure Glazed Tile School could not provide so much for their disciples. For a genius like Jiang Yu, who is also a direct disciple of the Sword Law, he would only receive a tiny portion each month. This was already considered a lot. Some core disciples only received a grain of rice in size. This illustrates the preciousness of dragon incense. Additionally, there was a piece of soft armor that shimmered with a golden light, clearly made from golden threads and the scales of a Linjia beast. When Jiang Yu held the soft armor, it weighed no more than an ordinary garment. The defensive power of the Linjia beast is well known among soul beasts. Ning Rongrong's fourth soul, Ring, comes from this type of soul beast. The scales on the Linjia beast are most suitable for making soft armor. providing strong defense while being light and comfortable to wear. However, due to the scarcity of Linjia beasts, very few people would use their scales to create soft armor. What surprised Jiang Yu even more was that when he opened the soft armor, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar name engraved on the internal label. Divine Craftsman, Lu Gao. It is widely known that there are only 3 divine craftsman-level blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent: Tang Hao, Titan, and the universally recognized master craftsman, Lu Gao. The items produced by him are all rare treasures. Jiang Yu was aware of Lu Gao's fame, so without a moment's hesitation, he put on the golden Lin armor. The next day, after sleeping in until the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Yu lazily got up and prepared everything before heading out straight to the hotel restaurant. At this time, many people had already eaten breakfast, so the restaurant was not very crowded. Jiang Yu served himself a bowl of meat porridge, grabbed a large chicken leg, and took 3 steamed buns before returning to his seat. He generally did not eat much in the morning, and this was already sufficient. Chapter 107. My city half a month later, after passing through the Barot province, Gavara province, and Timur province, Jiang Yu and his companions finally arrived at the largest city in the Huahuang province, my city. Legend has it that my city was not originally named this. However, after a tidal Duo powerhouse emerged from the city over 100 years ago, it was renamed my city after his title, Mai. The reason for holding the Poison Competition League, sponsored by the Star Luo Empire and hosted by the Huahuang province and co-hosted by my city, was also significant. Although the Mai Duo was not known for poison, he had considerable research in the field and even wrote a book on poisons titled My S100 Poison Strategies. After its publication, this book quickly became popular throughout the Douluo Continent, selling over tens of thousands of copies, and was later recognized by the Spirit Hall as one of the 9 essential medical texts. Even someone as proud as Yang Wudi could not help but admire the Mai Duo, wishing he could have been born 100 years earlier to exchange ideas with his idol in the same era. The weather in my city was extremely hot, and under Yang Wudi's reminder, everyone changed into short sleeves early on, especially the 2 women, by Chixiao and Luolaitai Fa. One wore a light blue short-sleeve top and matching short shorts, paired with white knee-high stockings. The other wore a black, sleeveless top, with her ample curves faintly visible, showcasing her proud figure, which drew the attention of those around her. The phrase mountains appear as ridges and peaks from different angles, varying in height and distance, perfectly describe her figure. Even more enticing was that Luolaitai Fa wore a pink plaid short skirt, so short that it barely covered her thighs. Her long, snow-white legs were enough to make anyone drool. Had it not been for the terrifying aura emanating from Yang Wudi, a group of ruffians would have definitely approached her. After getting off the carriage, Jiang Yu and the others obediently stood at the city gate waiting for the soldiers in charge of city defense to inspect them. At this moment, it was the peak time for entering the city, and there were over 100 people ahead of them in line. Due to the hot weather, many began to complain, but no one dared to cause trouble. After all, there were hundreds of soldiers stationed at the city gate, all equipped with sharp weapons. Although waiting in line was somewhat uncomfortable, everyone still obeyed the order, with only occasional murmurs. Half an hour later, a sharp voice broke the silence. "What is this?" The city guard questioned an old woman, having picked something off her. From his tone, it seemed to be something that posed a threat to the city's safety, which made him extremely nervous. Jiang Yu was drawn by the sound, and turned his gaze to the old woman a few meters ahead. She looked very ordinary, with a head of neatly combed, snow-white hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in a simple brown robe. A little girl was following her. Although Jiang Yu couldn't see the girl's complete face from his position, just her perfect profile and curvy figure made him certain that she was definitely a potential stunning beauty. "I advise you not to touch it. This is the venomous fong of the 9-section jade, and its toxicity is extremely strong. Once the poison spreads to your shoulder, your arms will be useless," the old woman said with an indifferent expression. "What?" The city guard was immediately frightened and quickly threw the sharp fong to the ground. 9-section jade, the venomous fong. Hearing the old woman's words, Yang Wudi couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Could it be her? He suddenly thought of someone, a prominent figure among poison attribute soul masters. Although her cultivation was only at the soul sage level, her 9-section jade martial soul meant that even typical soul Dalu experts might not be her match. Among the poison attribute soul masters that could impress Yang Wudi on Douluo Continent, there were not many, only Dugabo and the mysterious from the Spirit Hall. And then there was this female soul master with a 9-section jade martial soul. The soldier saw his hands turning green, and the green line in the center of his palm was continuously crawling upward, Realizing that the old woman in front of him was not trying to scare him, he quickly knelt and pleaded for mercy. Please forgive me, senior. It was my duty, and I did not intend to offend you. Please spare me this once. The soldier was immediately in tears, trying to gain sympathy by vividly describing his difficulties, mentioning his elderly parents, 3 children, and 3 wives, along with a few dogs at home. The old woman did not continue to make things difficult for the soldier. She never intended to harm such a small person. But he was the one who touched something he shouldn't have. Eat this. The old woman took out a pitch-black pill from her bosom, about the size of a bun, and reminded him to eat it all. Looking at the unappetizing appearance and the smell that resembled a mix of stinky tofu, garlic, and pickled vegetables that had fermented for over 100 days, the soldier felt nauseated before even trying it. What? You still find it distasteful? If you wait any longer, even if you eat this antidote, it will be too late. At that point, your male function will significantly decline, and you won't even last a minute. The old woman said, her gaze fixed on a certain part of the soldier, her face showing a gloating expression. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier no longer hesitated, quickly took the pill, and chewed it without thinking, soon finishing it all. After eating the antidote, he found the green lines on his arms gradually retreating to his fingertips, then suddenly shooting out from his fingertips and dripping onto the ground. Thank you, senior. The soldier looked terrified and no longer dared to offend the mysterious old woman in front of him. Excuse me, are you the medicine granny? At that moment, JiangYu also stepped forward and asked the old woman, his face revealing an expression of great anticipation. Indeed, it is me, the old woman replied, a bit puzzled, as she hadn't revealed her identity and didn't know how he found out. Who might you be? Sure enough, it's the medicine granny. JiangYu instantly became excited, realizing she was also here to participate in the poison competition in my city. He felt that he finally had a worthy opponent, as he had previously thought he would win easily, making the competition somewhat boring. He never expected the medicine granny to show up. This would definitely be an exciting event. The broken family, JiangYu. Now, it was the medicine granny's turn to be shocked. She knew JiangYu's name well. In terms of simply refining poison on the entire Douluo Continent, there were very few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even poison Douluo might not be his match. Although the medicine granny was confident in herself, she knew that if she faced JiangYu, it would probably be a 50-50 chance, especially if she performed exceptionally while he was not in top form. So it's the Yang clan leader. The medicine granny said with a slight bow, smiling, I've long heard your great name, and seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. You're too kind. JiangYu rarely showed a smile. I've often heard people mention the great name of the medicine granny, and have always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. I didn't expect to see you here in my city. What a rare fate. He was not flattering. There were not many poison attribute soul masters, and even fewer women. A figure like the medicine granny, with such deep poison skills, was truly unique. Even JiangYu held her in high regard. Chapter 108, Small. Perhaps because they encountered like-minded individuals, JiangYu's mood was extremely excited throughout the journey. Although the medicine granny was not young, one could still vaguely see that she must have been an extraordinary beauty in her youth. It was unknown if JiangYu had developed feelings, as he had been single for so many years. Wanting to find a partner was a natural desire. The medicine granny seemed to be a good match for him, and even his old friend, Bai, was happy for him. Unlike JiangYu, JiangYu's gaze remained fixed on the little girl beside the medicine granny. He considered himself experienced in women, yet he found that the little girl before him was one of a kind. The only one comparable was Hulaina, and even Ning Rongrong fell a bit short. The girl appeared to be a bit shorter than Bai Qinxiang, with thick black hair cascading down her back. She wore no accessories, yet exuded an extremely noble aura. Her skin was very fair, not the kind of pale that looked sickly, but a healthy, radiant white. Most importantly, her figure was very inconsistent with her age. Her well-endowed chest was estimated to be at least 36B. While that number might not seem significant for an adult woman, it was an extremely exaggerated figure for a little girl. With her talent, breaking through to D would be an effortless task in the future. Contrary to her fiery figure, the expression on the girl's face was very indifferent, and it was a coldness that came from the heart, pure coldness. Her black eyes held no emotional color, resembling an ice beauty. Her limbs were evenly long. She was plump where she should be and slim where she should be, with every bit of flesh in the right places, leaving no flaws at all. JiangYu had only seen such a perfect figure in anime before. This was the first time he had encountered it in reality. He couldn't help but feel as if his dreams had materialized. Seeing that the girl looked somewhat lonely, JiangYu kindly stepped forward to chat with her, trying to lighten the mood. Little sister, what's your name? Jiang Yu's gaze was gentle, with no hint of aggression in his eyes, and he wore a sunny smile on his face, giving off a refreshing feeling, resembling a neighborly big brother. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the hungry wolf-like gazes of other men, making it clear that he was a very reliable person. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Obviously, Jiang Yu's sudden question caught her off guard. However, in the end, a few words tumbled out of her mouth, even though her face still looked as cold as ever. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, the fact that she was willing to speak was already a very good sign. Perhaps she would become more enthusiastic once they got to know each other better. Jiang Yu had encountered many cold beauties before, but none had been able to maintain their icy demeanor in front of him for long. He believed he could also break through the ice of the girl before him. He had that confidence. After all, even Bibi Dong had been charmed by him, and he had never lost a verbal battle against anyone. Even the coldest and proudest person could be persuaded by him. Xiao. The girl's name was quite a contrast to her stature. He wondered how she got such a name, as she clearly seemed quite mature. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu gracefully introduced himself to the girl, using the alias JiangYu, of course. As Jiang Yu circled around the little girl, two individuals were displeased, Bai Qinxiang and Luo Ertia, though their feelings were quite different. Bai Qinxiang was simply upset that her charm was overshadowed by another girl, while Luo Ertia was annoyed by Jiang Yu's gaze, secretly thinking he had poor taste, as her figure was more developed than the little girl's, making it impossible for the girl to compete with her. Half an hour later, everyone finally arrived at the Lord's mansion located in the center of my city. By this time, the entrance was already crowded with participants registering for the competition. There were not many poison attribute soul masters on the continent, but it seemed that there were hundreds of people gathered here, likely including poison soul masters from the Tiando Empire. The Poison Soul Master Championship organized by the Xinghua Empire did not restrict participation by country or region, theoretically allowing anyone to enter, unlike the various restrictions in the Tiando Empire. The Xinghua Empire had always respected the strong, regardless of who you were or what means you used. As long as you could win, you would earn respect, even if it involved using poison, which was considered a lowly tactic. Consequently, the royal family of Xinghua had gathered a large number of extraordinary individuals. So even though there were no titled Duo openly stationed in the Xinghua Empire, its strength should not be underestimated. In fact, in terms of overall strength, the Xinghua Empire had been steadily suppressing the Tiando Empire in recent years. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall constantly causing trouble from behind the scenes, the Xinghua Empire might have already unified the entire continent. As the main city, my city had a much more magnificent lord's mansion compared to smaller cities, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, with the entire wall made of fine stone. Outside the mansion's entrance, hundreds of elite city defense soldiers were stationed. Tomorrow was the day of the competition, so today there were particularly many participants registering. Even Yang Wudi and Granny Yao, who were well-known figures in the industry, patiently waited in line. Time passed slowly. The waiting was torturous, and after what felt like an eternity, it was finally Yang Wudi's turn. After filling out all the registration forms according to the process, the staff handed him a badge, which served as proof of participation. On the day of the competition, only those wearing the badge could enter the competition venue to participate in the poison contest. After registering, Jiang Yu and his group followed the staff's instructions to the designated hotel. The My City officials were quite generous, arranging for participants to stay at the famous Rose Hotel. As night fell, after dinner, Jiang Yu planned to take a stroll in the garden to digest his food. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from the bushes, and Jiang Yu recognized it as Granny Yao's. Looking ahead, he saw her striking Xiao with a vine while shouting, "Too slow. I've told you so many times that to improve your speed, besides maintaining your weight, the most important thing is to control your breathing rhythm. Look at you. You've been training for almost half a year, but your speed has only just reached the first rank. With this, how can you hope to surpass your sister? You're simply dreaming." Granny Yao was frustrated and disappointed. Although she was strict, it was all for her disciples' good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed on her self-created soul skills, the snake step technique and the secret breathing technique, to the little girl before her. In fact, Xiao's talent was not bad. Being able to practice the Gale breathing technique to the first rank within 6 months was already commendable, but for Granny Yao, it was far from enough. She was aware of Xiao's background. Despite her noble birth, she had to face an extremely harsh environment early on. To compete for the position of family heir, even siblings would show no mercy. Xiao's siblings were all older than her, so their soul power levels far exceeded hers. If Granny Yao didn't push her harder, Xiao would never be able to compete with her fierce sisters. The whip struck Xiao Zhao's body, causing her to sweat profusely from the pain. Yet throughout it all, she remained silent and endured. She wanted to grow stronger. As long as she could become more powerful, she could endure any amount of suffering. Looking at her stubborn little disciple, Granny Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity, but she quickly suppressed it and continued the brutal training. 9-section emerald, manifest, Granny Yao suddenly shouted, and a strong green light burst forth from her body. Soon, a nearly transparent, snake-like creature appeared behind her, radiating a rich green glow. With a pair of bright red little eyes that looked exceptionally cute, though it was a bit small at only 5 inches long. However, underestimating the 9-section emerald would be a grave mistake. It was a top-tier species among the bamboo leaf green snakes. Though small in size, it was one of the most venomous snakes, combined with its iron-like toughness, making it difficult to injure, and its extremely fast speed. It was considered a noble existence among snake-type soul beasts. If it weren't for Dugu Bo cultivating the green phosphor snake to the level of the green phosphor snake king, becoming the ancestor of all snakes, he might not have been able to surpass Granny Yao's 9-section emerald soul. Granny Yao had a total of 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Just based on this optimal soul ring configuration, she was already much stronger than an average soul sage. Chapter 109. The Zhu Sisters. Granny Yao's speed was astonishing. Even Jiang Yu couldn't see how she suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Xiao. In her moment of panic, the little girl hurriedly released her martial soul, which was a peculiar black cat. After the martial soul manifested, Xiao Xiao's eyes changed color simultaneously. Her left eye turned dark green, and her right eye turned light blue. Her long hair naturally fell back against her back. Most notably, a pair of furry black cat ears sprouted from her head, and even her hands transformed into claw-like cat paws, giving her a unique appearance. To his surprise, she also had a cat martial soul. Jiang Yu, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but be surprised. The girl named Xiao Xiao not only looked like Zhu Zhuqing, but even her martial soul was a cat-type martial soul. He began to wonder if Xiao Xiao might be a relative of Zhu Zhuqing, because the resemblance was just too striking. After releasing her martial soul, Xiao Xiao's speed suddenly increased, and as she moved, she even left a faint trail of illusions behind her. Her attacks then commenced. Facing the Soul Saint powerhouse, Granny Yao, Xiao Xiao dared not hold back at all. Her sharp claws targeted Granny Yao's vital points, making Granny Yao cautious. Observing Xiao Zhao's nimble movements and fierce techniques, a hint of admiration flashed in Granny Yao's eyes. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she couldn't help but like this disciple. Despite Xiao Zhao's talent being good, it still fell short compared to the top-tier geniuses with innate soul power of levels 8 or 9. What truly impressed Granny Yao was her character. Perhaps knowing that her talent couldn't match that of the top geniuses, Xiao Xiao worked harder than anyone could imagine. Every day before dawn, she would get up to train, running 1,000 meters and doing 1,000 palm training repetitions. No matter how tough it was, she never complained about being tired and persevered through it all. She had sacrificed so much to become stronger, and fortunately, heaven did not let those who worked hard go unrewarded. Xiao Zhao's cultivation progressed very quickly. After just 2 years since awakening her martial soul, her soul power had already reached level 17. It should be noted that when Xiao Xiao first awakened her martial soul, her soul power was only level 7. In 2 years, she had increased her soul power by 10 levels, a number that was not inferior to those top geniuses. However, Granny Yao adhered to the philosophy of tough love. Even though she felt proud of Xiao Xiao, she didn't show it and often said things to discourage her. What pleased her was that Xiao Xiao became more courageous the more she faced setbacks, and her training became even more diligent. Not only had she grasped the gale breathing technique to the first stage, but she was also close to mastering the spirit snake step technique. At this stage, Xiao Zhao's speed could definitely rival that of an average Great Soul Master, and might even surpass it. However, her opponent was Granny Yao, a Soul Saint powerhouse with soul power at level 75. Among those of the same realm, only a few like Bibi could possibly outpace her. Although Xiao Zhao's speed was fast and her attack angles were quite tricky, in Granny Yao's eyes, there were numerous flaws. After a few exchanges, she caught Xiao Zhao's wrist. Granny Yao did not hold back. Her sharp fingers pierced into Xiao Zhao's wrist, instantly creating a shallow wound. The green liquid seeping from her nails entered Xiao Zhao's body through the blood, which was the potent poison contained in the 9-section emerald. Soon, Xiao Zhao's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her face turned extremely grim, as if she were enduring immense pain. The veins on her forehead and neck bulged simultaneously. Nevertheless, even in such agony, Xiao Xiao did not utter a single plea for mercy. Her eyes were filled with determination. And for a little girl to achieve such a level of endurance was truly remarkable. Even many adult soul masters might not possess such grit, which made Jiang Yu feel a sense of admiration. Watching Xiao Xiao in such pain, Granny Yao did not approach immediately. She merely observed from the side. After about a minute, she finally walked in front of Xiao Xiao. She took out an unknown pill from her bosom, fed it to Xiao Xiao, and then turned to leave. After Granny Yao left, Jiang Yu approached Xiao Xiao to check her injuries. The moonlight cast a cold glow on the girl's fair cheeks, giving her an appearance reminiscent of a moon palace fairy, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Even Jiang Yu, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a twinge of emotion. He had seen too many beautiful women, but none compared to this little girl, making everyone else seem like mere ordinary figures in her presence. Jiang Yu thus forgot his earlier intentions and stared intently at Xiao Xiao's frosty face. He didn't know how long he had been lost in thought when a beautiful girl under the moon suddenly opened her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Xiao's gaze was filled with vigilance. After waking up, she quickly checked her condition. Her clothes were still on, and she didn't feel anything amiss. It seems I didn't do anything inappropriate." Jiang Yu shook his head and smiled. "I was bored after dinner, so I came for a walk and unexpectedly saw you in your master training here. I thought you seemed poisoned, so I came to check. Is that so?" "It seems I misunderstood you." Xiao Xiao felt a bit regretful. Others were concerned for her, yet she had suspected them of ill intentions. "That was truly inappropriate. Thank you for your concern. I misunderstood you." Realizing her mistake, Xiao Xiao xickly apologized to Jiang Yu. "I'm sorry." "It's all right." Jiang Yu didn't mind. "Do you train like this often?" For some reason, he was very curious about the answer. Xiao Xiao was somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Yu would suddenly ask this, but nodded after hesitating for a moment. Such training was merely routine for her and hardly anything worth mentioning. Xiao Xiao remembered the most painful time when she had been bedridden for 3 days and nights, even needing Granny Yao to feed her. She had endured such harsh training. Tonight was merely child's play. Sigh. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Yu felt a surge of pity for the little girl before him. Other children her age were still sheltered flowers in a greenhouse, needing others to serve them even for meals. Yet Xiao Xiao had grown accustomed to such inhumane training. Previously, Jiang Yu thought he had trained hard enough, but at this moment, he realized that there were others who could endure even more hardship, and it was a little girl. At this moment, he didn't know what to say, so he could only take out some ointment from his soul guide. "This is a healing ointment." Jiang Yu held a blue jade bottle and said, "Turn around. I'll apply it for you, and I guarantee it won't leave a mark." Xiao Xiao initially wanted to refuse, but just then, the scar left by the whip on her back suddenly split open, and a wave of pain surged. She no longer rejected his kindness. After receiving permission, Jiang Yu opened the jade bottle and poured the thick white liquid onto his hand, then rubbed his hands together evenly. The soft sounds broke the night's silence. Soon, Jiang Yu's hands pressed against Xiao Xiao's smooth, delicate back, which was as smooth as white jade. A cool sensation flowed from his palms, and with a gentle upward and downward motion, the initially cold skin gradually warmed up. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. It was the first time she experienced such a comfortable feeling. After a moment, she realized she had lost her composure, and a hint of blush crept on her fair cheeks. "You shouldn't have heard that, right?" Xiao Xiao's heart secretly stirred. Jiang Yu actually heard Xiao Xiao's moan just now, but he didn't say anything. Speaking about such things would only add to the embarrassment. He continued to gently rub her back, applying the milky liquid to her wounds. The starry sky over Konoha City was beautiful, without the light pollution caused by electric lights, and the stars were clearly visible. Even the enormous Milky Way in the sky was perfectly displayed. A slightly warm breeze brushed by, stirring Xiao Xiao's long hair, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from her hair. A unique scent belonging to a young girl. It truly was refreshing. "What are you working so hard for?" Jiang Yu looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know why she was so persistent. "For what?" Xiao Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but self-deprecate. "Of course, it's to survive." Her tone was very plain, but Jiang Yu could hear a sense of desolation and helplessness in her words. "You're so young, and you bear so much. It must be hard for you." Jiang Yu continued, looking at the scars on the girl's back. "I'm used to it." Xiao Xiao didn't say much more and didn't complain. She had long been accustomed to this kind of life. "If you lived in a family like mine, you would know that becoming stronger is the only choice." Xiao Xiao's tone sounded a bit melancholic. The weak had no right to survive. Although Jiang Yu had only interacted with her for a short time, he could easily infer how cruel her family was from her words, likely comparable to a royal family. What is your surname? Jiang Yu increasingly suspected that she was from the Zhu family, as this little girl resembled the Zhu family too much in physique, temperament, and family background. It was hard not to be suspicious. Zhu. Xiao elongated her words, and Jiang Yu became excited as soon as she said the first character. He had guessed right. She was indeed from the Zhu family. Could she be Zhu Zhuqing's sister? Or her older sister, Zhu Zhuyan? But looking at her age, that seemed unlikely. Just as Jiang Yu was secretly speculating, Xiao's next words dashed his guesses. Zhuge. My name is Zhuge Xiao. Her voice gradually became more determined. Zhuge Xiao? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Who is that? This character doesn't exist in the original story. It shouldn't be. Such a beautiful girl. Not even a minor character. Is there no justice? After a moment, Jiang Yu realized that the entire Douluo Continent was presented from Tang San's perspective, and the descriptions regarding the Star Luo Empire were mostly from Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's narration, with very few details. The characters appearing in the Star Luo Empire, apart from Zhu and Dai, were only their siblings. Jiang Yu hadn't even seen their father's name. Perhaps this was why the top beauty Zhuge Xiao had never been described. With this thought, he felt relieved. Since you say it's so cruel, your family in the Star Luo Empire must also be quite a notable family. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. Sort of. A hint of blush flashed across Xiao's face. She wasn't good at lying, but she didn't want to reveal her true identity while out, especially since Granny Yao knew her background. Moreover, very few people asked about her family situation, let alone someone like Jiang Yu who asked so in detail. The lies she told today had already exceeded all she had said before, so she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. My father is a duke personally conferred by His Majesty the Emperor, so my family is considered quite respectable in the empire. This time she wasn't lying. Although their titles were hereditary, each generation had to be conferred by the Emperor of the empire. So you're the daughter of a duke. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be a little rich girl. A duke was the highest rank of nobility. The next rank, prince, was generally reserved for royal families, and others basically had no qualification for it. Neither the Star Luo Empire nor the Heaven Do Empire had precedents for conferring titles to unrelated families, and the titles in other kingdoms had little to do with the two major empires. The other kingdoms and principalities were long-standing factions on the continent. Although they nominally submitted to the two major empires, they actually had their own set of laws, much like the vassal states during the Zhou dynasty. Therefore, generally speaking, a duke's title was the highest title that non-royal families could possess. Xiao's background could be considered quite noble. No wonder your father is so cold. Even a beautiful daughter like you is subjected to such training. Jiang Yu was genuinely a bit impressed by Xiao's father. How could such a lovely little girl be made to suffer like this? After all, if he had a daughter, he would absolutely spoil her and not let her suffer even the slightest bit. Jiang Yu strongly disagreed with Xiao's father's methods. If I had a daughter as cute as you, I would definitely cherish her like a treasure. Your dad is too much. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. You want to be my dad? Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and even when Jiang Yu insulted her father, she didn't mind. Thinking about it, he did seem a bit not even caring for his own daughter. Hearing Xiao's laughter, Jiang Yu felt happy too. He had thought he would get scolded, but unexpectedly, Xiao didn't mind and was instead a bit pleased. It was truly a delightful atmosphere. After a while, Xiao's laughter gradually subsided, and she twisted her arm back. I didn't expect you to be so inappropriate, thinking about having children at such a young age. Young? You know, many boys on Douluo Continent get married at 13 or 14. Oscar's father had him when he was just 14. There's even a saying that goes, it's best to have children early. Moreover, Jiang Yu was just thinking about it. He didn't respond to Xiao's words, only gradually increasing the pressure of his rubbing. For him, words were pale, actions suited his character better. You hurt me, Xiao exclaimed involuntarily as she felt a sudden pain. That's more like it. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. This proves the medicine is working and the scars on your body are gradually healing. It should heal soon, Jiang Yu said with a smirk. Really? Xiao couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. It was her first time hearing this, but upon thinking it through, it made some sense and didn't seem like nonsense. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Then hurry up. I can't rush it. At least it needs an hour. It has to heat up to grow quickly. The warmth will activate the medicine, allowing it to permeate your body more thoroughly. Just bear with it. Jiang Yu wasn't lying this time. This method was something he learned from a medical book and was scientifically based. He didn't know how long it had been. Xiao only felt that her back was getting hotter and hotter. She didn't know if it was due to the friction or if the ointment was working, but all she felt was heat. Moreover, there was a tingling sensation. This feeling was quite special, something she had never experienced before. Is it done? It should be soon. Just bear with it a little longer until the white liquid has fully permeated your body, Jiang Yu said. Although his hands were starting to feel sore from pressing, he continued to gently rub the little girl's back. The white ointment was slowly being pushed into her small body with his force, and her scars were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Once the scars on her back disappeared, Jiang Yu stopped his movements and quickly moved to the side of the little girl. He then heard a thud as he sat down on the grass. The night sky was beautiful, and he started to gaze at the stars. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, densely packed, and no one knew how many there were. The stars, whether big or small, were desperately releasing their light. Suddenly, a bright and dazzling light burst forth in the vast night sky, tracing a curved trajectory, leaving behind a spectacular beam of light, resembling the beautiful feathers of a peacock. But soon, its brilliance began to fade, and before long, it vanished into the boundless night sky. That beam of light might have set off from a distant galaxy billions of years ago, only to arrive at Douluo Continent just now. Yet, it quickly returned to calm, with billions of years of time spent for this moment of splendor. Who knows if it would feel regret? Looking at the starry sky, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect. Do you believe in fate? The little girl did not directly answer him, but instead abruptly asked Jiang Yu a question. I do and I don't. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu replied to her, fate does exist. For instance, some people are born beggars, while others are the sons of emperors. Their destinies are different from the very beginning. However, Jiang Yu then spoke out loud. Fate can also be changed. I believe that even fate can be in our own hands. A beggar has the potential to become an emperor, while the son of an emperor can lose everything in a day and end up worse than a beggar. As long as one works hard, it's possible to change their fate. As he spoke, Jiang Yu turned to look at the little girl beside him. Your diligent training is precisely to change your fate, right? I believe you can defeat your sisters. Remember, your fate is in your own hands, and as for others, even your father cannot dictate it. Jiang Yu continuously comforted the little girl beside him. He could see her efforts, and he believed that this girl would certainly be able to change her fate and become an outstanding woman. Chapter 111. Did you sleep? The sun was just beginning to rise. In the distance, a faint blush of dawn appeared in the eastern sky, and a boy and a girl lay on the dense grass. Their postures were extremely intimate. The little girl was nestled in the boy's arms, her long, straight legs wrapped around his waist, a gentle smile on her face, and occasionally a pleasant aroma escaping from her lips. The two were, in fact, Jiang Yu and Xiao. As for why they were lying on the grass, it was a long story. In short, they had talked late into the night, discussing dreams and life, and as their conversation deepened, they eventually fell asleep. That was how this morning scene came to be. As the sky gradually brightened, the warm sunlight spilled onto the earth, but Jiang Yu and Xiao were unaffected, both appearing to sleep soundly, showing no signs of waking up. They slept until the sun was high in the sky, and it was Xiao who woke up first. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Yu's handsome face and was momentarily stunned, only to realize a moment later that she had actually slept next to a boy. Feeling shy at this thought, Xiao gently withdrew from Jiang Yu's embrace and began to carefully inspect her body for any unusual changes. After observing for a while, she only noticed that her clothes were a bit wrinkled and her arms had some faint red marks, but nothing particularly stood out. Wait, there was also a slight fullness in her chest. However, after thinking it over, Xiao concluded that she was overthinking, and it was probably just the developmental phenomenon mentioned by Granny Medicine. He sleeps so soundly, seeing that she had not been violated. Xiao turned her gaze to Jiang Yu, who was still asleep. This was her first time seeing a man sleeping, and Jiang Yu's facial expressions quickly caught her attention. She realized that boys had such rich expressions while sleeping. Watching Jiang Yu sleep so peacefully, Xiao couldn't help but feel playful and came up with a mischievous idea. She plucked a small blue grass from the ground. This ordinary blue-silver grass was quite soft, and she gently poked it against Jiang Yu's cheek. Jiang Yu, who was lost in dreams, suddenly felt a tickling sensation on his face, accompanied by a soft feeling. He quickly woke up, and their eyes met. Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yu was somewhat flustered. Xiao hummed, and then awkwardly smiled. The sun is already up, and you're still not getting out of bed. Her calling sounded quite adorable. Jiang Yu was energized by her sweet voice and soon turned over and stood up. The two then headed towards the hotel. As today was the day Yang Wudi and the others would compete, they might be leaving soon. It would be troublesome if they missed it. Along the way, they tacitly avoided mentioning what had happened the night before. But it was evident that their relationship had changed a bit after that night, although they hadn't even realized it themselves. A special bond had formed between them from that moment on. Later, Jiang Yu often recalled what happened that night at the hotel, as it marked the true beginning of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Even after Jiang Yu became recognized as the strongest on the continent, he would still secretly take Zhu Zhuqing to the hotel in my city for a vacation, which became a little secret between them. Of course, this came at a cost. Each time he took Zhu Zhuqing out, the other women around him would find out, and it would lead to trouble. After all, a woman's jealousy can be quite terrifying. Even Qianrenxue, who had already become a god, was no exception, and with Bibi Dong watching nearby, even Jiang Yu felt a bit intimidated when facing two goddesses. Thus, he had to comply with Qianrenxue's arrangements and do his best to appease this jealous angel goddess. Of course, that's a story for another time. Let us not dwell on it. When Jiang Yu and Xiao stepped into the hotel lobby, the front desk staff informed them that Yang Wudi and the others had already left for the competition, so they could only make their own way to the venue. Great. We missed it, Jiang Yu thought. Since that was the case, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. After all, he had just woken up and was hungry, so it was better to have breakfast first. He then took Xiao to the hotel's restaurant, perhaps because the competitors were all rushing to the competition. The bright and spacious restaurant appeared somewhat empty, with only a few staff members around and hardly anyone else. Waking up late has its benefits. At least you don't have to queue for meals and can eat however you like. When Jiang Yu arrived at the window, he realized he had overthought it. Although there was no queue, the remaining food was clearly limited. Besides porridge, there were only 2 buns and a few plates of pickles left, with nothing extra available. At this point, complaining was useless. Jiang Yu could only fill 2 bowls of porridge, handing one to Xiao, while the bowl with more goji berries was naturally his. Jiang Yu has always liked eating goji berries and chives since he was young. These are all foods that nourish the kidneys and enhance vitality, and he would never miss anything that strengthens the kidneys. This applied to both practicing Bajuanjin and eating. He avoided foods that could harm the kidneys altogether. For example, he never engaged in traditional crafts that many boys do. Perhaps because of this, his energy was much more vigorous than that of the average male. Otherwise, his former streamer girlfriend wouldn't have wanted to rekindle their relationship, even willing to throw money at him. Jiang Yu scoffed at this. He was not that kind of person, and a mere tens of thousands of dollars wouldn't buy him off, showing how small-minded she was. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He was a person with principles, so how could he agree to his ex-girlfriend's unreasonable demands? After filling his soup, Jiang Yu reached for a meat bun, but unexpectedly, a small hand suddenly reached out and snatched one of the buns away. Jiang Yu turned around, about to say something, but the bun was already being chewed by the person. The unfamiliar girl in front of him looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. However, her body had developed extremely maturely. Even her ordinary martial artist outfit couldn't hide her curvaceous and alluring figure. She had a very proportionate shape, with a full and rounded chest, a slim waist that was as light as a snake, and a pair of straight and slender legs that were even a bit longer than Xiao's, due to her height. The girl had deep brown eyes with long eyelashes, which were neat and beautiful. Her face was also quite pretty, with a short bob that added a touch of elegance and vigor to her appearance. This was the biggest difference between her and other glamorous girls. Her looks were somewhat enchanting, but not overly seductive, exuding a rare sense of grace. "Thank you for the bun." The girl raised the half-eaten bun and smiled at Jiang Yu. Before he could say anything, she turned and ran toward the restaurant exit. "Hey, how can you do that?" Jiang Yu looked at her retreating figure and said angrily. He had never seen such a brazen girl who would snatch someone else's bun to eat, completely ignoring the rules. She didn't even know about taking turns. If the girl hadn't run so fast, Jiang Yu would have seriously lectured her to make her understand the rules. With only 1 bun left, Jiang Yu had no choice but to hand the large meat bun he had to Xiao. "This bun is so big. Let's share it." Xiao chose not to eat it alone, but broke the bun in half, giving the larger half back to Jiang Yu since she, being a girl, couldn't eat that much in the morning. Chapter 112, Winter Maple. The competition venue was not far from the hotel, just a few hundred meters down Central Street. Following the directions of passers-by, Jiang Yu and Xiao quickly arrived at the competition site. The catch was, to watch the competition up close, one needed to purchase a ticket, with the cheapest ticket costing 1 gold soul coin. Fortunately, Jiang Yu wasn't short on money and bought 2 tickets on the spot, including one for Xiao Xiao. With the tickets, the guards finally let them through. Jiang Yu's ticket was for the 3rd row. He initially wanted to buy a ticket for the front row, but found them all sold out, so he had to make do with the 3rd row, which wasn't too far away. Not long after Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao sat down, the competition began. According to the host of the event, the first round of the elimination competition would be a written test with simple rules. The staff distributed test papers to each contestant, and well-known seniors in the field of poison would pose questions on the spot. There were a total of 10 judges, meaning each question was worth 10 points. Only the top 20 scorers would advance to the next round, while the rest would be eliminated. Soon, the judges began announcing the questions one by one. Young Wudi and Old Lady Yao immediately wrote their answers on the paper. For them, these questions posed no difficulty. A few participants were a bit slower, but soon they started writing their answers as well, while many others were deep in thought. Clearly, these questions were not easy for them, indicating the varying strengths of the contestants. Yang Wudi and Old Lady Yao were clearly in the top tier, with only a few able to slightly compete with them. Sitting in the audience, Jiang Yu was also quietly thinking about the answers. Although his research on toxicology had just begun, he was taught by Yang Wudi, and as the saying goes, a good teacher produces a good student. Additionally, Jiang Yu was quite intelligent. Over the past few days, he had firmly remembered what Yang Wudi taught him. Aside from some advanced unique techniques, the foundational material was no challenge for Jiang Yu. Of the 10 questions posed by the judges, he managed to answer at least 3. Although that number might not seem large, it was impressive for a newcomer. It's worth noting that all the participants in this competition were experts among poison attribute soul masters, and the questions posed by the judges were challenging enough that even they found them somewhat difficult. If a newcomer were to answer, they might struggle to answer even one question, though Tang San, with his exceptional skills, might have been an exception and could have potentially won the championship, given that Tang's sect is famous for its poison. After half an hour, the competition time was up, and everyone had to hand in their test papers to the staff. Even though there were hundreds of participants, the judges chose to score on site. Although the judges were not young, they all had soul, saint-level cultivation. And the 3 elders sitting in the middle had even reached the soul, Douluo level. So this level of focus was nothing for them. After only an hour, the results of the competition were announced. Yang Wudi crushed the competition with a perfect score, rightfully claiming first place, followed closely by Old Lady Yao with a score of 99. The 3rd place was taken by a robust old man. Despite his white hair and wrinkled skin, his physique was exceptionally impressive, with muscles that rivaled those of young men and prominent six-pack abs. The old man's score was 93, indicating that he was not as simple as he appeared. If one merely viewed him as a mindless brute, they would likely suffer for it. After the results were announced, the 20 contestants advancing to the next round were determined, with a total of 15 males and 5 females, meaning the male contestants were 3 times the number of female contestants. This indirectly proved the scarcity of female poison soul masters. Among them, the youngest contestant was already around 40 years old, indicating a gap between generations. This is due to the low status of poison attribute soul masters on the continent. Even the poison Dalu was marginalized by other title Dalu, earning him the humiliating title of the weakest title Dalu, severely damaging his reputation. Dugabo knew this well, which is why he did not let his granddaughter walk the path of poison. Therefore, apart from the toxins naturally possessed by the Bailin snake, Duguyin would not use any other poisons, focusing more on control. After announcing the promotion list, the eliminated contestants were invited off the stage. Although they all looked unwilling, what do? Losing is losing. No matter how reluctant they were, it was of no use. Ding ding ding, the staff immediately struck the gong. The 20 contestants were divided into 10 groups. The rule for this round was that both sides would take turns poisoning each other, and whoever could endure would advance to the semifinals. The first match featured a muscular old man named Wang Jinji, who came from Xinglua City. His opponent was a female contestant who appeared to be in her 40s, with a slender figure. Her face was somewhat enchanting, exuding charm, and her ample bosom was round and snow-white, resembling a ripe peach. The female contestant was named Dong Yefeng, and due to her high attractiveness, she had quite a few admirers in the arena. Before the match even began, a group of male fans was loudly calling her name, making her the most popular contestant, receiving strong support from the male audience. Centipede King, manifest. Mandragora Snake, manifest. The 2 contestants simultaneously activated their martial souls, both containing extremely powerful toxins, making them the most effective form of attack. Wang Jinji's martial soul was a giant centipede over 2 meters long, entirely black, with a pair of very sharp antennae on its head. Once the martial soul was manifested, these antennae appeared on Wang Jinji's head as well. His eyes turned a golden yellow, matching his martial soul, giving him an imposing presence. He had a total of 7 soul rings, all perfectly matched, indicating his considerable strength. Although Dong Yefeng was somewhat surprised by the old man's power, she did not choose to back down. This was not a soul master battle. Even though she was only a soul emperor, the toxins contained in her martial soul were not inferior to Wang Jinji's centipede king. Dong Yefeng's martial soul was named Mandragora's snake, a small green snake with a triangular head that looked very intimidating, and a pair of ruby-like eyes that sent chills down anyone who looked at them. Despite its small size, the Mandragora snake possessed extremely strong toxins, making it one of the most terrifying among poison attribute soul beasts, and its body was also very resilient. It was actually a Mandragora snake. Jiang Yu stared at Dong Yefeng's snow-white body, unable to hide his surprise. After all, Tang San's first soul ring came from a 100-year-old Mandragora snake soul beast. This made him somewhat eager for the upcoming match. You attack first. Wang Jinji was quite gentlemanly, not attacking first but instead gesturing to Dong Yefeng. One could only say that beautiful women have advantages wherever they go. Dong Yefeng was clearly used to this and did not refuse, immediately launching her attack. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul, True Body. Dong Yefeng's 7th soul ring erupted with a strong green light, and a gust of warm wind rapidly gathered around her. Her entire body began to change. Her legs merged into one, transforming into a green snake tail that swayed on the ground. Green scales appeared on her upper body, covering her forehead until her entire form became that of the Mandragora snake. After activating her martial soul, True Body, the Mandragora snake swung its massive tail toward Wang Jinji, quickly surrounding him. Wang Jinji felt the tail tightening around him, and the green toxic gas seeped into his body through his skin and nostrils. Once the toxin invaded, he felt his entire body going numb, and his mind became somewhat unclear. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Mandragora snake's toxin. It had a strong destructive effect on human nerves. However, Wang Jinji was clearly not a pushover. Upon feeling the Mandragora snake's toxin taking effect, he released his martial soul, True Body, quickly transforming into a giant centipede king over 2 meters long. Soon, Wang Jinji broke free from the control of the snake tail. Chapter 113. The green-eyed golden toad. His martial soul, the centipede king, inherently contained terrifying toxins. Although he could not completely ignore the Mandragora snake's poison, its effect on him was not as significant as it was on others. Wang Jinji quickly launched a counterattack, his sharp antennae suddenly snapping up, his massive body darting toward the Mandragora snake, and those giant antennae pierced into the green snake's body, continuously injecting toxins. Centipedes inherently contain toxins, and the toxins within the Centipede King were dozens of times greater than those of ordinary centipede soul beasts. In the Douluo Continent, centipede soul beasts were not uncommon, but those that evolved into centipede kings were rare. This was because such soul beasts could only evolve by devouring their companions. An ordinary centipede soul beast had to consume at least 1,000 of its kind to possibly evolve into a centipede king. Otherwise, even if it cultivated to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, it would not be able to transform into a centipede king. Therefore, Wang Jinji's martial soul level was not lower than that of the Mandragora snake, and was even somewhat higher. Additionally, his soul power was significantly greater than Dong Yefeng's. So the threat posed by the Mandragora snake's toxins to him was actually very small. After releasing his martial soul, True Body, Wang Jinji was able to utilize his inherent toxins, and the terrifying poison entered Dong Yefeng's body through his antennae. Before long, the green snake could not help but convulse and wriggle violently. Then, black gas began to emanate from its body. Dong Yefeng could no longer maintain the state of her martial soul, True Body, and quickly returned to her original form. It seemed that Wang Jinji had won. JiangYu was not surprised by this outcome. After all, Dong Yefeng was at a disadvantage from start. Her martial soul was merely an ordinary Mandragora snake, which was somewhat inferior to the Centipede King. Losing was normal. However, not everyone accepted this result. At least Dong Yefeng's fervent fans could not accept it, as they still wanted to see their idol continue to perform on stage. Compared to a bunch of old men, more male viewers prefer to watch beautiful women perform, which is why certain countries enjoy hosting wrestling competitions featuring beautiful women, regardless of skill, looks, and figure win out. After all, only a few enjoy wrestling. Beautiful women are different. Otherwise, why are those internet celebrities and popular actresses so famous, having no talent or acting skills, yet still achieving fame simply due to their outstanding looks, earning hundreds of millions each year without fail? Thus, Dong Yifeng became a favorite to win the competition solely based on her looks. When her fans saw her falling behind, they began shouting frantically and cursing Wang Genji. However, the judges remained very fair. In their eyes, strength was everything. Dong Yifeng was clearly no match for Wang Genji, and she had no way to counter the centipede poison. As the toxin within her intensified, Dong Yifeng had no choice but to concede, valuing her life more than the outcome of the match. The judges then announced that Wang Genji successfully advanced to the semifinals, and he also neutralized the toxins within Dong Yifeng. The second match began immediately, with the competitors being Granny Ya and an old man with a thick mane of silver hair, dressed in a black robe. This old man was named Jing Tian, who had achieved 9th place in the previous round, demonstrating exceptional strength. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Jing Tian was the first to unleash his martial soul, which took the form of a 1-meter-tall toad. Its head was very wide, and its oval eardrum was prominently visible. The toad's back was mostly olive yellow, adorned with irregular spots, and had a light green ridge line down the center of its back, while the patterns on its limbs were mostly dark brown, and its belly was milky white. With the appearance of his martial soul, Jing Tian's soul rings slowly rose from the ground, revealing a total of 7 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. Green-eyed golden toad. Jiang Yu quickly recognized Jing Tian's martial soul, which was quite rare among soul masters and even harder to find in the spirit beast realm. The green-eyed golden toad not only contained potent toxins, but also held significant medicinal value, capable of detoxifying, killing insects, relieving pain, and treating ailments like sores. Because of this, the green-eyed golden toad had attracted the covetous eyes of countless soul masters. Due to human overhunting, the population of this spirit beast had rapidly declined, and according to the Spirit Hall's estimates, there were likely less than 300 left on the continent. Thus, Jiang Yu was astonished. He had only seen the green-eyed golden toad in texts and never expected that Jing Tian would possess such a rare martial soul. This match was indeed worth watching. Granny clearly recognized this martial soul as well, and her brows furrowed slightly. However, she quickly suppressed her shock and released her own martial soul, the 9-section jade. Upon seeing Granny Ya's martial soul, Jing Tian did not dare to underestimate her. The 9-section jade was considered a top-tier spirit beast among the bamboo leaf green, a king among snake-type spirit beasts. At this moment, Jing Tian clearly couldn't care less about gentlemanly conduct and instantly activated his martial soul's true form, transforming into a golden toad, although its size was considerably smaller than before. Generally, when a martial soul's true form was activated, it would grow larger. This reduction in size was quite rare. This also indicated that the green-eyed golden toad was indeed different from ordinary martial souls. Although Jing Tian's form became more compact and robust, the toxins it contained became even more concentrated and potent. The golden toad leaped violently, spewing a line of slime directly toward Granny Ya. According to the rules of the match, both competitors had to endure each other's toxic attacks. As this was a poison competition, so Granny Ya chose not to evade. The transparent liquid splashed onto her body, permeating through her layers of clothing and into her body. Initially, Granny Ya felt nothing, but she remained cautious. If the toxins of the green-eyed golden toad were so simple, it would not have earned such a notorious reputation. Granny Ya released the original toxins of the 9-section jade from her dantian. The best way to deal with the golden toad's poison was to counteract it with poison. The outcome would depend on which toxin was stronger. If the snake venom won, it would naturally resolve the situation at hand. Granny Ya was very confident in the 9-section jade. Although she had never encountered the green-eyed golden toad before, she felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Soon, the golden toad's poison took full effect. The liquid coursed through Granny Ya's meridians, and she instantly lost her strength, collapsing to the ground. A chilling aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surrounding area to drop sharply. In the audience, Xiao Xiao saw Granny Ya fall and suddenly became panic-stricken, her face turning pale. "Don't panic." Jiang Yu grabbed Xiao Xiao, who had stood up, and urged her to sit down. "Trust your master. She can handle it." For some reason, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xiao Xiao's anxious heart calmed down immediately. Jiang Yu did not speak lightly. He could feel that Granny Ya's life force had not diminished. Instead, another powerful toxin was rapidly being released. That was the original toxin of the 9th-section Jade. Granny spread her own toxins throughout her body, enveloping all her vital areas to avoid the effects of the golden toad's poison. The two toxins clashed intensely. The green snake venom and the transparent golden toad toxin intertwined, merging yet devouring each other. Neither could gain the upper hand. Chapter 114. The Face Demon Spider, seeing Granny lying on the ground. The audience assumed the match was decided, and even the referee was ready to declare Jing Tian the winner. However, just as the referee was about to wave his small flag, an old man sitting in the center of the judging panel spoke up to stop the referee's action. Indeed, there were discerning people among the judges who could see that Granny had not completely lost her ability to retaliate. 3 minutes later, Granny suddenly stood up from the ground. Her complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, indicating that she had completely neutralized the golden toad's poison with her original snake venom. How is this possible? Jing Tian looked incredulously at Granny, who seemed unaffected, and could not help but feel a surge of tumultuous emotions. Although he was aware of the power of the 9th-section Jade, he never imagined that his golden toad poison would have such little effect on Granny. He knew that even he would take at least 5 minutes to neutralize the golden toad's poison. Granny had done it even faster than him, the poisoner. This was what truly shocked Jing Tian. One mountain is higher than another. I, Jing Tian, have always considered myself extraordinary. Yet I did not expect to encounter a worthy opponent in my city. Granny, I will remember you. You are a formidable opponent. After the shock, Jing Tian couldn't help but express admiration for Granny. A rare opponent like her was hard to come by, and he felt a mix of emotions, both shock and relief. Others might not know, but Jing Tian was all too clear about his current situation. Although many praised his poison skills, placing him among the top 3 in Xinglua, he knew he had hit a bottleneck. Without external help, it would be difficult to break through this barrier, which was why he participated in this poison competition organized by the Xinglua Empire. The stimulation from other experts might help him break through his bottleneck. The Tiando Empire already had a titled Doa known for poison, and Jing Tian's goal was to become the second poison Doa on the continent. Even having a title in mind, the 100 poison Douluo, more powerful than the poison Douluo, but he never expected that he couldn't even suppress a Granny. It was only then that Jing Tian realized his shortcomings. Your golden toad poison may not be trivial, but I, Granny, am not to be trifled with. Let me show you my snake venom. Granny pointed at Jing Tian, her fingernails several centimeters long, radiating a cold gleam. Without saying much, she instantly flew toward Jing Tian. Her sharp nails were as fierce as swords, and with a light swipe, she left a deep scar on Jing Tian's neck. Blood gushing out. The poison from the source of the old woman's snake venom surged into Jing Tian's body through the wound. Feeling the power of the toxin, Jing Tian's brows instantly furrowed. The poison contained in the 9th-section emerald was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder this martial soul was known as the King of Snakes, second only to the biphosphorus snake emperor of Dugobo. I concede. Jing Tian immediately admitted defeat. His action instantly sparked heated discussions in the arena, and people's gazes shifted from admiration to disdain. No one expected him to back down so quickly. The old woman had only given him a slight push, yet Jing Tian gave up resistance without a second thought. Regarding the crowd's criticism, Jing Tian didn't care. When experts spar, wins and losses often come in an instant. With just that one move, he realized there was a significant gap between his realm and the old woman's. Rather than foolishly resisting, it was better to admit defeat gracefully. For Jing Tian, winning or losing was not important. You have some self-awareness. The old woman showed a hint of appreciation on her face. Such a straightforward opponent was indeed rare. After the old woman secured a place to advance, the following contestants took turns to battle. Although these participants also reached the rank of Soul King, their martial souls were not very advanced, merely common poison-type soul beasts. The excitement of the matches sharply declined, leaving the audience feeling quite bored. It wasn't until Yang Yu took the stage that the audience collectively peaked in excitement, as he was the first-place winner of the previous match, and his strength was widely recognized. Yang Yu's opponent was a female soul master, who had some gray at her temples, but her skin was well-maintained. While she couldn't compare to a young girl's smooth and fair face, she still looked relatively firm. This female soul master was named Yazi. She appeared to be in her 60s, but her aura was strikingly impressive, exuding a special charm. As soon as she took the stage, she activated her martial soul. Although she didn't know what Yang Yu's martial soul was, she could sense an extremely formidable pressure emanating from him. That aura of annihilation made her feel an intense sense of helplessness against him. Magic spider, manifest. Yazi's voice was somewhat cold. After releasing her martial soul, a nauseating stench emanated from her body. A dark light flashed, and an evil martial soul appeared around her. Upon seeing that martial soul, JiangYu was also stunned. It was a giant spider with a diameter of over 1.5 meters. It's 8 long, spear-like legs extending over 3 meters. Its body was covered in a shiny black shell, and while its long legs appeared somewhat slender, they were undoubtedly very sharp given the cold gleam they emitted. On the spider's abdomen were some white patterns that seemed out of place with its black body, and those white patterns formed a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes, glimmering with a faint purple light, were closely attached to its abdomen. The human-faced magic spider. Her martial soul was actually the human-faced magic spider, a nightmare for many soul beasts. Even a century level 1 could rival ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts because it contained extremely terrifying venom, which even 1,000-year soul beasts found hard to withstand. Yazi wasted no time and immediately released the true form of her martial soul. Soon, she transformed into the shape of the human-faced magic spider, but oddly, the spider's face had been replaced with Yazi's face, making her look even more sinister and terrifying than before. The human-faced magic spider showed no hesitation. Its 8 sharp legs silently pierced into the ground and swiftly lunged toward JiangYu. The face on its abdomen revealed a very sinister smile. The evil killer was eagerly anticipating the joy of victory, while JiangYu, on the other hand, made no moves and simply stood there quietly. It seemed the human-faced magic spider was nothing remarkable to him. He didn't even release his martial soul. In truth, JiangYu did not want to summon the soul-breaking spear. It was just that his martial soul had no toxicity at all. His extraordinary achievements in the field of poison were solely based on his talent, unrelated to his martial soul. This was what made JiangYu truly terrifying. Even poison masters of Dugu Bo's caliber relied heavily on the terrifying toxins contained in their martial souls. Without their martial soul's assistance, their accomplishments in poison would significantly decline. However, JiangYu was an anomaly. He had truly reached his current level through research, which was quite rare in the entire Douluo Continent. After the 8 spider legs pierced JiangYu's skin, the terrifying toxin continuously surged into his body. "You are too arrogant," Yazi's chilling voice suddenly echoed. "Without even releasing your martial soul, let's see how you withstand this spider poison." She clearly misunderstood. JiangYu's lack of martial soul activation was not due to arrogance. However, JiangYu did not explain, as that was not his style. He preferred to conquer others through action. Chapter 115, Yazi. After Yazi withdrew her furry spider legs from JiangYu, she retreated backwards. The grotesque face couldn't help but reveal a smile. In her view, the outcome of the match was already without any suspense. It was only to blame JiangYu for thinking too highly of himself, really believing that winning first place in the last match meant anything remarkable. Those theoretical skills were not applicable in actual combat. Perhaps if he had released his martial soul from the beginning, the result wouldn't have turned out like this. Unfortunately, even if JiangYu regretted it now, it was too late. The poison of the human-faced magic spider was not so easily dispelled. "What should we do? Your master looks like he's about to lose." Xiao Xiao glanced at JiangYu and found him still looking calm, which puzzled her. She even doubted whether JiangYu was really JiangYu's master, as he, the disciple, was still indifferent. "He is not my master," JiangYu explained. Although JiangYu had taught him some knowledge about poisons, they did not have a master-disciple relationship. Of course, JiangYu was very grateful to JiangYu and considered him a mentor in his heart. Unlike a master, a teacher can be many. As the saying goes, those who pass on knowledge are considered teachers. JiangYu accepted the knowledge imparted by JiangYu, but did not inherit his path. While he could indeed refer to him as a teacher, he had not yet reached the standard of a master. To be precise, JiangYu only had one master, which was the sword-fighting Douluo. As for teachers, he had many, including those who taught him combat skills and those who instructed him in staff techniques, such as Teacher San and Teacher Xiaoben. However, JiangYu was still very grateful to JiangYu. In his heart, this teacher held much greater significance than other teachers, perhaps not much lower than the sword-fighting Douluo. After all, JiangYu had saved his life. The reason JiangYu was not nervous was that he was aware of JiangYu's strength. The poison of the human-faced magic spider was indeed terrifying, but it also depended on the identity of the opponent. JiangYu was a top-notch poison expert who could even dispel the poison of the porcupine Douluo. In the context of Blue Star, he would be considered an academic-level talent. Without JiangYu's help, it's likely that the Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. and Qianren Shui could have openly inherited the throne by virtue of being the crown prince. As for Tang San, Ning Fengji, and others, as long as Qianren Shui casually accused them of conspiring to rebel and murdering the emperor, most people would believe him as the crown prince. In this way, Tang San, Ning Fengji, and others would become the traitorous ministers that everyone in the Tiando Empire would want to execute. It can be said that without Yang Wudi's assistance, Qianren Shui's plan might have succeeded, allowing him to smoothly inherit the title of emperor. Jiang Yu believed that the poison of the human-faced demon spider might be difficult for ordinary people to withstand, but it wouldn't affect Yang Wudi at all. He could easily resolve it. There was no need to rush. Jiang Yu signaled to Xiao not to be anxious. This poison was nothing to Elder Yang. If you don't believe it, just keep watching. Isn't he your master? Xiao then realized that Jiang Yu's relationship with Yang Wudi was not as she had thought. A master-disciple relationship. It seemed she had misunderstood. However, since Jiang Yu was so confident in Yang Wudi, Xiao could only continue to watch. She also wanted to know what antidote Yang Wudi had. Jiang Yu was right. Yang Wudi, who was poisoned by the human-faced demon spider, showed no signs of panic. He simply took out various herbs from his soul guide. Most of them were quite common, with a few that Jiang Yu didn't recognize. Of course, these items were considered very precious herbs for ordinary soul masters, including century-old ginseng and thousand-year snow lotus, which were rare treasures for regular soul masters. However, in Yang Wudi's hands, these herbs were like ordinary grass. He took a jade knife and cut the various herbs into tiny pieces. Then he dumped them all into a medicinal pot and began to pound them vigorously with a jade pestle, a technique that seemed very different from that of an ordinary pharmacist, being rather simple and crude. Many people held doubts about his alchemy skills, as his methods were too rough. The crowd's skepticism did not affect Yang Wudi, as they watched the various herbs in the pot mix together and finally turn into a brightly colored medicinal liquid without a second thought. He picked up the pot and tilted it back to pour it into his mouth. As time passed, everyone was waiting for Yang Wudi, unsure if his medicine would work, as it seemed it couldn't neutralize the poison of the human-faced demon spider. Yet Yang Wudi, standing on stage, showed no signs of panic. He was very confident in his abilities. Not to mention the human-faced demon spider. Even the poison of the soul-eating spider had a solution for him. Only the toxin contained in the soul-eating spider king, after evolving, would pose some threat to him. Yang Wudi's body suppressed the poison of the human-faced demon spider after consuming the specially made antidote, and soon all the toxins were completely purified. Yazi also released her martial soul avatar, as it consumed a significant amount of soul power. After returning to her human form, she stood in place observing Yang Wudi's condition. She did not know whether he had withstood the venom of the demon spider. His cold expression was too deceptive, and no one could tell his current state. Just as Yazi was concentrating on the front, Yang Wudi suddenly took out a pill from his soul guide. This is the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill I've concocted, made from 7 types of venomous insects and 7 types of poisonous flowers. If you can withstand the toxicity of this pill, I will concede. Yang Wudi handed the black pill to Yazi, looking very serious. He wasn't boasting. If the other party could truly neutralize the poison he had concocted, he would immediately withdraw from the competition. However, Yang Wudi did not believe that Yazi had the ability to solve the poison he had made. There were very few poison masters in the entire Douluo Continent that he respected, and Yazi was clearly not among them. Looking at the dark pill, Yazi showed a look of disgust on her face. If it weren't for the competition, she wouldn't want to eat such a strange thing. However, in order to win, she still accepted the pill from Yang Wudi's hand. After hesitating for a moment, Yazi pinched her nose and put the pill into her mouth. As soon as it touched her mouth, she felt a sweet taste coming from the pill. It wasn't as terrible as she imagined. Could it be that he made a mistake? Yazi couldn't help but doubt. How could such a sweet pill be poisonous? Perhaps he had the wrong medicine. This was just an ordinary candy. Thinking this, Yazi couldn't help but feel pleased. If she didn't say anything, no one would know that Yang Wudi had made a mistake, and then she would be the victor of this match. It was simply too satisfying, winning without any effort at all. Chapter 116, Demon Eye Tree. Yazi's thoughts were good, but reality was cruel. Before long, the effects of the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill began to take effect. If it weren't for her human-faced demon spider martial soul naturally containing terrifying toxins that gave her body some resistance, the effect of Yang Wudi's secret poison would not have been delayed. Suddenly, crimson blood spurted from Yazi's mouth. She, who had been feeling pleased, instantly sensed something was wrong, blaming herself for underestimating Yang Wudi too much. But now was not the time for regret. The most important thing was to quickly neutralize the poison in her body. Yazi took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down quickly. This was the first time she had encountered such a poison. The 7 insects and 7 flowers pill was a mixed poison. It could be easy or difficult to neutralize, depending on understanding the order and types of the poisons used. The difficulty lay in the fact that Yazi had no idea what types of toxic substances Yang Wudi had used to concoct the pill. There were at least 1,000 types of insects and flowers containing toxins on the continent. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to deduce which poisons Yang Wudi had used. Moreover, this was a competition, so there was no time for her to calculate in detail. Forget it. No matter what, she had to give it a try. Yazi steeled her resolve, not thinking about anything else. In a moment of crisis, she could only take the plunge. She released all the original toxins in her body, hoping to use this to delay the invasion of the poison. Then she took out a bunch of items and immediately squatted on the ground, frantically working on them. Seeing what Yazi had in her hands, Jiang Yu pondered. It seemed she had not thought of a way to detoxify, but was trying to use those herbs containing strong life force to resist the terrifying toxins from the 7 insects and 7 flowers pill. This method could not be said to be useless, but ultimately it was only treating the symptoms, not the root cause, as long as the toxins were not resolved. No matter how many herbs she used, it would just be a waste. After consuming all the herbs she had, Yazi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The powerful life essence had finally allowed her condition to recover somewhat. Although the hateful toxins had not been eliminated, they had at least been suppressed. Not as fierce as at the beginning. It was indeed effective. Yazi couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, before she could be happy for too long, the toxins in her body began to erupt again. Everything was developing too quickly, and before Yazi could react, she fainted. Seeing her fall to the ground, Yang Wudi immediately took out the antidote from his pocket and quickly walked to Yazi's side. He pried open her mouth and administered the medicine. It was just a competition, and Yang Wudi did not want to take anyone's life. The referee, seeing this, understood that Yang Wudi's strength surpassed that of his opponent. So he announced the result of the match, and Yang Wudi successfully advanced to the semifinals as expected. Even if Yazi was unwilling, she had no choice but to accept the current situation. To be fair, her strength was indeed inferior to Yang Wudi's, and she was helpless against the poison he concocted. Moreover, her prideful magic spider poison was also ineffective against Yang Wudi. It was hard to not admit defeat. She did not blame anyone for losing this match. Yazi then bowed to Yang Wudi in submission, blaming only herself for her lack of skill. The other party's research on poison far exceeded her imagination, and he was undoubtedly a master-level figure. Losing to him was not shameful. The first round of the competition continued until the afternoon, and by now, all the contestants who advanced to the semifinals were basically confirmed. The finals would soon follow. The exciting moment quickly approached. Those who could enter the semifinals were not ordinary individuals. They were all renowned soul masters on the continent, some even more famous than Yang Wudi and Granny Yao. Although they were a formidable duo in the field of poison, they shared one common trait. That is, they were low-key, hence their lack of significant fame. Yang Wudi was somewhat better off. After all, he was the leader of the family. Even if no one knew about his strength in poison, they would always recognize the name of the 4 great families of single attributes. This was the core power of the #1 sect in the world, the Haotian sect, known to all in the Soul Master community. There were rumors outside that the leaders of the 4 great families of single attributes were expected to reach the level of title Douluo in the future. Especially Yang Wudi. It was said that he once fought against a title Douluo, and although the outcome was unknown since that time, the title Douluo declared a retreat and had not stepped out of his door for several years. Therefore, some said that the title Douluo was heavily injured by Yang Wudi in that battle, forcing him to go into seclusion for recovery. After this news spread, everyone was astonished by Yang Wudi's terrifying strength. Although the truth of this matter was yet to be verified, the title Douluo did not deny it, nor did his clan respond to it. The reliability of this information became increasingly credible. Even though Yang Wudi was not particularly famous in the field of poison, the participating soul masters were well aware of his name. They just did not expect that Yang Wudi had such an aspect. Not only was his soul power far superior to others, but he also had significant achievements in the field of poison, making him a true monster. The semifinals posed no difficulty for Yang Wudi. His opponent was a soul sage who appeared to be around the same age as him, with short silver hair as white as snow and skin wrinkled like dry wood. This soul sage was named Mr. Kumu, dressed in a black robe. Though the sleeves were short, and he tightly gripped a black staff over a meter long. Faced with such a peculiar opponent, JiangYu did not show any unusual reaction. He practiced the path of destruction, and regardless of who the opponent was, even a titled Doll, JiangYu would not feel a hint of fear. The stronger the enemy, the more perfectly his strength could be unleashed, even erupting with power beyond ordinary imagination. This was the essence of the path of destruction. No matter what he faced, he would break it with a spear. Mr. Kumu was aware of JiangYu's reputation, so he did not dare to underestimate this terrifying opponent. As soon as the match began, he released his martial soul, and with a surge of dark light, the embodiment of his martial soul appeared behind him. It was a massive tree, its branches thick and abundant, and what was most terrifying was its pair of eyes exuding boundless black malevolence. Mr. Kumu's martial soul was a rare plant-type soul beast. Generally, the chance of such soul beasts appearing in human soul masters was far lower than that of beast martial souls, and many plant-type martial souls did not possess high attack power. However, Mr. Kumu's martial soul was different. It was called the Demon Eye Magic Tree, a highly rare high-level plant-type soul beast containing 3 attributes: wood, poison, and spirit, making it a formidable opponent. JiangYu had also heard of the power of the Demon Eye Magic Tree. It was said that there was a Demon Eye Magic Tree soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest with a cultivation age exceeding 10,000 years, which even a titled Douluo with a soul power level of 95 could not defeat. Although some believed this news to be fabricated without reliable evidence, JiangYu had a gut feeling that the Demon Eye Magic Tree in the Star Do Great Forest was likely not just an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. However, without evidence, he could not boast. Mr. Kumu's martial soul turned out to be the Demon Eye Magic Tree. In JiangYu's eyes, this opponent was indeed worth his serious attention. It was a rare opportunity to carefully study the Demon Eye Magic Tree. As the formidable opponent approached, Mr. Kumu did not feel as relaxed as JiangYu. Chapter 117. The aura emanating from JiangYu was overwhelmingly powerful, and the imposing presence gave Mr. Kumu the illusion that he was facing not just a soul Douluo, but a genuine title Douluo powerhouse. This feeling was incredibly strange. Mr. Kumu did not dare to be careless. With a flash of black light, his 7th soul ring suddenly flickered, and Mr. Kumu's body began to change rapidly, his skin instantly transforming into something resembling tree bark. Black vines enveloped his body, and wooden tentacles sprouted from his palms. Before long, Mr. Kumu had transformed into the appearance of the Demon Eye Magic Tree, standing 2 to 3 meters tall. Taking the initiative, Mr. Kumu did not dare to underestimate this terrifying opponent. Countless black tentacles reached out from all directions, firmly binding JiangYu's body. These vines were not ordinary plants. They contained the terrifying poison of the Demon Eye Magic Tree, a single drop capable of killing a fly. It was precisely because of this frightening ability that wherever the Demon Eye Magic Tree existed, other life forms were nearly non-existent, rendering the area devoid of vegetation. Even blue silver grass could not escape its poisonous grasp. Therefore, even soul beasts did not dare to provoke the Demon Eye Magic Tree easily. Although the beast's attack power was not particularly strong, its poison was especially fearsome, let alone soul beasts. Human powerhouses were also unwilling to encounter such a troublesome opponent as the Demon Eye Magic Tree. Even those who enjoyed binding games did not want to be entangled by the Demon Eye Magic Tree. While they might enjoy the thrill, they were not foolish, given that the vines of the Demon Eye Magic Tree were poisonous. At this moment, JiangYu found himself in a predicament. The vines tightened around him, nearly suffocating him, and with the black liquid exuding a foul odor continuously dripping onto his skin, JiangYu felt quite nauseated. Destruction, soul spear. JiangYu roared, and in an instant, his martial soul appeared in his right hand. It was a long spear. The black spear shimmered with a chilling luster, its shaft measuring 8 feet long, and even the spear tip was significantly wider than usual, exceeding 4 feet. The shaft was as thick as a strong man's arm, adorned with 8 soul rings in the optimal combination, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, shimmering around the spear as they moved up and down. Suddenly, an incredibly dazzling light burst forth, revealing the signature martial soul of the Pa family, the Pa Soul Spear. The light emitted by the spear instantly suppressed the dark aura emanating from the demon tree with evil eyes. The spear in JiangYu's hand seemed to respond to his command, shooting out with a whoosh and swiftly clearing away the black vines. JiangYu was not worried about the toxins within him. although the demon tree with evil eyes was a rare soul beast with terrifying poison. He had his own methods to detoxify, according to the records passed down in the P family. Detoxifying the poison from the demon tree required only a few herbs mixed in specific proportions, and fortunately, JiangYu had them on him. He quickly took out the necessary herbs from his soul guide and prepared them in a 1:1 ratio. Then he took out a jade bottle and poured the green liquid inside into the juice made from the herbs. This green light divine water was a unique spirit water concocted by the P family, maximizing the efficacy of the herbs, and was a closely guarded secret of the P family. Even among the P family, few knew the method for making the green light divine water. Apart from JiangYu and his brother, only a few elders possessed the formula. After consuming the antidote, the toxins in JiangYu's body were soon completely eliminated, and his face regained its vitality. I lost. Mr. Drywood, seeing that JiangYu easily countered his poison, immediately lost the will to fight. He knew that the gap between him and this opponent was too great. There was no need to continue the match. Why humiliate himself? Mr. Drywood had a clear sense of self-awareness. He immediately released his martial soul, bowed to JiangYu, and walked down the stage on his own, even conceding with a unique style. An interesting person, JiangYu smiled and nodded, finding Mr. Drywood's strength commendable and his understanding of when to advance or retreat admirable. In the evening, the sun was about to set. Golden rays of light fell on the arena. The final match was taking place in the spacious arena, with JiangYu facing Old Lady Medicine. The champion of this Poison King competition would be decided between these two, and until the last moment, no one could predict who would claim the top spot. Would JiangYu prevail, or would Old Lady Medicine continue her surprising run as a dark horse? No one could foresee. Do you think Senior Yang will win this match, or will my master win? Little Xiao nudged JiangYu with her arm. Of course, it's Senior Yang. JiangYu naturally supported JiangYu. Little Xiao replied dismissively, I don't think so. My master is very powerful. I believe she can definitely defeat Senior Yang and win the championship. Little Xiao had been following Old Lady Medicine for a while, so she was confident in her master's abilities and did not believe Old Lady Medicine would lose to JiangYu. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Oh, JiangYu became interested. Since that's the case, why don't we make a bet on who will win this match? Bet? Sure, Little Xiao huffed, looking confident. What are we betting on? I don't care about small things. If we're going to bet, let's make it something big. JiangYu thought for a moment and came up with an idea. If you lose, let me kiss you. If I lose, I'll let you kiss me. Fair enough? On the surface, this bet seemed quite fair. Little Xiao, not realizing the implications, immediately agreed to JiangYu's suggestion. Upon hearing Little Xiao agree to the bet, JiangYu's face broke into a radiant smile. For some reason, seeing JiangYu so happy made Little Xiao feel like she had been tricked. Why do I feel like I've lost out? Little Xiao pondered to herself. On the arena, JiangYu and Old Lady Medicine had entered a heated stage. Although the 9-section Emerald Snake's poison was powerful, it had no effect on JiangYu, who had taken the antidote in advance. And he clearly understood the nature of the snake's poison. When the 9-section emerald appeared, JiangYu poured prepared strong liquor around his body and ignited it. It contained realgar and various antidotes evaporating with the alcohol, covering the entire arena. The 9-section emerald's poison was not progressing smoothly. However, Old Lady Medicine did not give up. She had spent a night deeply communicating with JiangYu, and they had developed a mutual understanding that could be described as soulmates. Old Lady Medicine was aware of JiangYu's advantages, and she believed he had gained a thorough understanding of her weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared a countermeasure against the 9-section emerald from the beginning. This match posed a significant challenge for both, and Old Lady Medicine could not guarantee victory. Chapter 118. The simple Little Xiao seeing the wrinkles on Old Lady Medicine's face, JiangYu rarely displayed a proud expression. The night before, they had sparred for quite some time, and he had only barely managed to suppress her. 9-section purple spirit poison. Old Lady Medicine did not want to delay any longer. Her 6th soul ring activated, shining brightly as it rose from her feet. A purple liquid was ejected from her mouth, the surface glowing with a rich purple light. Transforming into a giant, transparent snake once it soared into the air. The purple liquid quickly spread throughout the snake's body. Old Lady Medicine's soul skill originated from a very rare snake-type soul beast, the purple spirit snake. Legend has it that the purple spirit snake has a very mysterious origin, not seeming to be a native of the Douluo Continent, and to this day, no one knows which planet it comes from. This has led to the extremely low numbers of the purple spirit snake, even fewer than typical dragon-type soul beasts. Old Lady Medicine had gone through great hardships to find one, even though it was only 13,000 years old, far from the 20,000-year limit. She resolutely chose to absorb the soul ring from the purple spirit snake. While the age of the soul ring is important, it is not the only consideration for soul masters. Sometimes, a suitable soul skill can overshadow the age of the soul ring. Old Lady Medicine's sixth soul skill should not be underestimated. The transparent snake, measuring about 3 meters long, looked exceptionally terrifying. Its head had a pair of sharp short horns, and its body had 4 legs beneath it, with a hard spike at the tip of its tail that sparkled like a diamond. The area above its eyes had some bulges forming a cross between them. The giant snake suddenly emitted a purple light, rapidly charging towards Yang Wudi. Seeing this, Yang Wudi immediately swung the spear in his hand, unleashing a tremendous momentum that expanded outward from his body. The tip of the spear emitted a powerful malevolent aura that shot straight into the sky. Even when faced with a 3-meter-long snake, Yang Wudi charged forward without showing the slightest hint of fear on his face. The spear pierced through the air, leaving a beautiful arc as it aimed directly at the snake's head. Yang Wudi did not use flashy techniques. His movements appeared simple and unadorned. For someone like him, a one-hit kill was the way to go. No matter how extravagant a technique might be, if it couldn't quickly take down the enemy, it was meaningless. Therefore, Yang Wudi had long abandoned flashy but impractical skills, opting for the most primitive and effective method of attack. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted from Yang Wudi, and the soul-vanquishing spear was instantly hurled from his hand. Whoosh, the spear tip plunged straight into the transparent snake's head, and the malevolent aura inside quickly shredded its body to pieces. A mass of purple liquid took the opportunity to escape, rushing towards Yang Wudi. Even from a distance, Yang Wudi could smell the stench of that malevolent aura, indicating that the purple liquid contained a significant level of toxicity. But soon the liquid shot out and, upon hitting the ground, even corroded the stone tiles of the arena. Fortunately, Yang Wudi was wrapped in malevolent energy, preventing the liquid from penetrating his skin. It all bounced off. So this is how malevolent energy can be used. After seeing Yang Wudi's maneuver, Jiang Yu was struck with inspiration. This method of using malevolent energy for protection gave him new ideas. Perhaps he could learn from Yang Wudi and diversify the application of malevolent energy. In the arena, Granny Yao was taken aback when she saw the toxic liquid being bounced away by Yang Wudi. This protective method was something she had never encountered before, and she felt particularly intrigued. Yang Wudi's abilities were not limited to this. While Granny Yao was in a daze, he took out a black bottle from his soul guide. After removing the cork, a burst of colorful gas spread out, quickly filling the entire arena. Just as this gas was about to spill over the edge of the platform, Yang Wudi's malevolent energy instantly suppressed the colorful gas, preventing it from spreading outside. This 7-color gas was concocted by Yang Wudi himself. Its toxicity was significant. If it spread to the audience below, it would likely harm them, and he certainly did not want to involve innocent bystanders. As for Granny Yao, Yang Wudi believed that with her abilities, while she might not be able to neutralize the toxicity of the 7-color gas, preserving her life should not be a problem. He had confidence in the woman he valued. Yang Wudi was not mistaken. The moment the 7-color gas appeared, Granny Yao sensed that something was wrong. The gas contained several powerful toxins. She quickly identified 6 of them, realizing that one of them even included the cloud-wrapped miasma. However, she could not identify the remaining toxin, even with her extensive knowledge. Granny Yao did not dare to be careless and immediately released her original toxin to wrap her body tightly. As the green mist emerged, it seemed to encounter an adversary, and a powerful repulsive force surrounded Granny Yao, pushing the external force away. The two were once again locked in a stalemate. How about that? My master is quite impressive, right? Xiao Xiao wore a proud expression, knowing that Yang Wudi's poison could not break through her master's defenses. Xiao Xiao was more aware of the abilities of the 9-section emerald than anyone else, so she had great confidence in Granny Yao. Not necessarily. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. He even took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and started to crack them in his mouth. Just wait for the promise to be fulfilled. Jiang Yu smiled as he looked at the unfolding battle. Hey, this chapter is not over. Please click to continue reading on the next page. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him and quickly snatched half a handful of sunflower seeds from Jiang Yu's hand. Her speed was very quick, and since Jiang Yu was not on guard, she successfully stole the seeds. You're too confident. Xiao Xiao mocked while cracking the seeds, saying, "What'll you do if I win?" Jiang Yu shrugged, turned to Xiao Xiao, and smiled. What else can I do? I'll kiss you. Seeing Jiang Yu's shameless expression, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that she might have fallen into his trap without knowing it. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Jiang Yu did not answer her question directly, but instead defended himself. I didn't fool you. Who doesn't know that I, Jiang Yu, am always fair and just? How could I deceive a little girl? Really? Xiao Xiao seemed somewhat skeptical. Of course it's true, Jiang Yu replied with a sincere expression. At that moment, the seven-colored gas suddenly erupted with even greater power, gradually consuming the green mist, compressing the living space of the green smoke. How could this happen? Granny Yao felt a cold sweat form on her forehead. This was her last resort, and she never expected it to be completely ineffective against Yang Wudi. She had no idea how he managed it, nor could she guess what the last type of gas was. Granny Yao certainly could not know that this seven-color gas was Yang Wudi's unique secret formula, a method that even the members of the family were unaware of, let alone others. Chapter 119. The Dai clan doesn't deserve it. The competition results were quickly determined. Granny Yao was powerless against Yang Wudi's seven-color gas, having no countermeasures, and had to admit defeat. The referee then announced the results. The championess prize was quite generous, including rare treasures like the 10,000-year snow lotus and 1,000-year blood ginseng. No wonder Yang Wudi was willing to travel such a long distance to participate in the competition. His goal was likely just these rare medicinal materials, while the title of champion was secondary. Yang Wudi carefully stored the prizes in his soul guide, a radiant smile on his face. Truly a medicine fanatic. It must be the herbs that brought out his true smile. So, it's time to fulfill the promise. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to Xiao Xiao beside him. The girl was nervously wringing her small hands, looking adorably shy. Even a steel man would find it hard to resist such temptation. At that moment, Xiao Xiao exuded a magical charm, truly having the power to turn hardened steel into something soft. Xiao Xiao's face instantly flushed bright red. Never mind. It's better not to make it difficult for her. Jiang Yu was about to give up on the idea of having Xiao Xiao fulfill her bet. After all, he was just joking. Just kiss me. Ready. Xiao Xiao quickly brought her cheek close to Jiang Yu's face, saying innocently, a bet is a bet. I still have some integrity. Looking at her rosy cheeks, Jiang Yu felt a bit dazed. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a gift. However, after careful consideration, he did not lean in for a kiss. Instead, he extended 2 fingers, pinching them together to form a mouth shape, and gently tapped Xiao Xiao's fair cheek. Smack! Xiao Xiao was stunned. What are you doing not kissing? With just your fingers? Do you look down on me? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll let you off easily. Xiao Xiao was very angry, and the consequences would be serious. Jiang Yu's actions made her feel deeply humiliated. She clearly accepted the bet and was willing to lose. But unexpectedly, the other party used their fingers instead of lips. Wasn't this just a sign of disdain for her being dirty? How could she endure this? Xiao Xiao immediately entered a frenzied state. If there was no reasonable explanation, she would make Jiang Yu understand what it meant to provoke a spirit cat's wrath, causing upheaval. Don't be fooled by Xiao Xiao's martial soul being a cat. When she gets angry, she's no less fierce than a tigress. You misunderstood. Jiang Yu quickly explained upon seeing Xiao Xiao's face turn ferocious, like a frenzied wildcat. It might just be a bit shy. That's why I thought of an alternative method, which allows you to fulfill your promise without feeling embarrassed. It's a win-win, isn't it? Seeing Jiang Yu's sincere demeanor, which didn't seem like a lie, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but question whether she was overreacting. If it truly was a misunderstanding, then it was her fault for thinking ill of Jiang Yu's good intentions. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Xiao Xiao was not the type to refuse to admit her mistakes. Once she realized it was her problem, she apologized generously to Jiang Yu, as she had misjudged the other person's goodwill. Saying sorry was not out of place. It's okay, I don't mind. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying it was clear now, and it wasn't a big deal. As a man, he had enough tolerance and didn't make things difficult for Xiao Xiao. Thank you. At this moment, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. It was her first time meeting such a generous man, unlike the one her family arranged for her blind date, who was not only a shameless lecher, but also had a terrible temper. He showed no gentlemanly demeanor at all, if it weren't for his noble status as a prince. Xiao Xiao really wanted to slap him and tell him to stop being so smug. Thinking about having to marry such a man in the future made Xiao Xiao feel helpless. She heard that this prince had been frequenting brothels since a young age and even engaged in disgraceful actions like spending the night with courtesans, becoming a laughingstock of the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Xiao did not want her future husband to be such a shameless person. However, marriage was always decided by her father, and her opinion didn't matter at all. Even if the prince was outrageous, she was still destined to marry him. Her family had been allied with the Star Luo royal family for generations. She couldn't just refuse to marry unless she became powerful enough to break through to the title Douluo level, standing at the pinnacle of soul masters. Only then could she possibly break free from the shackles of fate. Title Douluo. These four simple words seemed to carry immense weight. There were countless soul masters on the continent, but only a handful had truly broken through to the title Douluo level. It was no easy feat to reach that stage, even for a powerful family like Xiao Zhao's, which did not have a title Douluo powerhouse. Moreover, as far as she knew, even the protective elder of the Star Luo royal family was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, seemingly just a step away from the title Douluo level, but in reality, it was like the distance between heaven and earth. The chances of breaking through were very slim. Even though Xiao was very confident in herself, she also knew that without any fortuitous encounters, her qualifications would make it impossible to break through to title Douluo. Although the peak soul Douluos on the continent were not many, there were still a couple with double digits. Yet they spent decades cultivating their soul power to the 89th level without breaking through. This shows that the conditions for becoming a title Douluo were even stricter than imagined. It probably wasn't just about condensing soul power effortlessly. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The secrets contained within this were so profound that even with the deep relationship between Xiao Zhao's family and the Star Luo royal family, she couldn't glean any useful information from them. If Xiao wanted to break through to the title Douluo level, she could only rely on herself. Her family couldn't help her. This path was destined to be difficult. However, Xiao did not intend to give up. The road is made by walking it. And the more challenging the task, the harder one must work. She believed that as long as she persisted, even the highest peaks would eventually be reached. Time would prove everything. Title Law, I will become one. Xiao silently vowed in her heart. Daimu by a playboy like you? I won't marry you. I want everyone to know that you're just a useless person. Seeing the fluctuating expression on Xiao Zhao's face, Jiang Yu couldn't guess what she was thinking. So he decided not to care and shifted his gaze to the arena. A grand award ceremony was taking place. Besides the champion Yang Wudi receiving a generous reward, the prizes for the second and third places were also very enticing. Granny Yao received a precious herb along with a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. The award presenter was also the lord of my city, and it was said that the legendary my Douluo was his great-grandfather. After distributing all the rewards, the lord of my city conveyed the speech of the Star Luo Emperor to all the contestants present. Although the emperor said a lot of trivial things, it was very clear that he had a strong intention to recruit the poison path experts present, offering very generous conditions. Money, beauties, or strong men. Everything one could desire. The Star Luo Emperor even planned to establish a special department dedicated to the production and research of poisons, with the department head's rank equivalent to that of various ministers. This position was exclusively reserved for the champion of this poison competition, meaning Yang Wudi could become a high-ranking official in the Star Luo Empire immediately if he wanted to. Unfortunately, he had no interest in being an official and politely declined the Star Luo Emperor's offer on the spot. The lord of my city did not make things difficult for him and turned his attention to Granny Yao. However, from Granny Yao's expression, it was clear that she also had no interest. For people like Yang Wudi and Granny Yao, high positions and rich rewards held no appeal. They preferred rare herbs. Thus, both declined the Star Luo royal family's invitation. They were used to freedom and did not like the 996 lifestyle of official personnel in the two great empires. Freedom had a magical power. Once experienced, one could never return to the past. In a sense, Yang Wudi and Granny Yao were the same kind of people. In their world, nothing mattered except poison and freedom. However, not everyone thought this way. The contestant who placed third gladly accepted the Star Luo royal family's invitation. His family was not a prestigious one, and the position of a department head was quite attractive to him. In the end, most of the hundreds of contestants accepted the Star Luo royal family's offer, with only a few explicitly refusing, although they did not secure the champion and runner-up. The results were still in line with the lord of my city's expectations. After all, the Star Luo Emperor did not give him any particularly rigid tasks, only saying that the more, the better. After the event, Jiang Yu took Xiao to the stage to congratulate Yang Wudi and Granny Yao. After a while, Bai Qinxiang and the others also rushed out from the crowd. It turned out that Bai had bought seats that were very far back due to the high ticket prices. Bai Qinxiang was already used to her grandfather's stinginess and didn't complain, But Luo Erdi Fa seemed to have some grievances, her expression somewhat unpleasant along the way. Seeing JiangYu take the stage faster than them, Falon couldn't help but puff her cheeks. If she had known, she wouldn't have followed by he. Staying with JiangYu would have allowed her to remain in the front row to watch the competition. Lordifa was also feeling helpless. She had even lost her storage soul guide during the ambush on the Heavendo camp, and all her money was inside it. If she hadn't already bought a front row seat, she wouldn't have needed to mooch off someone else's ticket. How could you two be together? Granny Yao, seeing her beloved disciple mingling with JiangYu, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did something happen between the two of them last night? This was not good. Granny Yao had a good relationship with the Duke of Yuming and admired Xiao Xiao, which was why she took her as a disciple. While others might not know Xiao Xiao's background, Granny Yao knew her well. Her real name was Zhu Zhuqing, the daughter of the Duke of Yuming's concubine. A concubine was not comparable to a secondary wife, and the status of a secondary wife was only slightly inferior to that of the official wife. The three wives referred to one official wife and two secondary wives, all of whom could inherit the Duke's estate, unlike those concubines that could be easily discarded, whose status was akin to that of servants. Although the Duke of Yuming had many offspring, only the legitimate sons Zhu Nong, Zhu He, Zhu Jing, along with the three sisters Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuyu, and Zhu Zhuqing had the qualifications to inherit the family business. Given the Duke of Yuming's status in the Xinghua Empire, Zhu Zhuqing's nobility was no less than that of a princess. If something happened between her and JiangYu, how could she explain it to the Duke's household? If Zhu Zhuqing lost her purity, the Duke would certainly fly into a rage and might personally deal with this daughter. I happened to run into Xiao Xiao when I was coming to the arena, so we decided to go together. Although female soul masters had a higher status than ordinary women, there were still many limitations. If others knew that Xiao Xiao had slept with a man before marriage, it would be a very serious matter. It could lead to both of them being punished. JiangYu was aware of the customs of the continent, so he found an excuse and said nothing about what happened last night. Even though he and Xiao Xiao didn't do anything intense, just hugged and cuddled a bit. If this got out, it would inevitably cause gossip. After all, they had shared physical contact, and Xiao Xiao's reputation would definitely be greatly affected, making it difficult for her to marry in the future. Thus, JiangYu was quite measured in his actions. Really? Granny Yao stared at JiangYu and Xiao Xiao's cheeks, trying to find clues on their faces. Fortunately, JiangYu was from an undercover background, not to mention Granny Yao. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to tell if he was lying. As for Xiao Xiao, she was not foolish. After JiangYu finished speaking, Xiao Xiao knew what to do and quickly put on a normal demeanor, seeing that the two didn't seem to be faking it. Granny Yao didn't continue to press for details, noticing that Xiao Xiao walked quite easily, her gait elegant, not resembling someone who had experienced worldly affairs. Granny Yao stopped pursuing the matter. The next morning, after finishing breakfast at the hotel, Bai suggested going to the Great Soul Arena to buy some things. Yang Wudi and Granny Yao seemed to have some mutual feelings and decided to stay together to spar, so they didn't plan to join. Falon also had no interest in wandering around. Thus, Bai took JiangYu, her granddaughter, and Xiao Xiao, 3 kids, to the Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena in my city. If there were to be a vote for the most magnificent building in my city, the Great Soul Arena would certainly be on the list. The entire building covers an area of over 100 acres, standing 9 stories tall, with a massive plaque at the top, made entirely of gold, radiating a dazzling light, looking extremely luxurious. The most astonishing thing is that the entire structure of the Great Soul Arena is made from golden silk Nama wood. This type of wood is extremely precious, worth its weight in gold, and has always been used as a royal tribute, with this wood only found in Jinshan City of the Xinghua Empire. My city is located in the southern part of the empire, over 1,000 miles away from Jinshan City in the west. The manpower and resources required to transport so much golden silk Namu would certainly be astronomical. The Great Soul Arenas on the continent are all owned by the 6 great families, and the one in my city belongs to the Yi family. Each of the 6 great families has a titled law overseeing them, and rumors say that the Yi family's ancestor, the Tiangangdala Yi Fan, has already broken through to level 93, ranking among the top 3 in strength among the guardians of the family. No wonder this Great Soul Arena is so magnificent. As soon as Bai's group entered the hall, a beautiful woman in a black, sexy uniform came to receive them. She wore a layer of thin black stockings on her legs, and her face bore a faint smile. "May I ask what service you need?" The young girl greeted Bai warmly. "I heard that you were going to hold an auction here. I'm here to see if there's anything I want." Bai immediately stated the purpose of his visit. He had heard that a piece of thousand-year-old agarwood would be auctioned today at the Great Soul Arena, which was why he had come all this way. His hobbies were few, and he usually liked to collect agarwood. Even his granddaughter's name was derived from it. Thousand-year-old agarwood was a rare treasure, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. So you are a distinguished guest here for the auction. Not long after, a charming and voluptuous woman approached. Although she walked very slowly, her ample curves still couldn't help but sway. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a pair of peach blossom eyes and thick lips that appeared very sexy, her brilliant golden hair shining brightly. She wore a high-waisted red dress with slits, revealing her long legs, which still had some flesh on them, unlike those skinny legs. She was simply a natural beauty. The woman's name was Yi Fanqing, the highest authority of the Great Soul Arena in my city. It wasn't just her looks that allowed her to manage such a large enterprise at her age. More importantly, it was her business acumen. In less than a year, she had elevated the Great Soul Arena to the top position in the southern Xinglua Empire. The southern part of Xinglua has 9 provinces with 81 cities, and for Yi Fanqing to achieve such a feat in such a short time was truly remarkable, earning her the title of a gem among women. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called the most beautiful woman in my city. This is our Great Soul Arena's director, Ms. Yi Fanqing, the beautiful waitress, quickly introduced. So young, I couldn't help but sigh. The Great Soul Arena was a cash cow, generating massive daily revenues, and it was quite rare to see someone as young as Yi Fanqing in such a high position. He had visited other Great Soul Arenas where the directors were usually elderly men nearing 50. This was his first time seeing such a situation at the My Soul Arena. Little did he know, aside from her outstanding abilities, Yi Fanqing was also a direct descendant of the Yi family. If it weren't for the fact that this was her family business, she wouldn't have been able to become the director, given her relatively shallow experience. Welcome, distinguished guests. May I ask if you have an invitation? Yi Fanqing lightly tapped her forehead and smiled brightly at everyone. This auction was unusual, with many items being valuable treasures. Therefore, the Great Soul Arena set a threshold. Only those holding invitations could participate. He took out a beautifully gilded invitation from inside his clothes. He had used many connections to obtain it and spent a significant amount of gold soul coins in the process. Yi Fanqing took the invitation and examined it carefully. After looking at the front, she turned it over. On the back, there was a magnificent golden seal engraved. This was the Yi family's inherited martial soul, the human emperor's seal. The ancestors of the Yi family were ancient human emperors with profound strength, and with the human emperor's seal, they ruled over the ages, overpowering all soul masters of time. During ancient times, the Yi family was undoubtedly the dominant power on the continent. Unfortunately, that era was far too long ago, back when a martial soul hall had not yet been established. As time passed, the Yi family inevitably began to decline. Although a dead camel is bigger than a horse, compared to ordinary forces, the Yi family still counted as a giant, but it was no longer the glorious power of ancient times. It was known that during that time, all titled Douluo had to go to the Yi family to pay their respects. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Renwang, killed the evil god with a mortal body, which was quite a spectacle. The prestige enjoyed by the Yi family was unmatched even by the current martial soul hall. Unfortunately, times have changed. Seeing that the invitation was genuine, Yi Fanqing led by he and the others into the Great Soul Arena. After reaching the 3rd floor, she guided everyone to a corner. Jiang Yu, who was following behind, couldn't help but marvel at Yi Fanqing's alluring figure. This woman was truly a beauty, especially the muscles on her thighs. Neither too fat nor too thin, perfectly proportioned. Coupled with her rounded and perky backside and slim waist, Yi Fanqing's figure was truly exquisite. Arriving at a room's entrance, Yi Fanqing pushed the door open and brought everyone inside. Although the room was only a few dozen square meters and seemed small, the decoration was extremely exquisite. The auction was about to start, and if anyone had their eye on a prized item, they could shout their bids into the horn. Yi Fanqing lightly pointed with her jade-like hand toward a large cylindrical device near the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. That was the sound amplification soul guide specially prepared by the Great Soul Arena. Yi Fanqing then closed the door and left the room. The table was filled with various delicacies and fruits, and JiangYu wasted no time in grabbing a large banana to munch on. Come, eat bananas. JiangYu also remembered Xiao Xiao and Bai Qinxiang, selecting 2 large and plump bananas to hand to them. After the 3 finished their bananas, the auction began. Through the glass window in front, you could see the enormous area of the auction venue, with surrounding illumination soul guides as large as air conditioning units, casting light that illuminated the entire venue, making everything clearly visible. Welcome esteemed guests to the Great Soul Arena of Mai. A female auctioneer in a fitted black, long dress walked out from the shadows to the stage. I, Xiangling, the chief auctioneer of Mai, am delighted to serve all of you esteemed guests. I hope all of you can find satisfactory items. Now, let me introduce the first auction item. Xiangling's voice was bright and resonant, filled with enthusiasm, making it very pleasant to listen to. As soon as she finished speaking, a large column rose from the ground, its width reaching about 10 meters. The column stopped rotating at a height of 1 meter above the ground. With a clap, the stone platform opened, revealing the items inside. There were a total of 10 golden boxes. Xiangling walked to the side and opened the first box, revealing a hard bone that appeared to be a right arm bone. Xiangling smiled sweetly and pointed at the bone, saying, "Today's first auction item is this soul bone." Soon, gasps of shock came from the surrounding boxes. Soul bones were extremely precious items, and for the first auction item to be a soul bone, the subsequent items were likely to be even rarer. This time, they had truly come to the right place. According to professional verification, this was the right arm bone dropped from a 3,000-year-old diamond tiger soul beast. The diamond tiger soul beast contained terrifying power, so this diamond right arm bone had a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins. With each bid increase, not less than 100. Xiangling explained in detail. Bai gasped. He knew the preciousness of soul bones, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. After all, this was just a 3,000-year-old soul bone. It was astonishing that it started at 100,000 gold soul coins. Wouldn't a 10,000-year-old one be worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins? It was just too expensive. Although Bai found it expensive, that didn't mean others felt the same way, and soon someone made a bid. 110,000. A deep voice resonated throughout the venue, directly adding 1,000 gold soul coins, indicating a strong intention to win. Someone obviously wasn't satisfied. Only 1,000 gold soul coins, and you dare show off here? 1,300,000 gold soul coins. This soul bone is mine. As soon as the words were spoken, another sharp voice rang out. Is this all you can do? A middle-aged man's voice came from the central box, laced with disdain. 20,000 gold soul coins. This price clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. 20,000 gold soul coins could already buy a soul bone of around 5,000 years in the black market. Using it to buy this diamond tiger soul bone was evidently not worth it, so the previous bidders had given up. After the item was sold, Xiangling's smile became even brighter. The price at which this soul bone was sold exceeded her expectations, and she could earn more commission, which greatly improved her mood. Next was the second item, 10,000-year-old agarwood. This item has excellent effects for soul masters during meditation. It is well known that the cultivation of soul masters cannot be separated from meditation, and agarwood can accelerate the speed of soul power cultivation. 10,000-year-old agarwood is extremely rare. Starting bid at 130,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Xiangling finished speaking, Bai couldn't wait to rush to the sound amplification soul guide and shouted loudly. His eyes were glued to the 10,000-year-old agarwood, which emitted a glimmer of desire. To obtain this premium wood, Bai even sold some of his treasured items for money. Although the appearance of the 10,000-year-old agarwood also sparked competition, the intensity was nowhere near as fierce as that of the soul bone. After all, it was just a piece of wood. Although it was precious, it wasn't necessarily more useful than a soul bone. In the end, Bai successfully bid for the 10,000-year-old agarwood at a price of 139,000 gold soul coins. Following that, Xiangling opened the large rectangular golden box, revealing a long knife over 1 meter long. The blade was pure silver and emitted a chilling light, and the black hilt resembled the gaping maw of a fierce beast. Captivating. Xiangling pointed at the long knife in the box and introduced it solemnly. Soul-devouring blade, an attack's soul guide. The materials include deep-sea silver and a skull from a 10,000-year-old soul beast, the soul-devouring spider, containing the soul bones skill soul devour, which can amplify the attack power of similar soul skills by 30%. If it is purely a weapon martial soul-type soul skill, it has a 10% amplification. It is worth mentioning that when using this attacking soul-guiding device, each strike will carry the effect of soul-devouring, and it can stack with all similar soul skills. If any distinguished guests possess soul skills similar to soul devouring, they must not miss this opportunity, as due to the soul bone, the soul power consumed by soul devouring is only 1/10 of the usual amount. The value of this is certainly clear to everyone. The starting bid is 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 122. Purple red Ju fruit. Although the soul devouring blade is very attractive, the starting bid of 1,000,000 gold soul coins has discouraged many people. Furthermore, this attacking soul-guiding device has significant restrictions. Only soul masters with soul-devouring type soul skills can maximize its value, which makes it daunting for many. It is important to note that the soul-devouring skill is a very high-level skill that most soul masters have no chance of obtaining. Even if the guests attending the auction are not lacking in money, it does not mean they would spend 1 million gold soul coins on something that cannot unleash its full value. Just as there was silence, a voice from the third box on the right spoke up. 1 million gold soul coins, our family will take it. The young man seemed to want to show off and deliberately mentioned his family's name. The Fong family is a well-known, prominent family in my city, with considerable influence throughout the southern part of the Douluo Empire. To everyone's surprise, young Master Fong made a move. Someone in the box immediately guessed the identity of the young man. Everyone in my city knows the extravagant young Master Fong Ping, who is known for spending lavishly in the land of fireworks. It is said that he spent hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins just for a single night with the courtesan of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Rumor has it that young Master Fong recently hunted a moonlight fox in the Stardow Forest, and he likely obtained a soul skill similar to soul devouring from that soul beast. With the enhancement of the soul devouring blade, he is likely to claim the top spot on the My Heroes ranking. As a famous large city in the southern part of the Douluo Empire, my city has had a list of young geniuses for a long time, which is not limited to just my city. The listed geniuses include those from various provinces in the south. Those who make the list are renowned geniuses, each possessing the strength to qualify for the inner academy of the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy. It is important to note that the Douluo Royal Academy is different from the Tiando Royal Academy. This academy judges solely on strength, not on background. If one's strength does not meet the requirements, even a prince will not receive any favors, and only the strong can enter to study, let alone the inner academy. The fact that Fong Ping has the strength to compete for the top spot on the My Heroes ranking indicates that his talent is indeed exceptional. Given the restrictions of the soul-devouring blade and the influence of the Fong family, others have also given up bidding. Fong Ping was able to acquire the soul-devouring blade. Jiang Yu initially wanted to bid for the soul-devouring blade to give it to Bibi Dong, but the price was simply too high. Moreover, upon further reflection, with Bibi Dong's cultivation, she would not need the enhancement of external items. Thus, Jiang Yu just thought about it and did not take action. Ha ha, the sound of triumphant laughter came from Fong Ping's box. Having successfully obtained the soul-devouring blade, his mood must be quite good, as items that can enhance the strength of young soul masters are very important. The next item to be auctioned is a treasure. Xiangling's words were filled with temptation, as if the upcoming item was some rare treasure. To increase the tension, Xiangling's movements were very slow. It took over 10 seconds before she touched the box. This made the distinguished guests in the box even more curious. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the box. When the golden box was opened, a dazzling red light burst forth from within. Accompanied by this light, a purple gas began to overflow from the box. This is... JiangYu could no longer remain seated. He suddenly sprang up from the sofa. This aura was the one he was most familiar with. The aura emanating from the box was clearly the primordial purple chi. Although it was much less concentrated than the first wisp of purple chi he absorbed every morning, it was indeed genuine. Xiangling pointed to the purple-red fruit in the box and said loudly, "This is the purple-red Jiu fruit, a very rare heavenly material and earthly treasure that can significantly enhance a soul master's physique. The preciousness of this item is well known, and it is not simply about modifying physical attributes. With this purple-red Jiu fruit, a soul master can absorb soul rings beyond their level, and it is even possible to elevate by one level." Xiangling's words instantly ignited excitement among everyone present. In other words, if one obtains this purple-red Jiu fruit, they could directly leap from being able to absorb a century-old soul ring to absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, there's no need to worry about the danger of body explosion. Xiangling continued. The purple-red Jiu fruit also contains strong fire attribute energy, and it is extremely pure solar fire energy, which is a coveted treasure for fire attribute soul masters and can definitely greatly enhance their attribute power. Xiangling's words drove fire attribute soul masters crazy. Even Jiang Yu was tempted. The purple-red Jiu fruit must be obtained. He thought to himself, although the gold soul coins in his hand might not be enough to bid for this treasure, Jiang Yu naturally had his ways. When it comes to items that involve enhancing strength, he would not back down. He must obtain the purple-red Jiu fruit at all costs. The starting bid is 130,000 gold soul coins. Xiangling made a bold opening bid, and no one expected the price of the purple-red Jiu fruit to be so outrageous. Many who were eager to compete instantly gave up. It was not that they did not want to contest, but they simply did not have the money. There are not more than a handful of people in my city who can carry over 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Many do not even qualify to compete. Seeing that no one was bidding, Xiangling was not anxious either. There are not many people with such strong financial resources, so previously, Yi Fanqing had instructed her that this auction could accept barter. If any distinguished guests do not have enough money, our Great Do Soul Arena can also accept items as a substitute for payment, although the price may be about one tier lower than the purchase price outside. This statement quickly stirred up a huge uproar. Many people angrily criticized the unscrupulous behavior of the Great Do Soul Arena, but despite the complaints, it did not hinder their actions of pulling out valuable items. Clearly, the purple red Jiu fruit was more important. 130,000 and 100 gold soul coins. Soon, someone made a bid. The price they offered was quite cautious, obviously not wanting to waste extra money. 130,000 and 1,000 gold soul coins. Before long, dozens of people began to bid, and the price of the purple red Jiu fruit kept rising, reaching an astonishing 155,000. At this point, not many continued to bid, with only 3 people still in the running, including young Master Fong. After all, someone who previously spent tens of thousands on a courtesan would not consider over 100 million gold soul coins to be an exorbitant price. At most, it would mean skipping a few visits to the land of fireworks. Moreover, the person competing with Fong Ping for the purple red Jiu fruit was not an ordinary individual. Both were wealthy tycoons in the city, known for spending money like water. Soon, the bidding price soared to over 200,000. These people are truly wealthy. Bai showed a strong look of envy on his face. Although he was the leader of a clan, the Min clan had never been wealthy. In the past, as a subordinate force of the Haotian sect, they didn't worry about financial issues, but ever since they separated from the Haotian sect, the Min clan lost a significant portion of their economic resources. The money for the Millennium Agarwood was obtained by he selling many of his treasured possessions. The 2 million gold soul coins were something that the entire Min clan couldn't gather together. In the large auction hall, only 3 voices remained in the bidding. Even though the price was already very high, no one was willing to give up, clearly indicating that the allure of the purple red Jiu fruit had surpassed money. 5 million gold soul coins. Fong Ping's voice grew increasingly frantic, and in order to secure the treasure, he immediately shouted out an astronomical price. 5 million for the first time. Xiangling couldn't help but feel ecstatic, her voice overflowing with excitement. 5 million for the second time. 5 million for the third time. The other 2 were also shocked by the price Fong Ping had given and dared not continue bidding. 5 million gold soul coins was not something they could easily come up with. In the end, the purple red Jiu fruit was won by Fong Ping. After that, several other treasures were auctioned off. Although they were all extremely rare, they were of no use to Jiang Yu, far less valuable than the purple red Jiu fruit. Chapter 123. The Elf Girl until the last item appeared, attracting everyone's attention. There was only a painting in a golden box. However, the content of the painting was incredibly alluring. It depicted a sexy woman dressed scantily, with only her private parts covered by green leaves, leaving everything else bare. It was even more stimulating than a spring palace painting. The woman's figure was as magnificent as the peaks of Mount Everest, and her long, fair legs were like white jade pillars, annihilating countless film reels. Even more remarkable were her exceptionally sharp ears, and the pair of transparent wings on her back dazzled many men, far surpassing the women of the fireworks land. Xiangling opened her cherry-like lips, her voice as clear as a lark, spreading throughout the auction hall. As esteemed guests can see, this woman is not an ordinary human female. I believe many guests have guessed her identity. That's right, she is a girl from the elf tribe. Xiangling's words instantly stirred a commotion. Logically speaking, elves had long been extinct in Douluo Continent, and most people thought they had been wiped out. No one expected to see one at an auction, leading many to voice their doubts. Xiangling did not explain. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Only by letting those skeptics see the elf with their own eyes would they naturally fall silent. Xiangling then pressed a button on the wall beside her, and after a while, 2 strong men pushed a cage inside. Although it was covered with a black cloth, everyone guessed what was inside, and, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on the cage. Xiangling did not keep everyone in suspense, and casually pulled off the black cloth, revealing indeed an elf girl inside. With fair skin and a hot body, the leaves failed to cover her entire bosom. The elf girl seemed very scared, hugging her knees and curling up inside the cage, and this only stimulated the guests' primal desires. Who wouldn't want to hold such a delicate girl in their arms and cherish her fiercely? The elf's pair of autumn-like eyes instantly ignited everyone's protective instincts. Esteemed guests, you have now seen the actual item. Xiangling walked around the cage and said, to acquire this elf, the My Auction House has spent quite a bit of manpower and resources, so the starting bid for this time is 2 million gold soul coins. Of course, we do not force any esteemed guests. This bidding is entirely voluntary, and there is no threshold for each bid. To be honest, this price may seem expensive, but it is understandable. After all, elves have not appeared on the continent for thousands of years, and 2 million gold soul coins for a genuine elf is considered a great deal. You should know that elves are of significant research value. 2,100,000 gold soul coins. A familiar voice rang out. It was the young master of the Fong family, Fong Ping. No one expected him to bid again, as everyone thought he had nearly spent 10 million on his previous purchases. It seemed that was not the case. The strength of the Fong family astonished everyone once more. This person is truly despicable. In the private box, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but angrily say, this auction house is also unscrupulous. They dare to auction off a person. It's simply heartless. Exactly. By Chenxiang echoed, that elf girl looks so pitiful. It would be better to let her go. By Chenxiang's sympathy overflowed like a torrent. As a woman herself, she couldn't bear to see such a scene. Sigh. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although he felt sympathy for the elf girl, how could it be easy to have my great soul arena cancel this auction? Wouldn't that cut off their source of income? The person behind the scenes would never agree. Moreover, he couldn't afford to buy the elf girl. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt to help her a bit. It's just unfortunate that money is always scarce when needed. The exorbitant auction fees made the other eager guests back off. Even if they were reluctant, they could only withdraw from the bidding, as they simply didn't have the money. Congratulations, young Master Fong, for acquiring this exquisite beauty. Clap, clap, clap. Xiangling applauded and congratulated. Tonight, this young master will thoroughly study what makes this elf different from ordinary women. A sinister laugh emerged. The men present were all seasoned players in the romantic arena. How could they not catch Fong Ping's implication? His reputation in the entire My City was well known. What kind of research could he possibly conduct? Everyone could guess that he was definitely not referring to serious research, but was simply lusting after the elf's body, truly despicable. However, while they scolded him, many felt more jealousy. They didn't even have the qualification to be despicable. Damn, that was the real reason for their anger. But jealousy was of no use. Who told them they didn't have the wealth of young Master Fong? They could only watch helplessly as such a beautiful and adorable elf fell into the tiger's mouth. All the treasures that were supposed to be here today were about to be concluded, but just then, I received some news. Xiangling revealed a mysterious smile, therefore. We are adding one more item to the auction. The value of this item is something even our auction house does not know how to price. So we will start it at just 1,000 gold soul coins. Soon, the door opened, and a rather attractive female staff member walked in, wearing a pink cheongsam, with slits on both sides almost reaching her hip bones. Her delicate white legs swayed with her steps, occasionally revealing themselves. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. She held a brocade tray with only a rolled-up parchment map. Xiangling quickly explained. This map is a treasure map, but the seller does not even know what it hides, so everything depends on fate. If esteemed guests want to try their luck, feel free to bid and take it home to play with. A treasure map with unknown contents. Instantly, it made everyone lose interest. Although they had money, they couldn't afford to waste it like this. It was obvious that the treasure map was fake. How could there be so many treasures on the mainland? It was likely just a scam. It's unclear when the various legends about treasures began circulating on the continent, but many people initially believed in them, spending large sums of money to buy all sorts of information related to treasures, among which treasure maps were the most common. In the end, everyone realized that the so-called treasure maps were nothing but fakes. It was all a scam orchestrated by a small sect that thrived on deception. They first concocted various legends, then produced a large number of treasure maps and related items corresponding to those legends, and finally hired many beggars to spread the stories. What was even more infuriating was that they set up tea stalls in advance at the locations of the treasures. Every time someone rushed to the location marked on the treasure map, that group would sell tea and snacks at high prices. Most treasure hunters were eager to find treasures, so they were in a hurry along the way. By the time they arrived at the treasure site, they were already very tired. So even if the prices were a bit high, they didn't care about spending a little more, considering that countless treasures were right in front of them. It was precisely because that sect's plan was meticulously crafted, forming a complete industrial chain, that many people fell for it. By the time they realized the truth, Others had already made a fortune, becoming wealthy individuals with over 10 million gold soul coins. Of course, later on, that sect also paid a considerable price. The entire sect was flattened by others. Only a few people, including the sect leader, managed to escape in advance and avoided the wrath of many vengeful pursuers. Now, many people on the continent no longer believed in treasure maps, so no one responded to Xiangling. They certainly wouldn't fall for it again. As they watched the items about to go unsold, Chapter 124, Imperial Sword 1,000 gold soul coins. Just when no one was paying attention, Jiang Yu made his move. Although he didn't know whether the treasure map was real or not, he had a hunch that this item might be somewhat useful. Moreover, he could afford 1,000 gold soul coins. Hearing Jiang Yu's somewhat immature voice, everyone didn't think much of it, assuming he was just another wasteful rich kid like young Master Fong, recklessly spending money because of his family's wealth. However, Fong Ping was a bit curious, as there weren't many young people in my city who squandered money like he did. Hearing Jiang Yu's unfamiliar voice, which was clearly not from the few young lords he knew, piqued Fong Ping's curiosity. After a short while in the private room, a staff member from the Great Fighting Soul Arena came in with the auction item. Jiang Yu and Bai He each paid the gold soul coins to the other party. They both had gold cards and simply swiped them on the device to transfer the gold soul coins, avoiding the hassle of cash payment. After placing the golden box down, the staff bowed and thanked them, then respectfully exited. Compared to Bai He's excited demeanor, Jiang Yu remained quite calm. He spread his hands and opened the sheepskin scroll, discovering that the marked locations were places he had never heard of, making him ponder. This treasure map looked somewhat real, if it were fake. The scammers wouldn't bother writing false place names, as no one would want to buy it. Seeing that there were no leads for the moment, Jiang Yu stored the treasure map in his soul guide, planning to study it later. The auction event had ended, and since Bai He's purpose had been achieved, he prepared to take Jiang Yu and the others back. Just then, a voice came from outside. Zhao, go back first and inform Guardian Zhan to lead 100 elite guards to come and pick up this young master. In the meantime, I'll go to the Great Fighting Soul Arena to warm up. It was precisely young Master Fong speaking. He wasn't foolish. Having purchased nearly 10 million gold soul coins worth of items at the Great Fighting Soul Arena, he was wary of being targeted. Although the Fong family was powerful in my city, there were always desperate individuals who might betray for wealth. So he sent a servant back first to bring people for protection, ensuring that everything would be safe. Upon hearing Fong Ping's words, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, and a plan formed in his mind. He quickly told Bai He that he wanted to participate in the fighting competition at the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and that they could head back without waiting for him. After hearing this, Bai He had no choice but to take Bai Chenxiang and Xiao back first. The rules of the Great Fighting Soul Arena were quite strict, and he was worried that Jiang Yu would encounter any problems there. The fighting area was the largest section of the entire Great Fighting Soul Arena, with various allocations being extremely detailed. The 33 sub-arenas were arranged in a scattered manner, giving a dizzying impression but not affecting people's judgment. Each sub-arena had very prominent signposts, including two major categories, the gambling area and the life and death area, with each category subdivided into different arenas for one-on-one, two-on-two, and team battles. Thus, each sub-arena had 6 separated platforms, while gambling fights were held in the main Great Fighting Soul Arena, as it was the platform with the highest ticket prices. Because gambling fights had no restrictions, a large number of spectators were willing to buy tickets to watch. Fong Ping participated in the gambling fight mode. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and followed closely behind, quickly registering. Since it was his first time participating in the Great Fighting Soul Arena's competition, the staff needed to register his detailed information, which delayed the process a bit. Fortunately, he heard from the staff that participants in the gambling fight could choose their opponents freely. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yu selected young Master Fong. He initially thought he would have to use some tricks, but unexpectedly, Fong Ping would participate in the gambling fight, saving him a lot of effort, allowing him to win openly. Since the Great Fighting Soul Arena required real name registration, Jiang Yu's information was based on his registered details, but this was only visible internally at the arena. All participants could choose a pseudonym to conceal their true identity. When the staff asked Jiang Yu if he wanted a pseudonym, he thought for a moment and said a name, Imperial Sword. The Chixiao Sword was originally the sword of the Emperor's Way. There was no name more fitting for him than this. The staff was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting such a young person to dare to make such a bold claim. Even the famous Sword Law did not claim to be the Imperial Sword, but it truly was a case of a young calf, not fearing a tiger. Although they found it somewhat amusing, the staff still inscribed the name on Jiang Yu's badge. The pseudonyms chosen by these young people were mostly flashy and extravagant, and he had already grown accustomed to it. Compared to names like Martial Ancestor, Source Sky Emperor, Demon Slayer King, and Holy King, the name Imperial Sword was quite down to earth. After registering for the competition, Jiang Yu also bought a mask from the staff, which could hide his identity and reduce the scrutiny from others. The Great Fighting Soul Arena had many styles of masks, and Jiang Yu first eliminated the green, slimy mask. After searching for a while, he chose a blue dragon-shaped mask. Stepping into the main area of the Great Fighting Soul Arena, he was greeted by the enthusiastic and roaring audience and an incredibly large platform. Jiang Yu had just arrived when the match on the platform concluded. The winner is a stunningly beautiful and provocatively dressed, sexy woman, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She softly touches her bright red lips with her delicate hand and then blows a kiss towards the audience, igniting excitement in the arena. Next up for the gambling fight is the renowned young genius Fong Ping from Konoha City. Since participating in the gambling competition, the young Master Fong has won 99 consecutive matches, and his momentum is unstoppable. However, his opponent today is someone who is participating in the soul fighting competition for the first time. It seems this will be another match without suspense. Listening to the annoying words of the male MC, Jiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He had been underestimated. Yet, he didn't want to argue back. He would prove his strength with action once the match began. He was just waiting for that MC to slap himself in the face. Not long after Jiang Yu arrived at the edge of the arena, he heard the sound of a gong. Under the MC's announcement, he and Fong Ping stepped onto the stage together. Fong Ping looked just as Jiang Yu had imagined, a typical wealthy young master, handsome in appearance, though somewhat pale and walking with an air of arrogance that still managed to attract the attention of girls. Hearing that young Master Fong had just bid on a purplish-red fruit, Jiang Yu cut straight to the point and stated his purpose for participating in the competition. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He recognized Jiang Yu as the one who had bid on the treasure map and was clearly aware that he had the purplish-red fruit. Having come prepared, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Yu, who, despite wearing a mask, was obviously just a child by both voice and stature. The advantage in this match was on his side. Fong Ping wasn't worried about losing. It seemed this little brother had done his homework. He could bring out the purplish-red fruit, but he wondered what equivalent item Jiang Yu could offer as a bet. Fong Ping wore a mocking expression, his words laced with ridicule. Chapter 125, Striking It Rich? Jiang Yu was well prepared. He immediately took out a box from his soul guide and opened it, revealing several dark, sticky substances that drew a chorus of boos from the audience. They had expected something valuable, only to find some black, gooey material that seemed worthless. This is 10,000-year whale glue. I wonder if it can be used as a bet, Jiang Yu said with a calm expression. 10,000-year whale glue. Fong Ping had clearly heard of this name, although he was a young master from a prestigious family who spent money lavishly. He was well informed about some of the continent's rare treasures. Their impressive financial resources had cultivated their discerning eyes and broad horizons. Therefore, Fong Ping didn't display the disdain that others did, but instead examined the so-called 10,000-year whale glue in Jiang Yu's hand carefully. Soon, he came to a conclusion. It could work. Once Fong Ping confirmed the whale glue was genuine, a bright smile appeared on his face. The value of that substance was indeed worth him putting the purplish-red fruit on the line. Since his opponent wanted to gift him a treasure, Fong Ping had no objection to accepting it. As for whether he would lose the match, he hadn't even considered that. How could he lose to a kid who hadn't even matured? Soon, you'll be the one crying. Seeing Fong Ping's overconfident demeanor, Jiang Yu began to calculate silently. After confirming the stakes, the MC announced the start of the match, signaling both sides to activate their martial souls. Thunder Flood Dragon, possess! Fong Ping shouted, and a golden aura surrounded him, with thunderous sounds erupting in a radius of several meters around his body. A golden snake gradually appeared behind him, measuring over 3 meters long, with a pair of sharp yellow antennae resembling deer antlers. This was the legendary Flood Dragon. According to legend, certain serpent-type soul beasts could transform into flood dragons after a millennium of cultivation, and once their cultivation reached 100,000 years, they could even evolve into true dragons. Thus, flood dragons were considered a higher tier than serpent-type soul beasts, and their power was comparable to that of general subdragon-type soul beasts, making them quite terrifying. With the Thunder Flood Dragon's possession, Fong Ping's body grew in size, and even his black hair turned golden. When he opened his eyes again, they had transformed into a golden hue, radiating a captivating light. For soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, slowly rose from beneath his feet, circling around him. Fong Ping, martial soul, Thunder Flood Dragon, level 41 assault-type soul master. His voice boomed like thunder. The audience below chanted his name, and Fong Ping's track record proved his unparalleled strength. Everyone overwhelmingly supported him. No one believed Jiang Yu had a chance, especially since it was his first competition. How could he possibly win against Fong Ping? A bright light erupted from Jiang Yu's body, and soul power gathered at his right hand. In an instant, a magnificent long sword appeared in his grip. The sword emitted an intense fire element, and the dazzling golden flames looked as scorching as the sun. Holding the long sword, Jiang Yu seemed like the ruler of fire. His small stature was infinitely amplified. At that moment, Jiang Yu resembled an untouchable deity, exuding an aura of solemnity that inspired awe. It even made people overlook the fact that he had only 2 soul rings. Imperial Sword, Martial Soul, Sword, level 25 assault-type battle soul master. Jiang Yu spoke calmly, yet his tone carried unwavering confidence. You're just a great soul master? The moment Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword appeared, Fong Ping realized he had misjudged earlier. He wasn't foolish. He could clearly sense the aura of a top-tier martial soul emanating from his sword. Even his Thunder Flood Dragon martial soul trembled in response. However, just as he put away his underestimation, hearing that Jiang Yu was merely a great soul master stirred ripples in his heart. Even if the opponent's martial soul level was higher than his, what did it matter? He was a level 41 soul master, with 2,000-year soul rings more than Jiang Yu. That was not something martial soul levels could compensate for. That will be enough to deal with you. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, his words brimming with confidence. Seeing someone so relaxed, Fong Ping couldn't help but snort angrily. Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Don't think that having a high martial soul level means you can look down on everything. The gap of 2 soul rings is a threshold you cannot cross. Fong Ping's words snapped the audience out of their shock. Yes, the difference in soul power between the two was indeed too great. It was a massive chasm. Moreover, Fong Ping was a regular at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, and his combat experience was incomparable to that of a novice. With this thought, everyone regained confidence in Fong Ping. This match would likely be much more exciting than previously anticipated, but the winner would definitely be Fong Ping. However, Yifanqing in the box did not see it that way. A rich, colorful light surged in her eyes. Royal pressure. How could that sword possibly contain such a dense royal pressure? It was impossible. According to the records of the Yi family, even the imperial seal of their ancestors did not possess such overwhelming imperial pressure. This should be the unique aura carried by their direct lineage martial soul. How could it possibly appear above other martial souls? Yifanqing was puzzled and greatly shocked. Since their ancestor ascended to the divine realm, the imperial pressure contained in the Yi family's imperial seal martial soul had significantly weakened, ultimately leaving only a thin layer of its former glory. The mysterious sword martial soul in the hands of that young boy surprisingly exuded such a powerful aura, which was truly incredible. What Yifanqing did not know was that Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword martial soul did not contain imperial pressure, but rather imperial might. Although the difference was just one word, the distinction was significant. The so-called emperor originated from the ancient human king, representing a ruler governing the world. In contrast, the emperor is entirely different. The one who possesses virtue and connects with heaven and earth is called an emperor. Only upon reaching the realm of connecting heaven and earth, becoming the creator and ruler of all things, can one be called an emperor. Imperial pressure at most governs the masses, evoking a sense of submission in people. But how could it compare to the imperial might that connects heaven and earth, compelling all beings to willingly submit? It seemed that he needed to communicate with him later. Yifanqing stared at Jiang Yu through the glass window, her eyes radiating a predatory gaze. On the arena, Jiang Yu was completely unaware that he had already been targeted, and Fong Ping was the first to launch an attack. First soul skill, Thunder Fong. Although Fong Ping was a strong attack-type soul master, his speed was not slow. In fact, he balanced both strong and agile attacks, thanks to the terrifying talent granted by his Thunder Jiao martial soul. As the yellow soul ring lit up, sharp fangs several centimeters long grew from the corners of Fong Ping's mouth, surrounded by thunderous power, emanating a devouring gleam. Fong Ping moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged at Jiang Yu, his fang-like teeth aimed to bite into his body. Jiang Yu raised his hand and lifted the Chixiao Sword to block, but unexpectedly, Fong Ping was waiting for this opportunity. His body slipped down like a spirit snake, quickly shifting his target from Jiang Yu's neck to his arm. With a click, just as Fong Ping's Thunder Fong was about to bite Jiang Yu's right arm, Jiang Yu swiftly swung his long sword to block. The collision between the thunder power of Thunder Fong and the Chixiao Sword generated a powerful force. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly had a new idea. If executed properly, why not increase the stakes a bit? If you win, I'll add another 1 million gold soul coins. If you lose, I won't take your money, just give me that female elf. Of course, Jiang Yu did not have that much money. But Fong Ping had no idea he was writing a bad check. To entice Fong Ping to raise the stakes, Jiang Yu intentionally restrained some of his energy, then put on a slightly pained expression, causing his arm to tremble, giving the impression that he was on the verge of losing control. If you want to give me money, then I am more than happy to accept. If you win, that purplish-red fruit and the female elf will be yours. Seeing that the opponent's strength was just SOSO, Fong Ping quickly agreed to Jiang Yu's terms. How could one refuse money that comes knocking? Over 1 million is not a small sum. Fong Ping had just spent all his savings at the auction, and now someone was offering him such a large sum, which made him a bit excited. Chapter 126. The might of Chixiao. Fong Ping was already thinking about going to pamper a few courtesans with the 1 million gold soul coins, enough to squander for several months. Hearing Fong Ping's laughter, Jiang Yu realized he had been tricked and immediately unleashed all the energy he had. Oh! Fong Ping's laughter suddenly stopped, and Jiang Yu's transformation startled him. It was as if he had just finished talking with a courtesan, completely exhausted, yet the other party was still entangled with him, wanting to battle for another 300 rounds. Jiang Yu's outburst was too sudden. Could it be that he was pretending before? Fong Ping suddenly realized he might have been tricked. This kid was not simple at all, so crafty at such a young age, understanding how to show weakness, causing him to stake even women. The thought of losing this match and having to give that stunning beauty to this brat was unbearable for Fong Ping. He still needed to conduct academic research with the female elf tonight. If he lost the female elf, how could he find someone to showcase his self-created techniques? Therefore, he could not afford to lose this match. At that moment, Jiang Yu unleashed all the energy of the Chixiao Sword, and brilliant golden flames erupted from the sword body. Fong Ping's Thunder Fong could not withstand the scorching heat, and his sharp teeth turned bright red. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu swung his long sword, and a streak of sword light rapidly slashed toward Fong Ping. With a bang, Fong Ping was forced to retreat dozens of steps, and even the clothing on his abdomen was torn open, revealing bloodstains beneath. How could this be possible? A wave of discussion erupted among the audience. The gap between the two was clearly so vast, yet that newcomer actually took the lead. Fong Ping was surprisingly pushed back by a single blow. This was simply astonishing. Don't panic. I think Fong Ping was underestimating his opponent and didn't use his full strength, which is why he suffered a minor setback. Just wait. He will definitely turn the tables. Everyone, don't panic. As anxiety spread among the crowd, someone spoke up to reassure them, especially since he had spent a large sum to bet on Fong Ping's victory. The surrounding people listened to this analysis and began to feel it made sense. Fong Ping was already prepared, so it wouldn't be so easy for that kid to sneak attack again. Damn! Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, a tremendous rage igniting within him. It was his first time seeing blood in front of so many people. If he could endure such humiliation, he wouldn't be the leader of the 7 wolves of Konoha, the iron-etched silver hook little wolf king, Fong Ping. Roar! A furious roar erupted from Fong Ping's mouth, and his third purple soul ring suddenly lit up. As the first 1,000-year soul ring, he had chosen it after much deliberation, ultimately selecting a 3-headed Jiao with an age of around 1,300 years. Third soul skill, Thunder Jiao Strike. The violent electric power erupted from Fong Ping, and bright yellow currents overflowed from his fingertips, shooting into the air and finally converging into 3 bolts of electricity. ZZZT. The electric arcs rapidly expanded, forming 3 thunder Jiao-like creatures, and the explosive electric light buzzed in the air. The audience's confidence surged. Look, this strike can defeat that kid. Fong Ping's enthusiastic supporters were visibly excited. First soul skill, Chixiao Sword Array. Jiang Yu thrust his long sword into the ground, and dozens of sword shadows instantly erupted from the sword body, charging straight toward the oncoming Thunder Jiao. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt an exhilarating sensation from the Chixiao Sword. The Thunder Jiao ahead seemed to be just to its liking, eager to take it down in one go. Perhaps the Chixiao Sword had a subtle affinity for serpentine creatures. Jiang Yu recalled a possibility. In legend, Liu Bang also wielded the Chixiao Sword to slay the White Snake, leading to his transformation. After he killed the Red Steel Serpent, the true form of the Chixiao Sword finally revealed itself. Although Fong Ping's martial soul is the Thunder Flood Dragon, it also evolved from a serpent, retaining some serpentine characteristics. This happened to be a perfect match. If Fong Ping's third spirit ability hadn't appeared in the form of the Thunder Flood Dragon, he might have had a fighting chance. Once the Chixiao Sword array surrounded the 3 Thunder Flood Dragons, it unleashed an incredible energy, and the surrounding area was instantly swept by a fierce wind. The brilliant golden flames emitted by the sword shadows burned even more fiercely with the wind support, dyeing the ceiling golden, while boundless flames encircled the Thunder Flood Dragons. The sword shadows even emitted groaning sounds, as if they were wild beasts thirsting to devour. Fong Ping felt a chill down his spine. The terror of the Chixiao Sword array exceeded his expectations. To avoid a setback, Fong Ping unleashed all his soul power, channeling all his strength into the 3 Thunder Flood Dragons, causing them to swell in size, ultimately reaching over 4 meters long. Zizi Papapa, thunder roared, echoing throughout the entire soul arena. Even the soul fighters competing in the sub-arenas were drawn to this overwhelming force, stopping their matches to look up towards the main arena. Seeing the energy on the Thunder Flood Dragons growing ever more vigorous, the sword shadows seemed to cheer with joy, even initiating a sword dance. This excitement also transmitted to JiangYu, the host, who couldn't help but laugh. The 3 Thunder Flood Dragons charged first, as the energy within them was too immense and needed to be released. The Chixiao Sword array followed suit, rushing forward at great speed, producing a series of sounds as they cut through the air, accompanied by a succession of sword chants. The sound seemed to say, "Brothers, there's delicious food, such exquisite delicacies. Everyone should share." Soon, the sword shadows and Thunder Flood Dragons became entangled. The 2 forces erupted with a sudden explosion of energy. The bodies of the Thunder Flood Dragons twisted and turned, trying to engulf the sword shadows, but unfortunately, JiangYu was not to be trifled with. Under his control, the sword shadows played tricks on the Thunder Flood Dragons. Each attack was evaded, and the sword shadows took the opportunity to leave marks on the Thunder Flood Dragons, releasing massive amounts of lightning energy that spread into the air. Seeing this, Fong Ping was furious. The sword shadows seemed to have a mind of their own, exceptionally cunning. Before long, they had the Thunder Flood Dragons spinning in circles, leaving him somewhat flustered. Clearly, the opponent's soul power was much lower than his, yet throughout the match, he had been at a disadvantage, while that brat on the opposite side was leaping around joyfully. Fong Ping, ranked among the top 10 geniuses on the Konoha elite list, never expected that he couldn't even defeat a mere great soul master. If other geniuses found out, they would surely mock him. Even those from the fireworks land would probably laugh at his incompetence. Fong Ping did not want that to happen, just as Fong Ping was anxiously distressed. The Chixiao Sword array launched a full-scale attack, with boundless flames rushing towards the Thunder Flood Dragons. The sword shadows struck fiercely like meteors against the massive serpent body, slicing it open. Soon, a platter of Thunder Flood Dragon pieces was presented to the audience, with the lightning energy in those fragments rushing towards Fong Ping's body. The brutality of the sword shadows instilled fear even in these pure elemental energies. All the energy surged back into Fong Ping's body, and fortunately, after being sliced by the sword shadows, much of the lightning energy dissipated. Otherwise, Fong Ping's body would likely have exploded. Even so, Fong Ping's condition was not good. His body had swollen considerably. From a normally built man, he had transformed into a plump figure reminiscent of Ma Hongjun, with powerful energy crowding within him, distorting his body uncontrollably, making him look like a teacher wielding a lightning whip, creating an absurd scene. Ha ha! Ha ha! Even Fong Ping's staunch supporters couldn't help but burst into laughter at this scene. Although his job was very serious, and he had undergone extensive training to suppress laughter, at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fong Ping, crushed by the immense energy, had no time to care about the mocking voices in the arena. He only wanted to calm the raging energy within him and return to his normal state. Fortunately, that lightning energy originally came from within Fong Ping. If it weren't for JiangYu's terrifying Chixiao Sword array, it wouldn't have become uncontrollable. Once back in Fong Ping's body, the chaotic energy gradually calmed down, and his body returned to normal. Fourth soul skill, Soul Calling Sound. Fong Ping was completely enraged, slamming his palms onto the ground, raising thick clouds of dust. The purple fourth soul ring shone with a strong light, breaking through the fog. Cornered by JiangYu, Fong Ping lost his rationality and disregarded the side effects of his soul skills, immediately releasing the innate soul skill derived from the Moonlight Fox. The Moonlight Fox is a very special soul beast. It only appears on full moon nights, and research on the Moonlight Fox is still in its early stages. It is known to possess magical abilities that can influence human soul master souls. To hunt this soul beast, Fong Ping personally took the family protector to the Stardow Forest, waiting for months until he finally found the Moonlight Fox's trace on a full moon night. The family protector, with soul power reaching level 73, successfully subdued the Moonlight Fox, allowing Fong Ping to deliver the final blow, but he was also affected. Since then, that protector surprisingly developed a liking for cross-dressing, wearing women's clothing every day, and even his orientation became abnormal, forcing the Fong family to reassign him to a remote place to prevent him from damaging the family's reputation. It should be noted that this protector was a soul sage, yet he was influenced by a 1,000-year-old soul beast, illustrating how terrifying the Moonlight Fox's innate soul skill is. A thunderous roar erupted from Fong Ping's mouth. This sound was different from ordinary thunder, lacking intimidation, but filled with a mournful and plaintive feeling. The audience in the arena instantly fell silent, and soon many faces displayed a sense of sorrow, with some even lowering their eyes and unable to hold back their tears. Jiang Yu, who faced the soul-calling sound head-on, felt this sensation more intensely than anyone else. Under the influence of the thunderous sound, Jiang Yu felt a violent impact deep within his soul. An indescribable scene appeared in his mind. Beneath the moonlight, a brilliantly beautiful white fox stood atop a mountain, howling at the moon, its fur shimmering brightly. The white fox emitted a pure, holy light, and gradually, its body began to change. The fur on its limbs suddenly shed, revealing smooth skin, until it finally transformed into a beautiful woman. Her body was as smooth and clean as white jade, appearing exceptionally translucent. She lay on the ground, her smooth backside exceptionally perky. The moment she stood up, Jiang Yu was shocked. The white fox had no fur whatsoever on its body. That stunning face was so perfect. It seemed entirely untainted, as pure as a celestial being. Even though Jiang Yu grew up surrounded by beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation upon witnessing this scene. He was completely captivated. Master. The stunning beauty transformed from the white fox through a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu, her lips curling into a faint smile. I am here. You can do whatever you want with me. No matter what requests you have, I can accept them. The seductive whispers echoed repeatedly in Jiang Yu's mind, causing him to shudder. This wonderful feeling was difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Even the strongest-willed man would find it hard to remain focused in the face of such a scene. The delicate beauty was right before him, and she displayed everything without any reservations, combined with her celestial and pure aura. Everything struck at the man's soft spot, unless one were a eunuch. It was inevitable to have some reactions. Jiang Yu only felt a surge of heat filling his abdomen, growing stronger and harder to endure. The stunning beauty was right in front of him, and he could let loose as he wished. Jiang Yu nearly lost his reason. At a critical moment, a reminder from deep within his soul brought him back to some semblance of clarity. His intuition told him that if he truly couldn't resist and engaged in what the audience loved to see with the beauty before him, he might completely lose himself in this illusion. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Just as Jiang Yu confronted the beauty from deep within his soul, Fong Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his opponent standing motionless, he knew that the soul-capturing sound had taken effect. Although he had to abstain for 7 days after releasing this soul skill, and his voice would become more feminine, it was worth it as long as he could win this match. As for communicating with that female spirit, it would have to be postponed for a few days. But that was better than losing this match. Fong Ping's performance instantly ignited the crowd. In just a moment, he had turned the tide, reversing the situation, and his spectacular display made the audience erupt in excitement. Indeed, the outcome of this match was as they had anticipated. Fong Ping had won. In their eyes, Jiang Yu had no chance of turning the tables, and the match had come to an end. However, they overlooked one point. That was, Jiang Yu's soul power was far stronger than others, and from this perspective, even a titled low-level powerhouse might not compare to him. Moreover, within Jiang Yu's mind resided the soul of the million-year-old soul beast, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and at this critical moment, the long-sleeping heavenly dream brother awakened. When it saw the beauty transform from the white fox, it was momentarily stunned, taking a while to react, thinking that Jiang Yu had absorbed some soul beast soul again. You've made it, kid. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's cheeky voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. You silently absorbed the soul power of a soul beast. And such a beautiful female soul beast at that. Did you realize that I was a bit lonely? So you specially found such a high-quality soul beast for me to breed with? Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's thoughts were quite beautiful. But the reality was far from what it imagined. Jiang Yu had to explain the situation to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which made it frown, even though it had very few eyebrows, and their color was pure white like its body. But that didn't stop it from making a furrowed brow. Chapter 128, Stunning the Audience. Could it be a mental-type soul skill attack? The voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, grew louder. Since it wasn't the absorption of a soul beast soul, then there's only this possibility. Mental-type attacking soul beasts are indeed rare. It seems Jiang Yu has encountered a tough opponent this time. Soon, Jiang Yu explained the whole story to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. And upon hearing it was the effect caused by the moonlight fox, it voiced its confusion, clearly unaware of the detailed information about this type of soul beast. In fact, it wasn't the heavenly dream ice silkworm's fault. Although it was the first million-year soul beast on the continent, its own experiences were pitifully few, with most of its time spent sleeping. Not to mention those rare soul beasts. Even among the soul beasts from the extreme north, it might not recognize them all. However, even though the heavenly dream ice silkworm hadn't encountered the moonlight fox, it still had ways to counter mental-type attacks. It immediately released a massive telekinetic force. A milky white halo burst forth from its body, instantly shattering the image of the beautiful fox under the moonlight. Jiang Yu's consciousness also fully awakened. In fact, Fang Ping's fourth soul skill was very powerful. Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered was Jiang Yu, a man with a very firm will, and within him resided the soul of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Although this million-year soul beast did not possess strong combat power, it excelled at mental-type attacks. Fang Ping's defeat was not unjust. Unfortunately, he still had not realized that the effects of the soul-capturing sound had been broken by Jiang Yu, still indulging in excitement without any defenses as he approached Jiang Yu. First soul skill, Thunderfangs. Fang Ping aimed to unleash one final strike at Jiang Yu while he was in a predicament to completely eliminate this opponent. Sharp, bright yellow fangs extended from the corners of Fang Ping's mouth, targeting Jiang Yu's neck. If this strike succeeded, the damage would be considerable. However, Jiang Yu had already awakened. How could he allow Fang Ping to have his way? Just as the opponent's fangs approached, Jiang Yu quickly extended his Chixiao Sword to block in front of him. Before Fang Ping could react, he was blasted away by the massive energy erupting from the sword. The audience only saw a straight parabolic line falling heavily to the ground from the sky. Everything happened too quickly. Many people didn't react in time. Crack! Fang Ping's two fangs shattered upon colliding with the ground, falling to the earth. The pain caused Fang Ping to roll around. It should be known that although Thunder Fangs was a soul skill, those two fangs were the real deal, extending from Fang Ping's two front teeth. Without his two front teeth, Fang Ping felt a bit of wind whistling through his mouth, and his speech became slightly stuttered. Just as he was about to level up against his opponent, who would have thought that the other party would awaken at the most critical moment, catching him off guard? Fang Ping was so furious he nearly spat blood. This match was an extremely embarrassing loss for him. Even his front teeth were knocked out, which were his weapons in the arena. It was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. The result of the match was already evident. Fang Ping crawled on the ground, slow to get up. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood on the arena holding his sword, radiating an aura that captivated everyone, despite wearing a mask that concealed his face. However, the aura he exuded conquered all. Under the spotlight, Jiang Yu's figure became increasingly dazzling. At this moment, there was no doubt he was the brightest star in the entire Great Soul Arena. After the match ended, Fang Ping had no face to remain on stage, leaving the ring in a disheveled state. At that moment, Jiang Yu blocked his path. Ah, habeti sabet. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Young Master Fang wouldn't want to go back on his word, would he? That wouldn't be gentlemanly. Fang Ping's voice was somewhat stammering. Aside from his mouth being hurt, he truly wanted to back out. The crimson fruit and the female elf were both extremely important to him. One could strengthen his physique, while the other could satisfy his spirit. The two complemented each other, and their value was immeasurable. Now, he had to give them both to someone else, which made Fang Ping extremely reluctant. After a moment, the staff from the Great Soul Arena arrived, insisting that Fang Ping fulfill his promise and hand over the wager. If Fang Ping dared to renege, he would face strict penalties from the Great Soul Arena. At that time, all the Great Soul Arenas on the Douluo Continent would blacklist him, because the penalties were very severe. No one had ever dared to default in the betting matches at the Great Soul Arena, which was an important guarantee for the betting competitions. Although Fang Ping was somewhat unwilling, seeing that the staff from the Great Soul Arena had arrived, he did not dare to delay any further. The Fang family, though powerful in my city, was nothing compared to my Great Soul Arena. The Yi family, although no longer as glorious as in ancient times, was not something the Fong family could provoke. Moreover, the 6 great families had always been closely connected. Any of the 7 major sects had to weigh the consequences of opposing the 6 great families, let alone a regional power like the Fong family. Fong Ping had no choice but to obediently take out the crimson fruit from his soul guide and reluctantly hand it over to Jiang Yu. Upon receiving the crimson fruit, Jiang Yu did not store it in his soul guide, but ate it in front of Fong Ping. This also avoided Fong Ping's potential attempt to snatch it back. The crimson fruit was soon consumed by Jiang Yu. Little master, there is more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Jiang Yu felt that the meridians throughout his body had become thicker than before, and even his soul power had become more solid. The strength of his entire body surged suddenly. What was even more remarkable was that the fire attribute energy contained in the Chixiao Sword had also received a slight boost. Although there was still some distance to go before upgrading to the next level, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied, as the difficulty of enhancing one's ultimate power was incredibly high. Even a small improvement was worth celebrating, and Jiang Yu was not greedy. And the female elf. Jiang Yu completely ignored Fong Ping's already ashen face and continued to demand from him. In the private box, Fong Ping had an expression that seemed as if he wanted to eat someone, muttering through gritted teeth, "I'll go get it for you. Then let's go together." Jiang Yu replied cheerfully. He then went with the staff to the VIP box where Fong Ping was located. Upon opening the door, they saw the sexy female elf curled up in a cage. The several big men guarding her clearly showed signs of being affected by the female elf. With their pants visibly wet, "Open the cage and let her out," Fong Ping commanded helplessly to his guards. Although they did not understand why their young master was doing this, the guards still followed orders. Soon, they opened the iron cage and pulled her out by the chain wrapped around her neck. "Take her away." Fong Ping couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Young Master Fong is quite generous. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu did not waste time talking to him, walking up to the female elf, taking her hand, and heading towards the door. The female elf's hand was very soft, but her temperature was somewhat cold, suggesting she had suffered quite a bit in the Great Soul Arena. Bang after the door closed. The guards looked at Fong Ping's furious face, exchanging glances. No one had expected that their young master would give away the female elf he had just managed to auction back. This was far too generous, which significantly altered their impression of Fong Ping. Trying to take my things won't be that easy. Fong Ping's gaze suddenly turned cold. Once they were outside the Great Soul Arena, he naturally had ways to make the person who took his things return them willingly. My city was the Fong family's territory, and no one could snatch what belonged to him here. Chapter 129. The maid after leaving the box, the staff took their leave from Jiang Yu. Since Fong Ping had fulfilled the betting agreement, their task was considered complete, and they had other work to do, so they did not delay any further. Looking at the delicate female elf beside him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the creator's wonders. Upon closer inspection, he realized the extraordinary nature of this woman. She was practically flawless. Moreover, she resembled a star he was familiar with. Her face was like that of Gully, and her figure resembled Dilly. She was simply stunning, truly double the joy. However, Jiang Yu only appreciated her and did not intend to possess her. He did not want to force anyone. So he reached out to untie the chain wrapped around the female elf. "You are free now, go. You want to let me go?" The female elf's pale face showed a strong expression of surprise. She did not expect him to actually let her go. "Quickly go home. Be careful next time. Don't get caught again. The value of elves is extremely high. Not everyone can resist such temptation like I can." Jiang Yu nodded and then warned her. "I can't go back." The female elf looked dejected, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. She wanted to return, but for some reason, the mystical gate had suddenly closed, and it was the only passage connecting the elf clan to the outside world. With the mystical gate closed, she had no way to return her clan and could only wait for it to open. But no one knew when the mystical gate would open again. She couldn't just wait forever. That was why she had sneaked into the human world, but unexpectedly, she was caught by the people of the My Great Soul Arena. "Why can't you go back?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. To him, even if the place where the elf clan lived was far from my city, it was still on the Douluo Continent, and the land area here was not larger than Blue Star. How could the female elf not return her place? Because. The female elf then told Jiang Yu everything, as he did not seem like a bad person. Moreover, Jiang Yu had clearly become the only lifeline for the female elf in the outside world, so she revealed her background without any concealment. The mystical gate. Jiang Yu finally understood why the female elf couldn't go home. According to her, the mystical gate was not only the only passage for the elf clan to connect to the outside world, but also a powerful barrier. If humans entered the mystical gate, their strength would be greatly suppressed. No wonder the Wuhuan Hall had spent a great deal of effort, but had not conquered the elf clan. It turned out there was this reason. But why did the mystical gate suddenly close? What hidden secrets were there? No one knew. So what are your plans next, Luna? Earlier, the female elf had already told Jiang your name, so he called her directly. I don't know. If you don't mind, can I follow you? Don't worry. I won't follow you for free. I can be your servant. Luna said proudly, I am skilled in music, especially in playing the flute. The elf clan had an extraordinary talent for music, and Luna was even a standout among her kin. Her flute-playing skills were considered the best in the elf clan. Hearing Luna's words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. To be honest, it's a lie if he wasn't moved by such a beautiful woman. A fairy maid is a dream for many men. Now, all he had to do was nod his head to have her. If he didn't accept her, it would be a waste. If he really refused, he feared that the readers wouldn't agree either. Moreover, the most crucial point is, if he doesn't take her in, Luna would likely become someone else's plaything, which is unreasonable both emotionally and logically. All right, you can follow me. Jiang Yu nodded, agreeing to Luna's request. Thank you, young master. Luna was very grateful for his acceptance. Saying that, she bent down to bow to Jiang Yu in thanks. And the huge arc of her movement made Jiang Yu's eyes a bit dazed. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some clothes. It's not appropriate for you to be out like this. Jiang Yu, being a young man full of vigor, thought it was necessary. Although he was still young, after the transformation from the Hongming purple qi and the nourishment of the 10,000-year-old whale resin and the purple red ju fruit, his physique was much stronger than that of adult soul masters, and even certain parts of him were significantly larger than average. To avoid any awkward situations, Jiang Yu quickly took Luna to pick out clothes. The My Great Soul Arena, besides having dedicated arenas and auction houses for soul fights, also had many shops, essentially functioning as a large multifunctional mall. Soon, the two arrived at a clothing store specializing in women's clothes. The female staff, seeing a beautiful woman following Jiang Yu who was barely clothed, immediately understood what was happening and couldn't help but admire him. Young people really know how to have fun. The staff thought to themselves. Once inside the store, Jiang Yu let Luna pick out clothes freely, and the female staff began to introduce items to her. She first led Luna to select underwear, but they kept choosing sizes that were too small, which made the staff envious. It was her first time seeing a woman with such a fiery figure. Finally, the staff managed to find a fitting set of pink underwear for Luna, adorned with a thin layer of lace, looking very sexy. According to Jiang Yu's estimation, the size of that underwear was at least a D cup. Luna's assets were indeed impressive. It's no wonder she was a woman of the fairy race. Legend has it that all the women of the fairy clan are beauties, and there isn't a single ugly one among them. The men are all handsome, and the overall appearance of their race far surpasses that of others. Under the staff's guidance, Luna went to the fitting room to change into the underwear. Not long after, she lifted the curtain and called out to Jiang Yu for his opinion. Jiang Yu blinked, stunned for a few seconds. Ahem, he pretended to cough and said it looked good. Hearing her master's praise, Luna couldn't help but break into a radiant smile, then skipped along with the staff to pick out outerwear. In the end, she chose a cream-colored dress, which particularly suited her temperament, pure and noble. Even the staff couldn't help but cast envious glances at Jiang Yu, repeatedly sighing about his extraordinary luck. How could he get his hands on such a celestial beauty? If the famous playboy in the city, young Master Fong, found out, he would surely be so jealous he'd spit blood. After leaving the clothing store, Jiang Yu took Luna directly to the hall, just as he was about to head outside, when suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Yi Fanqing. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Her tone seemed a bit urgent as she rushed in front of Jiang Yu, quickly explaining her purpose. I wonder if the little brother could come to my room for a chat. Yi Fanqing appeared very enthusiastic. Although Jiang Yu didn't know her intentions, he thought she likely meant no harm, as they had never met before and had no grudges. So, he decided to bring Luna along with him. As the head of the Great Soul Arena, Yi Fanqing's room was naturally not comparable to that of ordinary staff. The top floor of the Great Soul Arena was entirely her room. Upon entering, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy this young leader was. The floor was covered with pure wool imported from the Tiando Empire, which was even more precious than the top-quality wool produced in the Shilan County of the Star Luo Empire. If it were just a little bit, Jiang Yu wouldn't be surprised, but the space before him was probably over 1,000 square meters, and every corner of the floor was covered with wool blankets. It was simply too extravagant. In addition, the room was furnished with sofas made of rhinoceros skin, dining tables and desks crafted from mahogany. Even the crystal used for lighting was as big as a basketball, not to mention the hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the walls. The money spent on the decorations in Yi Fanqing's room could probably buy an entire street in Tian'o City, and that was within the third ring. This was no longer just a simple wealthy woman. Would you like some wine? After inviting the two to sit on the sofa, Yi Fanqing turned to the wine cabinet. About to take out some wine. I'll just have milk, JiangYu casually replied. Then I want milk too? Luna followed up. As a maid, she naturally had the awareness of a servant. Whatever her master drank, she would drink too. If her master wanted milk, she would follow suit, even if it meant using her own milk. This was the maid spirit that her elder sister had spoken of. She couldn't bring shame to the fairy clan. Luna's expression was very serious. Chapter 130 Blow. Hearing Jiang Yu's request, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Fanqing's face. Right? He's still a child. Drinking alcohol isn't suitable for him, she thought to herself, realizing her oversight. Soon, she closed the wine cabinet and went to a nearby counter to grab a small wooden barrel from the right side. Opening the lid revealed a barrel full of milky white liquid, and a sweet, milky aroma spread out. Yi Fanqing picked up 2 transparent glass cups and poured fresh milk from the barrel into the cups. She then brought one in front of Jiang Yu. Just as he took a sip, Yi Fanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Can I see your sword again? Sword? Jiang Yu was somewhat confused. Did she have an interest in his sword? Apart from being a bit longer, there wasn't much to see. Yi Fanqing's sudden request to see his sword puzzled him. Did she recognize the Chixiao Sword? Little brother, you're being humble. Yi Fanqing's smile grew even brighter, and she began to flatter him. Your sword is not an ordinary sword. How could a regular sword exude royal pressure? Her words left Jiang Yu even more bewildered. Royal pressure? What's that? What's that? You don't know? Now, it was Yi Fanqing's turn to be surprised. The other party didn't even know what royal pressure was. Was he acting, or was he genuinely clueless? For a moment, Yi Fanqing couldn't discern, so she immediately began to probe Jiang Yu's background. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Fanqing's body, all of it converging towards her right hand. Gradually, a large golden seal took shape in her hand, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Yu was not affected, but Luna was different. The moment the large seal appeared, her body couldn't help but tremble. This aura even frightened her a little. Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder as he stared at the golden seal in Yi Fanqing's hand. The seal was ancient and square, with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved on top in mountains, rivers, sun, and moon engraved around it. The human emperor's seal. This was the golden seal inscribed on the invitation. Jiang Yu was somewhat familiar with this kind of martial soul. It was a powerful martial soul that originated from ancient times. The reason this martial soul could be named after the human emperor was also related to a supreme figure from ancient times. Back then, the Yi human emperor was the #1 person on the continent, with unparalleled cultivation that dominated the entire Douluo Continent and was revered by countless people. Even more impressive was that he single-handedly defeated 200,000-year-old beasts deep within the Star Do Great Forest, quelling the beast tide that threatened the continent. He was a legendary figure who suppressed an era. It was said that even the ancestor of the Tang sect, the first-generation Hao Qianda, once submitted to the Yi human emperor and became one of his most capable subordinates. Even though the Yi family was no longer as glorious as before, it was still a force not to be underestimated. The Yi Fanqing before him was probably a direct descendant of the Yi family. She looked to be in her early 20s, but had 4 soul rings, indicating she was also a genius. Unexpectedly, you actually recognized the human emperor's seal. Yi Fanqing spoke with a tone of surprise. Clearly this kid had some knowledge. She no longer beat around the bush and immediately revealed her background. After hearing Yi Fanqing's words, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Although he had guessed that this woman was from the Yi family's direct line, he truly did not expect her to be the daughter of the family head. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed that the Yi family had plans for Yi Fanqing to inherit the position of family head in the future. It seemed this beautiful woman was not simple. She was likely a character on par with Bibi Dong. Yi Fanqing was quite sincere, not hiding anything throughout the conversation, and her expression appeared genuinely honest. So Jiang Yu also prepared to meet her request. It was just a matter of showing a sword. What harm could it do to let her see? Under Yi Fanqing's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu released his warm longsword. As she looked at the long and hard sword, Yi Fanqing swallowed, unable to control her left hand as it reached out. Can I touch your sword? This request was a bit strange. However, seeing Yi Fanqing's eager expression, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and then agreed to her request. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Yu offered a kind reminder. Yi Fanqing nodded. But from the expression on her face, Jiang Yu knew she wasn't taking his warning to heart. To avoid his sword burning Yi Fanqing, Jiang Yu had to retract the momentum from the Chixiao Sword as much as possible. When Yi Fanqing's delicate hand touched Jiang Yu's longsword, it still felt a bit hot. But at least it was within an acceptable range and not unbearable. It's a bit hot, Yi Fanqing said as she crawled forward. Don't move. I'll help you blow on it. The fire is still a bit strong. After I blow on it for a while, the heat will naturally lessen. Before JiangYu could say anything, Yi Fanqing began to blow carefully on Jiang Yu's longsword. This blowing went on for over 10 minutes. Seeing Yi Fanqing putting in so much effort, Jiang Yu could only let her be. During this time, he was not idle either. He picked up a cup of milk and started drinking with Luna. Then the two began to chat casually. After Yi Fanqing finished blowing on the longsword, she held the Chixiao Sword and caressed it for a while. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu felt a bit disdainful. It was just a sword. Was it really necessary to be like this? And she was still a young lady from a prominent family. She was acting like a girl who had never seen the world. Can you come home with me? After Yi Fanqing's hand left Jiang Yu's sword, she made a sincere, pleading expression, looking as if she was not joking. Go to your house. This is our first meeting. Doesn't that go against the rules? Jiang Yu didn't want to cause trouble. He wasn't familiar with Yi Fanqing, let alone have any deep ties with her. Going home with her clearly didn't make sense. Please. Yi Fanqing's hands came together as she pleaded with Jiang Yu, her expression turning pitiful. I really need you. Yi Fanqing's tone was very urgent, indicating that she genuinely had something for Jiang Yu to help with. This sister was too shameless. Yi Fanqing's persistent pleading instantly made Luna develop a strong dislike for her, fearing that her master would agree to her request and go home with her. Generally speaking, when a woman needs you, it's hard for a typical man to refuse, especially if she is a beautiful woman. That makes it even harder to say no. However, it was clear that Jiang Yu was not an ordinary man. Sister, it's not that I don't want to help you. Jiang Yu didn't want to complicate things, so he immediately refused, saying, I am just passing through, and my companions and I will be leaving my city soon. I'm afraid I can't visit your home. Jiang Yu's words weren't entirely a lie. The reason he came to my city was to accompany Yang Wudi for the competition. Chapter 131, The Beauty's Promise. Seeing Jiang Yu's unwilling expression, Yi Fanqing couldn't help but feel anxious. If it weren't for a real need to ask him for help, how could a dignified young lady like her lower herself like this? But now she needed something from him. Yi Fanqing had no choice but to lower her stance. She immediately stopped hiding and revealed the reason. Let me pretend to be your fiancé. Yi Fanqing's request truly surprised Jiang Yu. Was she joking? Sister, there's too big of an age gap between us. How could your family believe we are a couple? Besides, aren't you afraid of others gossiping behind your back? You would be seen as an old cow eating tender grass. Shameless. Jiang Yu's words made a lot of sense on the Douluo Continent. It was generally older men who married younger women, not the other way around. Even if there were some cases, they were usually just kept boys by rich women. It was hardly respectable. Although Yi Fanqing was the direct daughter of the Yi family, she was still subject to public scrutiny. After all, people's words could be fearsome. Yi Fanqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yu was too blunt. How could he speak the truth like that? He was simply a straight man. Sigh. Yi Fanqing couldn't help but sigh, helplessly saying, I have no choice but to seek you out. My father wants me to marry the son of an old friend who has a good relationship with the Yi family, but I don't like him. But unfortunately, that guy's extremely talented. My father said that only if I find a genius whose talent surpasses his can the marriage between our families be cancelled. Although that person is a bit annoying, his talent is exceptional, and he possesses a rare innate full soul power. Just this point alone makes it hard for many to compare. Yi Fanqing's brows furrowed tighter, and her gaze towards Jiang Yu carried a hint of expectation. To be honest, the so-called 3 great talented soul masters in my city are no match for him. Just as I was preparing to give up and agree to marry that guy, I didn't expect you to appear. Her voice gradually became excited. Your mysterious sword martial soul actually contains such a strong imperial pressure. Its grade is definitely not lower than the human emperor's seal. I imagine you awakened your martial soul with innate full soul power as well. Although Yi Fanqing was merely speculating, there was basis for her statement. The strength of innate soul power is closely related to the power of the martial soul. The stronger the martial soul, the greater the innate soul power it bestows upon the host. Even though the Yi family's human emperor seal martial soul is far less powerful than in ancient times, it still provides the host with a minimum of level 7 innate soul power. Currently, the Yi family has more than 90 direct descendants who have awakened the human emperor seal martial soul, with nearly everyone's innate soul power reaching above level 7. Yi Fanqing has even reached the height of level 9 innate soul power, second only to her great-grandfather. who awakened full innate soul power and later became a titled Douluo powerhouse. From this perspective, even if JiangYu is not at full innate soul power, he must be close. With him around, her father would definitely agree to annul the engagement, and she wouldn't have to marry someone she doesn't like. So you wanted me to help you put on a show. JiangYu suddenly realized that Yi Fanqing was so eager for his help just to cancel the engagement. It's better not to get involved in this. JiangYu didn't want to deal with such trivial matters. He didn't tea like Yi Fanqing, and going to the Yi family would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Although he wasn't afraid, he might as well avoid it. He wasn't the type of troublemaker. With his free time, he might as well focus on his training, and besides, he wanted to ask Luna about some things at night. Sister, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. JiangYu firmly refused. Yi Fanqing didn't expect him to refuse outright. Can you really bear to see me marry someone I don't like? This isn't something a young hero would do. Ugh, listen to this art speech. I didn't expect Yi Fanqing to be a art master. She even resorted to moral blackmail. JiangYu wasn't buying it. Miss Yi, JiangYu's voice suddenly became stern, clearly a bit angry. He hated being morally blackmailed the most. If I remember correctly, today is our first meeting. We have no relationship to speak of. Your marriage has nothing to do with me, and I have no obligation to help you out of any trouble. Saying this, JiangYu prepared to leave. Luna couldn't help but nod. Her master truly didn't disappoint her and was not swayed by beauty. The old woman in front of her had no self-awareness at all, knowing she was so old, yet daring to entice such a young, handsome guy. Before leaving, Luna made sure to spit out some fragrant words towards Yi Fanqing. Stop. Seeing JiangYu about to leave, Yi Fanqing quickly jumped off the sofa to block his path. As long as you agree to help me with this, I can promise you anything. Honestly, if an ordinary person heard Yi Fanqing's request, they would probably agree on the spot. As the head of my great soul arena, Yi Fanqing held significant power, able to mobilize tens of millions of gold soul coins with a wave of her hand. If she wanted, she could turn a beggar with nothing into a famous rich man in the city in an instant. Her promise was indeed very valuable. However, JiangYu was falling for Yi Fanqing's tricks. What he wanted might be something she couldn't provide. What if I want 7-color fire essence? JiangYu deliberately posed a difficult question. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. This is a treasure of the Firely clan, and others can't possibly obtain it. Even with the Yi family as a backing, it would still be impossible. How about you change the condition? Yi Fanqing blinked, softening her tone as she tried to negotiate with JiangYu. I can agree to anything else. Nonsense. Bianc, you ignored Yi Fanqing. You should find someone else. After saying this, JiangYu took Luna and left the room. Yi Fanqing was left standing there, furious. This was the first time she had been rejected by a man. After leaving the Great Soul Arena, JiangYu led Luna towards the hotel. Passers-by on the street showed shocked expressions when they saw Luna behind JiangYu. Such a stunning beauty was something everyone was seeing for the first time. Far prettier than the most beautiful woman in my city, and no one knew where she came from. Look at her ears. They don't look human at all. It seems it's due to a martial soul mutation. Some people couldn't help but discuss as they saw Luna's appearance. They knew about cat-eared girls from illustrations, so they automatically speculated in that direction, while they didn't consider elves since they were ordinary people. Chapter 132. Luna hearing the comment from passers-by. Luna couldn't help but frown. Those people were too lacking in decency. How could they discuss her figure? It's not like she could control it, just because her bosom was a bit more prominent. If she could choose, Luna would rather have it smaller, so she wouldn't have to endure the strange looks from others. Once the two entered a narrow alley, the surrounding chatter finally ceased. The alley was quite narrow, allowing only a few people to pass through at once. The houses on both sides had gray tiles that even extended into the alley, causing only a small portion of sunlight to filter into the cramped space. Although it was a bit dark ahead, JiangYu chose this path because it was the closest route to the hotel. Moreover, the diameter of the alley was less than 100 meters, and once they got through, they would reach the bustling main street. As they ventured further, Luna's breathing grew heavier, and her forehead was soon covered in a sheen of sweat. What's wrong? JiangYu asked, puzzled, not understanding why Luna had suddenly become this way. It's nothing serious. Luna panted as she replied, but our light elf clan used the dark spaces. Light elf clan? JiangYu remembered that. According to the novel's setting, the elf race was divided into different attributes. Immediately, JiangYu curiously asked, you just said you were from the light elf clan? So how many other types of elves are there besides yours? Luna didn't hide anything from JiangYu, as it wasn't a secret within a clan. She responded, although our elf population is not as large as that of humans, we have 9 major categories. I come from the Kingdom of Light, which is the sacred land of the Light Elves. In addition, there is the Kingdom of Night where the Dark Night Elves reside, and the birthplace of Thunder Elves, the Thunder Hill Kingdom. Also, there are the Kingdoms of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, and Wind. These 9 elf kingdoms each represent a type of elf, and together they form the entire elf race. Luna's expression gradually became proud. The Kingdom of Light. JiangYu couldn't help but tease. Is your leader the King of Ultra? Luna's big eyes were filled with confusion. Who is the King of Ultra? I've never heard of that name. Our leader is the King of Light Elves. JiangYu naturally knew it couldn't be the King of Ultra. He was just joking. Unexpectedly, Luna took it seriously. He didn't explain much and casually brushed it off. And Luna didn't pursue the matter any further. Just as the two were about to leave the alley, a sound of footsteps came from behind them. There was a killing intent. JiangYu could sense a strong killing intent coming from behind, clearly indicating that the approaching person meant harm. Without hesitation, JiangYu instantly released his martial soul, and the Chixiao Sword quietly appeared in his hand. The blazing flames dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Luna's condition gradually improved, her breath quickly stabilizing. Holy Light Staff. Luna also sensed the danger and immediately released her martial soul, preparing to fight alongside JiangYu. A sacred light burst forth from her body. In an instant, her right hand suddenly emitted a golden glow, which was extremely rich. Before long, a dazzling golden staff appeared in Luna's hand, with a huge pearl embedded at the top, radiating brilliant light that made the colorful golden groove below appear somewhat dim. 4 dazzling soul rings closely surrounded the staff. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. It was indeed the best soul ring configuration. Even JiangYu didn't expect that Luna had the cultivation level of a soul master. It seemed that the talent of the elf race was much higher than that of humans, with even an ordinary elf comparable to a genius among humans. In fact, JiangYu was mistaken. Luna was not an ordinary elf, but possessed a top-tier elven bloodline. I didn't expect your vigilance to be so strong. Gradually, several figures emerged from the darkness, and the leading young man was none other than Fong Ping, the young master of the Fong family, who had just suffered a crushing defeat at the Grand Soul Arena. Upon seeing him here, JiangYu didn't need to guess to know Fong Ping's purpose. He was simply unwilling to accept his defeat and wanted to take Luna back. Kid, I advise you, if you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the beauty next to you. Maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this alley, Fong Ping said, his expression turning cruel. You should know what to do. Huh, JiangYu spat, hitting Fong Ping's face. What if I don't give her to you? Fong Ping didn't expect JiangYu to be so bold and dare to humiliate him like this, instantly infuriating him. How outrageous. Fong Ping pointed at JiangYu and shouted, kill him. Remember to avoid harming the beauty next to him. Yes, young master. Several guards immediately nodded in response. Soon, various colors of light filled the alley. These guards were not weak. They were all beast martial soul masters, possessing powerful beast martial souls such as tigers, bears, wolves, and leopards. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Moreover, they were all soul masters. After Fong Ping gave the order, several guards rushed towards JiangYu, with the leading strongman being a Diamond Tiger Soul Master, whose martial soul was also the highest level among the guards. He immediately unleashed his 4th soul skill, Thunder Diamond Claw. A massive tiger claw erupted with a powerful energy, the cold gleam on it becoming increasingly chilling. Purple-blue electric arcs suddenly emerged around the tiger claw, and the sound of thunder roared. Chixiao Sword formation, activate. JiangYu suddenly swung the long sword in his hand, and several sword shadows erupted from the sword body, shooting forward. First soul skill, Holy Light. Luna held the golden staff, and her first soul ring lit up. A rich beam of light flew out from the staff and surged into JiangYu's body. In an instant, JiangYu felt his power rapidly increasing, his entire body filled with inexhaustible strength. He didn't expect Luna to be a support-type soul master. Realizing she was just a support type, JiangYu stepped forward, positioning himself to protect Luna and shield her from harm. Support-type soul masters typically lacked combat power, and JiangYu was afraid that Luna wouldn't even be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle. The Diamond Tiger Soul Master saw that several sword shadows had sealed off all his directions, and shock appeared in his eyes. To be honest, he hadn't taken JiangYu seriously at first. He thought the opponent was just a child with little combat experience. It was Fong Ping's fault for not telling the guard about his defeat to JiangYu, as that would have been too embarrassing. If these guards knew that even their young master had been thoroughly beaten by JiangYu, they wouldn't have been so careless. It wasn't until the battle began that all the guards realized that the kid in front of them wasn't as simple as he appeared. Although he was only a great soul master, he was extremely precise in his attacks. Even the Diamond Tiger Soul Master couldn't evade Jiang Yu's attacks, and had to face them with his tiger claws, relying on the toughness of the Diamond Tiger's skin. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The Diamond Tiger Soul Master roared, slamming his tiger claw towards the sword shadows, unleashing the thunderous power within. Even so, his tiger claw was nearly scorched by the blazing flames surrounding the sword shadows. Fortunately, the thunder power blocked some of the flames' assault, but even so, his tiger claw was left slightly red. Chapter 133, Bear 3. The Diamond Tiger Soul Master looked at his palm, nearly crying. His originally clean and smooth tiger paw had turned into a charred paw, emitting a savory smell that made the surrounding companions drool. The Diamond Tiger Soul Master was quite speechless. Although he usually enjoyed stewing tiger paws to eat, he couldn't accept it when it was his own. After all, humans are inherently double standard. Third soul skill, Tiger Roar Mountain River. The furious Diamond Tiger Soul Master immediately unleashed a new soul skill, unleashing a torrent of sound waves from his mouth. The roaring sound of tigers echoed through the sky, sharp as thunder. Ice-cold, freezing air. The Ice Wolf Soul Master does not appear to be very large, but his eyes are sharp and cold like those of a hawk. Behind him is his martial soul, a wolf covered in blue fur and adorned with armor. On his broad shoulders are two protruding cylindrical objects, and his ankles have massive iron wings. This martial soul is called the Ice Iron Wolf. While most wolf martial souls are ice-type and not uncommon, there are a few like the Ice Iron Wolf that possess another attribute. The quality of the Ice Iron Wolf is at least at the intermediate to advanced level, much stronger than ordinary martial souls. After the Ice Wolf Soul Master released his fourth soul skill, a cold wind swept through the alley, and soon water-blue ice crystals appeared in the sky, quickly covering the ground with frost and snow, transforming the environment into one resembling winter. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by several degrees. JiangYu, due to his strong physique, was not much affected, but Luna was different. She was already dressed somewhat lightly and rarely encountered cold environments, quickly beginning to shiver. Once the ice-cold air was released, JiangYu felt that the flames on the Chixiao Sword seemed to be slightly affected, burning less vigorously than before, though only a little. However, JiangYu still keenly noticed it, but he did not have the mood to think too much about it, as the Money Leopard Soul Master had already ambushed him. First soul skill, Leopard Flash. A sharp wind blade shot out from his side, slicing directly towards JiangYu. Faced with the attack of three soul masters, JiangYu remained calm, as always. The more dangerous the moment, the more one must stay composed, a principle he had learned from countless battles. Being flustered would only disrupt his own formation and give the enemy an opportunity. Fortunately, the enemies did not include a control-type soul master. It is well known that while assault-type soul masters have terrifying attack capabilities, the diverse attack methods of control-type soul masters are what one should be most wary of. Facing the sudden attack of the wind blades, JiangYu swung the Chixiao Sword, and the sword shadow appeared out of thin air, slashing towards the opposite side. The wind blades shattered with a loud bang. The Money Leopard Soul Master had underestimated him, thinking he could defeat JiangYu with just his first soul skill. One could only say his thinking was too naive. Even the first soul skill released by a titled Douluo powerhouse has its limitations. This is why twin martial souls are so terrifying. After all, as long as one cultivates their soul power to the Soul King level, the other martial soul can start with a 10,000-year soul ring. Although JiangYu was still only a great soul master, his physical quality was stronger than that of the Money Leopard Soul Master. Even if he was a soul master, he had no chance of defeating JiangYu with just his first soul skill. This point was only realized by the Money Leopard Soul Master after the wind blade shattered. After witnessing JiangYu's strength, he no longer dared to underestimate him and quickly released his fourth soul skill, Wind Blade Magic Continuous Strike. In the blink of an eye, countless wind blades appeared in the sky, gathering above the Money Leopard Soul Master. These wind blades were more than twice the size of the previous ones, and their contained power was incomparable. The third soul skill, Steel Wing Slash. The Ice Wolf Soul Master was not idle either. His third purple soul ring lit up, and a pair of gigantic, steel-like, arc-shaped weapons emerged from his arms, shining with cold light, exuding a fierce aura. The sound wave attack from the Diamond Tiger Soul Master was still ongoing, causing JiangYu to feel a buzzing in his ears, and he had to deal with the tight coordination of the three in front of him. What made him most vigilant was that the Bear Soul Master had not made a move, just quietly staying there. There might be some conspiracy at play. Jiang Yu became secretly alert, occasionally glancing at the Bear Soul Master, even while facing the ambush. Countless wind blades shot towards Jiang Yu, and he had to continuously swing the Chixiao Sword. If it weren't for his swordsmanship having reached a certain level, allowing him to wield it with such fluidity, those wind blades would have already begun to slice into his flesh. Taking advantage of Jiang Yu being occupied by the wind blades, the Money Leopard Soul Master raised his sharp slash knife and sprinted forward at high speed. His speed was very fast, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Soon he was right in front of Jiang Yu, and it looked like the Money Leopard Soul Master was about to succeed. At that moment, Luna, who had been hiding behind, made her move. Third soul skill, Holy Light Protection. The staff suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, which gathered into a net-like object and instantly flew to Jiang Yu, enveloping him. The moment the Money Leopard Soul Master's slash knife touched the golden net, it was repelled by the golden light. His attack left no marks on Jiang Yu, leaving the Money Leopard Soul Master in shock. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Jiang Yu's beautiful companion was not simple. Her auxiliary abilities were extraordinarily rare. At least, the Money Leopard Soul Master had never seen such a powerful support-type Soul Master in my city. With the golden light protecting Jiang Yu, the Money Leopard Soul Master's plan clearly failed, leaving him feeling embarrassed. 3 Soul Masters couldn't handle a mere Great Soul Master. If this got out, how would they continue to mix in the Fong family? The young master probably wouldn't reuse them. Brother Bear, don't just stand there. The Money Leopard Soul Master suddenly retreated a few meters and turned to the muscular man behind him, shouting, "If you don't come help now, don't worry about what it means to be a Soul Master. This kid is tough. We probably need to join forces to take him down." Hearing his companion's call, the Bear's Soul Master furrowed his brow, clearly hesitant. Bear 3, still not going to help. Fong Ping was also anxious. In his view, Bear 3 was still too rigid. What is wrong with using numbers to overpower? In the world of Soul Masters, strength is always respected. As long as one can win, it's fine. As for the means used, it doesn't matter. Young Master this. Sigh. After much hesitation, the giant Bear Soul Master finally moved, taking large steps forward, each step causing intense vibrations. The ground even began to crack. Bear 3's martial soul was known as the Savage Giant Bear, renowned in the Soul Master world for its immense strength, which was also the reason for Bear 3's ability to overpower his companions. Third soul skill, Mountain Crushing Fist. The third soul ring on Bear 3 suddenly lit up, and all his strength was channeled into his fists. Go! Chapter 134, Berserk. Bear 3 roared, and a force powerful enough to split mountains erupted from his fists. A fist shadow, as large as a small mountain, shot towards Jiang Yu's abdomen like a rocket. Boom! As Jiang Yu dealt with the 3-person ambush, he had no time to respond to Bear 3's attack. The massive fist shadow slammed towards his body, and the golden net-like holy light in front of him quickly began to crack under the blow. Jiang Yu was also greatly affected. A strong pain surged through him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Since awakening his martial soul, he had never encountered such a serious injury. Although Bear 3 had launched a sneak attack, it also proved his strength. Seeing Jiang Yu injured, Fong Ping, who had been watching from behind, couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of daring to oppose him. "Master, are you okay?" Luna hurriedly stepped forward to support Jiang Yu with her body, preventing him from falling to the ground. This blow was extraordinary. Even though Luna had been behind Jiang Yu, she could still feel the immense pressure emanating from that punch. "It's nothing." Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the pain, and the frown on his forehead relaxed in an instant. At this moment, he had to stabilize the morale. "I am here. There's no need to worry." Jiang Yu reached out to protect Luna, swallowing the blood in his mouth, and said resolutely. At this moment, Luna felt an unprecedented sense of security. The small figure in front of her, who was even shorter than she was, gave her the illusion of facing a mighty pillar of heaven. A strange feeling lingered in her heart, making her forget the dangerous situation they were in. It seemed that as long as Jiang Yu was there, the sky wouldn't fall. Good opportunity. The Money Leopard Soul Master immediately unleashed Leopard Flash, and transparent wind blades swiftly slashed towards Jiang Yu's arms. In an instant, they left bright red streaks of blood on his arms, blood gushing out. Ha ha ha! Fong Ping, seeing things going smoothly, couldn't help but laugh heartily. This young master is here. The Thunder Flood Dragon Martial Soul quickly completed its possession, and taking this opportunity, Fong Ping rushed forward to attack, wanted to take revenge for the arrow incident in the Grand Soul Arena and personally deal with Jiang Yu. What a waste. Jiang Yu secretly felt disdain. The other party was supposed to be a notable figure, yet he acted so despicably. He was nothing but a petty person. The thunderous claws, surrounded by the power of thunder, continuously rubbed against the air, emitting sharp, roaring sounds. Seemingly sensing the danger, the red sky sword suddenly trembled, and a strand of golden light burst from the sword body, rushing into Jiang Yu's body and transforming into a small sword in his mind. This was Jiang Yu suddenly felt an illusion of merging with the red sky sword, feeling as if he was the red sky sword itself. No wonder he could never master the human sword form. It turned out he hadn't comprehended the unity of man and sword before. He didn't expect to grasp the most unfathomable move in the red sky sword technique at this moment. Just as the thunder claw was about to strike, Jiang Yu's mind moved, and the red sky sword flew up on its own. Before Fong Ping could react, he heard a swoosh, and then his claw was pierced through, creating a large hole. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, then felt a sharp pain in his palm, and disbelief flashed in his eyes, struggling to accept this outcome. Jiang Yu was clearly entangled by his guards, yet he suddenly erupted with such ferocity. Young master, seeing Fong Ping injured, the guards all became extremely furious, their veins bulging, and their eyes wide as copper bells. Their display was not due to deep feelings for Fong Ping, but because, according to the Fong family's rules, if a member of the Fong family was harmed, the guards responsible for protection would bear the greatest responsibility and face severe punishment. There have been instances where collateral family members were beaten up for teasing someone else's wife, and their guards were subsequently exiled to a dangerous place to fend for themselves due to their failure to protect. This was just collateral family members. And Fong Ping was the legitimate son of the Fong family head, the most likely heir to inherit the family head position. Now he had suffered such a serious injury. It was obvious that the family head would not let them off easily. The guards understood the gravity of the situation. They had to kill Jiang Yu to alleviate some of their guilt. Even Xiongsan no longer held back. Compared to life, the so-called righteousness was clearly not that important. He may seem a bit pedantic, but he was not foolish, and he wasn't the simpleton others thought he was. Those deceived by his appearance were the real fools. Xiongsan was the first to rush in front of Jiang Yu. Fourth soul skill, Frenzy. Xiongsan's deep purple soul ring suddenly lit up, his muscles rapidly expanding, and the hairs on his skin standing on end. In no time, his body grew over 2 meters tall, and his muscles became even more robust. Frenzy. Attack power increased by 100%, soul power increased by 100%, speed increased by 100%, defense increased by 100%, ignoring all negative states. Frenzy was undoubtedly a very powerful soul skill, but the more powerful the soul skill, the more likely it would bring some unbearable negative effects. In the world of soul masters, truly powerful soul skills without side effects were extremely rare. Most ordinary people never had the chance to obtain them. This is why soul masters with backing and connections could more easily acquire soul skills with fewer side effects, while commoner soul masters, even if gifted, would find their first soul ring to be very ordinary if they did not join a major force. Although Xiongsan's Frenzy soul skill had strong side effects, it was still a very powerful soul skill, and he wouldn't have obtained it without the support of the Fong family. In a state of frenzy, Xiongsan unleashed the Great Force Mountain Punch, and this time the power of his fists was not to be underestimated. The force erupting from his fists even pushed the surrounding breeze backward. At this moment, the nearby guards also launched fierce attacks, pouncing towards Jiang Yu from all directions. From their aura, it was clear that this time they were putting all their might into the fight. Fong Ping's injury had seemingly ignited their potential. To deal with Xiongsan, Jiang Yu had no choice but to control the red sky sword to attack the other enemies. Then he used both arms to perform the 8 extremes fist he had learned in school. Originally just a fist technique for strengthening the body, it now unleashed powerful force due to the support of soul power. After arriving in Douluo Continent, Jiang Yu felt a bit regretful that he didn't learn more traditional martial arts back in school. They were not inferior to the soul master's self-created soul skills. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu had focused all his energy on his school beauty girlfriend, so he only chose to learn the 8 extremes fist and the 8 brocade. Moreover, for certain reasons, he had researched particularly the move from the 8 brocade, 2 hands climbing feet, to strengthen the kidneys and waist. It turned out to be quite effective. Indeed, it could strengthen the kidneys and the body. Ever since practicing it, the frequency of Jiang Yu's intimate interactions with his girlfriend had increased from once every 3 days to once a day. and his energy had become even more vigorous. Looking back now, JiangYu felt a bit regretful that he had only focused on practicing this stuff before, even dismissing the most popular elective taught by Teacher Ma, the Lightning 5 continuous whips. However, now that he was in Douluo Continent, it was too late for regrets. Fortunately, the 8 Extremes Fist and the 8 Brocade were also good enough for JiangYu. As the saying goes, too much spoils the broth. As long as he thoroughly researched these 2 fist techniques, they would be enough to make him a master. Although JiangYu has not truly mastered the 8 Extremes Fist, with the support of his soul power and his incredibly strong physique, the power of this move is still quite considerable. Chapter 135. Clever response. JiangYu struck with both fists, meeting Xiongsan's punch head-on, without any flashy attacks. The two were locked in a contest of raw power. The other guards, entangled by the Chixiao Sword, could not rush to support in time. The situation instantly turned into a one-on-one confrontation. Xiongsan did not dare to be careless. He channeled all his strength into his arms, and the power unleashed by this strike was enough to rival that of a strength-type Soul King. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to defeat JiangYu. In a world of soul beasts, bears are undoubtedly among the strongest creatures. Even the tiger, known as the king of beasts, cannot match the pure strength of bear-type soul beasts. Moreover, Xiongsan's raging giant bear is a standout among its kind, with strength that can only be described as terrifying. If it weren't for Xiongsan's lowly background and urgent need for money, he wouldn't have sold himself to the Fong family as a guard. Of course, in return, his family resolved his soul ring problem. In this regard, it was still quite good. Otherwise, as a commoner soul master, he would never have the best soul ring configuration. JiangYu could feel the immense power emanating from Xiongsan's punch. Although Xiongsan came from humble beginnings and lacked soul bones and ancestral secrets, his strength was still quite decent. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong master, who told Fong Ping to insist on being enemies with JiangYu. Facing such despicable tactics from his enemies, JiangYu would not be merciful. Wildfires can't be extinguished, and spring winds will bring them back. Being merciful to the enemy is cruel to oneself. JiangYu was no longer the naive child who felt pity even when killing soul beasts. Over the past 2 years, he had experienced too much, even witnessing cruel wars. While he was reluctant to harm innocents indiscriminately, it was clear that Fong Ping and his group were not good people at all. Killing them would be a way to eliminate a threat. Thus, JiangYu had no intention of holding back. Under the enhancement of the 8 Extremes Fist and the ground body cannon martial arts, his own power surged geometrically. A terrifying force, as if it could tear apart the heavens, continuously erupted from JiangYu's body, causing even Xiongsan to tremble slightly. As a strength-type soul master, he could sense the intensity of JiangYu's explosive might. Even he felt a sense of unease, although the outcome was still unknown. Xiongsan had already lost his unwavering confidence. His heart was in disarray, and he was afraid before they even engaged in combat, clearly falling into a disadvantageous position. In contrast, JiangYu appeared fearless. As their fists collided, massive power instantly radiated outward, creating a whirlwind in the area within several dozen meters around them. Centered on their fists, the ground was shattered with a loud bang under this force, and the impact they created was comparable to a ground destroyer. This person's strength was indeed impressive. Feeling the pressure coming from the opposite side, JiangYu couldn't help but praise Xiongsan, but that was all. Xiongsan had not reached a level that warranted his full attention. What a little monster! Xiongsan grew increasingly alarmed. After all, he was a strength-type soul zone. Although the young man across from him was also a strong attack-type soul master, his martial soul was merely a weapon martial soul. While the power of weapon martial souls could fully explode after reaching the soul sage realm, often surpassing beast martial souls before that point, beast martial souls were generally recognized as significantly stronger, especially for strong attack-type beast soul masters. Their attacks were not something ordinary individuals could withstand. To put it this way, if Tang Sin didn't use his external tools and relied solely on blue silvergrass, Dai Mubai could knock him out. While sword martial souls were powerful, they could not compete with beast martial souls in terms of raw strength. Xiongsan was greatly perplexed. This was too contrary to reason. Could it be that sword soul masters were now so fierce, also adopting a muscle-bound style? The power emanating from JiangYu was indeed terrifying. Xiongsan believed he had exerted all his strength, yet he could not shake JiangYu in the slightest, which was somewhat absurd. Even considering their young master, who was a genius, Xiongsan could at least have a 50-50 chance against him. If it weren't for Lei Jiao's ability to control powerful lightning and his very peculiar attack methods, Even Fong Ping wouldn't be his match. But now, a young man who seemed to have emerged from nowhere was forcing him into a disadvantageous position. This kid could be a deity incarnate. Xiong San couldn't help but silently chant, recalling the legends of how long ago the gods of the divine realm were fond of taking on mortal forms to wander the continent, battling those so-called geniuses. From Jiang Yu's performance, it didn't seem too far-fetched to say he was a deity in disguise. Although this was unverified, Xiong San felt this guess was the most plausible. He wouldn't admit to losing to a kid. If it were a deity in disguise, that would be different. Losing to a deity wasn't something to be ashamed of. Jiang Yu, however, was unaware of Xiong San's thoughts. The other guards of the Fong family had also been injured under the assault of the Chixiao Sword, but they had not lost their ability to fight. As they approached the defense line of the Chixiao Sword, even though Jiang Yu had already deployed the Chixiao Sword formation, it was impossible to trap several Soul Zone strongmen for too long. After all, those few were not useless. Their combat experience was quite good. If it weren't for the Chixiao Sword relying on the might of the Imperial Fire, which instilled considerable caution in them, preventing them from fully unleashing their strength, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword formation would have been broken long ago. Among the guards, the Wolf Soul Master's attacks were particularly fierce. Though he was not the one with the highest soul power among them, the powerful ice attribute contained in his martial soul was particularly useful at that moment. Unleashing extraordinary might, Jiang Yu knew he could not delay any longer. He had to quickly deal with Xiong San. Once his companions broke through the Chixiao Sword formation, encircling him, the battle would become much more difficult. To avoid falling into a passive situation, Jiang Yu had no choice but to exert all his strength to take down Xiong San. The immense force erupted from his body, and the muscular man across from him seemed to sense the impending crisis, quickly squatting down, using the strength of his calves to stabilize himself. Unfortunately, Xiong San still underestimated the power within Jiang Yu. Shortly after, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, and even his several hundred-pound body could not withstand it. In an instant, Xiong San was sent flying, forming an arc in the air before crashing down to the ground. Damn! Seeing the massive figure approaching from the sky, Fong Ping suddenly reacted. But before his body could make any move, Xiong San came crashing down on him. Fong Ping's foot had just begun to step forward when the several hundred pounds of weight struck him hard. Fong Ping was instantly knocked unconscious. Witnessing the scene, the other guards turned as dark as coal. This would be difficult to explain. With Xiong San's size, how could their young master possibly withstand it? Chapter 136. Bathing. Even if they could take down Jiang Yu, they would still face punishment upon returning to the Fong residence. And the outcome could be something they could hardly imagine. After all, there were precedents for this. The guards couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. At this point, it would be better to leave early. Worst case, they could develop elsewhere, and with their strength, they wouldn't go hungry anyway. The few exchanged glances, realizing that their treatment by Fong Ping wasn't any better than that of the dancers. Rather than continue to serve him, they might as well take this opportunity to leave Konoha and seek a better master. In a flash, the guards made their choice, quickly retracting their released soul skills and collectively retreating. Jiang Yu had no intention of letting them go. The Chixiao Sword erupted with scorching golden flames, swiftly flying toward the guards, and before long, it pierced through their bodies. Killers are always killed. These guards had committed numerous heinous acts alongside Fong Ping, and they didn't know how many innocent women they had helped to harm. Jiang Yu had no hesitation in killing such people. After dealing with the guards, Jiang Yu approached Xiong San, who had fainted but still showed signs of life. Looking at the face of the burly man on the ground, Jiang Yu showed no mercy. Although he had some principles, he wasn't a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have assisted in such tyranny. Jiang Yu controlled the Chixiao Sword and suddenly stabbed it into the ground, the sharp sword instantly penetrating both Xiong San and Fong Ping's bodies. Regardless of whether Fong Ping had been crushed to death by Xiong San's massive frame earlier, he was now definitely dead. The imperial flames on the Chixiao Sword burned the bodies of both men, and soon, Xiong San and Fong Ping disappeared from the ground. If it weren't for the pile of ash left behind, no one would know that two people had been here. Luna stared at Jiang Yu ahead, her emotions unsettled. Although Fong Ping and the others were wicked men, she had never thought of putting them to death. The elven race rarely kills. To them, every life is a gift from the goddess of life, and even the most heinous individuals have the right to live. No one can take their lives. Only the great goddess of life has that power. Jiang Yu's actions clearly contradicted Luna's beliefs. How could you kill them? Luna's face was filled with shock. JiangYu hadn't expected Luna to be so naive. If Fong Ping hadn't acted first, he wouldn't have killed them. He was not a murderer. The elven girl before him seemed to have lived too long in her tribe, having never seen the harshness of the world. They were going to kill me. It's their fault for being incompetent. If I hadn't acted decisively, I would have been the one to fall, JiangYu said with a serious expression. But Luna wanted to refute him, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express her thoughts. This place isn't suitable for staying long. Let's go. JiangYu noticed Luna's stammering and knew she was struggling with her beliefs. However, such matters couldn't be resolved quickly. So it was best to return to the hotel and discuss things further later, perhaps even slowly nurture her feelings. A nurturing game sounds great. JiangYu was very confident he could help Luna transform. After returning to the hotel and stepping into the lobby, all the staff were immediately captivated by Luna. They had never seen such a stunning beauty, especially one with pointed ears, which sparked an impulse to approach her. JiangYu directly took Luna back to his room. His room was a suite, quite spacious, with a uniquely large round bed. There was a screen in front, and outside was a large sofa and table. There was no need to worry about sleeping arrangements. If you're tired, just rest on the bed. I'm going to take a shower. You don't need to mind me. JiangYu graciously offered the large bed to Luna before heading to the bathroom. After 2 consecutive battles, he was covered in sweat and smelled of blood. JiangYu didn't want to sleep with that stench, so he opened the glass door and entered the bathing area. In the center was a huge wooden tub with a soul-guided device for spraying water above it. JiangYu pressed the round button, and soon hot water sprayed out. Although this bathing device was not cheap, its manufacturing process was simple and generally unaffordable for most people. However, for larger hotels, it was not a rare item. In the hotel JiangYu was staying at, almost every room was equipped with one. JiangYu was quite satisfied with this, as it saved him the effort of heating water, just as convenient as the water heater he used before. Once the tub was filled with hot water, JiangYu stripped off all his clothes and quickly jumped into the tub. So comfortable. He splashed the hot water onto his skin, and the fatigue he felt quickly dissipated. He even started singing. If only I could have restrained myself back then, the excited soul. JiangYu sang a popular love song. The melody floated out of the bathing area, and the hesitant Luna couldn't help but blush upon hearing it. Let me lie on the bed and sing this song. Does he want to do that? Although Luna was naive, she had heard her kin talk about matters between men and women. The older sisters in her tribe had told her that the physical union between a man and a woman was a very enjoyable thing, the most wonderful experience in the world. But elven women must adhere to their tribe's rules. They can only offer themselves to the man they love most, and after that, they must remain devoted and cannot have intimate relationships with other men. Anyone who violates this prohibition would be imprisoned in the most dangerous forbidden area of the elven tribe, suffering the torment of being burned by fire. Although Luna temporarily recognized Jiang Yu as her master because she couldn't return to the elven tribe, she was not ready to offer her body to him. After all, for elven women, chastity was a very precious thing that should not be easily given away. Therefore, Luna did not follow Jiang Yu's instructions to lie on the bed. Instead, she moved to a corner near the sofa, feeling a bit helpless as she curled up against the wall. This is really something just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Luna couldn't help but feel regret. She was very afraid that Jiang Yu was like Fong Ping, or perhaps even more terrifying. What would she do if that were the case? Run? Where could she run to? Resist? Luna quickly abandoned that thought. She was merely a support-type soul master with weak offensive capabilities, and Jiang Yu had just taken down 5 soul masters in a row. She was self-aware, given her strength. Even a soul master was beyond her capability to defeat, let alone a title Dual-level support-type soul master. It could be said that without the protection of companions, even a title Dual-level support-type soul master would not be intimidating, let alone her. So, resistance was impossible. That left only one path to choose. Even if she couldn't resist, she could only enjoy it. Upon careful consideration, Jiang Yu was quite handsome, no worse than the males in her elven tribe, and his talent was quite terrifying. He would surely reach the realm of title Dualua in the future. Regarding the issue of him killing Fong Ping and a few others, Luna had heard her clan members say that outsiders were accustomed to killing, and in the world of soul masters, killing was quite common. He was not from the elf clan, so he didn't have to abide by their rules, and since those few had attacked first, he could only fight back. Upon reflection, he saw no significant fault in his actions. Chapter 137. The overbearing approach. Luna found herself an excuse, and then a fearless expression appeared in her eyes. The fear that enveloped the girl instantly dissipated. Since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well enjoy it. Luna stood up and walked towards the large round bed. After removing her clothes, she climbed onto the bed. The round bed was not as hard as she had imagined. Instead, it was somewhat soft and very comfortable to lie on. Luna closed her eyes, waiting for Jiang Yu's arrival. To be honest, her feelings at that moment were very complex. Nervous, scared, and even a bit expectant. Soon she would. She didn't even know what that feeling would be like. Her elder sister in the clan had said that it was a transcendent state of great harmony in life. At the time, Luna had thought her sister was exaggerating. But now she was about to experience it firsthand. Whether it was exaggerated or not would soon be verified. Time passed slowly. Luna lay straight on the bed, not daring to move, and a few strands of fragrant sweat began to appear on her body. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and footsteps reached Luna's ears. "They're here! They're here!" Luna finally breathed a sigh of relief. The waiting process was incredibly unbearable, and she wished JiangYu would hurry up. A soft sound escaped from Luna's lips. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, she indeed had some vague anticipation for what was to come. After JiangYu dried his hair with a towel, he glanced around and noticed that Luna had somehow disappeared. Did she fall asleep so quickly? JiangYu was taken aback and then crossed the screen to the round bed, only to find Luna lying there, wearing nothing but her underwear. Seeing Luna's alluring figure, JiangYu couldn't help but swallow hard. The temptation was enormous. It was known that such matters could not withstand scrutiny. Even if JiangYu was a principled person, how could he resist with such a stunning beauty lying before him? Whether it was principled or not seemed irrelevant now. JiangYu slowly walked to the edge of the round bed and sat down, his eyes fixed on Luna's alluring curves. His arms slowly rose, but after a moment, he secretly lowered it again. He was still a bit hesitant. "JiangYu, how could you do such a thing? You're simply a beast," he thought to himself. "What's wrong with this? She came on her own. It would be a waste not to take this great opportunity." If he missed it, he would truly be worse than a beast. His inner self was divided into two factions, reason and impulse, each with their own arguments, clashing fiercely. What was he doing? Luna, with her eyes half closed, saw JiangYu's actions and couldn't help but feel confused. Why did he put his hand down again? How could a big man be so shy at such a crucial moment? Watching JiangYu stay there without taking any further action, Luna steeled her heart, reached out her arm, and pulled JiangYu onto the bed. Then, she turned over and pinned him down, feeling quite queenly. Are the women of the elf clan this fierce? JiangYu was somewhat surprised. This plot twist clearly had some issues. Shouldn't he be the one on top? How did it get reversed? After pinning JiangYu down, Luna didn't know what to do next. She had no experience and could only trace circles on JiangYu's body with her hand. Don't do that. JiangYu felt a bit ticklish. Is Luna out of her mind? Forcing her way in was one thing, but now she was hesitating to take action. JiangYu could hardly bear it. He didn't want to play along with Luna like this. Did you misunderstand something? JiangYu said loudly. Why don't you get off first? Luna looked innocent, swaying her body, and their bodies inevitably rubbed against each other. Tears began to fall from the girl's eyes. Isn't this what you want? My elder sister in the clan said you men love doing this. Come on. Anyway, I also recognize you as my master, as long as you treat me well. Luna's voice erupted with a crying tone, as if she had suffered a great injustice. What is this all about? JiangYu suddenly felt speechless. He could only say that Luna's imagination was incredibly powerful. JiangYu clearly had no such intention, but Luna thought he wanted to. Sigh. One could only say that imagination could be harmful. JiangYu even suspected that she had watched too many harem stories, leading to such a chaotic mindset. JiangYu instantly lost interest, pushed Luna away, and flipped off the round bed like a hawk. In such a situation, it was better to let her be alone for a while. JiangYu ignored Luna and walked straight to the sofa. He was tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. He had no time to care about what Luna thought. Did I misunderstand? Before long, Luna heard JiangYu's soft snoring and immediately suspected that she had guessed wrong. JiangYu really had no such intention. Thinking of this, Luna felt embarrassed and covered her face, her complexion gradually turning a bit hot. Would her master misunderstand her as a bad woman? Luna's heart couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The next day, until the sun was high in the sky, JiangYu lazily got up from the sofa. When he opened his eyes, he saw the white blanket draped over him. There was no one else in the room besides Luna. It was obvious she had covered him with it. This girl. JiangYu's lips curled into a slight smile. Master, you're awake. Luna had just walked out of the bathroom and saw that JiangYu was already up, hurriedly bringing the basin in her hands to him. Luna placed the basin in front of JiangYu, then soaked the towel in warm water. Once the towel was warm, she wrung it out forcefully and respectfully handed it to JiangYu. Please wipe your face. Seeing Luna so enthusiastic, JiangYu felt a bit embarrassed to refuse and took the towel from her hand to wipe his face. After cleaning up, Jiang Yu took Luna to the hotel restaurant. Today's breakfast was extremely lavish. In addition to meat soup and steamed buns, there were many delicious snacks. As Jiang Yu entered the restaurant, he saw Yang Wudi and others not far ahead munching on chicken feet. So he went directly to Yang Wudi's table, sitting down and starting to eat without waiting for anyone to greet him. Luna stood behind a bit awkwardly, unsure of what to do for a moment. She is. Yang Wudi had just noticed the unfamiliar girl following Jiang Yu. Seeing her ears, he guessed Luna's true identity. As the leader of the Puff family, Yang Wudi had some understanding of the various races on the continent. However, he never expected to see a long-lost elven girl in Konoha City. This was a remarkable discovery. In ancient times, the rulers of Douluo Continent were not humans. The three major races, elves, fire Li, and dwarves, still dominated the continent. However, a terrifying disaster that affected the entire continent later occurred, severely impacting the three major races, causing them to withdraw from the stage of history. It was only after that humans began to rise. Since then, the three major races rarely appeared on the continent, and even Yang Wudi had never seen such legendary beings. Oh my! Fa Land's eyes revealed a strange expression. Little brother, is it okay? When did you bring such a beautiful little sister? Chapter 138. The Fong Family. Konoha City, Fong Family. In the conference hall, Fong Ying sat upright in a rosewood chair. Although he appeared calm and composed, inside he felt like an ant on a hot pan. His son had been missing for an entire night. Although Fong Ping had a somewhat bad reputation in Konoha City, his talent was top-notch, and for that reason alone, Fong Ying treated him as an heir. However, since Fong Ping attended the auction at the Konoha Grand Seoul Arena yesterday, he had not returned. According to the guards, he even sent someone back to the manor to call for help, but when the people from the manor arrived at the Grand Seoul Arena, they were informed that Fong Ping had already gone home. At first, Fong Ying thought his son couldn't resist going to the brothel to seek pleasure. But as the whole day passed without Fong Ping returning, he realized that something might have gone wrong. He sent several groups of people to investigate his son's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. They had almost turned over every brothel in Konoha City, yet there was still no sign of Fong Ping, driving Fong Ying nearly to madness. But he knew he had to control his emotions and not show any signs of panic. As the leader of the Fong family, he needed to remain calm to stabilize the hearts of the other family members. Until sunset, an old man hurried back to the conference hall. He went straight to Fong Ying and whispered in the family head's ear. Upon hearing his words, Fong Ying's expression gradually turned cold, and his brows furrowed tightly. It seemed Fong Ping had exited the Grand Seoul Arena and followed someone into a small alley, but never came out again. According to bystanders, it seemed a fierce battle had taken place in the alley, coupled with the fact that he had previously gambled with someone at the Seoul Arena. All the mysteries began to unravel. Fong Ying knew his son very well. He must have lost and, unwilling to accept it, wanted the other party to return what they had won. It seemed he had run into a tough opponent. The more Fong Ying thought, the more fearful he became. It looks like I need to personally go to the Grand Seoul Arena. Fong Ying suddenly stood up from his chair. Since it concerned his son's safety, he had to get to the bottom of it. The Fong family mansion was somewhat far from the Konoha Grand Seoul Arena, but Fong Ying's carriage was pulled by a 500-year-old wind spirit beast, which was very fast. It took only a few minutes to reach the destination. Upon entering the Grand Seoul Arena, Fong Ying ordered the staff to inform Yi Fanqing that the head of the Fong family wished to see her. The female attendant, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay and hurried to notify Yi Fanqing. Soon, she arrived in the hall. To her surprise, the head of the Fong family had come in person, presumably for young Master Fong. Yi Fanqing did not beat around the bush and directly said, regarding young Master Fong, I have already informed your steward of everything. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Fong Ying knew Yi Fanqing's background, so he did not dare to speak too harshly and try to keep his tone gentle. Director Yi, I come here to request something. I hope your Seoul Arena can provide all the detailed information about the person young Master Fong gambled with. Yi Fanqing was not surprised to hear this. But the Grand Seoul Arena had its own rules, and they had an obligation to keep all client information confidential, so it was impossible to disclose it to others. Head of the Fong family, please forgive me. According to our regulations, your request exceeds the limits set for ordinary clients, so we cannot comply. Yi Fanqing firmly refused. Although JiangYu did not agree to her request, she would not betray him. Although Fong Ying held significant prestige in Konoha City, Yi Fanqing was not afraid of him. The Yi family's reputation was quite useful, and she did not believe Fong Ying would dare to act recklessly in the Grand Seoul Arena. Please, Director Yi, make an exception. Fong Ying insisted. My Fong family will reward you handsomely. He also knew the forces behind the Soul Arena, so he did not dare to use force and could only entice her with benefits. I'm sorry, that does not comply with the rules. Yi Fanqing shook her head, showing an unyielding demeanor, clearly uninterested in Fang Ying's promised rewards. You, repeatedly being refused, even Fang Ying's temper could not help but boil over. He, a dignified first Earl of Sincerity, personally appointed by the Star Luo Emperor, was usually greeted with courtesy and smiles even by the Lord of Konoha City. But unexpectedly, this young woman, Yi Fanqing, repeatedly denied him face. If it weren't for her being a direct descendant of the Yi family, Fang Ying would have already slapped her. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. Fang Ying flicked his sleeves, snorted, and angrily stepped out of the Grand Soul Arena. JiangYu, I hope you can leave Konoha City safely. Yi Fanqing thought to herself. Fang Ying was not an easy character to deal with. The entire Konoha City was his territory. She hoped he would not catch JiangYu, or even she would not be able to save him. Although she was from the Yi family, she was not the head of the family. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to protect someone unrelated to the Grand Soul Arena under Fang Ying's hands. After getting into the carriage, Fang Ying, with a stern face, ordered the steward beside him, notify General Zhou Yuan to seal the city gates. Anyone seen with the elven girl should be captured immediately. Steward Fang Quan immediately took the order. Zhou Yuan had a close relationship with the Fang family. Besides being powerful, he was also the general responsible for guarding Konoha City, commanding tens of thousands of city guards, and held a position no less than that of the Lord of Konoha City. At this moment, Fang Ying could only hope that the culprit who harmed his son had not yet left Konoha City, so he would have a chance to capture that scoundrel and vent his immense anger. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After getting off the carriage, Fang Quan immediately released his martial soul. Long-tailed vermilion bird. Of course, this was just an ordinary bird and had nothing to do with the legendary divine beast vermilion bird. With a flash of pink light, a beautiful little bird appeared behind Fang Quan. Its size was only a few centimeters, and it was very light. The long feathers on its head were pink, while the feathers on its lower back and waist were bright red. Even its claws were different from those of other birds, being pink, with only its long tail feathers being black. Fang Quan had a total of 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Clearly, there is quite a gap compared to Genius Soul Masters. However, reaching the level of Soul King is still quite impressive. After all, Soul Kings are the backbone of the Soul Master community, enjoying privileges in any power. After his martial soul manifested, a pair of small pink wings sprouted from Fang Quan's back, looking quite strange. This color is more commonly seen on women, so having pink wings as a big man was somewhat unsightly and would inevitably attract ridicule from others. Therefore, Fang Quan rarely released his martial soul unless it was a very important matter, but now he couldn't care less. He spread his wings behind him, and his first soul ring quietly lit up. His first soul skill could increase his flying speed by 10%, and the soul power consumption was very low. Although this soul skill seemed somewhat ordinary for a common-born soul master like him, having a yellow 100-year first soul ring was already quite good. There was no reason to be picky. In the blink of an eye, Fang Quan flew over several streets and quickly arrived near the city tower. Before reaching the tower, he flew down to the ground. There was no choice. Even though he was from the Fang family, he still had to obey the no-fly order. The city gate was a military stronghold, and the soldiers guarding the city didn't know who he was. What, they shot him down? For safety, Fang Quan chose to walk instead, as he was less than 100 meters from the city gate, and that distance could be covered quickly. Chapter 139, Royal Child. Night fell. The silver moon hung in the sky. 2 carriages sped from the hotel towards the city gate, driven by members of the Min family. Inside the carriage were Jiang Yu and the others. Jiang Yu did not hide Luna's background or the incident involving Fang Ping. Yang Wudi and the others did not criticize him for causing trouble as he had imagined. Instead, they looked at Jiang Yu with new respect. Others might have gotten into trouble, and if they were still being meek, it would be cowardly. Yang Wudi, who despised those afraid of trouble, understood that the world of soul masters respected the brave. Jiang Yu was just a great soul master, yet he could take down several soul kings. This level of strength was something even Yang Wudi couldn't achieve back then. Although their family, the Pa family, had strong offensive capabilities and dared to fight even against the Hao Ian Hammer Soul Master, there had been no one like Jiang Yu. It was feared that even the unparalleled Hao Ian Dao was like this. This unfortunate kid before them was definitely not an ordinary person. Yang Wudi's admiration for Jiang Yu deepened. "You kid, you're really amazing," Yang Wudi said with a smile, his tone filled with admiration. If it weren't for the huge gap in our soul power, I would really want to spar with you. Bai He, hearing his old friend's words, couldn't help but chuckle and shook his drooping head. Old goat, you're still praising him. The Fong family has considerable influence in my city. They're probably already waiting for us at the gate. Bai He was the most agile scout and an outstanding intelligence officer on the Douluo Continent, and he was undoubtedly very sensitive to the difference in danger. He had a gut feeling that the other side would be ambushing at the city gate, just waiting for them to take the bait. Let them wait. Yang Wu waved his hand and laughed loudly. The reason I chose to leave the city at night is not to sneak past. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, it's a good time to kill. I can strike quickly while avoiding harming the innocent. Hearing the word kill, Luna frowned slightly, her lips slowly parting as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back. Bai He was also speechless. The old goat couldn't change his murderous nature. He became so excited at the mention of killing. No wonder he offended so many people. However, Bai He did not dissuade him, knowing that this was Yang Wudi's way. The reason the Pa family was named Pa was that they must possess a heart that can destroy everything. They cannot show any fear even when facing a god. Killing was not a bad thing for them. Instead, it could elevate their mindset. Jiang Yu also knew that the Fong family would use every means to find the culprit behind Fong Ping's death, so he fully agreed with Bai He's view. Perhaps the Fong family was waiting for him to throw himself into the net, but Jiang Yu was not afraid. After all, Yang Wudi was beside him. He was a sole master of the Douluo level. Even more terrifying was that he could retreat unscathed after confronting a title Douluo. This level of strength was among the best on the continent, and the Fong family was merely a local force in my city. It definitely could not have a title Douluo level soul master. The head of the Fong family was at most a soul sage. If he encountered Yang Wudi, he would probably not last a few moves. Therefore, Jiang Yu's mood was very calm, and he even vaguely looked forward to the upcoming battle. Finally, he could see Yang Wudi take action. After a few minutes, the carriage arrived at the city gate, where dozens of burly soldiers stood on either side. In the light, their resolute faces could be seen. These soldiers had been part of the city guard for decades, and their strength was far beyond that of new recruits. Seeing the carriage pass, a soldier immediately stepped forward to inspect it. His armor was much more ornate than that of his companions, suggesting he was an officer among them. Chun Shan felt it was not too troublesome, but the commander had ordered that all those passing through the city gate must be thoroughly inspected, even to the point that not even a fly could pass unless deemed suspicious. Therefore, he did not dare to be negligent. Everyone get out for inspection. Chun Shan shouted loudly, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the black iron sword at his waist. Having been stationed at the city gate for years, he had developed the habit of assuming a defensive stance when encountering strangers. Here they come, here they come. Bai Qinxiang's novel couldn't help but tremble with excitement. She had never experienced such a grand scene before, and just thinking about it made her a bit thrilled. Martial soul, manifest. Lord Ifa suddenly released her martial soul. A golden light quietly erupted around her, surrounding her body without any overflow. Then a small golden eagle appeared behind her, and her eyes turned golden, sprouting a pair of dazzling golden wings as well. Lord Ifa suddenly pulled back the curtain, and like a gust of wind, she rushed outside. Her first soul ring instantly lit up, and a beam of golden light shot from her eyes. First soul skill, Royal Child, activate. Chen Shan did not expect the person inside would attack the city guard. He quickly fell under the control of Royal Child, feeling an irresistible urge to submit, and did not dare to resist even if the other party wanted to kill him. It was a feeling of the Lord wants the minister to die, and the minister must die, which is why Lord Ifa named this soul skill Royal Child. However, this move was not very effective against those with strong will. It only worked on ordinary soul masters. Lord Ifa struck ruthlessly, and the golden eagle's claws swiftly struck towards Chun Shan's abdomen, piercing through his body with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time the people around reacted, Chun Shan was already lying on the ground, continuously spitting out blood. Little Master, this chapter still has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Unexpectedly, this little girl was so fierce. Yang Wudi was also stunned. He hadn't even made a move when someone beat him to it, and it seemed that her strength was quite impressive, actually possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor. A soul emperor this young was indeed rare. Enemy attack. The soldiers around immediately released their martial souls to confront the enemy. In an instant, different lights began to shine, but their soul rings were mostly ordinary, mostly starting with white soul rings. Moreover, the general cultivation level was that of great soul masters, with only a few soldiers having their soul power break through to the level of soul respect. Their strength was simply too far behind that of Lordifa. They were no match for her at all. However, they bought time for Zhou Yuan, who as the commander had already led elite soldiers from the city wall to the city gate. Bold thieves, how dare you attack the officials? You've already been surrounded. Yet you still refuse to surrender. Zhou Yuan drew the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Lordifa, while the surrounding soldiers quickly completed the encirclement. A silver bell-like laughter rang out. A smile appeared on Lordifa's face as she extended her pinky finger and shook it downwards. Everyone knew this was a blatant disdain. Kill! Zhou Yuan exploded in anger, his teeth chattering. He wanted to kill the woman in front of him who was mocking him to quell the rage in his heart. With Zhou Yuan's command, all the soldiers unleashed their soul skills, and all attacks surged towards Lordifa. Although she had the cultivation of a soul emperor, facing hundreds of soul skills was not easy. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Yang Wudi also emerged from the carriage. As for Bai He and Bai Qinxiang, they didn't have much offensive capability, so letting them out would only hold them back and wouldn't help the situation. Faced with the overwhelming attacks, Jiang Yu's mind stirred, controlling the Chixiao Sword to soar into the air, and then dozens of fiery red sword shadows erupted from the sword body. They shot forward rapidly. Chapter 140. Black Gold, Twin-Headed Dragon. Just as the sharp feather blades were about to strike Lordifa's perfect celestial-like face, a crimson sword shadow swiftly severed the brown feather blade. Lordifa only realized what had happened when she heard the thuds of the blade falling to the ground. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's assistance, she would have likely been disfigured. At that moment, her heart was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Yu, but due to her personality, she couldn't show it. Instead, she merely gave a haughty nod in Jiang Yu's direction and threw him a flirtatious glance, without saying much. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver. To be fair, this Lady Bland had a very decent appearance and was quite feminine, resembling a ripe peach that seemed like it could ooze juice with a squeeze. She was truly the kind of woman that men dream of. However, Jiang Yu didn't have any special feelings for her, and even found her flirtatious glance somewhat uncomfortable. To be precise, this lady was not his type. Break! Yang Wudi didn't care about any temptations. He grabbed the dark long spear in his hand and thrust it forward. The spear emitted a chilling gleam, measuring over 8 feet long, with a spearhead wider than usual. The entire spear shaft was as thick as a human arm, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings tightly surrounding it. The seemingly ordinary spear released an incredibly shining luster, and a terrifying killing aura emanated from it, causing many to feel a chill in their hearts. This was the inherited martial soul of the Pa family, the Pa Soul Spear. Among all spear-type martial souls, only a few could rival it, such as the Golden Tiger Demon Spear, Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver Spear, and Fire Dragon Spear. With a sweep of the Pa Soul Spear, the dazzling soul skills attacks were blocked outside. As the head of the Pa family, Yang Wudi had studied the essence of the Pa character very thoroughly. Even a titled Doa would have to exert their full strength to deal with Yang Wudi's true intent of Pa, let alone this group of low-level soul masters. Once the Pa Soul Spear was unleashed, the city defense army suffered heavy losses instantly, with some unable to withstand even the killing aura released from the spear. Zhou Yuan was horrified. That seemingly unremarkable old man turned out to be a soul Douluo strongman. This was not something they could contend with. At that moment, fear arose in him. Zhou Yuan was self-aware. He was merely a soul saint without any soul bones. And it was impossible for him to compete with Yang Wudi across a major rank gap. Just as he was about to retreat, a sudden commotion came from afar. Dozens of different lights appeared in the dark night sky, and upon closer inspection, they were all emanating from people, each shining with several soul rings. Brother Fong. Zhou Yuan quickly recognized the leader, who had a ferocious golden-scaled dragon behind him. 7 bright soul rings adorned him. The soul saints of my city were few and far between, and the only one with a dragon martial soul was the head of the Fong family, Fong Ying. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Zhou Yuan's fear lessened somewhat. A single soul saint might not be able to contend with a soul Douluo, but with 2, especially him and Fong Ying, even a soul Douluo might not gain an advantage against them. Zhou Yuan and Fong Ying shared a deep bond. They were comrades who had even visited brothels together and could even swap concubines. This friendship was not something ordinary people could compare to. Most importantly, their minds were incredibly in sync, comparable to that of twin brothers. Their relationship was naturally very close, which is why even the city lord of my city dared not offend them, making the Fong family the #1 family in my. After receiving the butler's report, Fong Ying quickly rushed from his residence towards the city tower, and to avoid slowing down, he personally selected flying-capable soul masters from his family to come first, in order to catch the murderer. Seeing that the other side had a soul-level powerhouse backing them up, Fong Ying was momentarily stunned. However, even so, he had to make the murderer pay with their life. After all, they had a significant numerical advantage, and he also had a trump card. The Soul Douluo might not be his opponent. "Brother Zhou, let's go." Fong Ying's voice was as bright as thunder. After speaking, he descended from the air to Zhou Yuan's side. The two exchanged a tacit glance, then simultaneously extended their right hands to clasp together. Brilliant light erupted, enveloping both of them. Fong Ying's Thunder Dragon martial soul let out an exhilarating roar, and at that moment, Zhou Yuan's martial soul also quietly appeared. It was a black dragon, over 3 meters long, covered in black scales that looked very translucent. Its eyes were actually red, and its cheeks were puffed up as if 2 golf balls were stuffed in the corners of its mouth. Soon, Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan merged into one, and their martial souls intertwined. The golden thunder dragon and the completely black dragon coiled together, and in the end, the dragon's size expanded to about 7 meters. Even more astonishingly, the dragon's appearance changed. The right side was golden, the left side was black, and even its head transformed into 2, looking particularly fierce. This was the martial soul fusion skill of Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, the black-gold twin-headed dragon. Although with their current strength, the fusion time was only 10 minutes. During this time, they could use soul skills below the 7th soul skill without restriction. This black-gold twin-headed dragon controlled both the violent lightning element and the calm water element, making it extremely powerful. The most terrifying aspect is that its 2 dragon heads can unleash soul abilities, making it a truly extraordinary creature. The gigantic black-gold double-headed flood dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens, waving its massive body in the air. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Soul Fusion Technique. JiangYu did not expect that the opponent could use a soul fusion technique. This is not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2, as their power received a tremendous boost in that instant. Even an average soul Douluo might not gain an advantage. However, JiangYu has great confidence in Yang Wudi. The leader of the Piji clan is not an ordinary soul Douluo. The opponent clearly miscalculated. Purple gold lightning and blue water surged forth from the 2 dragon mouths of the flood dragon, illuminating the dark night with dazzling lightning that crackled in the air. The water flowed down like the Milky Way, evoking the imagery of the yellow river coming from the sky. The city guard troops had retreated several meters before the flood dragon launched its attack. They had seen the soul fusion techniques of General Zhou and Master Fong before, and naturally did not want to be caught in the crossfire. To this group of city guards, it seemed that they only needed to hold their position at the city gate. Even if that old man was a soul Douluo, he still wouldn't be a match for the black-gold double-headed flood dragon. All the soldiers were filled with confidence. This was not the first soul Douluo to fall at the hands of the flood dragon, nor would it be the last. With their general and Master Fong in my city, they were as stable as a mountain. No one else could turn the tide. Seeing the black-gold double-headed flood dragon, Yang Wudi could not help but break into a brilliant smile. The aura emitted by the flood dragon finally ignited his desire to fight. It was too boring to fight against the city guards. If he continued to fight them, he might fall asleep. The appearance of the flood dragon shook him awake. Yang Wudi raised his spear, and a dense aura of killing intent erupted from the spear shaft, gradually taking shape in the air, transforming into a general clad in iron armor and wielding a long spear. JiangYu noticed that the soul rings on Yang Wudi's spear did not emit any light, indicating that this was his self-created soul technique. The general charged straight towards the flood dragon in the sky, just like a peerless warrior leading the charge. Even in the face of the terrifying lightning and powerful water pressure, his body showed no hesitation. Chapter 141, JiangYu Unleashed. The torrential flood surged towards the ground, and a violent power of lightning mixed with the water became increasingly active. The general, formed from the aura of killing intent, seemed unfazed by such a terrifying scene. Raising his spear and thrusting it towards the merciless water flow, the killing intent at the spear tip suddenly erupted, with a hint of blood-red color within the black mist, resembling a beast that preys on others, driven purely by instinct. "Break!" Yang Wudi shouted, and the armored warrior pierced through the water flow, charging fiercely towards the massive black-gold double-headed flood dragon. Yang Wudi's boldness clearly caught the flood dragon off guard, and it displayed an incredulous expression. As the spear tip was about to stab forward, The flood dragon, unable to contain its shock, swung its dragon tail, thick as a barrel, in a sweeping motion. A tremendous gust of wind suddenly arose, and a massive dragon tail erupted with a rich golden light, sweeping fiercely to strike the armored warrior away. Feeling a strong tremor, the giant's body began to crumble. The black-gold double-headed flood dragon was even stronger than anticipated. After all, both soul masters had reached the soul sage level. Although Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan's soul fusion technique was not as powerful as the Golden Triangle's golden sacred dragon, it was certainly not much weaker than the nether white tiger. Unfortunately, only those two from the Fang and Zhou families could unleash the soul fusion technique, while families like the Xingluo royal family and the Zhu family had over 10 young members capable of merging to use the nether white tiger, which was truly terrifying. Fang Ying's dream was to have more members of the family and the Zhou family reach fusion and unleash the black-gold double-headed flood dragon. If that were to happen, the family would undoubtedly rise to the top tier of the Xingluo Empire, allowing him to surpass his ancestors and earn the respect of his descendants. Fang Ying was not delusional. Just look at the Duke of Nether's estate. Although the Nether Spirit Cat soul was good, it still fell far short of top-tier souls. However, the Zhu family resonated with the royal family's evil white tiger soul to fuse into the nether white tiger, thus leaping to become the top noble of the Xingluo Empire. Although the Xingluo royal family did not have a titled Douluo in residence on the surface, even ordinary titled Douluos did not dare to offend the Xingluo palace, thanks to the nether white tiger formation. There was even a titled Douluo with a soul power exceeding level 95 who declared, "The nether white tiger formation is extremely dangerous and mysterious. Only a super Douluo should dare to intrude." Of course, Fang Ying did not expect the Fang family to rival the Dai and Zhu families. He would be satisfied if they could become the #1 family in the southern region. Originally, his son Fang Ping was the most likely to practice the black-gold double-headed flood dragon soul fusion technique with Zhou Yuan's son. Unfortunately, he was harmed by thieves. Fang Ying's fury is understandable. Even if the opponent has a soul Douluo as a backing, so what? He would make those who oppose the Fang family pay a painful price. The golden glowing dragon tail did not stop attacking after dealing with the general formed from killing intent. Instead, it erupted with an even stronger force and swung towards Yang Wu. Seeing this, JiangYu hurriedly stepped forward to help. The situation arose because of him, and he could not allow Yang Wu to be harmed. Although JiangYu did not believe that the black double-headed flood dragon could hurt Yang Wu, he felt that he could not remain motionless at a critical moment, which would go against the goodwill of others. Even if Yang Wu did not mind, JiangYu could not get past that mental hurdle. A man should repay kindness, and although he was not exactly a proper person, he understood this principle. He could not just sit back and enjoy the benefits while others charged in a battle. He extended his 2 fingers towards the dragon tail, and the first soul ring on the Chixiao Sword erupted with brilliant light, instantly shooting out dozens of sword shadows. The Chixiao Sword formation surged towards the dragon tail at high speed, piercing through 3 inches of the tail before being blocked by a thick layer. Just as the black-gold double-headed flood dragon wore a contemptuous expression, the Chixiao Sword moved. The flood dragon did not properly face the incoming long sword. To it, a mere great soul master could not be too formidable. Even if the aura of that long sword seemed extraordinary, so what? Fang Ying was unafraid of even soul Douluos. So how could he pay any attention to Jiang Yu, a young man with low soul power? The Chixiao Sword in the air erupted with a dazzling golden flame, illuminating the pitch-black night sky as bright as day, causing those nearby to squint their eyes. With a swoosh, the Chixiao Sword pierced into the dragon tail. The moment the sword entered its body, the scales on the flood dragon's tail fell off completely, and the layer of obstruction could not withstand the incredibly sharp blade of the Chixiao Sword. With just one sword, it pierced through the dragon tail. The immense pain jolted the black-gold double-headed flood dragon back to reality, and at that moment, it regretted not responding with full force. In truth, although JiangYu's Chixiao Sword was powerful, the extent of its effect was also due to the fact that Fang Ying and the other soul was a flood dragon. The flood dragon is also derived from a snake, and it is well known that the Chixiao Sword has a special attack against snakes. There is no snake it cannot cut. If their soul fusion technique were not the black-gold double-headed flood dragon, perhaps the attack effect of JiangYu's Chixiao Sword would not be as intense as it was now. Children nowadays are so fierce. Yang Wu couldn't help but feel admiration for JiangYu, as that was a soul fusion skill from 2 soul saints. Even when he used his self-created soul skill, he couldn't gain the upper hand. yet he was injured by a rookie. Young Wudi couldn't help but sigh truly. Talents emerge in every generation. If young soul masters are this fierce, the older generation might struggle to keep up. Young Wudi had a strong sense of pride, and seeing a child unleash such sharp attacks, how could he be willing to fall behind? Third soul skill explosion. To prove that he was still sharp, Young Wudi immediately grabbed his soul-breaking spear and hurled it at the dragon in the sky. The purple third soul ring shone brightly, and the spear suddenly burst forth with a thick layer of black light, instantly amplifying the pressure of the soul-breaking spear. Bang! The soul-breaking spear pierced into the dragon's body, generating an astonishing explosive force, creating a pressure akin to that of 100 pounds of dynamite exploding simultaneously. This was the terrifying effect of Young Wudi's third soul skill. Once it struck any object, it would unleash an incredibly terrifying explosive power, greatly enhancing the destructive capability of the spear. To obtain this soul skill, Young Wudi had gone to great lengths to find a blast fireball beast that was over 300 years old, successfully acquiring its innate soul skill. His efforts were not in vain. The power of this third soul skill was indeed remarkable, repeatedly helping Young Wudi establish incredible attacks, with many enemies falling to this skill. Despite being just a third soul skill, supported by Young Wudi's high-level soul power of 81, the damage inflicted by the soul-breaking spear was far from trivial. The once imposing dragon in the sky now showed a great deal of pain on its face. If it weren't for Fang Ying's strong willpower maintaining control over the black-gold twin-headed dragon, the dragon might have already disintegrated. Fang Ying realized he had met a formidable opponent. He and Zhou Yuan had teamed up to kill several Soul Douluo, and although they had just stepped into the Soul Douluo realm, it was enough to make him proud. The strength of this old man clearly surpassed that of an ordinary Soul Douluo, and the powerful attack made Fang Ying feel fear, as if he were facing a peak Soul Douluo, having been in the Soul Master world for many years. Today he truly understood what it meant that there were always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Not only Young Wudi, but even JiangYu's strength made him feel intimidated. Of course, it was not just the strength, but the unparalleled potential. With JiangYu's talent, he would surely reach the titled Douluo realm, and Fang Ying couldn't help but hesitate. Was it worth offending a future titled Douluo powerhouse for a troublesome son? After all, he had several sons, and Fang Ping was merely the one with the most outstanding talent. Chapter 142, Blow. After a long time, Fang Ying finally made up his mind. Even if he had offended them, he would resolve it thoroughly, especially that little boy. What if he had high talent? He probably wouldn't walk out of my city today. Title Douluo? Oomph. Fang Ying's pupils dilated, and he coldly snorted, "You have no chance." The black-gold, twin-headed dragon immediately abandoned Young Wudi and charged towards JiangYu at full speed. Seeing the huge dragon in the sky about to attack, JiangYu quickly controlled the Chixiao Sword to defend, positioning the sword horizontally in front of him before the opponent's attack could land. The dragon did not stop. Instead, it opened its terrifying maw, seemingly wanting to bite through the Chixiao Sword. Fang Ying's decision was indeed significant. However, if successful, JiangYu would surely sustain severe injuries. In the Douluo Continent, the relationship between a soul master and their martial soul was extremely profound. Once the martial soul was damaged, the soul master would also suffer devastating consequences. If lightly regarded as an idiot, then severely. Therefore, any public competition on the continent prohibits actions that could harm the martial soul. However, Fang Ying had no intention of adhering to this rule. He was determined to eliminate JiangYu. So how could he hold back? The sharp fangs bit towards the Chixiao Sword. But what Fang Ying did not anticipate was that the moment his invincible sharp teeth clamped onto the sword body, they shattered and fell off. Fang Ying underestimated the Chixiao Sword. If it could be so easily broken, it wouldn't deserve to be called the Sword of the Imperial Way. Seeing the dragon's teeth all crack, JiangYu couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly thought of a question. Without teeth, how would Fang Ying eat? He probably could only drink porridge now. This was truly a matter of being toothless and lowly. Just thinking about the scene was amusing. Haha, the black-gold, twin-headed dragon, now toothless, was instantly filled with rage, swinging its massive tail towards the people on the ground. Boom! Young Wudi, holding the spear with one hand, saw the yellow soul ring on the spear suddenly light up. He leaped over JiangYu's body and charged straight at the dragon's tail in midair. A shockwave of explosive energy erupted from Young Wudi, and the soul-breaking spear shone with brilliant black light. At the moment of contact with the dragon's tail, it ignited a wave of energy that deflected it, causing the massive dragon to retreat repeatedly. Young Wudi did not waste this great opportunity. He tightened his grip on the long spear and hurled it forcefully at the dragon's snake-like body. The second soul ring lit up, and the piercing power of the soul-breaking spear instantly doubled. Before the dragon could react, the spear tip pierced into its body, releasing a loud, mournful cry. The massive dragon could no longer maintain its form and suddenly fell to the ground, creating a large hole. With a flash of light, the dragon's body gradually shrank, eventually forming a light sphere the size of a fist. Soon after, Feng Ying and Zhou Yuan reappeared before everyone, their martial soul fusion skill shattered, and their bodies severely injured. Most critically, their soul power was nearly depleted, leaving them in an exceptionally weak state, likely even weaker than the most ordinary city guards. Everyone, attack together, Zhou Yuan shouted hoarsely. The surrounding soldiers, although a bit frightened and unable to stop their trembling hands while holding their guns, slowly surrounded Jiang Yu and the others. As the commander of the city guards, they had to follow Zhou Yuan's orders, no matter what he commanded. After the city guards completed the encirclement, the soul masters of the Feng family surged forward, forming a second line of defense. There were over 1,000 soldiers, and even if Yang Wudi was a soul Douluo, he couldn't resolve this situation in a short time. After all, the Douluo Continent is different from other fantasy worlds. Here, mass tactics are genuinely effective. Even a peak title Douluo may not be able to cope with an attack from tens of thousands of troops. It's worth noting that after becoming a god, Qian Rinxue was nearly severely injured by Tang San's hidden weapon. Thus, both carts were instantly surrounded without any gaps. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from the rear cart, and a strong wind blew out from inside. A figure leaped out abruptly. A strong green light erupted from his body, and 7 soul rings suddenly appeared. As the 7th soul ring lit up, the entire figure began to undergo a significant transformation. Within seconds, she transformed into a large snake completely covered in emerald green, the incredibly poisonous 9-section emerald. Poison masters fear nothing more than being surrounded. Although Granny Medic's martial soul is somewhat inferior to Dugu Bo's blue phosphor snake king, it is still a top-tier poison soul beast. The toxicity it contains is not something an ordinary soul master can endure. A thick green mist spewed from the mouth of the poisonous snake, and under the true form of the martial soul, the toxicity of the 9-section emerald was unleashed to its fullest extent. As soon as the surrounding soldiers inhaled the dense mist, they felt their bodies go weak, and they involuntarily began to convulse. At this moment, the effect of the medicine granny was not any less than that of a title Douluo. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers lost their combat ability, and the impact continued to expand. Gradually, the toxins affecting those soldiers erupted violently, their eyes turning blood red, and their skin began to rot bit by bit. Before long, many soldiers collapsed in droves, and the robust men who had just been full of vitality instantly fell to the ground. The soul masters of the Feng family, seeing their soldiers fall, were at a loss as to what to do. Escaping was impossible, as they were all direct subordinates of the Feng family, and their fates were intertwined. If one suffered, they all suffered, leaving no room for retreat. But if they didn't escape, they would end up like the soldiers on the ground. Even though their strength was somewhat higher, they still felt intimidated by the terrifying toxins of the 9-section emerald. They did not want to be as ignorant as the others. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The once renowned my Daw was a famous poison master on the continent, and under his influence, the locals of my city had some understanding of poison, knowing that the toxicity of the 9-section emerald was extremely terrifying. As they saw the toxins gradually spreading towards them, the soul masters of the Feng family were uncertain. Since they could not retreat, they had to come up with a way to deal with the snake poison. They certainly couldn't just wait around. The green mist was coming. At that moment, a bold soul master launched an attack towards the mist. His martial soul was a wind eagle, possessing powerful wind control abilities. With a flash of his wings, a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared. With a leader, the others no longer hesitated, and those with similar soul abilities rushed forward to assist. Third soul skill, Blow. Although the named soul master was not a wind attribute soul master, he bravely charged forward to help. His martial soul was a water blue swallow named Blue Water Swallow, which granted him flying ability, but was actually a water attribute martial soul. After the martial soul manifested, the Blue Water Swallow Soul Master's mouth transformed into a bird's beak, and a loud whistle came from it, followed by an impressive stream of water that gradually took shape, ultimately forming an oval water sphere. The massive stream of water rapidly spun towards the dense mist and quickly charged in. Unfortunately, The 9-section Emerald of Medicine Granny was not so easily dealt with. As the water interacted with the mist, it was instantly corroded by the toxins. A massive snake tail swept and deflected the oval water sphere back, and under intense pressure, the water sphere exploded, with green droplets falling from the sky. The Fong family soul masters who got splashed by the droplets suddenly felt a severe itch all over their bodies, which was very uncomfortable. Although their suffering was lighter than that of the city guards, it was still unbearable for ordinary people. Only a small number of Fong family soul masters with exceptional endurance could hold on and not be affected by the raindrops. Watching Medicine Granny exert her power and quickly defeat so many enemies, the little one who had been hiding in the carriage couldn't help but feel envious. She wanted to become as strong as Medicine Granny one day. Perhaps by then, she wouldn't have to marry that playboy. Chapter 143. The female coachman. No one expected that the one who played the biggest role in this battle would be Medicine Granny. The toxins contained in her 9-section emerald quickly dismantled the encirclement of the city guards and the soul masters of the Fong family. Fong Ying's hopes were instantly dashed. Watching the family members fall one by one, his mood quickly plummeted to the depths. These were all elites of the Fong family. They could be considered the backbone of the family, and the future of the Fong family depended on them, but unexpectedly, they would be lost here. Even a family like the Fongs could not withstand such a loss. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Fong Ying had to pay the price for his wrong decision. Yang Wu showed no mercy, seeing the culprit kneeling on the ground. He expressionlessly threw the broken soul spear in his hand. The black spear pierced through Fong Ying's body, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. And soon a pool of bright red blood formed on the ground. Fong Ying had no idea who he had offended. Yang Wu was not someone who showed mercy. He had never hesitated to kill those who deserved it and always resolved matters cleanly and decisively. Brother Fong, Zhou Yuan, let out a painful scream, tears streaming down his eyes. He and Fong Ying were old friends, and seeing him meet such an end inevitably made him feel a sense of sorrow at the death of a fellow rabbit. Yang Wu was quick. Afraid that Fong Ying would feel lonely, he swiftly withdrew the spear and stabbed at Zhou Yuan with the reverse hand. You damn! Zhou Yuan did not expect this old man in front of him to be so ruthless, not even sparing him, not even giving him a chance to beg for mercy. This time, Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, two people of the same path, were really going to the next world to continue buying abalone. No need to thank me. Yang Wu pulled out the spear, a wicked smile appearing on his face, infuriating Zhou Yuan to the point of spitting blood, and soon he closed his eyes. With the deaths of Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, the remaining people lost their motivation to continue attacking. Moreover, they had also been poisoned by the snake, rendering them powerless. They could only watch helplessly as the carriage left my city, seeing Yang Wu and the others grow more distant. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party was not a group that killed innocents indiscriminately and did not engage in a massacre. Otherwise, they would have been buried with those two. Upon reflection, they had indeed escaped a calamity. Several leaders of the city guards even felt grateful to Yang Wu. With Zhou Yuan dead, the position of the commander was now vacant, and they all had the chance to climb to that position, which made them feel a bit excited. After leaving my city, the carriage headed directly toward the direction of Xinglua Imperial City. They had already discussed where to go next to the hotel. The suggestion was made by Medicine Granny and received strong approval from Yang Wu. Although he publicly stated that he wanted to go to Xinglua Imperial City to see the sights. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that he was more interested in Medicine Granny. Everyone knew he was after her, but he had no objections. He had heard that Xinglua Imperial City was one of the two largest cities on the continent. Although he had never been there, he knew its location. Perhaps that stronghold was still there, and he wanted to take a look. Moreover, Xinglua City was one of the few cities on the continent not influenced by the Spirit Hall. And what made he feel assured was that the Haotian sect had been a supporter of the Xinglua Empire in the past. Even though the four major clans with single attributes had separated from the Haotian sect with this relationship, it was unlikely that the Xinglua royal family would make things difficult for them. My city was still some distance from Xinglua City, separated by 3 provinces, but only about 1,000 miles apart. Fortunately, the carriage that Jiang Yu and the others were riding was not slow. The 2 horses had the bloodline of soul beasts. Although they had no attack power, their speed was much faster than that of ordinary horses, making them the Ferraris of horses. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Jiang Yu and the others arrived near Xinglua Imperial City, and they were less than 100 meters away from their destination. The area of Xinglua City is very vast, with the stone bricks at the city gate made of granite. The city tower stands at least 100 meters high, and soldiers clad in steel armor form patrol teams around the tower to maintain order. If the style of Tiando City is gentle like the water towns of Jiangnan, then Xinglua City is more akin to the rough and grand style of the north. Even their physiques are much larger than those of the people from Tiando, with each being a strong man around 8 meters tall. It is said that the local environment nurtures its people, and it is no wonder that the military strength of the Xinglua Empire has become the strongest on the continent. Besides their admiration for martial prowess, their physical advantage is also significant, far surpassing that of the Tiando Empire. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall causing trouble behind the scenes, the Xinglua Empire might really have the chance to unify the entire Douluo Continent. Upon reaching the city gate of Xinglua, everyone had to obediently line up for inspection. The gate soldiers carefully examined the crowd, and, finding only elderly, women, and children without any suspicious elements, allowed them to enter. Once inside the city, Granny Yao did not take Xiao directly back to the Duke's mansion, but instead found a hotel to stay in. However, JiangYu did not plan to stay there. He had already made plans. This time he came to Xinglua City to take a detour to the extreme north, a place he had long wanted to visit, but had been delayed due to the campaign against the Liangshan Principality. Now that he was in the Xinglua Empire, he had to prioritize his trip to the extreme north, as it was the only place where he could find the powerful ice attribute spirit beast he needed. Just thinking about unlocking his third martial soul made him eager to fly to the extreme north. For safety's sake, JiangYu did not bring Luna with him, but entrusted her to Yang Wudi for safekeeping. Although Luna was very reluctant, in the end, she succumbed to JiangYu's authority and obediently complied. After leaving the hotel, JiangYu casually inquired with passersby and learned the location of the car rental shop. Following the directions given by the locals, he walked straight ahead from the hotel until he reached a fork in the road, where he chose the right path to continue forward, turning right, then left, and then right again. After crossing several streets, JiangYu finally arrived at the famous car rental street in Xinglua City. This street was filled with numerous car rental shops, including well-known chains that operated across both empires. JiangYu did not try to save a few coins by choosing unregulated rental shops. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. And the same applies to renting cars. More expensive options generally come with better configurations. After making some comparisons, he chose Yish Car Rental, a well-established brand on the continent, known for both safety and spacious interiors. Upon entering the main door, a staff member warmly greeted JiangYu, offering tea and a fruit platter. After he stated his requirements, the staff quickly opened a booklet to recommend options. Dear guest, how about this carriage? It has 3 horsepower, features genuine leather seats, and uses the latest shock absorption system to ensure a smooth ride. The entire frame is crafted from tiger bone, covered with a thick layer of rhino skin, and finished with a coat of tung oil, making it nearly impervious to damage and highly safe. It can also keep you warm. JiangYu looked at the design sketch held by the staff and felt it was quite good, so he decided on that carriage. By the way, I also need a driver. Not a problem. The staff then introduced JiangYu to the types of drivers available. Besides the most common young men, the shop even had female drivers, and their numbers were not low. The female drivers generally had decent looks, especially with their well-proportioned figures. They wore matching uniforms, giving them a unique charm. The price for female drivers was noticeably higher, with a daily commission of 100 copper soul coins. And the more attractive and curvaceous they were, the higher the price. The staff assured JiangYu multiple times that the driving skills of the female drivers were rigorously trained and not solely based on looks. They were all experienced drivers. Chapter 144. Mouse Skills. JiangYu did not hesitate and randomly chose a female driver who looked pleasing to the eye. Although the price was somewhat high at 300 copper soul coins per day, he was not short on money, so he certainly wouldn't deprive himself. After leaving the car rental shop, he was accompanied by a stunning beauty who appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and curvaceous, especially with her enchanting peach blossom eyes that possessed a magical charm. The woman's name was Wu Yao, and she had extensive driving experience. Despite the many pedestrians on the road, she could accurately navigate without any unpleasant incidents. After leaving the city, Wu Yao steered the carriage northward, holding the reins in her left hand and wielding a whip in her right, as 3 fine horses galloped forward. As the sun set, when JiangYu left the bounds of the Xinglua Imperial City and was about to enter another province, the sun on the horizon had already set. The surrounding environment also turned dark. Fortunately, the sides of the carriage were equipped with soul guiding devices for lighting, so they could see the road clearly. Without JiangYu's instruction, Wu Yao did not dare to stop, even passing through towns without entering. instead continuing along the main road. The facilities inside the carriage were quite complete, with a pure white wool blanket on the floor and rhino leather sofas to sit on. The table even had various snacks provided by the rental shop, along with fresh fruits and candied fruits. A lantern hung from the top, which did not contain a candle, but a transparent pearl that emitted a warm, white light, illuminating the entire space. Seeing that it was still early, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to sleep. While he was still awake, he reached for a book from the nearby bookshelf. The books there were mostly about strange tales, and there were no books related to spirit masters. As such, professional books were quite expensive and needed to be approved by the spirit hall. To avoid trouble, merchants generally did not stock books related to spirit masters. Jiang Yu casually selected a book with a yellow cover titled The Great Martial Night Watchman, with the author's name written in smaller text below, which was quite an interesting name, indicating that the author must be a fascinating person. With the lantern's light, Jiang Yu opened the yellow book and read it with great interest. He read for over 3 hours straight. As his eyelids grew heavy, a wave of sleepiness hit him. He finally set down the yellow book, but did not go to sleep. Instead, he sat on the blanket and began to meditate. 9 days later, the carriage finally entered the northern border area, very close to the extreme north. The roadside was covered in a thick layer of snow, and large snowflakes filled the air, accompanied by a chilling atmosphere. According to the map, the northern border was near a city called Snowstorm City, which was less than 100 miles from the famous extreme north of the continent. After entering the northern border, the carriage did not slow down. Instead, it sped up. By nightfall, they finally arrived at the territory of Snowstorm City. Staring at the city before him, Jiang Yu was also stunned. The walls of Snowstorm City were indeed infused with snowmelt, covered by a very hard layer of frost. The walls appeared extremely vast, with no end in sight. Unlike other cities, there were no armored soldiers guarding the city gate, and particularly, Snowstorm City didn't even have a city gate. The area in the middle looked like an open cave, welcoming everyone to enter. It seemed that Snowstorm City was a very free city, but this also indicated that the level of danger within the city was much higher than that of other cities. After all, there were no people to maintain order here. A place without any constraints would certainly attract many criminals, making it a paradise for the wicked. At a distance of hundreds of meters from the city gate, Wu Yao tightened the reins and stopped the carriage. She was aware of Snowstorm City's reputation, so she didn't plan to enter the city. Moreover, she had already told Jiang Yu in advance that she would only take him to the city gate and would not accompany him inside. Jiang Yu, already dressed in cotton clothes, immediately took out money from the soul guide and handed it to Wu Yao. He had already paid for the carriage when he rented it, and this time he was just giving her a service fee, as she had worked very hard during this time, to reward Wu Yao for her diligent service. Jiang Yu even gave her an extra gold soul coin. After all, besides driving the carriage, she had also brought him a lot of mental joy along the way. Not to mention, her mouth skills were truly perfect, absolutely extraordinary, which made Jiang Yu enjoy it immensely. Seeing the coin in her hand, Wu Yao was momentarily stunned. It was far more than her pay. This is too much of a reward. Jiang Yu saw her doubts and immediately smiled. Your mouth skills are excellent, already showing a master-level demeanor. You could actually change your career to specialize in mouth skills. Jiang Yu also pointed out a clear path for Wu Yao. Given her talent in mouth skills, being just a mere carriage driver was a waste. Mouth skills. Wu Yao had never considered this path before. Looking at the small figure ahead, her heart gradually became resolute. Perhaps it was time to change her path, and mouth skills might be a good industry. No one expected that because of Jiang Yu's words, the Douluo Continent would gain a renowned master of mouth skills in the future, who would even establish her own sect and pass it down through generations. Wu Yao also became the first-generation ancestor of the mouth skills sect. After entering Snowstorm City, Jiang Yu found that the scene inside was quite different. The ground was littered with garbage, giving a very poor impression, nothing like the clean and polished city gate. It had a feeling of being golden on the outside, but rotten on the inside. It was not hard to understand, as Snowstorm City did not belong to the Star Luo Empire. Although it was located in the northern border of the Star Luo Empire, it was a lawless area. Rumor had it that Snowstorm City was established by a pair of sworn brothers who ventured to the extreme north together and reaped significant rewards. Later, they formed a mercenary group, and their business grew larger and larger, eventually building a city near the extreme north. Of course, the initial scale of Snowstorm City was only a few thousand square meters, but as more adventurers arrived, the city's area expanded, forming the scale it has today, which can be considered a moderate miracle. Jiang Yu's understanding of Snowstorm City was limited. Most of it came from inquiries made after entering the northern border. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was quite handsome, So he casually stopped a young lady on the street to ask her, "Excuse me, miss, where can I find a hotel in the city?" Wow. The young beauty in a white fox fur coat couldn't help but light up at his words. Such a cute little boy was truly rare. "Little brother," she said, her face breaking into a warm smile, her eyes squinting with delight. She then pointed to an alley. "If you go through there, they're the hotel, and their signature thick bread is very famous. It's smeared with a secret flower honey. The taste is truly unforgettable. You should try it. Come on. Sister will take you there." The beauty's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief, and it was unclear what she was planning. Chapter 145. The call. After leading Jiang Yu into the alley, the girl revealed her true intentions. Not far along, she reached out with her hand. "Little brother, let me treat you to some thick bread." The girl swallowed hard, her eyes revealing a thirsty gaze. She particularly loved little boys like him and wasn't very fond of adult men. This wasn't her first time doing something like this. In a lawless area like Snowstorm City, evil was always happening, and girls like her were very common. Jiang Yu had already sensed something strange about the girl before him. He just didn't expect it was because of his appearance. A dignified man being molested, Jiang Yu truly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The girl was not bad-looking. If she found a proper job, she would certainly have a bright future. Unfortunately, she chose to indulge in decadence, even engaging in such lowly acts. Seeing how skilled she was in her approach, it was evident this was not her first time, and he wondered how many little boys she had harmed. Jiang Yu immediately decided to rid the world of this harm. The girl's hand reached towards Jiang Yu's belly button, and looking at that bulging area, her eyes faintly glowed with a hint of red, wishing to immediately merge with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no time to play along. He had no interest in such wicked women. It was simply that he found it filthy. With a flash of red light, the Chixiao Sword instantly appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, and a wave of intense heat surged. However, Jiang Yu was surprised to find that the temperature of the imperial fire had significantly decreased. Although the girl was thirsty, she wasn't inexperienced. She still had her guard up. As soon as Jiang Yu activated his martial soul, she immediately retreated several meters. Martial soul, possession. The girl quickly released her martial soul, and suddenly, a blue light erupted from her body, gradually forming a peculiar creature behind her. The creature stood about 1 meter tall and had a slightly plump figure. Its back was black, while its front was as clean and pure white as the snow on the ground. Its limbs were very short, and its fluffy little hands and feet added a bit of cuteness. Its mouth resembled a bird's beak, and the patch of orange-yellow feathers around its neck resembled a bird's wings. The girl's martial soul turned out to be a penguin. She had a total of 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, clearly indicating the best soul ring configuration. After the martial soul was possessed, the girl's appearance didn't change much, except that her mouth became sharper. She looked somewhat like the character Shizuka from Doraemon, with the only difference being that the girl was slightly larger. With the appearance of her martial soul, a chilling aura erupted from her body. Her martial soul was not ordinary, but the king among penguins, the emperor penguin. This soul beast was also famous in the northern border, being one of the symbolic soul beasts of the extreme north. First soul skill, call. The girl let out a series of loud calls, and her voice seemed to carry a magical power, causing Jiang Yu to suddenly feel drowsy, nearly unable to resist the urge to fall asleep. This sound wave attack has some tricks to it. Although the spiritual type of attack doesn't seem very powerful at first glance, it can catch people off guard, and the methods used are very varied, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Jiang Yu knew he couldn't sleep and forced himself to suppress his drowsiness. The girl couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Her soul skill contained a powerful sleep-inducing force that even those with insomnia would find hard to resist, instantly falling into a dream, let alone normal people. Although the boy before her had considerable talent, having reached the great soul master level at such a young age, the girl didn't believe he could withstand the power of her chant. Watching Jiang Yu's gaze become hazy and his eyelids involuntarily close, her smile grew even more radiant. Third soul skill, ice sealing. The girl certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Her third soul ring suddenly lit up, and a cold, icy aura continuously emanated from her, making the already chilly weather even colder. Before long, frost covered Jiang Yu's body, and large snowflakes, like ice crystals, kept piling onto him until he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Surrounded by ice, Jiang Yu sensed the peril. Even the air he exhaled turned to ice water. This ice was not ordinary. The ice element controlled by the emperor penguin was incredibly powerful, with temperatures over minus 300 degrees. At such a temperature, even a soul master would find it hard to endure. If it weren't for Jiang Yu practicing the Hongmeng purple chi technique and consuming rare treasures like the 10,000-year whale gel to improve his physical constitution, he would likely have fainted from the cold. Yet even so, his situation was not good. The Wind and Snow City was very close to the extreme north, a world of ice. Even though Jiang Yu's Emperor Fire was powerful, it would be suppressed in a place filled with ice elements. He could feel the fire elements here were extremely scarce, and the strength of the Chixiao Sword could not be fully unleashed. However, fortunately, the supreme imperial pressure contained within the sword had not weakened. Jiang Yu immediately awakened the imperial power within the Chixiao Sword, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. The girl's expression changed drastically. At that moment, Jiang Yu seemed to transform into an ancient emperor, radiating a desolate, ancient, and supreme noble aura that instilled fear, making people instinctively kneel. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead. Although the girl felt an extreme unwillingness in her heart, she found her legs bending involuntarily, and with a thud, she knelt on the white ground. At that moment, the ice around Jiang Yu also fell away, and the effects of the freezing dissipated. No, it's impossible. The girl shouted in horror. Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying power? For the first time, the girl felt fear. In this moment, she remembered the boys she had tormented, who had begged her to go easy on them, not to be so rough. Seeing the fear on their faces, she felt an indescribable excitement. The more terrified her prey was, the more accomplished she felt. But she never expected that this feeling of fear would appear in her own heart. Now she understood the oppression those boys had endured and felt a vague regret, wishing she hadn't provoked this handsome boy before her. Unfortunately, people like her, who committed many wrongs, would inevitably face punishment. Jiang Yu had no intention of letting her go. Killing one evil person would save hundreds of innocent lives. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu sent the Chixiao Sword flying towards the girl, piercing through her sinful body with one strike. The girl never expected that after tormenting others, she would be pecked in the eye by a bird. But there are no regret pills in this world. No matter how unwilling she was, she still closed her eyes, and all her aura completely dissipated, ultimately paying the price for her sinful actions. Watching the girl fall, Jiang Yu turned and walked towards the alleyway. Along the way, he no longer inquired with passersby, realizing that in a place like Wind and Snow City, no one could be trusted. The hearts of the people here were colder than the icy snowflakes. Jiang Yu walked on the cold streets, the surrounding cold wind cutting like knives, chilling him to the bone. He quickened his pace. Although he liked the snowy scenery of winter, he had never experienced such extreme cold weather. The temperature in this extreme north was much lower than in the 3 eastern provinces, reaching the point where water would freeze upon dripping. Jiang Yu had to quickly find a hotel. Chapter 146, Sanjing. The snowstorm grew stronger, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu still hadn't seen any hotels nearby. Ashu, the biting cold wind seeped into his sleeves, making Jiang Yu shiver. The warmth of his cotton coat was greatly diminished as the cold wind blew against his skin. So cold, Jiang Yu had to give up looking for a hotel. In this situation, it was better to find a place to take shelter first. About 100 meters ahead was a liquor house, brightly lit at the entrance. Looked like a good place to rest. Without thinking, Jiang Yu hurriedly made his way over. Sanjing Liquor House. The interior of the house wasn't very large, only about 200 square meters. On the far right was a huge rock wall piled high with burning charcoal. There weren't many people inside, just a few burly men sitting at the bar chatting and drinking. The owner, Song, paid no attention to what the customers were saying, focusing intently on heating the liquor in a pot. Those familiar with him knew he was a die-hard drunkard, with only liquor on his mind. The entire Wind and Snow City knew he loved alcohol like life itself, and the liquor he brewed was the best in the city. However, no one knew why. But since his wife left 3 years ago, his brewing skills had declined significantly, and the liquor produced was worlds apart from what it used to be. Since then, customers at Sanjing Liquor House had rapidly decreased, falling into silence among the many taverns in the city. Creak. The wooden door of the liquor house was pushed open, the old wood creaking like an unwilling elderly man desperately trying to prove its worth. Boss, another customer has arrived. A bearded man looked out the door and saw it was just a child, unable to resist teasing, wondering whose child it was. Not properly at home drinking milk, but running to this liquor house. The surrounding companions couldn't help but burst into laughter. Song did not pay attention to the customer's ridicule. He respectfully walked out from behind the bar, warmly welcoming Jiang Yu, showing no sign of leniency just because he was a child. Once someone entered the liquor house, they were a guest, and he would provide good service to anyone. Boss, can I borrow your place to take shelter? Jiang Yu immediately stated his intention. Song looked at the young boy before him. Noticing his cotton coat was covered in frost and snow, yet from his eyes, he saw a fiery and passionate gaze. In that case, please, make yourself at home. No makiri, no diffused. There was only a deep warmth. Song remained as enthusiastic as ever, not scolding for the lack of consumption, and his smile never faded. How about a glass of fruit liquor to warm you up? Even kids can drink it. Mister, Yin Song kindly asked. In his view, every customer who entered the shop was a fated encounter and deserved care. Thank you. Jiang Yu did not refuse the owner's kindness. Although it was their first meeting, he had a gut feeling that this middle-aged man was not a bad person, as he had a pair of clear eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and Jiang Yu believed there was some truth to that. In this world, there are always people you feel at ease with upon first glance, not for any other reason, just instinct. All right, the owner happily turned back to the bar. Jiang Yu did not immediately go inside, but brushed off the snow on his clothes to avoid wetting the floor. He ignored the drunkards sitting there and chose a spot far away from them. Before long, Mr. Yin Song brought a glass of fruit liquor to Jiang Yu, a small cup filled with vibrant red liquid. A refreshing fruity aroma wafted over. This was bayberry liquor, a rare treat in a place like Snowstorm City, and it had been brought over from another city with some effort. You must try it. Yin Song excitedly promoted his prize creation. Jiang Yu lifted the cup to his mouth and drank it down. The warm liquid flowed down his throat and slowly filled his stomach. A warm sensation instantly spread through his lower abdomen. Someone once posted online asking about the difference between alcohol and water. And one response Jiang Yu found very accurate was a line from a movie. The more you drink alcohol, the warmer you feel. The more you drink water, the colder you feel. Jiang Yu was experiencing this feeling firsthand now. On this bitterly cold, snowy night, nothing was more comforting than a cup of warm liquor. Boss, can I have another glass? Jiang Yu, usually not one to drink, unusually requested more from the shop owner. Of course. Yin Song's smile grew brighter. It was a great honor for him that a customer enjoyed his brew. He quickly brought another glass to Jiang Yu. This time, Jiang Yu did not down it in one go, but savored the flavors lingering in his mouth. The few burly men, seeing Jiang Yu getting along well with the tavern owner, lost interest in mocking him and began chatting among themselves. The drunken middle-aged men loved to reminisce about their glorious pasts, but Jiang Yu could tell they were just boasting, especially the burly man who had just mocked him. What he said was simply outrageous. He claimed to have single-handedly battled a Titan snow demon for 10,000 years and to have ripped open an armored sea cow with his bare hands. Clearly unrealistic bragging. Not to mention, was the Titan snow demon that easy to deal with? It was a top-tier soul beast in the extreme north. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Its status is akin to that of the Titan giant ape in the Stardew Forest. Legend has it that the Titan snow demon is a descendant of the ancient ice god and the Titan giants born over 10 meters tall, with adult Titan snow demons exceeding 50 meters in height. In terms of size, they're exceptionally rare. In terms of species, the Titan snow demon is undoubtedly the most powerful group in the extreme north. Even a 10,000-year Titan snow demon would be difficult for a soul master to handle. There was no way that middle-aged man could possess such strength. He was undoubtedly just drunk and rambling. Jiang Yu treated it as storytelling, as there was no entertainment in this cold winter night, and watching a clown perform was a rare pleasure to pass the tedious time. The burly man became more animated as he spoke, and he drained the liquor on the table. When he saw that the liquor was gone, he loudly called for the owner to refill it. Yin Song had to bring over another 10 or so cups of liquor to the nearby table. The burly man was clearly drunk, his face flushed, and his hand trembled as he lifted the cup. But this did not stop him from continuing his story. This time, he became even more outrageous. The burly man began recounting his romantic escapades, claiming that having 7 encounters in one night was child's play, and most astonishingly, he even said he had been with an ice heaven snow woman. This time, even his companions were skeptical, as this was a legendary super soul beast of the extreme north. It was said that the ice heaven snow woman was the essence of snow, holding a transcendent status in the extreme north, and calling her a goddess was not an exaggeration. The companions around the burly man quickly urged him to stop speaking, as they felt it was blasphemous to the gods. Chapter 147. The Three Beauties of Tianshui. The burly man was indeed fearless in his ignorance. Drunk enough to say anything. Jiang Yu knew from the records in the spirit hall that the ice heaven snow woman was the emperor of the extreme north, revered by all soul beasts of the snowy lands, the snow emperor. The number of 10,000-year-old beasts in the extreme north even surpassed that of the Stardew Forest. And it was rumored that the strength of the three great kings of the extreme north was even more terrifying than that of the two kings of soul beasts deep within the Stardew Forest, especially the Snow Emperor. According to reliable internal information from the Spirit Hall, this super soul beast cultivation might have even surpassed the 10,000-year threshold, reaching an unknown level. This was confirmed by 3 titled Daluos with soul power exceeding level 95 from the Spirit Hall. Such a super soul beast was not something humans could toy with. Even at the level of Qingdao, Lu, and Poseidon, it might not be possible to defeat the Snow Emperor. Everyone felt that the burly man was being absurd. Just then, the main door was pushed open again. 3 uniquely charming women walked in. What bad luck! We didn't expect a snowstorm to hit at this time, forcing us to return to Snowstorm City. The speaker was a girl with an oval face, looking no more than 15 or 16, petite in stature, with a head of dark green short hair that looked very spirited. The girl's appearance was very cute, somewhat resembling a well-known actress from an island country. Especially the way she just pouted her lips. You girl, stop complaining. It's not like we could have predicted the snowstorm would arrive early, said the woman beside her, wearing a blue cotton coat, unable to help but comfort her. Fortunately, we hid in time and didn't suffer any harm. This woman looked a bit older than her 2 companions, with a very tall and curvy figure. Even with her thick cotton clothing, her impressive curves were hard to conceal. The gray-blue short hair gave her a slightly handsome appearance, adding a different charm compared to ordinary sexy beauties. In the extreme north, there is a rare blizzard weather every year, typically lasting about a month. However, they did not expect this one to arrive suddenly. It was unclear if something had happened. For safety, it was better to wait in Snowstorm City for a while. The last girl to speak looked the youngest, perhaps around 12 or 13, but it was clear that this small team looked to her for leadership. Her height was about 1.63 meters, and her figure was very well proportioned. She was neither extravagantly curvy like a cow, nor skinny without any flesh. Her body proportions were extremely harmonious. A head of water blue, long hair simply draped down her back, with no decoration, giving a simple and natural feeling that looked very comfortable. The fair-faced girl, adorned with delicate features, at first glance does not appear particularly stunning. But upon closer inspection, she seems to possess a magical allure that captivates the gaze. It is a kind of hazy beauty that becomes increasingly intoxicating the longer one looks. Yes, her 2 companions said nothing further. They had immense trust in the young girl. As more guests arrived, Yinsong immediately welcomed them, enthusiastically inviting them to the bar. What a handsome young lad! The girl with short dark green hair quickly noticed Jiang Yu at the bar. Such a dashing boy instantly captured all her attention, and her heart fluttered. There was no help for it. Someone like her, who was so infatuated with looks, could overlook everything else. How about having a drink with your sister? The short-haired girl jumped to Jiang Yu's side, her delicate fingers playful, appearing like a lovesick admirer. You girl, be serious. Learn more from Shui Wu. Look how mature and composed others are. Shui Binger spoke with a hint of annoyance. She found her half-sister quite troublesome. Everything about her was great, except that she couldn't help but approach handsome boys, showing no restraint at all, completely unlike a noble lady. Indeed, Shui Wu joked. You should learn from Binger too. Don't be so out of sorts. Although Shui Binger was the youngest among the 3, in their Tianshui sect, strength was respected, and her abilities earned her the respect of all the younger generation. Thus, Shui Wu also addressed her as sister. Binger? You girl. Shui Wu. Jiang Yu quickly caught on to the key point. A person might share a name, but now there were 3, which couldn't be a coincidence. The appearances and outfits of these 3 beauties were strikingly similar to several team members from Tianshui Academy in the original work. There was no doubt they were them. Jiang Yu hadn't expected to meet people from Tianshui Academy in Snowstorm City. He thought he would have to wait until the Continental Soul Master Elite Academy competition. It was a kind of fate. All right. Jiang Yu raised his glass of bayberry wine and nodded towards Shui wearer before downing it in one gulp. Instantly, the 3 were shocked. Do kids nowadays drink so much? They can toast without blinking. Shui wearer was also impressed by Jiang Yu's masculine aura and excitedly asked Mr. Yinsong for more drinks. It was rare to find such a pleasing young man. The unpleasantness caused by the blizzard was instantly forgotten. Now she only wanted to drink and enjoy with the handsome guy in front of her. Just as Shui wearer received the drink from the boss, a few drunken big men swayed over. Little beauty, what is the point of drinking with him? Why not come play with us brothers? The big man's gaze revealed blatant desire, and he occasionally let out lewd laughter. After drinking, they were feeling hot. They just happened to need someone to cool them off. These three were rare beauties. They hadn't seen such pretty women in Snowstorm City for a long time. Bah! To their surprise, Shui ignored the big men. Each of them was bloated and rough-skinned, and she found them disgusting to look at, let alone approach. Please, uncles. You're all old enough to be here trying to meet young girls. It's really shameless. Look at yourselves. What is there to like? Shui Yuer's words were sharp, showing no consideration at all. I advise you to go back to sleep. Damn! The leading big man slammed the table in anger. He was actually reprimanded by a young girl, which was a great humiliation. If this got out, they would become the laughingstock of Snowstorm City, and no one would be willing to team up with them for adventures in the far north. For both public and private reasons, they had to teach this rude girl a lesson, making her understand that they, the 5 great wolves of the far north, were not to be trifled with. Anyone daring to offend them would face severe punishment. Brothers, let this rude girl know her strength. The leading big man was the head of the team. With a furious shout, a chilling light erupted around him, and a massive blue ice wolf appeared behind him. Chapter 148. Sewers. Ice Demon Wolf. A soul beast commonly found in the far north. The black stripes on its back are said to symbolize its soul sold to the evil god. Once it goes berserk, it completely loses its rationality, becoming a terrifying beast that only knows slaughter. After activating his martial soul, the big man's hands suddenly sprouted black claws, surrounded by a swirl of dark energy. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. 5 optimal soul rings appeared on the big man. Anyone who could stay in Snowstorm City for so long must have some strength. As the leader of the 5 great wolves of the far north, the big man's soul power was ranked first, reaching level 53, making him the undisputed big brother. Seeing their leader unleash his martial soul, the other 4 were also unwilling to be outdone and activated their martial souls, resulting in a dazzling display of black, red, gray, and silver lights. Their martial souls were also wolves: the Nether Wolf, Red Titanium Wolf, Gray Rock Wolf, and Silver Wolf. Although the quality of the other 4's martial souls wasn't as strong as the Ice Demon Wolf, they had also reached the realm of Soul Sect. This could be troublesome. Shui Wu's brow furrowed. The 5 ruffians before her were quite strong, the weakest among them being at the Soul Sect level, while their strongest, Shui Binger, was only a 33rd level Soul Master. The disparity in strength was too great. Who are you trying to scare? I'm not afraid. Shui Yuer was not intimidated by the 5 lecherous wolves. Her personality was fearless, and even though their soul power surpassed hers, she showed no sign of backing down, instead igniting a strong fighting spirit. Crystal Dolphin, possess, Shui Yuer said playfully, releasing an icy blue aura around her, which gradually formed a magnificent dolphin behind her. Unlike ordinary dolphins, its body was very transparent, like jade, adorned with sparkling ice crystals, looking extremely noble. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Shui Yuer chose to strike first, launching an attack toward the group of ruffians ahead. She raised her right hand sharply, and a chilling wave erupted from her palm, spiraling rapidly forward. Dark clouds. Rainfall. Shui Wu, fearing that Shui Yuer might be at a disadvantage, quickly unleashed 2 soul skills. Her martial soul was a snowflake-like entity named Dance of Snow Satin, possessing the ability to control the weather. Thanks to this, although she was a support-type soul master, she also had decent offensive capabilities. She was not a weak woman unable to lift a chicken. As she released her soul skills, Shui Wu began to dance, as her skills required movement to be effective. Soon, a dark cloud gathered above the tavern, covering the entire space. Then, the tiny raindrops began to fall from the sky, turning into a curtain of water that poured down continuously. Surprisingly, these raindrops did not fall on the 3 sisters, Jiang Yu, or the tavern owner. They silently slipped away just as they approached their bodies. Meanwhile, the 5 great wolves from the extreme north instantly became drenched. The cold, icy rain pelted them chaotically, and the temperature of the raindrops was extremely low, bone-chillingly cold. The 5 great wolves sneezed repeatedly. To make matters worse, a cold storm came rushing towards them. The big wolf could still withstand it, as his martial soul, the Ice Demon Wolf, contained ice power, giving him strong resistance to the snow and wind. The other 4 wolves, however, were not so fortunate. Despite being imbued with soul power, they still suffered the effects. Ice Magic Claws. The big wolf charged towards Shui Yuer at high speed against the storm, his black claws sharper than blades, even cutting through the storm. Shui Yuer, caught off guard, did not expect the opponent to suddenly appear in front of her. The big wolf's claws erupted with an ice blue glow, and it looked ready to penetrate Shui Yuer's fair skin. Ice Seal. At a critical moment, Shui Binger made her move. Suddenly, dazzling snowflakes appeared around her, and a massive blue phoenix over 7 meters in size quietly emerged. The ice crystals on the phoenix's tail feathers sparkled like diamonds, and its entire body exuded an air of extreme nobility. The ice phoenix, a top-tier martial soul, like the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. It is a renowned top martial soul on the continent. With the power of the ice phoenix martial soul, Shui Binger undoubtedly became the leader among the younger generation of the Heavenly Water Sect and was even selected for training as a successor. An intense cold energy erupted from Shui Binger, instantly freezing the big wolf's claws, which were sharper than blades. Furthermore, that cold air did not stop. Instead, it rapidly spread towards his body. In no time, the big wolf's strong body was completely encased in ice, turning into a frozen statue. Even though the big wolf's ice demon wolf controlled the ice power, it was clearly not enough in front of the ice phoenix. Ordinary ice and snow power could not compare to ultimate power. To some extent, Shui Yuer's ice phoenix martial soul even surpassed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, as it mastered the ultimate ice and snow power. While the purple lightning and azure gale contained in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus were very close to ultimate power, they still fell short. Without reaching ultimate status, they ultimately fell into the inferior category. It can be said that Shui Binger's talent surpassed that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Sex blue electric twin stars. Third soul skill, Titanium Alloy Claw. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Seeing their leader frozen, the red titanium wolf soul master quickly rushed forward to rescue him. As he released his soul skill, the claws on his hands became incredibly hard, shattering the ice with a single strike. Of course, he paid a huge price. Although his attack was successful, the claws were soon eroded by the ice power and quickly became unusable. However, his effort was not in vain. The Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master was completely rescued from the frozen state, and as the team's main attacker, his energy was undoubtedly the greatest. These little girls are tough. The Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master emitted a chilling black light from his eyes, and his expression gradually became frantic. Brothers, let's go all out. I don't believe that we, who have roamed Snowstorm City for years, can't deal with a few little girls. With the big wolf's command, the remaining wolves surrounded Shui Binger and the others. This was not the time to talk about martial ethics. To avoid turning the tide against them, they didn't care about outnumbering their opponents. Phantom Slash, Titanium Blade, Silver Fawn, Rock Fall, Hail. The Extreme North's 5 great wolves coordinated exceptionally well, simultaneously unleashing their soul skills to launch a fierce attack on the 3 of them. Huge rocks and fist-sized hail rained down towards the ground. Sharp blades and silver glowing fangs loomed behind, searching for the best opportunity. Although the Shui sisters found themselves in a difficult situation, as the opponent's soul power surpassed theirs, they had to respond with all their might. At first, the opponents had underestimated Shui Binger and the others, so they didn't go all out. Now that they had suffered losses, they no longer looked down on their foes and unleashed their full strength. Faced with overwhelming fierce attacks, the Shui sisters had no choice but to defend with all their might. Shui Binger began to consider whether to use her martial soul fusion skill against the enemy in front of her. However, she was reluctant to use this trump card unless absolutely necessary. The sudden emergence of the Extreme North's 5 great wolves put considerable pressure on her. But Shui Binger saw this pressure as an opportunity for growth, hoping for further breakthroughs. They had been in the Extreme North for more than a year to hone their skills in such extreme environments, hoping to win the championship at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a few years. For this reason, Shui Binger could endure any harsh training. The pressure brought by the Extreme North's 5 great wolves excited her, and she intended to use it as a stepping stone to break through her limits. Resist Ice Ring. Shui Binger immediately unleashed her strongest soul skill. Her third soul skill was similar to Huo Wu's Resist Fire Ring, originating from a 1,500-year-old Ice Sprite Soul Beast, which only existed in the Extreme North. It was a transformation of the essence of ice and snow, somewhat similar to the Fire Sprite. A blue ice ring flew out from Shui Binger, which she attached to Shui Yuer and Shui Wu. Then, she released a powerful ice and snow force. The moment the rocks and hail made contact with the blue ice ring, they were deflected away. The Resist Ice Ring could negate all physical attacks, making it a rare soul skill. Even if Tang San were here, he would have to face difficulties. After all, Jiang Yu had taken considerable effort to counter the resist fire ring, which had the same effect. How could these minor characters like the extreme North's 5 Great Wolves break through Shui Binger's resist ice ring? The battle situation instantly fell into a stalemate. Although the Shui sisters temporarily relieved the crisis, they were still at a loss against the 5 Great Wolves from the extreme north. They were now only passively defending and had no chance to launch effective attacks in short term, having to obediently resist. Seeing that these little girls had such strength, even unafraid of their 5 brothers' combined attacks, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master became increasingly frantic. By this point, he could no longer care about much and had to resort to his trump card. The biggest secret of the Ice Demon Wolf was that it could gain the power of the evil god through the sacrifice of souls. Of course, while this secret technique was powerful, it also had very obvious side effects. Once the number of sacrifices increased, the host would gradually lose their autonomous consciousness and eventually become a puppet of the evil god. It was a very frightening, forbidden technique. However, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master, consumed by rage, had clearly lost his rationality and did not consider the harm caused by the secret technique, stubbornly activating this forbidden method. He recited the incantation to exchange power with the evil god, disregarding everything. It was an extremely mysterious language, sounding incomprehensible, as if it originated from the primitive era. As the incantation was chanted, a terrifying event occurred. The body of the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master suddenly swelled, and black demonic patterns quietly emerged on his muscles. A thick aura of evil descended upon his body, and his eyes emitted an extremely terrifying light, giving an odd feeling, as if there was a gaze from the depths of hell. The Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master's power grew geometrically, and he immediately lunged toward Shui Bing. His sharp claws struck the blue ice ring without being deflected. Instead, an evil aura erupted, enveloping the entire ring, and soon the power within was completely devoured. Gata! The resistance ice ring suddenly shattered. Shui Binger's third soul skill, which had always been effective, was now nullified and shattered by her enemy. Without the protection of the resistance ice ring, Shui Binger's delicate body was completely exposed to the enemy's claws. The Ice Magic Wolf showed no mercy at that moment. He had lost all human rationality, and even the fire of desire had vanished, leaving only one thought. That is, slaughter. Frantic slaughter. Just as his sharp claws were about to pierce Shui Binger's skin, JiangYu moved. The Chixiao Sword instantly appeared in his right hand, and under JiangYu's control. It flew rapidly toward the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master, unexpectedly severing that wolf claw in an instant. Crimson blood sprayed onto Shui Binger's face, and even she, usually calm, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Shockingly, after losing a wolf claw, the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master showed no sign of pain. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. But the more one looked at it, the more eerie it became, giving a very cruel feeling. JiangYu's intervention made the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master temporarily abandon Shui Binger and turn to a new target. A thick aura of evil surged from the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master, finally condensing into a black spear several feet long that shot straight toward you. JiangYu instinctively wanted to dodge, but he found that a powerful pressure locked onto him. He knew he couldn't avoid this strike no matter what, and could only take it head-on. Chixiao Sword Array, JiangYu shouted, summoning the Chixiao Sword back to his side. And then the magnificent sword shot out a dozen fiery red sword shadows, with brilliant golden flames blazing on the sword body. An overwhelming pressure suddenly appeared. Even in this icy world, the imperial fire was suppressed, yet the imperial pressure contained within the Chixiao Sword erupted completely. The Chixiao Sword was the Emperor's sword. No evil or demonic force could suppress the unparalleled imperial aura it possessed. Even the power of the evil god was no exception. The Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master's face instantly turned serious, and his eyes seemed to change. The aura of the Chixiao Sword was too shocking, even causing the aura of the evil god to tremble slightly, significantly affected. JiangYu's voice became solemn, as if a holy emperor from myth was issuing a decree to heaven and earth. The imperial pressure emitted by the Chixiao Sword Array instantly suppressed the evil god's aura, forcing the black spear back. The Chixiao Sword also flew toward the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master, piercing through his body even though he had the protection of the evil god's power. Just before the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master fell, he suddenly recited a series of cryptic incantations, still as obscure and difficult to understand. His eyes were fixed on JiangYu, the light in his pupils completely different from before, radiating an immensely powerful aura that was not something the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master could possess. Even Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the Ice Magic Wolf Spirit Master did not hold on for long and soon collapsed to the ground. Could this aura be? Yin Song pondered silently. Chapter 150, Mysterious Boss. I didn't expect the ultimate power of that sword to be so strong. Yin Song's face revealed a look of deep shock. This power was even more terrifying than the ultimate ice of that girl. His eyes emitted a glimmer. The talent of this young boy before him surpassed everyone he knew. Even the renowned Hao Qianhua on the continent didn't have such talent. Yin Song's heart gradually filled with a sense of relief. Perhaps the future of humanity relied on him. The other four wolves, seeing their leader slain, erupted with a tremendous rage. Although they were ruffians, they knew what loyalty was. The big wolf was like a brother to them, even willing to share women. Remembering how the big wolf had once brought out that stunning beauty to invite them to play together, they couldn't help but feel distressed. Such a loyal leader would be hard to find again, and the strong desire for revenge dispelled their fear. The four wolves of the extreme north unleashed their full power, recklessly charging toward JiangYu. Fueled by hatred, their strength rapidly increased, and the power of their soul skills became even more ferocious. The originally sharp blades surged in size, directly expanding to over a meter, and the blades became even sharper. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Binger instantly activated her soul skill to support him. She was always clear about grievances. This person was surrounded by enemies to save them, and she had to protect him. A blue halo flew from Shui Binger's body, quickly reaching Jiang Yu's side, and the light poured into his body, gradually forming a layer of hard ice armor that enveloped him completely. This ice was extremely hard. The blade striking against it only left slight scratches, causing no other harm, and the defense exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu then joined the battle, instantly turning the situation into a 4-on-4. The remaining advantage of the four wolves of the extreme north was only their soul power. With all of them being soul sect cultivators and the power of hatred, they did not immediately fall into defeat. The situation entered a stalemate. Titanium Wingblade. The red titanium wolf spirit master was the first to break the deadlock. His arms suddenly extended to form a red iron blade, resembling a sickle and emanating a special aura. His attack was extremely crafty. While JiangYu was defending, he suddenly bent down and charged toward his lower body. Such an insidious and treacherous tactic was something JiangYu had never encountered before. Although previous battles were dangerous, the opponents were usually straightforward. Even if they resorted to underhanded tricks, they would not do something so morally reprehensible. It was just that JiangYu underestimated the wickedness of the human heart. The five wolves of the extreme north had been the Wind and Snow City for many years, committing numerous atrocities, not sparing even the little sisters learning to speak or the elderly struggling to walk. However, they were clever, targeting only soul masters with lower soul power than themselves. Because of this, they had managed to survive until now. If they hadn't encountered JiangYu and the others, they might have continued to roam freely, wreaking havoc in the countryside. Just as the sickle-like blade seemed poised to hit its target, Yin Song, who had been silent on the side, suddenly moved. No one noticed as his body erupted with an extremely strong pressure, pressing down on the red titanium wolf spirit master's arm, instantly reducing that blade to powder. After doing all this, he returned to a calm state. The red titanium wolf spirit master was instantly stunned. Things were originally progressing very smoothly, and the peach stealing plan was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, it suddenly turned into this situation, and his soul skill was interrupted by someone. It was truly bizarre. Could it be that this young kid in front of him was behind it? It wasn't just the red titanium wolf soul master who was shocked. JiangYu also felt something strange, as everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He had sensed that strong aura earlier, which definitely could not belong to Shui Binger and her sisters. This left only one person as the most suspicious, the tavern owner, Yin Song, who was the only one not involved in the battle. Could he be a hidden master? As the saying goes, heroes do not ask about origins. Many novels feature extraordinary masters living ordinary lives in the city. Not to mention, Tang Hao was living as an ordinary blacksmith and a drunkard in Holy Soul Village. Perhaps the tavern owner also had his own story. Understanding this, JiangYu no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the red titanium wolf soul master's confusion, he raised his Chixiao Sword and stabbed it toward the opponent's chest. With just one strike, the red titanium wolf soul master fell to the ground with a crash, quickly going to join his leader. The scales of victory instantly tipped toward JiangYu. After dealing with the red titanium wolf soul master, he turned to help Shui resist her opponent. The silver wolf soul master's combat experience appeared to be much richer than Shui's, and he was a genuine 4-ring soul master, while Shui only had 2 soul rings. The level difference was simply too great. If she had a soul bone, perhaps she could still turn the tide, but unfortunately, soul bones were extremely precious. Even the Tianshui clan only had one, and only the past clan leaders were qualified to absorb it. Not to mention Shui. Even the young generation's leading figures like Shui Binger did not have the qualifications to possess one. Before Jiang Yu joined the battle, Shui's fair skin had already sustained several blood marks. With Jiang Yu's assistance, Shui finally managed to catch her breath. The Silver Wolf Soul Master's expression became serious. Although these 2 kids only had the cultivation of a great Soul Master, they were not simple at all, especially the newly joined boy, as even the leader of the extreme North's 5 wolves had fallen to his hands, indicating that his strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared. At this point, neither side had any possibility of retreat. The Silver Wolf Soul Master understood that this was a fight to the death. Only when one side fell completely would the battle stop. His attacks gradually became frantic, fighting more desperately, and even though his body was injured by the Chixiao Sword, he still reached out with his wolf claws toward JiangYu. This kind of fighting style was dangerous, but it had to be said that it was also very effective. JiangYu had no interest in playing a damaging game with a madman. Even if the Silver Wolf Soul Master could temporarily gain the upper hand, it would not last long. As his wounds increased, he would ultimately meet his demise. Moreover, Shui occasionally unleashed cold spiraling storms to assist JiangYu from the side. Even the tavern owner was secretly helping JiangYu. Whenever the Silver Wolf Soul Master launched a fierce attack, the owner would step in to dissipate the crisis. As time passed, the Silver Wolf Soul Master became increasingly frustrated. Although he still maintained an advantage, the 2 opponents in front of him were not suffering significant damage, while his own injuries were mounting. What terrified him even more was that JiangYu seemed to have divine protection. The Silver Wolf Soul Master was increasingly alarmed as he thought about it. That was a god. It had been nearly 10,000 years since a new deity was born on the Douluo Continent, and this boy in front of him actually had the protection of a god. Could he be a descendant of a god? It was no wonder the Silver Wolf Soul Master fell into a misunderstanding. Everything about this situation felt bizarre. Whenever he struck with lethal intent, an invisible force would wear down his attacks. Who else, besides a god, could have such terrifying means? As for the tavern owner, the Silver Wolf Soul Master had long since ignored him. Everyone in Snowstorm City knew he was just an ordinary person. If it were truly his doing, the Silver Wolf Soul Master would gladly accept his fate. Clearly, the bewildered Silver Wolf Soul Master was now at a crossroads. With divine protection on the other side, no matter how fierce his attacks were, they could not harm JiangYu. In that case, it was better to escape. Coming to this realization, the Silver Wolf Soul Master no longer hesitated. He pretended to attack, but his actual goal was the wooden door leading outside behind JiangYu. No, JiangYu understood suddenly after blocking the Silver Wolf claws with his Chixiao Sword. The Silver Wolf Soul Master was not using his full strength at all. At such a critical moment, he was actually holding back. This was not how someone like him would behave. Additionally, the Silver Wolf Master's gaze kept darting toward the door, and JiangYu suddenly gained clarity. It turned out he wanted to escape. JiangYu had no intention of letting the Silver Wolf Master go. The extreme North's 5 wolves were not good people. If they escaped, others would definitely suffer. These scum might only repent in hell. JiangYu did not plan to educate them. That was the job of the Lord of Hell. His task was to send them there. The Silver Wolf Soul Master thought his scheme had succeeded, and he couldn't help but smile faintly, revealing a smug expression. Little did he know, all of his actions were seen by JiangYu. Since he was so eager to escape, JiangYu deliberately left a flaw. Rather than driving a dog into a corner, it was better to kick a drowning dog. The Silver Wolf Master certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. With a flash, he broke through from the right side. Just as the Silver Wolf Master joyfully approached the wooden door, a whoosh sounded from behind him. Before he could realize what was happening, a magnificent red, long sword shot out from his belly, directly stabbing into the wooden door just a foot away. Upon closer inspection, the sword was stained with bright red blood, splattered on the door like drops of cold plum blossoms. As a result, JiangYu had already taken down 3 of the extreme North's 5 wolves, leaving the remaining 2 in a state of panic. The Nether Wolf Soul Master and the Grey Rock Wolf Soul Master were the weakest among the 5, and even their leader, the Soul King with the Ice Magic Wolf Martial Soul, had been slain. Not to mention them, The two exchanged glances and made a decision. Wait, what kind of hero is it to bully fewer people? The first to speak was the Nether Wolf Soul Master, who wore a righteous expression on his face, making it seem like he was some great hero of justice. Bah, shameless. Shui Wearer immediately shouted angrily. You have a nerve to say such things? Weren't you the ones bullying us with your numbers at first? Oh, now that you're not skilled enough, you blame us? What's wrong with me bullying you? Anyway, we're not heroes. Shui Wearer was not fooled by the enemy's tricks. The provocation tactic was useless against her. The Netherwolf Soul Master did not expect Shui Wearer to be so straightforward and shameless. He immediately felt a sense of role model. He even had an impulse to worship her as a teacher. But he also knew that this was not the time for personal admiration. The urgent matter was still to escape. Thud! The Netherwolf Soul Master suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Heroes, please spare our lives. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. The Netherwolf Soul Master completely lost his previous fierceness, begging with snot and tears. His change of demeanor was too fast. Just a moment ago, he was full of righteous indignation, ready to face death without fear. And now he was so cowardly that he didn't dare to breathe, acting like a petty person. Shameless. Shui Binger, standing at the back, looked at him with disgust. Such a person was simply a disgrace in the Soul Master community. What use is there in keeping such a petty person alive? However, after thinking it over, Shui Binger still couldn't bring herself to kill him. Although she had killed some soul beasts, those were still animals, but the ones before her were living people. Even if they had committed many evils, they were still of the same race, which was different from killing chickens or ducks. Shui Binger admitted that her heart was not ruthless enough. This was her only weakness. She remembered her father once saying, to become an excellent soul master, one must first learn to kill. One must never show mercy to enemies and must completely eliminate them with thunderous means. One must know that wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds will blow them back to life. One must leave no traces behind. This is the world of soul masters, extremely cruel, and taking one wrong step can lead to an abyss, falling into a point of no return. Shui Binger remembered her father's teachings very clearly. Every word and sentence was engraved in her mind, but knowing is one thing, and doing is another. Her mindset still hadn't reached perfection. JiangYu looked down on the Netherwolf Soul Master's shameless behavior. A real man would rather die standing than live kneeling. This person was simply losing face for all the men on the continent. Such a despicable person was truly disgraceful. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. JiangYu couldn't be bothered with this clown in front of him and raised his hand to throw a sword at the Netherwolf Soul Master's chest. After piercing him, JiangYu didn't forget about the Grey Rock Wolf Soul Master, continuing to control the red sky, sword to stab forward, resolving both of them as if skewering meat on a stick. Watching JiangYu's ruthless methods, Shui Binger felt a strange sensation in her heart. The other party was a few years younger than her, yet his mindset was exceptionally mature. He absolutely possessed the excellent qualities necessary for an outstanding soul master. His future must be limitless. Little brother, you're so amazing. Shui Wearer was quite direct and wasn't shy at all, immediately snuggling up to JiangYu's arm. With a flower-like smile, she said, I've never met such a capable man like you. Let's have a contest sometime and see who's stronger. Shui Wearer then threw a flirtatious glance at JiangYu. Yeah. Shui Binger couldn't help but scold her. Although this younger sister was older than her, her mental age was extremely immature. Every time she saw a handsome guy, she couldn't help but be mesmerized, completely lacking the graceful demeanor of a noble young lady. All right, JiangYu wasn't pretentious. Since the girl was so proactive, why refuse? It would be good to spar a little. They were all young, so there was no generational gap. After agreeing to Shui Wearer's request, JiangYu walked straight to the bar. Thank you, manager, for your help. JiangYu's eyes were fixed on Yin Song, feeling quite grateful for this stranger's discreet assistance. Chapter 152. Hotel Turmoil. Yin Song was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Everyone was a smart person, so there was no need for unnecessary probing, and he didn't deny it. I'll cause you trouble. JiangYu's words carried a hint of guilt. After all, the pile of corpses on the ground was his doing. You still know it's troublesome. Yin Song couldn't help but pout. Soon, he would be busy. After all, he hadn't cleaned up corpses in over a decade. The last time was, sigh? Just thinking about the past made Yin Song feel a pang of nostalgia, and his gaze grew dim. It seemed the manager also had his own stories. JiangYu observed everything closely. Although he was curious about why such a peerless expert would hide in a small tavern in Snowstorm City as a brewer, He thought it was unlikely he had fallen in love with a soul beast. There weren't that many people who had beastly love. Jiang Yu couldn't help but self-deprecate. As in the world of soul masters, the relationship between human soul masters and soul beasts was a huge taboo. A millennium ago, the most debauched and immoral emperor of the Douluo Empire, the Star Serpent Emperor, violated this taboo by forcibly coupling with a 100,000-year transformation soul beast, the Heart Moon Fox, and even fathered a demonic offspring that nearly destroyed the entire continent. In the end, the founder of the Spirit Hall risked his life to defeat that demonic entity, ending its decades-long evil reign over the continent and sealing it in the God Burial Land. Only then did peace return to the continent. Unfortunately, after the catastrophe of the demonic offspring, the originally unified Douluo Empire began to fracture, becoming the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, along with countless kingdoms and principalities. To this day, unity has not been achieved. After that lesson, the founder of the Spirit Hall established the rule that humans must not fall in love with soul beasts, and violators would be punished by all. With the ironclad rules set by the Spirit Hall, the trend of beastly love on the continent was suppressed, although some, relying on their genius, deliberately sought to stand out by engaging with soul beasts. However, under the powerful fist of the Spirit Hall, they still paid a heavy price, during which the Spirit Hall inevitably made some mistakes, sparking rebellion in some hearts. Even worse, a large number of tragic love stories about human and soul beast unions were fabricated, such as those involving humans and snakes, humans and foxes, and even humans with fish and flowers. These love stories ignited a yearning for another kind of love among humans and spread widely across the continent. Even though the Spirit Hall had issued strict orders to destroy all related books, it still couldn't be stopped. Eventually, they had to compromise and allow people to read them. However, just reading was fine. If anyone dared to take practical actions to engage in taboo relationships with soul beasts, they would face the most severe punishments from a Spirit Hall. So even the renowned Hao Yan Dalu, who violated the taboo by coupling with a soul beast, had to be captured by the Spirit Hall with thunderous means. Unfortunately, Qin Xuanji had developed an infatuation with that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor midway, forcing Tang Hao to explode with fury and slay him. Of course, JiangYu knew the inside story. Qin Xuanji had only been severely injured at the time. The one who truly killed him was indeed Bibi Dong. JiangYu had no sympathy for such a scoundrel who would even harm his own disciples. If he had been there, he would have cheered for Bibi Dong, being her staunch supporter. Since the incident with Hao Yan Dalu, there have been no more occurrences of soul masters coupling with soul beasts on the continent. Who would dare to take such a risk when even the Hao Yan sect couldn't protect them? Did they really think soul beasts were embedded with diamonds? Thus, JiangYu didn't believe the tavern owner would be involved with soul beasts. It was likely something else had happened. Perhaps it was related to a woman, or maybe a man, but since the owner didn't say, he wouldn't presumptuously ask, "Boss, could I have another drink, please?" JiangYu smiled at Yin Song. Of course. Yin Song nodded, but this time he did not serve JiangYu the Yangmei wine, instead opting for wheat beer. Try this, it's brewed from purebred wheat germ. Perfect for drinking after a battle. JiangYu didn't mind and raised his glass to gulp it down. Fortunately, the beer was warm, and the flavor wasn't too strong, making it very smooth to drink. After finishing, the wind and snow outside gradually diminished, and JiangYu asked the owner if there were any hotels nearby. Before he could respond, Shuei excitedly spoke up, grandly introducing the hotel they were staying at, praising it to the skies. JiangYu didn't care much about the details, but the hotel's location wasn't too far from the liquor house, so he decided to accompany Shuei and her three sisters for mutual support. After all, they were more familiar with Wind and Snow City, unlike JiangYu, who was visiting for the first time. In terms of experience, Shuei and her companions were richer. "Boss, I'll come back for drinks when I have the chance," JiangYu joked to the owner before leaving the liquor house, nearly causing Yin Song to stumble. No, Yin Song repeatedly waved his hands in request. "If you like my wine, I'll personally deliver it to you." Ha. Seeing Yin Song's distressed expression, JiangYu couldn't help but laugh. This boss was quite amusing. Soon after, JiangYu followed Shuei out of the liquor house. The outside world was still shrouded in darkness, but it was clear that Shuei was well prepared. Her hand reached towards the towering peaks, touching a small round hanging down. This small pink dot was tied with a chain, resembling something like a necklace. However, when Shuei's hand touched the dot, a yellow halo emanated from it. It was obvious this was a spatial soul guide. As the halo flashed, a milky white orb appeared in Shuei's hand, emitting a bright warm light. The orb wasn't anything rare. It was just a warm light orb for illumination, with no other use. With the warm light orb, everyone's speed increased, and Shui Wu and her companions no longer needed to proceed cautiously. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel. They called it a hotel, but it was more like a slightly larger wooden house. Looking ahead, there were probably dozens of wooden houses in the area, with the first one being a small blue house of modest size. The color was also different from the other wooden houses. Shui Yu led everyone into the blue house, and as soon as they stepped inside, they heard intense shouting. After piecing together the surrounding conversations, Jiang Yu finally understood what was happening. It turned out that the blizzard in the extreme north had suddenly arrived early, causing most adventurers outside to return to Wind and Snow City, making the hotels in the city quite scarce and fully booked. Looks like there are no rooms left. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. No problem. You can sleep with me. Shui Yu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, her large, expressive eyes shining brightly. Anyway, we booked a suite in this hotel for a year, so we don't have to compete with anyone else. Since Shui Yu had extended the invitation, Jiang Yu had no reason to refuse. After all, it was late, and it was impossible to look for another hotel. Besides, other hotels might not have available rooms either. After some consideration, Jiang Yu agreed. Upon hearing her sister's words, Shui Binger's expression changed instantly. A girl actually sleeping with a man when unmarried. It was simply embarrassing. However, in urgent situations, she couldn't say anything, especially since Jiang Yu had helped them. Shui Binger couldn't bear to see him sleeping on the street. In the wooden house where Shui Yu was, it was already late at night. The room was still brightly lit, and now and then, Shui Yu's voice could be heard. Don't stop. Chapter 153. Communication inside the wooden house in the small space. There were only Jiang Yu and Shui Yu. The two, who were supposed to be sleeping, were struggling hard. They had maintained the same position for half an hour. Are you done yet? Shui Yu was waiting anxiously. Not yet, it's too deep. Jiang Yu thought he had used all his strength, but unfortunately, the entrance was just too deep. It was like an abyss. No matter how hard he tried, that column just wouldn't budge. Please speed up. Shui Yu looked at Jiang Yu with pleading eyes. She was extremely tired and just wanted to sleep. But if Jiang Yu didn't pull that column out, she couldn't possibly sleep, so she could only wait anxiously. I don't believe it. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves and reached into the entrance again. He didn't believe the cave would be deeper than the ice caves in the extreme north. Hard work pays off. Jiang Yu's efforts finally bore fruit, and the column began to show slight movement. Jiang Yu's arm exerted force continuously, slowly pulling the column out of the cave, during which water droplets splashed out. Jiang Yu's hands were already wet from the water. Seeing the column gradually being pulled out, Shui Yu exclaimed excitedly. That annoying piece of wood was finally coming out. Don't stop, keep going. Shui Yu knew she couldn't help much, but she could cheer him on. Half a minute later, with a jolt, Jiang Yu finally pulled the column out. Leaning forward to look, the cave on the ground was indeed quite deep, and one could vaguely hear the sound of dripping water. It seemed that blocking it would be a big hassle. Jiang Yu didn't want to bother with it, and just asked Shui Yu to step aside, then move the wooden bed to another location. Fortunately, the wooden column that had fallen into the cave had been pulled out, and with Jiang Yu's strength, he could still move the heavy bed to another place. He didn't know if it had been in use for too long, but the bed actually collapsed, and he would definitely have to complain to the owner tomorrow. Shui Yu pouted in complaint. Originally, she and Jiang Yu were lying comfortably on the bed, but unexpectedly, one of the large supporting columns had fallen into the deep pit, causing the wooden bed to tilt significantly. They couldn't even sleep on the bed. Now that the bed was problem-free, Shui Yu jumped onto the bed and sat on the bedding. Sister, could you be a little lighter? Jiang Yu quickly reminded her. It was you shaking on top that caused the bed to collapse. Shui Yu's little face turned red. She didn't think her movements were that big, blaming it all on the bed. If it was a proper bed, how could it collapse just from a little shaking? The quality of the wooden bed used by the hotel must be a problem. Shui Yu instinctively blamed the bed. It's all this bed's fault for being unreliable. How can you blame me? She suddenly felt a bit guilty, trying to act calm, then waved her hand at Jiang Yu. It's getting late. Let us hurry up and go to bed. All right. Since Shui Yu said so, Jiang Yu didn't want to dwell on whether it was a human issue or a bed issue. He rolled over and got onto the bed. Jiang Yu didn't mind much. After all, he had been sleeping with Hulaina since he was little, so he was already used to it. Instead, Shui Yu felt a bit excited. This was her first time sharing a bed with a boy, especially since Jiang Yu was so handsome. Just thinking about it made her a little thrilled. Jiang Yu didn't pay any attention to Shui Yuer's thoughts and soon fell asleep. Seeing this, Shui Yuer couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. However, thinking about Jiang Yu's age made her feel relieved. It was better to wait until they were older. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Jiang Yu got to know Shui Binger and the others more deeply. It turned out that the three of them traveled thousands of miles to the extreme north to complete their sex training. In preparation for the high-level Soul Master Academy competition across the continent in a few years, they needed to make adequate preparations to lead the Tian Shui Academy, which belonged to their sect, to win the championship. The extreme north was the best place for honing their skills, especially for Shui Binger. Her martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, could only undergo transformation in such a snowy and icy world. And indeed, that was the case. Shui Binger had only been in the extreme north for a little over a year, but her soul power had increased by a full 5 levels, even breaking through the threshold of Soul Sovereign and acquiring some good soul skills. Her understanding and application of soul skills had also significantly improved, even further than when she was in the sect. On this day, the sun rarely shone brightly in the sky. Estimating that the blizzards in the extreme north should have stopped, the adventurers set off again. After all, staying in the wind and snow city brought no income and they had to pay for hotel costs. So the adventurers were eager to move on. Jiang Yu and his group also chose this time to head to the extreme north. After preparing the necessary food, they left the hotel and walked straight north. Once they exited Wind and Snow City, it wasn't long before they arrived at the area of the extreme north. Not far ahead stood a warning sign with precautions written on it. The top read Extreme North in big letters. This was just a reminder for the adventurers. After crossing the warning sign, they would truly enter the extreme north, needing to stay alert and guard against soul beast attacks. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu noticed that the extreme north was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There were no soul beasts along the way, just a scene of white snow. The snow here was very deep, even wider than the snow in other places. This was just the outer edge, where soul beasts rarely appeared. They would need to go deeper for about 100 miles to encounter them. Shui Yuer explained beside him. She had been training here for a while and had some understanding of the situation in the extreme north. Jiang Yu nodded, but remained vigilant, keeping his spirit tense. As they went deeper, the number of adventurers around gradually increased. This group of people had entered the extreme north at dawn, and adventurers like them were quite competitive. If they were slow by a moment, good items might be taken by their companions, leaving only a pile of low-priced goods. This was something the adventurers did not want to see. Although the extreme north was a well-known gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, filled with various dangers, its resources were extremely rich, and many items were not found in other parts of the continent. It was precisely this rarity that made the items here very valuable. Driven by immense profits, countless adventurers flocked here to seek treasures. Even if there were dangers, they were willing to take the risk. After a while, everyone noticed that soul beasts occasionally appeared by the roadside, but most of them were just 10-year soul beasts, ordinary penguins, and waterfish. Although these soul beasts posed little threat, everyone realized they were close to the core area of the outer zone. If they went further, they might encounter stronger soul beasts. Everyone began to stay alert. Look at that penguin ahead, how cute. So chubby and plump, and a bit silly. Seeing the group of passing penguins, Shui Yuer couldn't help but exclaim. One particularly fat penguin caught her attention, making her want to rush over and hug it. Sister, do you think we should bring it back to the sect as a pet? Shui Yuer's idea was bold and a bit naive. It was important to know that the penguins in the extreme north could only survive in cold environments. Otherwise, it would be hard to keep them alive. So Shui Binger did not agree. After being rejected by Shui Binger, Shui Yuer had no choice but to pout and plead with her to let her take the penguin back to the sect. Unfortunately, Shui Binger was not swayed. Coldly pulling Shui Yuer along, they continued forward. Although Shui Binger was the youngest of the 3 sisters, she was undoubtedly the authority. Without her permission, Shui Yuer's wish would definitely be dashed. She knew that her half-sister's character was unchangeable once she made up her mind. An hour later, Shui Yuer finally gave up on the idea of raising a penguin. Unknowingly, they were close to the core area of the outer zone, and the surrounding soul beasts had increased significantly. Even hundreds of years old soul beasts were plentiful, and some traces of 1,000-year soul beasts could be seen. Fortunately, the temperament of these soul beasts was generally docile. As long as humans did not attack them, they would not act rashly. It's so cold. Shui Wu kept rubbing her small hands, breathing out puffs of air. As an auxiliary soul master, her physique was clearly not as strong as her companions, and she was shivering. Can I hug your sword? The temperature in the extreme north was unbearably low, and Xuewu couldn't take it anymore. Quickly moving closer to Jiangyu, with her red lips slightly parted, she said, "Sister, I really need the warmth of your big sword to warm me up." Seeing Xuewu's body slightly reddened from the cold, Jiangyu did not refuse her request. Helping others is the source of happiness. Moreover, Xuewu's request was not unreasonable. Jiangyu immediately summoned the Chixiao Sword and casually handed the fiery red long sword to Xuewu. "Thank you." Xuewu excitedly took the Chixiao Sword and quickly hugged it to her chest, but unexpectedly, the sword was a bit too hot and accidentally burned her chest. His Xuewu couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. She quickly moved the Chixiao Sword away from her chest. After that lesson, Xuewu switched to holding the sword with one hand, keeping some distance from her body, which felt much better. In fact, Xuewu should consider herself lucky. Fortunately, this was in the extreme north. If it were elsewhere, her chest would have been burned. Leaving behind an imperfect mark would not be pretty at all. With the warmth from the Chixiao Sword, Xuewu's complexion gradually returned to some vitality, no longer looking as red as from frostbite, but instead becoming a state of rosy white. Soon, everyone arrived in front of a snow mountain. This was the true core area of the outer zone, where it was said that a 10,000-year snow woman even appeared. To be precise, it should be the snow demoness. This soul beast, although reminiscent of the ice fairy, is completely different in nature. If the ice fairy's appearance can be likened to that of a snow maiden, then the snow demoness is more akin to a snow warrior woman. It is said that she particularly enjoys seducing male soul masters and then luring them back to drain all their energy. Over time, the snow demoness has become a demon soul beast in the eyes of human male soul masters. As for this rumor, Shui Binger and her companions are clearly aware of it, but they are not afraid, as the snow demoness is only interested in men. It is JiangYu who should be worried. "Why don't you wait at the base of the mountain?" Shui Binger suggested, concerned that JiangYu might be enchanted by the snow demoness. "No need." JiangYu shook his head, rejecting her kind offer. He had been trained to deal with beauty since childhood. What kind of beautiful women had he not seen? How could he fall for a mere snow demoness? Besides, the wise man who taught him how to handle seduction once said, "As long as you have courage, the demoness will take a break." In short, when encountering a beauty trap, there is no need to be afraid or to resist. Generally speaking, women like that are often lacking in love. If you can give her enough love and conquer her both physically and spiritually, then she will be yours, willing to do anything for you. That wise man referred to it as a counter-seduction strategy. The snow demoness? Oof. If she doesn't come, then fine. But if she dares to attack, JiangYu is confident that he can make her doubt her life, or rather, her beastly existence. Without saying another word, JiangYu headed up the mountain, filled with the fervor of knowingly walking into the tiger's den. Seeing his determination, Shui Binger had no choice but to follow him, ready to assist him if needed. It must be said that although Shui Binger appears somewhat cold and speaks little, she is indeed a beautiful girl with a kind heart, a rarity these days. The Great Snow Mountain has an elevation of over 1,000 meters, and with its year-round coverage of ice and snow, even the air is filled with a chill. Moreover, the soul beasts on the mountain are evidently more aggressive. It wasn't long after JiangYu and his group began climbing that they encountered a soul beast attack. It was a massive snow eagle with white feathers and a bright yellow beak. Its snow-white claws looked sharp and deadly. 3 slender feathers adorned its forehead, indicating that its cultivation had surpassed the 3,000-year mark and gained significant strength. The power of this snow eagle should not be underestimated. The swift snow eagle soared down from the sky, its sharp claws ready to strike. Right from the start, the snow eagle unleashed its innate soul skill, Blade Claw, a terrifying move capable of shattering even metal. Clearly, it had no intention of giving humans any chance. "Come on," JiangYu shouted with excitement, and the Chixiao Sword flew from Xuewu's hand. Gripping the sword tightly, JiangYu slashed at the snow eagle in midair, a burst of brilliant golden flames erupting, showcasing its majesty in this icy world. At that moment, JiangYu looked like a deity ablaze with divine fire, releasing his might against the fierce beast in the sky. Although the snow eagle possessed the intelligence of a child, it clearly didn't know that some people should not be provoked. It had evidently chosen the wrong opponent this time. The eagle's claws, capable of piercing gold and splitting stones, were instantly severed by JiangYu's Chixiao Sword, and the burning flames from the sword turned the claws into roasted eagle talons. Seeing this, Shui Binger finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the ice phoenix she had just summoned. To be honest, she was not afraid of the 3,000-year snow eagle soul beast. The phoenix is the king of birds. How could a mere snow eagle compare to the ice phoenix? Shui Binger had a clear bloodline suppression over it. The battle quickly came to an end. The fierce snow eagle was roasted by the imperial fire contained in the Chixiao Sword, becoming tender and fragrant. After such a long trek, everyone was hungry. Although the snow eagle's meat was average, it had no strange taste, making it suitable for filling their stomachs. Soon, the massive snow eagle was reduced to nothing but bones, buried in the deep snow. As for the purple soul ring that flew out from its body, it would disperse soon enough, and even if others saw it, they could not absorb it, as it was killed by Jiang Yu. After defeating the snow eagle, the group encountered more soul beast attacks one after another. Fortunately, most of them were not very powerful, and even Shui Wearer could handle them easily. It wasn't until they reached the middle of the snow mountain that Jiang Yu and the others encountered a powerful soul beast. Roar! Not far ahead, a fierce wolf was slowly approaching Jiang Yu and the others. The wolf was entirely snow white, its fur as smooth and clean as the snow on the ground. Its light blue eyes emitted a chilling glow, and its sharp teeth were fearsome. Unlike other wolf-type soul beasts, its ears were noticeably smaller, resembling those of a fox. Its facial features appeared quite terrifying, yet together they gave it a somewhat silly look, resembling a husky. Jiang Yu couldn't help but comment. The fierce wolf ahead looked very much like a dog. Huskies are often hard to distinguish from wolves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be used as stand-ins for wolves in movies and dramas. Even though the fierce wolf was trying hard to look ferocious, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Snow wolf dog, Shui Yu exclaimed, his eyes shining. This old beast is commonly found in the extreme north. Despite its somewhat scary appearance, it is not particularly strong, and some powerful soul masters even keep them as pets. No, look at the patterns on its back, Shui Binger said, her expression becoming serious. 5 patterns indicated that its cultivation had broken through to 5,000 years, evolving into a snow wolf king. Although the snow wolf dog has low attack power, once it transforms into a snow wolf king, its strength receives a massive boost. Both its attack capabilities and intelligence far surpass its previous form. Only one snow wolf king might appear among 1,000 snow wolf dogs, making it a force to be reckoned with. What puzzled Shui Binger was that wolves, being social animals, usually appear in packs and rarely act alone. It was unclear what situation had led this snow wolf king to be alone in this great snow mountain. The snow wolf king's intelligence was evidently high. It did not immediately attack Jiang Yu and the others, but instead watched them closely, waiting for the humans to show a weakness. Why isn't it attacking? Shui Wearer asked, puzzled, as soul beasts typically pounce on human soul masters immediately upon sight. It's waiting for you to let your guard down. JiangYu teased Shui Yu. As soon as you relax, it will pounce on you, bite your flesh, and drink your blood. Don't come over. Shui Wearer, indeed frightened, quickly stepped back several meters, hiding behind Shui Binger, too scared to come out. Even at this point, you still have the mood to scare her. Shui Binger pouted, complaining, you're really too unserious. After a month of getting along, Shui Binger had gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Yu and admired his talent, although he could be a bit frivolous at times. You go where I go, Shui Binger said with a proud look. The Snow Wolf King was not easy to deal with, and both Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were still a bit immature and definitely not its match. Only she and Jiang Yu had the strength to face it. You go. Jiang Yu had just killed a soul beast and didn't intend to steal the spotlight, so he gave this opportunity to Shui Binger. TCH. Jiang Yu was obviously preparing to slack off. Although he had just gone through a fierce battle, it hadn't affected him much, and his strength was likely still around 90. A Snow Wolf King was nothing to him. Seeing Jiang Yu dodge, Shui Binger had no choice but to step forward and prepare to fight the Snow Wolf King. It was time to show her true strength. A rich blue light suddenly exploded from Shui Binger, and a dazzling blue halo with a hint of brilliance appeared behind her. Gradually, the shadow of the halo became real, transforming into a massive water blue ice phoenix. It looked extraordinarily luxurious. A powerful aura emanated from the phoenix. This was the might brought by a top-level martial soul. Under this aura, the Snow Wolf King's legs couldn't help but tremble. Its quality was far inferior to that of the phoenix, and this kind of bloodline suppression couldn't be escaped by mere strength. This fear stemmed from the depths of its soul, and only by breaking through the 100,000 year limit could it completely free itself. Although there were differences in talent among 100,000 year soul beasts, at that level, the quality of the species wasn't as significant as humans imagined. It could be said to be minimal. For example, if a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit like Xiao Wu fought a 100,000-year snow wolf king, the bloodline suppression wouldn't have a significant effect. One couldn't simply apply the natural rule of wolves eating rabbits in a straightforward manner. However, for soul beasts that hadn't broken through the 100,000-year limit, bloodline suppression was still quite effective. Ice seal. A cold wind suddenly appeared in the air, and Shui Binger danced in the wind, stepping on the white snow, as her yellow soul ring burst forth with dazzling light, releasing extreme cold power from her body. The level of the Ice Phoenix was far superior to Ma Hongjuan's evil Fire Phoenix. After all, although his mixed-breed chicken had successfully mutated into a phoenix, it had significant flaws compared to the Ice Phoenix, which was inherently a phoenix. Once the extreme cold power was unleashed, the Snow Wolf King shrank in fear. In this icy world, Shui Binger's power could undoubtedly be fully unleashed. Coupled with the quality of her top-tier ice martial soul, she could navigate the extreme north with ease. As long as she didn't encounter some powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, she wouldn't face any danger. Seeing the situation was not in its favor, the Snow Wolf King quickly emitted a cold air from its mouth. This was its innate soul skill, extreme ice freezing breath. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Of course, it was still far from the true ultimate ice power. So the Snow Wolf King didn't expect to defeat Shui Binger. Its real goal was to buy some time. As long as it could entangle that formidable girl in front of it, it would have more chances to escape this perilous place. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf King did not get its wish. That icy air could not withstand the powerful effect brought by the ice seal. Instead, it amplified the might. Soon, the extreme cold air swept toward the Snow Wolf King, instantly sealing it in ice. In fact, with Shui Binger's current strength, dealing with the Snow Wolf King was not so easy. However, the extreme north provided her with a unique environmental advantage, and the Snow Wolf King itself was an ice-type soul beast. It could be said that in front of Shui Bing, the Snow Wolf King was completely passive and in an extremely unfavorable position. This was why Shui Binger could defeat the Snow Wolf King so easily. If the environment were different, she might not have won so effortlessly. Looking at the now frozen Snow Wolf King, Shui Binger finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the sweat in her palms ceased to flow. The battle went more smoothly than she had imagined, and being able to defeat a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King made her feel a bit triumphant, greatly boosting her confidence. A smile soon appeared on Shui Binger's face, and an excited aura was evident. She quickly glanced at Jiang Yu, her eyes filled with a strong sense of pride, as if to showcase her strength. Jiang Yu didn't mind Shui Binger's little girl mentality. After all, defeating the Snow Wolf King was quite impressive. Happy holidays to everyone. Chapter 153. Ice Magic Wolf compared to Jiang Yu's calm demeanor. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu were quite excited and couldn't help but praise Shui Binger's strength. As expected of the light of Tian Shui, even a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King is no match. Under Shui Binger's leadership, Tian Shui's sect would surely flourish and become one of the top 3 sects, achieving the goals that previous ages had not accomplished, letting the name of Tian Shui resound across the continent. Seeing Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, Shui Binger's mood also settled down. He really was a fool who didn't know how to appreciate things. She secretly thought it was boring. Jiang Yu was truly a straightforward guy. After a brief excitement, the group continued on their way. As for the now ice sculpture, Snow Wolf King, while Shui Binger wanted its soul ring, she was still far from the realm of soul sect and couldn't absorb it at all. So she let the Snow Wolf King fend for itself. Before long, Jiang Yu and the others arrived at a mountain gorge, and surprisingly, there was a water pool here. Thick steam was rising from the pool, looking like a hot spring. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. In this icy world of the extreme north, there was actually a hot spring, which was truly incredible. Look, the water is steaming. Shui Yu exclaimed excitedly. She happened to be thirsty and, seeing a water source ahead, ran over in a flash, scooped up some water from the pool without a second thought, completely unconcerned about any abnormalities. It's so delicious. After taking a sip from the pool, Shui Yuer couldn't help but wave her hand back. It's sweet and warm. Everyone come and try. This girl, Shui Binger, couldn't help but feel a headache. She had no caution whatsoever. How could she possibly be a qualified soul master like this? It seemed her educational task was still a long way off. Speaking of which, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had personalities that were two extremes. Although Shui Binger was younger in age, her personality was more mature. In contrast, Shui Yu was a bit loud and had the demeanor of a little girl who had just awakened her martial soul. If she didn't change this personality, how could she stand her ground in the soul master world? Sooner or later, she would suffer a big loss. Just as Shui Binger was about to speak, a shadow suddenly darted out, charging straight at Shui Yu. It was a blue wolf-shaped soul beast with black stripes, looking very evil. Ice Magic Wolf. Shui Binger quickly recognized the soul beast ahead. That great northern wolf possessed this martial soul. Why is it another wolf? Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain, asking for some novelty. Ever since they ascended this great snow mountain, they had frequently been attacked by wild wolves, and even he felt a bit annoyed. What Jiang Yu didn't know was that this great snow mountain also had another name, Wolf Shushan. It was home to various species of wolves, earning it the title of the Holy Mountain of Wolves, which explained the abundance of wolf presence. The Ice Magic Wolf moved extremely quickly, rushing to Shui Yu in the blink of an eye, startling her and making her lose her color. Just as the sharp wolf claw was about to pounce on her soft chest, Jiang Yu moved. The Chixiao Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The fiery red, long sword flew into the air, blocking the wolf claw with a swift motion. A brilliant golden flame erupted suddenly. The Ice Magic Wolf quickly retracted its claw and retreated several meters on its hind legs, but from the murderous intent in its eyes. It clearly had no intention of backing down. A chilling aura erupted from its body as it stomped heavily on the ground. The ice surface within a few meters began to tremble, and the ice blocks gradually cracked. Under the control of the Ice Magic Wolf, sharp ice blocks resembling spikes rapidly shot toward Shui Yu. If hit by these ice spikes, it would definitely be unbearable. This Ice Magic Wolf was smarter than the previous Snow Wolf King, even knowing how to take advantage of the terrain. First soul skill, Chixiao Sword formation. How could Jiang Yu allow the Ice Magic Wolf to have its way? The first soul ring instantly lit up, and dozens of sword shadows erupted from the sword body, swiftly shooting towards the ice spikes. Those sharp ice spikes were quickly melted by the fiery flames of the sword shadows, turning into puddles of water on the ground. Seeing this scene, a hint of caution flashed in the Ice Magic Wolf's eyes. The boy's strength far exceeded its expectations, both in the effect of his soul skill and his control over it, which was not something an ordinary soul master could compare to. The Ice Magic Wolf had encountered many self-proclaimed genius young soul masters, but none had escaped its sharp claws, ultimately being covered by the ice and snow of the mountain. It was the first time encountering a monster like Jiang Yu, but it felt no fear. It had its pride, and the more powerful the human, the more it enjoyed the thrill of defeating and tearing them apart afterward. A low growl escaped the Ice Magic Wolf's mouth, and then it leaped into the air from a block of solid ice, its massive body seemingly unaffected by gravity. A wave of cold air erupted from its body, gradually condensing hundreds of ice blue blades around it, the chilling aura emanating from them so intense that droplets of water began to fall from the air. The ice blades shot towards everyone indiscriminately, with the Ice Magic Wolf clearly going all out, even using its strongest soul skill, Ice Blade. Ice Ring Armor. Little Master. There's more in the next chapter. Please click to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, seeing the dense ice blades in the air. Shui Binger quickly released her second soul skill. Before long, a thick layer of ice armor appeared on Jiang Yu and the others. Shui Wu also wanted to help, but at that moment, her soul skill was of no use. Although she was the only support-type soul master present, she felt utterly useless, only able to stare anxiously. Shui Yu finally regained her wits, hurriedly releasing her martial soul and using her soul skill to respond. Seeing that she was temporarily safe, Jiang Yu quickly recalled the Chixiao Sword, grasping it in his hand and swinging it. A powerful sword aura erupted from the Chixiao Sword, shooting directly at the ice blades in the air. The Chixiao Sword, being the king of swords, could not bear to be provoked by the ice blades emitted by the Ice Magic Wolf. Even though those blades were formed from ice and were solid but insubstantial, the proud Chixiao Sword would never allow those ice blades to run rampant here. The sword aura emitted by the Chixiao Sword was stronger than ever, as if it aimed to prove its royal strength. As the ice blades shot forward, the Ice Magic Wolf did not remain idle. Its massive body quickly approached Jiang Yu. According to human strategy, capture the king first. Jiang Yu is undoubtedly the greatest threat. As long as it dealt with this biggest danger, the other women would be mere prey. It was unlikely they could turn the tide. The Ice Magic Wolf's plan was quite good, but the premise was that it could indeed handle Jiang Yu. Otherwise, it was just empty talk. Chapter 157. evil god under Jiang Yu's impenetrable sword dance. The ice blades in the air were all rendered ineffective. Faced with the ice magic wolf's sudden attack, Jiang Yu remained calm. Each wolf claw attack was cleverly blocked by the Chixiao Sword. Although Jiang Yu was still young, his combat experience was extremely rich. During his time at the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo had sparred with him many times, and coupled with the trip to the Liangshan Principality, he had witnessed real battlefield combat. Therefore, even when facing a cunning soul beast like the ice magic wolf, Jiang Yu could still maintain his composure. Seeing that the human before it showed no signs of weakness, the ice magic wolf became anxious. Its beastly instincts began to take over, and the frequency of its attacks grew increasingly frantic. Although this made the ice magic wolf's attacks somewhat troublesome for Jiang Yu, it also exposed many flaws, creating opportunities for him. Taking advantage of the ice magic wolf's moment of inattention, Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the Chixiao sword and thrust it towards its waist. Pucci, the ice magic wolf's waist was instantly pierced, blood gushing forth, and the area was burned by the flames on the sword. A wailing sound escaped the wolf's mouth. Wolves were known for their tough heads and bones, but soft waists. The waist could be considered their Achilles heel. Jiang Yu's strike had hit its vital point, and the immense pain made the ice magic wolf cry out in anguish. However, the battle was at a critical moment. The ice magic wolf was intelligent enough to know that it absolutely could not retreat now, or finding another opportunity would not be easy. It had to endure the pain, and with a gaping mouth, it revealed its sharp fangs. The distance between the magic wolf and Jiang Yu was very close, which was why it was unwilling to give up. Those sharp wolf fangs were about to bite down on Jiang Yu's neck. Countless illusory wolf fangs flew from the ice magic wolf's mouth, resembling a sky full of deadly blades. This was its other soul skill, Wolf Fang Hunter Strike. If bitten, the victim would fall into an extreme negative state, even experiencing a 30 decrease in soul power and a chance of losing their sanity. As the illusory wolf fangs were about to bite down, Jiang Yu decisively swung the Chixiao sword forward with all his might. But unexpectedly, when the sword struck the illusions, they merely trembled slightly. They did not sustain any damage at all. How could this be? Jiang Yu's expression turned to one of suspicion. Such a bizarre soul skill was rare, and the ice magic wolf's strength was indeed considerable, almost equivalent to a genius among humans. Soon, the illusory wolf fangs bit down on Jiang Yu, some biting at his sword, some at his legs, some at his hands, and some at his waist. Jiang Yu was completely restrained by the illusory wolf fangs, unable to move at all. The wolf Fang phantoms, although appearing quite illusory, bring an incredibly real sense of pain, indistinguishable from actual wolf fangs. The Chixiao sword array Jiang Yu did not give up resisting just because he was entangled by the wolf Fang phantoms. He shouted towards the Chixiao sword, and the long sword seemed to understand his words. Suddenly, the yellow soul ring lit up. The fiery sword shadow shot out. But Jiang Yu did not rush to deal with the wolf Fang phantoms. Instead, he controlled the sword shadow in the air to stab towards the body of the ice demon wolf. Awu, the ice demon wolf, also sensed the terrifying threat of the sword shadow, but it focused all its energy on the wolf Fang phantoms, even though it knew the sword shadow was about to strike it. However, it had no choice but to endure. At this point in the battle, it was all about endurance. Whoever couldn't hold on would be the first to fall. The Chixiao sword shadows were even stronger than the ice demon wolf had imagined, leaving dozens of bloody marks on its skin, deep enough to see the bone. Blood flowed uncontrollably, and the ice demon wolf suddenly felt a wave of weakness. However, relying on its immense endurance, it still managed to hold on, and its enemy was not doing well either. Its wolf fangs were not so easily resisted. A burst of light erupted from the ice demon wolf's eyes as it saw that the kid in front of it was restrained by its soul skill. No matter how high his talent was, it was absolutely impossible for him to last long. Once Jiang Yu fell, the victory of this battle would still belong to it, and then it would vent its anger, torturing the few humans before killing them. However, the ice demon wolf still underestimated Jiang Yu's strength. Although the wolf Fang phantoms were quite strange, the damage they caused him was not as great as imagined. Although Jiang Yu was trapped by the wolf Fang phantoms, his own soul power had not decreased much. With the high quality of the soul power cultivated through the Hongmeng Purple Qi Dao, it was beyond what the ice demon wolf could imagine, and the terrible negative state did not occur. So it could be said that the ice demon wolf's attack damage was not significant, just as the demon wolf was feeling pleased. The Chixiao sword circled back around Jiang Yu, releasing a fierce sword energy towards the wolf Fang phantoms, causing them to start to loosen. Before long, they gradually became transparent and finally disappeared, as if they had never existed. Owu, the ice demon wolf, looked angrily at the figure in front of it, feeling a tremendous disappointment as its proud attack had missed. Owu, Kakabuka, Awaka, the ice demon wolf, suddenly let out a low growl, and its intense anger erupted completely. To defeat JiangYu, it decided to do whatever it took, even using forbidden techniques. The incantation it had just recited was a powerful spell passed down through the bloodline of the Ice Demon Wolf clan, capable of gaining great power from the evil god. However, the devil's gift inevitably comes with a price. Each time the forbidden spell is activated, their souls would be devoured a bit more by the evil god, ultimately becoming puppets of the evil god. According to the rules of Douluo Continent, once a god is created, it cannot stay on the continent for long. It must ascend to the god realm, or else face punishment from the rules. However, some gods have thought of special methods to exploit loopholes, and the evil god descends to Douluo Continent by possessing living beings through sacrifices. Soon, the aura of the ice demon wolf completely changed, with a vast evil aura sweeping around it, and its light blue eyes turned blood red, looking extremely terrifying. Those eyes emitted a strange light, reminiscent of something familiar. Exactly like the gaze of an ice demon wolf soul master who had fallen into madness a month ago. The red eyes gave a chilling feeling, as if the legendary evil god had broken through layers of restrictions and appeared before you. That terrifying and evil divine might could even affect title Douluo level experts, let alone Jiang Yu and his companions, especially for Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, whose martial soul quality was significantly lower compared to Jiang Yu and Shui Binger. Chapter 158. The resurrected evil god again. This evil god possessed. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. It was all due to the existence of the world consciousness of Douluo Continent. Otherwise, how could it possibly allow such a blatant act of divine descent? However, he also knew that this was not the time for complaints. The cultivation level of this ice demon wolf would not be lower than 5,000 years. And with its mastery of evil god's secret techniques, the difficulty of dealing with it was not much different from that of a typical 10,000-year soul beast. Not only Jiang Yu understood this, but Shui Binger quickly realized the crisis they were about to face. At this point, they had to go all out. Shui Wu, let's go. Shui Binger's gaze turned to Shui Wu. The reason she brought Shui Wu on this extreme northern journey was not only for emotional reasons, but also because the two of them could use their martial soul fusion technique together. With this ultimate technique, their safety in the extreme north would be greatly increased, and their chances of completing the sect trial would also be much higher. After all, the effect of the martial soul fusion technique was not simply 1 + 1 = 1. In the state of the ice phoenix under the snowflakes, their combined strength would far exceed that of an ordinary soul king. Shui Wu immediately nodded. She had been cooperating with Shui Binger for so long, and their synergy was extremely tacit. They could understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. A strong light erupted from Shui Wu, and dark clouds appeared in the sky, quickly pouring down torrential rain. Soon, the cold ice rain transformed into snowflakes dancing in the air, with cold light flashing occasionally. Each snowflake concealed a deadly threat. As sharp as blades, and in swirling motion, they completely turned into an ice and snow vortex, sweeping towards the ice demon wolf ahead. Although the name Falling Snow sounds beautiful, the infinite killing intent contained within it was anything but simple. The sounds of intense cutting and friction echoed wherever the ice and snow vortex passed. This was just the prelude. Although the attacking power of the ice and snow vortex was not difficult for powerful soul masters to withstand, its continuous and sustainable nature was its strength. Countless snowflakes, like a meat grinder, continuously sliced into the body of the ice demon wolf. Soon, pieces of flesh began to fall off its body. Strangely, the ice demon wolf seemed to feel no pain at all. In the end, all its flesh was cut away, leaving only bones and internal organs. It never let out a single scream. At this moment, the ice demon wolf was truly terrifying, making onlookers feel a chill, resembling a skeletal monster. One couldn't help but wonder how it endured such pain. The ice demon wolf, no, to be precise, it was no longer just a simple wolf. What truly controlled it was the evil god that often stirred up bloodshed on the continent. Since ancient times, behind the brutal events that occurred on the continent, the evil god had been at work. This evil deity, born from chaos, was difficult to eliminate even by the god kings. Every 1,000 years, she would awaken from her silence and provoke disputes, plunging the continent into bloodshed. Although the power of the evil god awakened by the ice demon wolf through sacrifice was less than 1/10,000th of its potential, even so, the ice phoenix under the falling snow could do nothing against it. The ice magic wolf let out a terrifying howl, then lowered its head and began to devour the flesh and blood on the ground. The wolf meat slid down its throat, and the chewing process was fully exposed before everyone. It was truly more horrifying than zombies. Shui Wearer was almost scared to tears. She had never seen such a disgusting scene, which instantly shattered her psychological defenses. Jiang Yu tried to use the Chixiao Sword to strike the ice magic wolf, but its ordinary bones were harder than iron. No matter how the blade struck, it was useless, unable to even leave a scratch. Seeing Jiang Yu's attacks, the ice magic wolf couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Although Jiang Yu's strength was impressive, it was far from enough in its eyes. The ice magic wolf was not in a hurry to counterattack. It wanted to see just how much strength these human ants had left. It had been asleep for too long, and during its long silence, it had only been accompanied by loneliness. It was rare for someone to awaken its consciousness with secret methods, and it didn't mind playing with these humans, especially the little boy. After all, he was the one who defeated the puppet last time. The invincible power of the Chixiao Sword lost its effectiveness against the ice magic wolf. Watching the ice magic wolf's calm demeanor, Jiang Yu became unusually impatient. Although he had encountered many difficult opponents since he debuted, none were like the ice magic wolf. Was this the power of the gods? Just a bit of consciousness descending had such terrifying strength. To be honest, Jiang Yu didn't think the Douluo Continent posed much danger. After all, it was just a fantasy world, far from the terrifying realms where one could destroy a star with a single punch. Therefore, Jiang Yu had always maintained a calm mindset until he faced the ice magic wolf, which forced him to think seriously. As for the evil god, her strength was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Even Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword and Shui Bing'er's martial soul fusion technique were ineffective against the ice magic wolf. The mocking laughter of the magic wolf echoed through the sky. A deep, abyss-like evil aura erupted from the ice magic wolf, and the bones let out a buzzing roar. Its overwhelming might swept across the entire world. Even the white snow on the ground was eroded by the black, evil aura, instantly turning black. That evil aura, like a demon god, destroyed the life on the ground, and even Jiang Yu began to gasp for breath. Just when everyone thought it was all over, a brilliant golden sunflower suddenly flashed on Jiang Yu's forehead, and holy sunlight burst forth from the petals, releasing an unprecedented brilliance. The sacred sunlight illuminated the earth. The black, evil aura seemed to meet its nemesis. The previously rampant expansion suddenly slowed down as it retreated in haste back to the ice magic wolf. Sun God, the ice magic wolf actually spoke, although it wasn't in the language of the Douluo Continent. Strangely, everyone present understood the meaning behind its words, as if it was a direct mental communication. He is the one you have set your sights on. The ice magic wolf chuckled. In that case, I'm even more interested. Do you think a mere residual consciousness can stop me? The relationship between the evil god and the sun god was somewhat like that of a Rakshasa and an Asura, one being righteous and the other evil. The sun god's divine power is the most effective counter against the evil god's power. The sun god's fire is enough to burn away the impurities contained within the evil god's aura. Therefore, the evil god despises the sun god, and she wants to destroy everything related to him. The ice magic wolf, like a mad beast, completely ignored the sunlight and pounced fiercely toward Jiang Yu. Even though its skeletal frame shook slightly, it did not stop its pace. Chapter 159. Defeating the magic wolf, the ice magic wolf exuded an unprecedented aura, and the evil god no longer played around. Knowing that the boy ahead was someone valued by the sun god, she was left with only one objective, to kill him. Only then could she vent her pent-up anger. Countless awakenings have been obstructed by the so-called righteous gods of the divine realm, especially the sun god and the angel god, who were the most detestable, always stirring up trouble. The divine powers of the husband and wife duo had a suppressive effect on her evil aura. Even after the sun god was ambushed and injured at the source, the angel god was unexpectedly able to utilize a small portion of the true sun fire. It was likely that the sun god had transferred part of his source power to the angel god, causing her plan to fail. Now the sun god actually intended to pass on his divine position to a mortal, which made the evil god take it seriously. She would never allow the sun god to succeed. As long as she eliminated this boy in front of her, the sun god's lineage would be completely severed, thus reducing a major threat once she fully awakened. The ice magic wolf's evil aura surged toward Jiang Yu, and as for the others, they were clearly not as important as Jiang Yu. The evil god couldn't be bothered with them. The black evil aura released an extremely terrifying power, and Jiang Yu, caught in it, felt unprecedented fear. What he had thought would rely on the sunflower petal pattern turned out to be ineffective, appearing dark and lifeless. Jiang Yu's heart sank to the bottom. It seemed that the remaining power was dwindling. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so weak at this moment. Without the assistance of the sunflower pattern, Jiang Yu had to rely on himself to resolve the trouble before him. Although he knew the Chixiao Sword might not work, he still wielded the long sword and struck at the black aura. The brilliant golden flames erupted with golden light, and under this power, the surrounding black aura seemed to recede slightly, but it didn't take long for it to return, proving to be extremely troublesome. It seemed that the Chixiao Sword still had some effect on the evil aura. Jiang Yu observed the scene with a contemplative look in his eyes, but his strength was still too weak. The ice magic wolf's strength was already considerable, and now it was being controlled by the evil god's consciousness. Not to mention him, even a Soul King wouldn't be able to win. Was there really no way out? Jiang Yu pondered, aside from the Chixiao Sword. What other trump cards did he have to defeat the evil god? Just as Jiang Yu was trapped in a dilemma, Bibi moved. It was not her style to see her partner in danger and do nothing. She stepped forward, moving with a graceful stride toward the black aura, and an icy cold light erupted from her, attempting to block the invasion of the evil aura. The ultimate power was indeed something all soul masters yearned for, even able to repel the evil aura of the evil god. However, there was not a hint of joy on Bibi's face. Only she knew that what seemed like an advantage earlier had not actually inflicted any damage to the evil aura. The evil aura was merely brushed aside, but her ultimate power was diminishing, as if it had been affected by a soul master's attribute-lowering skill. If this continued, the evil aura would eventually invade her body. Could they really fall in such a place? That was unacceptable. She still had to win the championship in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. She absolutely had to defeat the Ice Magic Wolf. Bibi's resolve gradually became firm. The aura of the Ice Magic Wolf suddenly surged at this moment, and the ice-blue glow on Bibi gradually dimmed under the immense pressure, seemingly about to disappear. Got it. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu thought of a solution. Besides the Chixiao Sword, he also had the Hongmeng Purple Qi. This was the strongest thing in the three realms, and the mere aura of the evil god was insignificant in comparison to the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and immediately released the Hongmeng Purple Qi from within his body. An ancient and mysterious aura instantly erupted. What is this? The evil god was completely shocked. This aura was truly terrifying. Even she felt a deep fear. This is impossible. She was born from chaos and had an equally noble origin as the gods of the divine realm, including the God King and the gods of destruction and life. Even the auras of those gods could not evoke such fear in her. Could it be that this kid in front of her was even more powerful than the God King? This is impossible. The evil god absolutely refused to believe such an absurd thing. But the facts before her could not be denied. That purple gas was countless times stronger than the destructive power of that guy, and fortunately, it was only a little bit. No, if he continued like this, he would surely become a god sooner or later, which would be disastrous. The face of the Ice Magic Wolf instantly turned serious. If Jiang Yu became a god, then there would surely be another God King level force in the divine realm. No, perhaps he would be even more terrifying than the God King. The evil god did not want anyone to disrupt her plans any further. He must be killed. He must be killed. A strong killing intent took over, and the evil god immediately disregarded everything, gathering her own evil energy to form an evil spirit, which rushed madly towards Jiang Yu. That evil spirit looked incredibly terrifying, composed entirely of bones, wielding a huge bone blade, like a messenger that crawled out of hell. At that moment, the Hongmeng Purple Qi also spread towards the evil spirit. Although the purple gas that Jiang Yu had gathered was not much, it surprisingly did not lose ground against the evil aura emanating from the evil spirit and firmly suppressed it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his decision was correct, and the Hongmeng Purple Qi indeed had an effect. Even that arrogant evil god aura had lost its previous formidable might and became less terrifying. Soon, the evil spirit was completely shattered, its body suddenly disintegrating, and the black evil energy was transformed into ordinary air. Following that, the Hongmeng Purple Qi drifted towards the Ice Magic Wolf. The evil god instinctively wanted to evade, but unexpectedly, that purple gas was much faster than her. Thus, the Ice Magic Wolf was enveloped by the Hongmeng Purple Qi. and that powerful force instantly crushed its body into a meat pie. Although there was not much flesh left on it, it was still squeezed into a lump. Just when everyone thought everything was about to end, the ice magic wolf unexpectedly spat out a wave of evil energy from its mouth. The target of that power was Jiang Yu, quickly hitting his body and sending him flying. Bibi, who was behind, had no time to dodge and was knocked off guard by Jiang Yu. The two of them fell into that warm water pool together. Seeing the scene, the ice magic wolf couldn't help but laugh. But before it could be too pleased, its entire body couldn't withstand the immense power and was instantly crushed. Jiang Yu felt his body sinking towards the bottom of the water. The pool, which originally didn't seem deep, suddenly appeared so far away, and he had no idea how long he had been sinking. Suddenly, a flash of blue light passed through the water. Chapter 160. Mysterious place. Under the influence of that light, Jiang Yu felt his consciousness fade away in an instant. He didn't know how long it took. Gradually, Jiang Yu came to his senses. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a huge white cloud in the sky. Why is it so soft? Jiang Yu felt the warm touch in his palms and was startled. When he regained his composure, he saw Bibi lying on the ground, and his hand was resting on her chest, making him quickly withdraw his hand. How strange. I should be in the water. Jiang Yu looked around and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A few meters ahead was a crystal-clear blue lake, the water so clear it could reflect a person. Strangely, the surroundings of the lake were a world of ice and snow. Even the flowers, grass, and trees were the color of ice and snow, wrapped in silver, presenting a remarkable sight. The snow-covered plain appeared wider than the snowy mountains, vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Just as Jiang Yu was busy admiring the beautiful scenery, Bibi, who was still asleep, began to murmur. Soon, she woke up. After seeing the surrounding scenery, she wore the same expression as Jiang Yu. She clearly fell into the water pool because of Jiang Yu. How could she possibly appear by the lake? This place was nothing like the Great Snow Mountain, and she also did not see where in Shuewu. Could it be that someone saved her? Bibi's mind was a mess, not knowing what had happened during her unconsciousness. You're awake? Jiang Yu asked with concern. After all, Bibi ending up in this situation was somewhat related to him. That collision was too coincidental. Bibi nodded and said, Where are we now? This place doesn't look like the Great Snow Mountain. I don't know either. Jiang Yu shook his head. He had no clue. Since we are here, we should make ourselves comfortable. Jiang Yu, fearing Bibi might panic, quickly comforted her, exuding a strong sense of security. A strange feeling stirred in Bibi's heart. He was so young, yet why did he give such a strong sense of security, almost like a big man? Such a man was truly irresistible, especially for someone like Bibi, who appeared cold but had a warm heart. Looking at those watery big eyes staring at him, Jiang Yu felt a bit uneasy. Jiang Yu said awkwardly, Let's go ahead and take a look. Maybe we will run into other people. Bibi nodded heavily. Suddenly, in this unfamiliar place, she could only place all her hopes on Jiang Yu. Thus, the two walked across the endless snowy plains. Although surrounded by ice and snow, it was not as cold as the Great Snow Mountain, and even the sun in the sky felt warm. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's urgent desire to leave, this place would have been a nice spot for a visit. However, at this moment, it was clear that neither of them had the time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. This place exuded a sense of strangeness. Although it appeared utterly peaceful, Jiang Yu always felt uneasy. It was too quiet here. There were no living creatures at all, not even a fly, which was evidently unusual. Jiang Yu had to remain cautious throughout, keeping a close distance to Bibi, ready to respond in case of any situation. Thus, after about an hour of walking, they still found themselves on a flat plain, and the surrounding scenery showed no significant changes. It felt as if they were trapped in one place, unable to escape no matter how they walked. Just when Jiang Yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, he suddenly saw a village not far away. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Since there was a small town ahead, the whip indicated that there were people, and perhaps he could ask them where this place was and if there was another way back to the Great Snow Mountain. Jiang Yu happily pulled Bibi, and they ran wildly, feeling that warm hand. The girl's face instantly turned red, and she unconsciously tightened her grip. This was her first time holding hands with another boy, and it felt different. Although Bibi couldn't quite describe what it was, she felt very warm. After running for about 10 minutes, they finally reached a position close to the town. Despite the distance looking short from afar, it took Jiang Yu over 10 minutes to reach it, indicating that it was not close. Upon arriving at the town, Jiang Yu finally saw some people. And these individuals were completely different from those in the Douluo Continent. Their skin was very fair, with blue eyes and white hair, looking quite peculiar. Shui Binger showed a strong expression of surprise. This was her first time seeing such strange-looking people, and she had no idea where they came from. On the contrary, JiangYu didn't find it odd. He had seen foreigners before. Although they had blonde hair, these people had white hair, but essentially, there was no difference. JiangYu just regarded them as foreigners. For the two of them, these people were considered outliers, but in the eyes of this group, JiangYu and Shui Binger were the real outliers, as their appearances clearly indicated they were from outside. The two had not walked far before they were stopped by someone. The man wore a white fox fur coat, was quite stout, and had a circle of stubble on his face. "Stop, outsiders. Where do you come from?" The big man spoke with a relatively gentle tone, not as aggressive as one might expect, indicating he had no malicious intent. Seeing his attitude was decent, JiangYu informed the big man of their origins. After a while, the big man had a look of realization. "So you accidentally entered the pool on the Great Snow Mountain and ended up here. I heard that pool connects to our sacred lake, the Bibi Lake. I thought it was just a baseless rumor, but I didn't expect the legend to be true," the big man said with suspicion. "But it said that the passage from Bibi Lake to the outside world has been sealed by the ice god. How could you two possibly pass through the barriers set by the Lord?" The big man found it hard to believe. After all, in his mind, the ice god was an immensely powerful deity, far surpassing all living beings. How could anyone breach the barrier she set? Ice god? Listening to the big man's words, JiangYu pondered. The ice god he mentioned should be a deity. Could this place, like Sea God Island, be a legacy site established by a certain deity? If that's the case, it would be remarkable. Perhaps there was a title Douluo present here as well. After all, every deity's legacy site would have a very powerful title Douluo guarding it. Just like Tang Chun from the City of Slaughter, Poseidon from Sea God Island, and Xian Dalu from the Spirit Hall, these three strongest title Douluo on the continent were all guardians of the deity's legacy sites. It seemed this place would be no exception. Chapter 161. Frosto, although the big man was skeptical about JiangYu and Shui Binger's words, he had no time to dwell on that. "Please leave the village." The big man gestured for them to leave. The ice god village does not welcome outsiders. Seeing they were unwelcome, JiangYu didn't say much more. After all, this was someone else's village. Since they had such rules, he couldn't insist. Just as JiangYu was about to take Shui Binger away, a loud voice came from afar. A figure was rapidly approaching from 100 meters away. The person had ice blue long hair and exquisite appearance, especially with a pair of fox-like eyes that were enchanting yet not gaudy. He wore a simple red cotton jacket with a layer of shining silver armor over it, and a silver cloak draped behind him. Behind him was a majestic 8-legged frost horse, entirely white with wings. The horse had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black markings. The man had 9 spirit rings floating around him, indicating he was a powerful title Douluo. "It's Lord Ouchi." The big man felt a huge wave in his heart. He didn't expect this lord to come out of the divine palace. Soon, Ouchi landed from the air. Everyone around hurriedly knelt in his direction. He was the divine Do guarding the divine palace, and he was the 3rd-ranked Frost Douluo, a great being with level 95 spirit power. "Greetings, Frost Douluo." Respectful voices rang out, and everyone's faces showed deep reverence. "Frost Douluo Ouchi has the great priest's holy edict. The outsiders before us are summoned to the divine palace for an audience." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of gasps erupted around them. Nobody expected the great priest would summon 2 outsiders into the divine palace, which was a sacred place serving the ice god. Even they, as villagers, had never stepped into the divine palace area, but now they were being outdone by outsiders. For a moment, everyone was envious. "Great priest." Hearing the words from the Frost Douluo, JiangYu secretly thought he hadn't guessed wrong. This must be the ice god's legacy site, otherwise, there wouldn't be a title Douluo present. Regarding the Frost Douluo's invitation, JiangYu thought for a moment and did not refuse, plus he had no other choice. If he wanted to leave this place, he would likely need the great priest's help. Surely only she would know how to leave. Thus, JiangYu took Shui Binger and headed toward the divine palace. The 7th spirit ring on Frost Douluo suddenly lit up, and he released his martial soul's true form, transforming into a horse, and a powerful aura surged forth. Ouchi nodded, signaling for the two to get on. JiangYu was not polite. He pulled Shui Binger up onto the imposing white giant horse. Once they were settled, the 8-legged frost horse quickly soared into the sky, moving with agile strides. Gradually, they became the size of beans. JiangYu sat on the 8-legged frost horse, looking down at the ground. In the end, the people below looked as small as flies. and the flying horse was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the ice god village, heading north, quickly crossing several villages. Finally, the flying horse brought Jiang Yu and Shui Binger to a mountainous area, the first high mountain they had seen since arriving in this mysterious place. The eight-legged frost horse flapped its white wings and flew to the mountain peak. A massive blue palace rose from the ground, looking very grand, and this building was not at all inferior to the seven-treasure Glazed tile school. Moreover, the shock brought by this structure in the icy world was much greater than that of the buildings outside. Behind the palace was a bottomless abyss, pitch black and very mysterious. It was unclear why the divine palace would choose to be built in such a place, giving a sense of abruptness. After summoning the eight-legged frost horse, the frost law released his martial soul true body and returned to his original appearance. Then led Jiang Yu and the others towards the divine palace ahead, his pace not fast. Each step was taken with immense reverence. For him, the ice god was the only faith, which is why he showed such special respect. Upon reaching the silver gate, the doors on both sides opened automatically, as if the people inside had long known they were coming to the divine palace. The space inside was extremely vast, with a huge dome adorned with glass murals, depicting a stunning beauty clad in ice blue clothing. She held a brilliant blue long sword in her hand, exuding a sense of strength. If he wasn't mistaken, the woman in the mural should be the ice god, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Following the direction at the end of the mural, Jiang Yu saw a gigantic statue standing there, identical in style to the woman in the mural. In front of the statue knelt a woman, and when Jiang Yu approached her, she rose and turned around, instantly stunning both Jiang Yu and Shui Binger. The woman before them was extraordinarily beautiful. She had long blue hair and wore a simple blue robe, with a circle of blue pearls crossing in front of her chest, and a round gold medal in the center. The contours of her figure were perfectly outlined, with a stunning amplitude. Her facial features were exquisitely delicate, showing no flaws at all, and her aura was quite cool, giving off a feeling of being distant and untouchable. She held a massive spear, inscribed with unknown ancient characters, emanating a dangerously fierce aura, as if it could pierce the heavens. Even the frost dove couldn't help but tremble slightly. In front of that spear, he appeared extremely respectful, and his expression seemed somewhat fanatical. High Priest. The frost dove knelt before the woman in the hall, clasping his hands in front of his chest, and said devoutly, "The one you wanted, I have brought. Thank you for your hard work, Oki." The woman smiled faintly. "It's no trouble at all." Oki shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he said, "It is an honor for Oki to serve you, Lady Seluna. Without you, we would never have the current status of the seven ice gods." The seven ice gods. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the key point. If what the frost Douluo said was true, then he should have 6 companions with comparable strength. This meant that in this place of ice god inheritance, there were a total of 7 tidal Douluo powerhouses. Truly a place related to the gods. Even the 7-treasure Glazed tile school only had 2 tidal Douluo, which shows the importance of the ice god inheritance. "Oki, you can go rest now." The woman named Seluna regained her calm expression and signaled for Oki to exit the hall. "Yes, High Priest." Without a moment's hesitation, Oki turned and strode towards the hall's exit, never questioning Seluna's orders. The reason the 7 ice gods were able to break through to the tidal Douluo level was largely due to Seluna, despite her youthful appearance. She was actually over 100 years old. In the eyes of the 7, this high priest status was not much inferior to that of the ice god. Chapter 162. Sleeping in the same room after Oki left, Seluna's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, and a faint smile appeared on her face. As the most loyal follower of the ice god, she had served in the divine palace for decades, and the divine revelations she had received could be counted on one hand. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of magical power this young boy had. Even the ice god had specifically sent down a divine revelation to hold a grand ice ceremony for him. "You are Jiang Yu." Seluna had already received insight from the ice god, and this question was mainly to draw the two closer together. After all, she spent most of her time in the divine palace, and the people she saw most often were only the 7 ice gods. Although she was the high priest of the ice god inheritance, in private, she was merely a quiet little woman. How does the high priest know? Jiang Yu was puzzled. He hadn't revealed his name, yet she seemed to know it. The ice god just sent down a divine revelation, instructing me to treat you well. I also wonder why even the Lord knows your name. Logically, she shouldn't be able to pay attention to that in the divine realm. Not only was Jiang Yu confused, but even Seluna was completely unaware of the ice god's intentions. This supreme deity was bestowing the greatest ice ceremony upon an outsider. Such treatment could only be afforded by her and the 7 titled Douluo among the entire Ice Spirit clan. The Ice God? Jiang Yu's doubts deepened. He had no connection with the Ice God. Why would she have this high priest treat him? Did she take a liking to him? That didn't seem right. If the Ice God was looking for a successor, she should be looking at Shui Binger beside him, who possessed a top-tier ice attribute martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Although JiangYu hadn't asked, it could be assumed that her innate soul power was at least level 9. Perhaps having full innate soul power wasn't impossible either. She was undoubtedly the best candidate to inherit the Ice God's position. As for himself, Jiang Yu was somewhat self-aware, although his talent was very high. Neither the Chixiao Sword nor his martial soul had anything to do with ice attributes. Could it be because of the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm? Jiang Yu could only think of this possibility. The only connection he had with ice attributes was the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm. As a million-year soul beast, unprecedented on the continent, the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, despite its poor attack capabilities, had impressive cultivation. Could it be that the Ice God favored him for this reason? Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else that could attract the attention of a deity. Heavenly Dream. Jiang Yu tried to awaken the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm in his mind. This guy had been in a state of silence since its brief awakening last time, and even in the extreme north, there had been no sign of waking up. He didn't know what had happened. He had to awaken it. After all, it had been in the extreme north for such a long time. Although most of the time it was asleep, it should know a bit about the legends regarding the Ice God. Jiang Yu called for a long time, but the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm in his mind did not appear. He didn't know if it had consumed too much energy last time and was now in a weakened state. Dear guests, you can rest in this divine palace for now. The ice ceremony will commence at dawn tomorrow. Seluna raised her hand and pointed to the door at the back of the hall, which led to the resting area. Although the divine palace usually had only her, there were plenty of rooms available. Seeing that Seluna had spoken, Jiang Yu had no choice but to lead Shui Binger towards the door. He believed that this high priest before him had no intention of harming them. Otherwise, she would have instructed the titled Douluo from earlier to act. There was no need to go to such lengths to bring them to this esteemed divine palace. No follower would dare to do anything outrageous in front of the deity they believed in. That would be a grave sin against the divine. Therefore, Jiang Yu was not worried about safety. Exiting the door led to a straight corridor, with the left side blocked by a massive ice crystal wall, allowing passage only on the right side. Looking at the seemingly endless corridor, Jiang Yu was not afraid and boldly walked forward. Although Shui Binger felt a bit scared, she could only trust Jiang Yu now. She didn't want to stay here alone, so she closely followed him. The corridor was even larger than Jiang Yu had imagined, and after walking for about 10 minutes, he still hadn't seen any rooms, nothing but the ice crystal walls on either side. The layout of this divine palace was too strange. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. The spirit hall had a grand atmosphere, looking like a place that served the gods. While this ice goddess palace had no divine style at all, just look at how magnificent the spirit hall is. This divine palace, as a place of divine inheritance, was far from being comparable to that of the angel god. Didn't the ice god feel embarrassed? There's a saying that goes, people need to be dressed, and Buddhas need to be adorned. Even gods need to be packaged. No wonder the angel god could gather a large number of followers, while the ice god was stuck in this extreme northern land. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, he finally saw a glimmer of light ahead. A rich blue light illuminated a nearby area, giving off a completely different feeling. Upon stepping into the range of the blue light, Jiang Yu noticed that the surroundings had changed. The ground was covered with colorful petals, and there were neatly arranged flower pots lining the walls, resembling a garden. In such an exceptionally cold place in the extreme north, these flowers were thriving remarkably, which was truly a miracle, completely defying the laws of nature. Seeing the rooms on either side, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and casually opened the door on the left. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The blue gauze gently swayed in the breeze, and soft light streamed into the room. The environment in the room was quite nice. Jiang Yu was about to rest here, but just as he was preparing to close the door and part ways with Shui Binger, she had already walked in. Shui Binger rubbed her smooth little hands, lowered her head, and said in a delicate tone, "Can I sleep in the same room as you? It's unfamiliar here, and I'm a bit scared." Seeing Shui Binger looking so fragile, Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Although Shui Binger was a very talented soul master, she was still a girl who hadn't experienced the harsh life of a spirit master. It was only natural for her to feel a bit scared, suddenly finding herself in such a strange place. Jiang Yu glanced at the bed. The bed is quite wide. There's enough space for 2 people, and even a few more wouldn't make it feel crowded. Then you can sleep here tonight. JiangYu agreed to Shui Binger's request, walked to the door to close it, and locked it. This wasn't his territory, so it was better to be cautious when outside. Whenever he stayed somewhere else, JiangYu would always lock the door. Chapter 163. Divine Light. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Shui Binger felt a bit at a loss, her 2 small hands rubbing together nervously. A lonely man and a woman, sharing the same room. Shui Binger's heart suddenly became chaotic. Although it was her initiative to share a room with Jiang Yu, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense. This was the first time she had been in the same room with a boy, and even her father had never treated her this way. If word got out, how could she ever get married in the future? In contrast to Shui Binger's nervousness, Jiang Yu's state of mind was quite calm. He had grown up sharing beds with various beauties, even sleeping with Hulayina. He had long since become indifferent to such matters. Shui Binger wasn't enough to stir his emotions. This bed is quite large. We can each take half, Jiang Yu said, pointing to the large round bed in the room. He then casually walked to the side of the bed and lay down on the right side. Aye. Shui Binger's little face turned bright red. She didn't expect Jiang Yu to just lie down without caring about her. What a straightforward man. Shui Binger silently complained, but didn't immediately lie down. She kept pacing in place. After a long while, she finally mustered the courage to lie down on the round bed. But she didn't dare to move too close to the center, fearing any skin contact, and lay on the side instead. After an unknown amount of time, Shui Binger gradually fell asleep, her entire body relaxing, and unconsciously, she moved closer to the center, without even realizing it. Both of them slept very comfortably that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling window into the room, waking Jiang Yu up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found Shui Binger lying in his arms like an octopus, tightly wrapped around him. The sunlight illuminated Shui Binger's lovely face, and the cold feeling completely vanished. She was no longer the icy goddess, but a warm, cute girl next door, looking very adorable, especially with her little tongue peeking out. The more Jiang Yu looked, the more he liked her. In fact, while Shui Binger's appearance wasn't too bad, it paled in comparison to Hulayina's stunning beauty that captivated people at first glance. Even Ning Rongrong was a bit more attractive. However, Shui Binger seemed to possess a magical charm. At first glance, her looks were not particularly stunning, and she could even be considered an ordinary beauty, yet she could deeply attract people's attention, making one want to look at her more and more. And she grew increasingly beautiful in their eyes. From this perspective, Shui Binger was not much worse than the first-tier beauties like Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Renxue, and Hulayina. 3 minutes later, Shui Binger murmured and then opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and she immediately screamed. Shui Binger quickly jumped out of Jiang Yu's embrace, her face suddenly turning redder than a monkey's. But, why you pervert? Shui Binger was a bit angry and embarrassed. No wonder he was a man. He was too untrustworthy, taking advantage of her while she was asleep. Aye. Jiang Yu pointed at himself, looking a bit stunned. He couldn't take the blame for this. Clearly, it was Shui Binger who had slept restlessly and had thrown herself at him. How could she blame him? You can't blame me. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. I didn't move at all. You came over on your own, and your legs were wrapped around my waist. I'm feeling a bit numb right now. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Shui Binger was clearly taken aback. If that was the case, it really wasn't Jiang Yu's fault. It was indeed her problem. Shui Binger felt a bit embarrassed. Early in the morning, the Divine Palace was busy preparing for the upcoming ceremony. Zeluna even summoned some ordinary villagers to help decorate the Divine Palace. Even the 7 ice gods had arrived at the Divine Palace. These 7 titled Dalu, along with the High Priestess Zeluna serving the Ice God, were already the highest combat power in the entire secret realm. The ordinary villagers who were busy decorating were taken aback by the lineup. This ceremony was definitely extraordinary, having stirred the attention of 8 supreme rulers. Such an event hadn't occurred in many years. The last time was decades ago, when Zeluna inherited the title of Grand Priestess of the Ice God. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. The villagers worked more swiftly, not daring to delay the important event. And what would normally require some time was completed in no time. When Jiang Yu and Shui Binger arrived at the main hall, they saw that ice blue ribbons were tied around the pillars. Such a grand setup. Jiang Yu was also surprised. He had thought it would just be an ordinary ceremony, but it seemed he had underestimated it. What exactly was the Ice God planning? The ceremony was about to begin, and they arrived just in time. Seeing the main figure arrive, Zeluna greeted Jiang Yu with a tone like that of a little girl. Today, Seluna had changed into a ceremonial outfit, looking like a saint, and even her aura had become holy. Before long, the ceremony began. Seluna instructed Jiang Yu to kneel before the massive statue at the front of the hall, and then she began reciting some strange syllables, sounding quite different from the languages in Douluo Continent. It reminded one of the dark god incantations recited by the Ice and Snow Magic Wolf Soul Master, but her tone was much gentler. Soon, the Ice God statue underwent a transformation, emitting a dazzling blue light. At this sight, even Seluna and the 7 titled Douluos knelt down. "We pay our respects to the Ice God." They spoke in unison, their expressions filled with utmost respect and their eyes radiating fervor. For them, the Ice God was heaven. The Ice God was earth. The Ice God was the source of everything, their eternal, unchanging faith, a great existence for which they would give everything. Thus, they faced the Ice God with profound piety. Jiang Yu, however, was not as caught up in thoughts as they were. He felt more curiosity. Although he had encountered a dark god before, that was merely a projection, and it was still far from a true deity. Moreover, the dark god was an evil spirit not recognized by the divine realm, while the Ice God was a legitimate deity. After the blue light, the Ice God statue erupted with several beams of light: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, gold, and orange gold, 10 beams in total. How could this be? 10 beams of light. Seluna's face changed dramatically. She knew that when she underwent the Ice God ceremony, only 9 beams had appeared, which had already set the highest record in the land of inheritance. 10 beams were unprecedented. Seluna couldn't believe it. Jiang Yu could actually summon 10 beams of light. Why would the Ice God value him so much? Seluna looked utterly perplexed. Chapter 164. Inheritance of the Ice God. She had thought her talent was already top-notch, being able to summon 9 beams of light, an unprecedented achievement. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu could trigger 10 beams, which meant the Ice God believed he could definitely become a deity in the future. This level of talent hadn't been seen for tens of thousands of years. Seluna's expression grew complicated. She was already 130 years old, with her soul power having reached an astonishing level 98, just a step away from 99. The distance seemed small, but the gap between these levels was like the chasm between heaven and earth. Seluna knew that even with decades of effort, she might not be able to break through the 100-level barrier to become a deity. After all, it had taken her 30 to 40 years to advance from level 97 to level 98. Even a title Douluo only had a lifespan of about 200 years. And without a fortuitous encounter, her dream of inheriting the position of the Ice God was impossible. Yet, even though she knew the chances of becoming a deity were slim, she still held some hope. Jiang Yu's performance shattered her last shred of hope. Was the Ice God really going to pass the divine position to him? Seluna's heart suddenly became chaotic. Her previously calm demeanor was now disturbed, just as Seluna was fiercely battling her inner demons. The 10 beams of light surged into Jiang Yu's body. Warmth and peace. That was all Jiang Yu felt. He had expected the aura from the Ice God to be extremely cold, but he never imagined it would be so warm. After the light entered his body, it flowed toward his meridians, quickly widening them, even expelling some impurities contained within him through his pores. In the end, Jiang Yu realized that all his extraordinary meridians had been completely unblocked, and his body felt indescribably comfortable. His soul power surged dramatically under the divine light. Rising from level 25 to level 30, Jiang Yu could feel that this miraculous power still had surplus strength. However, he had not yet absorbed a soul ring, so his soul power could not continue to grow. Only after absorbing the 3rd soul ring could his soul power potentially break through the 30-level barrier. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. Ever since he began practicing the Hongmeng Purple Qi Dao, the improvement of his soul power had been more difficult than that of ordinary soul masters. To be able to raise it by a full 5 levels this time was already very surprising. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power coming from Jiang Yu, Shui Binger was both moved and envious. After all, he was only 8 or 9 years old, yet his soul power had already broken through to level 30. With just one more soul ring, he would be a genuine soul Zune. Jiang Yu had undoubtedly made history. According to the records of the Spear Hall, the fastest person to reach the Soul Zune realm was Tang Hao from the Haoyan sect, who achieved it at 10 years old. Now, Jiang Yu had broken that record, and perhaps in the future, he might also break Tang Hao's record as the youngest title Douluo, gaining fame throughout the Douluo Continent. Shui Binger felt a deep sense of envy. After all, a title Douluo was the top powerhouse on the continent. Even though she was hailed as a rare genius of the Tianshui clan, the most likely to break through to the tidal Duo realm in a century. It was still just a possibility. After all, the transition from Soul Duo to tidal Duo required more than just accumulating soul power. Otherwise, there would be far more than just a dozen tidal Douluos on the continent. While there were not many level 89 soul Douluos, there were still a few. But over the years, only 2 soul Douluos had broken through to the tidal Duo realm. One was the Haotian Duo, and the other was the Poison Duo. This clearly showed how difficult it was to cross that threshold to become a tidal Duo. Even Shui Binger had no confidence. The entire ceremony lasted for an hour, and as it was nearing its end, the ice god statue suddenly shot out a beam of light that surged into Jiang Yu's left hand, ultimately forming the imprint of a blue small sword on the back of his hand. The ice god sword. Upon seeing that imprint, Selena let out an incredulous exclamation. This was the artifact of the ice god, and it was only a hair's breadth away from being a super artifact. Even in the entire divine realm, it was quite famous. Apart from the artifacts held by the 5 supreme gods, only the sun god sword and the sea god trident could compare to the ice god sword. In the entire divine realm, there are only a few artifacts of the same quality as the ice god sword, such as the angelic holy sword and the Rakshasa scythe. The ice god had actually bestowed it upon Jiang Yu. It seemed she had already regarded him as her successor. Selena's expression darkened. After serving the ice god for decades and dedicating her most precious time to this frost-like temple, she could hardly accept that the ice god had chosen an outsider as his heir. It was only natural for her to feel a huge sense of loss, and it would take time for her to come to terms with it. Otherwise, her realm would find it difficult to make further breakthroughs. Brother Chinsi, although he is the heir you have chosen, as long as he hasn't accepted your inheritance, I still have the right to make him my successor. I wonder what your expression will be when you find out I've gotten ahead of you. It will definitely be interesting. Ha ha ha, the ice god statue seemed to be speaking, but no one around noticed, not even Jiang Yu, who was undergoing the ice god ceremony. Just when the ice god was in a good mood, a majestic voice suddenly descended into her mind. Ice girl, I see you're eager to get spanked again. How dare you steal my heir? Do you think I can't do anything about it? Jiang Yu is definitely mine. Upon hearing the authoritative voice, the ice god was first stunned, but then let out a proud laugh. Go ahead. My bottom has already been spanked by you so many times. I'm not afraid. He has already accepted my divine inheritance. Do you think you can change that? The ice god asked in confusion, knowing that a successor could only inherit one divine position. Even though the sun god had a very special status in the divine realm, he could not change this divine rule. I'm not trying to change it. The sun god's voice became somewhat mysterious. Since he has already accepted your inheritance, I won't interrupt. I want to make him an unprecedented dual divine inheritor. How is that possible? The ice god showed surprise on her face. It's not impossible, ice girl. You must follow my word from now on and be careful not to make a mistake. The sun god's voice grew increasingly stern. Seeing her so serious, the ice god dared not joke anymore and had to follow the voice in her mind. After listening to the sun god's words, a strange expression appeared on the ice god's face. Are you sure you want to do this? Sure, absolutely certain. The sun god's words were very resolute. Seeing that she was determined to do this, the ice god had no choice but to agree to her request. Soon, a rich blue light burst forth from the statue and rushed directly into Shui Binger's body. Chapter 165, Seluna. The speed of the blue light was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it surged into Shui Binger's body. Moreover, everyone was drawn to Jiang Yu, so no one in the audience noticed, except for Shui Binger, who felt it. That blue light had a magical power, constantly moving within her body like a little snake, making Shui Binger feel a tingling sensation. Even more astonishing was that the ice power within her became even colder than before, and her soul power instantly increased by 1 level, reaching a strength of 34. Is this a reward from the ice god? Shui Binger's heart surged with joy. She didn't expect to gain the ice god's favor during the ice god ceremony. Although the benefits she received were far less than Jiang Yu's, she was already very satisfied. At this moment, her heart was filled with infinite gratitude towards Jiang Yu. Without him, she would not have come to this ice god palace, nor could she have received the ice god's reward. Just as Shui Binger was excited, she didn't notice that a circular seal suddenly appeared on her chest, the pattern resembling a miniature version of the ice god statue. Once the pattern formed, a mysterious incantation suddenly appeared in Shui Binger's mind, and the voice was filled with solemnity, making one involuntarily worship. For some reason, Shui Binger understood what the voice was saying, and as she listened, her face turned crimson. Shui Binger could basically confirm that the voice must be that of the ice god. And the incantation she just recited was a powerful secret method that allowed her and Jiang Yu to use a martial soul fusion technique together. Judgment of the Ice and Snow Goddess. It could summon an illusion of the Ice God, which would possess 1/10,000th of the Ice God's strength and could further increase its power as the host's soul power grew. Although the Ice God had imparted such an incredibly powerful martial soul fusion technique to her, Shu Binger couldn't care less about being happy. In fact, a very awkward expression appeared on her face. This was because this martial soul fusion technique required both her and Jiang Yu. The more Shu Binger thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. How could there be such an indecent fusion technique that required Jiang Yu's sword tattoo to be pressed tightly against her chest to be used? How can this be? Seeing Shu Binger's face suddenly turn bright red from afar, Jiang Yu guessed that she might have also received the message from the Ice God just now. He wondered if the Ice God was doing this on purpose, creating such a peculiar martial soul fusion technique. Although the power was tempting to Jiang Yu, the method of use was too well. How could Shu Binger possibly agree? Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. Forget it. I'll just pretend I don't know. Anyway, with my current strength, I can handle all kinds of geniuses even without a martial soul fusion technique. Not long after, the ceremony ended, and the light on the Ice God statue gradually dimmed, eventually disappearing completely, and the statue returned to its previous state. Since you have completed the ceremony, I will send you out. Come back when you reach the Soul Sage level. Selena's tone was very calm, making it hard to guess her feelings at that moment. However, Jiang Yu still sensed a strong sense of loss from her brows and eyes. Indeed, Selena had served the Ice God for many years, and logically speaking, she was the most qualified person to inherit the Ice God's position. Unexpectedly, she was overtaken by Jiang Yu midway, which anyone would find hard to accept. Just think about it. When Poseidon found out that the sea god was passing his divine position to Tang San, even the usually composed sea god Douluo felt a bit of loss, let alone Selena. Therefore, Jiang Yu didn't say much and obediently followed Selena's orders. He wanted to leave this secret realm as soon as possible and hurry back to the extreme north. After exiting the divine palace, Selena immediately released her martial soul. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from her, and green light instantly spread outward from her body, gradually revealing a strange creature. It was a completely emerald green swan, its body extremely transparent, resembling jade, and a rich life force erupted from within it. 9 soul rings slowly appeared around Selena, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Especially the last black soul ring, which exuded a rich red color, indicating that Selena's 9th soul ring was not an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. It was likely close to the standard of a 100,000-year soul ring, truly the high priest of the divine palace. It's worth noting that among the entire Douluo Continent, the number of titled Douluos who can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring is extremely few, aside from Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. Only a few hidden talents possess such extremely rare 100,000-year soul rings. Emerald Swan, compared to the soul rings, Selena's martial soul shocked Shu Binger even more. This high priest's martial soul was actually a top-tier healing martial soul, the Emerald Swan. It possesses a very pure life force, which is a great supplement for any soul beast and is the ideal companion that all soul beasts dream of. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Selena's body lit up, and 2 green lights flew out from her body, then flew onto Jiang Yu and Shu Binger. In an instant, a pair of small green wings sprouted from their backs. Shu Binger was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Sherluna to have a flying soul skill. Just as she was filled with astonishment, the wings carried her away into the distance. And Sherluna also applied her first soul skill to herself and quickly caught up. Before long, Jiang Yu and Shu Binger returned to the lake where they first woke up. After landing, Sherluna stood by the lake and began to chant a mysterious incantation. Soon, a brilliant light shone from the lake, and, taking advantage of this moment, a powerful force erupted from Sherluna, abruptly pushing Jiang Yu and Shu Binger into the lake. It was clear that this was Sherluna getting back at Jiang Yu, avenging the theft of her divine position. Seeing Jiang Yu thrown into the lake, a smile finally appeared on Sherluna's face. This is revenge. Jiang Yu felt a bit helpless in the water, not expecting that a titled Douluo would resort to such childish antics, which truly surpassed his imagination of this high priestess. He didn't expect her to still retain some of the innocence of a little girl, which is quite rare for a woman over 130 years old. Jiang Yu wasn't angry. After all, he had taken her opportunity. Let her have her fun. Besides, he didn't suffer any physical loss. Thus, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. To their surprise, this time they did not feel breathless. They could actually breathe freely underwater. Before long, they saw a portal in the lake, and their bodies were involuntarily drawn into it, followed by a warm flash of light. Then Jiang Yu and Shui Binger found themselves back in a warm pool on the snow mountain. When the two emerged from the pool, they saw Shui Yu and Shui Wu sitting there, looking extremely despondent, with traces of tears still visible on their faces. Chapter 166. Super Soul Beast. When Shui Binger and Jiang Yu suddenly appeared before them, Shui Binger jumped up in excitement. Even a usually composed Shui Wu was moved to tears, thinking, thankfully it was just a scare. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain to the sect leader, as Shui Binger was not only her good sister, but also the future hope of the Heavenly Water sect. Whether the sect could join the top 3 sects depended on Shui Binger. Shui Yu rushed over to Shui Binger, unable to resist hugging her half-sister. Their relationship had always been good, and seeing her sister survive a calamity made her happier than anyone. Silly girl, don't cry. Shui Binger felt warmth in her heart. Although her younger sister was usually quite mischievous and sometimes a bit of a headache, she had a good heart, and Shui Binger genuinely liked her. Otherwise, she wouldn't worry about her so much. Seeing the strong bond between the two sisters, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Ning Rongrong. Along with that strict master of his, he had only a few people he cared about on the Douluo Continent, and if he were to add one more, it would be Huo Wu, as their entanglement was quite deep. The scene where Huo Wu blocked an attack for her still moved Jiang Yu, and besides, he had no conflicts of interest with Huo Wu, which would help avoid some troublesome matters in the future. If the others were here, they might have rushed over like Shui Yu. No, Jiang Yu thought again, realizing he might be being a bit naive. If these two groups met in the extreme north, they might end up fighting. After all, the Sword Douluo had some unpleasantness with the Spirit Hall previously. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? Just thinking about this gave Jiang Yu a headache. He now understood the hardships of undercover agents in those crime films. No wonder some undercover agents defect midway. After all, humans are emotional beings, and feelings develop naturally over time. The so-called undercover agent is about establishing an incredibly deep emotional connection with the target, gaining their trust, and then destroying the opponent for their own benefit at the least cost. Even for a powerful force like the Spirit Hall, Soul Masters are a very valuable asset. Although it might be a bit difficult to eliminate the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, the Spirit Hall could indeed do it, but it would certainly come at a cost. They might have to sacrifice over 1,000 Soul Masters, and even at least 3 or 4 title Douluo, because the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are not easy opponents. Each of them can take on 2 title Douluo at the same time, and the Sword Douluo might even be able to contend with 3 title Douluo without issue. This means that to destroy the 7-treasure Glazed tile sect, the Spirit Hall would need to deploy thousands of Soul Masters, plus at least 5 or 6 powerful beings at the title Douluo level. This deal is not worth it. In comparison, sending in an undercover agent is much simpler and costs far less, and they can even use the enemy's resources to cultivate, achieving the goal of depleting the enemy while saving a large sum of money for the Spirit Hall. It's simply a win-win situation. Of course, the undercover agent must have an unshakable loyalty to the Spirit Hall to avoid being swayed by the enemy's favors, which is why Qian Dalu sent his own granddaughter Qian Renxue to carry out the infiltration mission into the Tiando imperial family. Similarly, Bibi Dong.Initially JiangYu, who was raised on her milk for the undercover task. With such a close relationship, there was no worry about betrayal. However, such people are exceedingly rare, which is why the Spirit Hall can only place undercover agents in particularly important places, while minor locations can only have some spies arranged casually. Jiang Yu had no intention of betraying Bibi Dong, and he didn't know what would happen next. He figured that there would always be a way when the cart reaches the mountain, so he would deal with the future when it came. Hey, you brat, how did your aura become so strong? Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a voice of surprise suddenly echoed in his mind. The slumbering heavenly dream, ice silkworm, had awakened at this moment. Heavenly dream, brother, you finally woke up. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Although it had refused to wake up when he needed it, it chose to awaken only after everything had calmed down. He was still very happy. This million-year soul beast was somewhat amusing. At least it could bring Jiang Yu some joy. Don't interrupt. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, excitedly spoke. Could it be that you've had some kind of fortuitous encounter during this time? How could there be such a powerful icy aura on you? As my brother, I'm a million-year soul beast. Yet the icy aura on you is stronger than that of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. How is that possible? No creature on Douluo Continent could exceed these two super soul beasts in ice attributes. The tone of the heavenly dream ice silkworm was filled with astonishment. Are you talking about the aura of the ice god? JiangYu did not intend to hide what had happened during the ice god ceremony from the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, the two of them were now bound together, sharing a relationship of mutual honor. So he told the matter of the secret realm to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Upon hearing that JiangYu had encountered the ice god, this million-year soul beast became unsettled. After all, the ice god is the deity of faith for all soul beasts in the extreme north. Like the sea god, the ice god is also the most revered deity among all beings with ice attributes. The heavenly dream ice silkworm is no exception. Witnessing JiangYu accept the ice god's inheritance, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was not only shocked, but also somewhat excited. Initially, it had little confidence in JiangYu's ability to obtain a top-tier ice attribute martial soul in the extreme north, as it had merely come here to take a chance. However, it did not expect JiangYu's luck to be so extraordinary, managing to obtain the ice god's inheritance. The heavenly dream ice silkworm knew that its plan would surely come to fruition this time. Ha! The heavenly dream ice silkworm could not help but laugh in its mind. It had a premonition that this trip to the extreme north would definitely allow JiangYu to choose the most powerful ice attribute martial soul. The heavenly dream ice silkworm couldn't help but think of a certain soul beast. Although it was incredibly powerful, the heavenly dream believed that JiangYu could conquer that super soul beast with the aura of the ice god on him. If that were the case, it would be exhilarating. Thinking of this made the heavenly dream extremely excited. At this moment, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was even more impulsive than JiangYu, eager to immediately head to the location of that soul beast. However, the most embarrassing thing was that it had forgotten where that soul beast lived. Although the heavenly dream ice silkworm had stayed in the extreme north for a long time, it had mostly been hiding in the 10,000-year ice cave sleeping, rarely moving around in the outside world. Additionally, it had been away from the extreme north for a long time, so it was normal for it to be unfamiliar with this vast icy world. Nevertheless, the heavenly dream ice silkworm thought that as long as it reached the extreme north, finding that soul beast shouldn't be too difficult. After all, it only needed to keep moving toward the core area. Chapter 167. A night of wind and snow. According to the heavenly dream ice silkworm's thoughts, the more powerful soul beasts would be closer to the core area. The Great Snow Mountain was merely on the outskirts of the extreme north, and the soul beasts living there were limited in strength. If JiangYu wanted to obtain a top-tier ice attribute soul beast as a martial soul, he had to continuously delve deeper into the interior. Thus, JiangYu informed the Shui Binger trio of his intention to go to the core area, but unexpectedly, he received their astonishment and shock in response. The three quickly tried to dissuade him, with Shui even doubting whether JiangYu had been in the water too long and was not in his right mind. It should be known that the soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north were not any weaker than the 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest. They had even heard from their elders in the sect that some soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north might have already broken through the 10,000-year limit. Before they left the sect, they were repeatedly warned not to venture into the core area. You mustn't be impulsive. Shui Binge was also anxious. Ever since she had slept with JiangYu for a night, she had developed a peculiar feeling for him. Seeing that he was about to go to the core area, she quickly tried to dissuade him. In her view, JiangYu's decision to go to the core area was undoubtedly seeking death. That was a terrifying place even titled law did not dare to enter, let alone someone as insignificant as him. No, after the ice god ceremony, he should now be a soul master. But to the super soul beasts in the core area, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. In fact, JiangYu also knew that with his current cultivation level, venturing into the core area would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable dangers. However, fortune favors the bold. To obtain a top-tier ice attribute martial soul, he had to head to the core area. With the heavenly dream ice silkworm by his side, he should be able to handle some dangers. Therefore, JiangYu politely declined the kind offer from the Shui Binger trio, intending to go to the core area alone. Seeing him so stubborn, Shui Binger surprisingly proposed to accompany him. As for Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, he planned to have them return to Wind and Snow City and wait. After all, considering their current cultivation levels, it would be difficult for them to even survive in the outskirts, let alone enter the core area. Especially Shui Yuer, though her strength was slightly stronger than Shui Wu's. Due to the martial soul fusion skill, her effectiveness in the extreme north might not be as good as Shui Wu's. Forget it, I'll go by myself. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu still rejected Shui Bing'er's suggestion. He was going this time to obtain his third martial soul. Although he knew Shui Bing'er was kind-hearted and wouldn't leak his secret, it was still better to be cautious about such matters. After all, having 3 martial souls was unprecedented on the Douluo Continent, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Moreover, who knows what soul beasts he might encounter on the way. If Shui Bing'er went along, Jiang Yu would have to divide his attention to take care of her, and with her presence, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm wouldn't be able to help out easily. Overall, it was better not to take Shui Bing'er with him. When Shui Bing'er heard Jiang Yu refuse, she inexplicably pouted. She had not expected her kind offer to accompany Jiang Yu into the dangerous area would be met with rejection. Seeing the expression on Shui Bing'er's face that seemed ready to explode, Jiang Yu decided not to say anything more and quickly left the place. When a woman starts to act unreasonable, she won't stop for anyone's explanation. So Jiang Yu left the Great Snow Mountain as quickly as possible, ignoring Shui Bing'er's resentful gaze. After crossing the Great Snow Mountain, Jiang Yu headed northward. Along the way, he encountered various soul beasts and even saw 2 ice wolf dogs on the roadside, doing something indescribable. This was the first time he had seen such a peculiar sight. The 2 ice wolf dogs did not dodge or attack when they saw Jiang Yu. They continued what they were doing, creating a rather bizarre scene. Jiang Yu felt somewhat puzzled. It wasn't spring, and the extreme north was so cold. Didn't these 2 ice wolf dogs mind freezing? Jiang Yu did not know that this was a custom of the ice wolf dog clan. These soul beasts preferred to mate during the snowstorm season, and the colder the weather, the more excited they became. Moreover, the offspring born during this time were of higher quality. Seeing that the ice wolf dogs had no intention of attacking, Jiang Yu decided to walk around them. After all, he was not a soul beast hunter, and he would attack some soul beasts that meant no harm. In recent years, conflicts between soul beasts and humans had deepened due to some soul beast hunters indiscriminately killing the innocent. Generally, ordinary soul masters did not kill soul beasts wantonly. They only obtained the soul rings they needed from them, and as long as they were not attacked by soul beasts, they naturally wouldn't strike. Of course, there are also some scoundrels among soul masters, different from soul beast hunters, who specifically took pleasure in hunting soul beasts for fun and did not pay much attention to money. After bypassing the ice wolf dogs, Jiang Yu continued walking forward until night fell. The temperature in the extreme north at night dropped significantly, at least 10 degrees lower than during the day. What was even more troublesome was that a sudden snowstorm quietly descended, forcing Jiang Yu to stop and look for a nearby cave. After finding some branches on the ground, he stepped into the cave. He placed the branches on the ground and then summoned the Chixiao Sword, which immediately ignited with flames. The bright firelight illuminated the entire cave. The cave was not very large, but it was sufficient for Jiang Yu as he only needed to take shelter. The wind and snow outside grew stronger, even blowing into the cave. Jiang Yu had no choice but to get up and walk to the entrance, beginning to dig into the white snow on the ground. He planned to use the snow to seal the entrance, which would help resist the violent wind and snow outside. About half an hour later, Jiang Yu finally piled up a wall made of snow at the entrance of the cave. Of course, he did not forget to leave a small opening at the top to ensure air circulation. After doing all this, Jiang Yu still felt uneasy, so he took out some potions to disperse soul beasts from his soul guide to avoid being disturbed by them while resting at night. After sprinkling the various colored powders on the ground, Jiang Yu could finally rest. This time, he took out a wool blanket and a comforter from the soul guide, all of which he had prepared before coming to the extreme north. He had even prepared a lot of cured meat, over 100 pots of clean water, and some snacks. The space in the soul guide was quite large, and it also had a preservation function, making it very convenient, except for the fact that he couldn't put people inside. He didn't know when the blizzard would pass, so Jiang Yu lay down on the ground, ready to have a good sleep. As he ventured deeper, he needed to be well rested to face the sudden challenges ahead. Soon, Jiang Yu fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of a refreshing scene. He found himself by the sea, surrounded by beautiful women. Qian Renshua was massaging his back, Ning Rongrong was massaging his feet, Huo Wu was preparing barbecue for him, and Shui Bing'er was constantly exhaling cold air, making even the hot summer feel cool. Zhu Zhuqing sat in front of him, feeding him milk. Chapter 168. The Will of the Emperor. When Jiang Yu woke up, the sky was already bright. The wall made of snow that he had built was blown down at some point, melting on the ground. The glaring sunlight shone on Jiang Yu's smooth face, making him quickly raise his hand to shield his forehead. The sunlight was too strong, causing his eyes to hurt. Seeing that the wind and snow had stopped, Jiang Yu collected the things on the ground into the soul guide and then walked out of the cave. At that moment, the Tianming ice silkworm also woke up. With this native of the extreme north by his side, Jiang Yu avoided a lot of trouble. After all, the Tianming ice silkworm's spiritual power was incredibly strong. Although it couldn't fight, it had other uses, and if they encountered strong soul beasts, it could release powerful mental interference, preventing Jiang Yu from being detected. With the Tianming ice silkworm as an ally, Jiang Yu found the next few days much easier. Many powerful soul beasts they encountered were deceived by the Tianming ice silkworm's spiritual power. Days later, Jiang Yu walked on the snowy ground, with cold winds blowing around him. He was approaching the core area of the extreme north, where the temperature had reached the limits of human endurance. Even a tidal Douluo would find it unbearable here. Fortunately, Jiang Yu released the Chixiao Sword in time, and the blazing flames on the sword dispelled the cold. Although he was still shivering from the cold, he managed to hold on. As he was about to reach the core area, the Tianming ice silkworm informed him of its plan. It turned out that the soul beast it had chosen was one of the 3 overlords of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor. According to it, the Ice Emperor's true form was an ice-blue emperor scorpion, with a cultivation level that had surpassed 200,000 years. Moreover, the Ice Emperor possessed an extremely powerful ice attribute, and in the entire extreme north, only the Snow Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King could match it, making it one of the best of the best. From the tone of the Tianming ice silkworm, it seemed to have a good relationship with the Ice Emperor and knew a lot of details about it, which gave Jiang Yu a bit more confidence. Once they entered the core area, the Tianming ice silkworm did not rush to move forward, but instead had Jiang Yu build an ice house underground. Although Jiang Yu couldn't understand what it was planning, nevertheless, he used the Chixiao Sword to dig into the snow. Beneath the accumulated snow was a layer of thick, hard ice, as tough as steel. Even with the Chixiao Sword, it took Jiang Yu over an hour to barely create a small ice house, which could only accommodate him. After Jiang Yu finished, the Tianming ice silkworm said, "The success of this plan depends on several factors. You don't need to worry about the cold, as the powerful flames on your Chixiao Sword are enough to let you stay in this extreme north without fearing the effects of losing warmth. What remains is luck and your willpower. The Ice Emperor's strength is terrifying. I can only guarantee you a chance, but I can't ensure your success. As for willpower, it depends on whether you can hold on until the end." The tone of the Tianming ice silkworm gradually became intense. "Yes, we can definitely succeed," Jiang Yu nodded seriously. He came to the extreme north with confidence in his success. No difficulty could stop him from obtaining a top-tier ice martial spirit. "That's the spirit I want." The Tianming ice silkworm smiled. Then it no longer concealed its aura, and a strong mental wave was instantly released from Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu felt a bit dizzy, but after a while, he adapted to it. He had to admit that his physical condition was quite remarkable, even the spiritual power of the million-year soul beast. The Tianming ice silkworm had only a minimal effect on him. The sword suddenly appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, and the unique soul ring emitted a crystalline glow, slowly pulsating around him. The martial spirit and the host were one, and under the influence of the Tianming ice silkworm's soul ring, Jiang Yu felt his thoughts rapidly extending into the distance. It was a magical ability, as if he were looking down at the earth from a high altitude. The vast icy land lay beneath Jiang Yu's eyes, where soul beasts were chasing and tearing at each other, and that silly road deer was excitedly watching from the side. Seeing this, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a completely different sensation. At that moment, he felt like the god of this world, looking down on the creatures below with a sense of superiority. This was the thrill of ruling over the world, the earth, the ice, and all living beings were at his feet. Everything was within his grasp. It seemed that with just a word, he could destroy everything, and wherever his gaze fell, he could issue judgments like an emperor. As Jiang Yu's thoughts spread, the vast land of the core area of the extreme north, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, suddenly darkened, as if it had instantly turned from day to night. An invisible authority was released from Jiang Yu's body. The originally gloomy sky suddenly erupted with thunder, and Jiang Yu noticed that his body had turned golden. The soul ring on the sword began to change color as well, from yellow to light gold, until it reached a bright golden color. The golden light emitted by the soul ring was incredibly dazzling, incomparable to any other soul ring. Even the vibrant red soul ring of 100,000 years could only obediently submit in the presence of this supreme golden light. This was the true display of a unique million-year soul ring on the Douluo Continent. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled a saying, "One day, I will make the heavens no longer cover my eyes, and the earth no longer bury my heart. I I will make everything in the world submit to me and become the one who holds the sun and moon and plucks the stars. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mindset undoubtedly underwent some changes, as a belief of being the king of heaven and earth quietly took root in his heart. This feeling of supreme domination stirred him, and he believed that one day this lofty ideal would lead him to the highest throne between heaven and earth. A group of golden light began to emerge from Jiang Yu's forehead. With each group that emerged, he felt a wave of emptiness. By the time the 9th group of light emerged, he even felt his legs weaken. This was the spiritual essence of the dream ice silkworm, the core power within it. After 9 groups of golden light drilled out from Jiang Yu's body, only one group remained, as most of the energy had already been absorbed by him, leaving only a small portion. That was why the dream ice silkworm did not release the final group, as it also represented the connection between it and Jiang Yu. Thus, after careful consideration, it decided to keep the last group. The 9 groups of golden light fell from the vast sky, with the first one landing directly on the snow, followed closely by another, and then another, stacking one on top of the other. During this process, the volume of the light groups gradually diminished, but the golden brilliance became increasingly solid. At this moment, the power of the dream ice silkworm was finally unleashed, even affecting the celestial phenomena with its terrifying mental power, proving itself to be a million-year soul beast. Indeed, it was extraordinary. After the 9 groups of golden light stacked together, they condensed into a giant golden figure, shining dazzlingly like the day when the shining Digga defeated the evil god. If someone from Earth were to witness this scene, they would surely be shocked and come to believe in the existence of light. However, what shocked Jiang Yu even more was that the golden giant looked exactly like him, almost like a twin, and even wore the same style of golden clothes, which left Jiang Yu feeling quite exasperated. A powerful thought emanated from the spiritual entity formed by the dream ice silkworm. Ice Emperor, I know you can sense my presence. I, the dream, have returned. Dare you to show yourself. As the dream ice silkworm spoke, it emitted an extremely powerful thought to cover Jiang Yu's aura, shielding it all within the ice house. It seemed to be afraid that the Ice Emperor would detect the presence of another being and was unwilling to reveal itself. The mental power of the dream ice silkworm did not have any negative impact on Jiang Yu, as fundamentally, the two had long since become one. This vast mental power amplified Jiang Yu's sensations countless times, allowing him to perceive an area with a diameter of about a kilometer, and he could even see everything outside through his perception, which was truly incredible. After the dream ice silkworm finished speaking, there was no disturbance around. Everything remained calm. However, the dream ice silkworm was not anxious. The golden light on its body became increasingly intense, resembling a small sun. The originally dark sky was illuminated by the golden light it emitted, becoming incredibly bright. Just as the dream ice silkworm fully unleashed its mental power, a huge disturbance occurred in the distance. Tens of thousands of soul bees suddenly fell into panic, fleeing from the core area towards the outskirts. The mental power of a million-year soul beast was simply too terrifying. Even 10,000-year soul beasts felt extremely oppressed. Perhaps in terms of combat power, the dream ice silkworm was not strong. An ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could defeat it. And a top-tier soul beast like the Titan giant ape could probably defeat the dream ice silkworm after just a few hundred years of cultivation. However, when it came to mental aspects, there might not be any soul beast in the entire Douluo Continent that could compete with it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the dream ice silkworm was the #1 spirit-type soul beast in the continent. If the bloodline of the dream ice silkworm were a bit higher, it would absolutely qualify to compete with the top tier of soul beasts in the continent. Unfortunately, its bloodline was just an ordinary ice silkworm bloodline. Even after cultivating for 1,000,000 years and possessing a vast amount of energy due to the powerful effects of 10,000-year ice marrow, the dream ice silkworm could not release this treasure trove. It was akin to a stunning beauty standing before you, yet you could only stand there in a daze, unable to even greet her. If measured from the perspective of a soul master, it would be a case of having terrifying soul power but lacking any soul rings or soul skills. If the dream ice silkworm merely encountered opponents with vastly different strengths, it might still defeat them with its absolute mental power. However, once it faced enemies with some level of strength, the dream ice silkworm would find itself at a loss. This was why it was captured by a group of 100,000-year soul beasts with no means to struggle. Even when those beasts toyed with its body in unmentionable ways, it could only bear it silently. After all, Even the strongest mental power must be concentrated and transformed into terrifying mental skills to inflict damage on enemies. Otherwise, even if it could affect enemies, the damage would be limited and would not cause significant harm. If the Dream Eye Silkworm had a skill, then perhaps very few soul beasts in the entire Douluo Continent could pose a threat to it. However, if that were the case, the Dream Eye Silkworm would not be able to become a soul ring for JiangYu. At this moment, the Dream Eye Silkworm's mental power had already covered a vast area, encompassing almost 1/3 of the core region of the far north. Moreover, the Dream Eye Silkworm was very clever. The mental power it released did not carry its own aura, but instead simulated the aura of the soul beast that all soul beasts in the far north feared the most. A beast known as the king of the three great kings of the far north. It was the undisputed ruler of the far north, regarded as the emperor among all soul beasts in the far north, possessing nearly 500,000 years of terrifying cultivation, and its bloodline was extraordinarily noble, far beyond that of the Dream Eye Silkworm. Of course, the Dream Eye Silkworm did not extend its influence into the territory of that top king. If it were to disturb that being, the Dream Eye Silkworm would have no means of escape. What it wanted was merely to make the other soul beasts flee from the core area, so they would not come here to trouble JiangYu. Moreover, the Ice Emperor was very familiar with its aura and would never mistake it for that soul beast king. Furthermore, the reason it had spoken so arrogantly earlier was to let the Ice Emperor know that it had come to the far north. Based on the Dream Eye Silkworm's understanding of the Ice Emperor, that fellow would definitely come to find it. After all, when the Ice Emperor's cultivation had just broken through to 300,000 years, it had encountered a serious disaster. Even though it eventually survived, it had still been injured at its core. Thus, only by absorbing the Dream Eye Silkworm's vast and pure essence could it possibly break free from its constraints and perhaps even surpass the king of the three great kings of the far north. The Dream Eye Silkworm felt fortunate that the number 1 super soul beast was completely unaware of its existence. Otherwise, even in the Star Do Great Forest, it would likely be caught, as that being's strength was exceptionally terrifying. Time passed slowly, and the Tianming Eye Silkworm was not in a hurry at all. Its face, identical to JiangYu's, showed a calm smile, as if it was certain that its plan would succeed. Nestled in the ice house, JiangYu could only wait patiently. Although he did not know if the Ice Emperor mentioned by the Tianming Eye Silkworm would come, he had no choice but to wait. His only concern was what assurance the Tianming Eye Silkworm had to kill that super soul beast, whose cultivation far surpassed that of a 10,000-year soul beast. What preparations did it have? Chapter 170. Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Jiang Yu was unaware of the entanglement between the Tianming Eye Silkworm and the Ice Emperor. If he knew, he would surely be completely at ease. At that moment, a violent fluctuation suddenly erupted from the far north, followed by a wave of emerald green light that spread instantly, turning the originally dim sky into a vibrant green, its brilliance resembling that of emerald gemstones. It's coming, it's coming. Seeing the phenomenon in the sky, the Tianming Eye Silkworm was not surprised but rather delighted. No one knew better than it what this green light represented. It had not seen this hue for hundreds of thousands of years, and many memories surged back to its mind upon seeing it again. Back then, it was most fond of the shade of green. Tianming, you are still alive. A surprised voice echoed, truly worthy of being the longest-lived creature in the extreme north. Although it was not good at fighting, its vitality was remarkably strong, truly enviable. The voice carried a deep sense of envy. After all, long life was something all living beings pursued. Whether it was emperors of the human realm or commoners, everyone hoped for immortality. Even the ancient dragon emperor, who was unparalleled, was obsessed with alchemy and seeking immortality, hoping to rule the human realm forever. The long life force of the Tianming Eye Silkworm was undoubtedly something all creatures desired. Even the Ice Emperor was no exception. The previous calamity had already wounded its essence. Without a fortuitous encounter, it could not possibly break through the limits of life again. Therefore, by any means necessary, it had to obtain the Tianming Eye Silkworm. A powerful aura emanated from afar, causing the snow on the ground to be swept up into 3-meter-high snowflakes, creating ripples on the otherwise calm surface. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was protected by the spiritual energy of the Tianming Eye Silkworm, so he was not greatly affected. Ice Emperor, you're still alive. How could I bear to let you go? Do you still remember what I said to you back then? The Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly laughed, its face, identical to Jiang Yu's, wore an incredibly radiant smile. One day, I will become your partner, and I will love you fiercely, pinning you down. The words of the Tianming Ice Silkworm were gentle, even somewhat greasy. It was hard to imagine such words coming from its mouth. JiangYu instantly felt a bit embarrassed. Goosebumps all over him. No wonder the Tianming Ice Silkworm was so confident. He had not known who had given it that confidence until now. It seemed that Tianming had something going on with the Ice Emperor. Perhaps they were once lovers. It was hard to imagine that a scorpion would be entangled with an ice silkworm. That scene was indeed somewhat strange. Did the scorpion usually? Ha ha ha. JiangYu couldn't help but want to laugh. Just as he was lost in thought, a very unique soul beast quickly approached from the north. Its shape was hexagonal, looking very rare. Its body shone with an exceptionally brilliant luster, bulging like a diamond, with countless colors refracting from its 6 long and sturdy legs. Its 2 front pincers were over a meter long, similarly covered with peculiar hexagons and diamond-like bulges, with only the tips of the pincers and mouth parts gleaming with a mirror-like silvery sheen. Most notably were its eyes, yellow like yellow diamonds, also hexagonal, dazzling like gemstones. This was the true hexagonal warrior. No wonder the ice-green Emperor Scorpion was so formidable. Besides its unique upper body, its long and upward curving tail was also breathtaking. Generally, a scorpion's tail has many segments, which can give a creepy feeling, but the Ice Emperor's tail was different from an ordinary scorpion's tail. That enormous long tail had only 5 segments, each a vibrant green, filled with the luster of life. The top segment was the widest, tapering as it went back, with a diamond-like tail hook raised high at the end, its tip also emitting a silvery sheen, looking extremely sharp. The ice-green Emperor Scorpion was like a soul beast sparkling like a gemstone, its entire body exuding a captivating visual appeal. If it were on Earth, it would surely attract the attention of most women. With it, proposing would require no diamond ring. Gifting an ice-green Emperor Scorpion would be considered grand. Bing bing. You finally came. The Tianming Ice Silkworm gazed at the charming figure ahead, its face showing a look of intoxication. At this moment, its heart belonged only to Bing Bing, leaving no room for anyone else. It should be the existence of a beast. Seeing that emerald green tail hook, a look of longing appeared on the Tianming Ice Silkworm's face, instantly recalling past pleasures. Once, that tail had brought it immense enjoyment. If JiangYu were not beside it, it might have lost control and rushed forward. Watching the golden body condensed by the Tianming Ice Silkworm with its spiritual energy, the Ice Emperor's crystal-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It was unexpected that Tianming would take on a handsome form to meet her. The Ice Emperor was not one to be swayed by looks. Otherwise, it would not have entangled itself with the Tianming Ice Silkworm. After all, that big silkworm was indeed not very aesthetically pleasing. Tianming, it has been a long time since I saw you, and you have become so timid, not even daring to reveal your true form, insisting on taking this human appearance. Do you think I wouldn't find your true form? The Ice Emperor chuckled lightly. Even as a spiritual entity, I can't be too far from your true form. You must be within a few hundred meters from here. Why not reveal yourself, darling? The tone of the Tianming Ice Silkworm was exceptionally flirtatious, like a rogue teasing a girl on the street, sounding even more lewd. Time flies. You are still so charming. The last time I saw you, your tail had 6 segments. This time it is fused into 5, and it's this enchanting green. If I'm not mistaken, you should be nearing your end. This time, you might not survive the heavenly tribulation. Listening to Tianming's words, the Ice Emperor did not rush to refute what it said was not wrong, which was why the Ice Emperor was eager to absorb the powerful life essence from the Tianming Ice Silkworm. Only in this way could the Ice Emperor successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation. Umph. The Ice Emperor's voice, like that of a young girl, sounded. I initially had no confidence, but unexpectedly, you would come to deliver yourself to death. This is a blessing from heaven. As long as I absorb the essence from you, the heavenly tribulation will naturally be nothing. Ha ha, the Tianming Ice Silkworm let out a lewd laugh. Darling, that won't do. To be with you, I won't let you have your way. You know, every time I sleep, I dream of you, dream of our happy times together. Darling, we can finally be together forever. The appearance of the Tianming Ice Silkworm was truly very lewd. The Ice Emperor could no longer tolerate its shameless appearance and immediately swung its sharp tail hook high into the air. A pure white beam of light instantly lit up and soon pierced through the body of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. JiangYu felt the immense spiritual force of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm suddenly shake violently, and even his vision became somewhat blurred, as if it had been pixelated. Having absorbed your energy, I am the most powerful soul beast in the entire Douluo Continent. Even the Snow Emperor would not be my opponent, so you might as well obediently submit to me. The Ice Emperor was not swayed by the sweet words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. It had to do this in order to break through its limitations. The white ray that pierced the body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm did not disappear, but instead slowly spread within the completely spiritually condensed body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The golden body was gradually being destroyed. However, there was no expression of pain on the face of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, only a hint of regret in its eyes. Alas, you're still so impulsive. Well, at least this way we can be together forever. Just as the heavenly dream ice silkworm finished speaking, the Ice Emperor sensed something was wrong. A strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged. At its level of cultivation, the perception of danger was incredibly accurate. The golden body of the heavenly dream ice silkworm abruptly became ethereal and instantly pounced onto the Ice Emperor. At that moment, the Ice Emperor suddenly felt its speed become extremely slow, and there was a certain stickiness around it. The terrifying spiritual power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm engulfed it like a vast ocean, trapping it without escape. Heavenly dream, you are seeking death. The Ice Emperor's gaze instantly turned sharp, and the sharp tail hook swung violently, with the emerald green tail bursting forth with intense light, so green it was alarming. How dare you use spiritual power? Do you not wish to return to your original form? Do you think you could trap me like this? I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for more than a few seconds. The heavenly dream ice silkworm calmly replied, Haha, 1 or 2 seconds is already enough. In a corner that the Ice Emperor did not notice, a white light membrane was quietly gliding along the ground. And at the same time, Jiang Yu, hidden in the ice house, also sensed something unusual. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. Although the ice house could shield him from the outside cold, at this moment, Jiang Yu still felt an exceptionally icy aura. Fortunately, after undergoing the ice god ceremony, his resistance to the power of ice had significantly increased. Otherwise, he would probably have been frozen on the spot. Just as the heavenly dream ice silkworm unleashed its powerful spiritual force without reservation, the Ice Emperor suddenly felt its entire body tighten, losing the ability to move. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. Its beautiful body began to twist wildly, with white and green lights reflecting off each other. And one powerful soul skill after another was unleashed with all its might. This time, the Ice Emperor was using its full power, leaving no reservations. But even so, its desperate struggles had no effect. This terrifying soul beast, which had roamed the extreme north for hundreds of thousands of years, finally felt fear. The feeling of being bound was increasing at an astonishing rate, pressing against the Ice Emperor's body and producing intense cracking sounds. No matter how it moved, the powerful binding force continued to strengthen, and even it could not withstand it. Even the raised front pincers of the Ice Emperor were suppressed, and its tail hook was pressed tightly against its body. The once proud Ice Emperor, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, was thus firmly suppressed by the formidable spiritual power of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. No, no, no. The Ice Emperor wore an expression of disbelief. How could you? A waste, bind me? What skill is this? Why can't even my abilities resist it? As the golden light gradually converged, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, transformed into Jiang Yu's form, reappeared before the Ice Emperor, a faint smile on its face. No rush. Now is not the time to explain it to you. After we leave here, I will slowly talk to you, and then the reasons will naturally be revealed. Now, we're leaving. Saying this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm raised its right hand and pointed toward the Ice Emperor. A burst of golden light shone, and the Ice Emperor's massive body suddenly vanished into thin air. The heavenly dream ice silkworm couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that after losing my body, I could actually use some abilities I had never dared to imagine before. Unfortunately, this is the only chance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Oh, Ice Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the white light membrane reappeared in the air and slowly descended to the ground, penetrating into the ice house and covering Jiang Yu's entire body. The intense cold was instantly isolated, but Jiang Yu's body still turned slightly purple, and a layer of white frost suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Golden light enters the body. The voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, rang out. JiangYu, how are you? Brother succeeded. At this moment, although Jiang Yu's body was trembling, his consciousness was incredibly clear. You and the Ice Emperor have known each other for a long time. Jiang Yu asked in the spiritual world. It was clear that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had a deep bond with the Ice Emperor, and its choice of the Ice Emperor as its third martial soul was certainly related to their relationship. At this moment, JiangYu even felt a sense of betrayal. He felt that he had been used by the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. After risking everything to come to the core area of the extreme north, what he witnessed was merely the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's love for the Ice Emperor. Although he was willing to take risks, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm did not reveal the true reasons behind it to him. This was what Jiang Yu found most difficult to accept. He had long regarded the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm as a friend, and the interaction between friends should be based on honesty. Sensing Jiang Yu's disappointment, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm quickly explained, "I'm sorry, Jiang Yu, I did deceive you. I didn't know if you would still accompany me to the extreme north after knowing the truth. But I hope you understand that the only one I have ever loved is the Ice Emperor. Just like the love stories between you humans. Even if it only sees me as food, I still love it unconditionally. The reason I didn't tell you is that I didn't want you to look down on me, thinking I'm just a sycophant. In this vast extreme north, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion is truly one of the rulers, and the Ice Emperor is like a queen high above. The main food of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan is us, the Ice Silkworm clan. I know we are destined to be enemies, but I felt deeply in love with her the first time I saw her 200,000 years ago, and it has reached an uncontrollable level." The voice of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm gradually became excited. It was evident that it had extremely deep feelings for the Ice Emperor. Even though so much time had passed, its strong feelings for the Ice Emperor had not diminished, and were even more fervent. The relationship between the Ice Emperor and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was like that of Romeo and Juliet, Liang Shanbo, and Zhu Yingtai. Despite the enormous barriers between them, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm still developed uncontrollable feelings for the Ice Emperor. This is love. Chapter 172, The Movement of Deification. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's love for the Ice Emperor was extremely obsessive, even reaching a pathological state. The barriers between its and the Ice Emperor's races did not hinder the fiery heart of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. The reason why the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm chose to become Jiang Yu's soul ring is largely due to the Ice Emperor. Although it became an unprecedented million-year soul beast on Douluo Continent, it is also close to its limit because of this. At this level, there are only two paths to take: either condense into a divine position or forever disappear from the world. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm then began to recount its past with the Ice Emperor. It turned out that 200,000 years ago, after waking up from its slumber, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was preparing to find another place to sleep. At that moment, the Ice Emperor suddenly appeared. During this encounter, both soul beasts were deeply attracted to each other. The large, round, golden body of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was quite appealing to the Ice Emperor at that time. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor's green tail and cool demeanor, especially when she cursed, firmly captivated the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, making it develop deep feelings of admiration, even to the point of not caring if the Ice Emperor wanted to kill it. It must be said that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm indeed has some masochistic tendencies. When others insult it or even threaten to kill it, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm finds their behavior very cool. Jiang Yu momentarily thought that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm might be a big fool, as it was clearly a bit lacking in intelligence. Not long after the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm finished telling its love story with the Ice Emperor, the trapped Ice Emperor suddenly fell into a rage, roaring in despair. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm had to quickly comfort the Ice Emperor, hoping it would stop moving around. Then, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm began to persuade, or rather, gently guide, saying, "Ice Emperor, I hope you understand that the reason I am doing this is for our future. Although you possess an incredibly noble bloodline and a naturally strong physique, we cannot deny that compared to the potential of humans, we fall far short. Don't be fooled by the fact that humans have inferior bodies compared to your Ice Scorpion clan. A sufficiently talented human can, after decades of cultivation, match your kin with tens of thousands or even 100,000 years of cultivation. Humans are revered as the leaders of all beings not for any other reason, but for their potential. Although their physical bodies are not as strong as soul beasts, their unparalleled potential is indeed something soul beasts cannot reach. Most importantly, the height humans can achieve is not something soul beasts can compare to. A soul master can become a god instantly once they cultivate their soul power to level 100, while soul beasts, even after breaking through the 100,000-year limit, must continue to cultivate. Moreover, every 100,000 years, they face a great tribulation, which can severely injure them or even lead to death, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation in an instant. Ice Emperor. The tone of the Heavenly Dream ice silkworm suddenly became serious. Even if you have survived 3 tribulations, can you guarantee that you can continue to break through? Even if you absorb my source power and break through the limit of 400,000 years, what comes next? The danger of that tribulation increases exponentially, and I dare say that even the Snow Emperor may not have confidence in it. After listening to the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm's speech, the Ice Emperor did not rush to rebut but showed a worried expression. Although the words of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm were somewhat unpleasant, they indeed made a lot of sense. The path for soul beasts to become gods is much harder than that for humans. In nearly 1,000,000 years, no soul beast has successfully passed all tribulations and ascended to the divine realm. In contrast, human soul masters break the limits of soul power and ascend to the divine realm to become gods every 100 or so years. Although not many humans have become gods in the last 1,000 years, it is still better than soul beasts. The Ice Emperor understood that although its bloodline is of high rank, it is far from enough to cultivate into a god. Even the Snow Emperor, who is said to have the best chance of becoming a god in the extreme north, has a probability that is only a thin layer. However, without dreams, what is the difference between soul beasts and salted fish? If it were not for the goal of becoming a god, the Ice Emperor would not have been able to endure one hardship after another. Yet, the words of the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, forced it to awaken from its dream. The path for soul beasts to become gods is indeed unfeasible, and the divine realm is too fair to soul beasts. Are they only to be considered as the subordinates of human soul masters, waiting for humans who have broken through the 100 level to take them to the divine realm? This is also why so many 100,000-year soul beasts transform into humans to cultivate again, especially some female soul beasts. Even if they cannot break the 100-level limit to become gods, as long as they find a genius among humans and establish a deep relationship, that human will surely take their partner to the divine realm after becoming a god. The Ice Emperor knew that this could also be a shortcut, but it felt extremely shameful about such behavior. Submitting to humans was a tremendous humiliation for it. Ice. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm noticed the Ice Emperor was lost in thought and quickly pulled it closer. You must know that no matter how powerful a soul beast is, there will come a day when it reaches its end. Only the life of a god is endless. The hope of being reborn as a human, while slightly more probable than overcoming the tribulation, is still not much different overall. The hope of becoming a god is equally bleak. So we should change our mindset. The voice of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm suddenly grew louder, and its words became resolute. Since we cannot become gods, then we can only change our approach, which is to create a god, to establish a deity. This way, even if we cannot become gods, we can share endless life with this god and become an inseparable part of it. That is why I chose to become a soul ring on a human. I want to use my power to help him break the soul power limit and become a lofty god. The eyes of the heavenly dream, Ice Silkworm, suddenly filled with ambition. Before them was this young man who was not even 9 years old this year, but his talent among humans is absolutely exceptional. Can you imagine? His temperament and willpower, even his soul power cultivation, has already broken through to level 30. More importantly, he has dual martial souls, and when I become his soul ring, in addition to granting him 4 soul skills, I can also help him obtain an extra martial soul. This would be an unprecedented 3 martial souls. With his talent, he is bound to ascend to godhood in the future. This way, we can ascend to the divine realm together, and then we can be together forever, becoming the most loving pair of soul beast couples in the divine realm. As the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm spoke, its old habit resurfaced, and it couldn't help but tease the Ice Emperor again. This time, the Ice Emperor did not scold it, but looked at the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm with an extremely serious expression and asked, "How confident are you?" This was what the Ice Emperor was most concerned about. If the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's confidence was low, the Ice Emperor would not accompany it to take the risk, as there was only one chance. If they lost the bet, it would fall into an irretrievable situation, unless there was more than a 90% chance. The Ice Emperor would not go mad with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. If it's just myself, my confidence is at most 50%. After all, I have no attack power. Although this kid's sword martial soul is powerful, he is not yet grown up. If he encounters a strong enemy, it will still be quite dangerous. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm did not hesitate and honestly confessed to the Ice Emperor, thinking that since they are all firmly tied to JiangYu's boat now, they are all on the same side, so there was no need to deceive it. It might be better to speak the truth and gain some goodwill. What? The Ice Emperor said in shock. Have you gone mad? You only have a 50% chance. Yet you dare to be so bold. Do you know that if you fail, there will be no chance of a comeback? It thought that the heavenly dream ice silkworm was so confident, so it must have a very high chance, but unexpectedly, there was only half a chance. Wasn't this clearly a trap for it? Let me finish. The heavenly dream ice silkworm rolled its eyes helplessly. The Ice Emperor was great in many ways, but its personality was simply too impatient. Before it could finish speaking, the Ice Emperor was already making a fuss. Couldn't it be a bit more rational? Forget it. Who told the heavenly dream ice silkworm to love it so much? It had no choice but to tolerate this flaw of the Ice Emperor. The heavenly dream ice silkworm immediately explained, however, now that I have you, the chance is at least over 90%. You are definitely a great help to JiangYu in many aspects and with my huge mental power. And I have had a detailed plan for creating a god since 10,000 years ago. It is not a sudden impulse. Over these 10,000 years, I have made countless plans and finally succeeded with this kid JiangYu. This is heaven helping us. The heavenly dream ice silkworm looked at the Ice Emperor affectionately. My dear, are you willing to walk this path with me? Oomph. A hint of annoyance flashed across the Ice Emperor's face. Do you think saying this nonsense now is useful? I'm already trapped here by you. Is there any other choice? The Ice Emperor was extremely angry. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was clearly trying to force it without caring about its willingness, just like 200,000 years ago. Dear, don't be angry. The heavenly dream ice silkworm explained seriously, I love you so much. How could I bear to harm you? I've done this once before and am experienced. Under the protection of my powerful mental source, your chance of success is almost 100%. That's right, if it were just me, the success rate of this god-making plan would be less than 50%, but it's different with you. This opportunity is at least 90%. A 90% chance of immortality. Are you sure you don't want to give it a try? The heavenly dream ice silkworm's words were undoubtedly very persuasive. For both humans and soul beasts, immortality held immense attraction. Even a slight chance could draw people in, and the Ice Emperor was clearly moved. Its crystal yellow eyes couldn't help but glance at JiangYu, revealing an unusual glimmer. When the Ice Emperor's gaze fell on JiangYu's wrist, it was completely shocked. Its face displaying an expression of disbelief, it actually saw. It couldn't be wrong. That was the mark left by the ice god. You. It can't be. How is this possible? Kid, you. How could you have the mark of the ice god? The Ice Emperor's tone was filled with astonishment. Oh, you mean this? JiangYu raised his hand and began to explain, this is from the ice god ritual, a masterpiece of the ice god. Although JiangYu's words sounded casual, to the Ice Emperor's ears, they were like a spring thunderclap. It never expected that the ice god would choose a human as a successor. At that moment, it no longer had any doubts. If even the ice god believed in him, it had no reason not to believe. With such a huge opportunity in front of it, how could it be foolish enough to refuse? It immediately became resolute. Tianming, why didn't you say earlier that he has a connection with the ice god? If I had known this, I would have agreed long ago. The Ice Emperor shot a glare at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. I forgot. The heavenly dream ice silkworm smiled sheepishly, rubbing its bald head to ease the awkwardness. Sure enough, still so unreliable. The Ice Emperor was speechless. This heavenly dream ice silkworm still couldn't change its nature. Stop dawdling, let us get started. The Ice Emperor looked at the heavenly dream ice silkworm with disdain. At this moment, it was extremely eager and took the initiative to request. Ah, Ice, you agreed. The heavenly dream ice silkworm jumped up in joy. Truly worthy of being my beloved Ice, you will never regret today's choice. And for now, on we can be together forever. The Ice Emperor shouted angrily, Tianming, if you dare to take advantage of me, believe it or not, I'll cut you. From now on, say less of this nonsense. The Ice Emperor said coldly. Tianming Ice Silkworm's mournful voice rang out. Ice, how can you be so heartless? Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? The Ice Emperor did not respond to the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's words. It shouldn't show mercy to such a shameless person. It suddenly swung its green scorpion tail behind it, ready to attack. Don't, I won't say anything foolish again. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm immediately conceded. It was not a match for the Ice Emperor. Although it loved that beautiful scorpion tail, it only wanted to hug it and didn't want to be stung. Though it hurt a lot if it got stung in the butt. The Ice Emperor then stopped. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm didn't dare to continue to chatter. After all, the Ice Emperor's strength was ranked second in the extreme north. It certainly didn't dare to truly anger the Ice Emperor. Let's begin. The Ice Emperor no longer hesitated. It had cultivated to its current level, and decisiveness in killing was essential. Since it had made up its mind, it didn't want to drag it out any longer. Moreover, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm had lost its body, and it would be impossible to play tricks again, given the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's infatuation with it. The Ice Emperor believed that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm would not harm it. Not long after, the Ice Emperor's crystal yellow eyes gradually turned into a turquoise green, and its long turquoise tail also perked up with a soft turquoise light gradually beginning to ripple from the base of its tail. Finally, it condensed at the tip of its tail hook. As the turquoise light flickered, a small light sphere separated and slowly floated up into the air, while the Ice Emperor's eyes suddenly lost their brilliance and darkened. This small light sphere was its mental source. Although the release process seemed simple, it was not something ordinary soul beasts could achieve. Only soul beasts that had broken through a limit and reached a cultivation level of over 100,000 years could release it. Of course, this was not a problem for a stunning powerhouse like the Ice Emperor. Seeing this, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm quickly released the golden light sphere from its body. Chapter 174, Third Martial Soul. The golden light sphere immediately floated out from the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, and as the turquoise light sphere gradually approached, the golden light sphere suddenly expanded. Then, as if it were swallowing a whale, it quickly engulfed the turquoise light sphere and swiftly returned to JiangYu's body, piercing into his forehead with a whoosh, once again protecting the somewhat shivering JiangYu inside. After losing its mental source, the body of the Ice Emperor Scorpion could no longer be controlled and suddenly fell toward the ground. Without the control of the mental source, its massive body immediately exuded a terrifying ferocity. Even the sky turned turquoise under the influence of this aura. This was the powerful strength of the Ice Emperor, capable of affecting even the weather, truly worthy of being the second-ranked super soul beast in the extreme north. Even a sky blue bull python and titan giant ape were probably not its match. After all, those two soul beasts had only just entered the 100,000-year cultivation. Unlike the Ice Emperor, it has survived 3 tribulations. Although the tribulations pose terrifying damage to soul beasts, once they overcome one, their strength will significantly increase. And the gap created is not something that other external factors can compensate for. For example, even a soft-boned rabbit that has just passed its first tribulation can disregard the gap in bloodlines and easily defeat a titan great ape that has not undergone tribulation, even to the point of instant killing it. This is the benefit that tribulations bring to the bodies of soul beasts. The Ice Emperor cannot defeat that super soul beast ranked in the extreme north simply because it has not undergone as many tribulations. This has little to do with bloodlines. Oh, it's so cold. JiangYu couldn't help but rub his body. Even he was struggling to withstand the extreme cold emanating from the Ice Emperor's essence. If it were someone else, they would probably be frozen stiff on the spot. Kid, your endurance is indeed impressive. You haven't been frozen by my cold air, but this is just the beginning. My immense power hasn't fully erupted yet, the Ice Emperor said proudly. My unparalleled cultivation still benefits you. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit at a loss. Hearing its words, JiangYu couldn't help but want to complain. This Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion is really aloof. Even as a spiritual entity, it still boasts about its strength. This narcissistic personality is quite similar to the Dream Ice Silkworm. No wonder they can get along. Just as JiangYu was lost in thought, a moan from the Ice Emperor echoed in his mind, and he immediately felt an extreme chill that numbed his soul and body, rendering him unable to do anything. JiangYu's body, lying on the ice, suddenly trembled as a green light slowly lifted him. At that moment, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's body actually began to move. Dense green light crazily gathered at its tail hook, and when that tail hook turned dark green, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion suddenly swung its tail, stabbing fiercely into the base of JiangYu's tailbone, quickly piercing through. JiangYu felt a tremendous pain as the sharp tail hook pierced his skin and flesh, driving deep into his bones. This kind of pain, originating from deep within the nerves, is simply unbearable for a human. Even though JiangYu's physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, he nearly couldn't withstand it. His body began to tremble violently. Although JiangYu knew that he needed to hold on even more at this moment, the sensation of pain was just too overwhelming. After all, he was still human. It was impossible for him to feel no pain. Fortunately, at that moment, a hint of golden light suddenly flashed from the center of his brows, and a soft golden glow instantly enveloped his head and gradually spread throughout his entire body. The sea of spirit transformed back into gold. At the crucial moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm still came to assist him. It finally proved reliable and didn't let JiangYu down. After receiving the Dream Ice Silkworm's help, JiangYu's body suddenly became a bit softer, and the immense pain also decreased somewhat. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor began the process of martial soul fusion, and another green light lit up, rushing into JiangYu's body. A gentle warmth enveloped JiangYu's body, and the earlier intense pain suddenly diminished significantly. Although this pain was still not something ordinary people could endure, it was bearable for JiangYu. However, his body still broke out in a lot of sweat. In this icy world of the extreme north, he surprisingly could sweat so much. This shows just how astonishing the pain he was enduring was. If it weren't for the help of the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure it. Before long, JiangYu's clothes were soaked with sweat, as if he had been washed in water. At that moment, a surge of green light instantly tore his clothes to shreds, revealing the muscles underneath. Although JiangYu was still young, his physique was extraordinarily well-proportioned, and his body could be described as perfect, especially since his robust build had developed extremely strong. Fortunately, this was the core area of the extreme north, devoid of human presence. If someone had seen him, it would surely have caused a huge uproar. Men would shed tears, and women would be instantly captivated and unable to extricate themselves. Even the Ice Emperor, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but envy JiangYu's body and almost drooled. However, the Ice Emperor knew that this was the most critical moment, so it still fully released its energy. A trickle of liquid green began to slowly flow down JiangYu's spine and then spread towards his torso. Naturally, it first targeted the spine, which is a crucial part supporting the human body. Then, the green liquid gradually flowed upward, causing JiangYu's ribs to begin transforming into green branches, continuing to supply upward. When the green spread reached that point, a wave of intense pain surged through JiangYu's body. Although he was desperately trying to endure it, his body's reaction was still very strong. However, under the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's control, his body couldn't move. He could only stay in place, shaking continuously. JiangYu kept telling himself, "I must hold on. I cannot give up no matter what. I can't fall in this extreme north." JiangYu repeatedly reminded himself not to give up, and his strong mental willpower instantly transmitted out. The intense pain was also numbed by his spirit, and the sensation of pain eased somewhat. Seeing this scene, both the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor were extremely surprised. They hadn't expected JiangYu's mental strength to be so formidable that he could endure it. It seemed that this choice was not wrong. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. JiangYu had brought it surprise after surprise. It believed that the divine creation plan would certainly be successful. The Dream Ice Silkworm also began to gradually withdraw its influence on JiangYu's Sea of Spirit, silently retreating to the side. After all, this pain was also a trial for JiangYu, which would strengthen his mental power and be very beneficial for his future cultivation and growth. So just watched. Chapter 175, Bibi Dong's Temptation when the green light covered all the bones in JiangYu's torso. The green glow emitted by the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion's body began to gradually dim. The soul bone transformed from the Ice Emperor itself was a very important source of power for it. Although the process of transformation was filled with pain, it was undoubtedly very worthwhile for JiangYu. The role of this torso soul bone was far greater than any other soul bone he would obtain in the future. After all, while the Dream Ice Silkworm was a million-year soul beast, it only provided JiangYu with a soul ring. Even though it had 4 soul skills, it was still somewhat inferior compared to the benefits brought by the Ice Emperor. It's important to know that the Ice Emperor's bloodline is exceptionally high, a veritable born king, and its cultivation has already broken through the limit of 300,000 years, moving towards the threshold of 400,000 years. This is a battle-type soul beast. Just this alone brings immeasurable benefits to JiangYu. Of course, the Ice Emperor did not release all of its power. This was just a small portion. The Ice Emperor feared that JiangYu couldn't withstand it, so it sealed more energy within him, which could be gradually unlocked for absorption as his cultivation increased. One must say that the Ice Emperor's considerations were indeed thoughtful. With its immense energy, JiangYu would no longer need to worry about bottlenecks in soul power, and his improvement speed would significantly increase. The first step of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's god-making plan has finally succeeded, but this situation is not replicable. After all, there is only the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm among the million-year soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, and it is a unique mental-type soul beast. Moreover, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was able to convince it to agree to make JiangYu's soul ring only because of the relationship it established with the Ice Emperor in the past. No one else could possibly have such conditions. Even if someone did, they would not be able to withstand the immense energy from the Ice Emperor. It's likely that even Tang San, who practiced the Xintian skill, would not be able to do it, let alone the natives of the Douluo Continent. Therefore, even if someone figured out the method involving the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, they would not be able to complete the God-making plan. The Ice Emperor's energy is extremely domineering, far fiercer than the mental power of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, causing JiangYu's body to tremble continuously. A thick layer of ice beads has formed on his skin, dripping down to the ground. These ice beads are made up of his sweat, and blood vessels have started to show through his skin, dyeing the surface covered by the ice beads a deep red. At this moment, JiangYu's blood and energy are circulating rapidly. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed by now. Fortunately, he has cultivated the Hongmeng Purple Qi technique and undergone transformation through the 10,000-year whale glue and purple red fruit, allowing his physical quality to reach an extremely high standard, enabling him to endure. At this time, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor in JiangYu's mind began to release their mental essence to protect his vital organs, including his internal organs, flesh, bones, and meridians. Thus, even if the speed of his blood flow increases, it cannot cause particularly severe harm to JiangYu. A rich wave of blood energy emanates from JiangYu, and his skin has turned extremely pale. Even his green bones can be seen, creating a terrifying scene. Only his eyes remain golden, thanks to the mental energy of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, which prevents harm to JiangYu's martial soul and avoids irreversible damage. As time passes, that green color begins to gradually expand and widen, completely outlining the bones like paint, while JiangYu's pain transforms. He starts to feel an alternating sensation of extreme cold and extreme heat in his torso, as if one moment he is in a 10,000-year ice cave in the extreme north, and the next moment he is on the sun, creating immense torment. This is the true duality of ice and fire. From extreme cold to extreme heat, and back again, these two extreme forces alternate, and despite JiangYu's already strong will, he gradually begins to hallucinate, even seeing Bibi Dong dancing seductively in front of him. This is a scene he wouldn't even dare to dream of. As Bibi Dong's clothes fall away, JiangYu's body begins to heat up, turning completely red. But just as he starts to react, the Bibi Dong, who is about to reveal her snow-white peaks, suddenly disappears, replaced by a green-haired girl with twin ponytails. Although she has a cute appearance, the aura she exudes is extremely strong. She looks like a lowly combined with a queen's demeanor, presenting a special temptation. The girl does not dance seductively like Bibi Dong. Instead, she brandishes a scorpion-tailed whip fiercely towards JiangYu, quickly wrapping around him. JiangYu feels the restraints tightening around him, and an extremely cold ice energy continuously seeps into his body, even causing his lips to turn purple. In fact, a simple soul-bone fusion would not be this painful. It's just that JiangYu's cultivation level is still too low, barely reaching the rank of a sovereign. And the quality of the soul bone he is fusing is extremely high, far beyond that of a 100,000-year soul bone. It could be said to be the highest level of soul bone ever absorbed by a human soul master. 30,000-year soul bones have never been encountered even by the angel family and Bibi Dong, which is why this incredible pain occurs. Under the impact of this powerful force, JiangYu begins to feel a bit dazed, and, at this moment, the mental power of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm surges in once again, instantly waking JiangYu and protecting his mental essence. Only then does JiangYu feel a slight reduction in pain. Although the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm hopes for JiangYu to undergo trials, it will not watch him fall into mental collapse. When JiangYu is about to reach his limit, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm immediately intervenes to protect his consciousness. JiangYu's spirit then begins to lift. But because of this, the incredibly confusing image reappears. Bibi Dong has turned into a bare-skinned figure, her snow-white skin spotless, without a single hair on her body. Her body looks like white jade, crystal clear, and tender. It seems that a squeeze could produce water. How can any man withstand such a test? JiangYu's resolve almost breaks, but fortunately, the image does not last long before it changes again. The aloof, lowly beauty reappears, this time not using her hair to bind him, but instead raises her green scorpion tail to plunge it into JiangYu. A wave of immense pain strikes. JiangYu quickly steadies his mind. Chapter 176. Success time feels long. And JiangYu did not expect that the process of obtaining the third martial soul would be so painful. He now has no time to think. and all his attention is on how to withstand the pain inflicted by the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Fortunately, whenever JiangYu's spirit is about to collapse, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm will step in to protect his mental essence, providing him with a moment of relief. Throughout this cyclical process, JiangYu's willpower has been comprehensively enhanced, and his mental power has significantly increased. At this moment, JiangYu understands the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's intentions. It does not release its powerful mental power continuously, but instead allows JiangYu to break through in the moments of tension and relaxation. Realizing this, JiangYu breathes a sigh of relief. After all, he will still have the protection of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in the end, and even if it hurts, he will not encounter any significant danger, so he might as well grit his teeth and endure. With this understanding, JiangYu's will gradually strengthen, and the Ice Emperor and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm on the side continuously praise his incredible talent, which is almost unimaginable. This level of willpower is something even 100,000-year soul beast may not possess. JiangYu is truly remarkable. Thus, from day to night and from night to day, JiangYu perseveres. The green light on his body grows stronger, and the blood energy within him becomes increasingly vigorous, much more than before. Even though the Ice Emperor only split off a small portion of its energy, it is a significant supplement for JiangYu, no less than the purple red fruit he obtained at the auction. JiangYu's muscles, bones, and internal organs all undergo changes due to this nourishment. And even the head and limbs, which are not included in the soul bone, experience substantial improvements as his physical quality rises. The immense pain also begins to lessen. Now, even if the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm does not intervene, JiangYu can rely on his extraordinary physique to endure. He can clearly feel that his blood energy is becoming stronger and his body more resilient. If it weren't for JiangYu currently being at the bottleneck of the 30th level soul power without absorbing a new soul ring, the energy from the Ice Emperor Scorpion could probably elevate his soul power by several levels instantly. JiangYu, the next moment is crucial. Although the fusion of the soul bone has basically been completed, the next step is to seal the power of the soul bone within your bone marrow, allowing you to absorb it completely without realizing it. This final fusion process may be even more intense than the pain you have experienced before. You must hold on, or all your previous efforts will be in vain. The Ice Emperor solemnly reminded, this time you can only rely on yourself, and Tianming can no longer assist you. However, I believe that with your willpower, you can definitely endure. You only need to last for 1 hour to completely possess my soul bone, which has existed for over 300,000 years. The Ice Emperor's voice carried a hint of fatigue. After all, it was merging with JiangYu's body. It was like dismantling its own bones and integrating them into JiangYu's body. Even though its cultivation was exceptionally strong, the pain it experienced was not much less than JiangYu's. The Ice Emperor did not show any unusual reactions, relying solely on the powerful will cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years to endure, not because it was painless. At this point, there was no turning back. Faced with the impending ordeal, JiangYu did not feel fear. He was fully prepared to accept the upcoming test. However, he did not expect the final wave of soul bone fusion to be so painful. At the very beginning, JiangYu suddenly jumped in agony. This pain far exceeded the total of his previous experiences. His spiritual sea experienced tremendous turbulence, nearly collapsing in an instant. If it were just pain and alternating cold and hot sensations, he could bear it, but this feeling was entirely different from before. It was itchy. JiangYu felt as if thousands of ants were crawling over his body, an unbearable itch that even reached his bones. In that moment, JiangYu wanted nothing more than to scratch his entire body to relieve the itch. Tianming Ice Silkworm's expression turned worried. For not only JiangYu, but even the Ice Emperor, one of the 3 great kings, was trembling violently, clearly affected as well. This showed just how immense the pain was. Tianming Ice Silkworm was not worried about the Ice Emperor. After all, it had experienced countless trials, and this level of pain was still manageable. Rather, it was JiangYu who was concerning. No matter how strong he was just an 8 or 9-year-old child. This inhuman pain was not easy for a child of his age to withstand. But Tianming Ice Silkworm had no way to help. It could only watch helplessly. If JiangYu wanted to completely merge with the Ice Emperor's soul bone, he had to endure this torment. Only then could he unleash all the power of the soul bone. Before long, cracks appeared in JiangYu's spiritual sea. As these cracks gradually widened, they would eventually explode, and JiangYu would fall into danger. Tianming Ice Silkworm could no longer care about anything else. It raised its hand, and a rich golden light surged toward Jiang Yu's spiritual sea. "Don't mind me, I can do it." Jiang Yu's stubborn voice came through, shocking Tianming Ice Silkworm immensely. It did not expect that even at this moment, Jiang Yu still retained consciousness. Moreover, judging by the situation, he was not as bad off as imagined. Could it be that he really had a way to cope? Tianming Ice Silkworm was filled with doubts, but knowing Jiang Yu's personality, since he said he did not want help, he must have absolute confidence. With this in mind, Tianming Ice Silkworm retracted the golden light, but its gaze remained on Jiang Yu. If he truly could not endure, Tianming Ice Silkworm could still extend a helping hand in time. Before long, Tianming Ice Silkworm finally relaxed, for Jiang Yu's spiritual sea was healing at an astonishing speed. Soon, his spiritual sea returned to normal, and even the boundaries expanded several times, with his spiritual power increasing exponentially. Then, a brilliant halo rose from beneath Jiang Yu's feet. This halo was extraordinarily peculiar, displaying a rich blood-red color, noble and cold, radiating an overwhelming majesty akin to a sea of blood. On that blood-red halo, for golden patterns flickered in and out of view, although the fourth pattern appeared somewhat dim, nowhere near as dazzling as the first three. At the moment the soul ring appeared, Jiang Yu's aura surged dramatically, and an ancient, savage energy rapidly spread around him. At that moment, Jiang Yu appeared as noble as the supreme ruler of the extreme north. His body did not show any obvious changes, except for a greenish-blue pattern on his back. The sparkling front claws and the enticing green tail belonged to the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion. Chapter 177. The three top martial souls. The pattern of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion was enormous, covering Jiang Yu's entire back, with 6 long legs coiling around his ribs and a pair of front claws manifesting on his shoulders. The long tail extended down his spine, veering to the right, resting on the right side of his hip. Aside from the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion pattern, the most astonishing change was in Jiang Yu's arms. His arms were covered with a layer of diamond-like granules, densely packed, each about the size of a green bean, displaying a hexagonal shape and emitting an incredibly brilliant light. The dazzling brilliance on Jiang Yu's arms contrasted with the massive ice-blue Emperor Scorpion pattern behind him, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This showcased the difference between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, as the martial soul manifested after the fusion made him appear almost beyond the realm of humanity, akin to the mythical creatures and legends, while weapon soul masters seemed far more ordinary. It was a success, realizing everything that was happening to him. Tears streamed down Jiang Yu's face. After taking such a tremendous risk, he had finally succeeded in acquiring the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Jiang Yu was instantly engulfed in immense joy. For this moment, he had endured far too much pain, so even though he was very strong, he could not help but weep with joy. This hard-won success undoubtedly made him cherish it even more. Feeling the powerful energy flowing within him, Jiang Yu's emotions were almost uncontrollable. It was no wonder Jiang Yu was so excited. He had fused with one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, a super soul beast with nearly 400,000 years of history. From now on, Jiang Yu would become the first ever 3 lives martial soul possessor in the history of the Douluo Continent. Even Tang San, who had extraordinary opportunities, did not have such a chance. This was not necessarily a bad thing for the common people of the Douluo Continent. After all, under Tang San's rule, the Douluo Continent had almost become a one-man show for the Tang family. After exterminating the Spirit Hall, the Soul Masters on the continent not only did not receive fair treatment, but even the previous Soul Master subsidies were gone. After that, the Douluo Continent completely transformed into the Tang family's territory, with Tang San becoming the highest ruler. No, it would be more accurate to say a dictator. He truly exemplified the saying, "Those who go with the flow prosper, while those who resist perish." Now that Jiang Yu possessed the 3 lives martial soul, he undoubtedly became the most likely person to overpower Tang San in the future. After all, the first soul ring of Jiang Yu's ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul was already close to 400,000 years, and that blood-red soul ring with flickering golden patterns could almost rival Tang San's 9th soul ring from the deep-sea demon whale king. From this moment on, Jiang Yu's strength completely crushed Tang San. As his soul power increased in the future, this gap would only grow larger. Even if Tang San's blue-silver grass awakened the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, he would still not be Jiang Yu's opponent. Finally succeeded. The tone of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was very excited. My hard work has not been in vain. Jiang Yu's successful acquisition of the third soul ring made the heavenly dream ice silkworm feel just as happy. The two of them had long been completely tied together. Jiang Yu's success was its success. Thank you, Brother Tianming. Jiang Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude to the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Without it, he wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. What are we between each other? No need to say thanks. The heavenly dream ice silkworm smiled slightly. We have finally taken the most important step. With the body-soul bone given to you by the Ice Emperor, your physical quality has improved at least 5 times compared to before. Your endurance has also greatly increased. I estimate that you can now withstand a 10,000-year soul ring without any problem. The most terrifying soul impact from a 10,000-year soul beast will probably not be able to affect you. This is why I had you fuse with the Ice Emperor before obtaining the third soul ring. Now, the Ice Emperor officially becomes the main soul ring of your third martial soul, and is also the essence of your third martial soul. Its enhancement to you may even exceed mine. As your cultivation continues to improve, the abilities brought to you by the Ice Emperor will become even more powerful. Initially, I provided you with 4 soul skills and 1 martial soul. Although the Ice Emperor's cultivation hasn't broken through to 1,000,000 years, its racial heritage is much stronger than that of the Ice Silkworm clan. Based on its current abilities, it can also provide you with 4 soul skills. For soul skills as well. Hearing the words of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Jiang Yu was somewhat shocked, clearly not expecting the Ice Emperor to bring him so many soul skills. This was simply an extra surprise. Yes, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm continued to explain. These 4 soul skills include 2 soul ring soul skills and 2 soul skills attached to the body soul bone of the Ice Emperor, which you have already perfectly fused with. So what are these 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu was eager to know what abilities the Ice Emperor would bring him. Will the Ice Emperor's intelligence be preserved like yours? If so, that would be amazing. An intelligent soul ring is obviously much stronger than one without consciousness. If the Ice Emperor's intelligence is still intact, at least in this extreme northern land, it would undoubtedly make things much easier for Jiang Yu. After all, his third martial soul's attribute is ice, and if he wants to add soul rings to the Ice Emperor in the future, there would be no better place than the extreme northern land. This place has the most complete variety of ice attribute soul beasts, and there are many high-quality ones. Moreover, the Ice Emperor has also contributed so much. From Jiang Yu's perspective, he hoped it could retain its spiritual essence. Otherwise, it would be too regrettable. The Ice Emperor is fine. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's mood suddenly became happy. It just consumed a lot of energy during the fusion with your body and is very tired now. It has already fallen into a deep sleep and should wake up in no time. What about the 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu asked again. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm smiled mysteriously and said, I don't know. After all, I'm not the Ice Emperor. You can experience it slowly yourself in the future. Let us go. Keep heading east. We need to find your second and third soul rings. Right? Jiang Yu, who had been too happy to remember, suddenly recalled that his soul power had already broken through to the soul master level, and he could continue to add 2 soul rings to the Ice Emperor. With his current physique, choosing a 10,000-year soul beast would not be a problem. Since he had come to the extreme northern land, he should certainly resolve the matter of the soul rings while he was at it. Although even a twin martial soul would not be able to enhance 2 martial soul rings at the same time, Jiang Yu was indeed special. His physique was stronger than any twin martial soul holder. Even Tang San, who practiced the Xin Tiangong, could not compare to Jiang Yu. After all, apart from having the enhancement of a powerful technique, he had also consumed several heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so there was no need to worry about the physique issue, which allowed him to simultaneously enhance his soul rings. Furthermore, Jiang Yu already had a comprehensive plan. Perhaps he could reveal the secret of his twin martial souls at the appropriate moment in the future. Of course, he did not intend to showcase the sword. It would only be the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Chapter 178. Ice Bear under the guidance of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Jiang Yu continued to move northwards. With the spiritual detection of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, he no longer felt like a fly buzzing around aimlessly. After walking for about an hour, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm discovered a soul beast about 100 meters ahead that was very suitable for Jiang Yu at this moment and immediately urged him to hurry over. Upon reaching the destination, Jiang Yu saw that it was actually an ice bear soul beast. Its size was particularly large, with a massive body resembling a small hill. Even when walking on all 4s, it stood over 10 meters tall. Its enormous body was covered with thick fur, and the white fur emitted a dazzling light. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm explained, this ice bear soul beast is also a very famous soul beast in the extreme northern land. Although it doesn't match the Ice Emperor Scorpion in bloodline, it is still among the top 10 powerful clans. Especially in terms of strength, it is truly terrifying. Probably not much weaker than the Titan Giant Ape clan in the Stardew Forest. Hearing the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's words, Jiang Yu revealed a thoughtful expression. The Ice Bear Soul Beast actually possessed strength comparable to that of the Titan Giant Ape, undoubtedly making it a high-level soul beast. Brother Tianming, do you know its cultivation level? Jiang Yu asked cautiously. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm nodded and said, the Ice Bear ahead has a cultivation age of about 13,000 to 15,000 years. With your current physical quality, absorbing it should not be a big problem. Jiang Yu immediately understood. Since he had clarified this, he stopped hesitating and released the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul. In this extreme northern land, the Ice Emperor's Martial Soul clearly had a greater effect, and he could also take this opportunity to learn more about the abilities of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. After the Martial Soul manifested, Jiang Yu emitted a powerful chill, and his aura resembled that of an emperor in the snow, making others involuntarily feel submissive. Roar. Seeing a human rushing over, the Ice Bear let out a furious roar. In this extreme northern land, humans had always fled in fear before it, and no one had ever dared to challenge it. Jiang Yu's actions instantly made the Ice Bear feel that its authority was being challenged. As the Ice Bear's roar echoed, a massive blizzard quickly emerged around its body, rapidly expanding its range and covering a distance of 100 meters. The cold wind and snow intensified. Be careful. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm quickly reminded. That is the Ice Bear's innate skill, Ice Bear Blizzard, which possesses extremely powerful destructive power. Without the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm saying more, Jiang Yu also felt the power of the blizzard ahead. The wind and snow were as sharp as ice blades, far beyond an ordinary blizzard. However, Jiang Yu was not afraid, because according to the information gradually transmitted from the Soul Ring, he already knew what Soul Ring skills the Ice Emperor had bestowed upon him. One is the Ice Emperor's Claw, which can make his hands and forearms extremely hard, and every diamond crystal on his arms has powerful refractive abilities, acting like an indestructible weapon that not only enhances strength, but also inflicts tremendous damage in close combat. In addition to this attack's soul skill, the Ice Emperor's Soul Ring also grants Jiang Yu a protective soul skill, Ice Emperor's Bodyguard. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu immediately unleashed the Ice Emperor's Bodyguard soul skill. The blood-red soul ring suddenly shone with a rich light, and then a layer of incredibly thick ice crystal appeared on the surface of Jiang Yu's body. This ice crystal refracted intense light, appearing even more dazzling than diamonds. With the defensive soul skill protection, Jiang Yu was able to go all out, and he immediately unleashed the Ice Emperor's Claw. Jiang Yu's arms became incredibly hard as he charged into the blizzard ahead. Immersed in the blizzard, Jiang Yu truly felt the terrifying aspect of it. The snowflakes were as hard as blades, fiercely pressing against his body. Fortunately, his body was protected by the ice crystal, and those snowflakes did not cause any harm. Jiang Yu raised his arm and swung the claw fiercely towards the blizzard ahead, and with this strike, the surrounding blizzard was instantly sliced apart, creating a vacuum zone. Just like that, Jiang Yu held up his arms with the claws, bracing against the surrounding blizzard as he rushed forward at high speed. Before long, Jiang Yu broke through the blizzard released by the Ice Bear and leaped in front of it. His speed was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he raised his claw and stabbed toward the massive body of the Ice Bear, piercing its skin. Roar, 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 the Ice Bear let out a pained sound. The Ice Emperor's Claw was the signature of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, its sharpness comparable to that of human-made divine weapons. Even the thick fur of the Ice Bear could not stop the invasion of the Ice Emperor's Claw. Bright red blood seeped out from the Ice Bear's skin, and a painful expression appeared on its face. The Ice Bear, furious, extended its massive paws towards Jiang Yu's body and swiped down, creating a strong gust of wind. Bang! Jiang Yu endured the Ice Bear's paw, and his body was instantly sent flying by the giant paw. The power of this strength-type soul beast was indeed terrifying. Even though Jiang Yu's physical quality had reached an incredible level and he had the Ice Emperor's bodyguard, he still sustained some damage, with blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Jiang Yu truly realized that the words of the Dream Ice Silkworm were not exaggerated. It was likely that the power of the Titan Giant Ape was only comparable to this. Even if it was stronger, it probably wouldn't be much more. However, this only strengthened Jiang Yu's determination to hunt the ice bear. After absorbing the ice bear soul ring, his physical quality would definitely improve further, which would greatly benefit him in enduring the soul rings of other powerful soul beasts in the future. After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Jiang Yu stood up abruptly. This minor injury wouldn't affect his combat strength. After absorbing the soul ring from the Ice Emperor, his tolerance for pain had already reached a peak. Jiang Yu stretched out his arm and continued charging towards the ice bear. But this time he did not rush him blindly. His steps were extremely variable. Whenever the ice bear extended its paw to strike at him, Jiang Yu would dodge. No matter how powerful the attack, if it didn't hit, it was all for naught. Soon, the ice bear found itself in a state of exhaustion. In contrast, Jiang Yu became increasingly adept. Every time he dodged the ice bear's strikes, he would leave a mark with his sharp claws on its massive body. The ice bear was infuriated and howled loudly. It had encountered many human soul masters, but never had anyone been as troublesome as Jiang Yu. This kid was more cunning than an eel, and the ice bear felt a great anger. Although it possessed immense power, its speed had a clear defect, which was a common issue among many strength-type soul beasts. Despite having powerful strength, their speed often could not keep up. Chapter 179, The Ice Emperor's Claw. The ice bear's body was simply too massive to move quickly. Fortunately, it had absolute strength. If faced with an ordinary enemy, others might not even react before being frightened into submission by its power. But Jiang Yu was an anomaly. With his current physical quality, he could barely withstand the terrifying power of the ice bear. Coupled with his agile steps, the 10,000-year ice bear soul beast found it difficult to subdue him. Jiang Yu was like an eel. Whenever the ice bear exhausted itself trying to find him, he would escape right before its eyes, infuriating the ice bear. Gradually, the ice bear lost its rationality and fell into a state of senseless rage. It was like a beast consumed by desire, continuously swinging its arms in a frenzy. Its heavy paws crashed into the snow, causing an astonishing tremor. The thick layer of snow on the ground was scattered, and the surrounding area of dozens of meters produced intense sounds, as if an earthquake had occurred. Yet, despite the ice bear using all its might, it still couldn't touch Jiang Yu's body, watching helplessly as he danced around it with no way to counter. As the ice bear's movements grew slower, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that it had exhausted a lot of energy, and as long as he waited a bit longer, he would be able to find the right moment to strike. Not bad. The dream ice silkworm in his mind couldn't help but praise him. It had originally thought that Jiang Yu would need its help to defeat the 10,000-year ice bear ahead. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu was so impressive. His tactics were far beyond what an ordinary child could imagine, executed perfectly with no mistakes to be found. Jiang Yu's response was undoubtedly correct. Against such a strength-type opponent, one must never clash head-on, as this would only lead to mutual destruction. Even if victorious, one would suffer significant injuries. Instead, using speed to gain an advantage and engaging in hit-and-run tactics would yield more satisfying results. Roar, roar. The ice bear occasionally let out angry sounds, feeling it was unfairly treated. Knowing that it wasn't good at speed, it still chased Jiang Yu at high speed. Humans were indeed despicable. A powerful icy aura was released from its body, gradually forming a fierce blizzard around it, which began to blow violently. With the help of this blizzard, Jiang Yu's movements inevitably slowed down. After all, those snowflakes were sharper than knives, and even Jiang Yu did not dare to underestimate them. Fortunately, his arms had transformed into the claws of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, incredibly hard. Even divine weapons would be shattered upon colliding with his arms. Having gained the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul, Jiang Yu was indeed very hard. His arms were like divine artifacts, cutting down the oncoming snowflakes with every swing. The ice bear's proud attacks still fell short, and seeing Jiang Yu being so difficult to handle made it furious. It was the first time it had been humiliated like this, a shadow that would be hard to erase in its bare life. If it didn't resolve the pesky human in front of it, it would not rest easy. One moment of anger for a bear, one moment of breath for a bear. The ice bear had to vent its anger before it could comfortably eat, sleep, and do its business. The ice bear became increasingly agitated, its massive arms pushing forward relentlessly. Regardless of whether it could hit Jiang Yu or not, it just kept slapping down with its paws. The snow on the ground was lifted by the gusts created by its powerful strikes, revealing the true surface over a radius of several dozen miles. In this snowy world, a hint of yellow emerged, reflecting the sunset in the distance. However, no matter how the ice bear attacked, it still couldn't touch JiangYu, and gradually, its strength was squandered, leading its movements to slow down. After about 3 minutes, the ice bear was somewhat exhausted and suddenly collapsed onto the ground. In such a cold place in the far north, a layer of sweat appeared on its body. The ice bear was truly too tired to muster any strength, and even though JiangYu was still glaring at it from ahead, it was too lazy to make another move and chose to lie down instead. The only thing that made the ice bear feel aggrieved was that it would fall in such a manner at the hands of a human. This was something it had never anticipated. Seeing that the ice bear was no longer attacking and sat there in a seemingly fearless manner, JiangYu hesitated. No one knew if the ice bear truly had no strength to fight back or was just pretending to lure him into action. At that moment, the voice of the Tianming ice silkworm echoed in his mind, assuring him, "Rest assured, that ice bear really has no strength left. You should take this opportunity to deal with it." The tone of Tianming was very firm. Since it said so, JiangYu naturally trusted its words. After all, the mental power of the Tianming ice silkworm was the strongest on the continent. With its abilities, it could detect the current state of the ice bear. So JiangYu no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the ice bear. Awawakuku tsts. The ice bear emitted incomprehensible beast language, and its expression seemed to carry a hint of indignation and fervor. Tianming, what is it saying? JiangYu sought help from the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind, as they were both spirit beasts and presumably had similar tones. How would I know? The Tianming ice silkworm replied with a look of helplessness. I'm an ice silkworm, and that big guy is an ice bear. The languages of spirit beasts are not like yours. There are 100 spirit beast races with 100 different languages. The language of our ice silkworm race is vastly different from that of ice bears. Is that so? Then how did you communicate with the ice emperor? JiangYu asked in confusion. If what Tianming said was true, how come he didn't see any communication barriers between it and the ice emperor? So he couldn't help but suspect Tianming was lying. Are you kidding? I spent some time with the ice emperor, and during that time, it taught me quite a bit, including the language of its ice emperor scorpion clan. The Tianming ice silkworm answered honestly. Don't be fooled by its weak attack power. Its language talent is quite impressive. It can even learn human languages. If that ice bear in front of you is willing to teach me its language, I guarantee I could learn it quickly. However, the Tianming ice silkworm had no intention of going through that trouble. Although I don't know exactly what it's saying. Judging by the spiritual fluctuations and its expression, it's probably asking you to give it a quick end. To dispel JiangYu's curiosity, the Tianming ice silkworm attempted to interpret the ice bear's words, but it wasn't sure if it was correct. Chapter 180. Choosing the right person. Although JiangYu was somewhat skeptical of the Tianming ice silkworm's words, he still took a step forward. Watching the ice bear sitting there and panting heavily, it didn't seem like it was pretending, which reassured him. He then raised his sharp pincers, the diamonds reflecting a faint glow, and directly plunged them toward the ice bear's body. Surprisingly, the ice bear's defense was quite good. After enduring JiangYu's strike, it still appeared unfazed, showing exceptional resilience. Fortunately, the ice bear was already exhausted, with no strength left to resist, allowing JiangYu to attack freely without worrying about defense. Seeing the ice bear so tenacious, JiangYu felt a sense of joy. It proved that this ice bear was definitely stronger than ordinary spirit beasts, and the soul ring produced would far exceed that of a typical soul ring. This was also why even the same soul skill had different powers. Besides the soul master's application of soul skills, the spirit beast strength was a significant factor. This ice bear spirit beast must be among the top in the entire ice bear clan, like a genius among humans. JiangYu began to anticipate the power of the ice bear's soul ring, and while thinking, he accelerated his attacks, the speed of his sharp pincers increasing. After about 10 minutes, JiangYu finally dealt with the ice bear, which had been as majestic as a small hill, finally closing its eyes. Soon after, a circle of black light appeared around it, occasionally flashing with brilliant, ghostly light. This was the 10,000-year soul ring. JiangYu immediately sat cross-legged. He had gained quite a bit of experience on how to absorb soul rings, so he began to meditate and communicate with the shining ring using his mind. Soon, the black 10,000-year soul ring was drawn to JiangYu's side, and the power within began to flow toward him bit by bit, appearing to go smoothly. However, JiangYu did not let his guard down. This was just the beginning, and the real show had yet to unfold. He cautiously absorbed the power of the soul ring, and as the ice bear's strength surged in, his body became increasingly cold. Yet, JiangYu didn't feel as uncomfortable as he had imagined. After all, he had absorbed a lot of power from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and even the mighty Ice Bear couldn't compare to the Ice Emperor. The pain he endured this time was even less than a 10,000th of what he experienced with the Ice Emperor, and he didn't even need the Tianming Ice Silkworm to help him. Just then, a strong shockwave surged through him. Soul shock. Bring it on. Jiang Yu was not worried about the soul shock that could only occur with 10,000-year spirit beasts. He had endured it from a 100,000-year beast before. Although there was a voluntary component from the Ice Emperor, a mere 10,000-year Ice Bear was far inferior. Speaking of soul shock reminded Jiang Yu of Yu Shaojing, the knowledgeable master of spirit masters who didn't even understand what soul shock was, having to learn about it from Xiao Wu. It was quite laughable. But then again, it made sense. Given a Master-S cultivation level, let alone a 10,000-year soul ring, he wouldn't even have a chance to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Thinking about it this way, it was not surprising that he didn't know the impact of a 10,000-year soul ring, as his strength was simply too low, only able to learn about spirit master knowledge from books. How could Yu Shaojing, who had never reached the peak of spirit masters, know what the world of high-level spirit masters was like? Roar. The residual consciousness of the Ice Bear within the soul ring suddenly erupted entirely, transforming into a dazzling light mass, which gradually materialized into the shadow of the Ice Bear. The phantom appeared extremely angry, and a strong sense of hatred emanated from its deep eyes. Although the Ice Bear ultimately accepted its fate of being hunted by humans, it did not mean it had truly given up resistance. It was waiting for this opportunity. From what it knew, humans could only absorb a second soul ring for a maximum of about 700 years, while its cultivation had already surpassed 10,000 years. The gap between them was simply too vast. Although he didn't know why, JiangYu's first soul ring was not the common white and yellow, but a strange red. However, from the perspective of the Ice Bear, it might just be that he absorbed the soul ring from a special soul beast, which caused it to turn red. It was estimated that the age of the soul ring wouldn't exceed 500 years. It's no wonder the Ice Bear misunderstood. It had no idea that red soul rings could only be produced by soul beasts of 100,000 years. After all, it had never seen a human soul master with a red soul ring in the extremely northern lands, so it wasn't surprising that it didn't know. But precisely because of this, the Ice Bear's plans were destined to be in vain. It could only blame its limited vision. Facing the soul shock unleashed by the Ice Bear, Jiang Yu was utterly unafraid. Even when the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm wanted to help, he politely declined. He could withstand the mental essence of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, so a mere 10,000-year Ice Bear would surely be no problem. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a surge of unprecedented confidence, and his entire aura changed, exuding a strong imperial presence, as if he could reach for the stars in the sky if he so wished. The Ice Bear suddenly realized that no matter how many times it unleashed the soul shock towards Jiang Yu, there were no signs of collapse in his mind. It merely shook slightly. For Jiang Yu, this level was just a tickle and had no effect on him. The Ice Bear had no way of knowing that Jiang Yu's mental power was already extremely strong. Unless it broke through the 30,000-year limit, it might have a slight effect on Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, it would never have the chance to cultivate again. Jiang Yu steadied his mind and continued to absorb the power from the Ice Bear's soul ring. The soul shock posed no threat to him at all. Instead, it accelerated his absorption speed. After about 15 minutes, the Ice Bear's figure began to gradually dissipate, and the soul shock ceased. At this point, Jiang Yu had absorbed 90% of the energy from the soul ring and was entering the final stage of absorption. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm looked at Jiang Yu and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. It felt a sense of relief, realizing that its initial choice had indeed been correct. Thank goodness it hadn't chosen the other boy lying there. He could never compare to Jiang Yu. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With Jiang Yu's talent, becoming a god was definitely not an issue. It only needed to stay comfortably in Jiang Yu's mind and could eventually ascend to the divine realm. This deal was simply too profitable. This was indeed a guaranteed win. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm happily began to whistle. It even started thinking about life after ascending to the divine realm, estimating that the goddesses there must be very beautiful. Upon hearing the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's whistling, Jiang Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It really wasn't worried at all and still had the mood to whistle at a time like this. If it had to whistle, it should wait until he successfully absorbed the Ice Bear's soul ring. Celebrating now was a bit premature. However, Jiang Yu didn't have the time to complain. The power from the Ice Bear's soul ring was still lingering, so he had to speed up his absorption. After all, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's whistling was far too unpleasant, and he didn't want to listen to it. Chapter 181. Mysterious Woman. Fortunately, the energy within the Ice Bear's soul ring was not much left. Jiang Yu spent a few minutes to completely absorb it and successfully acquired his second soul ring. Jiang Yu felt his soul power rapidly increasing, quickly breaking through the level 30 bottleneck and continuing to advance without showing any signs of stopping. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Jiang Yu's soul power continued to rise to level 37 before gradually stopping. Even he didn't expect to have gained a full 7 levels of soul power this time. In fact, this was not hard to understand. Jiang Yu had previously obtained the inheritance of the Ice God, and coupled with the power he absorbed from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, that's how he was able to increase his soul power so much. Without these accumulations, relying solely on the Ice Bear Soul Ring would probably only have raised his soul power by 2 levels at most, as his soul power quality was very high. This also made it somewhat difficult to increase. Now being able to raise his soul power by a full 7 levels, Jiang Yu was already very satisfied. Finally done. 3 hours later, at the edge of the core area, Jiang Yu successfully subdued a 15,000-year ice snow giant dragon. The ice snow giant dragon was also a famous old beast in the extremely northern lands, with a body length of over 10 meters, especially its neck, which was as long as a giraffe's. Its back was adorned with hundreds of sparkling ice crystals, all formed from condensed snow and ice. According to the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, the ice snow giant dragon possessed true dragon blood, and although the proportion was not large, just this point made it stronger than the average subdragon-type soul beast, except for those that looked like large lizards, which could rival it. After hunting the ice snow giant dragon, Jiang Yu began to absorb the soul ring from its body. This time he still experienced soul shock, but it was even more intense than that of the ice bear. However, he was already very experienced in dealing with soul shocks. It was just a minor episode. Before long, Jiang Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring from the ice snow giant dragon, but this time his soul power only increased by about 1 level. If someone were to see Jiang Yu at this moment, they would surely be shocked. He was surrounded by 3 soul rings, red, black, black. This configuration of soul rings was simply unprecedented and unheard of. The first soul skill was at the 100,000-year level, which had never existed in the Douluo Continent. Even a twin martial soul owner could not achieve this. After successfully absorbing the 3rd soul ring, Jiang Yu prepared to leave the extremely northern lands. Although he had the mental detection of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, it was not without risk. If he were to disturb the Soul Beast King, the Super Soul Beast ranked first in the extremely northern lands would be a disaster, so Jiang Yu hurriedly sped towards the outskirts. His speed was very fast, leaving no footprints in the snow. However, even with Jiang Yu's speed, it still took him over an hour to exit the core circle. The extremely northern lands were just too vast. It was indeed one of the most famous gathering places for wild soul beasts on the continent. After exiting the core circle, Jiang Yu did not dare to rest and continued moving forward, maintaining his speed even as night fell. Since cultivating the Hongmeng Purple Qi Dao, his body had improved significantly, and his eyesight was clearer than before. Although he was still a bit short of having a 1,000-mile gaze, he could see the surroundings clearly within 100 meters. With the mental detection ability of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, Jiang Yu's nighttime activities were not affected at all. Although his vision at night was not as clear as during the day, it was as if he were wearing night vision goggles. He could see the objects on the roadside clearly. Thus, Jiang Yu walked for 3 hours straight until he arrived in front of a wooden cabin before finally stopping. How could there be a wooden cabin here? Jiang Yu's expression showed some shock. It should be noted that although this place was not in the core area of the extremely northern lands, it still belonged to the inner range. How could humans possibly survive here? Moreover, they had built such a large wooden cabin, measuring at least 100 square meters. 2 lanterns hung at the entrance, flickering with a warm yellow light, bringing a touch of brightness to the dark winter night. Strange, truly strange. The Tianming Ice Silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind was also a bit confused. It had never seen such a strange wooden house. It was not surprising that Tianming Ice Silkworm was unaware, as it had spent most of its time in the extreme north sleeping, and many places it had never visited. Its familiarity with the extreme north might not be as good as Shui Binger's. Just as the two were filled with uncertainty, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. Jiang Yu focused his gaze and was surprised to find it was a woman. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty. The woman stood about 173 meters tall, her figure extremely alluring, with a perfect S-curve. She wore black stockings on her lower body, which accentuated her slender waist and left a bit of space at her hips before being pulled up by ribbons to her chest. Her ample bosom was covered by a thin, pure white short top, yet it still failed to conceal her roundness, a patch of snow-white skin ready to be revealed. What was most astonishing was her face, fair and rosy, with not a single flaw, not even a wrinkle. It was as smooth as that of a newborn baby. The woman slowly walked toward JiangYu, her steps light and graceful, like a snow fairy. With each step, her snow-white hair emitted a refreshing fragrance. This scent was quite special, very different from the usual fragrances of women, and JiangYu even felt his desires stirred instantly. Something within him stood erect. This reaction was very abnormal. JiangYu prided himself on his experience with women, and it was impossible for him to lose composure like this at first sight. Although the woman was a beauty, it shouldn't have caused such a reaction immediately. Tianming, something's off. JiangYu secretly communicated with the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind, which also sensed something was wrong. However, it did not take the woman before them seriously. After all, the Tianming ice silkworm was a million-year soul beast, with very few things in the extreme north that could make it wary. No matter how powerful this woman was, she couldn't compare to the Ice Emperor. Even it was subdued by him. Let's observe first. The voice of the Tianming ice silkworm echoed in JiangYu's mind, filled with confidence. Little friend, why are you here all alone? The woman's voice sounded particularly gentle. Chapter 182. The Temptation of a Beauty Annie. I got lost. JiangYu put on an innocent expression. As a qualified undercover agent, his acting skills were commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fooled the likes of Ning Fengji and Sword Do, leaving no traces behind. Little brother, just call me sister. The mysterious woman smiled, seemingly displeased with being called auntie, as her appearance was similar to that of young ladies. Sister. JiangYu obediently nodded. Good boy. The voluptuous, mysterious woman bent down to pat JiangYu's head, her mood inexplicably joyful. Come, let us go inside. The woman then took JiangYu's hand and, without waiting for his consent, pulled him toward the wooden house. This woman really had enthusiasm. Once inside, what caught JiangYu's eye was a large round bed with a diameter of over several meters. He wasn't intentionally looking at the bed. It was simply that the bed size was far larger than any other piece of furniture. Moreover, it was made entirely of agarwood, which must have cost a fortune to acquire. Such a large piece of agarwood was worth more than a city. It was known that the agarwood sold at auction by the White Crane was less than 1,000th of this. To build a wooden house covering over 100 square meters in this extreme north, with such a massive agarwood bed, this mysterious girl was truly extraordinary. It was known that this place was a gathering area for soul beasts, and the nearby soul beasts were quite powerful, with 10,000-year soul beasts commonly seen. How could a single girl survive here? JiangYu's curiosity deepened. Come, little brother. The mysterious beauty pressed JiangYu into a chair, then picked up a jade-colored cup from the table, filled it with water from a jade pot, and handed it to JiangYu. Have a drink. Warm yourself up. The mysterious woman's first action after bringing JiangYu into the house was to offer him alcohol, which made him feel alert. He must not drink. After all, JiangYu's previous schoolflower girlfriend had taken advantage of him when he was drunk, so boys must protect themselves outside. If he could avoid drinking, he should. That way, the bad sister wouldn't succeed. No, sister, you drink it. JiangYu pushed away the wine cup offered by the mysterious woman and repeatedly shook his head to refuse. Just a little. Sister promises you'll want more after trying this. It's top-quality wine. The mysterious woman's eyes sparkled, and her face became even more alluring. A delicate beauty asking you to drink was indeed a huge test. Even with JiangYu's resolve, he felt a stir, but he still held his ground. The more assertively she acted, the more suspicious he felt. She must have some ulterior motive. Otherwise, why would she be so eager to pour him wine? No, I'm still young. I can't drink. JiangYu remained unaffected by the mysterious woman's tempting expressions. Little brother, you really don't understand romance. Seeing JiangYu's stubbornness, the woman thought it was amusing and stopped pressuring him, taking the wine cup back and tilting her head to pour the wine out. The steaming transparent liquid flowed out bit by bit from the jade cup, some even spilling and trickling down onto the woman's smooth, white bosom. Wow, JiangYu didn't expect the woman to play the wet body temptation right in front of him. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. He didn't want to look at her anymore and shifted his gaze elsewhere. The furnishings in the room were simple, besides the large bed and table. There was only a wardrobe. The overall decor style was exceptionally minimalist, with no excess items. Hee. The mysterious woman saw JiangYu avoiding her gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. This kid was quite mature for his age. What child would think so much? If it were a typical kid, they might remind her that wine was spilled, but JiangYu, who was too shy to look, clearly wanted to hide something. Little brother, I didn't expect you to understand so much. The mysterious woman's voice was full of temptation. Come, let us communicate. Let us see who has more tricks. Communicate. Jiang Yu was shocked. This mysterious woman was too shameless. He was not the kind to easily communicate with other women, especially with someone he had just met. Before Jiang Yu could refuse, the mysterious woman suddenly picked him up and walked straight to the bed, tossing him onto it. What do you want? Jiang Yu pretended to scream in fear. Little brother, the more you scream, the more excited I get. This is the extreme north. Even if you shout your throat raw, no one will come to save you. Why not obediently submit to your sister? The mysterious woman suddenly revealed an evil demeanor, her gaze filled with desire, her tongue constantly flicking in and out as if she wanted to devour Jiang Yu. Tianming, what should I do? Jiang Yu called out to the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind. This is quite a big advantage. A familiar lewd voice echoed. How come I haven't encountered this before? Little you might as well give in. The voice of the Tianming ice silkworm was surprisingly filled with envy, living up to its lewd nature. Get lost. Jiang Yu would never listen to the Tianming ice silkworm. As he saw the mysterious woman's claws reaching out, he quickly unleashed the Chixiao Sword. With a flash of light, the dazzling long sword appeared in his hand, and a brilliant golden flame erupted instantly. A powerful aura charging towards the woman. Your sword. The mysterious woman showed a deep shock on her face upon sensing the aura emanating from the Chixiao Sword. She had actually detected the presence of a top-tier martial soul from that sword, and the imposing aura was clearly the pressure of imperial might. Something that not just any martial soul could possess. Sister, it's better not to move recklessly. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the long sword, pointing it at the mysterious woman who was mere inches away, his tone filled with threat. Haha. The woman couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Although Jiang Yu's martial soul was powerful, the sword only had 2 soul rings. How could a mere great soul master be her opponent? The mysterious woman was unaware that Jiang Yu had already broken through to the soul sovereign realm, as the Chixiao Sword still lacked a 3rd soul ring. And she didn't expect Jiang Yu to have 3 martial souls. Little brother, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety, the mysterious woman warned. If she were to act, she wouldn't hold back, but she couldn't ensure Jiang Yu wouldn't get hurt. Jiang Yu would never back down like that. He was a real man. Chapter 183. Using hands and feet, seeing Jiang Yu's tough demeanor, the mysterious woman stopped saying more and immediately reached out to grab him. Her hands looked particularly pale, giving off a sickly feeling. Jiang Yu wasn't going to give in to her. Wielding the precious sword, he thrust it forward. However, a strange scene unfolded. The Chixiao Sword clearly pierced through her palm, yet the mysterious woman did not bleed at all. Jiang Yu fell into shock. Was she not human? But if she wasn't human, then what was she? A soul beast? That didn't seem right either. Soul beasts have blood too, and moreover, a soul beast must break through the 100,000-year threshold to transform into a human and continue cultivating. Although there were many soul beasts in the extreme north, only a few exceeded 100,000 years of cultivation, and they were all within the core area of the extreme north. How could this woman possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Jiang Yu didn't believe it. Even the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind was baffled. Apart from the 3 great kings, there were hardly any soul beasts with over 100,000 years of cultivation, and it had heard of them, but had no impression of the woman before him, not even a rumor. Ha ha ha. The mysterious woman saw her palm, pierced by Jiang Yu, but showed no sign of pain. Instead, she laughed. Although her laughter sounded strange, more chilling than crying, it couldn't hide her joy. You cannot hurt me. The mysterious woman laughed. Even the title Douluo among you humans might not be able to hurt me, let alone you. A mere great soul master who just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Her words were filled with mockery, but Jiang Yu didn't take them to heart. Instead, he grasped a key point. The mysterious woman repeatedly referred to you humans, implying she must be a soul beast. Although Jiang Yu and the Tianming ice silkworm were unaware of her origins, since she could take human form, her cultivation must have surpassed 100,000 years. This was troublesome. A 100,000-year soul beast was definitely beyond Jiang Yu's capability to deal with. He had only been able to trap the Ice Emperor with the help of the Tianming ice silkworm, which had now lost all its power. Not to mention a 100,000-year soul beast, even a 1,000-year soul beast might be beyond his means. Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to capture me? Jiang Yu voiced his inner doubts. What was the purpose of the mysterious woman's actions? He was just an ordinary human, aside from being a bit handsome. What was worth her going through so much trouble? Jiang Yu didn't believe that she was acting solely out of desire. If that were the case, it would mean she was incredibly shallow. Who am I? The mysterious woman hesitated for a moment, but seeing Jiang Yu lying helplessly on the bed, she decided not to conceal her identity any longer. After all, this little boy could not escape her grasp, so it wouldn't hurt to tell him. Have you heard of the Ice Heaven Demoness? The mysterious woman wore a strange smile. What? Upon hearing that name, the Tianming Ice Silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind couldn't help but panic. It clearly recognized the name and had some understanding of the Snow Demoness situation. Tianming was the Ice Heaven Demoness. Jiang Yu asked the Tianming Ice Silkworm for clarification. Sigh. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's tone was somewhat regretful. The legend says that the Ice Heaven Demoness is a particularly special soul beast. They're not naturally occurring beings, each one transformed from an Ice Heaven Snow Woman. The Ice Heaven Snow Women are the most powerful and rarest group in the extreme north. And the Super Soul Beast, ranked among the 3 great kings of the extreme north, is an Ice Heaven Snow Woman, with a cultivation level that is likely nearing 500,000 years. The Ice Heaven Demoness is an existence born from resentment. Each Ice Heaven Snow Woman could potentially enter the path of demonic cultivation due to a moment of evil thought. Once they fall into demonic cultivation, their speed of cultivation would greatly increase, far surpassing that of other clan members. There is such a soul beast. Jiang Yu was also stunned. He certainly knew the name of the Ice Heaven Snow Woman. According to the record from the Spirit Hall, it was the undisputed ruler of the extreme north. However, even the books of the Spirit Hall did not have any records about the Ice Heaven Demoness. This meant that humanity was still unaware of the existence of such a soul beast. This was a major discovery. Tianming, do you know what the abilities of the Ice Heaven Demoness are? How do they compare to the Ice Heaven Snow Women? Jiang Yu quickly asked the most important question at that moment. If he didn't even know the abilities of the Ice Heaven Demoness, how could he possibly think of a way to counterattack? I really don't know about that. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's words were somewhat helpless. It had never encountered the Ice Heaven Demoness and only heard about this soul beast from the Ice Emperor during a bored moment. The Tianming Ice Silkworm hadn't asked further, as it preferred to communicate more with the Ice Emperor than to inquire about the Ice Heaven Demoness. Thinking of this, the Tianming Ice Silkworm couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If it had restrained its desires a little and learned more about the Ice Heaven Demoness, then it could have helped Jiang Yu today instead of just watching him fall into a predicament, unable to assist him at all. All right, Jiang Yu was just casually asking. After all, the Dream Eye Silkworm was mostly unreliable, and the chances of it being truly useful were quite limited. Little brother, stop wasting time. The mysterious woman suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yu, a fragrant breath wafting from her mouth, her body continuously rubbing against him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. No matter how strong Jiang Yu's willpower was, he was still a vigorous young man, and some instinctive reactions were unavoidable. Although he knew that the mysterious woman in front of him was filled with danger and not even human, just a soul beast that had cultivated for 100,000 years, her beauty was simply too enchanting. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yu finally understood the feelings of Su Xian and Tang Hao and others. It was really not their fault for betraying humanity. It was all because the soul beasts were too beautiful. The smile on the mysterious woman's face became even more radiant, her delicate hands continuously rolling. Jiang Yu felt a bit itchy, a sensation that was too delightful to ignore. The last time he felt this way was when he had an intimate exchange with that school belle girlfriend. That time was indeed quite pleasurable. The school belle girlfriend used both her hands and feet, making Jiang Yu feel an unprecedented sense of freedom, which he still reminisced about. The techniques of the Ice Heaven Demoness were no less than that of the school belle girlfriend, and might even exceed it. Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on it. Chapter 184. Ice Heaven Demoness, imagine a stunning beauty, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, continuously whispering and enticing you. What man wouldn't be moved? Unless he was a eunuch. As a mentally mature, normal man, Jiang Yu's reaction to the mysterious woman was perfectly normal. Seeing Jiang Yu give up resistance, a triumphant smile appeared on the mysterious woman's face. Any normal man would be influenced by her, and in the extreme north, she had relied on this tactic to bring countless adventurers to their knees, ultimately draining them dry. Although Jiang Yu looked like a child, his vitality was extremely vigorous, even surpassing that of many robust adult men. If she absorbed the essence from him, she could gain significant nourishment and advance her cultivation further. This Ice Heaven Demoness had indeed broken through to the 100,000-year level, but she had only done so for about 100 years, and she had chosen a more difficult path. That path was no easier than confronting heavenly tribulations, and there had been no successful precedents so far. Yet the Ice Heaven Demoness resolutely chose the path of transformation. Compared to other soul beasts, The Ice Heaven Demoness had a unique advantage after transforming into a human. She could absorb the essence from humans to aid her cultivation. This Ice Heaven Demoness had actually infiltrated the human world before, but due to certain reasons, she had to return to the extreme north. After returning, she resumed her plans against human soul masters, and this time, she had set her sights on Jiang Yu. The Ice Heaven Demoness was very eager, seemingly unprepared for foreplay. For her, human flirting techniques were not important. As long as the final result was pleasurable, that was enough. Thus, she immediately reached out her snow-white hand towards Jiang Yu, preparing to remove his pants for a quick victory. However, she suddenly showed a look of panic, because Jiang Yu instantly switched his martial soul, seamlessly transitioning to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. After activating his martial soul, Jiang Yu transformed into a fierce beast, especially his pincers, which reflected a chilling light. Ice Emperor Scorpion? How is that possible? The Ice Heaven Demoness was in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Isn't your martial soul that sword? How could it be the Ice Emperor Scorpion? And why does your martial soul's aura resemble that of the Super Ice Emperor Scorpion in the core area? The Ice Heaven Demoness had not been transformed into a human for long and had not received formal training as a soul master. So she was unaware of the existence of twin martial souls. The scene before her completely overturned her previous understanding. What shocked her even more was that the first soul ring of Jiang Yu's Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul was actually red. As a 100,000-year soul beast, the Ice Heaven Demoness knew that this was a soul ring that could only be produced at their level. This is impossible. How could Jiang Yu, with his current realm, absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? This is absurd, but the fact was right in front of her. That blood-red soul ring genuinely enveloped Jiang Yu's martial soul, shining with brilliant light. Soul rings could not be fabricated. Even a peak daw could not enhance the age of a soul ring on a soul master, nor could anyone change the color of a soul ring. This was an ironclad rule recognized in the soul master world. Therefore, the Ice Heaven Demoness did not believe that the soul ring on Jiang Yu was fake. She was just a bit surprised. This handsome little boy in front of her had such talent. This had never happened on the Douluo Continent. Could he be the reincarnation of a god, king destined for greatness? A bold idea arose in the Ice Heaven Demoness' mind. Jiang Yu's qualifications were no longer simply extraordinary talent. There had never been a precedent in human history for the first soul ring to be a 100,000-year soul ring. Not to mention a 100,000-year ring. Even a 1,000-year ring had never occurred. This was an unprecedented first occurrence, and she never expected to encounter such a historical discovery. The Ice Heaven Demoness even felt a bit swayed. It would be too regrettable if such a brilliant genius were to perish at her hands. It could be said that as long as Jiang Yu was given some time, he would definitely succeed in breaking through the 100-level limit and achieve the divine body. That was a god, a realm that countless humans and soul beasts dreamed of. Even with her powerful bloodline, the Ice Heaven Demoness might not be able to break the limitations of her own body to ascend to the divine realm, but with Jiang Yu's conditions, there was almost no doubt he would become a god, for such a person to fall into her hands. The Ice Heaven Demoness couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion, although it was a pity if she could absorb his essence. Her own bloodline would surely undergo another evolution, and she would have hope of becoming a god in the future. The Ice Heaven Demoness knew that this might be her only opportunity to become a god. If she missed it, there would definitely be no such chance again. And after so many years of cultivation, her powerful cultivation would ultimately be destroyed. After weighing the pros and cons, the Ice Heaven Demoness finally made up her mind. The opportunity was right in front of her. She absolutely could not miss it. She believed that when she became a god in the future, this handsome little boy would also feel quite honored. The Ice Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated and decisively attacked Jiang Yu. She saw her eyes instantly turn red. Those blood-red pupils began to swirl, looking like a kaleidoscope, dazzling yet somewhat eerie. Soon, the Ice Heaven Demoness' blood-red eyes released two red beams of light, shooting straight toward Jiang Yu's eyes and then burrowing into his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His will began to become hazy. Even though he kept silently telling himself in his mind to stay awake, it had no effect. Instead, his consciousness grew weaker. Even the dream ice silkworm in his mind could only watch helplessly. Although it was an unprecedented million-year soul beast with incredibly strong spiritual power, the Ice Heaven Demoness attacks were extremely strange and seemingly did not cause any harm to Jiang Yu's spirit. Therefore, even the dream ice silkworm could not intervene. Before long, a voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. The owner of this voice was very similar to the Ice Heaven Demoness, but it carried a solemn tone. It sounded like a whisper from a Buddha, making one involuntarily feel a desire to break free from the mundane world and embrace Buddhism. As that voice continued to resonate in his mind, Jiang Yu gradually fell into it. He was irresistibly drawn by the voice, and a wondrous scene slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 184. Ice Heaven Demoness. Imagine a stunning beauty, looking just like a celestial fairy, continuously seducing you. Which man would not be moved, unless he was a eunuch? As a mentally mature, normal man, it was perfectly normal for Jiang Yu to be influenced by the mysterious woman. Seeing Jiang Yu give up resistance, a triumphant smile appeared on the mysterious woman's face. No normal man could remain unaffected upon seeing her. In the past, she had relied on this tactic in the extreme north to make countless adventurers fall at her feet, ultimately draining them dry. Although Jiang Yu looked like a child, his vitality was exceedingly strong, even surpassing that of many robust adult men. As long as she absorbed the essence from his body, she could gain a tremendous boost and further her cultivation. This Ice Heaven Demoness had indeed broken through to the 10,000-year realm, but she had only recently achieved this breakthrough, and she had chosen a more difficult path. That path was not easier than confronting the heavenly tribulation, and so far, there had been no successful precedents. Yet the Ice Heaven Demoness resolutely chose to transform into a human. Compared to other soul beasts, the Ice Heaven Demoness had a unique advantage after transforming into a human. She could absorb the essence from humans to aid her cultivation. This Ice Heaven Demoness had previously infiltrated the human world, but due to certain reasons, she had to return to the extreme north. After returning, she reverted to her old ways and set her sights on human soul masters once again. This time, she had her eyes on Jiang Yu. The Ice Heaven Demoness was very eager and seemed unprepared for foreplay. To her, human flirting techniques were unimportant. As long as the final result was pleasurable, that was enough. Therefore, she immediately reached out with her snow-white hand toward Jiang Yu, ready to strip off his pants and end things quickly. However, she suddenly showed a look of panic, because Jiang Yu instantly switched his martial soul, seamlessly entering the possession state of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. After activating his martial soul, Jiang Yu transformed into a fierce beast, especially with his pincers reflecting a chilling light. Ice Emperor Scorpion? How could this be? The Ice Heaven Demoness looked astonished. This was impossible. Wasn't your martial soul that sword? How could it be the Ice Emperor Scorpion? Moreover, why did the aura of your martial soul resemble that of the Super Ice Emperor Scorpion in the core area? The Ice Heaven Demoness had not been transformed into a human for long and had not received formal training as a soul master, so she was unaware of the existence of twin martial souls. The scene before her completely overturned her previous understanding. What shocked her even more was that Jiang Yu's Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul had a red soul ring. As a 10,000-year soul beast, the Ice Heaven Demoness knew very well that only beings of their level could produce such a soul ring. This was impossible. How could Jiang Yu, with his current realm, absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? It was utterly ridiculous. Yet the fact was right before her eyes. That blood-red soul ring genuinely enveloped Jiang Yu's martial soul, shining with brilliance. Soul rings could not be faked. Even a peak doll could not enhance the age of a soul ring on a soul master, nor can anyone change the color of a soul ring. This was an ironclad rule recognized by the soul master community. Therefore, the Ice Heaven Demoness did not believe that the soul ring on Jiang Yu was fake. She was just somewhat surprised. The handsome young boy before her actually possessed such talent, something that had never been seen on the Douluo Continent. Could he be the reincarnation of a god king destined for greatness? The Ice Heaven Demoness had a bold thought in her heart. Jiang Yu's qualifications were no longer simply extraordinary talent. Throughout human history, there had never been a precedent for a first soul ring being a 10,000-year soul ring. Not to mention 10,000 years, there had never even been a 1,000-year ring. This was an unprecedented first, and she never expected to encounter such a historical discovery. The Ice Heaven Demoness even began to waver. If such a dazzling genius were to perish at her hands, it would be a great pity. It could be said that as long as Jiang Yu was given some time, he would certainly break through the 100-level limit and cultivate into a divine body. That was a god. How many humans and soul beasts dreamed of that realm? Even with her powerful bloodline, the Ice Heaven Demoness might not be able to break the limits of her own body and ascend to the divine realm. Yet with Jiang Yu's conditions, it was almost a certainty that he would become a god. To let such a person fall into her hands, the Ice Heaven Demoness could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Although it was a pity if she could absorb his essence, her own bloodline would surely undergo further evolution, and she would have a chance to become a god in the future. The Ice Heaven Demoness knew that this might be her only opportunity to ascend to godhood. If she missed it, she would likely never encounter such a fortuitous event again. All her years of cultivation would ultimately be in vain. After weighing her options, the Ice Heaven Demoness finally made up her mind. The opportunity was right before her eyes, and she absolutely could not miss it. She believed that when she became a god in the future, the handsome young boy before her would also feel honored. The Ice Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated and decisively launched an attack on Jiang Yu. She suddenly turned her eyes red, and her blood-red pupils began to spin, resembling a kaleidoscope, vibrant yet slightly eerie. Soon, the Ice Heaven Demoness' blood-red eyes shot out two red beams of light, directly targeting Jiang Yu's eyes before penetrating into his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his will gradually becoming hazy. Even though he kept silently urging himself to stay awake in his mind, it had no effect. Instead, his consciousness became increasingly lethargic. Even the dream ice silkworm in his mind could only watch helplessly, although it was an unprecedented million-year-old beast with incredibly strong spiritual power. The Ice Heaven Demoness attack was extremely strange and seemingly did not cause any harm to Jiang Yu's spirit. Therefore, even the dream ice silkworm could not intervene. Before long, a voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. The owner of this voice was very similar to the Ice Heaven Demoness, but it carried a solemn tone. It sounded like a whisper from a Buddha, making one involuntarily feel a desire to break free from the mundane world and embrace Buddhism. As that voice continued to resonate in his mind, Jiang Yu gradually fell into it. He was irresistibly drawn by the voice, and a wondrous scene slowly emerged in his mind. Chapter 185. Cute Bing Bing. It was a woman dressed in white, looking exactly like the Ice Sky Demoness. Yet her aura was entirely different. She was like a fairy. A pure white halo rested atop her head. If there were truly angels in this world, she would surely be one. She radiated a sense of holiness and otherworldliness, reminiscent of Athena from Saint Seiya, or the little dragon girl from the legend of the Condor Heroes. She gave off an air that made one reluctant to defile her. In her presence, Jiang Yu could not muster even a hint of resistance. All he wished was to submit beneath this fairy sister's skirt. Seeing the intoxicated expression on Jiang Yu's face, the Tianming Ice silkworm's mood instantly became agitated. If this continued, Jiang Yu would be completely controlled by the Ice Sky Demoness. No, this absolutely cannot happen. The expression on Tianming Ice silkworm's face gradually turned serious. Bing Bing, Bing Bing, don't sleep. I beg you, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up soon, Jiang Yu will be controlled by another soul beast, and our plan will be in vain. Tianming Ice Silkworm had to place its last hope on the Ice Emperor, who might have a way with her cultivation. It was unclear whether she sensed Jiang Yu's current danger or heard Tianming Ice Silkworm's plea for help. But a green light suddenly appeared in Jiang Yu's mind. Gradually, the light revealed a figure, a woman with an incredibly delicate appearance, looking just like the girl next door. Her charming, fair face was adorned with 4 green magical patterns on either side, and her long, dark green hair flowed carelessly behind her. Her skin was as pure and white as snow, with a translucent quality that was difficult for ordinary people to attain. The woman wore a simple turquoise long dress, beneath which a faint green light flowed. Even though she was merely a spiritual entity, the temperature in the wooden house dropped sharply upon her appearance. Bing Bing. Tianming Ice Silkworm looked confused. Although it had never seen the Ice Emperor in human form, the aura emanating from the woman assured it that this was definitely its Bing Bing. Why have you turned into a human? Tianming Ice Silkworm was utterly perplexed. Isn't it because this kid gave me his body? That's why my spiritual form has changed to look like this. Isn't it pretty? The Ice Emperor winked at Tianming Ice Silkworm. Seeing this scene, Tianming Ice Silkworm's icy heart was instantly melted. The transformed Bing Bing was still so cute. Everything aligned with its aesthetic preferences. Beautiful, it was simply too beautiful. Tianming Ice Silkworm instinctively swallowed, a smile blooming on its face like spring sunlight. Bing Bing. No matter what you become, I will always like you. My heart will forever belong to you. Tianming Ice Silkworm wore a silly grin, completely forgetting about Jiang Yu, utterly captivated by the Ice Emperor's beauty. Virtue. The Ice Emperor showed a disdainful smile, but seeing Tianming Ice Silkworm's enchanted expression, she felt quite pleased. This indicated that her charm was indeed considerable. By the way, why did you call for me? The Ice Emperor's tone carried a hint of impatience. Her spiritual body had not fully recovered and needed to remain in slumber to recuperate. However, she had not expected to suddenly hear Tianming Ice Silkworm's urgent call, which forced her to wake up. But waking up early came at a cost. The little bit of energy she had painstakingly restored was now consumed. If Tianming Ice Silkworm didn't have anything important, the Ice Emperor would surely let it know how fierce the anger of a super soul beast could be. Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly recalled Jiang Yu and hurriedly sought help from the Ice Emperor, blaming Bing Bing's beauty for making it forget that Jiang Yu was in serious trouble. He had fallen into a trap set by the Ice Sky Demoness. You need to think of a solution quickly, or we will be making clothes for others. Tianming Ice Silkworm did not want the Jiang Yu it had painstakingly obtained after losing numerous experimental subjects to be destroyed by the Ice Sky Demoness. Ice Sky Demoness. Upon hearing this name, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but be surprised. She was one of the few soul beasts in the extreme north who knew detailed information about the Ice Sky Demoness. After all, the Ice Sky Demoness was a mutation of her greatest rival. Moreover, her relationship with the Ice Snow Maiden was more than just a simple rivalry. Their entanglement was quite deep. The Ice Emperor had learned about the Ice Sky Demoness from the Snow Emperor, who was hailed as the strongest of the three kings of the extreme north. The Ice Sky Demoness abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. The illusions she created were not merely simple illusions. Once one fell into them, they would be influenced by the Ice Sky Demoness mind, losing their autonomy at best, or becoming her puppet at worst. Thus, hearing Tianming Ice Silkworm say the enemy was the Ice Sky Demoness made the Ice Emperor furrow her brows. This could be a bit difficult. If she were at her peak, there would be no problem. But now her strength was barely 1/100th of what it used to be, making it quite a challenge to deal with a powerful Ice Sky Demoness. What's wrong? Tianming Ice Silkworm, seeing the Ice Emperor hesitate to take action, asked in confusion. Bing Bing, do you really have no way to deal with her? Hee. With the Ice Emperor's proud nature, how could she possibly admit defeat? She didn't want to be laughed at by Tianming Ice Silkworm in the future. I'm just thinking of a solution. You interrupted my train of thought just as I had a glimmer of inspiration. If you keep it up, do you believe I will hook you? The Ice Emperor's tone was filled with a threatening undertone. No. Tianming Ice Silkworm waved its hands in surrender. The hook on the Ice Emperor's body was not something one could easily endure. It didn't want to experience that feeling again. Just hearing the Ice Emperor mention it made it tense up, almost spasming. So, Tianming Ice Silkworm quickly covered its little mouth, not daring to urge the Ice Emperor any further. The Ice Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with Tianming Ice Silkworm required a firm hand. After all, with its tendency to take advantage, if she showed it any kindness, who knows how far it would go. Seeing that Tianming Ice Silkworm had quieted down, the Ice Emperor quickly began brainstorming strategies to deal with the Ice Sky Demoness. Water attack? No, too gentle. The Ice Emperor quickly dismissed this plan. A water attack would have limited effect on the Ice Sky Demoness, given that she contained a considerable amount of water within her. Fire attack? Now that's a good idea. But the key issue was that neither she nor Tianming Ice Silkworm knew where to find fire. For soul beasts of their type in the polar regions, fire was taboo. Moreover, this was in JiangYu's mind. Simple flames wouldn't work. They needed spiritual fire. The Ice Emperor quickly discarded this idea as well, her brain racing as she considered new strategies. Chapter 186. Seduction. In the end, the Ice Emperor set her sights on Tianming Ice Silkworm, as her spiritual power was far stronger than that of other soul beasts. Whether they could break the Ice Sky Demoness methods depended on Tianming Ice Silkworm's efforts. If even it couldn't succeed, then she would have no way either. Soon, the Ice Emperor relayed her ideas to Tianming Ice Silkworm, who frowned in response. Are you sure this method will work? Tianming Ice Silkworm's face showed a look of skepticism. It's not surprising that it feels this way. The Ice Emperor's methods are truly beyond comprehension. Even it feels unreliable. Stop dawdling. Just follow the orders. Time is of the essence. And the Ice Emperor is too lazy to explain to the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, urging it to act quickly. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm can only comply. At this moment, JiangYu has gradually fallen under the control of the Ice Heaven Demoness. Even the memories in his mind are beginning to present themselves to her. Thus, the Ice Heaven Demoness starts to rummage through JiangYu's memories, beginning with his fierce battles against soul beasts for 10,000 years to obtain soul rings from them. Just as she is about to check the memories regarding the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a sudden commotion erupts in JiangYu's mind, and he instantly awakens. Seeing his privacy about to be exposed, his consciousness resists the invasion of the Ice Heaven Demoness. The matter regarding the Ice Emperor Scorpion is instantly shrouded in a layer of fog, and the Ice Heaven Demoness cannot see the images inside at all. Some important memories are completely covered by JiangYu, and the Ice Heaven Demoness can only see some trivial matters, which are utterly meaningless to her until She unexpectedly discovers the scene of the Aoi izakaya in Jiang Yu's memories, along with Mr. Aoi. Upon seeing that familiar figure in the memory, the Ice Heaven Demoness instantly falls into a complex emotional state, neglecting her control over Jiang Yu. Just as the Ice Heaven Demoness becomes absorbed in the image of Mr. Aoi, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm launches a counterattack as per the Ice Emperor's words. At this moment, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm has taken on a completely different appearance. Its form has changed dramatically compared to before. Even its gender has shifted. According to the Ice Emperor, the Ice Heaven Demoness hates the Ice Heaven Snow Woman the most. So the Ice Emperor suggested that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm transform into the appearance of the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, thus diverting attention to itself. Once the Ice Heaven Demoness sees the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm in this form, she will surely abandon Jiang Yu and rush out without any hesitation to settle the score. To save Jiang Yu, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm has no choice but to transform into the Ice Heaven Snow Woman. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm releases a strong mental wave, penetrating Jiang Yu's mind. With the help of this external force, the already awakened Jiang Yu gradually begins to regain control of his body. In contrast, the Ice Heaven Demoness does not react at all. She seems unaware of Jiang Yu's counterattack. Staring blankly at the figure in Jiang Yu's memory, she loses all spirit. As the balance shifts, Jiang Yu begins to gain the upper hand, gradually taking the dominant position in his body, and ultimately his will completely overwhelms that of the Ice Heaven Demoness. He regains full control of his body. Jiang Yu can't help but feel relieved. The Ice Heaven Demoness methods are truly bizarre, capable of creating illusions and controlling human thoughts to turn them into her puppets, completely at her mercy, with no possibility of resistance. If the Ice Heaven Demoness hadn't T-checked his important memories, he might not have been able to escape her control. It was indeed a stroke of luck. The figure of the Ice Heaven Snow Woman descends into Jiang Yu's subconscious, appearing before the Ice Heaven Demoness. Upon seeing this familiar figure, the Ice Heaven Demoness' heart instantly ignites with tremendous rage. In the Ice Heaven Snow Woman clan, every member who becomes an Ice Heaven Demoness is hunted down and killed. She has endured immense suffering, escaping one chase after another from her kin. And the hardships endured to cultivate to the level of 100,000 years are unimaginable to anyone. When ugly people meet, they become especially envious. The Ice Heaven Demoness suddenly lunges at the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, pretending to be the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, letting out fierce roars from her mouth, transforming instantly from a fairy into a ruthless demoness, releasing a thick aura of menace. Seeing the Ice Heaven Demoness charging fiercely, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm quickly escapes from the subconscious. However, the reason for its cowardice isn't just fear. It's primarily to follow the Ice Emperor's orders to lure the Ice Heaven Demoness away. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light begin to flee from Jiang Yu's subconscious, with the Ice Heaven Demoness following closely behind, but her speed is no slower than that of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. The distance between them is rapidly closing. Frightened, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm has to exert all its strength. It does not want to be ravaged by the Ice Heaven Demoness. During its long years in the Stardow Forest, it has already endured enough humiliation. Those despicable soul beasts have no beastly nature at all, dripping wax, whiplashes, and such can only be considered minor punishments. What truly terrifies the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm is, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm quickly stops reminiscing. It hopes that those unbearable past experiences can dissipate with the wind. It does not want to recall them at all. Just thinking about the horrific fate after falling into the hands of the Ice Heaven Demoness causes the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's potential to explode, and its speed begins to increase. The distance that had been closing in again becomes a bit farther, infuriating the Ice Heaven Demoness. She did not expect that the enemy could still accelerate, and she has already used her fastest speed, unable to increase it further. Helplessly watching the Ice Heaven Snow Woman move farther away, only able to see her backside, with no way to catch up. After all, she does not have the same strength as the opponent. In this regard, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm is not entirely useless. At least its explosive power in adversity is quite impressive, not inferior to other soul beasts. After exiting Jiang Yu's subconscious, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm sees the Ice Emperor looking worried. Unexpectedly, Ice Emperor, you care about me so much. At least I didn't waste my effort to venture into the tiger's den for you. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm unconsciously becomes cheeky again. Don't waste your breath with me. The Ice Emperor does not indulge the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, immediately shouting, so, did you lure her out? You can rest assured about my work. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm puffs up its chest. She's right behind. She'll be out soon. After hearing the accurate answer, the Ice Emperor finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as they can lure out the Ice Heaven Demoness, then he and the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm can naturally deal with this Ice Heaven Demoness with 10,000 years of cultivation. After all, the battlefield is in JiangYu's mind. The Ice Emperor has this much confidence. Chapter 187, Mental Attack. Moments later, the Ice Heaven Demoness finally exits JiangYu's subconscious. Upon seeing not only the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, but also a mysterious woman outside, she is somewhat surprised. The green-skinned woman ahead looks rather weak. Yet the Ice Heaven Demoness can still sense a highly dangerous aura emanating from her. At this moment, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm also reverts to its original form. It is not accustomed to pretending to be a woman. No, it should be a female soul beast. Upon seeing the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm reveal its true form, the Ice Heaven Demoness' face instantly fills with anger. She has been deceived. For the sake of the Ice Heaven Snow Woman, she even abandoned her control over JiangYu, only to find out that it was a large flesh silkworm in disguise. The appearance of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm is simply too unappealing. The Ice Heaven Demoness finds it utterly detestable. Can you imagine a huge flesh silkworm with a lewd expression talking in front of you? Not to mention humans, even a soul beast like the Ice Heaven Demoness, who is cultivated for so many years, finds it somewhat unbearable. In her fury, the Ice Heaven Demoness begins to attack the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, condensing her mental power into a sharp cone several meters long and stabbing it toward her. Seeing the sharp, cold gleam of the pointed cone, the Dream Ice Silkworm was frightened and panicked, continuously making sounds for help. Seeing its cowardly appearance, the Ice Emperor felt embarrassed and didn't want to admit knowing it. However, the Ice Emperor still acted, not wanting to see the Dream Ice Silkworm scared to the point of wetting itself. To avoid witnessing that disgusting scene, the Ice Emperor immediately unleashed its sharp scorpion tail. Although it currently appeared in human form, the important scorpion tail was still retained. The shimmering green scorpion tail suddenly shot out from the Ice Emperor's rear, aimed directly at the pointed cone, resulting in a massive collision as if two sharp objects were facing off, with neither side willing to back down. As super soul beasts that had both broken through to the 100,000-year realm, and both being female, the Ice Heavenly Witch and the Ice Emperor were certainly unwilling to lose to each other. This battle was about dignity. Even though the Ice Emperor could fully recover, it could still manage with its remaining abilities temporarily. The lack of a physical body was the Ice Emperor's greatest disadvantage, and it knew this, so it would never allow the Ice Heavenly Witch to drag it into a protracted battle. Only a swift and decisive victory could completely shatter the Ice Heavenly Witch's concealment. The Ice Emperor then used its remaining strength, not caring whether it would harm its current spiritual body. The massive scorpion tail instantly flashed with light, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. The Ice Heavenly Witch, positioned opposite the scorpion tail, was blinded by the bright light and closed its eyes. At that moment, the scorpion tail suddenly split, ultimately transforming into four. For long scorpion tails shot towards the Ice Heavenly Witch's body like rockets. Sans signe danger. The Ice Heavenly Witch suddenly opened its eyes. It saw a circle of white light suddenly shining from its body, and under the influence of this light, the Ice Heavenly Witch's body instantly became illusory. The sharp tips of the scorpion tails pierced into the Ice Heavenly Witch's body as if encountering a phantom. That figure did not suffer any harm, merely swaying slightly. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but frown. The Ice Heavenly Witch's strength was evidently much stronger than what the Snow Emperor had described, with such bizarre methods. It seemed that the bloodline within it might only be slightly inferior to that of the Ice Snow Girl clan, not at all worse than its own status as one of the three great kings of the extreme north. This time, the Ice Emperor had encountered a worthy opponent. All along, it had been one of the most powerful soul beasts in the extreme north, aside from the Snow Emperor. Even that Titan Snow Demon King was not its match. If it truly faced it, it would only be on the receiving end of the beatings. Thus, this was the first time the Ice Emperor had met an equally matched adversary. Of course, if it were at its peak, this 100,000-year Ice Heavenly Witch wouldn't even qualify to challenge it. However, it had sacrificed everything to JiangYu, leaving only its spiritual body. In contrast, the Ice Heavenly, which was currently at its peak state, having been deceived by the Dream Ice Silkworm, its fury had reached an unprecedented level, and its power had surged accordingly. Even the Ice Emperor might not be able to take down the enraged Ice Heavenly Witch, making this battle undoubtedly full of uncertainties. And the Ice Emperor did not have a guaranteed chance of victory. The Ice Heavenly Witch condensed several giant pointed cones and rapidly hurled them towards the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm. Humph. The Ice Emperor coldly snorted and stepped forward, not forgetting to protect the Dream Ice Silkworm behind it. Seeing this scene made the Dream Ice Silkworm feel so touched that it nearly collapsed into the Ice Emperor's embrace. The Ice Emperor truly was the king of the extreme north. Seeing the pointed cones approaching, it remained completely unafraid, even not blinking an eye, standing still. Moments later, an extremely strong, icy power erupted from the Ice Emperor. As that aura emerged, the pointed cones launched by the Ice Heavenly, which began to tremble uncontrollably. Before they could reach the Ice Emperor, they were already on the verge of disintegration due to that oppressive force, never even touching the Ice Emperor's skin. I knew ice would definitely be reliable. The once cowardly Dream Ice Silkworm, seeing the Ice Emperor's incredible prowess, immediately started dancing with joy. The Ice Heavenly Witch? Facing ice. It was powerless. With the Snow Emperor not present, who could compete? The Dream Ice Silkworm completely forgot how terrified it had been of the Ice Heavenly, which just moments before, instantly becoming bold. How outrageous! The Ice Heavenly Witch, seeing the Dream Ice Silkworm's little antics, was furious, its face swelling with anger. It was his shameless soul beast that had tricked it out. Now it had the audacity to mock it here. The Ice Heavenly Witch couldn't help but silently swear to eat the big silkworm opposite it. Although its flesh looked a bit old, it was still meat, and it didn't care about the taste anyway. The Ice Heavenly Witch merely wanted the shameless creature opposite to pay the price, to let it know that doing wrong meant consequences. With this thought, the Ice Heavenly Witch temporarily abandoned the Ice Emperor and focused all its energy on the Dream Ice Silkworm. That big silkworm hentai made a move other than to run away, indicating it likely lacked any offensive power. The Ice Heavenly Witch quickly used its mental strength to condense pointed cones, choosing an extremely tricky angle this time. The pointed cones slid close to the ground, and during this process, they did not move in a straight line, but continuously changed angles, making it impossible to guess where their target was. Just as the Ice Emperor had not yet reacted, the pointed cones had already found their target. Chapter 188. The Power of the Ice Emperor. Wow. The Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly let out a high-pitched scream because the ice cones launched by the Ice Heavenly, which were aimed at its rear end, which felt incredibly intense. The Dream Ice Silkworm had expected the Ice Heavenly, which to be so unscrupulous, attacking in such a tricky area. It didn't even spare its rear end. Woo, the Dream Ice Silkworm's cries grew louder, clearly prioritizing its rear end, forgetting everything else. What a useless creature. The Ice Emperor looked towards the direction of the Dream Ice Silkworm and shook its head. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over getting hit there? It was still an unprecedented million-year soul beast, not a shred of dignity as a super soul beast. This time, the Ice Emperor did not immediately rush to rescue the Dream Ice Silkworm. After all, its cultivation was there. The Ice Heavenly Witch's mental attack would not cause too serious harm to the Dream Ice Silkworm, at most making it suffer a bit of physical pain. The Dream Ice Silkworm's cries did not affect the Ice Emperor's attack. It swung that dazzling diamond-like massive scorpion tail towards the Ice Heavenly Witch at high speed. Although the Ice Emperor's strength was significantly limited, this scorpion tail was its most important asset, its power far exceeding anyone's imagination. Even a 100,000-year soul beast might not withstand the immense power contained within the scorpion tail. Watching the Ice Emperor's fierce attack, the Ice Heavenly Witch dared not take it head-on. Its movements suddenly became unpredictable, making it impossible to guess its trajectory. At the same time, the Ice Heavenly Witch again condensed several ice cones to rush towards the dazzling scorpion tail, but to its surprise, the ice cones did not function as it had imagined. The sharp scorpion tail suddenly shattered the ice cones. What terrified the Ice Heavenly Witch even more was that the scorpion tail seemed to have a locking function. No matter which direction it turned, the scorpion tail followed suit. The Ice Emperor's strength has finally been revealed. As a super soul beast from the extreme north, second only to the Snow Empress, its methods are far beyond those of other soul beasts. Even though it has now become a spiritual entity, some of its abilities can still be utilized. Soon, the green scorpion tail pierced into the body of the Ice Sky, which, in her plan to evade, repeatedly fell through as the sharp stinger penetrated her skin. The crystalline green liquid seeped into the Ice Sky Witch's snow-white body, causing her skin to emit a green glow. Under the influence of this liquid, the Ice Sky Witch's movements began to slow down. She felt the power within her gradually waning, and before long, the ice cone that had been torturing the dream ice silkworm in her chrysanthemum also began to dissipate due to the influence of the ice sky witch's body. The dream ice silkworm, which had been tormented by the ice cone for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief when it suddenly vanished. Seeing the ice sky witch being struck by the ice emperor's scorpion tail, a look of excitement appeared on its face. Let you act without honor. Now you've met your match. The dream ice silkworm immediately waved its chubby, tender hands and applauded, praising Ice Sky Witch, who was indeed the model for all female soul beasts. How outrageous! Seeing the smug expression of the dream ice silkworm, the Ice Sky Witch instantly became furious. It was clearly a waste. If it weren't for the protection of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, it would have been eliminated long ago. How dare a piece of trash like that mock her? The Ice Sky, which comes from the noblest soul beast lineage in the extreme north. And how could she tolerate the ridicule of a mere ice silkworm? After all, the ice silkworm is one of the weakest soul beasts in the extreme north, usually only destined to become food. No, it wasn't even worthy of being called food by the Ice Sky Witch, as she usually feeds on caviar from sturgeons. Lowly food like ice silkworms clearly did not catch her eye. Yet now, a creature so inferior dared to mock her, 100,000-year super soul beast. The Ice Sky Witch's mood was understandably foul. She wished to tear the dream ice silkworm apart and roast it over a fire immediately. However, even in her fury, she couldn't do anything to the dream ice silkworm, as her current situation was not promising. The scorpion tail of the Ice Emperor was too peculiar, and even she couldn't break the spell. If this continued, her power would be completely absorbed by the Ice Emperor. In this critical moment, the Ice Sky Witch held nothing back. If she couldn't expel the scorpion tail from her body, she would soon become prey for the few people present, left to be slaughtered at will. No, absolutely not. The Ice Sky Witch's momentum suddenly erupted, unleashing the power within her to blast the green scorpion tail out. But this also caused her wound to spurt out copious amounts of scarlet liquid, resembling a geyser. Blood is the source of life, and even for soul beasts, it is incredibly important. Although the Ice Sky, which is a 100,000-year soul beast, she has not escaped the realm of biology. The Ice Sky, which had to gather a large amount of her cold energy towards the wound. The most important thing in this situation was to stop the bleeding, and her decision was indeed correct. After the wound was frozen by the cold energy, the bleeding stopped. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but glance sideways. The intelligence of this Ice Sky, which had exceeded that of a typical ice snow woman. If she hadn't evolved in an evil direction, she might have been another snow empress. What a pity. She chose the wrong path, forsaking the righteous way and falling into the demonic path. It should be known that the Ice Sky, which is not only seen as a target to be eliminated by the Snow Woman clan, but even the Snow Empress of the Three Kings of the Extreme North has issued the highest order. All soul beasts in the Extreme North are commanded to kill on sight if they see the Ice Sky Witch. Any soul beast daring to conceal the Ice Sky Witch's whereabouts will face the Snow Empress's cruel punishment. Because of this, all soul beasts in the Extreme North dare not approach the Ice Sky Witch, fearing being caught up in the conflict between the two. After all, the bloodline level of the Ice Sky, which is also very high, belonging to the top tier among polar soul beasts. Most ordinary soul beasts have no chance against her, but they must obey the Snow Empress's orders. Therefore, polar soul beasts do not wish to encounter the Ice Sky Witch, avoiding any trouble. Enchantress, you do have some means. No wonder you have cultivated to the 100,000-year level. Your talent seems not much inferior to the Snow Empress's. What a pity. The existence of the Ice Sky, which goes against the original intent of the world consciousness. Ha ha ha. Original intent. The Ice Sky Witch's expression instantly turned fierce, and the smile at the corner of her mouth looked so strange. Chapter 189. The Demonic Path. What is the original intent? The Ice Sky Witch couldn't help but roar. Do you think I truly wanted to fall into the demonic path and become what I am now? It was the things contained in my bloodline that changed me. Enchantress. The Ice Sky, which let out an incredibly mournful laugh. What exactly is justice, and what is evil? In the world of soul beasts, it has always been survival of the fittest, all for survival. Where does the distinction between right and wrong come from? You all say I am a witch. How ridiculous. Hasn't the Snow Woman ever hunted soul beasts? The Ice Sky Witch's words echoed in Jiang Yu's mind, and even the Ice Emperor, known for his wisdom, didn't know how to refute it. Upon careful consideration, the Ice Sky, which hadn't committed any heinous crimes, it was merely normal killings between soul beasts. As for the ice sky, which disguising herself as a weak woman to gain the trust of humans and then draining their essence, that wasn't considered a big deal. After all, they were humans. On the Douluo Continent, there exists a natural antagonism between soul beasts and humans. If a soul master wishes to break through their level restrictions for the next stage of cultivation, they must absorb the soul rings from soul beasts to break the cultivation limits. Otherwise, their strength will remain stagnant. No soul master would do that. So even the most compassionate soul master would choose to hunt soul beasts to advance. And the same applies to soul beasts. Since soul masters can gain benefits from soul beasts can also obtain what they desire from soul masters. It is well known that the cultivation of soul beasts is immensely more difficult than that of human soul masters. Humans can reach their peak state within 100 years, while soul beasts must spend hundreds of thousands of years. The gap is obvious. However, if soul beasts want to improve their cultivation speed, there is indeed a shortcut. Absorbing the power from human soul masters can break their cultivation limitations. There was once a powerful soul beast that absorbed all the power from a human titled Dalu, breaking through from 70,000 years to 100,000 years in one go, saving 30,000 years of hard work and becoming a super soul beast. Therefore, the conflict between humans and soul beasts is fundamentally irreconcilable unless one day, human soul masters no longer need to hunt soul beasts to advance. And soul beasts no longer need to rely on the power of soul masters to accelerate their cultivation. Only then can the conflict between the two be completely resolved, and peaceful coexistence may be possible. What wrong have I done? The voice of the ice sky, which was filled with unwillingness. Why must all the soul beasts in the extreme north be enemies with me? The Ice Emperor looked at the Ice Heaven Demoness in a state of hysteria and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Indeed, there was some truth to what she said, but the other soul beasts were merely following the orders issued by the Snow Emperor. In the extreme northern land, the Snow Emperor was the overlord of all soul beasts, the greatest ruler of the extreme north. Even the Ice Emperor was far inferior to her. When it came to the commands of the king of soul beasts, which soul beast in the entire extreme north would dare to disobey? Therefore, although the Ice Emperor felt some sympathy for the Ice Heaven Demoness' plight, he did not think the other soul beast had done anything wrong. After all, it was the Ice Heaven Demoness who had fallen into madness. I know you're very unconvinced, the Ice Emperor said in a calm tone. But now is not the time to discuss right or wrong. As long as you're willing to leave JiangYu's body and no longer threaten him, we can let bygones be bygones and spare your life. This was already the greatest compromise he could make. If the Snow Emperor found out, she would definitely come to trouble him. However, the Ice Emperor had already become what he was now and no longer cared about the Snow Emperor's wrath. Gradually, the Ice Emperor's words calmed the Ice Heaven Demoness down. To be honest, she did not have a guaranteed win. The strength of the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion far exceeded her imagination. After fighting until now, she had not gained any advantage. But to let go of this enormous opportunity, the Ice Heaven Demoness felt somewhat reluctant. After absorbing JiangYu's energy, her cultivation would definitely advance further, and based on that, it was not impossible for her to break through the level 99 limit in the future. The temptation of becoming a god at the 100th level was undoubtedly immense. Since the Ice Heaven Demoness chose to transform into a human, the only path before her was this one. However, if breaking through from level 99 to level 100 was truly that easy, then no one in 1,000 years would have failed to break the 100-level soul power limit. Although the Ice Heaven Demoness could not be sure that absorbing JiangYu's energy would definitely allow her to break through the soul power limit, given JiangYu's talent, the opportunity was still significant. The Ice Heaven Demoness did not want to give up this chance, but the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion was incredibly difficult to deal with, and she did not have a way to completely resolve the situation. They could not maintain this stalemate forever, especially since she had only reached the Soul Sage level. If her soul power was exhausted too much, she would not be able to maintain her martial soul's true form. That way, she could no longer stay in JiangYu's mind, leaving the Ice Heaven Demoness in a dilemma. The opportunity was right in front of her, and if she missed it, she might never encounter such a fortuitous event again. But she had no way to break the current deadlock. The Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion was just too fierce. Not an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, but definitely one that had survived a heavenly tribulation. The Ice Heaven Demoness thought to herself, a 10,000-year soul beast that had survived a heavenly tribulation had terrifying strength. Even if she had retained her previous 10,000-year cultivation, she might not be able to defeat the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion before her. After all, The bloodline gap between the two races had not reached a crushing level. Overall, the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion was slightly inferior to the Ice Heaven Snow Woman clan, but not by much. Moreover, after undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the bloodline gap between soul beasts was no longer that significant. The Ice Heaven Demoness still had some self-awareness. Even at her peak, she might not be able to handle the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion ahead of her, let alone now. Furthermore, JiangYu had already awakened, and her mental control technique had failed. Given that they were all in JiangYu's mind, it would be extremely difficult for the Ice Heaven Demoness to turn the tables. Rationality told her that perhaps retreating was the best choice. Seeing the Ice Heaven Demoness lost in thought, the Ice Emperor did not rush her, waiting alongside the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm for her decision. After an unknown amount of time, impatience finally appeared on the Ice Emperor's face. It seemed he needed to help her think. A cunning glint flickered in the Ice Emperor's eyes. How to help? The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm asked just as the Ice Emperor's green tail hook was swung out, directly targeting the Ice Heaven Demoness. Chapter 190, Rocked Song. Ice Heaven Demoness. Watching the fierce green scorpion tail coming at her, the Ice Heaven Demoness couldn't help but curse the other party for being dishonorable. Taking advantage of her contemplation to launch a surprise attack instantly disrupted her thoughts. Forget it, I'll let you go this time. The Ice Heaven Demoness knew that if this continued, she would not gain any advantage. Rather than maintaining this stalemate, it would be better to retreat for now. Although the opportunity before her was rare, with her current strength, she could not grasp such a significant chance. I believe we will meet again. The Ice Heaven Demoness' tone revealed deep unwillingness, indicating that she did not intend to give up just yet. The next moment, the Ice Heaven Demoness transformed into a burst of light and swiftly left JiangYu's mind. Phew! The Ice Emperor let out a sigh of relief. The Ice Heaven Demoness' strength was even more formidable than he had imagined. Continuing in his current state, he might not win against her. Fortunately, she was frightened by his earlier attack and chose to leave. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain who would win in the ensuing battle. In Wind and Snow City, after repelling the Ice Heaven Demoness, JiangYu finally made it out of the extreme north without any dangers. Upon entering the city, JiangYu did not rush to reunite with Shui, Bing'er, and the others at the hotel, but instead headed straight for the Sanjing Tavern. He had long suspected that the tavern owner's identity was not simple, but he did not expect that Mr. Roxong had a connection with the Ice Heaven Demoness. From the Ice Heaven Demoness' behavior in his mind, JiangYu could guess that the two definitely had a deep relationship, likely having broken some taboos like Tang Hao and Ian. As soon as he entered the tavern, JiangYu saw Mr. Roxong alone at the bar, gently wiping a wine glass. His movements were delicate, as if the glass before him were not an ordinary cup, but a highly collectible piece of art. Mr. Roxong, JiangYu did not intend to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. Do you happen to know of a soul beast, the Ice Heaven Demoness, with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years? Ice Heaven Demoness. As soon as JiangYu's words fell, a highly excited expression appeared on Roxong's face. Even the glass in his hand was knocked to the ground and shattered due to his sudden movement, but Roxong did not mind. He leaped from behind the bar and, in the blink of an eye, was in front of JiangYu, grabbing his shoulders and loudly asking, "When did you see her? Where did you see her? Is she still there?" Roxong asked 3 questions in succession, his expression looking particularly anxious. It was clear that JiangYu's guess was correct. Roxong indeed had a connection with the Ice Heaven Demoness. Seeing that Roxong was also a person of strong emotions, JiangYu recounted the events of encountering the Ice Heaven Demoness in the extreme north, though he omitted some important information. JiangYu could not reveal the identities of the Ice Emperor and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm to others. This was an important secret of his, and the fewer people who knew, the better. JiangYu only told Yin Song that when the Ice Heaven Demoness was browsing through his memories, she saw the scene at the Sanjing Izakaya, especially after seeing the owner, the originally ferocious and terrifying soul beast, suddenly stopped its attack, becoming as gentle as a neighbor's girl, with no trace of aggression. In the end, for reasons unknown, the Ice Heaven Demoness no longer troubled him and quickly disappeared. After hearing JiangYu's description, tears suddenly welled up in Yin Song's eyes, and then a sound of sobbing filled with complex emotions escaped from his lips. "Aksu, why must you suffer like this?" A trace of pain flashed in Yin Song's eyes. "So her name is Ashue." JiangYu couldn't help but mutter to himself. This name indeed suits the identity of the Ice Heaven Demoness, just like how the Blue-Silver Emperor's human name is Ah-In. Simple and straightforward. "Mr. Yin Song," JiangYu asked curiously, "what exactly is your relationship with the Ice Heaven Demoness?" Although Jiang Yu had basically confirmed that Yin Song and the Ice Heaven Demoness were in a romantic relationship, such matters still required acknowledgement from the parties involved. So he asked, "Sigh." Yin Song couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's a long story. He then began to recount the love story between him and the Ice Heaven Demoness. Even though Jiang Yu could meet the Ice Heaven Demoness and safely come out of the extreme northern region, it represented a connection between him and them. So Yin Song disclosed everything without reservation. The story of Yin Song and the Ice Heaven Demoness would certainly sound legendary to others, but to Jiang Yu, it was nothing remarkable. After all, he had heard too many stories, and he was already tired of tales of human soul-beast romance. Not to mention those classic stories of scholars falling in love with foxes. Such taboo romances across species were common in the Douluo Continent. Without going far, he clearly knew about Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor having a child together, so Yin Song's experience was not surprising. It was just like stories of Romeo and Juliet or Liang Shanhua and Zhu Tai. Shortly after awakening his martial soul, Yin Song entered a public soul master academy. Although his family background was not great, his martial soul talent was quite impressive. He successfully awakened a powerful, mutated martial soul, and his innate soul power reached an astonishing level of 9. Because of this, he earned the only work-study student slot in the village. Yin Song then entered a soul master academy in a big city, where he met the woman he loved most. Unfortunately, at that time, he did not know that the person he loved was not an ordinary human. That woman was the Ice Heaven Demoness, who had just transformed into human form and had to enter human society for cultivation. Fortunately, she disguised herself well, and since she did not encounter any soul masters above the Douluo level on her journey, no one discovered her identity as a soul beast. Moreover, because the Ice Heaven Demoness was of such a high rank, she quickly entered a human soul master academy without any issues. This was the initial encounter between Yin Song and the Ice Heaven Demoness, which sounded similar to the process of Tang San and Xiao Wu meeting. Therefore, Jiang Yu felt no surprise. Although the subsequent story of Yin Song and the Ice Heaven Demoness was not without thrilling moments. It was mostly just a glitch story. They went out to train together, encountered bandit attacks, and Yin Song desperately protected the Ice Heaven Demoness in his arms. In the end, they successfully repelled the bandits together, and a different feeling arose between them. From then on, they transformed from ordinary classmates into close partners who could trust each other, and they became inseparable, doing everything together. In the eyes of their classmates, they had clearly become a couple, and everyone believed they would definitely marry after graduation. Chapter 191. Love and Responsibility. Initially, things were progressing smoothly. After Yin Song and the Ice Heaven Demoness graduated from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, they officially held a wedding and became a true couple. They then ventured across the continent together, and after countless adventures, their feelings for each other deepened. Yin Song's cultivation also saw significant growth during this time, and only after his soul power broke through to the Douluo level did they stop their adventures. After successfully obtaining the 8th Spirit Ring, Yin Song took the Ice Heaven Demoness to Snowstorm City, knowing that Shui was from that place, so he chose to settle there. The Cangjing Izakaya was opened at that time, and thanks to their brewing skills, it quickly gained fame and became the most famous izakaya in Snowstorm City. That time was also the happiest period for Yin Song. However, what happened next shattered Yin Song's peaceful life. A terrifying soul beast suddenly burst out of the extreme northern region and invaded Snowstorm City. Once that soul beast entered the city, it began a massacre, instantly killing hundreds of residents. Although there were many powerful soul masters in the city who ventured to the extreme north, upon witnessing the terrifying methods of that soul beast, they all retreated, not daring to stop its rampage. As more and more residents fell to the soul beast, Yin Song could no longer sit idly by. That night, he stealthily made his way toward the soul beast location under the cover of darkness. Yin Song initially thought he could keep his actions hidden from his wife, but unexpectedly, all his movements were sensed by the Ice Heaven Demoness. Without hesitation, she followed him for her husband's safety. When Yin Song arrived at the location of the soul beast, he saw a ground covered in corpses, all of which were bloodied and wore expressions of terror. The culprit behind all this lay there peacefully, apparently exhausted from the killings and resting. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Song immediately unleashed his martial soul, intending to eliminate the soul beast in one strike. However, as soon as his spirit skills were released, the soul beast awoke. Although Yin Song had already broken through to the Douluo level, the soul beast was evidently not weak. It quickly overpowered Yin Song, forcing him to retreat repeatedly without any ability to fight back. Yin Song did not know that he was facing a soul beast that had cultivated for over 90,000 years. The reason it had come out of the extreme northern region into human territory was to seek the power of humans to break through the 100,000-year limit. Yin Song had just broken through to the Douluo level, and even using all his strength, he was no match for the over 90,000-year soul beast. Just as he was about to be severely injured by the soul beast, the Ice Heaven Demoness appeared quietly, blocking the heavy blow meant for Yin Song. At that time, the Ice Heaven Demoness was only at the Soul Sage level. Even though her physical quality was stronger than that of ordinary humans due to her soul beast transformation, she was still gravely injured by the soul beast attack. Ultimately, she was forced to use her trump card to scare the soul beast away from Snowstorm City. However, this also exposed her identity as a soul beast. At that moment, Yin Song realized that the woman he loved deeply was not human, but a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, which was undoubtedly difficult for him to accept. Yin Song's beliefs were particularly traditional, and his hatred for soul beasts far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters. Therefore, upon learning the Ice Heaven Demoness' true identity, he fell into immense torment. Even though Yin Song and the Ice Heavenly, which had a very deep relationship, he still couldn't accept such a taboo that crossed the boundaries of races. The thought of his intimate lover, who shared the same bed with him day and night, being a soul beast made Yin Song feel frightened. Thus, from that moment on, Yin Song parted ways with the Ice Heavenly Witch. That very night, she left Snowstorm City, lonely, and returned to the far north. Since then, the Ice Heavenly Witch had never appeared in Snowstorm City again, and it was from that time that the self-brewed liquor from Yin Song's tavern began to taste worse. Before long, it transformed from the city's top liquor tavern into an ordinary one. The once bustling scene at the entrance, filled with the sounds of people, quickly quieted down, and it could only be described as deserted, with only a few financially struggling adventurers occasionally visiting Yin Song's tavern for a drink. After all, Yin Song's liquor was relatively cheap. Mr. Yin Song, JiangYu's eyes were fixed on Yin Song, hoping to discern something from his expression. However, after observing for a long time, JiangYu could not detect any other emotion. Yin Song did not show a hint of regret, only a trace of sorrow. I can see that you two have not forgotten each other. Since you still love her, you can go to the far north to find her. I believe she has been waiting for you. JiangYu's suggestion did not move Yin Song. He merely shook his head, having no intention of going to the far north at all. How can humans combine with soul beasts? Yin Song said stubbornly. There have been plenty of bloody lessons in history. Different races will always have different hearts. Humans and soul beasts are natural enemies. Even though I am also in pain after separating from a shui, the union between humans and soul beasts goes against common sense, and I absolutely cannot betray that. Yin Song's voice suddenly rose. This is a bottom line that every human should abide by. His voice echoed throughout the entire tavern. A human is a human, and a soul beast is a soul beast. Even if a soul beast takes on human form, it is still fundamentally a soul beast. Although Yin Song loved the Ice Heavenly Witch, he did not lose his rationality. Upon learning of a shui's true identity, he suppressed that deep affection. While he still often reminisced about the beautiful times spent with the Ice Heavenly Witch, he knew that they could never return to the way they were. The seeds of estrangement had already been sown, and they could no longer restore their previous intimacy. Rather than that, it was better to end this doomed relationship. Seeing the resolute expression on Yin Song's face, Jiang Yu did not know how to persuade him. After all, when it comes to matters of the heart, outsiders can only offer suggestions. The real decision lies with the parties involved. Jiang Yu could see that although Mr. Yin Song's attitude was very firm, he was extremely pained inside. After all, the Ice Heavenly, which was the woman he loved most. Even though they could not continue to be together because of the racial divide, Yin Song's feelings had not diminished. Instead, they grew even stronger. Unfortunately, Yin Song was not a child. He had many considerations to take into account. Chapter 192. Songjing Ling. Thus, Yin Song resolutely drew the line with the Ice Heavenly Witch. In this respect, he was entirely different from Tang Hao. While Yin Song did not possess the reckless abandon for love that the Dalu Yin had, Jiang Yu could understand. Such a taboo relationship that crossed racial boundaries was not something everyone could accept, and Mr. Yin Song's actions were not without reason. After all, this world is not just about love. Let's not talk about it anymore. Yin Song seemed unwilling to continue discussing the Ice Heavenly Witch. He picked up 2 wine glasses from the table, filled with a milky white liquid that emitted a rich, milky fragrance. Little brother, this is the first time I have shared my secret with someone else. I don't know why, but you give me a very special feeling. This could be considered a kind of fate. Let's put aside the matters of love for now. Come, drink with me. Yin Song handed a wine glass to Jiang Yu, laughing heartily. Men are like this. They keep their sorrows hidden in their hearts, no matter how they cry at night. They must maintain a calm and composed demeanor in front of others. Okay, Jiang Yu did not say much more. Some things do not require many words. A glass of wine is enough. Everything is in the wine. Jiang Yu took the glass and poured the liquid into his mouth, immediately experiencing a unique flavor that filled his palate. This wine actually had a taste of fresh milk, and it was not bitter at all. He never expected that fresh milk could combine so wonderfully with wine. Mr. Yin Song's imagination was truly remarkable, making him quite a unique person. This wine is really special. Jiang Yu smacked his lips in praise. Of course, a radiant smile appeared on Yin Song's face. This is my newly developed wine. You are the first customer to taste it. I believe no one on the Douluo Continent has ever thought of combining milk with wine. This is a revolutionary invention. Yin Song was very proud. This new wine was enough to prove his unique talent in brewing. Although he was not as skilled as a shui in traditional brewing, he had created many different kinds of wine, enough to be called a brewing master. Ever since a shui left, he had devoted all his energy to brewing. So hearing others praise his wine made him particularly excited. Did Mr. Yin Song give this wine a name? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Of course I did. It's called. To emphasize the solemn atmosphere, Yin Song deliberately prolonged his words, just like a director of a singing competition, repeating what could be said in one sentence. Jiang Yu instantly felt a wave of exasperation. He didn't expect Mr. Yin Song to be so playful. The name of this wine is Yin Song brand milk beer. After stuttering for a long time, Yin Song finally finished. Milk beer. That name is quite fitting. Another glass, please. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Yin Song happily poured him another glass of milk beer, filling it to the brim. Thus, the two of them began to drink. Soon, several glasses of milk beer were downed. Fortunately, this milk beer was not very strong. At most, it was comparable to rice wine. This level of alcohol was nothing for Jiang Yu. Although he rarely drank, ever since he practiced the Hongming Purple Qi Dao, his physique had completely surpassed that of ordinary people. Even strong liquors like certain spirits could not get him drunk after 1,000 cups. After downing more than a dozen glasses, Yin Song grew increasingly impressed with Jiang Yu. After drinking so much, he felt a bit tipsy, but the young boy showed no signs of intoxication, as if you're drinking water. Come on, Mr. Yin Song, let's keep drinking. While Yin Song was trying to sober up, Jiang Yu picked up his glass and started drinking again, making Yin Song plead for mercy. He couldn't drink that much. Seeing Yin Song's expression, Jiang Yu did not push him and began to drink by himself. It was hard to tell how much time passed, but Jiang Yu finally felt full and put down his glass, stopping his consumption. Seeing that Jiang Yu had also had enough, he bid farewell to Yin Song. When Yin Song saw he was leaving, he quickly took out a blue token from his pocket, which had 2 tiny characters engraved on it. Song Jing. Take this token. In the future, you can come here to drink for free, as much as you want. Yin Song said cheerfully that this token was specially made by a famous blacksmith in the city, and there were only a few of them in total. Only those he recognized would receive this token. It was clear that Yin Song recognized Jiang Yu as a friend. Seeing the words on the token, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of the teacher he had on his computer hard drive, who was the enlightenment teacher for many young people. Therefore, when he thought of the name of the tavern that Mr. Yin Song had opened, Jiang Yu felt a sense of familiarity, which made him reminisce about the events back on Blue Star. Jiang Yu did not refuse and immediately reached out to take the token, then placed it into the soul guide device. After expressing his thanks, Jiang Yu turned and pushed open the big door, walking outside and quickly distancing himself from the tavern. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Yu inquired at the front desk about the whereabouts of Shui Binger and the others. The youthful and beautiful front desk girl quickly checked the information, and indeed, Shui Binger and the others had not left, but had been waiting for him at the hotel. After receiving the answer, Jiang Yu headed straight for Shui Binger's room, and upon reaching the door, he knocked directly. Knock, 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 who is it? Is it you? You girl? Wait a moment, I'm changing clothes, I'll be done soon. A familiar voice sounded from inside. Changing clothes. Jiang Yu was a bit taken aback, clearly not expecting Shui Binger to be changing clothes at this moment. Jiang Yu quickly realized that now was not the time to look for Shui Binger, and just as he was about to leave, he heard a creaking sound at the door, and soon the room's door opened, revealing Shui Binger's graceful figure. You girl, you came at the right time. Help me zip up. Shui Binger's fair back was fully displayed in front of Jiang Yu. Her skin was smoother and more tender than snow, full of temptation. Shui Binger clearly did not expect the person outside to be Jiang Yu. which is why she turned around and exposed her back without even looking at the person outside after opening the door, thinking it was Shui Yu. After all, usually, besides her and Shui Wu, no one would knock on her door, and Shui Wu would always call her before knocking. Unlike Shui Yu, who just kept knocking without a word. Because of this, Shui Binger misunderstood. Jiang Yu awkwardly smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I can help you." Chapter 193. A simple man. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Shui Binger immediately turned around, and when she saw his eyes staring at her intently, her face instantly turned crimson. She was so frightened that she quickly stepped back and hurriedly closed the door. So embarrassing. Shui Binger touched her hot little face, and the scene that had just occurred flashed through her mind. Apart from her father, this was the first time she had shown her back to another man. Remembering what happened earlier in the Divine Palace, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel a surge of different emotions. It is said that a girl's first time is the most memorable. Even Shui Binger was no exception. Although her appearance seemed aloof, her heart was hotter than anyone else's. That cold and frosty exterior was merely a protection of herself. Only those who truly interacted with her would know that Shui Binger's inner self was not much different from an ordinary girl. She simply had a unique aura that set her apart from others. She never expected him to return at this moment. Shui Binger felt extremely complex emotions at this moment, feeling a bit shy, but also happy that Jiang Yu could return safely. After all, the extreme north was a place filled with dangers. Jiang Yu's venture into the core area was as perilous as a duel between a low-level soul master and a titled Dalu, if not more so. It is said that there are 10,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north, and these super soul beasts are far stronger than ordinary titled Daluos. If someone like Bo, a newly minted titled Dalu, were to encounter a 10,000-year soul beast from the extreme north, he would surely be trampled without even a chance to fight back. For Jiang Yu to come out safely from the core area of the extreme north was truly remarkable, something even ordinary titled Daluos could not achieve. It was unexpected that a child could accomplish such a feat, truly unprecedented. As for whether there would be anyone after him, Shui Binger did not know. But at least at this moment, the achievement Jiang Yu had attained was unparalleled among the new soul masters across the continent. Faced with such a talented opposite sex, Shui Binger was inevitably attracted, and moreover, Jiang Yu was so handsome. If Shui Binger were to rank the handsome men of Douluo Continent, she would definitely give the top position to Jiang Yu. It wasn't that she favored Jiang Yu. It was just that Shui Binger had yet to see any other man who could compare to Jiang Yu in looks, not even close. She came from a background far from ordinary, and with her status, she had certainly seen many. How many nobles and talented young men had she encountered? Yet compared to Jiang Yu, they were all like trash. In contrast to Shui Binger's complex feelings, Jiang Yu standing outside the door felt nothing. After all, since arriving at Douluo Continent, he had interacted with different girls. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he was attended to by different maids, even while bathing. With new girls every day, none of whom were repeated, and each one more charming than the last. Plus, he was used to sleeping with beauties at the level of Hulaina. Seeing Shui Binger's back was nothing. Feeling shy was impossible. Jiang Yu did not flee in a panic, but stood confidently at the door, waiting for Shui Binger to come out, as it was merely a coincidence. While Jiang Yu waited, sounds of rustling came from inside the room, indicating that Shui Binger was changing clothes. She probably realized that the outfit she had on needed someone's help to wear, so she changed into another one. Shui Binger did not change as quickly as one might imagine. In fact, she was slower than most girls. However, Jiang Yu's patience was quite good. He stood there motionless, showing no signs of impatience. For Jiang Yu, this was also a form of training. Many soul masters focus solely on improving their cultivation, but forget to refine their mindset. Such soul masters cannot reach the pinnacle of soul masters. Compared to other soul masters, Jiang Yu paid attention to the cultivation of his mental state, especially when it came to resisting the temptations of female soul masters. He had rich experience in that area. After an unknown amount of time, the sounds in the room finally ceased, and the door opened once again. Shui Binger had changed into a water blue long dress, with a deep V neckline that just revealed a hint of snow-white skin. Any more would appear a bit too revealing, while any less would be overly conservative. Everything was perfectly positioned to hit the male aesthetic, especially with the water blue hem just covering her calves, and underneath it, a thick layer of black stockings blocked the view, while the small diamonds embedded in the stockings added a unique touch. Charming yet noble. Under the influence of the outfit, Shui Binger's aura transformed completely. If before she was not the kind of breathtaking beauty at first glance, now she was a stunning star that drew everyone's attention. Even with Jiang Yu's discerning eye formed from countless experiences with women, he had to admit that Shui Binger looked more stunning today than ever before. He couldn't help but admire her closely, though his gaze held no hint of aggression, completely unlike those thirsty wolves. Jiang Yu's gaze was pure, as if he had encountered something he loved, filled only with deep appreciation. When Shui Binger noticed Jiang Yu's eyes fixed on her, she initially felt a bit angry, wondering why he was staring at her without any sense of modesty between men and women. However, when she realized that there were no ulterior motives in Jiang Yu's eyes, her heart gradually calmed down. He was indeed different from other men. Other men looked at her with overwhelming possessiveness and a sense of desperation, while Jiang Yu showed no desire to possess her. His eyes were so clear and unblemished, containing no impurities. Shui Binger felt as if she might fall into Jiang Yu's autumn-like gaze, and facing him made her feel somewhat ashamed. She even felt guilty for misunderstanding Jiang Yu earlier. This outfit suits you quite well. Jiang Yu's magnetic voice suddenly reached her ears, just as she was caught up in self-reproach. Did I hear that right? Shui Binger couldn't help but feel surprised. He actually praised me. This was her first time hearing Jiang Yu's compliment, although she often received praises from other boys. Jiang Yu's words made her particularly excited, stirring unfamiliar feelings within her. She was quite taken aback. In Shui Binger's impression, Jiang Yu had never complimented any girl before, so she was surprised that he would say her clothes looked good today. Can we go inside and talk? Seeing Shui Binger dazed at the door, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask, we can't just stand outside, right? Some things are easier to discuss inside. Ah. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's suggestion, Shui Binger's face instantly flushed red. He wants to come into my room? What should I do? Should I let him in? I can't just leave him outside. But what if I let him in and he? Shui Binger fell into a dilemma. I'm planning to return to the Heaven-Do Empire and wanted to ask if you want to come with me. Perhaps sensing Shui Binger's concerns, Jiang Yu's voice rang out again. Oh, I see. So that's it. It seems I misunderstood. How could I think of that? Shui Binger, how could you be so impure? Shui Binger felt a wave of shame wash over her. To avoid Jiang Yu noticing her unusual reaction, she quickly invited him into her room. Then, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger mapped out the route back to the Heaven-Do Empire. Since Luna was still in Douluo City, Jiang Yu had to go there to pick her up before returning to the Heaven-Do Empire together. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Shui Binger's expression noticeably darkened. Jiang Yu was going to Douluo City to pick up a female companion, which made her feel a strong sense of threat. Even Shui Binger didn't realize that she was feeling jealous and had unconsciously developed feelings for Jiang Yu. Somewhere in Douluo, the soul-hunting forest. Late at night, the soul-hunting forest, which should have been under strict surveillance, welcomed a visitor. The guards from the Spirit Hall, stationed at the entrance, initially intended to drive him away. According to the Spirit Hall's rules, soul masters were prohibited from entering the soul-hunting forest at night for their safety, as the forest at night was the most dangerous. At night, human soul masters' vision was greatly impaired, while the soul beasts within the forest were less affected by the darkness. Their perception was still much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters, which is why the Spirit Hall specifically issued a decree prohibiting soul masters from entering the soul-hunting forest at night. Halt! A tall warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear, raised his weapon and pointed it at the mysterious visitor, commanding him to stop. The forest is closed. Entry is forbidden. If you wish to hunt soul beasts, you must wait until tomorrow. The mysterious person, dressed in a black robe, was completely shrouded, making it impossible to see his appearance. Therefore, it was also difficult for the warriors to gauge his expression. The two warriors remained on high alert, gripping their spears and taking a unified offensive stance, ready to attack if the mysterious person dared to make a move. However, the mysterious person did not make any excessive actions. He simply took out a token from his pocket. Under the glow of the firelight, the tall warrior gradually discerned the characters and design on the token. Greetings, my lord. I did not realize you were visiting. Please forgive me. The tall warrior immediately knelt down. Seeing their captain kneel, the other warriors followed suit, knowing that if even the captain acted this way, they had no choice but to comply. What puzzled them was the identity of the mysterious person before them, and what kind of token he possessed that made their captain show such respect upon seeing it. Everyone, rise. Although the mysterious person's voice sounded somewhat weathered, upon closer inspection, it was clear that it contained a youthful tone. I wish to enter and hunt for soul rings. I hope you will grant me this favor. The mysterious person's words were very polite, lacking any sense of superiority, which made the warriors feel a sense of goodwill. Even the captain had to admire the mysterious person's approachability, as the captain, Wei Qing no longer obstructed the mysterious person from entering the soul-hunting forest. He knew very well the value of the token in the mysterious person's hand. Soon, Wei Qing instructed his subordinates to move aside the surrounding barriers and respectfully invited the mysterious person to enter. He also planned to lead the elite team to accompany him for protection. However, to his surprise, the mysterious person did not intend to allow them to accompany him. After politely declining Wei Qing's offer, he entered the forest alone. The soul-hunting forest at night was much colder than during the day, and the surrounding environment was extremely dark. However, the mysterious person was evidently well prepared. He took out a cylindrical object from his pocket, opened the metal lid, and a bright light shone from within. Inside was a glowing crystal, radiating a warm and bright light that illuminated the surrounding area for several miles. With this glowing crystal, the mysterious person no longer had to worry about visibility. After walking several hundred meters and confirming that no one was following, he lifted the black robe, revealing his true identity. It was indeed Jiang Yu. Yes, the mysterious person was Jiang Yu in disguise. Originally, he was supposed to head to Star Luo City with Shui Bing'er and her sisters, but upon arriving near the soul-hunting forest, he heard that there were many types of fire tribute soul beasts here, and their quality was not bad. So, Jiang Yu secretly came to the soul-hunting forest at night, without telling Shui Bing'er and the others. After walking several hundred meters, although there were some soul beasts along the roadside, they were all 10-year soul beasts, which Jiang Yu found unworthy, so he continued to delve deeper into the forest. Gradually, Jiang Yu saw quite a few century-old soul beasts by the roadside, even encountering medium-level soul beasts like the earth fire lizard, which seemed to be around 500 years old. However, they were not suitable for Jiang Yu at this moment. After being baptized by the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, he no longer looked at ordinary century-old soul beasts with any interest. Jiang Yu's target here was a 10,000-year soul beast. Before coming, he had learned that this soul-hunting forest was the largest in the surrounding provinces, and there were even 10,000-year soul beasts inside. With Jiang Yu's current physique, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was no issue at all. Soul impacts were nothing to him, especially since he had endured the soul impact from the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion. What was a regular 10,000-year soul beast to him? Once inside the soul-hunting forest, the number of 1,000-year soul beasts around increased significantly. Their aggressiveness was much greater than that of century-old soul beasts. After entering, Jiang Yu fought several battles in succession. Although those 1,000-year soul beasts were formidable, Jiang Yu ultimately defeated them with his strength. Just as Jiang Yu had just killed a 1,000-year firewolf, a flash of fiery red light suddenly darted through the air. Jiang Yu clearly heard the sound of wings flapping inside it. But before he could see it clearly, the light shot forward at an incredible speed, almost outpacing Jiang Yu's eyes. Chapter 195. Descendant of the fire god Jiang Yu had a strong intuition that the fiery red light contained the soul beast he needed. Ignoring the 1,000-year firewolf on the ground, he dashed forward in pursuit. Although the light was fast, he was not to be underestimated. Even if Jiang Yu couldn't surpass its speed, he remained tightly behind it. The light seemed to have something to deal with. It wasn't flying in a straight line, but rather following a complicated route. Jiang Yu had to adjust his direction accordingly to avoid being left behind. After about half an hour, the light finally came to a stop, and at that moment, Jiang Yu saw its true form. Inside the light was actually an insect-type soul beast, but its size was much larger than ordinary insects, measuring over a meter. Its eyes were red, and a pair of fiery red antennae circled its cheeks. Its body was very plump, with a circle of golden fluff around its upper body and 4 small golden legs. Its abdomen was red, while its outer body was light blue. On its back were 4 pairs of fiery red wings, with golden spots scattered on the wings and the outer side of the abdomen. It was the fire god insect. Jiang Yu instantly recognized the soul beast ahead and deduced from its appearance that this fire god insect was at least 10,000 years old. Every time a fire god insect breaks through to a new stage, it grows an additional pair of wings, 2 pairs for a century, 3 pairs for 1,000 years, and so forth. For pairs of wings indicated that its cultivation had reached 10,000 years. The fire god insect was not an ordinary soul beast. A 10,000-year fire god insect represented extremely high talent. It might have awakened the bloodline derived from the fire god. Although the amount of fire god blood contained within the fire god insect was not much, it was indeed pure fire god blood, making its control over fire power extremely strong. Among fire attribute soul beasts, it was also a well-known existence and the most formidable soul beast that should not be provoked in this soul-hunting forest. However, at this moment, its expression was somewhat grave as if it were deep in thought. Soon, the answer would reveal itself. A figure burning with intense flames was rapidly flying towards the fire god insect. It was a large red bird with a very sharp forehead, adorned with a fluffy sharp horn. Its back was a bright red, while its abdomen was mostly yellow, and the tips of its wings and tail feathers were black. If observed closely, one could see that the patterns on its wings, back, and abdomen resembled flames. Moreover, the bird's size also exceeded 1 meter. It was the fire rocket sparrow. Jiang Yu gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the sky. According to the records from the Martial Soul Hall, the fire god insect and fire rocket sparrow were highly incompatible. Typically, bird-type soul beasts were natural enemies of insect-type soul beasts. So the fire god insect shouldn't be a match for the fire rocket sparrow. However, the fire god insect was different. Because of the fire god bloodline, it was not afraid of bird-type soul beasts, while the fire rocket sparrow, being another fire tribute soul beast, became the target chosen by the fire god insect. Every fire god insect would select a fire rocket sparrow as its opponent, similar to how human soul masters would grow through competition with their rivals. The fire rocket sparrow was likely the fire god insect's opponent. Jiang Yu was not mistaken. The two soul beasts ahead were indeed longtime rivals, and each time they broke through their cultivation limits, they would seek each other out for a battle. The fire rocket sparrow ahead had a talent far exceeding that of its kin, even with the fire god bloodline. The fire god insect did not seem to have the upper hand in battle. As soon as the two soul beasts met, they ignited a powerful fighting spirit, and both their auras began to strengthen. The fire rocket sparrow took the initiative, or rather, it should be said it was targeting the insect. It flapped its wings and charged fiercely towards the fire god insect, flames erupting around it. The intense fire enveloped the fire rocket sparrow's body and suddenly exploded. The crimson flames illuminated the dark night sky. The fire elements controlled by this fire rocket sparrow were extremely powerful, and the flames around it even contained hints of purple flames. No wonder it could contend with the fire god insect. Jiang Yu speculated that this fire rocket sparrow likely had the bloodline of a phoenix, which could explain its stronger flames compared to ordinary fire rocket sparrows. Otherwise, it would not be possible to compete with the fire god insect. After all, the flames controlled by the phoenix were among the few that could rival the power of the fire god, indicating that this fire rocket sparrow's talent was not inferior to that of the fire god insect. This battle was indeed quite interesting. Jiang Yu crouched down to watch the battle ahead. With the cover of plants, he was not worried about being discovered by the soul beasts. At this moment, Jiang Yu was in no hurry to make a move. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. Regardless of who won or lost between the two soul beasts, they would ultimately become Jiang Yu's prey. Seeing the fire rocket sparrow charging in, the fire god insect did not panic at its attack. Instead, it rationally retaliated. A powerful wave of fire erupted from its body, rapidly coalescing into a massive flaming shield. The fire god insect did not stop its movements. Its wings continued to flap, scattering its scales everywhere. Once those scales left the fire god insect's body, they turned into sparks. This was the fire god insect's innate soul skill, Fire Scale Shield. This soul skill combined both attack and defense, and it was considered flawless. It could be used for defense and had considerable offensive capability. Those sparks were even more powerful than Tang Sek's hidden weapons, smashing the stones on the ground to pieces. The spots hit by the sparks instantly turned into a sea of flames, igniting roaring fires. Although these sparks appeared lightweight, they contained significant weight, combined with their powerful fire force, making them a rare soul skill. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel envious. The soul skill of the fire god insect is very suitable for it. If it can obtain its innate soul skill, then its attack and defense capabilities can be enhanced. The rocket sparrow seems to be aware of the power of the fire scale shield, so it instantly gives up its reckless charge. Its speed is not inferior to that of the fire god insect, so every time the sparks are about to touch its body, the rocket sparrow uses its powerful speed to evade. Then, the rocket sparrow changes direction and creates distance from the fire god insect. The two have fought several times and are very clear about each other's soul skill weaknesses. Although the fire scale shield is powerful, it is not without its flaws. Distance is the weakness of the fire scale shield. The attack range of those sparks is only about 100 meters, so the rocket sparrow has to retreat first. As long as it creates distance, the threat of the fire god insect's soul skill is greatly reduced. Soon, the rocket sparrow reaches beyond 100 meters. Then it flaps its wings, and fiery red feathers detach from its wings, flying rapidly toward the front. Those feathers burst into intense flames during flight and head toward the fire god insect. Chapter 196. Fire scale, shield those burning feathers, like sharp hidden weapons. Shoot toward the fire god insect. Unfortunately, the defense of the fire scale shield is simply too abnormal. Even the extremely sharp feathers of the rocket sparrow cannot break through its defense. However, the rocket sparrow does not seem surprised. It appears to understand the strength of the fire god insect very well. Indeed, in this world, those who understand you best may not be friends, but your opponents. The fire god insect and the rocket sparrow have fought many times and know each other very well. The rocket sparrow's actions are merely to distract the fire god insect and to prevent it from interrupting its release of the innate soul skill. At the moment the feathers are released, the rocket sparrow is already prepared, and a raging flame quickly ignites within it to thoroughly defeat the fire god insect. It even releases its source fire. Soon, the flames surrounding the rocket sparrow begin to shrink, becoming restrained, so that the outside world cannot feel the intense heat it emits, as if it does not exist. Jiang Yu knows that the real competition is just beginning. This is the true strength of the rocket sparrow. Although the aura of the flames is not as powerful as before, the more subdued it is, the more terrifying it becomes. To control the flames to such an extent shows the high talent of the rocket sparrow. This battle is worth watching. Hiding in the grass, Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur. Although the overall talent of the rocket sparrow is slightly inferior to that of the fire god insect, the one in front is obviously a genius within its clan, and its strength is not inferior to that of the fire god insect. This is similar to blue silver grass. Ordinary blue silver grass may be the lowest level soul beast, but once it evolves to the level of blue silver emperor, it can rival the top soul beasts, not inferior to powerful soul beasts at all. In fact, this rocket sparrow competing with the fire god insect indeed belongs to the descendants of royalty, containing a powerful bloodline from the rocket sparrow emperor. After the flames on the rocket sparrow become restrained, their color begins to change. The crimson flames show a hint of orange, which gradually spreads until it occupies half of the space. The rocket sparrow reveals a strong smile. This source fire is not just a simple flame. Even if the fire god insect has a trace of the fire god bloodline, so what? The rocket sparrow still has the confidence to defeat the fire god insect and prove its worth. Soon, it charges toward the fire god insect, activating its innate soul skill, Divine Bird Charge. This soul skill can convert all of the rocket sparrow's energy into attack power, and combined with the strength of its source fire, it is enough to contend with ordinary 20,000 year soul beasts, making it easy to challenge beyond its level. The rocket sparrow's speed is incredibly fast, faster than a meteor. Even Jiang Yu's eyes almost cannot keep up with its speed. In the blink of an eye, the rocket sparrow collides with the fire god insect, instantly shattering the fire scale shield. The immense impact travels through the body of the fire god insect, sending it flying several dozen meters. Blood spurts from the corner of the fire god insect's mouth, clearly indicating that the rocket sparrow's strike has caused it significant harm. The most terrifying part is that the source fire of the rocket sparrow envelopes its body, emitting a strong energy that is consuming it, which is what surprises the fire god insect the most. It did not expect that the rocket sparrow would have such a powerful trump card. That source fire is even somewhat tricky for it. Seeing the fire god insect spitting blood, the rocket sparrow does not stop attacking. Although its divine bird charge is powerful, it cannot last long. Moreover, this soul skill also has backlash on it. Therefore, it must end the battle quickly and defeat the fire god insect at the fastest speed, leaving it with no power to counterattack. The rocket sparrow charges directly toward the fire god insect. Seeing this, the fire god insect cannot care about anything else. After suppressing its injuries, its body quickly reacts. If the opponent has a trump card, how could it not have one? A powerful aura erupts from within it, and purple flames instantly ignite around the body of the fire god insect, forming a long sword. Innate soul skill, sword dance activated. A 9-meter-long sword made of fire elements dances in the air, and the surrounding air becomes scorching hot. With the movement of the long sword, boundless flames quickly appear. This is the fire god insect's trump card. Seeing the powerful soul skill ahead, Jiang Yu cannot help but feel a bit envious. If he could obtain the soul ring from the fire god insect, then his Chixiao Sword could gain this sword dance soul skill. The sword dance released by the Chixiao Sword would definitely be even more powerful. Jiang Yu wishes he could immediately rush up to hunt down the fire god insect. However, after thinking for a moment, he suppresses the impulse. Now is not the best time for him to act. The time for him to strike will be when both soul beasts are at a mutual loss. Feeling the immense power of sword dance, The rocket sparrow's face reveals a solemn expression, but once its divine bird charge is activated, it cannot stop. The rocket sparrow can only brace itself and go for it. The massive fire sword suddenly slams down toward the rocket sparrow, and soon the two collide fiercely. Dense smoke instantly spreads to a radius of 100 meters, and scorching flames rain down to the ground, quickly igniting the blue-silver grass below. These ordinary blue-silver grasses cannot withstand the flame's consumption and are soon burned away completely. The once green grassland is now left barren, revealing yellow earth. Both soul beasts that caused all this have also been injured. The body of the rocket sparrow is pierced by the fire sword, painfully falling to the ground. The fire god insect can no longer maintain its soul skill, and a massive fire sword is also dissipated. In this battle, both soul beasts have suffered significant injuries, with no winner. However, the fire god insect does not realize this. Seeing the rocket sparrow lying on the ground, emitting painful cries, a look of joy appears on its face, feeling that it has outperformed the rocket sparrow in this battle. Although the fire god insect has also taken considerable damage, and its power has decreased significantly after releasing Sword Dance, all of it is worth it. The rocket sparrow has lost its ability to resist. Seeing both soul beasts lying on the ground, JiangYu knows it is time for him to strike. He calmly walked out from the grass, and JiangYu no longer concealed his aura. The fire god insect immediately sensed JiangYu's presence, which startled it. Just moments ago, it had been fighting the fire rocket sparrow for so long, without realizing a human was hiding nearby. How could a human's aura suddenly appear? This made it feel a sense of fear. The newcomer must be no ordinary person. Chapter 197. Imperial Fire. When the fire god insect saw JiangYu's appearance, its face instantly showed shock. It did not expect that the human in front of it was just a child. This was simply unbelievable. The fire god insect couldn't help but be surprised. It was a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet it had not detected that JiangYu was hiding nearby, something even soul kings among humans could not achieve. Yet this little boy had done it. Looking at the fire god insect lying on the ground, JiangYu said nothing further and immediately released the Chixiao Sword. The dazzling sword immediately caused both the fire god insect and the fire rocket sparrow nearby to tremble. The fiery power emanating from the Chixiao Sword instilled fear in them. Both soul beasts were high-level fire attribute soul beasts, especially the fire god insect, which contained the great bloodline of the fire god. Yet, it was still startled by the Chixiao Sword. The fire god insect had encountered many fire attribute soul masters before, and even decades ago, it had fought against a soul king. That female soul master had an extremely fiery figure, considered among the finest among human women. But unexpectedly, her strength surpassed her appearance. Her fire dragon martial soul was incredibly ferocious, and even with the fire god's bloodline, the fire god insect could not match her. That was one of the few times it had tasted defeat, and fortunately, it was clever enough to escape before that fiery dragon woman soul master lost control. However, the fire god insect did not expect to encounter another soul master with such a powerful fire attribute martial soul. The sword in the little boy's hand had a deterrent power that far surpassed that of the fire dragon soul master. As JiangYu's steps drew closer, the fire god insect felt a tremendous sense of crisis. It initially thought it could devour the fire rocket sparrow after defeating it and enhance its cultivation. Unexpectedly, a human had appeared halfway. How could it not feel frustrated? The little boy in front of it was too cunning, trying to reap the benefits of someone else's battle. It absolutely could not let him succeed. The fire god insect would not sit idly by. Although it was somewhat exhausted from the battle with the fire rocket sparrow, it still unleashed its soul skill in response, spitting out a purple flame from its mouth. Although the might of this flame was not as powerful as before, it was still enough to make a typical soul master retreat. But who was JiangYu? He was no ordinary soul master. As the only genius in the Douluo Continent with 3 martial souls, his strength was beyond comparison with any average soul master. Even if he had not cultivated the Hongming Purple Chi Dao with the soul rings from the Dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, JiangYu was more than capable of surpassing all talented soul masters. Facing that purple flame, JiangYu did not flinch. He raised the Chixiao Sword and swung it fiercely at the incoming flame. A brilliant golden flame erupted from the sword, and the imperial pressure belonging to the Chixiao Sword pressed down on the fire god insect. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, this 10,000-year soul beast with divine bloodline couldn't help but shudder. The pressure contained in the Chixiao Sword was terrifying, leading the fire god insect to feel a sense of illusion. It even felt that the aura of the fire god was nothing compared to this. This was the first time it had such a feeling. As the dazzling golden flame intertwined with the purple flame, it quickly began to consume the purple flame from within the fire god insect. Clearly, the purple flame was still inferior to the imperial fire of the Chixiao Sword. After all, while the fire god insect contained the bloodline of the fire god, it was not substantial. Moreover, even the fire god only controlled the heavenly flame, which was merely a high-level extreme fire. Although JiangYu's imperial fire was still somewhat inferior to the heavenly flame, the fire god insect was not the true fire god. The flame within it did not even meet the standard of extreme fire, so how could it compete with JiangYu's imperial fire? Before long, the purple flame was consumed by the imperial fire, and the golden flame burned even hotter as it flew towards the fire god insect. Soon, the flame enveloped the body of the fire god insect. Although its cultivation had reached the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, its previous battle with the fire rocket sparrow had already depleted most of its strength. Moreover, its opponent was Jiang Yu, the undisputed number 1 genius of the Douluo Continent. Surrounded by the imperial fire, the fire god insect began to struggle continuously, but it was all in vain. Jiang Yu did not hesitate and thrust the Chixiao Sword towards the fire god insect. Moments later, this powerful 10,000-year soul beast collapsed to the ground. Shortly after, a circle of shining black soul rings flew out from the fire god insect's body, hovering above it. Jiang Yu did not rush to absorb the soul ring, knowing that there was still a fire rocket sparrow nearby. Although it lost in the struggle against the fire god insect, it was still a 10,000-year soul beast. The process of absorbing a soul ring was very important and could not be interrupted. So Jiang Yu had to be cautious and eliminate the threat of the fire rocket sparrow. After dealing with the fire rocket sparrow in the same manner, a black 10,000-year soul ring also flew out from its body. The color of the soul ring was not inferior to that of the fire god insect. But Jiang Yu had made his decision. Comparatively, the soul ring of the fire god insect was more attractive to him. Although the fire rocket sparrow was not weak, its innate soul skills were clearly somewhat inferior to those of the fire god insect. Jiang Yu immediately flicked away the black soul ring that radiated a rich glow. Then, he walked over to where the fire god insect lay, sat cross-legged, and used his mind to draw the black soul ring hovering above him to surround his body. The black 10,000-year soul ring slowly rushed towards him under Jiang Yu's mental guidance. Soon, the immense energy within the soul ring surged into Jiang Yu's body. The impact generated by the 10,000-year soul ring was at least 10 times greater than that of a 1,000-year soul ring. This is why soul masters needed to cultivate their soul power to the level of a soul king before they could absorb 10,000-year soul rings. However, Jiang Yu was different. His physical quality far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters. Even Tidal Daw might not compare to him. Moreover, after absorbing the million-year soul ring and the soul rings from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang Yu's mental power had greatly increased. The impact of the 10,000-year soul ring posed no threat to him whatsoever. Just as Jiang Yu had anticipated, the fire god insect indeed did not give up. It launched a soul attack towards Jiang Yu's mind, utilizing the energy from the soul ring. In response to the fire god insect's counterattack, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. He was not afraid even of the impact from the Ice Sky Demoness, a 100,000-year spirit-type soul beast, let alone the fire god insect. Jiang Yu ignored the mental attack from the fire god insect. It was merely tickling him and caused no harm at all. The fire god insect soon felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. No matter how it attacked, Jiang Yu remained unmoved. Waves of soul attacks seemed to have no effect, while its energy was being absorbed by Jiang Yu, rendering its attacks increasingly ineffective. Jiang Yu only felt an intense warmth in his body. Chapter 198. External soul bone. The fiery energy contained within the fire god insect felt to Jiang Yu like a fledgling returning to its nest. The originally violent flame power quieted down after entering Jiang Yu's body. The fire god insect looked helplessly as the energy from its body surged towards Jiang Yu. No matter how angry it was, there was nothing it could do. Moments later, its body, condensed from its soul, began to collapse uncontrollably. Its body transformed into countless specks of light, entering Jiang Yu's mind. After absorbing the soul power of the fire god insect, Jiang Yu felt his mental strength had been enhanced, able to capture even the sound of ants moving within 100 miles. Little did he know that at this moment, his mental strength had already broken through to the level of the Spirit Sea. However, the classification of mental strength was not recorded even by the Spirit Hall. Only the Elven race knew the secrets of mental strength. They divided the levels of mental strength into 7 tiers: Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm, Spirit Domain Realm, Divine Origin Realm, and Divine King Realm. Generally, only Tidal Dalu could reach the level of the Spirit Domain Realm, and they had to be outstanding among Tidal Dalu. Typically, the mental strength of an ordinary Tidal Dalu only reached the Spirit Abyss Realm. Jiang Yu, having just broken through to the Soul Master level, achieving a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea Realm was unprecedented in the history of Douluo Continent. However, it made sense. As a transmigrator, Jiang Yu's mental strength was inherently stronger than that of ordinary Soul Masters. Moreover, he had absorbed the immense million-year energy from the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Although a large part of this energy was sealed by the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, it was still sufficient for Jiang Yu. Subsequently, Jiang Yu received nourishment from the Ice Emperor and several 10,000-year soul beasts, making the breakthrough to the Spirit Sea Realm unsurprising. Yet, Jiang Yu was unaware that his mental strength had already reached a level comparable to that of a Soul Dual-level powerhouse. He merely felt that his mental strength was somewhat stronger than before and that it would be helpful in battle. Finally, the absorption was complete. Jiang Yu couldn't help but stretch, feeling that his entire state had returned after absorbing the soul ring from the fire god insect. He felt fully rejuvenated. Even his physical strength was completely restored. As Jiang Yu stood up and prepared to leave this place, an unexpected change occurred behind him, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Soon, 4 pairs of fiery red wings sprouted from his back, adorned with golden spots, looking incredibly dazzling. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, a look of intense surprise on his face. If he wasn't mistaken, the 4 pairs of wings that had sprouted from his back were the legendary external soul bone, second only to the 100,000-year soul bone. Oh my god, this was something every soul master dreamed of. The value of a soul bone was self-evident. Even an ordinary soul bone could cause a huge uproar. In terms of value, external soul bones were slightly inferior to 100,000-year soul bones, but for most soul masters, the value of external soul bones was even greater than that of 100,000-year soul bones. This was because 100,000-year soul bones could only be produced by 100,000-year soul beasts, and even Tidal Dalu would not dare to provoke such powerful soul beasts recklessly. In contrast, external soul bones could potentially be produced by 1,000-year soul beasts, making them undoubtedly more attractive to soul masters. It was like the unattainable goddess and the neighbor girl who was within reach. No matter how perfect the goddess was, she was not accessible to most people. Rather than that, it was better to find a neighbor girl who, while not as perfect as the goddess, was practically approachable. Moreover, external soul bones had an advantage over other types of soul bones. Their power could grow stronger as the host's strength increased, and their growth potential far exceeded that of other soul bones. The rarity of external soul bones was even greater than that of 100,000-year soul bones. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, only Tang San had obtained an external soul bone. Now, JiangYu had one too, and this external soul bone was obtained from a 10,000-year soul beast, making it much stronger than Tang San's 1,000-year external soul bone. Thinking of this, JiangYu couldn't help but feel excited. So what if Tang San had the protagonist's halo? What was there to fear? He was still beneath him. JiangYu's mood at this moment was undoubtedly very happy. Originally, he only wanted to obtain the innate soul skill from the fire god insect, but unexpectedly, he received a surprise, a powerful external soul bone. In fact, the fire god insect didn't want this either. It was quite aggrieved. It had already defeated the fire rocket sparrow and was about to absorb the energy from this old rival to quickly increase its cultivation. But unexpectedly, JiangYu killed it halfway, reaping the benefits. The fire god insect's anger was understandable, which is why JiangYu obtained the external soul bone from it, because soul bones only dropped when soul beasts experienced immense hatred. This was precisely why soul bones were so rare, and unlike soul rings, the probability of soul bones appearing was very low. Not every soul beast would produce a soul ring. However, it had an advantage that soul rings did not possess. Soul bones did not require the soul master who killed the soul beast to absorb them. If a soul master obtained a soul bone and found it did not resonate well with them, they could choose not to absorb it and could sell it instead. After all, any soul bone, even the most ordinary one, was worth a fortune and often hard to find buyers for. Generally speaking, soul masters rarely sold soul bones. After all, for most soul masters, having a soul bone was already good enough, and they wouldn't be picky. Not to mention the external soul bone, like JiangYu obtained, which was something even Tidal Dalu coveted. External soul bones were extremely rare, so it needed a name. What What should it be called? Jiang Yu pondered over the name for the external soul bone. Such a rare item deserved a resounding name to match its rarity. Got it. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yu finally came up with a fantastic name. He would call it the Fire God 8 Wings. Although this external soul bone was obtained from the Fire God insect, he decided to name it after the insect. Of course, the name Fire God Insect 8 Wings sounded somewhat lacking in prestige, so Jiang Yu omitted the word insect. As for 8 wings, it was easy to understand, as this external soul bone had 8 wings. So it was decided. After coming up with the name for the external soul bone, Jiang Yu did not immediately retract the soul bone, but chose to see the power of the Fire God 8 Wings in the soul hunting forest. Chapter 199. New soul skill. Jiang Yu's plan was quite good, but it was unfortunate for the soul beast in the soul hunting forest. To quickly master the skills of the external soul bone, Jiang Yu had to experiment on soul beasts. Of course, he did not go after 10,000-year soul beasts. Although he was not afraid with his current strength, he was too lazy to deal with the trouble. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts were still very powerful. Even if he could win, it would come at a cost, and he did not need a soul ring right now. Jiang Yu did not plan to add a soul ring to his sword at this time, considering the quality of the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest was not too high, and there were not many soul beasts of the same level as the Fire God insect. Moreover, from a property perspective, they were also not suitable. Jiang Yu waved his Fire God 8 Wings, flying through the pitch-black forest. Although the light was dim, the glow emitted by the wings behind him illuminated the surrounding area, eliminating any concerns about visibility. After flying for a short while, Jiang Yu noticed a soul beast resting on a large tree ahead. It was a monkey with a body entirely covered in fiery red fur, and on its head were 3 tufts of hair resembling flames, forming a mountain shape. Its ears looked enormous like flying discs. The monkey had thick golden fur around its neck, resembling a scarf, and on either side of this golden fur were 2 strong, fire-red arms. Its fingers were similar to those of a human, just colored fire red, and its bright red rear was significantly larger than that of a human. The monkey's tail was also completely different from that of a regular monkey. Its fire-red tail looked incredibly dazzling and was very soft. Especially the tuft of fire-red fur on the tail made one feel an irresistible urge to touch it. However, Jiang Yu knew that the monkey's tail was not to be touched lightly, as that was where it generated its fiery energy. If someone were to touch it, that soft tail would emit scorching sparks. This monkey was called the Fire Monkey, as recorded in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia, Spirit Monkey Edition. According to the description, the Fire Monkey's favorite food was kiwi. It seemed that kiwis contained something special that could stimulate the fiery energy within it, and no matter how many it ate, they would instantly turn into energy and burn up. Because of this, the Fire Monkey loved to collect kiwis. Wherever it was, one would hardly see this fruit. As it had collected them all, Jiang Yu directed his gaze into the hollow of the tree, and indeed found it filled with numerous kiwis. This is it. Jiang Yu decided to practice with his Fire Monkey. He waved his Fire God 8 Wings, and soon hundreds of sparks gathered on the wings, then flew towards the Fire Monkey, which was still asleep. The Fire Monkey seemed to sense something and suddenly opened its eyes, instead of choosing to dodge the dense sparks. The Fire Monkey swung its fire-red tail and began to jump around. That seemingly soft tail played a significant role at that moment, completely unafraid of the scorching sparks hitting it. The Fire Monkey appeared extremely relaxed. The sparks were like ping-pong balls to it, all batted back by its tail, which suffered no damage, but instead burned even more fiercely, which was quite incredible. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. The Fire Monkey's strength was quite good, enough to qualify as his sparring partner. At that moment, the Fire Monkey launched a counterattack, condensing a massive fireball with its tail and suddenly flinging it towards Jiang Yu. The fireball moved very quickly, like a shooting star coming towards Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu was already prepared. The Fire Monkey's attack was just what he wanted. He waved the Fire God 8 Wings, and the 8 fire-red wings spread out in front of him, wrapping around his body. It looked like a sphere, and although Jiang Yu was enveloped by the wings, his body still remained suspended in the air. This defiance of gravity would surely astonish anyone who saw it. When the fireball hit the winged sphere, it did not break through its defense. Shortly after, it was bounced back, and the fire-red wings began to emit flames outward. It looked remarkably similar to the fire scale shield, and Jiang Yu guessed that the soul bone skill of his Fire God 8 Wings should be that fire scale shield. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with this skill. The fire scale shield could attack and defend, possessing both strong defensive capabilities and impressive offensive power. The sparks shot rapidly towards the Fire Monkey, leaving it exhausted from dealing with them. At that moment, Jiang Yu also lifted the defense of the fire god 8 wings and immediately released the Chixiao Sword. The third soul ring, shining with rich black light, slowly lit up, and then the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand quickly enlarged, eventually becoming a massive sword 9 meters long. A tremendous aura of flames rapidly spread out around, with brilliant golden flames burning fiercely. Upon sensing the momentum emitted by the sword, the fire monkey suddenly became anxious. It made continuous noises that sounded like pleas. The fire monkey was extremely sensitive to flames. It knew that the human's attack had exceeded what it could bear. Goo goo. The sound of the fire monkey resembled a plea for mercy, and combined with its hand-waving gesture, Jiang Yu quickly understood its meaning. Indeed, soul beasts also possessed wisdom. When it realized it could not win, the fire monkey quickly abandoned its resistance, repeatedly waving its hands in surrender. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then retracted the sword. He did not want to kill indiscriminately. Since his objective had been achieved, he no longer troubled the fire monkey. The third soul skill of the fire god bug was indeed quite good. The power of the sword dance was greater than Jiang Yu had imagined. It was worthy of being a talent soul skill of the fire god bug. Moreover, the sword dance soul skill equipped on the Chixiao Sword was even more suitable than the fire scale shield, able to unleash its full power. No, even more powerful. Jiang Yu put away the Chixiao Sword and then ignored the fire monkey, flapping his wings and flying away. Seeing Jiang Yu leave, the fire monkey finally breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly patted its forehead. Then it took out several kiwis from the hollow of the tree, eating them without peeling the skin. Soon, the fire monkey had eaten a dozen kiwis, and the flames on its tail burned even more fiercely. Perhaps only in this way could it feel secure. Jiang Yu's strength was truly terrifying. Chapter 200. Entering the Imperial City, once Jiang Yu skillfully mastered the new soul skill and soul bone skill, the soul hunting forest, which had been stirred up by him, finally returned to tranquility. The soul beasts in the forest were quite frustrated. They had not expected that a little human boy would possess such terrifying strength, which was hard for them, the beasts, to believe. Especially for some 100-year soul beasts, Jiang Yu's actions undoubtedly cast a huge shadow over them. This also led them to no longer dare to attack the little boy entering the soul hunting forest. Jiang Yu did not expect that his commotion would provide such great convenience for other new soul masters, greatly enhancing their safety in the soul hunting forest. Douluo City. A hint of fish belly white rose from the eastern horizon, and the earth gradually brightened. The dawn spread like ripples, with fine parabolas slowly ascending, glowing brightly and shining with dazzling golden light. The bright daylight burst forth from the night sky, bringing vibrant life to the earth. Moments later, the red sun rose slowly, illuminating the sea of clouds. The early birds chirped incessantly, and the city gate was filled with pedestrians entering the city early in the morning. Most of these were residents from near Douluo City, all carrying shoulder poles, with various fresh vegetables arranged in the baskets below. Residents of nearby villages set out early to transport fresh vegetables and fruits to Xinglua City, ensuring the supply for the city's inhabitants while also earning a little money. After all, Xinglua City is the imperial capital, where a carrot that sells for 1 copper soul coin per pound in the village can fetch at least 3 copper soul coins here. After several days of travel, Jiang Yu finally arrived at Xinglua City with Shui Binger and her companions, joining the group entering the city until they reached the city gate. The city guards on both sides diligently checked everyone entering. As per the laws of Xinglua, civilians are not allowed to bring weapons into the city. Even a fruit-cutting knife must comply with specific regulations. Violations result in immediate confiscation. However, the restrictions on soul masters are much more lenient. Although they also cannot openly carry weapons into the Imperial City, they are allowed to conceal them in soul-guided devices. This is a compromise by the Xinglua Empire, as soul masters with soul-guided devices are not ordinary individuals. They mostly come from noble backgrounds, and the high cost makes it impossible for average soul masters to own them. In the Douluo Continent, being a soul master is the most prestigious profession, and among soul masters, nobles undoubtedly hold an even higher status. They possess genuine privileges in the Douluo Continent, receiving preferential treatment from both major kingdoms and the Xinglua and Tiando empires. The long line of people surged into the city, and after waiting for an hour, Jiang Yu finally reached the entrance. The sight of him, accompanied by 3 uniquely charming beauties, drew envious looks from the surrounding guards. It seemed incredibly unfair that this young boy had 3 beautiful women while they had none. It is said that beautiful women can represent a man's status. And in the eyes of the city guards, Jiang Yu must be a young noble. Therefore, they did not dare to be negligent and allowed Jiang Yu and his companions to enter Xingluo City after a brief procedure. The entry process was very smooth, and they did not encounter any spoiled rich kids trying to take advantage of Shui Binger and the other beauties to make things difficult for Jiang Yu. Once inside Xingluo City, Jiang Yu hurriedly led the Shui Binger trio straight to the hotel. Seeing Jiang Yu's excitement, the three women were left speechless. Jiang Yu was very quick. Apart from Shui Binger, who could keep up a little, Shui Yuer and Shui Wu clearly couldn't match his pace and soon fell behind. However, they could still see Shui Binger's figure ahead, so they weren't completely left behind. About half an hour later, Jiang Yu finally arrived at the entrance of the Rose Grand Hotel. This luxurious hotel, located in the Xingluo Imperial City, was designed with both aesthetic appeal and a sense of grandeur. The exterior walls were even coated with a thick layer of gold powder, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, giving an impression of opulence. Although the Rose Grand Hotel has numerous branches across the Douluo Continent, only 3 have such specifications. The only ones comparable to Xingluo City are the 2 Rose Grand Hotels located in Tiando City and Wuhan City. Naturally, the prices here are not cheap, but Yang Wudi insisted on staying at the Rose Grand Hotel, and the others understood his intentions without exposing him. Bai He, a close friend of Yang Wudi, also supported him, believing that spending money to impress women was important. Bai He knew Yang Wudi's feelings for Granny Yao and thought they were a good match. He did not oppose Yang Wudi flaunting his wealth, especially since Yang Wudi was covering the hotel costs, giving Bai He even less reason to object. Otherwise, Bai He couldn't afford such an expensive hotel. The Min family couldn't earn money like the Pa family through selling medicinal herbs and special medicines. Although the Min family is known for their speed and is among the top scouts on the continent, Bai He did not want his clan members to serve any nation on the continent, as he did not want them involved in wars. Thus, the Min family could only take on minor errands like delivering items, which yielded low commissions, leading to their financial struggles. To survive, Bai He had to set aside his pride and accept aid from other single attribute clans. Even though he didn't care for it, his clan members still needed to eat. So for their sake, Bai He had to give up his dignity, which was a helpless choice. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the hotel lobby, Shui Binger chased after him. The front desk beauty, who had a voluptuous figure and wore a sexy uniform, was visibly shocked when she saw Jiang Yu and Shui Binger. It was quite rare to see such a young couple checking into a hotel, especially during the day. How desperate could they be? The front desk beauty was obviously taken aback. However, she quickly realized she had misunderstood. They were not there to check into a room. Excuse me, which room is Yang Wudi in? Jiang Yu went straight to the point, asking the front desk about Yang Wudi's room number. The front desk beauty was momentarily stunned, realizing they were there to find someone, and wondered how she had jumped to conclusions. After all, she had been working at the Rose Hotel for a long time, and young couples coming to the hotel were usually there for indescribable activities. She had even seen noble young men bringing their twin sisters during the day. Chapter 201. Sea Cucumber. The front desk beauty turned slightly red after realizing her misunderstanding. Not daring to think further, she promptly told Jiang Yu Yang Wudi's room number. Room 3601. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu knocked on Yang Wudi's door. Who is it? Who comes at this time? A disgruntled voice came from inside, sounding like Yang Wudi. When the door opened, Jiang Yu saw Yang Wudi's not-so-happy face. However, his expression quickly changed upon seeing Jiang Yu outside. He instantly went from angry to delighted. So it's you, kid? Yang Wudi spoke with a hint of joy. You finally returned. Although Jiang Yu couldn't exactly be called his disciple, Yang Wudi still appreciated him a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on his knowledge of pharmacology. Senior Yang, it's been a while. You look even more radiant. Jiang Yu didn't flatter him, but Yang Wudi indeed seemed to have a healthier complexion, looking like he had rejuvenated a few years. Really? Yang Wudi's face lit up upon hearing Jiang Yu's compliment. Clearly pleased, it seems the old saying has some truth. Love makes one young. Old goat, where have you been? At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from inside the room, sounding quite familiar. The owner of the voice was someone Jiang Yu had definitely met before. Granny Yao. After a moment, Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was indeed Granny Yao. He looked at Yang Wudi with a hint of amusement, not expecting Granny Yao to be in Yang Wudi's room. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is progressing very smoothly. Perhaps they've already. Seeing the indescribable smile on Jiang Yu's face gradually become a bit inappropriate, Yang Wudi quickly explained, You brat, where are your thoughts going? I can tell you that my relationship with Granny Yao is very pure, not at all what you think. Jiang Yu responded with a smile, Senior Yang. No need to explain. I wish you and Granny Yao have a child soon. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yang Wudi's mustache on the corner of his mouth stood up in anger. Although he liked Granny Yao, he had never done anything inappropriate. During this time, he and Granny Yao had indeed spent a lot of time together, but they had not even held hands. Their relationship could be said to be purer than milk. Seeing that Jiang Yu had misunderstood, how could Yang Wudi not be angry? He didn't care for himself, but what if this got out and ruined Granny Yao's reputation? Brat, don't talk nonsense, Yang Wudi said with a serious face. Senior Yang, don't worry, I will definitely keep today's matter about you and Granny Yao in the room a secret. JiangYu replied seriously. Get lost. Seeing Yang Wudi's flushed face and his raised arm, JiangYu quickly turned around and fled. He wasn't afraid of Yang Wudi making a move. He just didn't want to disturb their conversation since Granny Yao was in the room. After all, there weren't many women who could make Yang Wudi show such a shy expression. It seemed he really liked Granny Yao. JiangYu didn't want to ruin Yang Wudi's chance at love. The next day, as dawn broke, JiangYu and the others arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast. The Rose Hotel was indeed famous in Xinghua City, and the breakfast spread was extremely rich. There were hundreds of types of food in the restaurant, just like a buffet. You could eat whatever you wanted without any extra charges. Although the Rose Hotel was a bit expensive, the service was quite good, and many of the dishes were made from precious ingredients, including abalone, shark fin, and sea cucumber, especially the sea cucumbers, which were larger than those sold in the general market, almost the size of buns. According to the restaurant staff, the sea cucumbers used by the hotel were specially supplied to the Xinghua Royal Kuju team, and they were quite pricey. Upon hearing they were specially supplied to the royal team, Jiang Yu immediately picked dozens of sea cucumbers and put them on his plate. It was said that the Xinghua Royal Kuju team was so energetic because they consumed sea cucumbers that far exceeded the effects of ordinary ones. So Jiang Yu didn't hold back and took a lot. When Jiang Yu carried his plate to the table, everyone was stunned. They had never seen anyone eat breakfast like Jiang Yu, consuming over a dozen sea cucumbers in one sitting without feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Yu ignored the reactions of others and grabbed a sea cucumber to enjoy heartily. Watching Jiang Yu eat the sea cucumber, Yang Wudi instantly felt that the fried dough sticks in his hand were no longer appealing. Influenced by Jiang Yu, Yang Wudi also got up and walked to the sea cucumber area, picking a few and placing them on his plate before returning to the seat. First handing some plump sea cucumbers to Granny Yao. Only then did Yang Wudi start eating the remaining sea cucumbers, and soon a smile appeared on his face. The taste of the sea cucumbers was indeed very good, even more delicious than what he had eaten before. After breakfast, everyone left the Rose Hotel and headed to the city gate. Yang Wudi had to part ways with the group to travel with Granny Yao. Although he teased him for being infatuated with women over friends, he was genuinely happy for his old companion to meet someone he liked again. However, Xiao, who had been following Granny Yao, did not continue with her. According to Granny Yao, Xiao needed to go to the Tiando Empire to find someone, so she couldn't accompany her on the journey. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu was returning to the Tiando Empire, so Granny Yao entrusted Xiao to Jiang Yu, hoping he could help look after her. Jiang Yu was happy with this arrangement. After all, it was just one more person, and he didn't dislike Xiao, so he agreed to Granny Yao's request. A few days later, Jiang Yu and his group were about to leave the territory of the Xinghua Empire and head towards the Tiando border. But he was also preparing to take the members of the Min family away. However, before he left, he pulled Jiang Yu aside and whispered. Jiang Yu initially thought he was just feeling a bit reluctant, but he didn't expect him to ask him to take care of Chixiao. Hoping Jiang Yu could take her along for more training and help cultivate her into a strong person. His actions were clearly well thought out. With his experience, how could he not see that Chixiao had feelings for Jiang Yu? Moreover, this kid's talent was among the top on the continent, even surpassing Tang Hao. If his granddaughter could establish a close friendship with him, then the Min family would experience a complete revival. Chapter 202 Duke, Tiando City. After many days of travel, Jiang Yu finally returned to this magnificent city. As the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City is known as the most prosperous city on the Douluo Continent, even slightly surpassing Xinghua City. Looking at the wide city walls, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought he could return after capturing the Liangshan Principality, but he didn't expect there to be some twists and turns. However, thinking about the gains from this trip, Jiang Yu felt it was worth it. If it weren't for the interference of the assassins, how could he have so many adventures? Moreover, it was fortunate that Yang Wudi and the others had established unusual relationships. Even he entrusted his granddaughter to him, which was a huge gain. Let's go. I'll take you all in to eat something. Jiang Yu waved his hand generously at the beautiful women beside him. After a long journey, They had only eaten dry rations or flatbreads, and now that they had finally arrived in Tiando City, they certainly had to find a restaurant to feast. Upon entering the Imperial City, Jiang Yu led the beautiful ladies towards the direction of Tianxiang Tower. This was a famous restaurant in the city, and the chefs inside were all former imperial chefs who cooked for the royal family and princes from various countries. Therefore, the prices at Tianxiang Tower were not cheap. However, Jiang Yu still had some money, so he naturally wouldn't treat the girls beside him poorly. After arriving at Tianxiang Tower, Jiang Yu chose a large table to sit at. The diners nearby couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing the various beautiful women around him, all of them staring with shining eyes. Everyone was envious of Jiang Yu. How could such a young kid have so many stunning beauties around him? It was simply a waste of such beauties. It was a pity for these women. As for the whispers from the table next to him, Jiang Yu paid them no mind. After all, the girls beside him were indeed top-notch beauties. Even by Chixiao was a rare find, definitely ranking among the best in Tiando Imperial City. Even the daughters of noble families were few who could match her. Brother Long, those girls next to him are just too beautiful. Why don't we bring those beauties over to drink with us? That kid probably wouldn't dare refuse. A burly man at the table next to Jiang Yu said with a greedy tone, and the other big men around him nodded in agreement, clearly supporting his idea. Not appropriate. The stout man with a giant dragon tattoo on his arm immediately waved his hand and said, "That kid has such a stunning beauty following him. His background must be extraordinary. Just look at his aura. He must be of noble birth. This place in the Imperial City is not like any other. There are countless high-ranking officials and nobles here, and we are not someone they can provoke. If you really can't help yourselves after dinner, I'll take you to a nearby brothel to find some girls for some fun." The man, known as Brother Dragon, was clearly the leader of the group, and the other strong men had no further objections upon hearing him. One by one, they smiled and expressed their gratitude to Brother Dragon. Seeing that the group of strong men had given up on their attempts to flirt, Jiang Yu no longer paid attention to them and started ordering dishes from the attendant standing nearby. Jiang Yu ordered the signature dishes of Tianxiang Tower, including golden kumquat beef, Tianxiang bean rolls, abalone and sauce, stir-fried chicken with matsutake, and fish maw and sea cucumber soup. These were all famous dishes served to royal guests from various countries and were the most popular choices among customers at Tianxiang Tower. Since Jiang Yu had brought these beautiful ladies to Tianxiang Tower, he naturally wanted them to try everything. The speed of serving dishes at Tianxiang Tower was not particularly fast, as the restaurant emphasized preserving the original flavor and cooking everything fresh. All the dishes were made on the spot, unlike some places that prepare dishes in advance and only need to heat them up when customers order. As a result, the serving speed would naturally be slower. However, the customers who came here were primarily drawn by the chef's reputation, and as long as the food quality was good, they didn't mind waiting a bit longer. The owner of Tianxiang Tower was a clever person. To appease customers, he specially prepared some cold dishes for each table, and there was no charge for them. As soon as Jiang Yu finished ordering, another attendant came over with a plate containing several cold dishes, including cold seaweed, spicy chicken skin eggs, and cold cucumber, along with a large bottle of fresh juice. While enjoying the dishes, Jiang Yu suddenly overheard a conversation from the next table and became quite interested. "Have you heard about the interesting event that happened in the Tiando Empire recently?" "Oh, what happened?" "Not long ago, Emperor Shuye personally conferred a title of duke to a young man. It's said that this newly conferred duke is just a kid, but he made a tremendous contribution to the Tiando Empire and is regarded by the emperor as a once-in-a-millennium genius. Unfortunately, that young genius was assassinated by an assassin. To commemorate him, Emperor Shuye even spent millions to build a memorial square for him." Wow! The people around could not help but be astonished. What kind of genius must he be to receive such honor from Emperor Shuye? One of the most powerful figures on the Douluo Continent actually conferred a duke title to a kid, which was the highest rank anyone outside the royal family could achieve. It's said that the young genius not only had outstanding talent in Soul Masters, but also excelled in military strategy and warfare. Alas, what a pity. If he hadn't been assassinated, the Tiando Empire might have completely eliminated the Xingluo Empire and unified the entire Douluo Continent. Old Hong, you're exaggerating too much. Do you really think the 4 great generals of Xingluo are pushovers? Each of them is as strong as Marshal Long. They're definitely the top commanders on the continent. Yes, on the Douluo Continent, aside from Marshal Galong, the only commanders who could match the 4 great generals of Xingluo are Tooba, Shi from the Spirit Hall, and the Valkyrie Milusha from the Aderlinda Kingdom. Even if that young man has exceptional talent, military strategy is not the same as cultivation. If he hasn't experienced the test of war, It's merely theoretical. I'm not exaggerating. Even the supreme commander of the Tiando Empire, Marshal Galong, holds that young man in high regard and admires him greatly. Oh, hearing you say that, I do like to see just how remarkable this young genius is. Why don't we go check out the memorial square later? Upon hearing their discussion, Jiang Yu was also surprised. Could it be that another remarkable genius had emerged in the Tiando Empire recently, gaining such favor from Emperor Shuya? Even Jiang Yu wanted to see him. Young genius. Shuai Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she shook Shuai Bing's hand and said, "Sister, why don't we go have a look too?" Chapter 203. Duke of the Heavenly Sword. The memorial square built by Emperor Xia for the young genius was known by everyone in the city of Tiando, as such occurrences were rare in the history of the Tiando Empire. Only a few founding figures in the empire's history received such treatment. Thus, the fact that Emperor Xia specially constructed a memorial square for a young man became a hot topic. Even the ordinary residents in the city were aware of it. This grand memorial square was located in a bustling area on one side of the city, covering an area as large as a soccer field, with flourishing flowers, plants, and trees surrounding it. Since it was open to the public, many tourists had come to visit since the completion of the memorial square, making it a famous attraction in the city of Tiando, drawing many people to come. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yu and his group hurried to the memorial square. Seeing that Shuai Yu and the others wanted to take a look, Jiang Yu took them there. Upon arriving at the memorial square, the interest of the beautiful ladies piqued. The scenery here was quite nice. If it were on Blue Star, it would definitely become a popular scenic spot, attracting many young ladies to take photos. Ice-cold sour plum soup, handmade, 1 copper soul coin per bowl. If it's not good, you don't pay. Soon, Jiang Yu heard a call from a vendor and looked up to see an old man squatting not far ahead. Next to him was a tall stack of wooden bowls, but there was no wooden barrel for holding sour plum soup. Just as Jiang Yu was puzzled, he saw someone approach to buy sour plum soup. "Soup boss, 1 bowl of ice-cold sour plum soup, please." The customer clearly knew the vendor. "Ah, old son, you're here again." The old man smiled amiably and then began to chant a soul mantra. "I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup." As he chanted the mantra, a rich light suddenly appeared in the old man's hand. Soon, a small water ball appeared in his hand, its color similar to that of sour plum soup. The small water ball was surrounded by 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. It seemed that the old man was a food-type soul master. As is well known, food-type soul masters have the slowest cultivation speed among soul masters and cannot be compared to battle-type soul masters at all. Therefore, it is not easy for a food-type soul master to reach the level of soul master. First soul skill, ice-cold sour plum soup. The first soul ring on the old man glowed brightly, and the small water ball in his hand gradually became cold, emitting a slight chill. Soon, the old man picked up a wooden bowl from the side, and the water ball moved above the bowl. With a bang, the water ball burst open, and the sour plum soup poured into the bowl. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu immediately understood. No wonder the old man had prepared a barrel for holding sour plum soup. It turned out that his sour plum soup was all produced using his martial soul. This was the advantage of food-type soul masters. Although they may not be as skilled as soul masters from other systems in cultivation, their ability to make money is not inferior, and may even be stronger in some cases. This is because they can use their martial souls to produce food for sale, which can be considered zero cost. Whether it's the old man selling sour plum soup or the beautiful woman selling abalone that Jiang Yu encountered earlier, they all operate this way. Even Oscar, a rare genius with full innate soul power from the food system, set up a sausage stall in the academy to sell his small sausages. Thus, although food system soul masters lack combat power, they can still lead a comfortable life. Most of the wealthy individuals in the food industry of Douluo Continent are food system soul masters, who have established a vast food empire through their food system martial souls. They then use their wealth to attract powerful soul masters to serve them. Ordinary soul masters would not dare to offend them, as money is also very important on Douluo Continent alongside strength. Having money means having vast resources, which can attract many powerful soul masters. This is also why the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School can recruit so many strong individuals from the martial soul world to serve them. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is the most top-tier support system martial soul in the continent, its wealth is a significant factor as well, considering that cultivation resources are extremely important for soul masters. Ah, so refreshing. The customer took the chilled sour plum soup and started drinking. The cold liquid rushed into his mouth, filling his body with a refreshing coolness. After finishing, the customer took out a copper soul coin and handed it to the old man. This money is well spent. Boss, your chilled sour plum soup is much better than other shops. It was evident that the customer was very satisfied with the sour plum soup sold by the old man, as he wore a radiant smile and frequently gave the old man a thumbs up. Seeing this, Jiang Yu also approached. The weather in Tiando City was extremely hot, even in the morning, so the chilled sour plum soup could help alleviate some of the heat. He quickly arrived at the old man's side and asked for a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. The old man, seeing another customer coming, skillfully released his soul skill, and soon a bowl of chilled sour plum soup emitting cold air was ready. Jiang Yu took the large bowl and started drinking. However, unlike the previous customer who gulped it down, Jiang Yu savored the sour plum soup as if tasting fine wine, drinking slowly and carefully. The cold sour plum soup flowed into Jiang Yu's mouth, trickling down his throat, and he felt the heat gradually dissipating. This was certainly not ordinary sour plum soup. The food system martial soul was not simple. Although Jiang Yu did not know the specific effects of the old man's first soul ability, he could guess some of it. This chilled sour plum soup should have effects of dispelling heat and calming the mind, making it an invaluable drink in hot weather. While Jiang Yu was drinking the sour plum soup, Shui Wearer and the others had already arrived at the most important central area of the memorial square, where a large statue stood in the wide square. The statue depicted a handsome young boy, looking lifelike, with his name inscribed on the plaque, Duke of the Heavenly Sword. Jiang Yu. How could it be him? Shui Wearer looked at the statue in shock, not expecting that the young genius mentioned by others was actually Jiang Yu. He didn't seem to fit the image of a genius at all. Shui Wearer thought to herself. She never expected the Snow Knight Emperor to value him so highly, even going so far as to bestow him the title of Duke. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shui Binger's eyes. Such a young duke was truly rare. One must know that even the supreme commander of the Empire's 3 armies, Grand Marshal Galong, was only a marquis. Chapter 204. Mature Beauty JiangYu? Upon seeing the characters on the statue, Bai Chenxiang was momentarily stunned, her big eyes filled with confusion. This was clearly Jiang Shangyo. Could it be? He previously used a fake name. Bai Chenxiang quickly thought of something. Some adventurers take a fake name to avoid trouble while traveling. Jiang Yu clearly thought the same way. But while Bai Chenxiang understood, she still felt quite displeased. She disliked the feeling of being deceived the most. The Snow Knight Emperor really spent quite a bit to bestow him a dukedom. I wonder if he would regret it upon learning that Jiang Yu is still alive. A smile appeared on Shui Binger's face. After all, dukes have their own fiefs. According to the title standards of the Tiando Empire, a duke's fief must have at least 10,000 households, which is already equivalent to a small city. Moreover, within the fief, Jiang Yu would have authority surpassing that of the city lord, as all officials in his fief must be recommended by him before being reported to the empire. And even the empire could not bypass Jiang Yu. Although Shui Binger came from the Tian Shui sect, one of the 7 major sects, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Jiang Yu. The status of an imperial duke is not much inferior to that of the leaders of the 7 major sections. Jiang Yu had only awakened his martial soul for a short time, and he had already attained the title of duke. If he were the son of the emperor, it would make sense, but he had no connection to the royal family, which was surprising. He was actually a duke. Does that mean he is? Her small face was filled with shock. No one knew better than her what this meant. Even in the Star Luo Empire, there was no duke as young as him. Truly incredible. Not long after Jiang Yu finished drinking the chilled sour plum soup, he was pulled by Shui Binger and several other beauties to the statue. Initially, he was a bit puzzled as to what they had seen that made them so eager to drag him along. They seemed too eager, surrounded by so many beauties. Jiang Yu felt a bit out of place, but upon seeing the statue ahead, he was taken aback. He never expected the Snow Knight Emperor to be so generous as to grant him the title of Duke. This was something Jiang Yu had not anticipated. In fact, the reason the Snow Knight Emperor conferred the dukedom to Jiang Yu was well thought out. It was not a random decision. Jiang Yu's contributions, while significant, were not enough to warrant a dukedom on their own. If Jiang Yu were not a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the disciple of the Sword Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor would not have granted him the title of Duke, nor did he expect Jiang Yu to survive the assassin's attack. Originally, the Snow Knight Emperor only intended to grant a title to provide an explanation to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and prevent Ning Fengji from feeling discontent. Unexpectedly, he became a duke too. Jiang Yu was quite happy. After all, this dukedom was worth celebrating for him. He suddenly thought of a senior named Xiao Bao, who also had multiple identities and 7 beautiful companions. Now his situation was somewhat similar to that senior's, and thinking about this made Jiang Yu feel quite pleased. In the future, When introducing himself, he could say, "Standing before you is a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, disciple of the Sword Dalu, Duke of the Tiando Empire, and the strongest food connoisseur personally fed by the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall." Of course, he couldn't say that last part. JiangYu was just thinking about it. By now, Jiang Yu felt he had received some treatment of a protagonist. In terms of status, he had clearly surpassed many. And in terms of relationships, apart from Huowu, he had a good relationship with many beautiful women. There was even a stunning female elf as a maid, which was a treatment that Tang San did not have. Moreover, in terms of cultivation talent, Jiang Yu could be said to be significantly stronger than Tang San. Whether it was the Chixiao Sword or the sword, their quality was higher than that of the Haotian hammer and the Blue-Silver Emperor. Furthermore, Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul had not yet evolved into the Blue-Silver Emperor. Upon careful consideration, Tang San didn't seem so terrifying after all. Aside from his Tang sect hidden weapons being somewhat troublesome, in other aspects, Jiang Yu had completely outperformed Tang San. As for the hidden weapons, although Jiang Yu found them a bit troublesome, he wasn't overly fearful. After all, he had cultivated the Hongming Purple Qi Dao, and coupled with the numerous medicinal treasures he had consumed to improve his physique, his physical strength was likely no less than that of a titled Dalu. Even Tang San's Zhuge crossbow couldn't possibly harm him, and those very advanced hidden weapon techniques were simply beyond Tang San's current capabilities. So there was no need to worry too much. After learning that Jiang Yu had been granted the title of Duke by Qinxiang and Shui, Yu started to press him for gifts. Jiang Yu didn't refuse. He was in a very good mood, so he took several beautiful women to the Tiando Great Soul Arena to shop for gifts. As one of the largest buildings in Tiando Imperial City, the Tiando Great Soul Arena was not just a place for soul master competitions. It was also the largest commercial venue in the Imperial City. It offered the most comprehensive range of goods, from gold and silver jewelry to divine weapons, and even soul bones. As long as you had enough money, you could buy whatever you needed at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, a female staff member came to attend to Jiang Yu and the others. She was at least 1.60 meters tall, with long black hair. Her figure was extremely well developed, resembling a ripe peach. All her curves were in the right places. While she wasn't as beautiful as the group of beauties beside Jiang Yu, her figure was very attractive. Shui Binger and the others were beautiful, but they had not yet fully matured. It seemed that this was a major client. Jing Tian noticed the various beautiful women surrounding Jiang Yu and immediately recognized that this person was not ordinary. How could an ordinary person have so many stunning beauties? It was clear that Jiang Yu must be a noble. Thinking of this, a radiant smile appeared on Jing Xiang's face, completely different from her previous mechanical smile. She had been working at the Tiando Great Soul Arena for some time and knew that powerful figures often came and went here. So even if she had better job offers, she still chose to work at the Great Soul Arena. It was all for the chance to find a wealthy husband and achieve a leap in social status. After all, doing well at work couldn't compare to marrying well. For girls like Jing Xiang, who came from ordinary backgrounds, it was incredibly difficult to rise to prominence, but fortunately, she had a decent appearance and figure. So she thought about taking shortcuts, relying on her looks to find a partner from a noble background. Chapter 205. Temptation. Seeing the female staff member ahead, Jiang Yu couldn't help but brighten up. Although this beauty's looks were slightly inferior to the few beauties beside him, her figure was top-notch. It could be said that she had developed extremely well. Even with Jiang Yu's discerning eye, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances, which made Jing Xiang secretly feel a bit proud. She was very confident in her figure. No man had ever escaped the allure of her curves. The male staff in the Great Soul Arena had long been drooling over her, but unfortunately, her standards were too high, and she looked down on the men around her, considering them nothing more than backups. "Welcome, young sir," Jing Xiang said with a beaming smile, then slightly bent her body and said, "I am Jing Xiang. Very happy to serve you." A flash of bright white caught Jiang Yu's eye, dazzling him so much that he could hardly keep his eyes open. "Wow, that's really big," he thought. "Look at that. So white and big." Jiang Yu swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm, not wanting to lose composure in front of so many beauties. "Huh, shameless." Bai Qinxiang looked down at her own slightly flat chest and couldn't help but mutter. "Being big is such a big deal. You look like a cow. There's no beauty in that at all." A hint of blush appeared on Bai Qinxiang's face. She hated cows the most. Compared to the other women's hostility, Shui Yu didn't have much of it. Instead, a hint of appreciation could be seen in her eyes. She even swallowed hard like Jiang Yu, seemingly satisfied with Jing Xiang. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Shui Yu suddenly jumped in front of Jing Xiang and immediately grabbed her arm, rubbing against her. Faced with this sudden compliment, Jin Xiang was a bit taken aback, but she appreciated Shui Yuer's words, as no woman disliked being praised by another woman, especially someone of the same kind. This made her feel even more accomplished. Jiang Yu couldn't help but doubt Shui Yuer's intentions as he watched her rubbing against Jin Xiang. As the party moved along with Jin Xiang's guidance, they quickly arrived at the gift-buying area. This section covered thousands of square meters, filled with a dazzling array of products, with at least hundreds of vendors and a wide variety of goods. In addition to jewelry and jade, there were many local snacks from Tiando City for sale. Even roasted soft-boned rabbits and Tiando sausages were beautifully packaged, making them suitable as gifts. The spacious area did not appear chaotic at all. All the stalls were arranged aesthetically. Upon entering, the beauties beside Jiang Yu seemed to have entered a grand garden, each expressing strong interest in the place. After all, it's said that a woman's nature is to shop. Even the usually aloof Shui Binger's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many items. It seemed that even the most capable women couldn't resist the powerful thrill of shopping. Seeing them all rushing to choose things, Jiang Yu wandered around alone. But Jin Xiang clearly wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to be alone with him and quickly moved closer to Jiang Yu. Faced with her enthusiasm, Jiang Yu didn't say anything. After all, it was her job. It wasn't easy for anyone, so he didn't refuse. Along the way, Jin Xiang intentionally leaned towards Jiang Yu. If it had been another man, he would have immediately shown off his skills. However, Jiang Yu was not an ordinary man. He had grown accustomed to being taken advantage of by beautiful women, so to him, it was just a small matter. Jiang Yu was generous and didn't mind. After all, a man should be magnanimous and accepting of minor losses. With Jin Xiang by his side, he had her explanations for things he didn't recognize, which saved him a lot of trouble. He quickly bought a few items. During this process, Jin Xiang kept tempting Jiang Yu, but he wasn't buying it, so she could only take advantage of him a little without gaining anything substantial. Jiang Yu wasn't that foolish. An old aunt like her was fine to look at, but marrying her was out of the question. Seeing Jiang Yu's indifference, Jin Xiang realized she had met her match. Jiang Yu's performance far exceeded her expectations. She thought dealing with such a young kid would be easy, but his experience was surprisingly rich. No matter what tricks she used, Jiang Yu always managed to defuse them effortlessly. Little did Jin Xiang know, Jiang Yu grew up among women. Not to mention Bibi Dong and Hulaina. Even a random maid serving him would be a school beauty adored by many men in Blue Star. Such beauties could only help Jiang Yu with bathing, massages, and foot rubs. This shows that Jiang Yu is not an ordinary boy. The beauty trick had no effect on him. Jin Xiang, unable to get a hold of Jiang Yu for a long time, felt a bit anxious, but he was very shrewd. He neither rejected her physical contact nor said anything unnecessary, completely unlike a child, but more like a seasoned old fox. Jin Xiang had to admit that she had encountered a worthy opponent this time, but she wouldn't easily concede. Dealing with men was her strong suit. If she couldn't handle a mere child, how could she face anyone in the entertainment industry? Soon, Jin Xiang unleashed all her tricks, repeatedly launching powerful moves at Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu seemed like a monk in meditation, showing no reaction at all. No, to be precise, he did have some reaction. Jiang Yu was stiffer than before. He stood straight, especially his legs, which were as straight as pillars. He was straight and hard, radiating a holy light. Jin Xiang suddenly felt a sense of guilt, as if the Jiang Yu before her was no longer just Jiang Yu, but had transformed into a divine being. The figure before her was so holy and noble that it inspired no thoughts of desecration. No, Jin Xiang quickly shook her head, suppressing that distracting thought. How could she have such absurd ideas? He was just a kid. Aside from being a bit handsome, he was no different from other men. How could he be compared to a deity? Jin Xiang couldn't help but think to herself, and her expression quickly returned to normal. Chapter 206. Bibi Dong's pride. The items in the Great Soul Arena were incredibly abundant. Even though Jiang Yu wasn't a person who liked to spend, he still bought quite a lot of things here, casually spending thousands of gold soul coins. No wonder people say that while soul masters are the noblest profession on the Douluo Continent, they are also the most expensive. Therefore, it's extremely difficult for ordinary soul masters to compete with noble soul masters. On the Douluo Continent, the rich can rely on resources to increase their cultivation speed, while the poor can only rely on mutations. Just like Ma Hongjun, he was fortunate that his awakened ordinary chicken martial soul mutated and evolved into a phoenix martial soul, which allowed him to receive Flander's training and completely escape the plight of an ordinary soul master. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of Shrek Academy. After all, Flander looked down on ordinary soul masters. The students he needed were originally geniuses, not those he could cultivate into geniuses. In this world where martial souls are revered, a person with a phoenix martial soul, like Ma Hongjun, is undoubtedly a genius. That's why Flander made an exception to take Ma Hongjun as his disciple and let him enter the academy to study. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt fortunate, and the scene of his first encounter with Bibi Dong flashed through his mind. It was a sunny day, and the two met deep in the Stardow Forest. As for why Jiang Yu was in the Stardow Forest, he didn't know. He only knew that the encounter was spectacular. Bang, 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 boom. Deep in the Stardow Forest, the originally quiet and serene jungle suddenly erupted with a tremendous roar. The powerful soul beasts near the forest depths began to flee in all directions. These 10,000-year soul beasts were not less intelligent than humans. Although they didn't know what was happening deep in the forest, that was the territory of the 100,000-year soul beasts. Their instinct compelled them to avoid that area to prevent being affected. The battle between 100,000-year soul beasts was not something mere 10,000-year soul beasts could interfere with. Just as a large number of soul beasts were fleeing, 3 figures were chasing deeper into the forest. If other soul beasts saw this, they would surely be shocked. How could humans dare to intrude into the territory of 100,000-year soul beasts? This was too reckless. The 3 figures exuded incredibly powerful auras. Of course, those who could come to the Stardow Forest were not ordinary people. Among the 3, 2 had soul power fluctuations that reached the level of title Dalu. Moreover, their soul power was far beyond that of newly promoted title Daluos. They were undoubtedly seasoned, strong experts who had immersed themselves in the title Dalu level. What was surprising was that these 2 powerful elders flanked a woman on either side, their attitudes extremely respectful. This showed that the woman's identity was extraordinary. Although the woman was not tall, she gave off a strong sense of oppression. She wore a dazzling golden warrior outfit, and her figure appeared very toned. Her chest was partially exposed, full of elasticity. The woman's skin was very fair and tender, making one want to compose a symphony of admiration on her body. On her head, she wore a 9-curved purple gold crown that emitted an extremely dazzling light. Although one could still vaguely tell from her face that she was somewhat aged, she still gave people a youthful impression, radiant and captivating. This woman was the new ruler of the Spirit Hall, the newly appointed Pope, Bibi Dong. The 2 elders beside her were the renowned Jiang and Gu of the Spirit Hall. These 2 had always acted together and were among the first titled Dalu strong experts to serve Bibi Dong. This time, they accompanied Bibi Dong to the Stardow Forest to help her hunt for soul rings. Although the Pope was much younger than them, her soul power cultivation had progressed very rapidly, even comparable to Hao Yin Dalu having reached level 90. Although Qian Dalu supported Bibi Dong's ascension to the papacy against the opinions of many, her own cultivation still raised considerable doubts. The only way to dispel the doubts of others was for Bibi Dong to break through to the title Dalu level. The 2 title Daluos had already tied their fates to Bibi Dong, of course hoping that the Pope could become even stronger. The Spirit Hall had a considerable number of title Daluos, but ordinary title Daluos might not be able to suppress the masses. Thus, the 2 elders chose a target for Bibi Dong, the 100,000-year soul beasts. Although the Spirit Hall had many title Daluos, there were none who possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Once Bibi Dong obtained a 100,000-year soul ring, it would surely silence those who doubted her. However, 100,000-year soul beasts were not easy to hunt, especially the few in the depths of the Stardow Forest, whose strength was so formidable that even the 2 titled Daluos did not dare to confront them lightly. If it weren't for the 2 knowing that the Soul Beast Kings, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, had left the Stardow Forest, they wouldn't have dared to recklessly enter. Upon reaching the depths of the Stardow Forest, Bibi Dong and her group quickly locked onto their target, which was a soft-bone rabbit that had cultivated for 100,000 years. Although the talent of the soft-bone rabbit was not comparable to that of the Titan Giant Ape, an ancient beast, the level of soul beasts that had reached 100,000 years wouldn't be vastly different. Only their combat power might differ slightly. In terms of combat ability, the soft-bone rabbit was clearly no match for the Titan Giant Ape, but the gap in strength between the 2 was not as significant as one might imagine. Even the Titan Giant Ape could not easily crush the soft-bone rabbit, as both were 100,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong was well aware of this, so she did not insist on obtaining the soul ring from the Titan Giant Ape. Moreover, the Titan Giant Ape excelled in strength, while her 2 main martial souls were not strength-based. Conversely, the speed of the soft-bone rabbit would provide a significant boost to her 2 spider martial souls. So she immediately chose the soft-bone rabbit. As expected of a 100,000-year soul beast, Its speed was astonishing. Watching the incredibly fast figure ahead, Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, which further solidified her determination to acquire the soft-bone rabbit's soul ring. It seemed she would need to trouble the two elders. Bibi Dong said to the two title Duo beside her, clearly having made preparations. The reason she brought Ju Duo and Fei Duo on this mission was not only because of their formidable strength, but also due to their martial soul fusion technique. Although their polar stillness domain had rather average attack power, it was a rare binding-type martial soul fusion technique. If used properly, it could be just as effective as any other fusion technique. Thus, Bibi Dong brought them along to this place. Chapter 207. Success, let's take action. The two title Douluo looked at each other and spoke in unison. As they spoke, they unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. Gue Duo and Ju Duo had been together for decades. Although they were not biological brothers, their bond was closer than that of real brothers, and their tacit understanding was not something others could match. Polar stillness domain. Soon, the martial soul fusion technique was activated, and a dazzling golden light radiated from both title Douluo. The light instantly enveloped the area surrounding the forest for hundreds of meters, and a vast power broke through the void and descended upon the Stardo forest. In an instant, a massive domain centered around the two Douluo formed, and all creatures within it were restricted. Even the soft bone rabbit, which had reached 100,000 years of cultivation, could not withstand this immense power. Its body seemed to be bound by something, rendering it unable to move. Upon seeing that the soft bone rabbit was finally trapped in the domain, the two title Douluo couldn't help but laugh. Their martial soul fusion technique was so powerful that even a sword known for its strong attacks would find it difficult to break through their fusion technique, let alone the soft bone rabbit. Seeing that the two elders had controlled the soft bone rabbit, a hint of joy flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. The 100,000-year-old beast was right in front of her, and even the usually composed Pope couldn't help but feel a ripple of excitement. Bibi Dong quickly rushed towards the direction of the soft bone rabbit, and the two elders did not impose the powerful force of the domain on Bibi Dong, so her movement was unaffected. Bibi Dong was very fast. After activating her martial soul, her spider legs played a crucial role, and the mountainous terrain of the Stardo forest was actually an advantage for her martial soul. Before long, Bibi Dong approached the soft bone rabbit. With a powerful push of her spider legs, she leaped into the air and swiftly landed in front of the soft bone rabbit. Seeing its terrified expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile slightly. The soft bone rabbit thought it could escape her grasp with its impressive speed, which was quite naive. The martial soul fusion technique of the two elders was indeed formidable. Even these powerful 100,000-year-old beasts found it hard to resist. Obey and become my soul ring. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened, and a cold light shot from her eyes. Immediately, a layer of translucent dark green light spread from her body, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs quietly emerged from her back. Bibi Dong's arms transformed into something akin to long spears, entirely dark green, incredibly sharp, and emanating a chilling cold light. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong swung the dark green spear to stab into the soft bone rabbit's body, and soon, the sharp spear pierced through the soft bone rabbit's form. The spear, transformed from her spider legs, was filled with terrifying toxicity, and powerful venom surged from Bibi Dong into the soft bone rabbit. Even with its 100,000-year-strong physique, it could not avoid the effects. Although Bibi Dong had not studied toxins, the venom that came with her martial soul was much more potent than the poison Da's green phosphor snake. Although Douluo held the title of poison, his green phosphor snake poison was not the strongest on the Douluo Continent, while Bibi Dong's spider poison was far more powerful. Under the influence of the spider poison, the soft bone rabbit's face quickly turned purple, clearly indicating that the terrifying toxicity was something even this 100,000-year-old beast could not withstand. This was not surprising, as Bibi Dong's martial soul was one of the top-tier spider-type martial souls. In terms of quality, her martial soul was not inferior to the signature martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and her strength was far beyond that. In addition to inheriting the legacy of the Rakshasa god, she had also successfully passed the trial from the city of slaughter, gaining a powerful domain of slaughter. Therefore, even though she had not broken through to the level of title Douluo, she already possessed strength comparable to a title Douluo, making her a true genius. As the poison continuously surged into the soft bone rabbit's body, its complexion grew increasingly grim. However, under the effect of the polar stillness domain, the soft bone rabbit could not escape and could only remain frozen in place, allowing itself to be slaughtered. as it felt the poison accumulating. The soft-boned rabbit couldn't help but sigh. Little dance. The soft-boned rabbit thought of its daughter. Although their clan's racial talent was significantly inferior to that of the top soul beast races, its daughter's talent was indeed extraordinary. A once-in-a-millennium genius of the soft-boned rabbit clan. What made it even happier was that little dance not only established a very close relationship with the powerful soul beasts of the forest, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, but also encountered a great fortune, consuming a rare treasure that greatly enhanced her innate qualities, nearly catching up with the top soul beast races. Moreover, after consuming the treasure, Little Dance's cultivation unexpectedly increased by about 30,000 years otherwise. She wouldn't have been able to strive for the 100,000-year limit at this time. To ensure Little Dance could advance to become a 100,000-year soul beast, her two sworn brothers left the Stardow Forest to seek precious herbs that could elevate their realms. However, unexpectedly, this provided Bibi Dong and her group with an opportunity. Fortunately, it seemed that these few villains were unaware that Little Dance was also about to ascend to become a 100,000-year soul beast. The soft-boned rabbit thought of this and felt somewhat relieved, to the point of forgetting the pain in its body. Feeling the spider poison severely damaging its 100,000-year cultivated body, the soft-boned rabbit knew that escaping from the clutches of this villain was impossible. At this moment, a sense of desolation arose. Although the lifespan of soul beasts is much longer than that of humans, even a tidal Douluo only lives for 200 or 300 years at most. On the other hand, soul beasts can easily live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, which is undeniably long. However, the difficulty of cultivation for soul beasts is much greater than for humans. It takes a soul beast 100,000 years to reach the pinnacle of their kind. Yet unexpectedly, it was trapped by a few humans who had not cultivated for even 100 years. It was even on the verge of becoming the soul ring of the woman before it, and its 100,000 years of cultivation would be rendered meaningless, merely serving as a wedding dress for humans. Thinking of this, the soft-boned rabbit felt extremely unwilling. If it weren't for the powerful fusion technique of those two elders, which could exert such great power that even it, a 100,000-year soul beast, was restrained, it would have escaped the pursuit long ago. How could this woman before it succeed so easily? Observing the soft-boned rabbit's expression, Bibi Dong's smile grew even more vigorous, for she knew that this 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit was completely hers. Chapter 208. Soul-boned Bibi Dong was not deceived by the soft-boned rabbit's cute appearance. She quickly dealt with this powerful soul beast that had broken through to 100,000 years. Not long after, the soft-boned rabbit fell into a pool of blood, and a dazzling red soul ring slowly emerged from its body. A smile instantly spread across Bibi Dong's face. "Thank you, elders, for protecting me." Without hesitation, Bibi Dong quickly crossed her legs on the grass, directing her consciousness towards the red soul ring, absorbing the powerful energy within it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soul ring emitted a series of ringing sounds. Bibi Dong remained unfazed, unleashing all her soul power to accelerate the absorption of the energy inside. The energy within the 100,000-year soul ring was immense. Even with Bibi Dong's talent, she almost couldn't withstand the impact of the soul ring's energy. Fortunately, Bibi Dong had awakened her twin martial souls, and the soul rings absorbed by her two martial souls had enhanced her body to an incredible degree. Her physical quality was undoubtedly not inferior to that of Douluo and the others, and might even surpass them. Moreover, Bibi Dong's will was exceptionally strong, almost reaching an indestructible state. Except for Yu Shaojiang, no one could shake her formidable will. Not even the soul impact from the 100,000-year soul beast could do so. During the tug-of-war with the remnants of the soft-boned rabbit's soul, Bibi Dong's defenses became increasingly solid. Initially, the soul that surged in her body posed some threat to her, but as she continued to absorb the energy from the soul ring, the fluctuations of the remaining energy diminished, posing no threat at all. About an hour later, Bibi Dong successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring, and her magic spider martial soul now had a vibrant red soul ring added to it. This was the coveted 100,000-year soul ring that every soul master dreamed of. Its rarity even surpassed that of external soul bones, making it a priceless treasure. "Congratulations, Your Holiness." Seeing Bibi Dong successfully absorb the 100,000-year soul ring from the soft-boned rabbit, the two elders of the Spirit Hall instantly showed excitement on their faces. Those within the Spirit Hall who had previously doubted her would surely have nothing more to say now. This was a 100,000-year soul ring, a super soul ring that even titled Douluo experts found difficult to obtain. In the Douluo Continent, aside from that forbidden existence, It seemed only the Pope had such fortune to possess a 100,000-year soul ring. The two elders looked at Bibi Dong with envy. Unfortunately, they had already absorbed their 9th soul ring and could not absorb another, so they could only think about it. However, with the Pope's promotion to title Dalu, they felt more at ease. This time, Bibi Dong's position as Pope was finally solidified. Even Qian Dalu could not shake her position. More soul masters within the hall would become Bibi Dong's staunch supporters. The two elders would also gain higher status, becoming the strongest elders, not inferior to the Elder Council. One reason why Douluo and the others chose to support Bibi Dong was that, although her influence was much weaker than that of the Grand Elder Qian Dalu, she possessed a regal aura that was not comparable to ordinary women, especially since Bibi Dong was the newly appointed Pope. With her justifiable position, as long as she did not commit acts that would anger the heavens and the people, no one could shake her status in the Spirit Hall. The two elders felt fortunate to have chosen to stand by Bibi Dong. Otherwise, they would have no chance to stand on equal footing with those in the Elder Council. Those elders, relying on their brotherhood with Qian Dalu, had always acted recklessly in the Spirit Hall, disregarding everyone. Even Douluo and the others had suffered under them. But unfortunately, this group of elders was very powerful, each with soul power exceeding level 95, and they had Qian Dalu as their backing. The former Pope, although no longer in office for many years, had accumulated prestige that no one could match, not even Bibi Dong. Thus, even though the Elder Council's members had offended many, no one dared to speak out against them. Watching Bibi Dong break through to the title Dalu level, Douluo and the others could not hide their smiles and hurried to congratulate her. This young Pope did not become complacent. She walked towards the soft-bone rabbit's body to search for soul bones. 100,000-year soul beasts are different from other soul beasts. They will definitely produce a soul bone. Soon, Bibi Dong discovered a crystal-clear bone on the soft-bone rabbit's body, radiating a brilliant glow. It was clearly a soul bone. Bibi Dong picked up the 100,000-year soul bone and, without hesitation, prepared to absorb it. The process of absorbing a soul bone was much easier than that of soul ring. Bibi Dong effortlessly absorbed this coveted treasure into her body. After absorbing the powers of the soul ring and soul bone, Bibi Dong's soul power remarkably broke through to level 93. Generally speaking, upon reaching the title Dalu level, each increase in soul power requires a long time to achieve, with some even taking years to raise a single level. Yet, Bibi Dong had increased 3 levels in one go. However, it was not surprising. Bibi Dong absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring and the power of the 100,000-year soul bone. The transformation that a soul beast undergoes after cultivating for 100,000 years is a qualitative leap, far surpassing ordinary soul beasts. Thus, Bibi Dong's cultivation rose significantly, leaving others only to envy her. Just as Bibi Dong finished absorbing the soul bone and was about to leave the Stardew Forest, she suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying from a distance. This sound instantly captured Bibi Dong's attention. After all, this was the core area of the Stardew Forest. How could there be a baby here? Bibi Dong quickly crawled towards the direction of the crying, with the two titled Douluos following closely. Although their martial souls were not known for speed, they were still very fast, not slower than speed-type martial souls. After all 3 were titled the level powerhouses, and at this level, there were no significant shortcomings, making them incomparable to ordinary soul masters. This also explained why even 10 peak soul Douluos were no match for a soul master who had just entered the title Dalu realm. Before long, the 3 arrived at the location of the baby. Upon seeing the baby, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a strange sensation. The baby looked incredibly beautiful, completely unlike an ordinary person, and a dazzling light radiated around his body. It was very warm. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in admiration, a certain part of the baby suddenly spurted out water. Chapter 209. The Power Clan. Bibi Dong never expected to be splashed in the face by a baby. Her expression one of shock, but she did not get angry. Instead, she somewhat admired the child in her arms for having the audacity to urinate on her. The more she looked at the child, the more she liked him. A long-lost maternal instinct surged within her. The fact that this child could stay safe and sound in the Stardew Forest, with the surrounding soul beasts not attacking him, showed that he had extraordinary luck. Elders, I have a connection with this child. Why don't we take him back to the Spear Hall? Bibi Dong said to the 2 elders. Everything is at the discretion of the Pope. The 2 titled Douluos replied in unison. The child before them had an extraordinary temperament. Definitely not an ordinary child. It was a wise move for the Pope to bring him back to the Spear Hall. And besides, he was just a child. The Spirit Hall was not lacking in money. Not to mention one child, even if there were thousands of children, the Spirit Hall could afford to raise them. It is said that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is as wealthy as a nation, possessing immense wealth. But the wealth accumulated by the Spirit Hall over the years would definitely not be inferior to that of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and might even surpass it. Thus, Bibi Dong took the baby back to the Spirit Hall and named him Jiang Yu, based on the name inscribed on the token he carried. When Jiang Yu recalled this experience, he couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous it was. He never expected that upon arriving in the Douluo Continent, he would encounter Bibi Dong and even splash her in the face, and that this high and mighty Pope not only did not get angry, but instead brought him back to the Spirit Hall. This feeling was truly wonderful. Our power clan has always been upright and above board. We absolutely did not steal anything from you. What is the purpose of your baseless accusations? Do you really think our power clan is easy to bully? Today, you must give us an explanation. A shocking shout interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts, making him look in the direction of the voice. The power clan? Could it be him? Ever since he practiced the Hongming Purple Chi Dao, Jiang Yu's physical body had made tremendous leaps. It could be said that his eyesight was now comparable to Tang San, who cultivated the Purple Extreme Demon Child. So, even though the distance was a bit far, he still saw the figure ahead. There were three people surrounded in the middle. The one in the center was an old man with white hair and beard, his short hair standing upright like steel needles. The old man was very robust, with eyes as deep as an abyss, standing there like a towering mountain, immovable, giving off an aura of imposing presence, looking extremely fierce despite his white hair, yet still full of vitality. Next to him stood a middle-aged man and a youthful-looking boy. The three of them looked very similar, all robust in stature. It was him. Jiang Yu quickly recognized the boy. He was the one from the previous competition in the palace. That person was Talon from the Power Clan. Given this, the identities of the two beside him were also obvious. They were clearly Talon's father and grandfather. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Talon's grandfather, the strongest of the Power Clan, the Titan, whose soul power had reached the Soul Sage level. In the original story, the first one Tang San subdued was this Titan Elder. It was because of his assistance that Tang San could subdue the other three major single attribute clans and the Craftsman Guild, laying the foundation for the Tang sect. Jiang Yu was also very interested in this Titan. Although he was only at the Soul Douluo level, his sheer strength would make even title Douluos wary. Furthermore, Titan was one of the three great craftsmen on the Douluo Continent, with exceptional forging skills, truly a rare talent. Jiang Yu looked at Titan. Such a talent was truly a pity for Tang San. If he could get him to ally with himself, it would be a good choice. As for the Spirit Hall, Jiang Yu knew that the enmity between the Power Clan and the Spirit Hall was too deep. Initially, because of Tang Hao, the entire Spirit Hall launched an attack on the Haoyan sect. There was a significant conflict between the single attribute clans under the Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall, resulting in heavy damage to the four major clans, while the Haoyan sect's leader at that time backed down, announcing the retreat of the Haoyan sect from the Soul Master community. After this battle, the four major single attribute clans suffered devastating blows and announced their withdrawal from the Haoyan sect, developing in different cities. Although the Haoyan sect acted very unreasonably at the time, treating the four major single attribute clans as cannon fodder, it was actually the Spirit Hall that slaughtered them. With such deep animosity, how could the Power Clan forget? Therefore, they would never ally with the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu also did not plan to have the Power Clan ally with the Spirit Hall. As long as they did not ally with Tang San, that was enough. Without the help of the Power Clan, he would see how Tang San could establish the Tang sect. This way, the pressure faced by the Spirit Hall would also be lessened. It should be noted that it was precisely because of the help from the Tang sect army that the strength of the Tiando Empire completely surpassed that of the Xingluo Empire, causing a lot of trouble for the Spirit Hall. Although battles between high-level soul masters would influence the progress of the war, if there weren't so many Tang sect disciples participating in the battles, the Spirit Hall would have defeated the Tiando Empire long ago. Even Tang San could not change the overall situation. Therefore, Jiang Yu planned to get closer to Titan. Perhaps he could win him over. At that moment, Titan had also gotten into a conflict with those who were causing trouble for them. Both sides were preparing to engage. Surrounding Titan and his grandson were 5 muscular men. Although their physiques were not as exaggerated as those from the Power Clan, they still exuded a sense of power. In an instant, these 5 men activated their martial spirits. And their martial spirits were of the same type, a giant elephant shimmering with a gem-like brilliance. The moment the giant elephant appeared, the ground trembled, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the giant elephant's soul masters, instilling fear. Diamond Mammoth. Those surrounding quickly recognized their martial spirit. This was the signature martial spirit of the Elephant Armor Sect, one of the 7 major sections. Although the strength of the Elephant Armor Sect was not as formidable as that of the top 3 sects, it was still deeply rooted, lacking only a title de law to oversee it. Nevertheless, the sect leader, Huyin Jun, had peak soul Douluo strength and should not be underestimated. Ordinary title Douluos would not dare to provoke him lightly. In the Soul Master community, they were known for their celestial phenomena. Besides Huyin Jun, the Elephant Armor Sect also had another soul Douluo stationed, making their strength second only to the top 3 sects among the 7 major sections. Titan certainly recognized that these were members of the Elephant Armor Sect and instantly understood the reason. Chapter 210. Mighty Gorilla. Ever since the Power Clan came to Tiando Imperial City to develop, the Elephant Armor Sect had always wanted to swallow the Power Clan, hoping to strengthen their sect and elevate themselves to the ranks of the top 3 sections. However, Titan had consistently refused to give Huyin Jun any face, rejecting the proposal for a merger. Although the Elephant Armor Sect was not weak, their signature martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth, was one of the few martial spirits on the Douluo Continent that could compete in strength with the Power Clan's Mighty Gorilla martial spirit. The idea of merging the 2 sects is indeed a good proposal, as it would allow the Strength Clan to break free from the predicament and secure a place in the Heaven Do Imperial City. However, the character of the leader of the Elephant Armor Sect is not great. He has no intention of genuinely merging with the Strength Clan, but merely wants to swallow them up. Titan knows that Huyin Jun's motives are impure, which is why he rejected the proposal from the Elephant Armor Sect. He does not want the Strength Clan to become a vassal of others. Moreover, the Elephant Armor Sect does not have the strength to make Titan submit. Although Huyin Jun's soul power is higher than his, in terms of pure strength, he may not necessarily be able to overpower Titan. With Titan's pride, how could he be willing to rely on someone who is weaker than him? Back then, Titan recognized Tang Hao as his master because Tang Hao's talent and strength was considered the best in the Douluo Continent, even surpassing the Strength Clan known for its power. Furthermore, Tang Hao is one of the few who does not hold prejudice against the profession of blacksmithing, which greatly pleases Titan, especially since this top genius in the Soul Master realm shows a strong interest in forging. It wasn't long before Titan guided Tang Hao in forging, and he soon demonstrated astonishing talent in the profession, quickly becoming a divine craftsman. It is known that in the Douluo Continent, apart from Titan, the only one respected as a divine craftsman is Lu Gao. Tang Hao only dabbled in forging, yet he still reached the realm of a divine craftsman. Truly, he's a genius. Only someone like Tang Hao could make Titan wholeheartedly willing to serve him. Huyin Jun is obviously not qualified. To think that the renowned leader of the Strength Clan would steal something. It's fortunate that our sect leader still wanted you to join the Elephant Armor Sect. The old man, standing in the middle, had a mocking expression on his face. Although he appeared to be at least 90 years old, his muscles were extremely robust, completely inconsistent with his age. A Soul Master's body is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, thanks to soul power. Their appearance and physique are incomparable to those of ordinary people. This old man is named Huyin Shan, the vice sect master of the Elephant Armor Sect. His seniority is even higher than that of the sect master, and even Huyin Jun must call him uncle. Huyin Shan is also a powerful expert second only to the sect master, with soul power reaching level 83, a genuine soul de law. You're talking nonsense. Titan is not a person with a gentle personality. On the contrary, he is very irritable. Seeing himself being slandered like this, how could he possibly endure it? I didn't expect your Elephant Armor Sect to be so despicable, even using such lowly tactics. You go tell Huyin Jun that the Strength Clan will never associate with you small-minded people. Titan shouted angrily. He detests such underhanded behavior the most. If the Elephant Armor Sect had straightforwardly used their strength to pressure the Strength Clan, he would have respected them as a man. But he never expected them to slander the Strength Clan by accusing them of theft. Truly despicable. Titan couldn't help but be glad that he had not agreed to Huyin Jun's proposal to join the Elephant Armor Sect. Since the leader of the Titan clan refuses to drink the wine offered, we can only handle this matter formally. If you were a member of the Elephant Armor Sect, it wouldn't be a big deal to give that item to you. But you not only refused to join the Elephant Armor Sect, but also took something that belongs to the Elephant Armor Sect. This is a recognized provocation against us. Today, you must give the Elephant Armor Sect an explanation. Huyin Shan stared intently at Titan. Their soul powers were comparable, and Huyin Shan had been a soul Douluo longer than Titan. While others might fear the Strength Clan's powerful gorilla martial soul, he was not afraid. It should be noted that the Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect not only possesses immense strength, but also unparalleled defense. Even if Hu Yinshan is slightly weaker than Titan in terms of pure strength, the gap is not significant, coupled with the strong defense of the Diamond Mammoth. Hu Yinshan is quite confident in this battle. Moreover, the opposing side only has 3 people, one of whom is still a mere child, while the Elephant Armor sect has 5 soul masters, all of whom are elites within the sect. Hu Yinshan had no reason to fear Titan. An explanation, HM. Let's see if my fist agrees. Titan said nothing more and immediately charged at Hu Yinshan with a punch. As long as he dealt with this soul, Dalu, the others would not pose a threat. Since the Elephant Armor sect resorted to such shameless tactics, Titan, as the leader of the Strength Clan, naturally had to make these slanderers understand the cost of defaming the Strength Clan. Although Hu Yinshan is also a soul, Dalu, Titan did not take him seriously and simply threw a punch without even using a soul skill. This action completely enraged Hu Yinshan. The fact that Titan didn't even use a soul skill was undoubtedly the greatest insult to him. For the sake of his pride, Hu Yinshan also refrained from using soul skills and similarly threw a punch forward. The strength endowed to him by the Diamond Mammoth itself is already over 10,000 pounds. Even without using a soul skill, the power of this punch should not be underestimated, and its might is definitely not inferior to that of an ordinary soul master's 10,000-year soul skill. Oomph. Hu Yinshan snorted coldly. Titan is indeed too arrogant, thinking that he can crush their Diamond Mammoth martial soul simply by relying on brute strength. While the Strength Gorilla is known for its power, the Diamond Mammoth is not weak either, and its overall quality is even slightly higher than that of the Strength Gorilla. Titan is clearly miscalculated. Hu Yinshan confidently watched this punch, unleashing his own pressure. Bang, the 2 massive fists quickly collided, producing an astonishing sound, and a powerful gust of wind swept around, causing the surrounding onlookers to retreat repeatedly, exclaiming in disbelief. This can't be a human-shaped soul beast. How can there be such powerful strength? Titan and Hu Yinshan were not disturbed by the spectators' exclamations. At this moment, they were completely focused on observing each other. The Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect is indeed extraordinary. Even Titan has to admit that the Elephant Armor sect has real capabilities. Although Hu Yinshan's strength is slightly inferior to his, it is very close. Without using soul skills, it will take some effort for him to defeat his opponent. Chapter 211. Talon. Although Hu Yinshan is not as strong as Titan overall, he is not weak either. When he gained fame in the Douluo Continent, Titan had not yet reached the Soul Saint realm, and Hu Yinshan's combat experience is extremely rich, definitely not inferior to Titan. Therefore, while Titan's punch is indeed powerful, Hu Yinshan managed to withstand it. Of course, this is also related to the strength of the Diamond Mammoth. The reason the Elephant Armor sect can be selected as one of the 7 great sects is largely due to its signature martial soul. There is a saying circulating in the soul master community: the unparalleled Tyrannosaurus Rex, the invincible defensive mammoth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex refers to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is known as the #1 beast martial soul in the world. And the mammoth naturally refers to the Diamond Mammoth martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect. Although there are differing opinions on this, with some believing that the armored rhinoceros martial soul of the Armor Clan has a defense that is not inferior to that of the Diamond Mammoth, and even stronger in some aspects. This is merely the opinion of a small number of people. Despite the controversy, no one doubts the immense defensive power of the Diamond Mammoth. From Huyan Mountain's performance, he certainly didn't embarrass the Elephant Armor sect. It's important to note that Titan is no ordinary soul Dalu. His strength is comparable to that of a peak soul Dalu. The fact that Huyan Mountain could take a punch from him without falling is quite impressive. Seeing Huyan Mountain withstand him so well, Titan couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. A worthy opponent is hard to find, and he was excited to encounter someone who could match him in strength. Jiang Yu, who was watching from a distance, was also amazed by the clash between Titan and Huyan Mountain. As a strong attack-type soul master, although his path differs from the 2 muscular men, there are still aspects he can learn from them. The 2 before him relied solely on their own strength to combat their enemies without any unnecessary tricks. This aligns with what is often said in the martial arts world: pure strength overcomes all. In the face of absolute power, any trickery is superfluous. Although Jiang Yu is different from the awakened beast martial soul strong attack-type soul masters, he has cultivated the power of the Hongmeng Purple Chi path, which is certainly not inferior to the single-minded strength of the Power Clan. It's worth mentioning that the Hongming Purple Chi Path is no ordinary technique. The reason Fei Peng, the God General, is hailed as the #1 God General in the Divine Realm is closely related to this technique. Even the recognized strongest physical entity, the Demon Lord, couldn't gain any advantage over him. Douluo Continent is merely a small world and is far inferior to the Divine Realm. One could say that even the secret techniques passed down by the #1 sect, the Haoyan sect, are almost worthless compared to the Hongming Purple Chi Path. No, even worse than garbage. The gap between the two is that vast. Drink! Huyan Mountain suddenly exerted himself, letting out a tremendous roar. His face was already drenched in sweat, while Titan appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of struggle. It was evident that Titan's strength was superior to Huyan Mountain's. With his third soul skill, Mighty Elephant Charge, Huyan Mountain's third purple soul ring lit up instantly. After releasing the soul skill, the power within him surged at least several times, and his muscles began to swell. As a genius of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyan Mountain's third soul ring was naturally extraordinary, with its age surpassing 500 years and originating from a very powerful soul beast, the Earth Dragon Elephant. This soul beast is known for its immense strength and contains dragon blood, renowned for its ferocity in the soul beast realm. Even the king of soul beasts wouldn't dare to underestimate the Earth Dragon Elephant. Under the effect of the soul skill, Huyan Mountain's power erupted completely, and his eyes regained their former confidence. Although Titan's strength was greater, he might not necessarily be a match for Huyan Mountain's Mighty Elephant Charge. Finally looking like something, Titan said without a hint of fear in his tone, seemingly dismissing this level of power. It appeared he was only now ready to get serious. Before, he had merely been toying with his opponent. Huyan Mountain, don't think you can rely on mere words, he retorted. Huyan Mountain let out an angry roar, feeling that Titan's disdain was a direct insult to the Elephant Armor sect, which was truly infuriating. I don't believe you can withstand this attack. Huyan Mountain fixed his intense gaze on Titan, hoping to catch a glimpse of fear in his opponent's eyes. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of fear in Titan's gaze. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit. It was rare for him to be so unafraid. Huyan Mountain was momentarily taken aback. With his third soul skill, Tiger Demon Power, Titan's soul ring attributes leaned toward strength, and he was no exception. His third soul ring came from a 500-year-old Diamond Tiger Demon Beast, a variant of the Diamond Tiger. A 100-year-old Diamond Tiger Demon Beast could rival a 1000-year-old Diamond Tiger Soul Beast. And the one Titan absorbed was even stronger than a typical 500-year-old Soul Beast. In terms of quality, while the Diamond Tiger Demon Beast might be inferior to the Earth Dragon Elephant, it was not far behind. After all, both dragons and tigers are top-tier soul beasts. Moreover, Titan followed a purely strength-based route, so the difference in soul ring quality could almost be ignored. Additionally, Huyan Mountain was much older than Titan, and his overall vitality was no longer at its peak. As a result, Huyan Mountain's advantage was not as significant as anticipated, and he was even somewhat inferior to Titan. Thus, although his third soul skill, Mighty Elephant Charge, was powerful, it could not gain the upper hand in the contest against Titan. In fact, after Titan released his third soul skill, he had completely suppressed Huyan Mountain, creating an overwhelming pressure that was hard to resist. Just as Titan and Huyan Mountain were locked in confrontation, other soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect had also engaged in battle with Taino and Tailong. Due to their numerical advantage, Taino and his son quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. If it weren't for their tough skin and strong physique resisting the opponent's attacks, they would likely have been captured by the Elephant Armor sect soul masters. Even so, Taino and Tailong were already covered in wounds. If this continued, they would surely become easy prey. The soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect were all renowned strong fighters within the sect. And while their talent might not match that of Taino and his son, they had been active in the soul master world for many years and had extensive combat experience. On the other hand, Tailong's strength was clearly a hindrance. Although he was a rare talent from the Power Clan, his strength had only just broken through to the Soul Zune realm. This level of power was simply insufficient. Chapter 212. The God of the Tiando Army, especially Tailong, who had the lowest soul power among them. Although Taino was protecting him, the opposing soul masters were not to be underestimated. Even Taino couldn't guarantee that Tailong wouldn't be harmed by the soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect, and some soul skills had already landed on Tailong. Despite his tough physique, he was struggling to withstand it, and if it weren't for the powerful body granted to him by the great strength gorilla, he would have likely been defeated long ago. However, despite this, Tai Long's situation was not looking good. Even though he had used the rock guard, he was still injured by the iron fists of the elephant armor sect soul masters, and he was coughing up blood. In truth, the great strength gorilla martial soul from the Power Clan was not much inferior to the diamond mammoth martial soul. Unfortunately, Tai Long's soul power was simply too inferior to that of his opponents. Even if he possessed the #1 beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was unlikely he could defeat them. Before long, Tai Long was already covered in wounds, completely suppressed by the torrential attacks of his opponents. Fortunately, only one soul master from the elephant armor sect was attacking Tai Long, while the others were focused on Taino, being on par with Titan, naturally drew the enemy's concentrated attention. Faced with such a dire situation, Tai Long did not give up. As a core descendant of the Power Clan, he absolutely could not bring shame to his family. Thus, even though he was injured, he continued to resist fiercely, displaying a strong stance against his opponent's attacks. This kid is quite a good soul master. The soul master of the elephant armor sect couldn't help but secretly praise Tai Long. Although they were enemies, they still appreciated such a strong opponent. After all, the elephant armor sect was made up of a group of straight men who favored powerful and rugged individuals. Unfortunately, who made you a member of the Strength Clan? While the elephant armor sect soul masters admired talents like Tai Long, they would not forget the orders of their sect leader. Titan and others not only refused to comply with the merger suggestion from the elephant armor sect, but also repeatedly insulted the sect leader. They had to make the Strength Clan pay a price. The elephant armor sect's soul master immediately unleashed his strongest soul skill, the elephant demon power fist, causing his own strength to surge in an instant, and his muscles rapidly expanded. The situation gradually became unfavorable for Tai Long. The difference in soul power between him and the elephant armor sect soul master was just too great, making it impossible for him to withstand the blow. Just as that massive fist was about to land on Tai Long, Jiang Yu moved. His speed was incredibly fast. The people around couldn't even see his shadow. A crimson long sword quickly appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. The moment the red sky sword emerged, a scorching aura spread from Jiang Yu, causing the temperature around them to rise rapidly. Just when the elephant armor sect's soul master thought he could finish off Tai Long with one strike, he suddenly realized his fist had not hit the enemy at all. It was blocked by the suddenly appeared fiery red long sword. The intensely burning flame surged into his body along his fist, and the elephant armor sect's soul master felt an unprecedented wave of heat. He had never encountered such terrifying firepower before. Even the people from the Blaze sect couldn't possibly possess such fearsome fire strength. Upon seeing the color of the soul rings on the sword, the elephant armor sect's soul master's face showed an expression of disbelief. The soul rings on the red sky sword. While the first 2 yellow soul rings were not that uncommon in the soul master community, there were indeed geniuses with such optimal soul ring configurations, and there were over 100 of them within the elephant armor sect. Therefore, this soul ring configuration, which seemed unattainable to ordinary civilian soul masters, was not that rare in the eyes of the elephant armor sect. What truly shocked the elephant armor sect soul master was that from the 3rd soul ring onward, the rings were all black. Everyone in the soul master community knew that only 10,000-year soul beasts could produce black 10,000-year soul rings, meaning that the opponent actually possessed 10,000-year soul rings that could only be absorbed by soul kings, even at the soul venerable level. This had never happened in the soul master community before. It could no longer be described with the word genius. Jiang Yu. Tai Long was shocked to see the person blocking his attack was the teammate from the palace last time. His face instantly showed a look of astonishment. How could he be here? Who in the entire Tiando Empire didn't know that Jiang Yu had encountered an assassination attempt by assassins on his way back from the Liangshan Principality? Even the Snow Knight Emperor thought he had perished for the country, which was why he was awarded a title of Duke to honor his achievements and serve as a model for the people. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu appeared safely in the Imperial City. It seemed the assassins had not succeeded, and what was most shocking was that his strength had significantly improved during this time, and he had also absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. Tai Long slapped his face, feeling a wave of pain, and realized he was not dreaming. The person in front was indeed the real Jiang Yu. What brings you here, sir? I wonder why you would intervene in the affairs of the Elephant Armor sect. Although the Elephant Armor sect soul master saw Jiang Yu as just a child, he did not look down on him because he was not one of those rogue cultivators. Since the other party could obtain a 10,000-year soul ring, he must be extraordinary. Moreover, the damage caused by the flames from that sword was still ongoing. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, JiangYu. The voice was small, but filled with power. JiangYu, the elephant armor sect's soul master, looked at the front in shock. His voice filled with excitement. You are the genius of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the Tiando war god, JiangYu. Now, the entire Tiando Empire was spreading the news that the greatest contributor to the Liangshan War was not the legendary Grand Marshal Golong of the Empire, but a young soul master who had only recently awakened his martial soul. Even Grand Marshal Golong felt ashamed and willingly handed over the title of Tiando War God to JiangYu. He even declared on the continent, when it comes to military strategy, there is no one better than JiangYu. He should be the #1 commander of Douluo Continent, unmatched by anyone. As soon as Golong's words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. The 4 great military gods of Xingluo all spoke out to refute Golong's statements, leading to a heated debate. Even that female military god joined the argument, questioning JiangYu's abilities. It should be known that JiangYu was just a child who had never been on the battlefield before. How could he possess such capabilities? Many believe that Golong said this to elevate JiangYu's status in order to deter Xingluo from rashly attacking Tianou's territory. Moreover, this action could also avoid the risk of overshadowing the master, as Golong's achievements were very conspicuous and had reached a point where there was nothing left to reward. Chapter 213. The Might of the Red Sky Sword. Although Talon and his father, Tano, had unleashed a power far beyond the ordinary, the few soul masters from the Elephant Armor sect were not to be underestimated. They were not only elites of the Elephant Armor sect, but also well-known soul masters on the Douluo Continent. The most ferocious attacker among them, a muscular man, even surpassed Tano in strength. His fists, like mountains, swung with ferocity, and both his power and speed reached an unbelievable level. This muscular man was named Huyin Kuei. Although he came from a collateral branch of the Huyin family, his talent surpassed that of ordinary direct descendants, making him an extraordinary genius in the Elephant Armor sect. Renowned as the Elephant King and recognized for his potential to advance to Soul Douluo, Huyin Kuei alone was already evenly matched with Tano. Not to mention there were 2 others assisting him. On the other hand, Tano had to look after Talon. After all, Talon had just recently broken through to the realm of Soul Venerable, and the gap in strength compared to the experts from the Elephant Armor sect was too great. Tano could not afford to let him be attacked by the enemy, which made it inevitable for him to feel somewhat constrained. The others from the Elephant Armor sect would certainly not let Tano's weakness go unnoticed. They showed no regard for martial ethics. While Huyin Kuei was engaged with Tano, they continuously harassed Talon, launching ruthless attacks without caring that he was just a child. This scene vividly reflected the cruelty of the Soul Master community. In the Douluo Continent, strength was the ultimate truth, and the law of the jungle was evident everywhere. There was no concept of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. An elderly man dressed in yellow martial attire, with a gloomy face and sharp eagle-like eyes, seized the opportunity while Tano and Titan were entangled and unable to free themselves. He charged towards Talon with both fists raised, wearing a sinister smile as if victory was within his grasp. In his view, Talon was already in his grasp, and there was absolutely no way he could escape his clutches. With this achievement, his position in the Elephant Armor sect would surely become even more solid, and he might even receive a promotion from the sect master, further elevating his status. A gloomy laugh echoed as the Soul King opponent approached Talon. Realizing there was no way to avoid the confrontation, Talon could only muster all his strength to meet the challenge. There was no other choice. The gap between the two was like a chasm, and Talon had no chance of escape. Rather than that, it was better to fight with all his might. Preserving the reputation of the Leaf family, Talon immediately unleashed the Soul Skill Rock's Embrace. Although the name sounded like a defensive technique, it was not. Under the enhancement of this Soul Skill, Talon's power surged rapidly. The effects of the Soul Skill were released in an instant. Seeing that the boy in front of him did not flee but chose to resist instead, the elder couldn't help but snort, underestimating himself. How dare a mere soul ancestor contend with him? An old man was simply a fool's dream. The elder looked at Talon with an arrogant expression, his pace quickening. Bang! As their fists collided, a tremendous impact occurred, and the elder's sleeves were ripped apart by the shockwave. His expression changed dramatically as he stared at Talon in disbelief. Clearly, he had underestimated Talon's strength. This genius from the Leaf family was far beyond the average power-type soul master. No wonder he was the grandson of the Leaf family patriarch. The elder couldn't help but marvel silently. No wonder the sect master had been eager to swallow the Leaf family. If the Leaf family joined, the Elephant Armor sect would definitely qualify to compete for a position among the top 3 sections. In that case, the Elephant Armor sect would not be far behind the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in terms of strength, and as long as Hao Ian did not emerge, it would be difficult for any other sect to rival them. Ever since the Hao Ian sect had been forced into isolation by the Spirit Hall, the Elephant Armor sect had been eyeing the position of the top 3 sections. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, with 2 titled Douluos stationed, was not something even Hu Yinjun dared to covet. However, if they could swallow the Li family and expand the strength of the Elephant Armor sect, they would have the capital to contend with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Both Hu Yinjun and Titan were outstanding among the Soul Douluos, and their combined strength would be enough to resist ordinary titled Douluos. Not to mention, they could at least secure the 3rd position among the top 3 sects, enjoying endless glory. Just as the elder was sighing in awe, Tai Long finally could not hold on any longer. The tremendous shockwave pushed him back repeatedly, and he stumbled backward for dozens of steps. Under the immense pressure, Tai Long couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The elder's power was impacting Tai Long's body, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable, and he nearly broke a rib. However, for Tai Long to have made it this far was already remarkable. After all, the opponent was a power-type Soul King with the Diamond Mammoth Spirit, a top-tier Soul King capable of contending with Soul Emperors. Tai Long had just stepped into the Soul Ancestor realm, yet he could withstand the full-force strike of his opponent. If this were spread, it would be enough to make him proud. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Long couldn't help but cough violently, the pain radiating from his body, causing his face to turn pale. Seeing this, the elder rushed forward, clearly aware that Tai Long had lost the ability to resist. As long as he captured him, he could threaten Titan, making him comply. Thinking of this great achievement being so close, the elder became impatient. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, suddenly a sword emitting blazing golden flames shot in from a distance, catching him off guard. The fiery long sword was incredibly magnificent. The elder, a veteran in the Soul Master world, had never seen such a dazzling sword. Moreover, the pressure emanating from it was extremely powerful. Even he was shaken by the terrifying force contained within, unable to help but tremble. Whose martial spirit is this? It exudes an aura of supreme royalty. The elder's face suddenly became serious, the soul ring configuration on the sword body greatly shocking him. If the first 100-year soul ring was somewhat acceptable, then the 3rd black soul ring was undoubtedly astonishing. Who would have thought someone could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the soul ancestor level? This was truly an unprecedented marvel in the history of soul masters. Bullying a child is hardly heroic. It simply disgraces all soul masters. A tender voice came through, and the elder followed the sound to see its owner, a small boy. Indeed, the one who intervened was Jiang Yu, who was familiar to Tai Long, and the fact that the opponent had resorted to overwhelming numbers was truly disgraceful. Thus, Jiang Yu stepped in to assist, unleashing the Chixiao Sword to stop the elder's attack. It's him. Tai Long was also somewhat surprised to see Jiang Yu. Although they had only met once, he had heard many rumors about him. He was naturally aware of Jiang Yu's strength. If it weren't for this genius Jiang Yu, how could their hastily assembled team have possibly won the competition? After all, their opponents were super geniuses like Yu Tianheng and Feng Xiaotian. Even with their strength, they had not gained any advantage against Jiang Yu and ultimately lost the match, becoming stepping stones for Jiang Yu's rise. The Li family had always respected the strong, and Jiang Yu's power had long conquered Tai Long. He even felt an impulse to take Jiang Yu as his brother. Although he was slightly older than Jiang Yu, there weren't many rules in the Soul Master world. It was more about strength. Whoever had the stronger fist could be the big brother, and no one would question it. Even that famous Soul Master, who had some reputation on Douluo Continent, took a disciple much younger than him, and no one mocked him. Because his master was a titled Douluo, others could only envy him. That was a person standing at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent. The status of a titled Douluo was enough to rival the emperors of the 2 great empires, even surpassing them in some respects. Not to mention being a disciple of a titled Douluo, even being a servant would have many eager to do so, and it was not even guaranteed they could get it. With Jiang Yu's potential, he would definitely cultivate to the level of titled Douluo. Tai Long did not feel any shame in being a little brother to a future powerhouse, though the strength of the Li family was not lacking. They had not seen a titled Douluo-level powerhouse in a long time. Although his grandfather's strength was not much different from that of an average titled Douluo, figures like Dugu Bo would be hard to defeat as long as he didn't use poison. However, after all, Titan was just a soul Douluo. He had not reached that level. Even if he could barely contend with an ordinary titled Douluo, his strength still hadn't reached that tier. Not to mention, if Titan's strength broke through to the level of title Douluo, would the people of the Elephant Armor Sect dare to bully them like this? Hu Yanzhan dared to pressure them into joining the Elephant Armor Sect simply because he relied on his soul power being higher than Titan's. The members of the Elephant Armor Sect initially thought that this operation was a sure thing. Although the Li family had considerable strength, they still maintained an advantage. However, they did not expect that a young man's intervention would turn the situation around. With Jiang Yu's current strength, he did not take Hu Yanzhan seriously. But his background was too powerful. Even the Elephant Armor Sect did not dare to underestimate him. No matter how arrogant Hu Yanzhan was, he did not dare to offend the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, especially since Jiang Yu was a disciple of the Sword Douluo. Just by that identity alone, even the sect master of the Elephant Armor Sect, Hu Yanzhan, would have to be polite. Who in the Douluo Continent did not know that the Sword Douluo was extremely protective of his disciples. If he found out that his disciple was being bullied outside, even Hu Yanzhan, the head of a sect, would not be able to withstand the Sword Douluo's wrath. Moreover, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Xue, also placed great importance on Jiang Yu, even going so far as to confer him a title of duke, making his intentions to recruit him quite clear. Although the Elephant Armor Sect had a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, Hu Yanzhan knew that if the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire truly decided to cause them trouble, the Spirit Hall might not assist them at that time. In recent years, although the situation on the continent had been turbulent beneath the surface, it still appeared relatively calm on the surface. The Spirit Hall would never break the hard-earned peace for the sake of the Elephant Armor Sect. After careful consideration, Hu Yanzhan decided to stop the attack on the Li family for now, hoping to persuade Jiang Yu not to interfere in the matters between the Elephant Armor Sect and the Li family. Little brother, Hu Yanzhan said as kindly as he could, I have heard of your name, even in the Elephant Armor Sect. I have heard that you not only possess exceptional talent, but also have profound military skills, surpassing even the Tiando army god, Marshal Golong. Today, I see that you truly live up to your reputation. I, Hu Yanzhan, as the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor Sect, hope that you can show some face and not interfere in our dispute with the Li family. In the future, the Elephant Armor Sect will certainly reward you handsomely. Generally, if any soul master heard such words from the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor Sect, they would likely hesitate and perhaps give the Elephant Armor Sect some face. After all, the strength of the Li family was still significantly less than that of the massive Elephant Armor Sect. However, Hu Yanzhan was facing Jiang Yu, who was not afraid of the Elephant Armor Sect. Jiang Yu truly did not want to give the Elephant Armor Sect any face. This was an opportunity to win over the Li family. If he could earn Titan-esque gratitude, this deal would be incredibly worthwhile. What was the mere Elephant Armor Sect? It should be noted that Titan was one of the three renowned master blacksmiths on the continent, with unfathomable forging skills. Even the Haotian Dalu learned his forging techniques from Titan. If it weren't for the quality of the Haotian hammer itself, Tang Hao might not surpass Titan in terms of skill. Moreover, what was rare was that Titan did not reject innovative forging methods. So among the three master blacksmiths, his spirit of innovation surpassed the other two. For such an outstanding talent, Jiang Yu did not want to let go. He even wanted to subdue Titan, otherwise he would leave him for Tang San. It was better to intercept him now, even if he could not subdue Titan. Establishing a deep relationship with him would be quite beneficial. Besides, Jiang Yu wanted to learn forging techniques from Titan. If he could help resolve this conflict for the Li family, he would definitely not refuse such a request. What was the Elephant Armor Sect? Jiang Yu's attitude became incredibly firm. The Li family is under my protection. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave. Since Emperor Shuya had conferred him the title of Duke, he could use it. Hu Yanzhan's face instantly turned extremely grim. This young man was too arrogant. He actually dared to insult the Elephant Armor Sect. The seven major sects were the top sects on the continent, and Hu Yanzhan, as the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor Sect, did not need to bow even in front of the Emperor of an empire. His status was indeed prominent. Now, he was being humiliated by a young brat, which made him furious. If it weren't for the face of the Sword Douluo, he would have already acted against this young man. Kid, daring to insult the Elephant Armor Sect. Today, I will deal with you. A soul master from the Elephant Armor Sect, seeing the sect and the Grand Elder being humiliated, could not contain his anger and was about to attack Jiang Yu. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Hu Yanzhan beside him. Although his anger was no less than that of the Elephant Armor Sect disciple, he had to do this for the greater good. They could not afford to offend the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire at this stage. Since that's the case, Then the Elephant Armor sect will give the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School this face. But remember this incident today. In the future, the Elephant Armor sect will certainly seek to reclaim this face. Although Hu Yinshan had to compromise to avoid losing face for the Elephant Armor sect, he still made a harsh remark before leading the sect disciples away. Thank you, Brother Yu. Seeing the crisis resolved, Tai Long hurriedly came forward to express his gratitude, as the two were considered old friends. Chapter 215. Master Blacksmith, we are friends. There's no need to be polite. Jiang Yu smiled at Tai Long. It was just a small effort. I must say, Jiang Yu was quite eloquent. Tai Long and the others behind him, including Titan, immediately developed a favorable impression of Jiang Yu. It seemed this young man was not one to seek revenge for kindness. At such a young age, he displayed such character, truly a hero among youths. Looking at Jiang Yu, Titan could not help but recall the Hao Qian Dua, who was unparalleled in the world of soul masters and hailed as the continent's #1 genius. Only he could make Titan willingly regard him as a master. Younger generation Jiang Yu, I have seen the senior Titan. Jiang Yu respectfully bowed to Titan. Oh, you know my name? Titan was momentarily taken aback. He had no connection with this newly appointed duke, so how did the other party know his name? Of course, Jiang Yu blurted out a stream of flattery. The name of the Li family's patriarch, Senior Titan, is known throughout the Douluo Continent. You are a famous power-type soul master. Few can surpass you in pure strength across the continent. What is even more admirable is your forging skills, which are extraordinary and have earned you the title of Master Blacksmith, a status more rare than that of a title Douluo. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Titan's face turned red. Although he was the leader of a clan, he had never received such praise, especially for his proud forging skills. It should be noted that in the Douluo Continent, the status of blacksmiths was very low. Even a master blacksmith was only famous in the blacksmithing community, which was a world apart from the highly revered profession of soul masters. You flatter me, young brother. Titan smiled warmly at Jiang Yu. The other party not only resolved the crisis for the Li family, but also had cultivated to the level of Soul King at such a young age. His talent even surpassed that of his master, the Hao Yan Tang Hao. For such a person, he could not dare to treat him as a child, but instead regarded him as an equal. I thank you, young brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, those beasts from the Elephant Armor sect would not have easily let my Leaf family go. Titan bowed and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu quickly stepped aside and then went forward to help Titan up, only to find himself almost causing a funny incident. It turned out that the Titan's weight was too heavy, and Jiang Yu didn't use the power within him, nearly being overwhelmed by the Titan. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and exerted force to resist the terrifying power coming from the Titan, lifting it upwards. The Titan looked at Jiang Yu in shock, not expecting that his small body could unleash such powerful strength, not at all inferior to him, a powerful soul master with a guerrilla martial spirit. It should be noted that Jiang Yu was just a soul king, and he was not a soul master who relied purely on strength. It was truly incredible that he could overpower their clan of strength. Unexpectedly, this little brother possesses such divine power. It really makes me feel ashamed. The Titan's eyes were filled with admiration, and it was clear that this was his sincere thought. Although being praised by a big shot like the Titan made Jiang Yu a bit proud, he did not show this emotion and continued to look at the Titan with a calm expression, just like before. This scene deepened the Titan's fondness for Jiang Yu. He had seen many geniuses, but those people often held themselves in high regard, each one prouder than the last, like an arrogant rooster. A genius like Jiang Yu, who was neither humble nor arrogant. He had only seen one before, and that was his former master. Senior, you're joking, Jiang Yu said calmly. This little bit of strength is nothing in front of you, and your forging skills are something I can only look up to. I also like to forge some things, but after years of exploration, I still can't get started. Compared to you, I'm truly far behind. Jiang Yu intentionally brought up forging, which not only allowed the Titan to regain some face, but also generated more interest in him. After all, a soul master genius like him would not usually pay attention to the profession of a blacksmith. Sure enough, Jiang Yu's words instantly attracted the Titan's interest. The two began to chat without regard for the noise around them, and they talked for a long time. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Although Jiang Yu's forging skills were not remarkable, he often revealed many brilliant ideas that even the Titan, a master craftsman, could not help but admire. After all, Jiang Yu had been influenced by modern knowledge. Although he had not specifically studied the forging industry, he had researched some history regarding forging. This was the foundation of thousands of years, and even the Titan had to bow down to it. Although Douluo Continent had made significant progress in many professions over the past tens of thousands of years, there were still many professions that remained stagnant or even regressed. And blacksmithing was one of them. There was no way around it. The status of blacksmiths was too low, which led many people to be unwilling to engage in this laborious profession that did not earn much money. As a result, the profession of blacksmithing had never developed. Even the Titan, as a master craftsman, would probably not be respected if he did not hold the position of clan leader of the Clan of Strength. This was the current state of blacksmithing on the continent. It was rare to encounter such a young genius who was so interested in forging and had great talent. And the Titan was very pleased, talking nonstop for an hour. Talon, who was nearby, looked at his grandfather in astonishment. He rarely saw him so talkative. It was as if he had become a different person. During this conversation, Jiang Yu also gained a lot and had a deeper understanding of forging skills. The Titan was indeed one of the three great master craftsmen of Douluo Continent, and his forging skills were truly superb. Jiang Yu wanted to learn forging techniques, and for him, the Titan was the best teacher. He listened attentively to everything the Titan said, absorbing all the knowledge. In Tiando City, at the residence of the Clan of Strength, after leaving the Great Soul Arena, the Titan led Jiang Yu to the place where the Clan of Strength lived. Seeing the Titan so enthusiastic, Jiang Yu felt it was inappropriate to refuse, and since he also wanted to see the Clan of Strength, he followed along. Although the residence of the Clan of Strength did not look extravagant, it gave a feeling of extreme grandeur. The large gates on both sides were forged from strange metals and looked very sturdy. Along the way, the Titan proudly introduced the residence of the Clan of Strength, and Jiang Yu learned that the gates actually contained precious metals like secret silver, making it impossible for even Soul Saint-level powerhouses to easily cause harm. This was not just a residence. It was clearly a castle. Chapter 216. Ning Rongrong's embrace this residence was the proud work of the Clan of Yu. In terms of building techniques, no one on the continent could surpass the Clan of Yu. The Titan introduced with great pride. Jiang Yu certainly knew the capabilities of the Clan of Yu, but he still showed a shocked expression to support him. The beautiful women beside Jiang Yu were also a bit surprised, but said nothing. After all, they had seen a lot. Wow, this is so magnificent. Bai Qinxiang feigned surprise. The Titan's face turned red. He recognized Bai Qinxiang, his niece, as soon as he left the Great Soul Arena. They had already recognized each other, so he felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that Bai Qinxiang was giving him face. After all, this little niece had been to the Clan of Strength when she was young, and although she was very small back then, she would not have no impression of this residence. Once they entered the main hall, the Titan sent everyone out and instructed his clan members to treat Bai Qinxiang and the others with the highest standards, leaving only Jiang Yu in the hall. The two chatted for several hours without leaving the hall even once. When they were hungry, servants naturally brought food, so they did not go hungry. It was only until dusk that their conversation ended, and Jiang Yu took a few beautiful women and left the Clan of Strength. However, due to the Titan's insistence, Bai Qinxiang decided to stay at the Clan of Strength for a few more days, so she did not leave with everyone. After leaving Tiando City, Xiao Xiao and Shui Binger also bid farewell to Jiang Yu, as the two sisters had been away from their sect for a while and needed to return to check on things. As for Xiao Xiao, she had come to the Tiando Empire to look for someone, so Jiang Yu said nothing and only reminded her to be careful on the way. After parting with the several women, Jiang Yu took Luna to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's residence. With Jiang Yu's current soul power, it did not take long to reach the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the disciple guarding the gate saw Jiang Yu's appearance, he was so surprised that he stepped back repeatedly. After a long while, he finally reacted. Why you, Jiang Yu, you didn't? The gatekeeper disciple stuttered. I'm Fine. Quickly go inform the sect master and my master, and tell them Jiang Yu has returned, Jiang Yu said with a calm expression. Igriagis understood. The disciple hurriedly released his martial spirit, which was a brown bird. After releasing his first soul skill, a pair of wings grew from his back. Not long after, Jiang Yu saw several figures rushing over. It was Ning Fengji, the Sword Duo, the Bone Duo, and Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Ning Rongrong last, and after not seeing her for a long time, she had become even more beautiful. Heaven blessed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing Jiang Yu return safe and sound, Ning Fengji's face reappeared with a smile. He had not smiled since Jiang Yu went missing, and it was only when he saw Jiang Yu again that he regained his former spirit. You little brat, where have you been? Although Jian Douluo concealed it well, his expression revealed his concern for Jiang Yu. Before Jiang Yu could respond, a graceful figure suddenly leaped onto him. There was no need to say who it was. It was Ning Rongrong. Feeling the budding peaks against his chest, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Woo woo. Ning Rongrong instantly burst into tears. They all said you were harmed by someone, and I didn't believe it, but you haven't come back for so long. I'm just glad you returned today. Jiang Yu gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, looking down at the charming person in his arms and seeing her tear-streaked face, his eyes filled with tenderness. Don't cry. I'm back now. Jiang Yu comforted Ning Rongrong in his arms, seeing his daughter throw herself into Jiang Yu's embrace. Ning Fengji felt a slight twinge of jealousy, but chose not to disturb the pair, as he intended to betroth Ning Rongrong to Jiang Yu, so he said nothing more. After a moment, Jiang Yu shyly pushed Ning Rongrong away, not because he didn't want to hold her longer, but because a few people were staring at him intently, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, her father was right there. Jiang Yu feared that Ning Fengji might lose his temper. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also realized. Her crying abruptly stopped, and a hint of crimson appeared on her face. However, she did not leave. Jiang Yu adjusted his clothes and then greeted the elders one by one. Xiaoyu, quickly tell us who sent someone to harm you during the journey to Liangshan. Even my disciple dares to be harmed. If I find out, I will definitely skin him alive. Jian Doluo's anger erupted. Seeing the concerned expressions on the elders' faces, Jiang Yu didn't waste any time and immediately recounted everything that had happened in recent days. Of course, he kept some secrets to himself, including matters related to Yang Wudi, only saying that he was saved by a mysterious old man. After hearing Jiang Yu's series of experiences, Ning Fengji and the others were somewhat shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Yu to have gained so many adventures from his fortune. It should be known that both the 10,000-year whale glue and the purple red fruit were rare sacred materials for body refinement. For an ordinary person, obtaining even one of them would be a tremendous stroke of luck, let alone having both. What was even more enviable was that in just a few months, Jiang Yu's soul power had broken through to level 39. Moreover, he had also obtained the treasure of the soul master world, the external soul bone, second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. Brat, release that soul bone, Jian Douluo said with a look of envy. Although Jiang Yu didn't know why Jian Douluo wanted him to release the soul bone, he obediently released the fire god 8 wings, and a burst of golden light shone brightly. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. 4 fiery red wings sprouted from Jiang Yu's backpack, their spots bursting with dazzling light, attracting everyone's attention. Ning Fengji and the others were sharp-eyed and could easily see the extraordinary nature of the soul bone on Jiang Yu's back. Looking at the external soul bone on Jiang Yu, Jian Doluo's gaze sharpened, and then a vast amount of soul power erupted from his body, directly pressuring Jiang Yu. The sudden change did not frighten Jiang Yu. He knew Jian Douluo would not harm him. Sure enough, Jian Douluo then stated his purpose. He wanted to use external force to help Jiang Yu fully integrate with the external soul bone. Once they fully merged, the external soul bone could not be taken away by anyone. Gradually, the soul power Jian Douluo exerted on Jiang Yu reached the level of 50. However, Jiang Yu's expression remained calm. Not a single drop of sweat appeared. Good boy, Jian Douluo repeatedly praised. Then he released even more powerful soul power, quickly breaking through to level 60. Even so, Jiang Yu merely frowned slightly. He hadn't even released his martial soul. It seemed this was not his limit yet. Jian Douluo no longer held back. With Jiang Yu's current physique, he was afraid that even 70-level soul power would not be able to pressure him. Soon, the soul power released by Jian Douluo reached the level of 73, and a hint of pain appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Yet he still did not release his martial soul. It wasn't until Jian Doluo's soul power reached 81 that Jiang Yu finally released the Chixiao Sword. Once the sword was drawn, an astonishing imperial pressure surged forth, directly rushing towards Jian Douluo. The Chixiao Sword sensed the power belonging to the 7-killing sword and mistakenly thought it was being provoked, immediately erupting with unprecedented strength. The Chixiao Sword was the emperor among swords. Before it, all swords had to submit, and there was no room for offense. Feeling this incredible sword intent, even Jian Douluo felt a bit startled, and the 7-killing sword within him showed signs of panic. Jian Douluo quickly withdrew his soul power and then called on Bone Douluo for assistance. Old Bone, here's your chance, you come. Jian Douluo couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Having been companions for many years, Bone Douluo could see Jian Chen's facade of bravado. But he also knew this was not the time for jokes. He immediately released the Bone Dragon Martial Soul, unleashing 90-level soul power right from the start. This time, Jiang Yu felt unprecedented pressure, Even with his current physique, it was difficult to withstand the soul power suppression of a tidal Daluo. Fortunately, Daluo had no intent to kill him. Otherwise, just from this pressure, JiangYu would have to kneel. Now he realized the gap between himself and a tidal Daluo. It wasn't just JiangYu who was shocked. Daluo was equally astonished. JiangYu was merely a soul master. Yet he could withstand the soul power pressure of a soul Daluo. This proved that his body had reached an incredible level. After Daluo raised his soul power to 91, the fire god 8 wings within JiangYu suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds. The external soul bone fully fused with JiangYu, no longer separable. It was only at this moment that the fire god 8 wings truly belonged to JiangYu, outsiders. Even titled Daluo could not take the external soul bone from him. Chapter 217. The special blue-silver grass years later in the Balak Kingdom. Within the kingdom, there are two most important cities. One is the capital city of Balak, where King Balak resides. The other city is located in the center of the most fertile plain of the Balak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Balak, Soto City. Both cities are guarded by thousands of elite soldiers and are of paramount importance to the entire kingdom. At this time, just past noon, the sun was blazing, scorching the earth, and two young people walked through the gates of Soto City. They appeared to be only around 10 years old, a boy and a girl. Although the boy was not dressed extravagantly, he was handsome and striking, resembling a nobleman's son. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a light blue warrior's outfit, and on his hand was a ring, the gemstone of which was made from pure jade, clearly worth a fortune. The girl wore a simple white long dress, giving off a very clean feeling, with short hair that reached her ears and a delicate, fair face, exuding an aura of nobility. The two were Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong didn't know where she heard about the name of Shrek Academy, but after learning the story of this academy, she insisted on coming to take a look. Jiang Yu had no choice but to accompany her. Once they entered the city, Jiang Yu casually asked a passerby about the registration time for Shrek Academy and learned that the exam would be the day after tomorrow. So he didn't hurry to the academy. Since they hadn't been to Soto City before, it would be better to spend a couple of days here with Ning Rongrong. Although Soto City was much smaller than Heavendo City, it was still bustling with activity. The streets were crowded with tourists, making the soldiers maintaining order very busy. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong casually tried some local specialties before heading to a hotel for lodging. Soon, they arrived in front of a luxurious hotel. The hotel was 3 stories high. Although its area wasn't large, the decoration was extremely exquisite. The exterior was adorned with roses, and the red plaque bore the golden letters Rose Hotel. As they walked into the Rose Hotel, a rich scent of roses greeted them, making them feel refreshed. Suddenly, a commotion broke the tranquility. Even before reaching the counter, they could hear it from afar. A group of people had gathered in front, seemingly watching something. Ning Rongrong instantly became interested and pulled Jiang Yu to hurry forward. Jiang Yu appeared calm. If he guessed correctly, it should be Tang San and Dai Mubai fighting. Oddly enough, the reason for their fight was quite amusing. It was over a room. Dai Mubai originally planned to bring a pair of twin sisters for some academic research. But unexpectedly, the room was rented to Tang San by a newly arrived staff member. The two had a disagreement and started fighting. By the time Ning Rongrong and Jiang Yu arrived, Tang San and Dai Mubai's battle had escalated to a heated level, and both had activated their martial souls. Dai Mubai. Martial Soul. White Tiger, level 37 Soul Sovereign, please give me your guidance. 3 shining halos slowly rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, while his surging soul power erupted. Huh, a Soul Sovereign. Ning Rongrong looked surprised. The man before her appeared to be only in his teens, but had trained his soul power to such a level. Such a genius was rare even in the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, and she hadn't expected to see one in a remote place like Soto City. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong's expression returned to normal. Although the potential of this white tiger soul master was stronger than hers, it was nothing compared to Jiang Yu. Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass, level 29 weapon soul master, accompanied by a deep blue glow. A cluster of deep blue grass suddenly sprouted from his palm. Although it was still ordinary blue silver grass, it had undergone many changes. The slender blades were covered in snake patterns, and the grass blades had transformed from flat to cylindrical, with dense small thorns throughout. 2 yellow soul rings rose from Tang San's feet, swirling around his body. Blue silver grass? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. This useless martial soul could also be cultivated. The mere blue silver grass, reaching such a level, completely overturned Ning Rongrong's perception. Tang San, at the center of the storm, couldn't help but darken his expression. but he quickly concealed it. Your martial soul is just blue silvergrass. Dai also looked astonished. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. Tang San responded loudly, seemingly wanting everyone around to hear this. The sounds of doubt rose and fell continuously. Tang San's words did not gain the approval of the crowd. On the Douluo Continent, talent was linked to martial souls, and only those who awakened top-tier martial souls were considered geniuses. Waste martial soul? They had never seen anyone reach the pinnacle of soul masters relying on a waste martial soul. Brother Yu, isn't that what you said before? Ning Rongrong nudged Jiang Yu with her jade-like arm, knowing that he had said this when awakening his martial soul. It seems you are truly popular. Even in a small place like Soto City, you have fans. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tease. Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. That phrase was not his original. Well said. Dai Mubai's deep blue eyes showed approval, clearly agreeing with Tang San's words. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. Let me experience what is special about your blue silver grass martial soul. Soon, the two began to fight. Although Dai Mubai's soul power was much higher than Tang San's, he didn't gain any advantage. Tang San's mysterious Tang sect internal skills made even Dai Mubai, a strong attack-type soul master, wary. Realizing that his opponent was not easy to deal with, Dai Mubai no longer held back and immediately unleashed his 1,000-year soul skill, which was also his strongest soul skill. White Tiger Transformation. This time, Dai Mubai finally regained some face. Although Tang San was nimble and had varied techniques, his martial soul was merely blue silvergrass. In the face of the 1,000-year soul skill, he was still somewhat at a disadvantage, merely managing to hold his ground. However, Dai Mubai also noticed that Tang San had some hidden means, so he didn't press too hard. He even offered the room to Tang San and Xiao Wu and said that if they encountered any trouble at Shrek Academy, they could mention his name. After saying that, Dai Mubai left with the twin beauties, as the lack of a room here didn't mean there were none at other hotels. He was eager to vent his frustrations on the twin sisters beside him. Dai Mubai didn't notice that the scene of him leaving the hotel with the twin beauties happened to catch the eye of a stunningly beautiful girl with a youthful appearance. Public indecency. How could such a lecherous bug be worthy of being my husband? It's fine to break this engagement. Under a big tree not far from the hotel, dressed in leather that perfectly showcased her sexy figure, the girl, no, it should be Zhu Zhuqing, immediately decided to break off her engagement with Dai Mubai. Chapter 218. Meeting Tang San again after a long time, I didn't expect Xiao San to have learned how to book a room. Jiang Yu walked straight towards Tang San. He was no longer the person who had just crossed into the Douluo Continent. He no longer feared Tang San. The so-called Tang sect hidden weapons were nothing more than petty tricks in Jiang Yu's eyes. And as for the Jing Tian skill, compared to the Hongming purple Qi Dao he practiced, it was nothing. You? Who are you? Originally, when he heard someone mocking him, Tang San felt a surge of anger. But when he looked up and saw the figure ahead, his anger vanished instantly. Although it had been years, how could Tang San fail to recognize that figure? The shadow Jiang Yu had cast on him years ago was still fresh in his memory. He had been desperately training all these years to surpass Jiang Yu. However, as Jiang Yu approached, and he sensed the aura emanating from him, Tang San's expression changed. He could feel that Jiang Yu had become at least dozens of times stronger than before. A sense of powerlessness arose within him. What are you doing here? Tang San secretly circulated his Jing Tian skill, and after a full circulation of internal energy, the oppressive feeling Jiang Yu brought slowly diminished. Who is he, Xiao San? Xiao Wu felt the aura emanating from Jiang Yu and quickly hid behind Tang San. She sensed that the person in front of her was extraordinary, possessing a mysterious power. Even though Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, she still felt apprehensive about the strength Jiang Yu exuded. With her head lowered, she didn't dare to look up at Jiang Yu. They had met once before. Tang San didn't think much of it, assuming Xiao Wu was just a bit shy, which is why she hid. Xiao San, this is your girlfriend. Jiang Yu pointed at Xiao Wu and asked knowingly. This was his first time seeing Xiao Wu, and he couldn't help but admire the beauty in front of him. Although the girl was young, her figure was remarkably developed. Her silky black hair was neatly styled into a scorpion braid that hung down to her calves. She wore only a pink top, wrapping around her budding curves. And what was even more captivating was her slender waist that was barely graspable. Her long, straight legs were encased in white pants, presenting a perfect golden ratio. The girl's eyebrows resembled a crescent moon, and her bright, large eyes paired with her slightly round, rosy face not only made her beautiful, but also gave her a charmingly cute appearance. Oomph. Seeing Jiang Yu's eyes fixated on the girl in front of him, Ning Rongrong immediately felt uncomfortable and reached out to pinch Jiang Yu's waist. Ouch! Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a pained sound. Although Ning Rongrong had tempered her temper over the years, her essence as a wealthy young lady had not changed. Every time Jiang Yu chatted with other girls, Ning Rongrong would inevitably feel jealous, which made things difficult for Jiang Yu, since a charm could easily attract many girls. Stop it, Jiang Yu said sternly, stopping Ning Rongrong's mischievous hand. Ning Rongrong had no choice but to relent. Although she had a bit of spoiled temperament, she knew she had to give her man face in public and couldn't let him lose face. Brother Jiang, you must be joking, Tang Sen explained seriously. This is my adopted sister. Although he said this, a strange thought flashed through Tang San's mind. Could he really see Xiao Wu as just a sister? Could he maintain a purely sibling relationship with her? How could I think like this? Tang San, she is your sister. Even though she was only an adopted sister, she was still a sister. How could he? Tang San immediately extinguished this thought, not daring to think any further. By the way, Brother Jiang, what brings you to Soto City? Tang San quickly changed the subject, also feeling puzzled about Jiang Yu's appearance here. Could he also be here to attend Shrek Academy? Just thinking about that possibility made Tang San feel somewhat helpless. He didn't want to attend classes in the same academy as Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't expect Tang San to have so many inner thoughts, nor did he realize that in Tang San's eyes, he had already become his biggest competitor. I heard there's a special Soul Master Academy in Soto City called Shrek Academy. Although the academy is not large, it has produced many famous Soul Master powerhouses. So I brought my little sister to take a look. Indeed, he had come for Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this answer, Tang San immediately thought about giving up on taking the entrance exam for Shrek Academy. But once he remembered the task given by the master, he knew that was impossible. What a coincidence. Tang San forced a smile. My sister and I are also going to register at Shrek Academy. Maybe we could become schoolmates in the future. Thus, Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong stayed at the Rose Hotel. Although there was only one room left in the hotel, the room was spacious enough. It could easily accommodate 10 people without issue. Although the hotel room was decorated a bit ambiguously, both Jiang Yu and Tang San had matured enough to not feel awkward about it. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a bit shy, as young girls tend to have more thoughts. Nevertheless, this unusual emotion didn't last long and was quickly diluted through conversation. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu found common interests. In the original story, they were close friends, so they quickly became comfortable with each other. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The next day, after having breakfast at the hotel, Xiao Wu suggested going out to explore. And soon they arrived at a small shop located in a bustling area of the city. This shop wasn't large, but the sign hanging above it was quite different from others. The sign featured a round emblem with several special symbols, while ordinary people might not understand their meaning. Jiang Yu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all knew what they represented. It depicted a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning tyrant dragon, identical to the emblem engraved on the Spirit Hall's token. They wondered why it appeared on the sign of such a small shop. Seeing the shop, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. If he guessed correctly, this shop was one of the famous Golden Triangle shops in the Soul Master world, owned by Flender, the founder of Shrek Academy. The golden dragon whisker needle in Tang San's hand was obtained from Flender here. Entering the dimly lit shop, a unique energy fluctuation immediately caught their attention. This energy was very similar to what they had encountered in the Spirit Hall. They quickly realized it was due to the presence of soul guides. I can't believe such a small shop would have soul guides, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. It's known that while most soul guides don't have offensive capabilities, their manufacturing process is extremely complex and has long been lost. So all current soul guides are relics from ancient times. As the saying goes, rarity makes something valuable. Therefore, each soul guide is worth a considerable amount, and just one could buy the entire shop in front of them. It seems the owner of this shop is not an ordinary person. Ning Rongrong, being a talented individual from a major sect, could infer from such subtle observations that the shop's owner was not someone average. Chapter 219. Fish bladder. In the dimly lit shop, there was only one person lying on a wooden recliner with his eyes closed, swaying with the chair. It goes without saying that this person was the owner of the shop. He appeared to be around 50 years old. Although he had entered middle age, he was still in good shape with well-defined muscles, clearly a practitioner. However, His facial features were somewhat unappealing, with a protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, giving him a somewhat slippery appearance. He looked like a schemer. What was even more amusing was that he wore a pair of crystal glasses, which added a touch of absurdity to his appearance, making him look mismatched. As soon as Tang San and Xiao Wu entered, they looked at the soul guides in the shop, but Jiang Yu was carefully observing Flender in front of him. Although the original story didn't describe the Shrek Academy's principal in much detail, he still had many highlights and was even more likable than Yu Xiaojing. Boss, how much is this crystal? Not long after, a sudden noise broke the tranquility of the shop. It turned out that Tang San had discovered the existence of the board crystal and was eager to acquire it. Flender, who was awakened by the noise, was evidently in a bad mood and began to tease Tang San. Soon, the price of the board crystal, originally 100 gold soul coins, skyrocketed to 500 gold soul coins. This infuriated Xiao Wu, and even Tang San shook his head, preparing to leave the shop. As this amount of money was not insignificant, it couldn't be covered by the subsidies from the Spirit Hall. However, just as he was about to leave, Flender's gaze fell upon the jade belt at Tang San's waist. As if recalling something, the usually profit-driven Flender surprisingly changed his mind, refusing to take a single gold soul coin and giving the board crystal to Tang San for free. Jiang Yu merely smiled at this. While others might not know the reason behind it, he understood that Flender had recognized the jade belt belonging to Yu Xiaojing. With Flender's relationship with the master, how could he fail to recognize Yu Xiaojing's personal belongings? In an instant, he guessed Tang San's identity. Even if Flender was greedy, he wouldn't trick Yu Xiaojing's disciple. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have someone looking out for you. However, Jiang Yu had no interest in the board crystal in Tang San's hands. Although this material was the best for making dragon whisker needles, which could break through inner strength barriers, it was of no use to Jiang Yu. Once the Imperial fire was unleashed, no hidden weapons could harm him. Anything that approached him would be melted by the powerful force of the Imperial fire. Others might be restrained by Tang San's hidden weapons, and even titled Douluos could potentially fall victim to his ambush, but Jiang Yu was not afraid. Mere hidden weapons could not injure him. After leaving the shop, the group had no desire to continue shopping and immediately returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Tang San hurriedly pulled Xiao Wu towards the restroom. After all, Jiang Yu was an outsider and his greatest rival. How could he expose the secret of the board crystal? What do you think they're rushing to the restroom for? Ning Rongrong's big eyes were filled with curiosity. Could it be for that kind of thing? Just thinking about this possibility made Ning Rongrong's mouth drop open wide enough to fit a sausage. What are you thinking? Jiang Yu flicked Ning Rongrong's forehead with his finger and laughed. I don't know who you learned this from, but you should behave better at such a young age. Ouch, that hurts. Ning Rongrong pretended to be in pain, rubbing her forehead with her little hand, not knowing to be gentle. If you break it, you'll be responsible. Stop pretending. How could this little strength hurt you? Jiang Yu was not fooled by Ning Rongrong's act. No one knew this little demoness better than him. Over the years, her acting skills had become increasingly superb. If she were in Blue Star, she would definitely sweep the major film festivals. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't comfort her, Ning Rongrong instantly felt a bit dissatisfied. He really didn't understand how to cherish and protect the fair sex. You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. You need to be gentle with girls. You should pamper them more. How can you be so simple and rough? Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said, Anyway, I'm not short of girlfriends. A bunch of beautiful women are chasing after me. You. Ning Rongrong immediately exploded with anger, her face filled with resentment. Although Jiang Yu's words sounded somewhat arrogant, upon reflection, they weren't entirely wrong. Over the years, countless women had thrown themselves at him, from fire dance far away to the women he brought back from outside. Ning Rongrong could sense the admiration that Bai Qinxiang and the Elven girl had for Jiang Yu. Moreover, it was said that Shui Binger from the Tianshui clan also had special feelings for Jiang Yu, and even the Emperor of Tiando was considering marrying his daughter. Xue Giskiviko, Dopstai JiangYu. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong pestering her father, Ning Fengji, and her grandfather, Sword Daw, to temporarily refuse the Tiando Empire's marriage proposal, Jiang Yu would probably have already become the prince consort of the Tiando Empire. Seeing Ning Rongrong like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, Jiang Yu hurriedly took her little hand to comfort her. All right, stop making a fuss. Jiang Yu's expression was gentle. Looking at Jiang Yu's extraordinarily handsome face, Ning Rongrong's anger instantly disappeared. Indeed, she was someone who was captivated by looks. No matter how much Jiang Yu provoked her, as long as she saw this handsome face, she couldn't help but be swayed. The moon slowly climbed into the sky, Throughout the long night, Jiang Yu and the others did not leave the hotel, even ordering dinner to be delivered to their room, which led to some misunderstandings during the process. Little Master, there is still more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. I don't know what the waiter was thinking, but they handed Jiang Yu and Tang San each a transparent fish bladder. The shape was almost identical to a condom. Although the materials were different, Jiang Yu quickly understood the purpose of this item. As for Tang San, the moment he saw the fish bladder, his face couldn't help but turn red. In his era, this fish bladder was used for contraception. Although he had never used one, many of his senior brothers and sisters in the Tang sect had. When he first entered the outer sect, he had been responsible for taking out the trash in the sect and would collect a basket full of such fish bladders every day, especially from the elders with deep inner strength, who would use at least 3 of these fish bladders each time. Although Tang San was very mature mentally, he was still a novice at heart and didn't know how to respond for a moment. On the contrary, Jiang Yu had more experience. He simply returned the fish bladder to the waiter and handed over a few gold soul coins to send them away. A potential awkward situation was thus resolved. After the waiter left, Tang San realized that he was still holding the fish bladder and was somewhat at a loss. "Hey, you haven't taken this thing back." Tang San waved the fish bladder in his hand, but the waiter had already walked far away and didn't hear Tang San's words. "Just keep it. It could be fun as a balloon," Jiang Yu teased. Tang San's face instantly darkened. "A balloon? Does this thing have any other uses?" Tang San looked at the fish bladder in his hand, noticing that it was covered in oil, and quickly threw it on the ground. He didn't want to play with a balloon. Chapter 220, Little One. Early the next morning, the group exited Suodo City from the South City Gate, heading towards Shrek Academy. After leaving the city, they traveled southward along the official road, with vast farmlands on both sides, filled with various grains. Suodo City truly deserved its title as the capital of grain. Jiang Yu and the others walked for a long time without finding any buildings resembling an academy nearby. Just when they were about to give up, they finally spotted a small village ahead. Upon entering the village, they found the entrance crowded with people, mostly young boys, accompanied by their parents. At the village entrance, there was a table with an elderly man sitting behind it, who appeared to be over 60 years old. What astonished the group was that the wooden archway at the entrance of the village bore a tattered sign. It simply read, Shrek Academy. In front of the words, there was a green avatar that looked like the head of a humanoid monster, green in color. The old man behind the table also wore an identical green circular badge on his chest. This should be the emblem of Shrek Academy. No way. Ning Rongrong stared at the scene before her, somewhat dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a small village was home to the renowned Shrek Academy in the Spirit Master world. For a moment, she felt a significant gap in her expectations. After all, the Spirit Masters who graduated from Shrek Academy were all capable of obtaining the title of a Viscount in the Empire, which was not comparable to the Viscounts conferred by the kingdom. The value of titles in the two empires was quite high. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu, her face filled with admiration. At such a young age, he was neither a prince nor the illegitimate child of the Emperor of Tiando, yet he had earned the Duke title from the Emperor through his own merits. This was nothing short of a myth. This was even more impressive than her father Ning Fengji. It is said that girls are more outgoing, and this phrase proved to be true. If Ning Rongrong could marry Jiang Yu, her father Ning Fengji would likely have an even lower status. Poor Ning Fengji, who still didn't know that his pampered little girl had already revealed her true feelings. Looking at the somewhat shabby registration desk, Jiang Yu said nothing and immediately pulled Ning Rongrong into line. Tang San followed suit, pulling Xiao Wu into the queue. The first few boys had mediocre qualifications, and none of them were able to pass the selection. This angered many people, as the registration fee was not cheap, a full 10 gold soul coins. In the end, they were dismissed by the old man with the excuse that they were not the right age, as the academy only accepted children under the age of 13. Moreover, the registration fee was non-refundable. This was clearly a ripoff. A group of parents became furious. At this moment, Dai Mubai made his appearance. As the top fighter among the students of Shrek Academy, he was naturally called upon to handle such a disruptive scene. Dai Mubai wasted no time. With 3 spirit rings appearing, he instantly intimidated the crowd. With this commotion, the number of people in line quickly decreased by a third, as no one was willing to give Shrek Academy free money anymore. Another young boy approached the old man, and unlike the others, he was full of confidence. His proud parents stood behind him, eagerly placing 10 gold coins in the wooden box, waiting for their son's performance. The boy met the academy's age requirement, but he only had a 100-year yellow spirit ring, and his martial spirit was just a thick vine. although this martial spirit was somewhat similar to Tang San's. It was not a plant, just a type of vine. Not qualified. Just as the boy was filled with pride, the old man's words struck him like cold water, causing him to shudder. The parents were clearly dissatisfied with the old man's statement. After all, their son had a 100-year spirit ring as his first spirit ring. Not everyone could have that. The parents couldn't help but start to argue. The old man had a stern expression, snorting coldly. Shrek was a place for monsters. A very peculiar existence, even among spirit beasts. The meaning of Shrek Academy was Monster Academy. Only monsters were accepted here. Anyone over the age of 13 or with spirit power below level 21 should not waste their time here. The Academy does not welcome waste. As he spoke, the old man released an incredibly powerful aura, causing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong to shudder uncontrollably, while only JiangYu appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly unaffected. The old man's reaction surprised him. Even with his soul emperor-level pressure, he could not shake a little child, which made him regard JiangYu with a bit more respect. A flash of red light appeared, and the old man's right hand revealed a long spirit with countless intricate patterns. Even more shocking was that 6 spirit rings appeared on him, instantly making him the focus of the entire scene. The colors of the 6 spirit rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. A 10-year spirit ring, a 100-year spirit ring, 3,000-year spirit rings, and 1 10,000-year spirit ring. Although it was not the best spirit ring ratio, he was a genuine 6-ring soul emperor. Seeing this scene, the parents all fell silent, not daring to protest any longer. Who would dare offend a soul emperor-level powerhouse, especially one with a 10,000-year spirit ring? Soon, the parents took their children away, and the originally over 100-person line quickly dwindled to just a dozen. Soon, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Upon seeing her, the old man trembled, as if he recognized her identity. He instantly changed to a look of fear and trepidation, quickly allowing her to pass the test. Then, it was JiangYu's turn. The old man determined through bone reading that he was already 13 years old, which technically disqualified him. However, seeing that he had come with Ning Rongrong, and based on his earlier performance, the old man felt that this boy was extraordinary, definitely a genius among geniuses. Thus, he allowed JiangYu to pass the test as well. Following that, Xiao Wu and Tang San also passed the first entrance examination of Shrek Academy. Just as the registration was about to end, a girl suddenly arrived late, rushing to the registration site like a gust of wind. She appeared to be even younger than Ning Rongrong, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing about the same height as Ning Rongrong, with fair skin. However, her aura felt extremely different from Ning Rongrong's. Her extremely voluptuous figure was inconsistent with her age, if one didn't look at her face. They might mistake her for an adult woman, especially with her prominent bust, which would attract the attention of all men. In stark contrast to her fiery figure, the girl's expression was very cold, emanating an icy aloofness from her bones, giving off an impression of keeping people at a distance. Xiao Xiao, seeing the arriving girl, JiangYu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Wait, Xiao Xiao, why are you at Shrek Academy? Looking at her figure and temperament, JiangYu immediately thought of a certain possibility. Chapter 221. Tang San, shocked though he had his suspicions, JiangYu did not reveal them. He took a big step forward and grabbed Xiao Xiao's delicate hand, his face filled with excitement. It's you. Xiao Xiao, no, it should be Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing JiangYu here, her frosty face unexpectedly flushed with a hint of red, rare shyness emerging. At that moment, she realized her feelings for JiangYu were different from those for others. Even when facing DualSwords, she had never felt this peculiar sensation. Seeing JiangYu and the voluptuous beauty tugging at each other, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned green. A strong sense of crisis arose. Intuition told her that the beauty before her was a far greater threat than Ho Wu and the others. Looking at the towering peaks, then down at her slightly flat areas, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sigh. If she were a man, she would also choose the beauty opposite her. After all, a big figure can hide many flaws. She had heard from the elder sisters in the sect that men liked women with large breasts the most. Are you going to register or not? Just as JiangYu and Zhu Zhuqing were entangled, a bothersome voice sounded from the side. It was the old man in charge of registration, who was eager to go back for a meal and didn't want to continue dawdling. Register. Zhu Zhuqing gently brushed JiangYu's large hand away and quickly arrived in front of the old man. Soon, the old man determined she was qualified, and the number of students passing the test this time exceeded his expectations. After completing the first round of the test, the old man handed the few of them over to DualSwords and hurried back to have his meal. Dai Mubai had no choice but to lead the newcomers into the village. The buildings in the village were all wooden and very simple and plain. It was clear that this village was not wealthy. After walking not far, Dai Mubai brought them to an open area, surrounded by wooden houses. This open space was about 500 meters in size. The students who had passed the test earlier were waiting in front, and after Dai Mubai briefly explained a few rules, he hurriedly left. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. "Sausages for sale. Come take a look." Oscar brand sausages. Delicious and sweet, cheap and plentiful. Looking up, they saw a person not far away pushing a cart and calling out. The person was dressed simply, with neatly cut short hair and a full beard, but he had large, charming eyes. His gaze was particularly directed at the girls in the exam group, and it was clear that his intentions were not pure. As the aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the air, a few people nearby couldn't help but salivate. They had only eaten a little in the morning to prepare for the entrance exam, and now the enticing smell of the sausages made them feel hungry again. Tang Xin noticed that Xiao Wu was also hungry and immediately went forward to buy sausage. Ning Rongrong wanted to buy one for Jiang Yu as well. But just as she was about to stride towards the sausage stand, Jiang Yu pulled her back. Just as Ning Rongrong was puzzled, Jiang Yu called her and Zhu Zhuqing closer. Then he whispered to them that the sausages in front of them were not real grilled sausages, but merely produced by the vendor's martial soul. Huh, how could there be such a disgusting martial soul? Ning Rongrong's appetite was instantly extinguished. Just thinking that the sausage was produced by a soul master made her lose the desire to eat. Even Zhu Zhuqing stopped looking at the grilled sausages. Only Tang San, still foolishly, bought 2 sausages and happily handed one to Xiao Wu. Just as the two were about to eat, Dai Mubai arrived in time from outside and stopped Tang San and Xiao Wu from eating the expired sausages. He then sternly ordered Oscar to make new sausages. After all, he appreciated Tang San and didn't want him to be cheated. What? There's a problem with the sausages. Tang San looked suspiciously at the fragrant grilled sausages. Oscar knew he couldn't provoke Dai Mubai. As a food-type soul master, even if his soul power was higher than that of an assault-type soul master, he was still no match for them. Moreover, Dai Mubai was a 3-ring soul sovereign, with much higher soul power than him. "I have a big sausage." Oscar's lewd voice rang out, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. 2 yellow rings appeared around him. Immediately, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appeared in his hand. Originally, Ning Rongrong had some doubts when JiangYu said the sausages were produced by the vendor's martial soul, but seeing this scene, she instantly felt disgusted towards Oscar. Although food-type soul masters can awaken meat-related martial souls, most are steak, chicken legs, etc. This was the first time she had seen someone awaken a sausage. This made it hard for people, especially girls, to accept from a sensory perspective, especially with the soul incantation Oscar recited. Even Tang Xin couldn't accept it and quickly put the sausage back on the grill. He then followed Dai Mubai away from the sausage stand. When they reached the teacher responsible for the front test, Dai Mubai whispered to him and then led the group forward, as their talents meant they didn't need to participate in the current assessment. They passed directly and only needed to complete the final round of assessment. Other students couldn't help but murmur about this scene, exclaiming that it was unfair and clearly had a hidden agenda, demanding an explanation from the teacher. The teacher in charge of the assessment coldly informed them that any student with soul power exceeding level 25 did not need to participate in this round of assessment. The students did not believe that Jiang Yu and the others had soul power reaching level 25. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. They thought it was just the teacher's words, aimed at allowing this group of privileged students to enter the academy. In the face of skepticism, Dai Mubai directly took out the crystal ball for testing soul power. The group wasted no time. Tang San was the first to place his hand on the crystal ball, and sure enough, his soul power reached the standard mentioned by the teacher. Following him, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also tested their soul power, and all reached the standard. When it was Jiang Yu's turn to test, he did not immediately place his hand on the crystal ball. "You might want to change to another crystal ball," Jiang Yu said with a faint smile. "I'm afraid this level of crystal ball won't withstand the pressure of my soul power." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Dai Mubai was clearly taken aback. He knew that the crystal ball in his hand could withstand fluctuations of soul power up to level 30. Jiang Yu looked only slightly older than Tang San and the others. Could it be that his soul power had already broken through the level 30 limit? Seeing that Dai Mubai seemed skeptical, Jiang Yu said nothing more and directly summoned his martial soul. A long sword emanating an imperial might appeared in his hand, surrounded by 4 soul rings: yellow, yellow, black, black. If the first two soul rings were considered normal, the third and fourth soul rings were somewhat unbelievable. The black soul rings indicated that their age had reached around 10,000 years. How could this be possible? Generally speaking, the age of the third soul ring that a soul master could absorb would never exceed 1,700 years. Seeing the soul rings on Jiang Yu's martial soul, everyone was shocked. This scene broke their long-held perceptions and completely overturned the iron law of the soul master world. Even someone as composed as Tang San couldn't help but take a step back, a strong sense of defeat washing over him. He had never expected that the gap between them would grow wider. Chapter 222. Great Strength Vidra. Tang San had always believed that he had worked so hard over the years, and even if he couldn't surpass Jiang Yu, he at least wouldn't be weaker than him. But now, they actually had a gap of 2 soul rings. The age difference between them was not large, but the gap in soul power was like a chasm. How could he possibly surpass Jiang Yu? Seeing Jiang Yu's martial soul, Dai Mubai's expression immediately became serious. At the moment the other party summoned his martial soul, his evil-eye white tiger martial soul even trembled. After all, his martial soul was a top-tier beast martial soul. Even when facing the continent's #1 beast martial soul, he wouldn't feel any fear. But now, Jiang Yu's martial soul actually made his martial soul feel afraid. The teacher responsible for the assessment, seeing the soul rings on Jiang Yu's sword, had an incredulous expression on his face. Even though Shrek Academy was known as the Monster Academy, the admission requirements only required students to be around 12 or 13 years old and have 2 soul rings. Jiang Yu's current strength was already sufficient for graduation. With his talent, he would be considered a monster-level figure even in the top forces of the continent. It was unexpected that he would come to Shrek Academy. The assessment teacher immediately ordered Dai Mubai to take Jiang Yu and the others to participate in the final round of the assessment. Although he knew that with Jiang Yu and the others' talents, they would definitely be able to enter the academy, the necessary rules still had to be followed. Moreover, these talented individuals probably wanted to prove their strength as well. Soon, Dai Mubai led the group to another open space, which was much smaller than the previous one. A middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old was sitting on a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I brought people for the assessment. Oh, this year, someone actually made it to this stage, and it's 5 of them. Not bad, not bad. The middle-aged man opened his hazy eyes and looked at the young men and women in front of him with a surprised expression. After a moment, this teacher, Zhao, got up from his chair. He was not tall and looked quite ordinary, but his muscles were well developed, making him appear extremely strong. His broad shoulders were like city walls, and his coat could not conceal his robust muscles, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Teacher Zhao stretched lazily, looked at the young men and women, and rubbed his fist, which was as big as a sand pot. Since you've made it to this stage, it proves your talent is quite terrifying. However, talent does not represent everything. Soul masters must rely on strength to speak. Combat experience is essential for every soul master. With a smile in his eyes, he scanned Jiang Yu and the others, introduced himself as Zhao Wujing, and requested to fight them. As long as they could withstand his attack for the duration of an incense stick, they would pass the assessment. Moreover, as long as one person lasted until the end, then everyone would pass the test. Dai Mubai immediately objected upon hearing this, jokingly saying that Zhao Wujing was a soul sage. Even the most talented Jiang Yu might not be able to pass the test. However, Zhao Wujing did not heed Dai Mubai's advice and insisted on assessing the new students. He quickly took out an incense stick from his pants pocket, pinched it with his fingers, and directly lit it. With a snap of his fingers, the incense was already planted in the ground. Seeing that it was a done deal, Dai Mubai had no choice but to inform the new students of Zhao Wujing's strength. Upon hearing that Zhao Wujing was a soul sage, except for Jiang Yu, everyone else showed a look of shock. Even Tang San was no exception. Even with his abilities, he had to be cautious. After all, besides having high soul power, Zhao Wujing's martial soul was also a very powerful beast martial soul, the great strength King Kong bear. This martial soul had almost no weaknesses and had terrifying defensive capabilities, making it difficult for soul masters of the same level to shake his defenses. He was indeed the immovable King Zhao Wujing. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. She initially thought it was just someone with the same name. But upon learning that this academy teacher also had the great strength King Kong bear as his martial soul, she realized that this seemingly unremarkable teacher was indeed that legendary figure. She didn't expect him to be teaching at Shrek Academy. Back then, the immovable King Zhao Wujing had offended the Martial Soul Hall, the most powerful force on the continent. To punish him, the Martial Soul Hall sent over a dozen bishops to besiege him. but Zhao Wujing unexpectedly broke through the siege. The bishops of the Martial Soul Hall were at least Soul Emperor level, and at that time, Zhao Wujing was only at Soul Emperor cultivation. Furthermore, the Soul Emperors of the Martial Soul Hall were not comparable to those of ordinary forces. Yet, even with over a dozen Soul Emperors, they could not stop Zhao Wujing, showing just how terrifying he was. Ning Rongrong looked at Jiang Yu, thinking that whether they could win this assessment depended critically on him. Although Zhao Wujing was formidable, Ning Rongrong believed in Jiang Yu. He would definitely have a way. Knowing Zhao Wujing's strength, the group did not back down and introduced their own abilities. When they heard that Jiang Yu's soul power had reached level 49, everyone except Ning Rongrong was taken aback. They didn't expect Jiang Yu to be on the verge of obtaining his 5th soul ring. Moreover, his 3rd and 4th soul rings were both 10,000-year soul rings. It was known that Zhao Wujing, as a soul sage, only had 3 10,000-year soul rings. It seemed that the key to victory in this match lay with Jiang Yu. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu, waiting for his plan. Even a usually confident Tang Sen wanted to see what he would do. Jiang Yu took the initiative and began to lay out the plan. Rongrong, you will be responsible for support. Xiao will handle close combat. And Zhu Qing will take the flank and use your speed to distract him. Tang San, you will focus on controlling Zhao Wujing's attacks. The rest will be up to me. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he looked at the others and said, who agrees, who disagrees? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing both nodded in agreement with Jiang Yu's plan, while Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. After thinking for a moment, Tang San nodded. Since he agreed, Xiao Wu naturally had no objections. They could only formulate a simple strategy for now. How effective it would need to be tested in actual combat. They could only know how strong their opponent was by fighting. At least among them, Jiang Yu had a 10,000-year soul ring, which undoubtedly narrowed the gap between them and Zhao Wujing. Otherwise, with their 100-year soul rings, how could they compete with Zhao Wujing's 10,000-year soul rings? The gap between 100-year soul skills, 1,000-year soul skills, and 10,000-year soul skills was like heaven and earth. A 10,000-year soul ring could even make up for the differences between martial souls. Even the blue silvergrass, recognized as a useless martial soul, released a 10,000-year soul skill that was stronger than a 1,000-year soul skill from a powerful attack-type soul master. Although it had not yet been heard in the soul master world that a blue silvergrass soul master possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. This was why all soul masters aspired to have 10,000-year soul rings. Chapter 233. Sword Intent. The 7 treasures turn out to be glazed. Ningrongrong, as a support-type soul master, was the first to act. She spun her body in the air, and dazzling 7-colored light surged from within her. With a 7-colored light gathered, a 7-colored treasure pagoda, more than a foot tall, appeared in Ning Rongrong's right hand. The treasure shone brightly, exuding an air of nobility. Ning Rongrong looked like a fairy from the heavens, her entire being radiating an ethereal aura. 2 circles of yellow soul rings quietly revolved around her. The 7 treasures are famous, the first being strength. The first yellow soul ring slowly floated up, enveloping the 7-colored treasure pagoda. Ning Rongrong pointed with her left hand, and 4 streams of colorful light were simultaneously released, enveloping Jiang Yu and the other 3 teammates. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt a warm energy surge into his body, making him feel filled with power. Even his internal soul power began to boil. Oh! Zhao Wujing looked at the treasure pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hand, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. He did not expect that among this year's candidates, there would actually be a descendant of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile clan, one of the richest families on the continent. It seemed that the Academy's funding would not be a problem. Zhao Wujing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The 7 treasures are famous, the second being speed. Several more streams of colorful light floated out and enveloped the others. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. No wonder it was the strongest support martial soul on the continent. The support effect was indeed so powerful. At that moment, Zhao Wujing moved, but instead of charging at Jiang Yu and the others, he half-squatted, his fists smashing forcefully towards the ground. Zhao Wujia also knew the power of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the few students in front of him had a significant gap in soul power compared to him, he understood that even when hunting rabbits, a lion uses all its strength, so he did not underestimate these children. His attacks were not specifically aimed at Ning Rongrong, but the large-scale release of his attacks was clearly meant to interrupt Ning Rongrong's support effects. Jiang Yu flashed and stood in front of Ning Rongrong, unleashing all his soul power, and the Chixiao Sword appeared, emitting a loud sword cry. Once the Chixiao Sword was out, all swords would submit. Holding the Imperial Sword, Jiang Yu resembled an emperor. Within 100 miles, soul masters with awakened sword martial spirits sensed the invincible sword intent radiating from the Chixiao Sword, all trembling in fear, even afraid to release their martial spirits. The strong sword intent blocked Zhao Wujia's pressure, causing this soul sage to secretly frown. Jiang Yu's strength shook even Zhao Wujia, who was known for his power as an offensive soul master. With a loud bang, the ground shook and a wave of yellow energy spread towards the few students. Especially, more power was released in the direction where Jiang Yu was located. A blue-black vine stealthily struck, and Tang Sen also made his move. The vine had no spikes because Tang Sen only granted it the effect of his first soul skill. The vine quickly wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist, and as Tang Sen jumped, he lifted her body into the air. With Jiang Yu protecting Ning Rongrong, Tang Sen knew there was no problem, so he only focused on Xiao Wu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, they were not familiar with each other, and with his current strength, he could only lift Xiao Wu. She would have to rely on her own performance. Zhu Zhuqing, as a soul master, reacted very quickly, darting out from the side to avoid the shockwave. Xiao Wu go! Tang Sen shouted, raising both hands to push forward, throwing Xiao Wu like a hidden weapon. After being together for so many years, their tacit understanding was naturally unspoken. Xiao Wu didn't even need to see. She just knew where Tang San's hands were. She stepped on Tang San's hands and, using his pushing force, shot toward Zhao Wujia like a sharp arrow. Seeing Xiao Wu charging towards him, Zhao Wujia did not dodge. He was a bit bored, and the opponent's soul power was too different from his own, plus she was a soul master with limited strength. So, Zhao Wujia allowed Xiao Wu to attack. Xiao Wu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, curling her body up in the air and rolling forward. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wujia, she extended her body, completed the martial spirit possession in midair, and simultaneously stepped on Zhao Wujia's shoulders with both feet. Two muffled grunts sounded as Xiao Wu's feet landed on Zhao Wujia's shoulders, but Zhao Wujia looked as if he was enjoying it. Comfortable, little girl. Put in a bit more strength. Feeling looked down upon by Zhao Wujia, Xiao Wu coldly snorted, instantly unleashing all her strength, twisting her body and spinning in midair. At that moment, the spiky vine had already wrapped around Zhao Wujia's body, tightening as the toxins contained within were released, while at the same time, the vines that surged from the ground pushed his body upward, lifting his feet off the ground. Although Zhao Wujia was very powerful once off the ground, he still couldn't stabilize his body, and with Tang San's blue-silver grass wrapping around him, he couldn't move wildly. With Ning Rongrong's support, the soul power exerted by Tang San and Xiao Wu had already surpassed their previous levels. However, Zhao Wujia, known as the Immovable King, did not use all his strength until he was controlled by the opponent, at which point he unleashed the power within him. Xiao Wu, who was rotating, instantly froze as her body was pulled back by Zhao Wujia. With a loud bang, the vines around Zhao Wujia's body shattered and fell to the ground. The blue-silver grass martial spirit was merely a useless martial spirit. Tang San had not yet awakened the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, even though he had enhanced the toughness of the blue-silver grass by adding 200-year soul rings. But against a powerful opponent, it was still insufficient. This was also his greatest weakness. At that moment, Zhao Wujia let out a low roar, and his body began to swell. His already terrifying muscles expanded by more than double. Even his height increased by a meter, making him look extremely strong. 7 dazzling soul rings appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings attached to him. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense sounds came from behind Zhao Wujia, giving Xiao Wu the opportunity to entangle him. The dense sounds were the attacks launched by Zhu Zhuqing. After activating her martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed significantly. Her left eye became dark green, and her right eye became a clear blue. Her hands transformed into claw-like spikes. Her attacks were extremely precise, forcing even Zhao Wujia to release his martial spirit for defense. Facing Zhao Wujia's full defensive power, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks did not have as much effect. Zhao Wujia's body was like an alloy fortress, incredibly hard, showing no signs of being affected. Zhu Zhuqing was bounced back by the power that erupted from him. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward to catch the fiery girl who had been knocked away, holding her in his arms, an astonishing sensation coming over him. Chapter 224, True Body of the Diamond. Jiang Yu carefully felt the tender skin of the beauty in his arms, akin to tofu, and for a moment, he was a bit dazed. Zhu Zhuqing's face involuntarily flushed. Jiang Yu's strong physique and the hot sensation coming from him made her somewhat entranced. Her feelings for Jiang Yu were complex. He was the first man she genuinely liked. As for Dai Mubai, although they had an engagement, they hadn't met much. And while Dai Mubai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was notoriously flirtatious, often flirting with women. He even had affairs with prostitutes and brothels, which brought shame to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing had some doubts, thinking these rumors might be slander from other princes. But when she saw Dai Mubai come out of a hotel with a pair of twin sisters, she understood the rumors were true. This realization immediately solidified her previous feelings of guilt. Don't force it. Jiang Yu looked at the beauty in his arms and said with concern, Zhao Wujie is a soul sage, and a top-tier one at that. It's already impressive that you can withstand the power of his 10,000-year soul skill. Jiang Yu did not blame Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he gave her enough face and acknowledged her strength, having struggled for so long on the continent. Zhu Zhuqing could tell at a glance whether Jiang Yu's words were true or false. She knew he was not lying to her. Bastard, even at a time like this. Still flirting with girls. Ning Rongrong looked at the intimate actions between Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling extremely angry. Dai Mubai, who was watching from the side, also felt an immense anger rise within him. Even he didn't know why he was so upset. The feeling was subtle, as if he had been cuckolded. Although Dai Mubai did not recognize that the beauty Jiang Yu was holding was his fiancée, he instinctively felt anger and dissatisfaction with Jiang Yu's actions. On the other side, Tang San was using Xiao Wu as a hammer to attack Zhao Wujie. Although Tang San's hidden weapon techniques posed a slight threat to Zhao Wujie, they could not truly shake him. Not to mention the gap in soul power. Even in terms of the quality of their martial souls, they were far behind Zhao Wujie. The blue-silver grass goes without saying, and the soft-bone rabbit is not a top-tier martial soul either. Although any soul beast that reaches 100,000 years will have a diminishing gap in their essence, in terms of real strength, the soft-bone rabbit is clearly inferior to powerful soul beasts like the Titan Great Ape. Moreover, Xiao Wu had not yet cultivated to a mature level and could not unleash the true power of the soft-bone rabbit. Faced with Zhao Wujie's powerful Titan Great Ape, even with Tang San's support from hidden weapons, they could not gain any advantage. Zhao Wujie's frenzied attacks instantly pushed Xiao Wu back, causing her to spit out blood and fall into Tang San's arms. Xiao Wu's injury ignited Tang San's fury. He had not been this angry even when he was being suppressed earlier. But seeing Xiao Wu harmed completely enraged him. Just as he was about to pull out his board crystal, Jiang Yu made his move. The third soul skill, Sword Dance, was activated. The black soul ring in the third position lit up. The Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand instantly thickened and continued to grow, eventually transforming into a nearly 10-meter giant sword. A violent eruption of fire elements occurred, causing the temperature in a 1,000-meter radius to rise rapidly. Feeling the power emanating from the Chixiao Sword, Zhao Wujie's brows furrowed. Although Jiang Yu's soul power was vastly inferior to his, he felt a strong threat. Zhao Wujie did not dare to be careless and immediately unleashed his 10,000-year soul skill. At that moment, he no longer regarded Jiang Yu as a student. The power Jiang Yu displayed was enough to be his opponent. The fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression. Zhao Wujie ignored Tang San and the others, fully focusing on Jiang Yu. With a loud roar, he activated the powerful soul skill. A tremendous pressure descended, and everyone felt the weight of gravity pressing down, especially Jiang Yu. It was clear that this force was specifically targeting him, while the others were merely collateral damage. However, even so, pain was evident on the faces of the others, particularly on Ning Rongrong, the support-type soul master. Although Jiang Yu had been training Ning Rongrong intensively over the years to improve her endurance and physical attributes, Ning Rongrong was still a support-type soul master, even though her physical condition had improved significantly compared to the original. Facing a 1,000-year soul skill from a powerful attack-type soul sage was still somewhat lacking. Comfortable. Although Jiang Yu bore most of the gravitational pressure, he showed no signs of pain. Instead, he appeared relaxed. Comfortable? Zhao Wujie looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen someone shout they were comfortable in front of his gravity compression. Even Frank couldn't do that. Although Frank's soul power was higher than his, if it weren't for that cat-eagle martial soul having flying capabilities, Zhao Wujie probably wouldn't lose to Frank either. Seeing Jiang Yu so relaxed, Zhao Wujie became furious. It was the greatest humiliation to him. A dignified soul sage could not handle a student. It was truly a great disgrace. You forced my hand. Zhao Wujie was enraged and no longer cared about the assessment. His expression clearly indicated he was about to get serious. The seventh soul skill, Martial Soul Manifestation. The seventh soul ring flickered, and Zhao Wujia's body began to swell continuously. The hair on his skin rapidly spreading and covering his entire body. He transformed completely. No, he could no longer be called a human. Zhao Wujia was turning into a bear-like creature. Martial soul manifestation. Dai Mubai looked on in fear at Zhao Wujia head. He never expected that in this ordinary assessment, Zhao Wujia would unleash his martial soul manifestation. Looking back at JiangYu, his gaze had changed. Being able to force a soul sage to use their martial soul manifestation was beyond what could be described as monstrous. Compared to JiangYu, he was just an ordinary person. No wonder the teacher said that only those above soul sage could be called high-level soul masters. This martial soul manifestation was indeed powerful. And ordinary soul masters would be no match. Tang Xin recalled what the master had said. This was his first time witnessing a martial soul manifestation, and the shock it brought him was unimaginable. Kid, to force me to use my martial soul manifestation. Even if you lose, it's enough to be proud of. Zhao Wujia had now fully transformed into a true Titan Great Ape, but his accent remained unchanged. It was still clearly Zhao Wujia. My martial soul manifestation allows me to use all soul skills within the 7 rings, except for the martial soul manifestation itself. At 150% of their original power, with a 200% increase in defense. With your strength, it's impossible for you to win. Zhao Wujia deliberately revealed his true strength, clearly hoping JiangYu would back down. After all, this was just an entrance assessment, and Zhao Wujia did not want to make things difficult for a student. Chapter 225, Blue Silvergrass. JiangYu knew the gap in soul power between him and Zhao Wujia, but he did not plan to back down. He was not afraid of title Dalu, let alone a mere soul sage. Although the Sword Dalu and Bone Dalu were merely training JiangYu and did not use their true strength, JiangYu's ability to hold his ground for about 100 exchanges against these 2 top-title Daluos was already quite remarkable. If it were someone else, they would probably not be able to withstand even one move and would likely kneel in front of the pressure of title Dalu. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. JiangYu responded confidently, but as a fellow attack type, I would like to experience the true power of the Titan Great Ape. JiangYu's words elicited a chorus of gasps from a crowd. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of deep concern. Tang San and Xiao Wu also displayed unusual expressions. It should be noted that Zhao Wujia had already unleashed his martial soul manifestation, reaching the peak of his power. With Zhao Wujia's strength, let alone JiangYu, even an average soul sage would not be his opponent. Dai Mubai looked at JiangYu and felt increasingly unable to see through this new student. Others might not know, but he was well aware of how terrifying Zhao Wujia was after unleashing his martial soul manifestation. He could probably withstand a clash with a soul Dalu. Even he did not dare to confront Zhao Wujia. This new student is too fierce. Oscar, hiding in a corner, watched everything unfold and couldn't help but murmur to himself. I thought Dai Mubai was already impressive, but I didn't expect this newcomer to be even stronger. It seems that Dai Mubai's position will have to be adjusted after he enters the academy. It was no wonder Oscar thought this way. After all, he had never seen anyone confront Zhao Wujia head-on. Even Dean Flender only engaged in a drawn-out battle with Zhao Wujia by leveraging his flying advantage. Seeing JiangYu's unyielding demeanor, Zhao Wujia's eyes flashed with appreciation. Once upon a time, he was like this too. Even when facing strong enemies, he never backed down, even daring to strike first against dozens of enemies with higher soul power from the Spirit Hall, fighting his way out. For soul masters, the strength of their martial soul is undoubtedly important. But the courage to face strong foes and still dare to draw their sword is the most crucial thing for a soul master. While there are not many geniuses awakening high-level martial souls on the continent, there's still some each year. However, those who possess such courage are few and far between. At the very least, Zhao Waoqi had never seen anyone like this. Even in recent years, the Academy's most outstanding student, Dai Mubai, did not possess such courage. Although JiangYu was not intimidated by his imposing presence, which made Zhao Waoqi feel somewhat embarrassed and a bit displeased. The thought of encountering such a genius excited Zhao Waoqi, causing him to rub his fists in anticipation. Since you insist on this, don't blame me. Zhao Waoqi had no intention of holding back. He wanted to see JiangYu's true strength. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi had already regarded JiangYu as a true opponent. Holding back would not only be an insult to himself, but also to the other party, so he had to go all out. Right from the start, Zhao Waoqi unleashed his second soul skill, the strong Vajra Palm. Then he quickly released his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, increasing the gravity around JiangYu to the maximum. Jiang Yu felt a powerful gravitational force pressing down on his body. If he hadn't consumed the 10,000-year whale glue, which greatly improved his physique, and absorbed several 10,000-year soul rings along with the ice blue emperor scorpion, a super soul beast, he would have found it difficult to bear. Faced with Zhao Waoqi's ferocious attacks, Jiang Yu did not fall into panic. He knew that the calmer he remained, the better. Jiang Yu gripped the Chixiao Sword tightly. Even against the peak strength of Zhao Waoqi, he did not use his divine devil sword or the ice blue emperor scorpion martial soul, as the three martial souls were simply too extraordinary. It was likely that no one on the continent had ever awakened three martial souls. Even those who could awaken two martial souls were extremely rare, let alone three. Jiang Yu also didn't want to reveal his trump card. The Chixiao Sword was already enough to deal with Zhao Waoqi. This was not because he looked down on Zhao Waoqi. After all, the Chixiao Sword was already among the top martial souls in Douluo Continent, while Zhao Waoqi's strong Vidrabear was at best a high-level martial soul. Although the difference between top martial souls and high-level martial souls was just one rank, the gap between them was enormous. This one rank difference was greater than the difference between a soul master and a titled Douluo. The third soul skill, Sword Dance, activated. The third soul ring, glowing with rich light, slowly lit up, and the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand also grew larger and thicker, quickly transforming into a 10-meter giant sword. Seeing the enormous sword ahead, Zhao Waoqi was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, Zhao Waoqi was like an arrow ready to be released. He had no choice but to attack. If he were to be forced back by Jiang Yu like this, how could he still have the face to stay at Shrek Academy as a teacher? Golden flames erupted rapidly, sweeping around, the intense heat burning fiercely. The appearance of the imperial fire caused Tang San, who was distant, to feel a sense of fear. Logically speaking, with Tang San's willpower, he should not have felt such fear. But who let his martial soul be blue silvergrass? The flames had a great restraining effect on plant-type martial souls. This was the instinctive reaction of the blue silver grass martial soul, which naturally affected Tang San. He had thought that after adding soul rings, the quality of the blue silvergrass would also improve. Although the current blue silvergrass was much stronger than when it was first awakened, it was still not enough when faced with a slightly stronger martial soul, especially a fire-type martial soul. Tang San glanced at his other hand, where the Haotian hammer martial soul was located. At this moment, he even had the impulse to add soul rings to the Haotian hammer. If he could cultivate the Haotian hammer, he would have the most powerful strength and would not fear anyone. However, he just thought about it. The master had said that before resolving the conflict between the two martial souls, he could not add soul rings to the Haotian hammer. Forget it. Although the blue-silver grass martial soul had significant limitations, the Tang sect hidden weapons were enough to deal with some powerful soul masters. Tang San recalled his greatest trump card, which was the Tang sect hidden weapons. Jiang Yu did not expect that his performance would even shake Tang San a bit. At this time, he had no time to worry about Tang San. Zhao Waoqi's bear paws had already slammed toward him. Watching the enormous bear paw descending from the sky, Jiang Yu gripped the Chixiao sword and swung it to meet the attack. Bang po et et. When the Chixiao sword met the bear paw, the ground shook, and even though Zhao Waoqi had a powerful soul power protecting him, the scorching flames still scorched his bear paw, releasing a delicious meat aroma. This made the students present swallow hard. Of course, Dai Mubai and Oscar did not dare to show it. If Zhao Waoqi found out, they would be in trouble. After all, Zhao Waoqi was their teacher and had plenty of ways to deal with them. How could this kid's fire attribute be so intense? Zhao Waoqi found it hard to believe. Chapter 226, Student. Zhao Waoqi had traversed the Soul Master world for many years and had seen his fair share of fire attribute Soul Masters. However, even the fiery woman known as the Killing Angle in the Golden Iron Triangle, who possessed a fire dragon martial soul, had never controlled flames to such an extreme. The flames released by Jiang Yu had clearly reached the standard of ultimate fire. Otherwise, it would not have been able to break through the defense of his strong Vidrabear. Although he temporarily forced Zhao Waoqi back, Jiang Yu did not let his guard down. After all, the opponent was a soul sage. If pushed too hard, it was likely that Zhao Waoqi would forget this was just an assessment and unleash his true strength. Sure enough, moments later, Zhao Waoqi let out a loud roar, enduring the burning power of the imperial fire, and pushed both hands forcefully toward Jiang Yu. His massive body, like a mountain, rushed over. Although the strong Vidrabear martial soul was not known for speed, it was also not as sluggish as ordinary high-attack beast martial souls. Seeing those enormous hands blocking out the sun coming from afar, Jiang Yu slid behind the strong Vajra bear with a swift maneuver, and the Chixiao sword in his hand erupted accordingly. Jiang Yu threw it with all his might, and the fiery sword shot toward the rear of the strong Vajra bear. At first, Zhao Waoqi only felt a tingling sensation, but soon the immense pain forced him to stop attacking Jiang Yu. He clutched his backside, crying out in pain. Despite Zhao Waoqi's strong Vajra bear martial soul being known for its high attack and high defense, it depended on who the opponent was. The Chixiao Sword, hailed as the sword of the emperor, the king of swords, should be able to shake the defense of the strong Vajra bear. Otherwise, it would not deserve to be called an imperial sword. Unexpectedly, he could even defeat a soul sage. Tang San's face was filled with disbelief. Although he was confident he could withstand Zhao Waoqi's attacks if he used hidden weapons, he would not dare to say he could defeat Zhao Waoqi, let alone so easily as Jiang Yu. Ever since encountering Jiang Yu, Tang San had faced setbacks everywhere. Even though he had practiced the Tang sect's internal skills and hidden weapon techniques, he still felt a sense of being suppressed. Tang San even had a premonition that even if he revealed all his trump cards, he would not be Jiang Yu's opponent. Jiang Yu did not expect that his previous performance would put such pressure on Tang San. Finally, he did not lose. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Facing a soul sage, especially someone as powerful as Zhao Waoqi, who could challenge opponents of higher ranks, even a soul Douluo would find it tricky. Moreover, there was a significant difference in soul power between Jiang Yu and Zhao Waoqi. If one were to say Jiang Yu could win, it was likely no one would believe it. But the result at hand, Jiang Yu actually won against Zhao Wuji solely with his own strength, without any external help. This is simply outrageous. Even Dai Mubai, who was standing nearby, had a look of shock on his face. As a powerful assault system soul master himself, he clearly understood Zhao Wuji's strength. If it were him, even just for training, he wouldn't dare to spar with teacher Zhao, who possessed the powerful Dali King Kong bear martial soul, let alone engage in real combat like Jiang Yu did. It seems that the position of the top student at Shrek Academy is about to change. However, Dai Mubai had no objections to this. Although he was arrogant, he had always admired the strong. After all, the Star Luo royal family had always revered power. Whoever had strength could rise to power. Even the position of emperor was determined by strength. Without strength, no matter how wise one might be, it would be impossible to inherit the throne. Dai Mubai's father was not as wise or as influential in the court as a few of his brothers. Yet, he was the first to cultivate to the soul emperor level, with a talent for cultivation far surpassing that of his brothers. Because of this, Dai Mubai's father was able to inherit the throne of the Star Luo Empire. If he could gain the assistance of such a person, then the throne would be within easy reach, and he would no longer have to fear other competitors. Dai Mubai couldn't help but consider pulling Jiang Yu to his side. Although he was dissatisfied with Jiang Yu's earlier contention over women, if he could obtain the throne, he wouldn't mind sacrificing a woman. Even the pair of twins by his side, he would gladly offer them up. As long as he could inherit the throne, what woman couldn't he have? There was no need to offend such a talented soul master over one woman. Having grown up in the royal family, Dai Mubai understood this principle well and immediately suppressed his displeasure. Right now, he only wanted to win Jiang Yu over. Kid, you're impressive. Zhao Wuji might not be a paragon of virtue, but a loss is a loss, and he can take it, even if he lost to a student, which would be a major blow to his pride. What does that little setback matter to a man of his stature? Zhao Wuji released his martial soul and returned to his original appearance, addressing Jiang Yu and the others. This match was my loss. You all passed. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji spread his arms in a welcoming gesture. Each of the 5 new students before him was a rare talent, especially Jiang Yu, who had great potential to cultivate to the title Douluo level in the future. If Shrek Academy could produce a powerful title Douluo, then funding would no longer be a problem. Surrounding kingdoms would surely invest in and support Shrek Academy. Thus, the salaries of the teachers would improve, no longer relying solely on tuition fees and sponsorships from the students' families to maintain basic teaching at the academy. Mubai, take them to select their dorms. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he left the playground, leaving all other entrance procedures to Dai Mubai. After Zhao Wuji left, Dai Mubai didn't waste any time and led the new students to the academy dormitories. Although they were called dormitories, they were actually wooden houses in the village. Looking somewhat shabby, the walls of the wooden houses were made of a mixture of mud and straw. The roofs were covered with thick thatch. Sunlight dappled onto the thatch, intertwining golden light with the color of the grass, making the shabby thatch house somewhat presentable. Looking at the thatched house, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but frown, not expecting the environment at Shrek Academy to be so poor that the students could only sleep in thatched houses. She had never slept in a thatched house before. Compared to Ning Rongrong's disdain, the others didn't show obvious signs of discontent. Inside the thatched house were large communal sleeping areas, with no single rooms available, meaning Ning Rongrong and the other girls would have to share a room. JiangYu could only squeeze in with Tang San and Oscar, which solved the room issue. Time quietly passed into the evening. The sky outside was gradually darkening. Oscar's true colors began to show, as he started discussing the distribution of female students with JiangYu and Tang San. Oscar attempted to assign one female student to each of them. However, this action was met with a collective resistance from Jiang Yu and Tang San. Chapter 227, Mysterious Person No Way. Although Tang San said he only regarded Xiao Wu as a little sister, his feelings for her were far more than that. There was no way he would let Oscar get involved. As for Jiang Yu, among the new female students, aside from Xiao Wu, they were all his women. So how could he assign them to Oscar? Seeing that both new students disagreed, Oscar wanted to say more, but upon seeing their resolute expressions, he had to keep quiet. After all, he was just an auxiliary system soul master. Even if he possessed strong attack power, he would not be a match for these two new students. Especially Jiang Yu. He was someone who wasn't afraid of Zhao Wuji. Oscar didn't dare to rebut. Late at night, when it was quiet, Tang San and Oscar had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yu put on his clothes, tiptoed to the door, opened it, and let the moonlight pour in. After closing the door, Jiang Yu was about to find a place to relieve himself, but at that moment, a noise came from a distance. Who? Jiang Yu followed the sound and quickly chased after it. This person intruding into Shrek Academy at night must have some ulterior motives. Soon, Jiang Yu followed the mysterious person outside the boundaries of Shrek Academy. He arrived in a nearby forest, and once that person entered, he could no longer see their figure. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu followed into the woods, unafraid that the mysterious person would attack him. Observing their actions, they did not seem to be a bad person. Inside the forest, weeds were overgrown and the ground was covered with blue grass. Although this blue-silver grass had a tenacious vitality, it was quite common on the continent. It was a very ordinary plant. Only a few could cultivate to 1,000 years, and the ordinary weeds were mostly food for soul beasts, especially the soft-bone rabbit. This kind of soul beast fed on blue-silver grass. Come out. Jiang Yu stopped, looking into the dim space ahead with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Who are you? The mysterious person did not respond directly, but said lightly, I didn't expect to find such a talent in this small place. With your talent, it will be no problem for you to cultivate to the title Douluo level. Draw your sword. As the mysterious person spoke, he stepped out of the dark space and stood a few meters away from Jiang Yu. Let me see your sword. The mysterious person was tall, cloaked in black, even wearing a black hood. From his appearance, one could only tell he was a man. The mysterious person raised his right hand, and a black light gathered in his hand, transforming into a large object. At the same time, 9 soul rings appeared on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings did not pulsate like Zhao Wuji's. They simply remained still at different positions on his body. 9 soul rings. Upon seeing the soul rings on the mysterious person, Jiang Yu immediately guessed his identity. In the Douluo Continent, the number of titled Douluos is not many, so it is easy to distinguish which titled Douluo is which based on their characteristics. The glaring red soul rings are extremely rare, even among titled Douluos. Apart from the Pope Bibi Dong, there is only the retired soul master who has been praised as the most talented in the Haotian sect in 100 years, and is also the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao, whose innate talent is rarely seen in the Douluo Continent. Jiang Yu did not expect that Tang Hao would not go to find Zhao Wujie to teach his son Tang San a lesson, but instead would come to him. Could it be that he is jealous of me being stronger than Tang San? Jiang Yu thought to himself. Tang Hao had been secretly protecting Tang San, and seeing that his talent was even stronger than his own son S, it was inevitable that he would have some thoughts. However, a dignified titled Douluo should not bully a child for such reasons, right? Jiang Yu secretly scoffed. The mysterious person saw that Jiang Yu did not show any fear after seeing the 9 soul rings on him and could not help but nod in approval. Not to mention a child. Even some titled Douluo powerhouses would feel fear upon seeing the soul ring configuration on him. 100,000-year soul ring is not comparable to an ordinary soul ring in the soul master world besides him. I'm afraid only the current pope of the spirit hall possesses such a thing. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you, the mysterious person confidently said. I will suppress my soul power to your level, and I want to use my self-created soul skills. only relying on the power of my martial soul itself. Saying this, the mysterious person raised the hammer in his hand. Then let us do it. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. Since he could encounter the famous Dalu, he also wanted to see how powerful this legendary strength-type soul master truly was. A flash of red light appeared, and a long sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand. The sword's exterior was magnificent, looking cold and sharp, giving a strong sense of oppression. Indeed, it was not wrong. The mysterious person saw the two characters Chixiao in pure gold on the sword body and showed an excited expression. It really is the Chixiao Sword. The mysterious person's voice was filled with shock. 3,000 years ago, the continent's #1 weapon martial soul was not the current Haotian hammer. At that time, there was a saying on the continent, "Martial soul supreme, treasure sword Chixiao, if the divine soul does not appear, who can resist?" The mysterious person highly revered the Chixiao Sword. In his eyes, even the top martial soul, the divinely bestowed martial soul, was slightly inferior to the Chixiao Sword. Because their clan had fought against several families with divinely bestowed martial souls, even the Qian family with the angel martial soul did not intimidate them. The angel martial soul was not much stronger than their clan's inherited martial soul. But the Chixiao Sword is different. 3,000 years ago, the mysterious person's ancestor had fought against a soul master with the Chixiao Sword martial soul. In that battle, the Chixiao Sword soul master completely suppressed the hammer in his ancestor's hand with the sword. If it weren't for the later disappearance of the entire Chixiao Sword sect, and the fact that no soul master with the Chixiao Sword had appeared on the Douluo Continent again, how could the title of the continent's #1 weapon martial soul have fallen to their clan? Although the mysterious person knew the fame of the Chixiao Sword, he was still unconvinced. He wanted everyone to know that the Haotian hammer was not inferior to the Chixiao Sword at all. The title of the continent's #1 weapon martial soul was well-deserved. As long as he defeated the Chixiao Sword soul master, he could prove this, and no one would ever question it again. The mysterious person also wanted to see what was so special about the legendary Chixiao Sword martial soul that allowed it to suppress all weapon martial souls for thousands of years. Therefore, for a fair fight, the mysterious person not only sealed most of his own soul power, but also did not intend to use self-created soul skills or some powerful techniques. He wanted to compete fairly with the power of the martial soul itself against the Chixiao Sword martial soul. The mysterious person gripped the hammer in his hand, staring ahead. He did not intend to strike first. At his level, he naturally had the dignity of a powerhouse and would not take advantage of others. Chapter 228. The Imperial Sword Domain. Today, Tang had been secretly observing the duel between Zhao Wujia and Jiang Yu. When he saw that Jiang Yu's martial soul was the Chixiao Sword, even Tang Hao couldn't help but be surprised. That's why he came to find Jiang Yu late at night. He didn't even care about Zhao Wujia bullying his son. After all, Zhao Wujia couldn't escape from here. Jiang Yu saw that Tang Hao was so bold and was not angry. After all, he was facing the famous Haotian Douluo, known as the #1 assault-type title Douluo on the Douluo Continent. Although he had suppressed his soul power to a level similar to Jiang Yu's, the skills and experience of a title Douluo were not something Jiang Yu could compare to at this moment. If that is the case, then let us do it. Jiang Yu held the sword with one hand, his momentum bursting forth, and his whole aura changed, as if he were a deep abyss or a towering mountain. Jiang Yu infused his soul power into the Chixiao Sword, and also sent a stream of mental energy into the Chixiao Sword. This was the sword technique contained within the Chixiao Sword. Unity of man and sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz at this moment. The Chixiao Sword seemed to have gained sentience, instantly flying out of Jiang Yu's hand. The Chixiao soared through the air, wrapped in golden flames, flying forward and tracing a golden arc in the sky. Tang Hao's face was filled with shock. He had never thought of how a martial soul could be used this way. This sword was so extraordinary. The soul rings on the sword body did not light up, indicating that this move was not a soul skill. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Tang Hao looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. He could actually create a soul skill. This was even rarer than having innate full soul power. The number of soul masters who could create their own soul skills was extremely few. Facing Jiang Yu's self-created soul skill, Tang Hao, although confident he could withstand it, still focused entirely, as he did not know the effects of the opponent's soul skill. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. Since the opponent was using a self-created soul skill, he naturally had to respond with the Haotian sect's soul skills, so they could see who the true #1 weapon martial soul was. Tang Hao exerted force in his calves, and all his strength suddenly erupted. He was a soul master who followed the pure power route. No matter who the enemy was, he would crush them with pure strength. At this moment, the power emanating from Tang Hao could only be described as terrifying. Originally, the power of Assault-type Soul Masters was above that of other types of Soul Masters. And Tang Hao's martial soul was the Haotian Hammer, known for its power, combined with his pure power route. Although he had suppressed his soul power to a level similar to Jiang Yu's, the power was not limited. Even Zhao Wujie might not have strength as great as his. Tang Hao pivoted, swinging the Haotian Hammer, the massive object in his hand showing no signs of hesitation. A whirlwind stirred around him. Tang Hao's hammer techniques had already reached the pinnacle level, with no flaws in his hammer swings, making it very difficult to counterattack. Indeed, as expected of the Haotian Daluo, JiangYu knew Tang Hao would not be easy to deal with. But when truly facing him, he found that this Haotian Daluo's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even the sword Daluo, known for his killing prowess, was somewhat inferior compared to Tang Hao. The Haotian hammer collided with the Chixiao Sword that was rushing towards it, and the two top martial souls erupted with completely different powers. The Haotian hammer was pure power, overwhelming everything with ultimate strength, while the Chixiao Sword was supreme pressure, as if it were a lofty monarch, causing all living beings to feel fear. In terms of pure power, the Chixiao Sword may not compare to the Haotian hammer, but the supreme sword intent emanating from it caused the Haotian hammer to tremble. For the first time, Tang Hao felt a sense of fear from his martial soul. Although it was slight, it was enough to shock him. This had never happened before. Even when facing the former Pope of the Spirit Hall with the angel martial soul, his Haotian hammer had never shown fear. In fact, it unleashed unprecedented power to firmly suppress the angel martial soul. At that time, Tang Hao had just reached the title Daluo level and had not yet added any soul rings. Yet he managed to break through the encirclement of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, several titled Daluos, the Platinum Bishop, and a large group of renowned experts from across the continent. He even severely injured the Pope. All along, Tang Hao had been confident in his martial soul, and the Haotian hammer truly deserved the title of the #1 weapon martial soul on the continent. But today, the Haotian hammer actually felt fear towards the Chixiao Sword. Great Sumeru Hammer. Although he could not use his full power, Tang Hao still employed his strongest technique. This Great Sumeru Hammer was the most powerful inherited soul skill of the Haotian sect, traditionally passed down to only the sect master. Although the current sect master was Tang Xiao, even he did not know the Great Sumeru Hammer technique. This technique was only passed down to Tang Hao, his grandson, showing the high expectations placed upon him. The Great Sumeru Hammer could merge all of one's soul rings into one, infusing them all into the Haotian hammer, transforming into the purest form of power and attack strength, achieving a level of power that surpassed one's own soul power, following the path of overwhelming strength. However, Tang Hao did not truly unleash the full power of the Great Sumeru Hammer, as winning in such a way would not be honorable. Yet, forcing him to use the Great Sumeru Hammer was already a source of pride for JiangYu. It should be noted that, even when facing an average title Daluo, Tang Hao would not use the Great Sumeru Hammer technique. He would only resort to the strongest hammer technique of the Haotian sect when faced with a powerful opponent. Tang Hao's first soul ring shone brightly, and all its power surged into the Haotian hammer. For a moment, the Chixiao Sword was suppressed by the power of the Haotian hammer. The supreme imperial sword was actually being pressed down by the Haotian hammer. JiangYu did not dare to hold back, unleashing all his soul power to communicate with the Chixiao Sword. The imperial sword seemed to sense the provocation from the Haotian hammer. A rumbling sound erupted from the sword body, and at that moment, the Chixiao Sword was also enraged. It had always been the one to suppress others. No one had ever been able to suppress it. Not even the Xianyuan sword had dared to humiliate it like this. An unprecedented power suddenly manifested. The hidden power within the Chixiao Sword erupted completely. This power formed a unique sword domain. Jiang Yu, who was one with the Chixiao Sword, instantly comprehended this power. Within the sword domain, the power of all weapon martial souls was halved, and the power of sword martial souls was even reduced further. In contrast, the power of the Chixiao Sword was increased by 100%. Moreover, the fire attribute of the Chixiao Sword was also enhanced by 100%. Additionally, within this sword domain, the opponent's spiritual power would be affected, potentially causing dizziness. Imperial Sword Domain. JiangYu named this newfound power the Imperial Sword Domain, as the Chixiao Sword was the sword of the Imperial Path. This, Tang Hao furrowed his brows, just as he was about to suppress JiangYu. He did not expect the Chixiao Sword in JiangYu's hand to erupt at this moment, awakening the power of the domain. A domain, even among titled Daluo, who stand at the pinnacle of soul masters, not everyone could awaken the power of a domain. Chapter 229. The Power of the Domain. A domain. Jiang Yu had actually awakened the power of a domain. Tang Hao looked at the young man in front of him with a shocked expression. The talent of this young man was even stronger than his son's, mastering a domain at such a young age. Even a genius like him could not achieve this at Jiang Yu's age. Once the Imperial Sword domain emerged, Tang Hao immediately felt the Haotian hammer in his hand being suppressed, with even the power of the Great Sumera hammer technique significantly weakened, unable to unleash the original power of the Haotian hammer. This is the magic of the domain. Tang Hao no longer held back. The killing intent on his body was instantly released, transforming into a thick black mist that surrounded him. The black mist swirled, causing a shiver to run through those nearby. The surrounding creatures dared not move. Even the blue-silver grass on the ground retracted, no longer absorbing the moonlight power. The powerful killing intent surged toward the Imperial Sword domain. The pressure around Tang Hao gradually diminished. This was his domain, the killing god domain. Back in the City of Slaughter, he endured hardships and, with great willpower, passed the rigorous tests of the City of Slaughter to successfully obtain the killing god domain. It is known that only a few individuals have passed the tests of the City of Slaughter in the past 10,000 years. The difficulties involved are comparable to achieving the title Douluo status, and those who passed were all extraordinary talents. Once the killing god domain emerged, Tang Hao's momentum instantly increased significantly, and his power erupted accordingly. In contrast, Jiang Yu's strength decreased by 10% due to the influence of the killing god domain. Although this 10% reduction was not a significant impact on Jiang Yu overall, because of the enhancement from the Imperial Sword domain, his opponent was no ordinary soul master. This was one of the strongest individuals on the continent. Neither side dared to underestimate the other. The black killing god domain and the fiery red golden Imperial Sword domain occupied opposite sides of the sky, distinctly separated. The two supreme domains would not yield to each other, neither willing to retreat. This was the dignity of top-level domains. The commotion in the forest awakened Flander and Zhao Wujia, who got out of bed and headed toward the small grove. Flander unleashed his cat Eagle Martial Soul, and after his martial soul was activated, a pair of massive wings appeared on his back. His entire body was covered in feathers, and his eyes turned orange-yellow. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged from his body. After activating his martial soul, Flander's speed increased significantly. With a flap of his wings, he flew several hundred meters and quickly rushed into the small grove. As for Zhao Wujia, he was not good at speed to begin with, let alone comparing himself to a soul master like Flander who had a flying-type martial soul. Compared to Flander, his speed could only be described as slow, but fortunately, the small grove was not far from the academy. A few hundred meters away from Jiang Yu, Flander slowly descended and landed in the grass. Although it was night, Flander could still see Jiang Yu and Tang Hao in front of him. His cat Eagle Martial Soul provided him with exceptional vision, unaffected even by the night. Upon seeing the hammer in the mysterious person's hand, Flander's face was filled with shock. Then he thought of someone. It was him. Flander murmured to himself, unable to believe that the Haotian would appear at Shrek Academy. Wait, the person next to him is a student who came to enroll in the academy today. Flander could hardly believe his eyes. Jiang Yu was actually on par with the Haotian. Although it was obvious that the Haotian Dalu was suppressing his realm, it was still shocking enough. Such a talent could no longer be described as a monster. Even since Flander established Shrek Academy, he had never seen anyone as stunning as Jiang Yu. This kind of person would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of soul masters in the future. Furthermore, there was even hope for ascension to godhood. Perhaps he could become the first person to attain godhood in 10,000 years on the continent. Just thinking about this made Flander feel a surge of excitement. If he could really cultivate a god, Shrek Academy would surely become famous across the continent, becoming the #1 academy. Wealth and glory would be within easy reach. Just as Flander was lost in his fantasies, Zhao Wujia also arrived at the small grove. Seeing Flander squatting there in a daze, he patted Flander's shoulder with his large hand, instantly pulling Flander back to reality. Zhao Wujia. Flander didn't have to think to know who had disrupted his thoughts. Such an annoying person could only be Zhao Wujia. Although Flander was somewhat angry, he still tried to lower his voice to avoid alarming the two people ahead. Principal, what are you doing squatting here? There's someone intruding into Shrek Academy, and you aren't chasing them away. The sky was dim, and Zhao Wujia couldn't see Flander's slightly angry face, nor could he see the identities of the two people ahead. All he knew was that anyone who intruded into Shrek Academy at such a late hour must have an ulterior motive. Wait, As Zhao Wujia was about to rush out, Flander reached out to grab him. Although Zhao Wujia was tall and strong, the principal of Shrek Academy wasn't someone to be trifled with either. That person ahead is not someone you can provoke, Flander warned. If you don't want to get beaten up, then just wait here obediently. Beaten up? Zhao Wujia frowned. If someone else had said that, he wouldn't have believed it at all. But since it was Flander who said it, and having been together for so long, Zhao Wujia knew what kind of person Flander was. Although he was greedy and stingy, he wouldn't speak carelessly. Since he said so, it meant that the other party must be significant. For someone to make Zhao Wujia unable to fight back, an ordinary soul, Dalu, couldn't do it. They would need at least the cultivation of a peak soul, or even a title Dalu. This puzzled Zhao Wujia. How could such a person come to the small Shrek Academy? Flander and Zhao Wujia thought they were hiding well in the bushes, but they were unaware that their movements had already been sensed by Tang Hao and Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu didn't have Tang Hao's high-level cultivation, his mental strength was also formidable, especially since he had absorbed the power of the Sky Dream Ice Worm, the only million-year soul beast on the continent. Moreover, being a mental type, Jiang Yu's mental power was not inferior to that of Title Dalu and might even surpass that of an ordinary Title Dalu. However, neither of them said anything nor minded having someone watching from the side. As the two great domains erupted, Flander and Zhao Wujia felt tremendous pressure, but after all, they were both soul saints. Moreover, Tang Hao had suppressed his soul power and didn't use all of it, so Flander and Zhao Wujia could still bear it. The two focused intently on what was ahead. Tang Hao held the Haotian hammer, and the killing god domain erupted completely, exuding an aura reminiscent of the legendary killing god. Jiang Yu wielded the Chixiao Sword, and the imperial sword domain was fully unleashed, resembling an ancient emperor ruling over vast mountains and rivers. Chapter 230, Primordial Purple Chi. Meeting talented opponents, a match of equals. Neither Jiang Yu nor Tang Hao was willing to back down. One wielded a sword, the other held a hammer. The two great domains were unleashed to their limits. Jiang Yu rarely used the Earth Shatter Sword technique, and the Chixiao Sword erupted with intense sword light. The yellow sword light contained boundless killing intent, along with a mysterious aura. Faced with such mysterious power, Tang Hao couldn't help but grip the Haotian hammer tightly. The 100-meter sword light was dazzling like the sun. Flander and Zhao Wujia, hiding in the bushes, felt some trepidation in the face of such power. It seemed that today, this kid hadn't displayed his true strength otherwise. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but murmur to himself, seeing Jiang Yu's performance at that moment. Zhao Wujia finally realized just how powerful Jiang Yu truly was. Although Tang Hao was somewhat astonished by the 100-meter sword light, he did not feel fear. He had never yielded to anyone, not even to a limit Dalu. That was what he took the most pride in. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer and charged forward. The massive hammer felt incredibly light in his hands, as if it had no weight. His attack appeared plain and unadorned, lacking flashy effects, yet it radiated a tremendous power. Boom! The large hammer collided with the Chixiao Sword, and the powers of the two martial souls intertwined, creating a storm that erupted outward from their point of contact. Nearby, the 100-meter giant trees were bent by the strong winds, and the blue-silver grass on the ground was even uprooted and scattered everywhere. Even Flander and Zhao Wujia, hundreds of meters away, were pushed back by the fierce wind. However, it appeared that Flander was pushed back even further, as he was a sensitive attack-type soul master, and not as robust as Zhao Wujia, naturally retreating more. Conversely, although Zhao Wujia's soul power was lower than Flander's, his strength was greater. The Haotian hammer and the Chixiao Sword clashed, and the power released from their struggle grew increasingly stronger. The chaotic sword energy from the Chixiao Sword battered against the hammer, putting immense pressure on the wielder of the martial soul. Tang Hao's and Jiang Yu's soul power was rapidly depleting. The stronger the soul skill, the greater the consumption. After a series of clashes, the soul power of both had fallen below 10%, unless Tang Hao released the suppression on his soul power. This battle was likely to reach a conclusion. Given Tang Hao's character, he would never resort to bullying the weak. He would not release the seal. As he realized he couldn't suppress Jiang Yu for long, Tang Hao understood why the Chixiao Sword had always been called the number one weapon martial soul on the continent. It was indeed powerful. Even Tang Hao had to admit that with the Chixiao Sword present, the Haotian hammer could not be deemed the number one weapon martial soul. Coming to this realization, Tang Hao reluctantly retracted the Haotian hammer. At this moment, his soul power was no longer sufficient to launch a powerful attack, and he had already gained considerable advantage in this confrontation. Continuing to entangle would not be befitting a gentleman. Seeing Tang Hao retract the Haotian hammer, Jiang Yu finally relaxed. If the battle continued, he might not necessarily achieve victory. Fortunately, he had managed to hold on in the face of such immense pressure. Truly worthy of the Chixiao Sword. You have not tarnished this sword. Although Tang Hao was completely wrapped in clothing, it was not hard to hear from his tone that he was sincerely praising Jiang Yu. In the future, among soul masters, there may be few who can compare with you, or rather, it might be hard to find anyone to match you. Tang Hao clearly recognized Jiang Yu's strength. It was already quite rare for him to say such words given his character. Although his son Tang San had awakened with full innate soul power and even possessed twin martial souls, in his eyes, these were not enough to surpass Jiang Yu. Tang Hao did not know that Jiang Yu had 2 more martial souls. Otherwise, his expression would likely have been even more vivid. Even so, the fact that he could say such things given his strength had already solidified Jiang Yu's position as number 1, making it basically unshakable. After all, Tang Hao's vision and realm were not comparable to ordinary titled Douluos. You two come out. After losing to Jiang Yu, Tang Hao didn't say anything, but he couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. Right now, he desperately needed to find someone to vent his frustration. Originally, he wanted to find Zhao Wujie to seek an explanation from Tang San, but now he was here, so there was no need to look any further. Greetings, my lord. Although Flander recognized the identity of the mysterious person, he did not reveal it and respectfully flew in front of him. Zhao Wujie did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly quickened his pace towards the direction of the mysterious person. The title Douluo was not someone he could provoke. Tang Hao did not say much either, grabbing this powerful soul master with a great reputation and giving him a beating. However, Tang Hao was still measured and did not injure any critical areas, so although the other party felt pain, there was no actual damage. After the beating, Tang Hao taught him some techniques and how to use power. Then he turned and left. No one saw the trace of bright red that appeared at the corner of Tang Hao's mouth. The previous sword energy had clearly affected him somewhat. Although this minor effect was quickly suppressed, it was already quite impressive that Jiang Yu could achieve this level. Jiang Yu did not linger in the small grove. He gained a lot from the earlier fight and had a deeper understanding of the use of power, so he quickly took his leave from the 2 academy teachers. Jiang Yu quickly ran back to his dormitory. He gently approached his bed, sitting cross-legged there, carefully reflecting on the fight with Tang Hao. As the sky began to brighten, Jiang Yu stepped out of his room and went to an open area to practice the Hongmeng Purple Qi. A great sun slowly rose on the horizon, and a surge of purple energy gradually emerged. Jiang Yu circulated his technique, slowly absorbing the purple gas from the sky. As the purple energy entered his body, his skin emitted a rich purple glow, making him appear even more divine. The innate purple energy was extremely precious. It only appeared at the moment when the sun rose on Douluo Continent. No one on the entire Douluo Continent understood the mystery of innate purple energy, so no one had ever used it for cultivation. Moreover, even if one knew the effects of purple energy without advanced techniques, it was impossible to absorb the purple energy around the sun. Only Jiang Yu and Tang San could cultivate using the purple energy due to their techniques. Just as Jiang Yu was absorbing the purple energy to nourish his body, Tang San also got up to practice, as only the innate purple energy in the morning could allow his purple extreme demon eye to reach perfection. However, Tang San did not absorb much purple energy because his technique was far inferior to Jiang Yu's, making it impossible for him to compete with Jiang Yu for the innate purple energy. The only purple energy Tang San absorbed was what remained after Jiang Yu had finished absorbing, which is why after so many years, his purple extreme demon eye had not even reached the minor success stage. Tang San did not know that most of the innate purple energy had been absorbed by Jiang Yu and thought there was only that much. Chapter 231. Strategy. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering when his purple extreme demon eye would reach minor success. To cultivate the purple extreme demon eye, one must absorb innate purple energy to make progress. However, the innate purple energy on Douluo Continent was simply too scarce, even less than in his previous world. Tang San did not know that the innate purple energy was absorbed by Jiang Yu. He thought it was a problem with this world. With a dejected sigh, Tang San shook his head helplessly, stopped his cultivation, and began to contemplate the battle from yesterday. Jiang Yu's performance far exceeded his expectations. With his current strength, he was not a match for Jiang Yu at all. Even with Tang Sek's hidden weapons, it wouldn't work, unless he could create hidden weapons that ranked among the top in 100 solutions. But these hidden weapons required powerful internal strength as a backing. Unless they were mechanism-type hidden weapons, like the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and Peacock Feather. However, The manufacturing process for these hidden weapons was extremely complex, and the material requirements were extremely stringent. Given his current conditions, it was impossible to produce them, and even if he had experience in making those hidden weapons before, starting over would take a significant amount of time, especially if he had to search for materials. Although Tang San was eager to quickly create the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and Peacock Feather to make up for the gap in strength against opponents like Jiang Yu, he also understood that such matters could not be rushed. Instead of being anxious, it was better to improve his soul power first. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a strong urge to cultivate the Haotian hammer. Although blue silvergrass had greatly improved in quality due to the addition of soul rings, it was still just grass. It was fine for dealing with ordinary soul masters, but it was somewhat lacking when facing genius soul masters with awakened powerful martial souls. If he could cultivate the Haotian hammer, he would have the confidence to compete with Jiang Yu. Tang San did not know that last night his father, the renowned Haotian Dalu, had used the inherited soul skills of the Haotian sect and still lost to Jiang Yu. If he knew this, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts. Jiang Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, his spirit was exceptionally full, and his whole body was filled with strength. With his physical quality further improved. Gurgle. His stomach let out a rumble. Jiang Yu rubbed his belly, realizing he hadn't eaten since he had been cultivating until now and felt a bit hungry. It was time for breakfast. He should go find Rongrong and the others. Jiang Yu guessed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing probably hadn't had breakfast either, so he decided to look for them together. The girls' dormitory was not far from the boys' dormitory, only about several dozen meters away. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the girls' dormitory door. He did not push the door open directly. After all, besides Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, there was also Xiao Wu in the dormitory. So, Jiang Yu called out Ning Rongrong's name directly at the door. Before long, the door opened, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing walked out, still wearing the same outfits as yesterday, with a hint of laziness on their faces. Rongrong, Zhuqing. Jiang Yu was not afraid of their surprise and said generously, "Do you want to go have breakfast together?" Breakfast? Ning Rongrong rubbed her sleepy eyes. She had been hungry for a long time, and upon hearing that there was breakfast, her face immediately lit up with excitement. "Brother Yu, wait for me," Ning Rongrong said as she turned back into the room. "I'll go call Xiao Wu, and we'll go eat breakfast together." She did not forget her other roommate. Zhu Zhuqing slowly walked towards Jiang Yu as she walked out of the room. It was unclear whether it was because she had just woken up or for some other reason, but her face was flushed. "How are you?" Zhu Zhuqing said shyly. "Yesterday's assessment relied on you to hold back the examiner. Did you get hurt?" Seeing her concerned expression, Jiang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had not suffered any injuries, he knew he could not say that directly. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu pretended to cough a few times, squinting his eyebrows and feigning a look of discomfort. After all, she was a soul sage, and being faced with her was still quite pressuring. Although he hadn't sustained any major injuries, he still had some internal injuries. Jiang Yu elongated his voice and softly said, "But as long as you weren't hurt, that's worth it. These minor injuries aren't a big deal." Saying this, Jiang Yu pretended to cough a few more times. Zhu Zhuqing, who had never experienced such a scene before, quickly fell for it. Previously, no one had ever treated her like this. In an instant, a certain part of her body felt wet. Tears streamed down from her eyes. Seeing the beautiful girl in tears, Jiang Yu realized that his previous words had worked, and he was about to step forward to comfort her. At that moment, the sound of footsteps from Ning Rongrong came from inside the room, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly rubbed the tears from her eyes. She didn't want Ning Rongrong to see this scene. Jiang Yu had no choice but to retract his embrace. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu walked out, with a hint of fatigue on Xiao Wu's face, but nothing else seemed unusual. As expected of a soul beast that had transformed after 100,000 years, even after being treated like a weapon by Tang San yesterday, she showed no signs of injury, truly resilient. Just then, Tang San also arrived at the girls' dormitory. Upon seeing Jiang Yu at the door, he was momentarily taken aback. But then he figured out. Jiang Yu was here for the same reason he was, only he was looking for Xiao Wu to have breakfast together. When Xiao Wu saw Tang San, her fatigue vanished, and she bounced over to him. After chatting for a while, they saw Xiao Wu wrap her arms around Tang San's arm, looking quite intimate. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong imitated her and reached out to hold Jiang Yu's hand. Her straightforward personality meant she had no concept of gender boundaries, and coupled with the open atmosphere of Douluo Continent, Ning Rongrong felt nothing wrong with this. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Ning Rongrong holding Jiang Yu's hand, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. She wanted to be like Ning Rongrong, but with her personality. Holding a man's hand in front of so many people, she found it a bit hard to do. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation, Jiang Yu felt a pang of pity for her. She was different from Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had her father and two titled Douluos who doted on her, growing up in an environment that many would envy. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, although her father was a duke of the Star Luo Empire with a high status, her background was not inferior to Ning Rongrong's. However, the Star Luo Empire valued strength above all, and even the royal family and dukes were fundamentally based on power. A harsh environment could forge a person's resilience, but staying long in such a cold atmosphere inevitably led to some oppression. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't be like Ning Rongrong. Their personalities were full of differences. Jiang Yu calmly extended his other hand to hold Zhu Zhuqing's, who was following behind. Her cold hand instantly warmed up. Chapter 232. Phoenix. Zhu Zhuqing had never held hands with someone of the opposite sex before. This feeling was warm, something she had never experienced before. Zhu Zhuqing tightly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Thus, Jiang Yu held the hands of both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong as they searched for the location of the cafeteria in a village. Tang San, seeing Jiang Yu holding two girls' hands, was somewhat surprised. This was possible too. Although Tang San was exceptionally gifted in cultivation, he lacked talent in matters of romance. He had always been immersed in the practice of concealed weapons and inner strength, never having had deep contact with women. The scene today greatly moved him. Jiang Yu was unaware of what Tang San was thinking. After searching for a long time without finding the cafeteria, he couldn't help but complain. What kind of place was Shrek Academy? Did they not even have a cafeteria? Jiang Yu was too lazy to continue searching. Seeing the busy villagers nearby, he had a sudden idea. Since he didn't know where the academy's cafeteria was, why not buy some food from the villagers' homes? Although it was still early, villagers were different from soul masters. Soul masters could sleep in, but villagers had to work in the fields and were surely already awake. Hearing that Jiang Yu wanted to buy food from the villagers, Tang San didn't oppose. He was too hungry and didn't want to search for the cafeteria anymore. Just as they were preparing to find a villager's home to buy food, a commotion came from a distance. The group turned to look, seeing a boy and a girl arguing about something. The couple appeared quite young. The girl seemed around 15 years old, with an ordinary appearance, dressed in simple farmer's clothes. Probably a villager's child. The boy arguing with her looked about the same age, short in stature and chubby, with short hair and small eyes, his face round and plump. The funniest part was that he had two little tufts of mustache on his lips, seemingly just sprouted after puberty. Ma Hongjun, don't look for me anymore. I want to be with you. Suehua, can we not break up? No, to be honest, I don't hate you, but you are just too. You should find someone else. Breaking up is fine, but you have to go out with me one more time, and then I'll agree to your request. Saying this, Ma Hongjun tried to grab Suehua, but the girl hurriedly backed away like a frightened little rabbit. However, Suehua was just an ordinary little girl. How could she escape Ma Hongjun's grasp? She was quickly caught, and the chubby boy pulled her into his embrace. Just as Ma Hongjun seemed about to force himself on her, Jiang Yu quickly shouted, "Let go of that girl." Jiang Yu released the hands of the two girls and stepped forward quickly. Who dares to meddle in my business? Ma Hongjun cursed, his anger rising as he prepared to grab Suehua for a more in-depth interaction. Unexpectedly, someone dared to stop him. Seeing the anger in Ma Hongjun's eyes, Jiang Yu knew he was about to explode, but he wasn't afraid. Not to mention the still-evolving evil fire phoenix. Even a real phoenix wouldn't intimidate him. Although the phoenix was revered as the king of birds, controlling the ultimate fire, known as the strongest fire element. The imperial fire contained in the Chixiao Sword was also regarded as the emperor of fire. With the imperial fire unleashed, all flames would submit. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword, after years of cultivation and nourished by solar divine power, had long surpassed the realm of primary ultimate fire. Even the true phoenix fire could not shake the imperial fire contained within the Chixiao Sword. Ma Hongjun, since she doesn't want to be your girlfriend, why force it? A stubborn fruit, isn't sweet. Why push someone you consider a friend with violence? Jiang Yu advised. He knew that Ma Hongjun's behavior stemmed from his martial soul's defects. But that wasn't an excuse for him to force Suehua. If he truly had needs, he could resolve them himself. You make it sound easy. Ma Hongjun swung his fists, a faint purple light flashing around him. He actually started to use his soul power. Jiang Yu didn't dodge, facing Ma Hongjun head-on, exerting force in his calves, straightening his waist, and concentrating all his strength into a single punch. Bang! With a dull sound, Ma Hongjun staggered back several meters. He never expected that such a robust man couldn't even take one of Jiang Yu's punches, suffering a significant loss right from the start. No, it's impossible. Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. You're also a soul master. Since entering Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had never suffered such a big loss. Among the students at Shrek Academy, he believed he was no worse than anyone else. Even Dai Mubai was only able to suppress him due to his higher soul power. Even so, Dai Mubai could never knock him back with one punch, and Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu with reluctance. Phoenix possession. The strength of the person opposite him was far greater than his own, and Ma Hongjun could only release his martial soul, hoping to suppress the situation. After all, in the world of martial souls, there are not many martial souls more advanced than the Phoenix martial soul. Those top-tier martial souls are the inherited martial souls of the strongest families on the continent. Ma Hongjun doesn't believe that Jiang Yu is a soul master from one of those powerful families, because such noble heirs don't need to attend Shrek Academy. Phoenix. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun's martial soul is the Phoenix martial soul, everyone present, except Jiang Yu, couldn't help but be surprised. This is a top-tier martial soul. Definitely not inferior to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex's inherited martial soul. In fact, it might even be stronger. However, soul masters who awaken the Phoenix martial soul are exceedingly rare on the continent, and to this day, no sect has been formed around it, which is why its fame is not as resounding as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Phoenix. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but think of the girl from the Heavenly Water sect who awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul. She heard that the girl has a close relationship with Brother Yu. Just because she awakened the Phoenix martial soul, she dares to compete with me. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to let her and this fat guy. Ning Rongrong began to plot secretly. If she informs the leader of the Heavenly Water sect about Ma Hongjun's news, he would definitely try to take Ma Hongjun away. After all, in the Heavenly Water sect, only Shui Binger has awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul, while most members of other sects have awakened water attribute martial souls like dolphins and waterbirds. If Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger were to combine, their child would have a high probability of awakening the Phoenix martial soul. Perhaps the combination of the two Phoenix martial souls would even give birth to an even more powerful variant Phoenix martial soul. This has precedent in soul master families that rely on bloodline inheritance. A strong alliance will only make them stronger. Therefore, some powerful soul master families on the continent generally only marry into families of similar status. Only if a soul master awakens a top-tier martial soul will those powerful families lower their standards. Even if you're a grassroots soul master from a commoner family, you can still become the son-in-law of a large family. Although Ma Hongjun doesn't look very good and clearly seems to be from a grassroots soul master background, none of this matters. What matters is that he has awakened the Phoenix martial soul. Just thinking of this made Ning Rongrong's lips involuntarily curl up. Chapter 233. Acting skills. The biggest difference between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls is that after the martial soul manifests, the soul master's body will change in the direction of the soul beast. This beastification greatly enhances the soul master's physical condition. Generally speaking, soul masters who awaken beast martial souls are much stronger than those who awaken weapon martial souls. Of course, once they reach the soul sage realm, weapon soul masters who have attained their true form can reverse this situation. After the Phoenix manifests, Ma Hongjun's short hair instantly grows long and gathers toward the center. A purplish-red light bursts forth from his body, radiating an intense heat. Two circles of yellow light appear around him. Thick feathers grow on his exposed arms, and his hands transform into claw shapes. Seeing Ma Hongjun with his martial soul manifested, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, then began to mock that his martial soul is a land chicken. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul, combined with his round body, indeed doesn't resemble the legendary martial soul, but rather looks somewhat like the land chickens commonly seen in the village. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't help but join in the teasing. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's words infuriated Ma Hongjun. He hates it most when others say his Phoenix martial soul is a land chicken. Although most villagers in their village have awakened land chicken martial souls, his martial soul is definitely not a land chicken. Even if there are flaws in his martial soul, it is a genuine Phoenix. The reverse scale was touched, and Ma Hongjun, ignoring that he was facing girls, activated his first soul ring. Opening his mouth wide as a stream of fine, purplish-red flames spewed toward Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. JiangYu and Tang San would certainly not just stand by. They both took action, but their responses were different. Tang San released his blue silver grass, gently wrapping it around Xiao Wu to pull her to his side. Avoiding Ma Hongjun's flames. JiangYu, however, swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, facing the purplish-red flames head-on. Seeing Jiang Yu blocking the attack for her, Ning Rongrong, standing behind, had both a worried and somewhat sweet expression, her demeanor appearing quite complex. However, Ning Rongrong's worries were clearly unnecessary. Even real phoenix flames couldn't harm Jiang Yu. The purplish-red flames caused him no harm at all. Amid the flames, Jiang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his figure extraordinarily tall. As the light within him surged continuously, golden light wrapping around him, making him appear godlike. The Chixiao Sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, and 4 dazzling soul rings emerged on the sword's body. Yellow, yellow, black, black. For soul rings. A black 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Ongjun. Seeing the soul rings on the Chixiao Sword, shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with disbelief. Ma Hongjuan's understanding was instantly overturned. How is it possible for someone to have a 3rd soul ring that has reached the 10,000-year level? Although Ma Hongjuan's academic performance in the academy isn't great, he knows some common knowledge about soul masters. The lifespan of a 3rd soul ring is clearly only a little over 1,000 years. Once it exceeds that lifespan, a soul master's body simply cannot bear the impact of the soul ring's power unless they have some heavenly materials or earthly treasures to improve their physique. Even then, he had never heard of any soul master absorbing a 3rd soul ring exceeding 5,000 years, let alone a soul ring around 10,000 years. Although Ma Hongjun looks simple-minded, he is not foolish. On the contrary, he is somewhat shrewd. Seeing Jiang Yu's martial soul, he realized that this opponent in front of him was not someone he could contend with. Knowing he had hit a hard wall, Ma Hongjuan's face immediately lost its anger, quickly transforming into a smile. He withdrew the flames surrounding him. Plop! Ma Hongjuan's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Just a moment ago, he was fierce and menacing, but in an instant, he turned into a pitiful, simple-minded fat guy. Big brother, I was wrong. Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu with an innocent expression. Your Excellency, please forgive my small faults. I was forced to do this. If it weren't for the flaws in my martial soul, I wouldn't have troubled Xiao Cui. Seeing Ma Hongjun yield, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile. Since he knew he was wrong, Jiang Yu had no intention of making things difficult for him. Xiao Cui quickly rushed to Ma Hongjuan's side to support him. Looking at him with concern, Xiao Cui, fearing that Jiang Yu would take action, hurriedly helped to explain. In fact, Xiao Cui does not dislike Ma Hongjun. One could even say she likes him very much. However, Ma Hongjun is too aggressive in some aspects, demanding 3 sessions a day, each lasting about half an hour. This intensity is unbearable even for ordinary girls, let alone female soul masters. Although Xiao Cui likes Ma Hongjun, she was forced to break up with him. This led to the earlier scene of Ma Hongjun entangling with Xiao Cui, causing their misunderstanding. At that moment, Dai Mubai also rushed over. Seeing Ma Hongjun kneeling and Xiao Cui beside him, he immediately guessed what had happened. As they're all classmates, Dai Mubai didn't want the new students to misunderstand Ma Hongjun, so he began to explain the side effects brought by Ma Hongjuan's mutated martial soul. Although Ma Hongjuan's grass chicken martial soul had mutated, it had actually mutated in a positive direction. But the Phoenix martial soul is truly powerful, and some side effects have caused Ma Hongjun to suffer greatly. Simply put, when the evil fire rises, it cannot be suppressed and must be released. This has led to Ma Hongjun having particularly high demands in certain aspects, to the point that he frequently changes girlfriends. Fortunately, he is a soul master and has the support of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, he might struggle to even find a girlfriend. However, no girl can endure Ma Hongjuan's abnormal needs. Over time, all the suitable girls in the village have been driven to their limits by him. If this continues, he'll have to go to the city to find someone. So, he can only cling to Cui Hua and ask for help. Thus, a misunderstanding was resolved. Since Ma Hongjun did not mean any harm, everyone stopped causing trouble for him. It can only be said that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is quite peculiar. Dai Mubai's arrival also spared Jiang Yu and the others from searching for the cafeteria everywhere, and soon the group arrived at the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was just an ordinary thatched house, and the meals were prepared by a few villagers hired by the school, serving only simple breakfast items. Besides steamed buns and eggs, there was only rice porridge. However, despite its simplicity, the portions were quite generous. Since they were very hungry, the group did not complain and began eating the steamed buns right away. Jiang Yu peeled the egg, placing the shell in a small dish, then broke open the steamed bun, stuffed the smooth, white egg inside, and took big bites after squeezing it together. Seeing Jiang Yu enjoy his meal so much, the others followed suit, peeling the eggs and putting them into the steamed buns. The taste was indeed different. although they were just ordinary steamed buns and eggs. Eating them together was surprisingly delicious. In this meal, everyone ate more than usual. Even Ning Rongrong, who typically had a small appetite, consumed a few extra servings. Chapter 234. Oscar, while eating, Dai Mubai began explaining the rules of Shrek Academy to the new students. Compared to the regulations of other Soul Master academies, Shrek Academy's rules were incredibly lenient. In simple terms, aside from prohibiting robbery and pillaging, there were no other restrictions. It even encouraged gambling and fighting, which is why it is often referred to as the Monster Academy. Of course, while these rules might seem strange, they do make sense upon reflection. After all, the Douluo Continent is a mystical world that values martial power above all. Individual martial power can override everything, so encouraging fighting is understandable. After all, fighting is crucial for familiarizing oneself with one's martial soul, and enhancing combat experience is vital for a Soul Master's strength improvement. Thus, the Academy's encouragement of combat among students is quite reasonable. However, Jiang Yu felt that the encouragement of gambling was unnecessary. Although the principal claimed that gambling is a psychological game that greatly benefits mental fortitude, judgment, and observation, Jiang Yu believed it was merely Flinder's personal quirk that shouldn't be imposed on the students. After explaining the Academy's rules, Dai Mubai reminded the new students to prepare their tuition fees, as the first lesson of the new term would be collecting money. There was no choice. Shrek Academy was too poor. All the teachers had to rely on the students' tuition for their livelihood. Moreover, the annual tuition fee was not high, only 100 gold coins, which low-level Soul Masters with subsidies could still afford. However, Shrek Academy did not enroll many students each year, and with the addition of these new students, there were only 8 in total. Therefore, the teachers at the Academy did not live extravagantly. Fortunately, the principal had a shop in the city that could provide some business to support the Academy. Additionally, Dai Mubai also contributed some gold coins to the Academy, allowing Shrek Academy to maintain normal operations. Ding ding ding, just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, anxious voices rang out from the Academy. This was a call for the students to gather on the playground. When the group arrived at the playground, they found someone already standing there, looking quite sleepy and slowly eating a sausage. Who is this? Ning Rongrong looked at the person in confusion and whispered to Jiang Yu. Could it be that there's another new student? But I didn't see him during yesterday's assessment. Could it be the principal took a bribe to let him in through the back door? Jiang Yu looked ahead and immediately recognized the person's identity. Oscar had completely changed. The stubble on his face was now cleanly shaved. His pair of peach blossom eyes, combined with his handsome appearance, made him even more attractive than Dai Mubai. He looked like a dashing young nobleman. This is why Ning Rongrong did not associate him with the Oscar who had a lewd appearance, a lewd martial soul, and lewd soul skills. Not just Ning Rongrong, even Tang San and Xiao Wu did not recognize him as the sausage vendor from yesterday. Unexpectedly, even Xiao Oscar had started to care about his image. Seeing Oscar's new look, Dai Mubai couldn't help but tease. Looks like the allure of beautiful women is quite strong. As if he had been seen through, Oscar awkwardly scratched his head. He indeed had some thoughts about the new female students, as Dai Mubai had said. However, he also knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu had a close relationship, and it was obvious that Ning Rongrong was a pair with Jiang Yu. So his target was Zhu Qing. Although she appeared cold, she had the best figure among the girls, a standard lowly with big breasts. Oscar knew that in his previous appearance, he would definitely not be favored by girls, so he changed his image. He was quite confident about his looks. To be honest, Oscar's looks were indeed good, only slightly inferior to Jiang Yu in the Academy. In terms of appearance alone, even Dai Mubai couldn't compare to him. However, Oscar's plan did not work out. Zhu Qing did not even glance at Oscar. She was only interested in Jiang Yu, and no matter how handsome other men were, it was useless. Moreover, in her eyes, Jiang Yu was the most handsome person in the world, and no one could compare. This left Oscar feeling quite frustrated. He did not expect that his proud looks would not impress the girls. This was his most reliable asset. As a food system soul master, Oscar did not excel in other areas. Although he was a rare, innate, full soul power, being a food system soul master came with significant limitations. It is well known that food system soul masters basically have no offensive capabilities, and their physique is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if a food system soul master reaches the level of a title Dalu, their offensive power would still be inferior to that of an ordinary battle soul master. Due to the limitations of being a food system soul master, although Oscar was handsome, he still couldn't find a girlfriend. In this regard, he was even inferior to Ma Hongjun. Don't be fooled by Ma Hongjun being a little chubby. After all, he was a battle soul master and had awakened the phoenix martial soul. While he may look like a grass chicken, as the principal said, it is indeed a genuine phoenix, just not yet fully transformed. Once he successfully transforms, he will astonish the soul master world. It can be said that Ma Hongjun has a bright future ahead, even more dazzling than Daimu Bai. Oscar, as a student with innate full soul power, was, however, at the bottom of the academy. Just as Oscar was feeling down, a middle-aged man walked over from another direction on the playground. Upon seeing this person, Tang San and Xiao Wu were clearly taken aback. The newcomer looked to be in his 50s with a sturdy build. However, his face looked a bit strange. He had wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of a hooked nose, and he was wearing a pair of crystal glasses, giving him an overall somewhat cunning appearance. Isn't this the shady businessman? Xiao Wu said in shock. What shady businessman? Oscar asked in confusion. This is our Shrek Academy's dean, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flender. A genuine high-level soul saint, more powerful than Teacher Zhao, and he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul. After hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu visibly relaxed, but after a while, she seemed to think of something and continued to ask, I wonder if our academy has any soul Do-level powerhouses. Xiao Wu's sudden voice rang out. Do you think Soul Douluo is like the blue silver grass on ground? Everywhere you look, not to mention the academy. Even the surrounding kingdoms don't have any Soul Douluo level powerhouses. Only then did Xiao Wu stop being nervous. Tang San also didn't understand why Xiao Wu would ask that. Why she was so anxious about Soul Douluo. Among them, probably only JiangYu knew why Xiao Wu was so anxious. Although she had already transformed successfully, she essentially had not yet left the category of a 100,000-year soul beast, completely changing into a human. Once she cultivated to the level of Soul Da, it would be possible to see through her essence and discover her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and said. Xiao Wu shook her head and somewhat concealedly said, It's nothing, just afraid that the shady businessman uncle will cause trouble. Tang San smiled wryly and said, He probably won't. After all, he is the academy's dean, so he shouldn't hold a grudge against you for your offense. Chapter 235. Support System. Tang San's words drew Oscar's teasing. Who in all of Shrek Academy didn't know that Flender was notoriously stingy, reaching the level of seeking revenge for the smallest grievances. As Flender was walking towards the playground, it seemed he heard Oscar's remarks, and his gaze suddenly drifted in Oscar's direction, a different light flashing in his eyes. Oscar felt cold sweat running down his back. He realized that Flender had indeed heard what he just said. Oh no, the dean must have heard what I just said. This is bad. Given his character, he will definitely retaliate. Flender approached the students and briefly said a few welcome words. Then he got straight to the point, instructing the students to hand over their tuition fees to Teacher Lee, who was in charge of finances, and after paying, they could go back to rest. Flender's teaching method was quite peculiar. He actually scheduled the first class for the evening. However, before leaving, Flender called over Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Unlike the other students, these two were support-type soul masters, naturally requiring different teaching methods than the others. On the Douluo Continent, everyone has their own set of cultivation methods. And with different martial souls, the cultivation methods are naturally different, so Flender does not teach the students how to cultivate. He teaches them how to use their martial souls. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar had different martial souls, they were essentially both support-type soul masters. It's just that Ning Rongrong's was an attribute enhancement, while Oscar's was through food amplification. This also resulted in their inherent lack of sufficient combat ability. So for support-type soul master, the most important thing is the ability to escape. As long as you run fast enough, no enemy can defeat you. Flender was right. For support-type soul master, speed is the most important. To train Ning Rongrong and Oscar's physical strength, Flender ordered them to run quickly around the village, and they had to return before lunch. Otherwise, they wouldn't get to eat. Ning Rongrong had no objections to this training. She glanced at JiangYu and then ran outside. JiangYu wasn't worried about Ning Rongrong. Watching her agile figure, he couldn't help but smile. Ever since Ning Rongrong awakened her martial soul, he had put her through a lot of training, each time making her shout not to. Even so, JiangYu still didn't let up on Ning Rongrong, maintaining strict training for her. Running a few thousand meters wasn't much compared to the training plan JiangYu had set for her. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already run out, Oscar, although reluctant, had no choice but to follow her. Watching Ning Rongrong and Oscar run out, Flender pointed at Tang San, instructing him to go to the office. JiangYu, seeing this scene, didn't say much. He knew Flinder wanted to ask Tang San about Xiaojiang. JiangYu didn't leave the playground, but casually found a patch of grass and lay down. Zhu Zhuqing saw this and sat down closely beside him. Dai Mubai frowned. Zhu Zhuqing and JiangYu were too close for comfort, which made him a bit unhappy. However, even so, Dai Mubai still suppressed the urge to act. It's simple. He couldn't beat JiangYu. If he really acted, he would just humiliate himself. Although Dai Mubai was proud, he wasn't foolish. JiangYu lay on the ground, enjoying the sunlight, and a faint body fragrance wafted around him. This fragrance was naturally emitted from Zhu Zhuqing. As the spring breeze blew, the girl's body scent drifted into JiangYu's nostrils, making his mood lift. Zhuqing, you smell so good. JiangYu turned his head, his eyes glancing at the beauty beside him. You. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned bright red. She didn't expect JiangYu to be so direct, daring to tease her so openly in public without any shyness. Dai Mubai, hearing this, was furious, his nose twisted in anger. He prided himself on being a master at flirting, but wouldn't dare to tease girls so openly. JiangYu was bolder than him. What was even more infuriating was that JiangYu was teasing the woman he liked. How shameless. Zhu Zhuqing stammered for a long time before managing to say this one sentence. But from her tone, it was clear she wasn't angry, just a bit shy. Just as JiangYu and Zhu Zhuqing were being flirtatious, Ning Rongrong had already run several hundred meters. Her physical condition was much stronger than Oscar's, and the latter simply couldn't catch up to her. Seeing this, Oscar panicked. He didn't want to lose to a girl and quickly recited his soul chant. I have a big sausage. Food-type soul masters must combine their soul skills with soul chants to activate their soul skills, and Oscar's martial soul was a sausage, which made his soul skill sound a bit lewd. However, the sausages made from his martial soul were indeed of high quality. After all, they were rare meat products. Moreover, Oscar was a rare, innate, full soul power user. Soul masters who could awaken innate, full soul power were geniuses among geniuses. Furthermore, Oscar was a food-type soul master, and this talent even surpassed Tang San's. After Oscar ate the sausage, he felt a surge of power fill his body, and all fatigue was swept away as he rushed towards Ning Rongrong's direction. However, Ning Rongrong was even more resilient than he had imagined. She released the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, adding agility assistance to herself, and her speed instantly increased significantly. The 7 treasures Glazed Tile sect is indeed the #1 auxiliary martial soul in Douluo Continent, with a power it adds far exceeding that of other auxiliary martial souls. If Oscar were not born with full soul power, his auxiliary abilities would not compare to those of the 7 treasures Glazed Tower. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. With the support of the 7 treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong quickly left Oscar behind, soon covering half the distance. After training with JiangYu, Ning Rongrong's endurance greatly improved, and even after running several kilometers, she did not show any signs of fatigue. Even after eating a big sausage, Oscar could not catch up with Ning Rongrong, and soon he gave up, slowing down. His physical fitness could not match Ning Rongrong's, so he could only rest while running, and soon it was noon. Ning Rongrong had already completed the laps set by Flinder and returned to the academy playground. When she saw Zhu Zhuqing accompanying JiangYu, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Originally, she was happy to see JiangYu waiting at the playground, but it turned out he was flirting with girls here. This made it hard for her to be happy. Ning Rongrong angrily ran towards JiangYu, forcefully pushed Zhu Zhuqing aside, and then sat down on the ground. JiangYu saw Ning Rongrong's angry look and thought she was mad at Flinder, so he didn't think much of it. Rongrong, don't blame the dean, JiangYu quickly comforted. What he said is not wrong. Although the auxiliary ability of the 7 treasures Glazed Tower is the best in the continent, it lacks sufficient offensive power. Even with my protection, it's not your own strength. Therefore, your self-defense ability is particularly important. If you can have a speed that your enemies cannot catch up with, then no matter how strong the enemy is, they cannot threaten you. Faced with JiangYu's comfort, Ning Rongrong was somewhat speechless. She wasn't angry because of Flinder. It was all JiangYu's fault for attracting so many women. Chapter 236. Competition due to JiangYu's training. Ning Rongrong's physical fitness was much stronger than in the original story. Therefore, she did not slack off on the tasks assigned by Flinder and even exceeded them. This also led to the scene of Ning Rongrong arguing with Flinder not happening. So after Oscar completed his task, Flinder took the academy students to continue their training. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground and swiftly headed outside the academy. The new students did not know why Flinder was no longer training at the playground but still followed along. Everyone quickly kept up, although Flender intended to control the speed. As a sensitive attack-type Soul Saint, his speed was not something ordinary students could compare to. Only Jiang Yu remained closely behind Flender, not allowing him to pull away. A dozen steps behind Jiang Yu was the Soul Power-Rich Dai Mu Bai, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, and then Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although the Tang Sect's footwork was exquisite, it could not compare to the straight-line acceleration distance of sensitive attack-type Soul Masters. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, neither of them excelled in speed, so they naturally lagged at the back. Along the way, the group did not speak. After walking for several hundred meters, they arrived at their destination, Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not far, and just as they were about to reach the South City Gate, Flender finally stopped. After all the students caught up, they entered the city. Soto City is located within the Barak Kingdom, so it does not face any external threats. The city gates are generally open all day long, and even when night falls, they do not close. The group walked along the wide streets, with all the shops brightly lit on either side. Some vendors who only operated at night found their usual spots to sell local snacks or small gifts. Although Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong had stayed in Soto City before, they had never been out at night. However, Jiang Yu was used to big scenes, so he did not show too much surprise. Instead, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, with their girlish hearts, appeared quite excited. When they saw interesting things, the two girls couldn't help but move closer to take a better look. If it weren't for someone watching, they might have gotten lost. Zhu Zhuqing still wore a cold expression, only revealing a faint smile when her gaze fell on Jiang Yu. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was quite different. He acted conspicuously, his eyes darting around, constantly eyeing the most distinctive features of the women on the street. He didn't let any woman pass by unnoticed. Fortunately, he was at the back of the group, and the others did not notice his lewd demeanor. Flender looked up at the sky, stopped, and instructed the students to keep up. He then led them to an inconspicuous tea shop, where they gathered around a round table. Flender displayed his usual stingy nature, ordering only a few cups of the cheapest tea. While drinking tea, Flender pointed to a spot not far from the tea shop and said, "Your classroom is over there." Jiang Yu followed the direction he pointed. There was a tall building complex, and from their angle, they could only see the building, which was nearly 100 meters high, with a faint glow flickering inside, resembling a giant beast overlooking Soto City at night. Seeing that building, Dai Mubai's expression changed, showing a different look on his cold face. "Dean, are you taking them there on the first day?" Flender adjusted his glasses and said lightly, "You are not ordinary people. Remember, you are monsters. Since you are monsters, you need to have the training methods of monsters." Strictly speaking, Flender was not a qualified teacher. Although his strength was impressive, he was not good at systematically training students. Flender's teaching method was similar to that of ordinary soul masters, focusing solely on combat, continuous fighting to enhance strength. Although this method greatly benefits soul masters training, it requires a high level of quality from the soul masters. Moreover, injuries are inevitable during combat, and continuous fighting can harm the body, which requires the use of rare materials to nourish the body and strengthen the foundation. However, Shrek Academy is not a major sect and lacks other ways to make money, making it impossible to earn significant wealth. Not to mention rare materials, they couldn't even afford high-quality soul medicines and could only use low-grade soul medicines to recover their bodies. Therefore, Flender had to raise the admission standards of the academy. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept more students. With his greedy nature, how could he miss out on the opportunity to collect tuition fees? However, ordinary soul masters could hardly endure his teaching methods, and bringing them into the academy would only add to the troubles. If Jiang Yu were to evaluate Flender's teaching methods, he would say they were simple and brutal. But for a civilian academy like Shrek Academy, this method was indeed cost-effective and efficient. Flender pointed at the magnificent building and said indifferently, "That is the Great Soul Arena. Only prosperous big cities are qualified to build it. So whether a city has a Great Soul Arena is an important standard for measuring its strength. Generally speaking, the Great Soul Arena is named after the city it is located in. So this building is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. In the Great Soul Arena, you can compete with anyone in battle against different soul masters. For a country, the strength of the soul arena can even determine the country's development." Regarding Flender's words, Tang Sen couldn't help but doubt. In his view, being a soul master was a noble profession. How could it be like a performer on a stage for others to watch? Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had a different opinion. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. In Douluo Continent, the Great Soul Arena can be considered a special force. It does not belong to any country or the Spirit Hall, but is established by the 7 top Soul Master families on the continent. Soul Masters who become famous in the Great Soul Arena can not only acquire great wealth, but also gain immense fame. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena always emphasizes fairness. Even if you kill the heir of a major power here, you don't have to worry about retaliation. For capable civilian Soul Masters, the Great Soul Arena is one of the few places where they can realize their dreams. Countless civilian Soul Masters have emerged from the Great Soul Arena, becoming the targets of major powers vying for them. The Great Soul Arena has also become the best platform for civilian Soul Masters to rise. From this perspective, the Great Soul Arena indeed has its value. Then, Flander began to introduce the rules of the Great Soul Arena. According to him, any level of Soul Master entering the Great Soul Arena can only use their fighting soul as a representative. Winning a match will earn a badge. Each victory corresponds to points, and reaching the required points can upgrade the badge level. The badge symbolizes the level in the Great Soul Arena and is valid in any Great Soul Arena in the Douluo Continent. The badge levels are distinguished by quality, starting from the lowest, which is the Iron Badge, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. As he spoke, Flander's gaze swept over the students, and he said, "Your task is to obtain at least a silver badge before graduation. Do you understand? This is Flander's requirement." Chapter 237, Jade Foot Combination. Don't underestimate the silver badge level. It's not easy to obtain. Even though Dai Mubai has participated in battles at the Great Soul Arena for over a year, he has only won 2 points. Upgrading from Iron Fighting Soul to Copper Fighting Soul requires 100 points. Although winning a match at the Great Soul Arena earns 1 point, losing will deduct points. Even if the points reach the required amount for Copper Fighting Soul, if the points drop below 100, the qualification for Copper Fighting Soul will be revoked. Upgrading from Copper Fighting Soul to Silver Fighting Soul requires 1,000 points. Of course, the points earned from winning matches between Copper Fighting Souls are greater than those from Iron Fighting Souls, at 10 points per victory. The Great Soul Arena gathers countless powerful Soul Masters from various places. Many have rich practical experience, and even talented Soul Masters may not guarantee victory in matches at the Great Soul Arena. Dai Mubai's talent, while not on par with top geniuses, is still considerable. Yet he has encountered many setbacks in the Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena has 3 types of contests. One is a sparring type contest, which is grouped by level and based on the number of soul rings. Killing is prohibited in these contests, making them suitable for newcomers to the Great Soul Arena. Regardless of the type of contest, there are 3 forms of competition: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. After informing the new students about the rules of the Great Soul Arena, Flander paid for the tea and led them towards the Great Soul Arena. The Soto Great Soul Arena is indeed the most magnificent building in Soto City, with a huge oval dome that shines brilliantly, emitting dazzling golden light in the night. The interior of the Great Soul Arena is vast, capable of accommodating over 60,000 spectators, resembling a giant stadium. Registering for a Fighting Soul match here is very simple, virtually without any restrictions. You only need to fill out a registration form to participate in the competition. The registration form is also quite simple, requiring only your name, age, place of origin, and martial soul. Then you can receive an Iron Fighting Soul badge. But there is also a registration fee of 10 gold coins. After obtaining the badge, the staff conducted a soul power test for them to determine their levels. Before each participation in a Fighting Soul match, a soul power test is required to determine the opponents. Of course, Flander wouldn't pay the registration fee for the students. Jiang Yu and the others had to cover this expense themselves. Fortunately, they weren't short on money. However, before Jiang Yu could take out his money, Ning Rongrong paid for him, making him feel like he was living off her. It makes sense, as Ning Rongrong comes from a wealthy family, truly a little rich girl. And being with her makes Jiang Yu feel like he is living off her. When the staff registered the badge, they found that Jiang Yu had already registered before and informed him that he could not register again. Jiang Yu then remembered that he had participated in a match at the Great Soul Arena with Fong Ping before, but after the match, his Iron Fighting Soul badge had gone missing, so he had forgotten about it. Jiang Yu had to inform the staff that his badge was lost and asked if he could apply for a replacement. The staff had clearly dealt with this situation many times, so they naturally helped Jiang Yu with the replacement process. A new badge still required 10 gold coins, and the staff didn't refund the coins he had just paid. After successfully registering, they quickly had to undergo fighting soul sorting. Newcomers like them were not qualified to compete in the main arena and could only compete in the sub-arena. Winning a match as an Iron Fighting Soul earns not only points, but also a bonus of 10 gold coins. Losing means no bonus. Many Soul Masters come for the prize money, so every arena is crowded with competitors. Since Jiang Yu and the others came together, they were all assigned to the same arena, but their opponents' levels varied, matched according to the number of soul rings. Different fighting soul arenas have different ticket prices. For instance, the one-on-one matches in the sparring-type sub-arena that Jiang Yu and the others participated in had the cheapest ticket prices, and there were the fewest spectators. The participating Soul Masters were arranged to rest in a common room, which was quite spacious. The arrival of Jiang Yu and the others quickly attracted the attention of the others, as they were quite young. However, no one mocked them or caused trouble. Everyone was meditating to ensure they maintained their best condition for the upcoming match. Ning Rongrong tugged at Jiang Yu's clothes and excitedly said, "Brother Yu, although each Soul Master can only participate in one match a day, they can participate in different types. Let us also sign up for a 2-on-2 match." Jiang Yu smiled lightly and said, "No problem. After all, Ning Rongrong is a support-type Soul Master, and it's impossible for her to win in a 1-on-1 match. She can only participate in 2-on-2 and team battles." Ning Rongrong is not familiar with the others, and since Jiang Yu is the strongest among them, she didn't hesitate to team up with him. Seeing Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong form a team, Tang San and Xiao Wu also teamed up. Dai Mubai took the opportunity to invite Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not want to team up with Dai Mubai and directly approached Jiang Yu, blushing and shyly extending an invitation to team up. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. Thus, the two successfully formed a team. This move provoked Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction. However, although she's called the Little Witch, she wouldn't lose her temper with Jiang Yu, and she gives Jiang Yu enough face in public, not causing a scene. Ning Rongrong secretly felt angry. "Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Dai Mubai could only team up with Ma Hongjun or Oscar, feeling displeased but having no choice. Because they had to wait for the one-on-one battles, a few people went to sign up for the 2-on-2 area. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong raised their Iron Fighting Spirit badges for the staff to check. Give your combination a name. According to the rules of the Great Fighting Spirit Arena, both 2-on-2 matches and team battles need to have a combination name, making it easier for the arena's host to introduce them. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, "The combination with Rongrong will be called the Jiangrong combination, and with Zhu Qing, it will be called the Yuzhu combination." Jiang Yu's combination names were very simple. When Tang Sen saw this, he also named his combination with Xiao Wu the Sanwu combination. The staff then quickly engraved the combination names onto their badges. The combination names were soon completed. When Jiang Yu received the badge and saw the engraved names, he was instantly at a loss for words. It read, Jiangrong combination, Yuzhu combination. This staff member was really unreliable. How could they get it wrong? It wasn't just Jiang Yu and the others who were mistaken. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu's combination was engraved as Sanwu combination instead of Sanwu combination. Just as Xiao Wu couldn't help but get angry. Her one-on-one battle was about to start, so she could only accept the combination name and rushed toward the one-on-one fighting spirit area. Jiang Yu did not want to carry this combination name. The Jiangrong combination could be overlooked, but the Yuzhu combination definitely had to be changed. Otherwise, he would be seen as a pervert. He didn't want to be pointed at and talked about. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't their turn to compete yet, he needed to change it quickly. Chapter 238 Han Run. After Jiang Yu suggested changing the name, the staff member looked impatient and coldly said, to change the combination name, you can only re-register the Iron Fighting Spirit badge. Only in this way can you change it. The achievements you have already obtained will be cancelled. Jiang Yu was speechless at the staff's words. This felt like a scam. It was hard not to think that the staff had deliberately made a mistake to earn another registration fee. However, Jiang Yu didn't want to argue with the staff. He wasn't short on money. Holding the badge in his hand, he asked Zhu Zhuqing for her badge and went to re-register together. Just then, the match in the arena had already begun. The first to enter the arena was Xiao Wu. Despite being a separate competition area, it was still quite large, providing enough space for soul masters to engage in intense battles. Perhaps due to the separate competition area, there weren't many spectators at the moment, making the audience seem sparse. Xiao Wu's opponent was a muscular man, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles as hard as granite and skin that was incredibly tough. His large, copper-like eyes were filled with fierce light, and after entering the arena, the muscular man let out a deafening roar. It was truly a dominating presence. It was clear that he was a power-type assault soul master, giving off a strong impression. In contrast, Xiao Wu looked like a little girl from the neighborhood, appearing utterly incapable of being a match for the muscular man. To the audience, this match seemed to hold no suspense, leading to a lack of enthusiasm among the spectators. Only a few people shouted the name of the Muscular Soul Master. Although the Muscular Soul Master looked fierce, he was not actually bad. Seeing that his opponent was a little girl, he squeezed out a smile and advised Xiao Wu to withdraw from the match, not wanting to hurt her. Naturally, Xiao Wu refused to withdraw. As the match began, she launched a fierce attack. Her first soul skill, Waist Bow, was activated, even with the Muscular Soul Master's strength. Once Xiao Wu got close, it was hard for him to escape her unique attacks. With one kick, she sent the muscular man flying. Fortunately, there were protective ropes at the edge of the arena, which cushioned the blow, allowing him to drop outside the ring with a dull thud. The entire Great Fighting Spirit arena fell silent, and the audience was eerily quiet. Even the host looked surprised. No one expected the match to end like this. And the one who emerged victorious was a little girl. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted. The audience, having regained their composure, applauded Xiao Wu's performance. And the atmosphere became lively. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful and powerful little girl? Xiao Wu's performance captured the audience's interest, and even the initially disinterested spectators became animated. Next up was Jiang Yu, whose opponent appeared to be an ordinary-looking man. The man looked to be in his 40s, with a thin build and flowing white hair. He didn't seem like a tough opponent. However, his martial soul provided a stark contrast. Such a small person had a blue giant hammer as his martial soul, which weighed at least several hundred pounds. This soul master did not follow a speed-oriented attack route. Instead, he chose a strong attack route. Jiang Yu sensed the aura of the soul master opposite him, and knew his opponent was not simple. This giant hammer soul master had reached the same level as him, at level 49. Moreover, his soul ring configuration was also impressive, with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, indicating an optimal soul ring ratio. Jiang Yu unleashed the Chixiao Sword, the fiery long sword emitting golden red light as flames surged, distorting the surrounding air into waves. The giant hammer soul master did not underestimate Jiang Yu because he was a child. Instead, he was very cautious. A child who could cultivate to his level and had a better soul ring configuration proved that this child was definitely a rare genius. Han Run's ice hammer came down heavily, the first soul ring lighting up, and cold water surged, forming dozens of ice crystal barriers around him, establishing a solid defense. Han Run's actions drew criticism from the audience. They came to the arena to see intense battles, not to watch someone cower and rely solely on passive defense. It should be noted that Han Run's previous fighting style was swift as lightning, using overwhelming strength to suppress his opponents. Now, facing a child, he had resorted to defense, instantly transforming from a tiger to a sheep. Jiang Yu took the initiative to strike first. He twisted his wrist, sending a spiral of golden flames shooting along the sword's edge. 9 flames shot out from the Chixiao Sword, quickly melting the dozen layers of ice crystal barriers. The ice crystals released by the ice hammer were clearly not up to the level of the extreme fire. The boiling white mist revealed the ice blue shadow of the hammer, and the floral patterns on the hammer's head glimmered with a cold light. "Go!" Han Run shouted, and the second soul ring of the hammer shone brightly. Countless water droplets erupted, creating a torrential rain that condensed into ice shards in the air, accompanied by the sound of the rain. Countless ice shards crashed violently around. Jiang Yu was unafraid, wielding the Chixiao Sword to create a fiery wheel. Wherever the sword energy swept, the falling ice shards turned to mist, causing him no harm at all. Seeing this, Han Run raised the ice hammer and leaped forward. The heavy giant hammer did not slow his speed at all. Bang! The 2 martial souls collided, the sound of metal clashing creating a thunderous roar, like the sound of thunder. The imperial fire on the edge of the Chixiao Sword clashed violently with the cold air emanating from the ice hammer, and golden and blue halos exploded like fireworks in the arena. Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly withdrew the Chixiao Sword, spinning his foot, and the sword emitted blazing sword energy, stabbing toward Han Run's lower body from all directions. Han Run quickly reacted, blocking with the ice hammer while a huge water dragon formed from the cold water coiled around him. The splashing flames did not extinguish upon encountering the water dragon. The quality of the imperial fire had long surpassed the limits of attributes. The Chixiao Sword spun in the air like a burning sun while rising to the sky. The flames on the sword's body condensing into a fireball that fell towards Han Run. The massive water dragon instantly dispersed, transforming into countless droplets that scattered across the arena floor. How is this possible? Han Run looked at the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand in disbelief. His ice hammer was a high-level martial soul, and the ice-cold water attribute it possessed should theoretically counter flames. In the past, Even when facing fire attribute soul masters with higher soul power levels, he had defeated them because of his martial soul. But this time, his Ice Hammer martial soul was completely suppressed by the fire attribute soul master. Han Run exclaimed it was impossible. He had won so many matches in the arena, yet he never expected to lose to a child. Seeing Han Run frozen in shock, JiangYu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and immediately struck with a sword. The Chixiao Sword hit Han Run back, and the audience watched as he retreated outside the arena. Synopsis: JiangYu crossed over to the Douluo Continent and was adopted by Bibi Dong. He initially wanted to live a peaceful life, but unexpectedly was chosen to be sent to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School as an undercover agent. Even more surprisingly, the martial soul JiangYu awakened was the legendary Imperial Sword, the Chixiao Sword, which was also the divine demon sword held by Jing Tian in Sword and Fairy 3. From then on, JiangYu's life was changed. Bibi Dong, as expected of the child I have my eye on. The future of the Spirit Hall and my daughter depends on you.